Many people know that if you suddenly receive a call offering a high-paying job or are invited to start a business in Myanmar, it's generally not a good thing. They either want to lure people in to have their kidneys harvested, or they want to trick them into the park and squeeze every last bit of value out of them. But then, he received a phone call like this. The caller was none other than his long-lost dream girl, and also his former school beauty. The other party spoke gently on the phone, saying she wanted to invite a man to start a business together in northern Myanmar, with a guaranteed monthly salary of $100,000, and also subtly implied that she was very lonely there. However, when the man's lust got the better of him and he actually met the school beauty, he was not greeted by a gentle embrace, but by a group of burly men wielding stun guns. These people quickly surrounded him, their faces full of mocking smiles, as if they could already see the man kneeling and begging for mercy. Just when everyone thought he would be terrified, the man smiled contemptuously and clapped his hands unhurriedly. The next second, a group of fully armed Special Forces soldiers suddenly rushed out from both sides. They were armed with AKs and RPGs and immediately surrounded the group. It all started 3 days ago. Lin Chin was just an ordinary person. That day, he was watching adult movies online to relax, but he overdid it and ended up fainting. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself transported to a parallel world, Earth. Even more absurdly, he was also bound to a suicide system. This system can not only summon assassins of different genders, nationalities, and skin colors, but also, by consuming contribution points, allow players to draw prizes for various talents and weapons. At the start, the system gave Lin Chin 100 junior assassins, 100 AKs, and a total of 100,000 bullets. Most outrageously, he also acquired a heaven-defying talent called Substitute Death and Rebirth. Whenever Lin Chin's life is in danger, a suicide soldier will automatically take his place, and he will be resurrected at the location where the suicide soldier was. As soon as he stepped off the plane, a wave of heat hit him, making Lin Chin feel as if he had been thrown into a desert. Immediately afterward, a system notification sounded in his mind. Main mission issued. Content: recruit 1,000 low-level assassins, 10 mid-level assassins, and 1 high-level assassin. Reward: AK-47 production line, ammunition production line. Seeing the reward, Lin Chin's eyes lit up, and he felt a surge of excitement. This was exactly what he needed right now, and he had already completed half of the mission requirements. If he could just take down Qin Shi's fraud ring, he'd be pretty much done. If not, he'd just take down a few more. He looked up and scanned his surroundings. A tall Burmese man was walking towards him, his imposing presence frightening the surrounding travelers who quickly moved away, not daring to provoke him. "Greetings, Your Excellency," the man said, bowing deeply with clasped hands. His voice was deep and powerful. This person was none other than the elite assassin Lin Chin had summoned. Lin Chin waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't call me that, it sounds weird. Just call me boss." After saying that, he walked towards the airport exit, with the other person following closely behind like a bodyguard. Along the way, many people whispered among themselves, "Who is that Chinese guy? How come the locals treat him so respectfully? Could he be some gangster's son?" Various speculations arose, but Lin Chin was too lazy to pay attention to them. After leaving the airport, Lin Chin hailed a taxi and headed straight for the address Qin Shi had given him. The car drove further and further out of the city, leaving the surroundings increasingly desolate. Clearly, his destination was not simple. Finally, the driver stopped the car, indicating that it would be unsafe to go any further. After paying the fare and getting out of the car, Lin Chin instructed the elite assassins to lie in wait. He then made a phone call. "Hey, Shia, I've arrived. I'm next to a stone bridge, and there's a lake." After confirming the details, he stood on the bridge waiting for someone. Not long after, a gray minivan slowly drove up and stopped in front of Lin Chin. The door opened, and a woman in business attire stepped out, her long, wavy hair swaying in the wind. She exuded maturity and charm. She took off her glasses and said with a smile, "Lin Chin, you're here. Get in the car." As she spoke, she extended her arm in a gesture of deliberate seduction. This woman was Qin Shi. Lin Chin saw it and naturally understood, but he still couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Her figure and temperament were indeed outstanding. Without hesitation, he got into the car. As soon as he sat down, several burly men surrounded him and held him tightly. "Don't move, behave yourself." The men grinned menacingly. They thought Lin Shan would struggle desperately, but he remained calm and even closed his eyes to rest, as if nothing had happened. They were stunned, wondering if this person hadn't reacted yet, or if he wasn't afraid at all. In reality, Lin Shan already knew. He could clearly sense the elite soldiers moving rapidly nearby, and the entire situation was under his control. Not long after, the vehicle entered an area where a large, continuous cluster of buildings appeared ahead. Side mission triggered. Mission: destroy this gang's compound and establish your first base. Rewards: military base blueprints, weapon mastery, special skill mastery. Lin Shan looked at the park surrounded by high walls, with heavy guard at the main gate and patrol personnel inside, all carrying guns. He smiled slightly and said in a low voice, "The equipment is all ready, which saves me a lot of trouble." After the car stopped, Lin Shan was forced out. He looked at Qin Xia and sneered. "This is the startup project you were talking about? It's quite large." Qin Xia didn't react at all and simply got out of the car and walked into the park. For her, life here had long since numbed her, and Lin Shan's words couldn't stir any emotion in the slightest. "Take this new piglet inside," Qin Xia said, turning and walking through the gate. In her eyes, Lin Shan was nothing more than someone to be slaughtered, not worth wasting her breath on. Two burly men pushed Lin Shan out of the car and warned him in a cold voice, "Once you're here, behave yourself. Don't even think about running away, or you'll only end up dead. If you listen to me, you'll get beaten less." Lin Shan cooperated and remained silent the whole way, offering no resistance whatsoever. After a brief check, he was taken to a tin shack. As soon as the door opened, a series of heart-wrenching pleas came from inside. Some begged for mercy, some offered to help with fraud, and some even asked them to harm others. The room was small and cold, crammed with more than 20 people. All of them looked listless, their bodies covered in bruises, their eyes filled with fear and numbness. Their only thought was to avoid being beaten again, and even more so, to avoid having their organs harvested. The guard snapped impatiently. "What's all the noise about? Shout again, and I'll cut your tongues out." With that, he shoved Lin Shan inside, closed the door, and left. Guards continued to patrol outside. Lin Shan glanced around and had already made a judgment. He had basically figured out the distribution of guards when he came in, so this place was not a problem for him. At this moment, a man who was still relatively sober came over and asked in a low voice, "How did you get tricked into coming here?" Lin Shan smiled faintly and said, "I came to see if this place is worth taking over." The other person was taken aback, then gave a bitter laugh. "Damn it, another one's gone mad." In his view, newcomers couldn't withstand the torment and would soon suffer a mental breakdown. Lin Shan's words were clearly abnormal. Lin Shan didn't explain further, but simply leaned against the wall and closed his eyes to rest. He was waiting for the right moment, waiting for the right time to make his move. Soon, night fell, shrouding the entire park in darkness. The patrolling guards continued their lazy conversation, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Outside the walls, high-ranking assassins, accompanied by mid-level assassins, stealthily approached like ghosts. In the distance, hundreds of assassins, armed with weapons, lay in ambush, awaiting only a signal. "Guarding the gate every day, it's fucking boring," the guard complained, when suddenly someone covered his mouth and nose from behind. With a few muffled thuds, several guards fell silently to the ground. The gate was quickly secured, and with a gesture, the ambushing assassins launched their attack. Enemy attack. The alarm sounded, but it was too late. Gunfire erupted suddenly, flashes of light illuminating the darkness. Under the intense barrage, the park guards barely had time to react before being mowed down in large numbers, screams echoing through the air. The park's leader, Maiga, woke up with a start, grabbed his rifle, and rushed out of the room. His subordinates reported frantically, "Boss, an unknown force has broken in. Their firepower is too intense. We can't hold them off." "How many people? What kind of equipment?" Maiga's face darkened. The other side stammered, "About 1,000 people, all with AKs." Although this was a false report, it still made Maiga's heart sink. "Quickly notify the gang for reinforcements," he roared, immediately organizing his men to prepare for response. Faced with such firepower, they could only hold out and buy time. Meanwhile, gunfire continued inside the tin shack. The prisoners huddled in a corner, trembling and clutching their heads. The man who still held on a hope pressed himself against the window, desperately listening to the commotion outside. He whispered excitedly, "They've started fighting. Their firepower is intense. Maybe they can both be severely wounded and will have a chance to escape. He spoke with increasing excitement, as if grasping at a last straw. Lin Shen slowly opened his eyes, his expression still calm. The man glanced at him, assuming he was completely numb. Just then, gunshots rang out from outside the door. Several bullets struck the metal sheet, causing everyone to scream. The man quickly lowered his voice. "Don't scream. It'll attract attention." The words had barely left his mouth when a gunshot rang out, shattering the lock. The iron door was kicked open, and several burly men armed with AKs rushed in. Seeing this, the man's face turned deathly pale, and all hope vanished from his eyes. "It's over." Just then, Lin Shen, who had been expressionless the whole time, suddenly stood up, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Some people wondered to themselves, is this guy crazy? Standing up at this moment? Is he trying to be the first to die? Lin Shen remained calm, walked straight to the group of burly Burmese men, casually patted them on the shoulder, and turned to leave. The next second, one of his henchmen draped a trench coat over him and followed respectfully behind. This scene left everyone around dumbfounded. The man's pupils constricted sharply, his scalp tingling with shock. He finally realized that everything Lin Shen had said earlier was true. Reaching the door, Lin Shen turned his head and said, "Leave some travel money. Those who want to leave, take the money and go. Those who don't want to leave, come with me and wipe these guys out." These words were like a spark, instantly igniting the previously numb crowd, and a glimmer of hope for survival appeared in everyone's eyes. Soon, one of the assassins produced a wad of Thai baht. Someone tentatively stepped forward to take the money, and after confirming there was no danger, the atmosphere at the scene instantly exploded. Many people started taking their money and preparing to leave, while others gritted their teeth and stepped forward, declaring they would fight alongside Lin Shen. Lin Shen nodded, telling those who wanted to leave to stay for the time being, and those willing to risk their lives to join the group. There were many similar rooms throughout the building, with only 2 or 3 guards on each floor, most of whom were local thugs. Under the intense firepower of the Suicide Squad, these guards couldn't hold out and were quickly wiped out, their weapons confiscated. Using their guns and robbing their money, Lin Shen didn't hesitate for a moment, continuing to exchange the money for assassins, and the group quickly grew. In a short time, more than 200 victims had gathered behind Lin Shen, all of whom chose to follow him in fighting back. Of course, many more chose to stay and leave after everything was over. Soon, all the floors where the prisoners were held were breached, leaving only the core area. Just then, a middle-aged man with a Chinese face was dragged in front of Lin Shen, begging for mercy and terror. "Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything," Lin Shen said calmly. "Make it clear who's in charge of you. If you do, you might live." The man didn't dare to hide anything and quickly explained that this place belonged to the Viper Gang, with more than 100 guards in the park, and the leader was named Mike. He also revealed that the Viper Gang was a large organization with thousands of members, controlling multiple industrial parks, and involved in telecom fraud, arms dealing, and drug trafficking. He even provided a map showing the distribution of nearby forces and their hiding places, which was quickly retrieved by his assassins. After he finished speaking, the man asked tremblingly, "Can I live?" Lin Shen replied calmly, "I won't kill you." The man breathed a sigh of relief, but Lin Shen stepped aside, saying, "Whether they kill you or not is none of my concern." The moment he finished speaking, the enraged victims behind him rushed forward, pinned the man to the ground, and began to beat him mercilessly. Amidst shouts and screams, only a mangled corpse remained on the ground within a minute. The scene fell silent again, but a suppressed killing intent filled the air. Lin Shen looked at the crowd and said in a steady voice, "You've all heard it. There's still many parks and compatriots suffering. Those who want to go back, I'll give you travel expenses to get you back. Those who want to stay, come with me to rescue everyone." He paused, then added, "Now cooperate with me and don't run around. You know what the consequences of running away are." The group exchanged hesitant glances, but Lin Shen, no longer waiting, led his team directly to the final management building. According to intelligence, half the guards remained there, forming the enemy's last line of defense. Inside the 5-story building, about 10 men guarded each floor's stairwell, armed with AKs, attempting to use the terrain to buy time. The leader, Mega, hid behind a rooftop bunker. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but rather that his escape route had already been blocked by assassins. Clearly, Lin Shun had deliberately left this building until last, slowly eroding the enemy's strength. At this moment, Lin Shun led his men to the front of the building. After looting the area, the number of his assassins had surged to 800. Looking at this last fortress, Lin Shun simply smiled faintly, then ordered the senior assassins to take command, preparing for a frontal assault. It's a joke. With Lin Shun's current physique, let alone charging forward, even an ordinary person could kill him. He knows his place. It's safer to leave this kind of direct combat to his subordinates. At his command, the elite assassins immediately stepped forward. At this time, he had only 200 assassins armed with guns, so he assigned 100 men to set up firing positions in front to provide suppression, while the remaining 100 men were divided into 5 groups and quietly advanced towards the stairwell. The stairwell was eerily quiet. The armed managers, usually so menacing, were now completely panicked in this life-or-death situation. They pressed themselves against the wall, guns pointed at the stairwell entrance, their palms sweating and legs trembling. Just then, the sound of light footsteps came from below, and the air froze instantly. Everyone held their breath, their faces filled with fear. The high-ranking assassin downstairs had already pulled out a grenade, and the others quickly followed. With a glance, everyone simultaneously pulled the pins. 2-1 throw. A few seconds later, the grenades were tossed into the stairwell. The guards, just realizing something was wrong, hadn't even had time to react. Boom! The explosion instantly swept across the second floor, scattering the guards. Immediately afterward, a barrage of gunfire erupted as high-ranking assassins led the charge, utterly crushing the rabble. Upon seeing the fierce firepower, the people upstairs panicked and turned to flee down the corridor. However, their escape exposed them to the firepower below, and they were instantly mowed down as live targets. This battle was a one-sided affair from the very beginning. The fear of being outgunned was on full display. With elite soldiers leading the charge, the entire building was quickly brought under control. Lin Shun then went up to the rooftop, where only the park manager, Mike, remained. Dozens of guns were pointed at him. He was trembling violently, yet still trying to maintain his composure. "Who are you?" "We're from the Viper Gang." "Let me go, or you're dead," he threatened, his voice trembling with fear. Seeing the assassin's attitude towards Lin Shun, Mike understood that Lin Shun was the one truly in charge. Lin Shun remained calm. "The Viper Gang? I know them." His tone was completely unwavering. In his eyes, they were nothing more than a stepping stone. Mega sensed something was amiss, his heart sinking as he realized the other party's background was far from simple. His face turned pale, and he simply closed his eyes. Everyone who's in this business will eventually face this day. Let's make our move. But Lin Shun sneered. "Want to die a quick death? It's not that simple." My Jia suddenly opened his eyes, asking in terror. Lin Shun's voice was low and cold. "Killing you directly would be too easy. I'll have your limbs severed and then hand you over to those you've harmed." As soon as he finished speaking, Mega tried to jump off the building to commit suicide, but the assassin instantly crippled all 4 of his limbs and then stomped on his vital organs. His screams tore through the air, and he completely lost the ability to resist. He still roared defiantly, "You'll all die with me. The Viper Gang is on their way." Before he could finish, his jaw was dislocated, leaving only muffled sobs. Lin Shun calmly ordered, "Take him away and hand him over to the victim." With that, the last enemy in this territory was eliminated, and he could finally take stock of his spoils. The management building was the real core, housing a large amount of cash and weapons. In a short time, they seized over 50 rifles, over 30 pistols, and a large quantity of ammunition. The safe was piled high with tens of millions of Thai baht, which Lin Shun immediately converted into contribution points, instantly gaining nearly 1,000 points. Without hesitation, he exchanged them again. Lin Shun replenished the ranks of 1,000 basic-level assassins and replaced the rest with intermediate-level ones, quickly bringing the total number of intermediate-level assassins to 36. The previous battle had made Lin Shun realize that basic-level assassins weren't very cost-effective. Unless employing a massive numbers tactic, it was more efficient to use more intermediate-level units. This realization clarified Lin Shun's future development strategy. Just then, a system notification sounded. "Main quest completed. Reward. AK-47 production line and bullet production line. Materialize?" Lin Shun chose to postpone, planning to find a safer place to redeploy. Immediately afterwards, a new mission was released. Summon 10,000 junior assassins, 1,000 intermediate assassins, and 10 senior assassins. The rewards were even more outrageous: grenades, armored vehicles, and Desert Eagle production lines. Lin Shen was quite excited after hearing this. The system reward was simply outrageous. He quickly glanced at the scene, confirming there was no further value, and then led his men to the victim's area. By the time he arrived, Mega was already on the verge of death and was quickly finished off. The surrounding crowd gradually emerged from the room. The gunfire ceased, making them realize that everything was over. All eyes were fixed on Lin Shen. This man had changed their fate, and their future seemed to rest in his hands. Lin Shen said no more, asking directly, "I'll say it again. Have you all thought it through?" Further discussion is pointless. He welcomes those who wish to stay and won't force those who don't. After all, the greatest value of these people lies in their potential for improvement in physical fitness and learning ability, while his loyal followers, though loyal, cannot continue to improve their physique. Of those who initially stepped forward, only half chose to stay. The remaining 400 or 500 victims all left. The trauma this place had inflicted on them was too profound. Their wives and children awaited them at home. Lin Shen didn't stop them. He didn't need more people. Those who stayed were mostly people whose loved ones had been murdered, people who hated these evildoers to the core. To Lin Shen's surprise, the man with the strongest will to survive from the beginning also stayed. His name was Hua Taiqing, and he was a doctor. He and his wife had come here for tourism, but they were captured and brought here. His wife and children were brutally murdered, and their organs were cruelly harvested. He said in a low voice, "I won't leave. There's more than one place like this." Lin Shen nodded, his tone firm. "Okay, then let's work together to clear out all these parks." As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification sounded. He had completed a side quest, obtained military base blueprints and multiple skills, and a large amount of tactical and firearms knowledge instantly flooded into his mind. A new mission was issued: take down 10 parks or personally kill 100 enemies. The reward was tempting, but Lin Shen remained calm. He looked up and asked, "Does anyone know anything about construction engineering?" Since there were blueprints, the base had to be built by themselves. From the crowd, a middle-aged man wearing glasses stepped forward. "I can do it." Lin Shen handed him the blueprints directly. "Take a look and see if you can do it. I'll take care of the other conditions." After looking through them, the man was shocked. The military design was practically perfect. "It can be built, but it will take a lot of time and materials," he said truthfully. Lin Shen nodded. "Build the city wall first, and we can take care of the rest later." Then he looked around at everyone and reminded them that the Viper gang might arrive within 2 hours, and asked everyone to immediately participate in reinforcing the defenses. Upon hearing this, everyone sprang into action, repairing the city wall under the architect's direction. Surprisingly, many had construction experience, greatly increasing efficiency. Using local materials, the entire area quickly became a hive of activity. Lin Shen then arrived at the weapons depot and, with a thought, conjured an AK-47 and ammunition production line. A massive machine appeared instantly, and the system even gifted him 1,000 guns and 100,000 rounds of ammunition. The efficiency was astonishing. When he saw the production rules, he couldn't help but complain. It actually consumed contribution points. However, the cost was extremely low, practically equivalent to unlimited production. He decisively started production. The machines roared to life, and the weapons automatically stored in the system's space. Extremely convenient. The bullets were even more outrageous. A single contribution point could be exchanged for tens of thousands of rounds, with no production limits. From this moment on, Lin Shen no longer needed to worry about ammunition. In fact, he had already begun to consider the possibility of arms trading. Soon, Lin Shen distributed the newly produced AK-47S to the Suicide Squad and also equipped the more than 100 comrades who remained with weapons. As for those who were preparing to leave, he did not issue them any guns, so as to avoid accidentally injuring his own people in a critical moment. With everyone fully armed, Lin Shen had no intention of passively defending. He decided to take the initiative, leading his team to first take down a nearby park, then set up an ambush along the way to intercept the Viper gang's reinforcements and catch them off guard. Chapter 8. Attack on the Second Park. Firepower coverage. Night fell. The moon and stars were few. Dozens of vans and transport trucks drove out of the park one after another, heading due north. Before long, the convoy stopped in a deserted wooded area. Lin Shun led several hundred assassins dressed in camouflage and armed with AKs out of the car and quickly disappeared into the woods. They were only 3 miles from the target area. Driving any further would easily alert the enemy. Like stealthy intruders in the night, the group moved forward silently, using the trees and weeds for cover. Before long, the park, still lit up in the distance, came into view. According to the intelligence Lin Shun had, this park was several times larger than the previous one, with a full 500 guards, all armed and equipped with firearms. Taking it down would naturally be several times more difficult. Lin Shun could have had his assassins simply overwhelm them, but that would have been too taxing. It was nearly midnight. The guard were less vigilant, and at least half were asleep. The perfect time to strike. He gestured to the high-ranking assassin beside him. The assassin immediately slipped into the park like a ghost, quickly disappearing into the night. To deal with this armed force, a top-tier elite soldier would be enough to cause a major disturbance inside. His mission was simple: infiltrate the park and take care of the guards at the entrance and the lighting. The 2 guards at the gate were still chatting quietly, their conversation revolving around the women Qin Xia had captured that day. One of them was speaking animatedly when his voice suddenly stopped. The other guard looked up to urge him on, then discovered his companion had collapsed to the ground. The next second, he too lost consciousness. The elite assassin disposed of the 2 men, leaned their bodies against the wall to appear to be resting, and then continued deeper into the area. Taking advantage of the lighthouse guard's drowsiness, he cleanly and efficiently eliminated him, then controlled the lighthouse to flash 3 times in succession. After sending the signal, he didn't linger and headed straight into the park. He wanted to take advantage of the guard's sleep and eliminate the most dangerous group first. In the woods, Lin Shun saw the signal, immediately waved his hand, and whispered the order: attack. Move quickly. Several hundred assassins, led by 30 mid-level assassins, split into several teams and rapidly advanced towards the park. Despite their large numbers, they remained silent, their steps precise and restrained. Inside the park, high-level assassins were already moving through the darkened guardhouses. Those guards still fast asleep were silently eliminated before they even had a chance to open their eyes. Meanwhile, in a house deep within the park, lights were on. Qin Xia sat on a sofa, surrounded by a group of scantily clad young women, the room filled with lively singing and dancing. Everyone flattered her, saying she had captured over a dozen people in a single day and brought back 4 young women. No wonder the boss doted on her the most. Qin Xia's lips curled slightly, her eyes narrowed, clearly enjoying the compliments. She got to where she is today entirely through her own efforts. But deep in her eyes, there's always a numbness and gloom. She only feels satisfied when she makes others suffer the pain she once went through. Meanwhile, after Lin Shun led his men into the park, he immediately ordered the mid-level assassins to disperse and clear out the patrolling guards. Soon, gunfire erupted. At-at-tat-tat. At-at-tat-tat. Hundreds of assassins spread out, their firepower instantly covering the entire outer area. The patrolling guards had no time to organize a counterattack and fell in droves amidst the intense gunfire. Lin Shun gripped his pistol and easily dispatched several enemies. Blood splattered, screams pierced the night, and this night was destined to be shrouded in the stench of blood. In the central office building and rest area of the park, the person in charge, Ma Shi, sat by the window smoking. 4 disheveled women lay on the bed, sobbing softly. Marcy was still thinking about making more money when he suddenly heard gunshots outside. Immediately afterward, there was a frantic knocking on the door, and his men's panicked voices rang out. "Boss, something bad has happened." Ma Shi cursed angrily, but immediately got up and opened the door. His men were terrified, saying that a group of armed forces had broken in, numbering at least 1,000, all armed with AKs, and their firepower was too overwhelming for the brothers to handle. Massey's expression instantly changed. If they dared to invade his territory, they must have been prepared, and they couldn't possibly be unaware that the Viper gang was behind them. He immediately ordered, "Quickly, organize the guards. I'll go call reinforcements." Massey dared not resist and immediately dialed the Viper gang headquarters. As soon as the call connected, the elder on the other end sounded anxious, saying that the nearby mecha compound had just been attacked by unidentified armed forces, and that they should be careful, as the main force was already on its way. Massey was shocked to hear this, not expecting that both of the Viper Gang's parks would be attacked simultaneously. He hurriedly told them that his own park had also been stormed by a powerful armed group. The elder quickly deduced that this was an operation targeting the Viper Gang. The only nearby group with both past conflicts with them and such arm strength was likely General Valen. Some time ago, the Viper Gang and General Wallen had a conflict over an arms deal. Although they superficially reconciled, no one expected the other side to make a move now. After hanging up the phone, Massey roughly identified the enemy. Reinforcements were on their way, and it would take at least 2 hours. His only task now was to hold out for those 2 hours. Soon, his men gathered all the remaining guards they could muster, but there were only a little over 200 men left. Massey's heart sank. The enemy had just broken in, yet they had already lost nearly half their forces. The situation was worse than he had imagined. He immediately made a decision. Abandon those piglets. Leave them all to them. Everyone retreat to the core area. Massey knew very well that the enemy was most likely after the piglets. Since a direct confrontation would be pointless, it was better to send men out to distract the enemy. If they could stall until the Viper Gang's reinforcements arrived, they would still have a chance to turn the tide. Chapter 9. Taking over the park. If the other party is still not satisfied with the same offer, Lin Shun will voluntarily hand over the money. This unwritten rule exists among the warlords of northern Myanmar. The fundamental reason for violence is always profit. Without money, no one will be so foolish as to risk their life. Mashi had already made concessions, handing over the victim's compound, hoping the other side wouldn't push their luck any further. Lin Shun, however, emerged almost unscathed, sweeping through the victim's compound and taking over all 30-odd buildings where victims were being held, rescuing nearly 2,000 victims. Lin Shun didn't have time to explain much to these people. After searching all these buildings, they only found a few million Thai baht. Clearly, the real money was still in the core area. So he immediately ordered all his elite soldiers to launch a full-scale attack on the core area. Nearly 1,000 people quickly dispersed, surrounding the core area. Lin Shun stood at the front of the group, smoking a cigarette with a relaxed expression. The remaining enemy forces were all huddled inside, but their guns were a motley crew, mostly outdated, and couldn't compare to the uniform AKs on Lin Shun's side. Thousands of assassins advanced expressionlessly, their dart gun barrels all aimed at the core area. The moment an enemy peeked out, a burst of bullets would erupt. Inside the core area, Massey received news that he was surrounded by nearly 1,000 men, and his face instantly changed. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. They'd already given up their position, and they were still ungrateful. Faced with thousands of AK-47s, he chickened out. Massey immediately called his men, handed him a box full of money, and ordered him to go out and negotiate, instructing him to stall for time regardless of the outcome. The henchman took the box, tucked his gun into his back pocket, and walked out carrying the box, shouting, "Don't shoot. I'm here to deliver money." Lin Shun found it intriguing and let him come closer. The underling approached Lin Shun and immediately recognized that Lin Shun was in charge. He quickly smiled obsequiously and said that their boss wanted to give the brothers some money, hoping for peaceful coexistence. He said that a fight would not be good for either side. Lin Shun stroked his chin, seemingly agreeing. Peaceful coexistence was indeed the best approach. But then a better idea suddenly popped into his mind. He said calmly, "I'll take the money. Let your boss come out and surrender. I won't kill them." His subordinates took the money box and opened it. Inside was a full 50 million Thai baht. Lin Shun immediately exchanged it for value points and then summoned hundreds of low-level assassins from his spatial storage, equipped with AKs to infiltrate the rear ranks. The underling returned home looking grim. He delivered the money, but failed to get the job done. He knew he wouldn't fare well. Sure enough, after hearing the other party's demands, Maxey flew into a rage, pulled out his pistol, and shot him dead, yelling, "What good are you? You're utterly useless when it matters." Surrender was out of the question. Massey knew very well that once they fell into the enemy's hands, they would definitely demand a ransom from the Viper Gang. But their boss was stubborn. He would rather abandon them than pay that money. That outcome would be tantamount to death. Rather than that, it would be better to fight a positional war using the houses and streets of the core area. Perhaps that could hold the enemy back. Massey immediately ordered, build fortifications on the spot and prepare for battle. Negotiations broke down and battle erupted. A 1,500 to 300 advantage was now at stake, and Lin Shen personally led his team. With overwhelming firepower, if they still lost, he might as well go home and raise pigs. Upon approaching the housing area, Lin Shen immediately ordered fire, using suppressive fire to push forward. He knew very well that the combat strength of the novice suicide soldiers was roughly the same as that of the enemy's individual soldiers, and a head-on confrontation would result in significant casualties. Therefore, he had no choice but to use unconventional tactics. Unlimited firepower mode activated. Lin Shen exchanged for another 300,000 bullets, distributing them equally among all his subordinates. He then coldly ordered, "Fire! Don't worry about wasting bullets. Don't stop for a second. Fire until they drop dead." The next second, thousands of AK-47s roared simultaneously. A dense barrage of gunfire erupted, flames sprayed wildly, and bullets rained down on the buildings in the core area. Windows shattered, glass shards flew, walls were riddled with holes, and screams of agony filled the air. Anyone on the enemy who dared to peek out was almost instantly killed by hail of bullets. Battlefield casualties often stem from insufficient firepower, and Lin Shen's side, unfortunately, had no shortage of firepower. The core area guards were pinned down, unable to even raise their heads. Showing their heads meant certain death. Reaching out meant certain incapacitation. How could they possibly fight this battle? Massey, hiding behind the wall, roared angrily, "These bastards, do they think bullets are free?" If Lin Shen heard this, he would probably thank him, since these bullets were the money they just gave him in exchange for. Gunfire, explosions, and grenades rang out incessantly, a veritable hail of bullets. However, the battle was almost entirely a one-sided rout. Soon, chaos erupted within the guard ranks. Some broke down, shouting for them to stop fighting, while others threw down their guns and raised white flags in surrender. The first group to surrender were immediately subdued by the assassins. Seeing this, the others also threw down their weapons and raised their hands. Under such terrifying firepower, they had completely lost the courage to resist. Massey smiled bitterly, resigned to his fate, and hoped that the Viper Gang leader would change his ways this time. After everyone was captured, Lin Shen's men began looting the core area, casually blowing up a safe and taking nearly 100 million Thai baht, which they exchanged for almost 2,000 points. Soon, all the prisoners in the core area were taken to the central square. The captured victims were also gathered there. As Lin Shen approached, all the assassins stood in neat rows, guns pointed downwards, and bowed to him. All the prisoners also looked at him. In the crowd, a glamorous and sexy young woman saw Lin Shen, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. The leader who led the attack on the park tonight was actually Lin Shen, whom she had tricked into coming. She stood there, stunned, almost unable to believe her eyes. Massey, kneeling on the ground, raised his head and forced a smile, asking, "May I ask which faction you belong to? Why are you an enemy of our Viper Gang?" Lin Shen smiled slightly, raised his hand, and slapped him across the face. "Did I tell you to speak?" That slap landed on Massey's face, but it brought a sense of satisfaction to countless other victims. Then, Lin Shen looked up at the victims and repeated what he had said earlier in the park: "Leave or stay." Most people hesitated, afraid to speak. But soon, someone stepped forward. "I'll stay. They killed my wife and children. My son was only 8. I'll make them pay with their blood. I'll stay too. I have no family left. Count me in." Chapter 10. Ambush reinforcements wipe out the enemy. For a moment, many people chose to stay. Lin Shen glanced around and saw that there were about 300 people who stayed, while the remaining 1,500 or so people had not spoken, but their attitude was already very clear. Lin Shen didn't force them. He simply said that those who wanted to leave would have their travel expenses paid first thing tomorrow morning, and he would arrange for someone to take them to the airport or the Chinese embassy. He knew that these people had been deceived for years, living in the shadow of death every day, and that their families were waiting for them to return home. The park area is quite large, and Lin Shen plans to convert it into a base. He also found out that there were several contractors among the people who stayed behind. Although they were not professional architects, they were experienced and more than capable of building walls and repairing houses. Afterwards, Lin Shen distributed the captured weapons to them, instructing them to direct the guards in repairing the city walls. At least they couldn't let anyone easily infiltrate again like this. After dealing with the victims, Lin Shen turned to the group of guards and said with a smile, Don't worry, I won't kill you. From today onwards, in order to cultivate your spirit of hard work and love for life, I will implement a 007 work system for you. Work from midnight to midnight, 24 hours a day. If you perform well, you could get a day off every 3 days. As for how long you can last, that depends on how strong your body is. The guards felt a chill run down their spines. This wasn't reformation, it was worse than capitalists. Immediately, a troublemaker jumped out to protest, demanding that prisoners be treated well, otherwise it would be a violation of the law. Bang! A gunshot pierced the night sky, and a man fell to the ground instantly. Lin Chen said calmly, "Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly just now. Could you please repeat it?" The man was already dead. What was the point of saying anything? The remaining guards all lowered their heads in silence, and no one dared to voice any objections. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, leaving behind 100 elite soldiers to assist in guarding and supervising their work. With this free labor force working day and night, the city wall should be completed soon. Meanwhile, the Viper Gang's reinforcements would arrive in about an hour. Lin Chen had to take his men there and give them a good beating. Quality over quantity was key. Lin Chen exchanged for 1 high-level assassin and over 80 mid-level assassins, assembling a company of mid-level combat power. The Viper Gang's headquarters are in the west. The only way to get there quickly is via a single highway, unless they take a longer route, which would add at least 3 hours to their journey. The enemy is in a rush to save the day and has no idea that Lin Chen still has the resources to lay an ambush. So Lin Chen led his men to drive away the vehicles from the base, and also sent men to bring out the cars hidden in the woods, rushing westward. He was exhausted from the night before, only thinking that after this battle, he must reward himself properly when he got back. On the path the enemy was bound to take, there was a continuous mountain range called Savage Mountain. In the past, people who went in could hardly come out, but now a road has been built and it only takes a little over an hour to drive through. Lin Chen led his assassins to the hillside ahead of time, lying in ambush on high ground, quietly waiting for their prey to come to them. Half an hour later, car headlights appeared in the darkness in the distance. 2 lanes for lanes, 8 lanes, 16 lanes. More and more vehicles sped towards them, at least 80 miles per hour. They knew this road well. Even if they hit someone, it wouldn't matter to them. An SUV roared up from the front. Boom! A sudden explosion rang out. The SUV was overturned on the spot. Flames shot into the sky, followed by a second explosion. Dozens of vehicles behind were forced to stop instantly. Lin Chen coldly ordered, "Fire!" In an instant, thousands of AKs simultaneously unleashed a torrent of fire. The clatter of gunfire tore through the night sky, and a dense barrage of bullets rained down like a storm, as if the entire Savage Mountain had been set ablaze. Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Faced with overwhelming firepower, numbers were nothing more than sitting ducks. Screams erupted quickly, blood splattered, and corpses littered the ground. Terrified, cries mingled with explosions, like a scene from hell. Countless vehicles were riddled with bullets, and many more were detonated directly by bullets. Enemy attack. Counterattack. Fire. The convoy leader finally reacted and immediately organized his men to return fire. They had brought over 1,000 men, all armed, but 500 or 600 were killed in the first encounter. The remaining men tried to raise their guns in retaliation, but were immediately pushed back by the Suicide Squad's barrage of fire. They lacked the advantage of timing, location, and manpower, and were no match for the Suicide Squad's fearless ferocity. Seeing the situation was dire, several vehicles behind them immediately turned to flee. But the next second, a gunshot rang out, and the driver's forehead exploded open, drawing blood. Lin Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. As expected of a high-level assassin, his marksmanship was truly terrifying. Taking advantage of grenades and the chaos of the battlefield, Lin Chen successfully accumulated 100 kills. The system notified him that the side quest was complete, rewarding him with 5 free attribute points. After a moment's thought, he increased his strength to 7 points and his constitution and agility to 5 points each. This finally allowed him to steadily control the AK's recoil. Immediately afterward, a new side quest was released, requiring him to personally kill 1,000 enemies, achieving a 1,000-man kill, with the reward also being 5 attribute points. Lin Chen immediately picked up the AK-47 and pulled the trigger, the muzzle flashing once more. Feeling the vibration from a gun, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Indeed, the AK was a man's true romance. With his mastery of firearms, he was almost always accurate. Each burst of fire took down many enemies. Before long, he had personally killed another 50 or 60 people. Soon after, the gunfire subsided. Everywhere one looked, there were wreckage and corpses. In this battle, the Viper Gang's 1,500 reinforcements were almost completely wiped out, while Lin Chen's side only lost 80 or 90 elite soldiers, not even reaching triple digits in casualties. This was the terror of suppressed fire. Looking at the carnage, Lin Chen immediately ordered, "Clean up the battlefield and head back." Chapter 11. Resources are running low. With multiple approaches combined, the undercover operation began. Lin Chen looked at the enemy corpses scattered on the ground below and nodded in satisfaction. He had originally thought that Fireman was incredibly powerful, but it turned out he was nothing special. However, the Viper Gang must be eliminated as soon as possible. Although they have more than a dozen parks and their subordinates are scattered in various places, Lin Chen has already wiped out all the people he could mobilize in a short time. Now, the Viper Gang is like a fat sheep placed on a table, just waiting for him to make his move. After clearing the battlefield, Lin Chen acquired another batch of supplies and weapons. The quantity wasn't excessive, but every little bit helps, and for him now, no resource could be wasted. When they returned to the park, the victims were working enthusiastically. They were all excited to see Lin Chen return with his men. Lin Chen told them that he would send someone to take them to the Chinese embassy the next morning. Hearing that they could finally go home, everyone was overjoyed and worked even harder, continuing to speed up the construction of the city wall. At this moment, the man who had previously volunteered to take charge of the military base construction walked over quickly. He was about to call him brother when he immediately changed his address to boss. Lin Chen noticed his expression and asked what was wrong. The man replied seriously that there were too few materials in the park. To build the wall according to the blueprints, they would need at least stone and iron ore. Without sufficient materials, further construction simply cannot proceed. Lin Chen nodded, indicating that he had remembered and would find a way to obtain the resources soon. He then asked if the other party had any way to refine them. After all, ore cannot be used directly. It must be refined and fused, otherwise it's meaningless. Upon hearing this, the man immediately became excited, saying that given enough time, he could build facilities for smelting iron and stone. These were things he would never have been able to do freely in China, but with Lin Chen, he had the freedom to put them into practice. He had wanted to try many of his previous ideas. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised, but also satisfied, promising on the spot that he would resolve the materials issue, hoping the man wouldn't disappoint him. He then asked the man's name, and the man replied that it was Wu Lei. Lin Chen nodded, telling him to just call him Lin Chen from now on. After receiving the reply, Wu Lei immediately went back to his work. Then, Lin Chen went to the management building. He had already designated a room on the first floor as a conference room, and he stood alone inside, staring at the distribution map of the surrounding forces. Lin Chen now effectively controls two areas. To the west lies a continuous mountain range. Beyond that range lies the headquarters of the Viper Gang. On this side of the mountains, besides these two areas, there are 5 more areas to the north, all belonging to the Viper Gang. In this area, apart from a few small gangs with only a dozen or so members operating independently, the rest of the gambling dens and telecom fraud zones are basically controlled by the Viper Gang. There's only one zone to the south, but not far away is a small iron mine. The mine isn't large, with only about 100 guards, but no gang in the vicinity dares to touch it. Because behind the iron mine stands General Wallen. He is a warlord with 8,000 soldiers, and his equipment here is quite good. AKs, pistols, and grenades are standard issue, and armored vehicles and artillery are also plentiful. Even if both members of the Viper Gang join forces, they might not be able to defeat him. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, but he wasn't agonizing over which one to fight next. Only children make choices. He wanted to take them all down. What he was really thinking about was how to attack all these parks simultaneously. He planned to take them all in one fell swoop. Soon, Lin Chen came up with a plan and immediately issued new orders to his subordinates. Once the hostages were sent away tomorrow, their plan could officially begin. The next morning, at Hua State Airport, a group of scammers squatted at the exit, holding up recruitment advertisements and constantly observing the crowds. They quickly spotted a lone tourist who appeared to be a migrant worker. After observing for a moment, a scammer approached and enthusiastically introduced the job, saying that they had a 9 to 5 job with weekends off, no educational requirements, a guaranteed monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, and those with good performance could easily earn over 30,000 yuan. They also mentioned that there were many girls available, and you might even be able to find a partner. The man seemed very serious, asking if it was really that tall and what he did for a living. The scammers, already prepared with their script, immediately said they were an electronics factory producing high-tech parts, and that they occasionally needed to call clients, earning commissions for each order. The man nodded in agreement. The scammers were overjoyed and quickly helped him with his luggage, taking him to the recruitment point to fill out a contract. Just as the two left, another lone tourist appeared at the exit, looking around, seemingly also looking for work. Another scammer immediately approached the job-seeking tourist with an advertisement. After a brief introduction, the tourist left with the scammer. In just over an hour, a number of job-seeking tourists appeared at the airport. They were targeted by scammers from different industrial parks and taken away in batches. This excited the scammers responsible for recruiting them. Normally, even the top salesperson would only bring back 10 or so people a day, but today, several cars were already full in just a short time. Someone excitedly shouted, "We're going to make a fortune today. Quickly tell the park to send another car to pick up more people." The subordinate also reported that they had already checked the people. These people didn't have calluses on their hands, so they didn't seem to be fake cops. Their physiques were also average. They were probably just poor bastards who were crazy about money. Team leader Maiba grinned from ear to ear after hearing this. In his eyes, these people were all money. Thinking about how he could go and have fun with those beautiful foreign women after getting his commission tonight, his smile became even more lewd. Meanwhile, a similar scene was unfolding at the Waste train station. Several fraud rings, as well as different teams within the same ring, were hauling busloads of people into the ring, all grinning from ear to ear. They felt they had struck it rich that day, completely unaware that real danger had already crept into the ring along with these job seekers. Chapter 12. Infiltrating each park. Unexpectedly, things turned out well. In the luxuriously decorated office, the boss, GIs, sat in a leather chair, dressed in a suit and tie, with his hair slicked back. A 10-centimeter scar ran across his square face, and a thick gold chain hung around his neck. He looked like a nouveau riche, yet he exuded a ruthless aura. He was the head of the largest telecom fraud zone in the area, guarded by over 400 people, more than 300 of whom were members of the Viper Gang, with the rest being local able-bodied men. The number of victims swindled or abducted inside was as high as 800. Once these people have been drained of their value, they'll be sent to the Juju processing plantation. However, the largest Juju processing plantation nearby was shut down by Lin Shen last night. Jis, clutching the performance report, looked terrifyingly grim. He slammed his fist on the table and yelled, "How come this month's figure isn't even 20 million? What were those pigs doing?" Because of the park's large size, he has to pay 60 million to headquarters every quarter, and only the excess goes to him. In other words, he needs to generate at least 20 million per month to avoid losing money. But this month's figures are clearly insufficient. GIs grew increasingly furious. The Chinese were so easily fooled. A few fabricated images and a few scare tactics were all it took to rake in the money. And now, the Chinese were even wealthier, easily racking up tens of thousands of yuan in a single scam. With over 800 people making calls every day, they couldn't even earn 20 million. How could he tolerate that? Just then, his subordinates came in to report that several teams in the park had recruited a lot of new people today, adding 21 more piglets in one day. Moreover, they were all very well-behaved and did not show much resistance. These people were all lured in through various advertisements and recruitment traps. After hearing this, Jis's expression finally softened a bit, and he immediately ordered, "Take them to see the situation tomorrow. If they're obedient, let them make phone calls." New recruits usually scam their families first, and the initial sum is usually quite large. Keep a close eye on them. Don't let them run away. His subordinates acknowledged and left. Watching the new batch of recruits being sent into the park, GIs was in high spirits. Even his earlier anger had subsided considerably. For him, the more people, the more money. The decline in performance was mainly due to a lack of new recruits. But he had no idea that most of these new recruits were actually assassins planted by Lin Shen. At this moment, Lin Shen had already divided his men into 7 teams. Each team consisted of approximately 10 mid-level assassins leading 200 low-level assassins, each keeping an eye on one of the surrounding areas. The largest area, GIs, was left for later. Once the two nearby areas were taken, the three sides could join forces to conquer GIs. The number of soldiers in each team would be adjusted according to the number of guards in each area, ensuring a 2-to-1 numerical advantage. Lin Shen sent his assassins in beforehand, firstly to gather intelligence about the park's interior, and secondly to coordinate an attack from within. The guards never imagined that these seemingly defenseless newcomers could suddenly produce AK-47s. Unlike the other 6 groups of targets, Lin Chun himself, along with 2 remaining high-level assassins and 60 mid-level assassins, headed towards the iron or mine. Meanwhile, on the 18th floor of the Viper Gang headquarters, the entire floor had been converted into a luxurious presidential suite, the residence of the gang leader, Viper. From inside came Viper's furious roar. "All the reinforcements we sent are gone?" Both parks said they had thousands attacking them. "Where do they get these people? How could they possibly wipe out all my reinforcements?" Overnight, the Viper Gang lost nearly 2/5 of its men, and Viper was furious. Those around him advised him to calm down, saying that being able to do something like this overnight was most likely related to General Valen, with whom he had recently clashed. The more Viper thought about it, the more convinced he became that it was him, so he immediately dialed Valen's number. An impatient, middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. "Who is it? Disturbing my morning exercise." Viper cut to the chase, coldly demanding, "Valen, what exactly do you mean?" Wallen was completely bewildered by the question, instinctively stopping what he was doing and asking in return, "What do you mean? Viper, are you on fire?" Viper's anger flared even more. "My park and my people. Weren't you the one who attacked them?" Valen was even more confused. "What happened to your park?" This question, to Viper's ears, sounded like feigned ignorance. He gritted his teeth and threatened, "Give me back the park now, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, don't push me to the brink." Although Valen didn't know what had happened, he couldn't tolerate the fact that the Viper Gang was inferior to him and now dared to threaten him. He sneered, "You dare to threaten me?" Upon hearing this, the Viper Gang was convinced that Valen didn't want to reconcile and hung up the phone immediately. Immediately afterward, he dialed another number and ordered in a deep voice, "Jace, send a few men to burn down Wallen's poppy plantation. Don't burn it all, just burn a little bit, give him a warning." He wanted to make Wallen understand that the Viper Gang was not a pushover. If he really pushed him too far, they could both suffer heavy losses. Meanwhile, Lin Chun had already led his assassins, silently sneaking up to the vicinity of the mine. Chapter 13. A dark and stormy night for the operation. The mine was surrounded by a 5-meter-high blast fence, its defenses as tight as a small fortress. Lin Chun led his henchmen to the nearby hillside, using the terrain to observe the mine's interior. Although there were only a little over 100 people there, they were all from warlord forces on a completely different level from ordinary gangs. They were all equipped with rifles and submachine guns, and there were 2 armored vehicles parked in the mine, with 5 heavy machine guns pointing directly at the gate. Let alone ordinary people, even a battalion charging and would likely suffer considerable losses. Lin Chun observed for a while and quickly made a judgment. A direct assault could win, but it wasn't worth risking lives. He would wait until late at night, just before dawn, to make his move. That time would be when the enemy was most tired and relaxed. Besides, they had General Valen backing them. Having been safe here for so long, they simply didn't believe anyone would dare to attack them. Lin Chun whispered, "Everyone lie low and rest. We'll move in the latter half of the night." After saying that, he found a hidden rock to lean against and closed his eyes to rest. The other assassins also dispersed and hid, waiting for their chance to strike. Night deepened, and the wind whistled through the mountains. After midnight, the various parks gradually quieted down. However, the news from the daytime kept them from fully relaxing, and each park increased its night watch. Little did they know, the newly recruited job seekers locked in their rooms were pulling out AK-47s and grenade from their personal storage spaces. The next second, these people rushed out of the room, first taking out the guards at the door, and then quickly clearing out the entire building. Tat-tat-tat-tat. Gunfire suddenly erupted, and nearby guards, hearing the commotion, immediately rushed towards the source of the gunfire. They judged that the gunfire wasn't intense, at most a dozen or so guns, and assumed it was just a small-scale riot. Just as some of the gate guards were redeployed, hundreds of armed men with Burmese faces suddenly emerged from the shadows, each wielding an AK-47. A barrage of fire erupted instantly, and before the guards could react, they were mowed down in droves. These men then swarmed in through the entrance and quickly seized control of the park. The same thing happened simultaneously in several locations. The Viper gang headquarters was inundated with calls. Viper, upon receiving the news, was furious. The attackers were all local Burmese, armed with standardized AK weapons. Who else could it be but Wallon? Viper gritted his teeth and cursed, "Valen, since you struck first, don't blame me for being impolite." He immediately dialed his subordinate's number and roared, "Burn down all of Valen's poppy fields. Leave not a single one. You've cut off my industrial parks revenue stream, so I'll burn down your poppy fields and make you suffer just as much." His subordinate received the order and immediately prepared to act. After traveling all day, he had already infiltrated General Wallon's territory. Meanwhile, before dawn, Lin Shan opened his eyes around 3 or 4 in the morning. It was almost time. He looked at the 2 high-ranking assassins beside him and whispered, "You 2 go in first and take care of the guards, open the gate, and preferably take control of the heavy machine gun as well." Both men were Special Forces rank, so this kind of mission was nothing to them. They nodded and disappeared into the night. In the moonlight, only 2 dark figures could be seen, moving like ghosts as they rapidly approached the mine fence. The 5-meter-high barbed fence, difficult for ordinary people to climb, was nothing to them. The 2 men used it as leverage, grabbed the top, and easily vaulted over the fence. The slight noise startled 2 guards who were dozing against the wall. But before they could even open their eyes and react, their throats had been slit. 2 assassins tightly covered their mouths, preventing them from making a sound. A moment later, the mine gate was opened silently. Lin Shan waved his hand, leading the remaining assassins quickly into the mine. The 2 high-ranking assassins continued their advance towards the heavy machine gun position. The machine gunners on night watch were all dozing off. Normally, they could react immediately if someone fired at the door, but now, the guards were gone. A flash of blade, and several machine gunners, half asleep, lost their lives. The gate fell completely, and the suicide squad stormed into the mine, heading straight for the guards' resting tent area. They raised their AK-47s and unleashed a furious barrage of fire at the tents. Tot. Flames spat out, bullets tore through the tents, and also through the sleeping warlord soldiers inside. Many didn't even have time to open their eyes before being riddled with bullets. The intense gunfire roused the remaining men, but their first reaction wasn't to fight back, but to cover their heads and flee in panic. Many shouted for surrender while simultaneously trying to escape in the chaos. After all, with only a few thousand baht in monthly military pay, no one was truly willing to risk their lives for Wallon. Surrender was acceptable, but escape was not. Lin Shan raised his gun and fired short bursts, felling every warlord soldier who turned to flee. Those who raised their hands in surrender were quickly subdued by his elite assassins. Before long, the situation at the mine stabilized completely, and more than 60 warlord soldiers were taken prisoner. Hearing the gunfire outside, the miners in the rest area trembled on the ground in fear. They knew that another force had come to seize the mine. For these miners, who was in charge didn't matter. They only cared about their own survival. When the gunfire stopped, one of the braver miners, Xiao He, cautiously peeked out to see what was happening, only to bump into Lin Shan. Xiao He was so frightened that he turned and ran. Lin Shan raised his hand and fired a shot, the bullet hitting near Xiao He's feet, making him freeze in place. "Stop. Why are you running?" "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Go and call all the miners out." Xiao He nodded hurriedly and ran back as fast as he could. Now that the mine was secured, Lin Shan certainly wouldn't let his henchmen mine. Professional tasks should be left to professionals. The miners would remain the same. As for wages, Lin Shan wouldn't shortchange them. Chapter 14 Money Makes People Mine. The Angry General Wallon. Soon, hundreds of miners were gathered on the flat ground outside the mine. Many had just been woken up and had no idea what was happening. They could only rub their eyes and ask their fellow miners for details. Looking at the dense crowd before him, Lin Shan immediately judged that this iron mine was by no means small. He stepped onto the platform, cleared his throat, and scanned the crowd below. "Gentlemen, from today onwards, I will be in charge of this place. Is there anyone in charge who can come forward and introduce this iron mine? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to everyone's ears. The miners were taken aback at first. Then their faces changed, and a murmur arose from below. Some thought he was too arrogant, daring to say he would take over General Valen's mines. Others secretly shook their heads, thinking that this young man had probably jumped from one fire pit into another tiger's den. Lin Shun ignored the discussions and simply added, "Starting today, your salaries and meals will be doubled." These words immediately caused an uproar. At this moment, an elderly man of about 60 years old stepped forward. His face was full of wrinkles, his skin was dark, and his back was slightly hunched. He looked like an old miner who had worked in the mines for most of his life. But as soon as he appeared, everyone fell silent, clearly indicating that he held considerable prestige among the miners. The old man spoke up, "Sir, I am the person in charge of the miners here. This iron mine is considered small to medium-sized, with an annual output of about 2,000 tons and a total of 452 miners. We were all forced to come here, and we are only paid 5,000 baht a month. Food expenses are deducted separately, so the income basically ends up back in their hands." After listening, Lin Shun couldn't help but sigh. This General Wallen was not only a warlord, but also a thorough capitalist who knew exactly how to exploit labor. Just when everyone thought good days were coming, Lin Shun suddenly said, "I take back my decision." The miners' joy froze instantly, followed by anger. Sure enough, there's no such thing as a free lunch. They knew Lin Shun wasn't so kind. But the next second, Lin Shun continued, "I've decided to triple your wages. Meals will be free, and you'll receive an additional 1,000 baht monthly food allowance." While this treatment wasn't particularly extravagant, it far exceeded what these miners had received before, enough to motivate them to work harder. Paying too much would only encourage them to slack off, which would be counterproductive. The miners below instantly reversed their emotions, their initial anger vanishing and replaced by ecstatic joy. Some shouted excitedly that they had made a fortune, while others couldn't believe it was real. The old man's eyes lit up, and he quickly thanked Lin Shun. Lin Shun, however, didn't care about the thanks and only coldly reminded him, "I can give you the money, but if I find out that someone takes the money and doesn't do the work, they will bear the consequences." After dealing with the mine affairs, Lin Shun ordered his men to take away all the iron ore that hadn't been transported yet and left dozens of assassins to guard the place. With the assassins there, he had no need to worry about the mine being taken back. As long as there was any disturbance at the mine, the assassins could relay the news to him with a single thought. He could then easily retake the mine by summoning more men. Afterwards, the lower-ranking assassins escorted the iron ore back to base. Lin Shun, meanwhile, led his men to continue towards the largest iron ore plantation in Valen's hands. Meanwhile, on the other side, amidst lush mountains and clear waters, vast fields of poppies swayed in the wind. In a military camp, a soldier hurried across the grounds, running towards a luxurious villa at the very center. Inside the villa, General Wallen was leisurely reclining on a leather sofa, sipping fine tea, while a war movie played on the television. He was still commenting on how stupid the warlord villains in the TV series were. If they were that brainless in real life, they would all be dead long ago. A soldier rushed in, shouting, "General, something terrible has happened." General Valen, however, remained calm, took a sip of tea, and admonished, "Little Bo, how many times have I told you to stay calm in the face of adversity? Only by thinking things through calmly can you win every battle." Then he slowly asked, "Tell me, what happened?" The soldier immediately reported that a poppy field they had visited the previous night had caught fire. Although it was discovered in time, a significant portion of the crop had been destroyed, resulting in heavy losses. Security had been increased at the remaining 5 fields. Then, the soldier delivered a second piece of bad news. "Also, we've lost contact with the iron ore mine in the far north. It looks like things are likely in dire straits." General Valen spat out a mouthful of tea, his composure vanishing instantly, replaced by barely suppressed rage. Damn it, which bastard did this? General Wallen was extremely greedy. Burning his poppy fields and seizing his iron mines was tantamount to taking his life. In his anger, he suddenly remembered the phone call from the leader of the Viper Gang the previous night. Could it be the Viper Gang? But they were clearly weaker than him, so why would they dare to provoke him? Without a word, General Valen dialed the Viper Gang leader's number. As soon as the call connected, He went straight to the point. Did you do what happened last night? On the other end of the phone, the leader of the Viper gang spoke in a sarcastic tone. What happened last night? General Vallon, I know nothing about it. Hearing this tone, General Vallon almost immediately concluded that the other party was definitely involved. He threatened coldly, fine, you just wait. The Viper wasn't about to back down either, replying in a somber tone. Do you think I'm easily intimidated? I warned you long ago, it's better to fight to the death. General Vallon, too lazy to waste any more words, simply said, then let's settle this with our skills, and hung up the phone. A local gang dared to challenge him. A warlord? They were simply asking for trouble. A sinister sneer appeared on General Vallon's face, which was covered by a thick mustache. Give the order to assemble. I will personally lead the army into battle. 10 minutes later, General Wallen, now in military uniform, appeared on the drill ground. Below him stood 5,000 elite troops, armored vehicles and troop carriers all ready for action. He raised his hand and coldly ordered, move. Target. Viper gang headquarters. Wipe them out. Soon, the long convoy of vehicles formed a long line and drove onto the highway. At the very front, many soldiers on off-road motorcycles were scouting the way. Ordinary residents along the roadside panicked and gave way upon seeing the army, fearing that the enemy might displease them and send them flying. Some whispered among themselves that this was General Vallon's troops, and that war was likely on the horizon again. Others recognized the direction as being towards the Viper gang's territory and couldn't help but speculate that the current situation of two tigers vying for power in this area might finally be coming to an end. Chapter 15. Overwhelming Strength, taking down the largest telecom fraud zone. In Hua State, the Hualong General and the Poisonous Snake Gang have long been rivals. Their numbers are roughly equal, and their industries differ, so they have never completely broken ties. The Viper gang made money through telecom fraud, kidney cutting, organ trafficking, and loan sharking, with almost zero cost and high returns. General Wallen's gang went even further, dabbling in drug trafficking, arms dealing, and casinos. While their costs were high, their profits were equally astonishing. Because of their differing core interests, the two sides usually only have minor squabbles and try to minimize the damage. However, they recently had a conflict over a trivial matter, and Lin Chen's actions have now completely ignited the conflict between them. Several small industrial parks were successively taken over by the assassins, and Lin Chen gained another 5,000 contribution points. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately summoned 1,500 low-level assassins and used the remaining contribution points to summon mid-level assassins. These assassins were all positioned near the last area. Before dawn, Lin Chen finally arrived outside the area. He certainly couldn't miss such a crucial battle. The assassins who had already infiltrated the park had thoroughly investigated the number of security personnel, their positions, and their firepower. After everything was prepared, Lin Chen personally went to the front line and led more than 2,000 assassins to completely surround the entire park. The park had 3 entrances. Lin Chen and 2 high-level assassins, each leading 700 men, charged in simultaneously from 3 directions. Today, no one in this park would escape. As for the hidden observation posts, they had already been silently dealt with by mid-level assassins. A large number of armed personnel suddenly appeared outside the park, overwhelming them like divine soldiers descending from the sky. On the elevated walkway, a guard in a green military uniform was patrolling. He glanced outside and screamed in terror, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The patrol team immediately stopped and looked outside. The team leader saw only a dense mass of armed personnel with AKs outside the park, and the air instantly became extremely tense. Most of these guards were hastily recruited and had never seen anything like this before. Their faces were deathly pale, their legs stiff, and they dared not utter a word. The dark muzzles of guns were all pointed at them, as if the slightest movement would be instantly swallowed up. Only one thought occupied their minds. Where were the sentries outside? How did so many people manage to sneak up to the door? Even more outrageous, the other side was armed with an AK. They quickly remembered their leader's warning from earlier that day and guessed that these were probably people sent by General Wallen to seize the park. Faced with such concentrated firepower, the guards decisively dropped their weapons and surrendered with their hands raised. Fighting for their lives was out of the question. Survival was their top priority. Inside the park, the captain of the security team was leading a patrol when suddenly his eyelids twitched violently and a sense of foreboding washed over him. He instinctively looked towards the gate and immediately saw countless unfamiliar armed men rushing in. One glance was enough to send a chill down his spine. He turned and ran, wishing he had more legs. Before the patrol officers around him could react, a gunshot suddenly rang out. A hail of bullets swept through, instantly turning the guards into sieves. Simultaneously, fighting erupted at the other two gates. It was less a battle and more a one-sided rout. Inside the office, Jis was enjoying himself when suddenly a panicked shout came from outside. "Boss, something's wrong. Someone's broken in." Jis abruptly shoved the woman beneath him, pulled up his pants, and rushed to the door, angrily demanding to know what was going on. His men quickly reported that an unspecified armed force had simultaneously stormed into the park through 3 entrances, their firepower too overwhelming for the men to handle. Jis gasped, immediately recalling the gang leader's instructions from earlier that day. Could it really be General Valen's men? He pressed them to confirm if they were locals. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Jis was almost certain they were General Valen's men. He immediately relayed the message to the gang leader, then led his men out. "Gather your forces. Follow me and break through the west gate. The park can be rebuilt, but if the people are gone, then everything is gone." Although he built this park bit by bit, and it took him 2 years to trick those piglets into coming, he has no choice but to give it up now. Soon, over 200 armed men gathered before GI's. Seeing so many men around him, he felt a little more confident. If he couldn't win, surely he could escape? GI's, clutching the money box, fled towards the west gate under the escort of his men. But with more people, they became a bigger target. Almost simultaneously, thousands of assassins quickly surrounded them, completely blocking their path. Looking at the row of AK-47 assassins before him, each one looking menacing, Jis suppressed his anger and forced a strained smile. "Brothers, don't shoot. We can talk this over. Who's your leader? I have women and money here. We could discuss anything." Lin Shen looked at his pleading expression and simply smiled faintly. This Jis was far too naive. The next second, Lin Shen raised his hand and then swung it down. Tot. Thousands of assassins simultaneously pulled the triggers, their AK muzzles spitting fire wildly. The fierce firepower instantly overwhelmed the 200 guards. They didn't even have time to react before bullets pierced their bodies. Blood gushed from the bullet holes, and in the blink of an eye, all 200 park guards lay on the ground. Among the corpses, only Geese remained standing. At this moment, GI's was completely terrified. In his eyes, these people weren't human, but a group of devils who didn't follow any rules. Lin Shen coldly ordered, "Clean up the battlefield and find all the money." The assassins immediately dispersed. At Lin Shen's signal, 2 burly assassins dragged Jis away like a dead dog and threw him in front of Lin Shen. Jis knelt on the ground, desperately kowtowing to Lin Shen. Chapter 16. Telecom fraudsters are too rich. One wave, one small target. You're the person in charge here, right? You've cheated quite a few Chinese people over the years, haven't you? Lin Shen looked at Jis coldly and directly ordered him a hand over all his money, bank cards, and pins. Lin Shen showed no kindness whatsoever to these ringleaders of the telecom fraud park. Jis cried his eyes out, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for mercy, but crocodile tears were utterly worthless. In Lin Shen's view, the best way to deal with these heinous criminals was to rob them of all their money and let them experience the taste of having nothing. "I'll give it all. Just let me go." GI's dared not resist. The image of his hundreds of men being riddled with bullets was still vivid in his mind. He only knew that if he didn't pay, he would surely die. Afterwards, Jis led Lin Shen to the office and opened the safe. All the cash inside was gone, and the money in the bank cards could be directly converted into contribution points by the system as long as the password was known. It has to be said, telecom fraud is incredibly lucrative. Kisker has over 10 million US dollars, and his safe contains 40 to 50 million Thai baht, all stolen money he hadn't had time to hand over. That adds up to nearly 100 million. No wonder so many people in northern Myanmar are involved in telecom fraud. It's far more lucrative than the previous industrial park in Gao. The speed at which they make money is simply outrageous. After all, every transaction in GA Yaozi is recorded, so it's not easy for him to embezzle. The telecom fraud park is different. The The higher-ups only look at the targets. JIS made his subordinates exceed the targets, so naturally he was raking in the profits. "Boss, all my money is here. Please let me go." Jis's face was filled with fear, but a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. All the money he had worked so hard to earn had been taken away. How could he not hate it? But Lin Shen caught that murderous intent. He sighed softly. It seemed the lesson wasn't enough. Then he waved his hand, and several assassins immediately stepped forward. Before long, Ji's was writhing on the ground in pain, begging incessantly. But Lin Shen's gaze was icy cold. This guy, whose hands were stained with the blood of Chinese people, didn't deserve to leave alive. After making Ji's experience true suffering, Lin Shen ordered his men to send him on his way. Having dealt with the ringleader, he led his henchmen to the victim's residential area. Here were held thousands of people who had been swindled from China to work in telecom fraud. Most were ordinary people, but many were university students. They had been lured in by the promise of high-paying jobs, only to fall into hell. They had thought they could make a fortune by going abroad, but they never expected the telecom fraud industrial park to be so large, operating like a factory. Now, they all looked dazed and bore injuries. Looking at these people, Lin Shen couldn't help but shake his head. Their awareness of danger was too weak, and they were blinded by greed, which is why they were tricked step by step into this ruthless place that devours people without a trace. "You've been rescued. I'll arrange for someone to take you to the embassy. Once there, someone will arrange for you to return home. Remember, don't be fooled again." Lin Shen had the assassins remove the shackles from their bodies. They were all Chinese, and being in a foreign land, he felt it was only natural to help them. It was just a small favor. The rescued people thanked him profusely, some excitedly asking his name, their eyes filled with longing for a new life. Lin Shen simply smiled faintly. "I didn't come here specifically to rescue you, just to take over this place. As for my name, Lin Shen, a lone Chinese from the Dragon Kingdom, nothing more." After speaking, he waved for the assassins to take the person away. With that, the entire area east of Savage Mountain fell into Lin Shen's hands. He now controlled 8 areas in one mine. This latest development also earned him an additional 10,000 contribution points. Lin Shen pondered for a moment, deciding that he should focus on summoning intermediate-level assassins in the future. The use of too many low-level assassins was no longer as significant. But soon, he remembered something else. Although Myanmar was fragmented by warlords, there were still many gangs operating in various regions, and the illegal lending business could still continue. Even if there weren't many people involved in illegal lending here, every little bit helps. Lin Shen decided to send some of his men to develop their own networks in different areas. So he spent 3,000 contribution points to summon 100 junior assassins and 10 intermediate assassins in 15 different regions of Myanmar, and equipped each of them with an AK and unlimited ammunition. These people were in charge of local illegal lending. Wherever they contributed the most points, Lin Shen would continue to recruit assassins, let them grow stronger, fight for the park, and eventually become kings of the mountains. With the remaining 7,000 contribution points, Lin Shen exchanged them all for intermediate-level assassins. This added another 700 soldier-level combatants, bringing his total number of intermediate-level assassins to over 800. Just as Xiang Yu, the hegemon king of the West, led 8,000 soldiers from Jiangdong, Lin Shen now has 800 soldier-level assassins returning to his ranks. Chapter 17. The Viper Gang and the Walloon Army clash in a clash of blades. Lin Shen nodded in satisfaction. He knew very well that the few parks he had taken over were just small fry. The Viper Gang headquarters was the real big prize. Meanwhile, Viper, the leader of the Viper Gang, also received the news that all the strongholds on the other side of the mountain had been completely wiped out. He was instantly enraged, convinced that General Valen had done this. "Valen, is it? Since you are so ruthless, then don't blame me for being ruthless too." Viper immediately gathered his remaining men, preparing to fight Valen's army to the death. Meanwhile, General Valen's convoy had already reached the outskirts of the Viper Gang's headquarters. At the checkpoint, Viper Gang guards drew their guns and blocked the way, shouting that passage was prohibited. Their response was a burst of submachine gun fire. General Valen blew on the gunpowder smoke and coldly cursed. "Prohibited passage? I'll wipe out the Viper Gang's lair today. Charge!" Gunfire erupted instantly, and the Walloon army swarmed into the pass. Within minutes, the defenses were breached, and the pass was completely looted. Walloon waved his hand, ordering his troops to continue the advance. They had to reach the Viper gang headquarters today. At the Viper gang headquarters, Viper had just assembled his team, barely managing to muster a little over 2,000 men. It wasn't that he didn't want to call more, but the remaining men were already the bare minimum needed to keep his various businesses running. Just then, a member of the gang ran over in a panic, shouting that something was wrong. Viper frowned and reprimanded him, thinking that the park had been attacked again. But the man's next words made his expression change drastically. General Vallon has led his men to attack. Viper immediately concluded that Vallon was determined to devour him. First, he destroyed his plantation, forcing him to retaliate. Then he used this as a pretext to attack headquarters, a truly ruthless tactic. He led his men to the Bay City gates and quickly confronted Vallon across the distance. Vallon immediately launched into a tirade, accusing Viper of burning his poppy plantations, seizing his mines, and cutting off his source of income. Viper sneered after hearing this, becoming even more certain of his judgment. He admitted to burning down the poppy fields, but blaming him for seizing the mines was far too easy. He immediately retorted that Vallon had stolen his park and now wanted to wipe out Viper's gang. Since that was the case, then so be it. It was a fight to the death. Vallon, hiding behind the army lines, was taken aback. When had he ever hacked the Viper gang's compound? His staff officer whispered a reminder, saying that the Viper gang was probably just making excuses to shift the blame onto them because they were afraid their headquarters would be wiped out. Vallon nodded. Even if there was some misunderstanding, it didn't matter now. Now that the excuse was right in front of him, he could seize the opportunity to swallow up the Viper gang and take over all their assets. He coldly ordered attack. Whoever takes Viper's head will receive a reward of 30 million. The 5,000 Wallen soldiers instantly became excited, opening fire wildly. Viper, who was standing on the wall, was directly crushed to the ground by the bullets. Seeing that Wallen didn't even bother to explain and opened fire immediately, Viper's anger completely exploded. First they took over his industrial park, and now they've stormed his headquarters. This warlord's face is even uglier than his own as a capitalist. He roared and ordered his men to bring up the rocket launcher and blast it at Wallen. He declared that whoever killed Wallen would receive a reward of 50 million, plus a foreign horse and a villa. Upon hearing this, even the previously somewhat panicked members of the Viper gang were now blinded by greed. 50 million, a foreign horse, a villa. Who wouldn't be confused? The next second, the two sides went into full-scale battle. Gunfire and explosions rang out in unison. Bullets flew like rain, and even passing sparrows were hit by several bullets. Not far away, several figures were watching all of this clearly. Inside the military base, Lin Chun was in the operations building when he quickly received feedback from his assassins. After listening, he was first taken aback, then stroked his chin and began to ponder. He had taken over the Viper gang's industrial park and then the mine controlled by Vallon. But instead of coming after him, these two groups were fighting each other. Lin Chun quickly figured it out. His men all looked like local Burmese, and given their formidable firepower, they could easily be mistaken for Wallong's men. And after the mine was raided, Wallong assumed it was retaliation from the Viper gang. Thinking of this, Lin Chun couldn't help but smile. It really was an unintended consequence. However, such a simple misunderstanding should have been easily uncovered with an investigation. It seems they already had considerable conflict. He had merely ignited the fuse. Since that's the case, he certainly couldn't waste such a good opportunity. While the two sides were locked in fierce fighting, he could play the role of the fisherman. Lin Chun immediately ordered 3,000 junior assassins and 800 intermediate assassins to board the vehicles, heading straight for General Vallon's lair. Although he doesn't have many heavy weapons right now, he has almost unlimited ammunition, enough to provide suppressive fire. Even if there are some losses, it's perfectly acceptable. Vallon's stronghold will definitely allow him to recover significantly. Meanwhile, outside the Viper gang headquarters, General Vallon's expression grew increasingly grim. He hadn't expected the Viper gang headquarters to be so difficult to breach. The Viper gang held the advantage of defending the city, while the Vallon army, though numerically superior, had come from afar and brought few heavy weapons. The disparity in strength was effectively leveled by the defensive lines, and for a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. Men fell continuously on the battlefield, the death toll growing ever higher. Valen hadn't expected that his 5,000 elite troops would be bogged down here. But he wasn't worried. War doesn't end in death. If he eliminates the Viper Gang, he can seize a large swathe of territory in northern Wa State, doubling his income. Then, he can recruit even more troops at any time. Only those who know how to make choices can gain a foothold in this land. Chapter 18. A surprise attack on the enemy's stronghold, capturing the Wallen military camp. Keep firing. We must break through their lines. General Valen's face was grim as he immediately ordered, "Howitzers, bombard them." The lieutenant immediately commanded the troops to continue the attack. The next second, a howitzer shell slammed into the gate of the Viper Gang headquarters. With a deafening roar, the already crumbling gate finally gave way and was blasted away. "Charge!" With a furious shout from General Valen, the Valen army surged forward, charging madly into the Viper Gang headquarters. Soon, the Viper Gang panicked. Subordinates rushed in to report that the enemy's firepower was too intense. The brothers were almost overwhelmed, and the main gate had already been breached. Some even urged Viper to flee. But before he could finish speaking, Viper raised his hand and fired a shot, killing the man instantly. Then, raising his gun, he roared, "No one is allowed to run. Shoot them hard." Even if he were to die today, he would make the Walloon army pay the price. Meanwhile, after several hours of travel, Lin Chen's convoy had arrived at General Valen's territory. Instead of launching a frontal assault, he immediately ordered his assassins to break into smaller groups and infiltrate from different directions. Wallen was just a minor warlord, not a gang like the Viper Gang. The enemy likely possessed heavy machine guns, armored vehicles, howitzers, rocket launchers, and grenades. While Lin Chen's men were all suicide squads, their primary weapon was currently only the AK-47. A head-on confrontation wouldn't be worthwhile. Therefore, his first target was the Wallon army's armory. If he could seize the armory before the enemy could react, the subsequent weapons problem would be solved immediately. Using their Burmese appearance, the assassins quickly infiltrated the towns and strongholds within Wallon's territory and learned that the armory was located behind the military camp. At this time, most of the Valen army's forces were concentrated in the territory of the Viper Gang, with a portion scattered to guard checkpoints and areas under their jurisdiction. Only a little over 1,000 men remained in the military camp. For Lin Chen, this was a golden opportunity. As dusk fell, Lin Chen stood atop a cliff 50 or 60 meters high, peering through binoculars at the distant military camp. The Valen military camp, nestled in a valley, occupied a vast area, surrounded by dense forests, making its location extremely concealed. Not only were there sentry posts, but numerous traps were likely also laid. However, these precautions posed no real problem for the high-ranking assassins under Lin Chen's command. As the sun set, Lin Chen ordered 2 high-ranking assassins to sneak towards the military camp. The sentries along the way were silently eliminated before they could even make a sound. As night fell, the military camp was brightly lit, with many soldiers patrolling and others chatting in small groups. They discussed the Viper Gang burning poppy fields and seizing mines, all with disdain, thinking that a mere gang daring to provoke the Walloon army was simply courting death. With General Wallen absent from the camp, the soldiers visibly relaxed. More importantly, they never imagined that anyone would dare to launch a sneak attack on Wallen's stronghold in this territory. Just then, with a whoosh, a bullet pierced the darkness, shattering a soldier's forehead, blood gushing out instantly. "Who goes there?" The shouts of alarm had barely begun when Lin Chen ordered his men to open fire. In an instant, the darkness was torn apart by the muzzle flashes of gunfire. A hail of bullets poured into the camp from all directions, and soldiers who had been laughing and joking just moments before fell in droves. Then, grenades were thrown into the camp one after another. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out one after another. Flames shot into the sky, and the once quiet night was instantly turned into chaos. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Counterattack! Find cover! The remaining Walloon soldiers, being regular troops, quickly began to organize a counterattack. A junior officer immediately shouted, "Go get the rocket launchers and bring out the armored vehicles." In this situation, heavy weapons were essential for suppression. But no sooner had he spoken than 2 armored vehicles drove up from the rear of the camp. The foreman breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was one of his own men arriving. He immediately shouted, "Well done. Open fire. Give them a good blast. Although he didn't know who the attackers were, judging from the gunfire, they probably didn't have heavy weapons. As long as the armored vehicles were deployed, it would be enough to turn the tide. But the next second, the armored vehicle's gun turned and aimed directly at the bunker where he was. Boom! A single shot landed, shattering the bunker. The squad leader didn't even have time to utter a word of doubt before he was instantly blown to pieces. The armored vehicle opened fire continuously, throwing the Walloon army's formation into chaos and shattering their morale. Immediately afterward, two high-ranking assassins leaned out of the armored vehicle and began firing a heavy machine gun in a frenzy. The heavy machine gun fire was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, reaping the lives of Walloon soldiers in droves. Screams rang out continuously as corpses fell one after another, and the military camp quickly became a scene of carnage, littered with blood and dismembered limbs. A few survivors tried to resist, but attacked from both sides, they couldn't make a dent and were quickly suppressed. Before long, the Walloon army was completely routed. In this battle, Lin Shun annihilated over 600 Walloon soldiers in the camp and captured more than 500. After the battle, Lin Shun immediately sent men to seize the military factory. That was their biggest gain of the day. The reason this sneak attack was so easy to win was not only because the assassins acted quickly, but more importantly because the Valen army was too lax and never expected a third-party force to suddenly infiltrate. The two high-ranking assassins, after infiltrating, immediately seized heavy weapons, laying the foundation for the victory. Afterwards, Lin Shun, led by his men, arrived at a villa within the military camp. Clearly, this was where Valen usually lived. That old guy really was afraid of death. He even set up his home inside the military camp. Chapter 19 was very rewarding. After learning the truth, the assassins searched General Wallen's villa thoroughly and finally found a vault door in the basement. Lin Shun led his men to the door, only to find that the metal door was thick and cold, clearly not something that could be pried open by ordinary means. One of the assassins suggested, "Boss, there's only one way to open it. Blow it up." Lin Shun nodded. There was no better option at the moment. The group retreated outside the villa, and soon, a loud bang echoed from underground. Not long after, the assassin returned to report, "Boss, it didn't explode." Lin Shun's eyes turned cold. It seemed that Valen had indeed invested heavily in his money. However, he hadn't expected the warlord to have much cash on hand anyway, since maintaining an army and buying weapons were all very expensive. The real big win tonight was capturing Wallonius Armory. Lin Shun quickly ordered, "Clean up the battlefield, rest on the spot, and wait for the Wallonia army to return before we trap them like turtles in a jar." On the other side, the Viper Gang and the Walloon army fought from day to night, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. In the end, only a few hundred people remained to protect the Viper Gang in the square of their headquarters, while thousands of Walloon army soldiers had surrounded them with guns drawn. General Valen's face was covered in soot, and his clothes were tattered from the fighting. But after losing thousands of soldiers, he finally won the battle. Viper's face was grim, and he could only bow his head and plead for survival. "Valen, aren't you just after profit? I can give you money to compensate you." Valen sneered. "Now you know the consequences of provoking me? Hand over the money, and I might give you a quick death." The Viper threatened resentfully. "If I die, you won't have an easy time either." He had long ago arranged for his men to burn down all of Wallen's poppy gardens should anything happen to him, burning them down every time they were planted. Upon hearing this, Valen felt a bad premonition. If Viper had indeed kept a backup plan, it would cause him considerable trouble. After a moment's thought, he changed his mind and said, "Hand over 90% of the money in your card, and I'll spare your life." Seeing a way out, Viper immediately agreed. He had earned enough money. Even keeping only 10% would be enough to live a life of luxury. As for revenge, he'd deal with that first and foremost, getting out of here alive. Just then, a soldier rushed in. "General, something terrible has happened. We've lost contact with the camp." Valen's expression changed drastically. He immediately ordered his men to contact the outer checkpoints and send people back to investigate. Not long after, news came back that the camp had been occupied by an unknown force. Valen was furious. He was practically about to explode. The snakes, now surrounded, realized what was happening and immediately questioned, "Valen, did you steal my park? Now you can tell the truth, right?" Valen was taken aback. "Why would I steal your park? I can't do that." He quickly realized, So someone robbed your park, and you think it was me? Viper gritted his teeth and said, "Who else in this area besides you? It's all Burmese, all armed with AK-47s. We've all been used as pawns." Valen pressed, "So you didn't do the mining and poppy plantation?" Viper seemed a little guilty. "I didn't do the mining, but I did burn the poppy plantation, and I paid the price. The ones who attacked your hideout were most likely that group. They deliberately provoked the conflict between us." Valen then realized that his attempt to wipe out the Viper gang had backfired. Now that his stronghold had been attacked, he had no time to continue the final battle and immediately led more than 3,000 soldiers back to reinforce it. Although the vault wasn't opened, Lin Shan still reaped an astonishing harvest on this trip. In addition to tens of millions of Thai baht, there were 2 armored vehicles, 20 heavy machine guns, 20 howitzers, 200 artillery shells, 50 rocket launchers, 500 rockets, thousands of submachine guns, and 500,000 rounds of ammunition. The supplies were countless, more than enough to support an army. After a moment's thought, Lin Shan decided to prepare a ruse for Valen, complete with a minefield and the threat of being surrounded on all sides. He ordered his mid-level assassins to bury all the landmines in the camp at the entrance. The area had just been through a battle, and the ground was messy. Anything unusual would go unnoticed without careful observation. He then had 500 prisoners tied up in the middle of the camp, gagged, and surrounded by landmines. War is a dirty game, and Lin Shan had no intention of reasoning with these devils. He had long seen the fields of poppies outside the mountains, and he didn't know how many innocent families they would harm. With these kinds of people, the ruthlesser the better. With everything arranged, Lin Shan had his men lie in wait around the armory. He had already emptied it of most of the weapons, leaving only gasoline and a few bombs. He left it all to the Walloon army. Lin Shan was being quite lenient. Chapter 20. General Valen is tricked. Amidst the raging gunfire, the moon and stars are few. A white glow had already appeared on the distant horizon. It was nearly dawn, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. After a 10-hour journey, General Valen finally led his troops back to camp. But in his sight, the once brightly lit camp was now pitch black and eerily silent. Valen immediately sensed something was wrong, suspecting an ambush. He ordered the convoy to stop and sent a 100-man squad inside to search. The squad, guns at the ready, cautiously made their way to the camp. Just as they reached the entrance, they saw their comrades bound in the square and rushed over, focused only on checking their surroundings for enemies, completely ignoring their footing. The next second, a deafening explosion rang out, blowing several soldiers away on the spot, and those nearby were blown to pieces. Explosions followed one after another, like a lit fuse. Boom! 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 The hundreds of Walloon soldiers who rushed into the camp were either killed or wounded. Almost none of them were still standing intact. The few soldiers who hadn't made it in time turned and ran in terror, because going any further meant certain death. General Valen, who was in the distance, heard the explosion and revealed an expression that said, "I knew it." He had long suspected an ambush. These people had no chance of outsmarting a battle-hardened general like him. Soon, several soldiers who had escaped were brought before him. Valen coldly asked if many people were buried inside. The soldiers replied, weeping, that they hadn't found any enemies inside, only landmines at the entrance. All the brothers who went in had been killed, and their comrades in the camp were tied up in the square. The words had barely left his mouth when a gunshot rang out, and the soldier fell to the ground, his face filled with disbelief. Valen said expressionlessly, "Retreat without orders. Treat them as deserters." Several other deserters were subsequently shot dead on the spot. Valen immediately ordered the first suicide squad to rush in, rescue their bound comrades, and eliminate the enemies lurking in the shadows. 50 shirtless elite soldiers emerged from the ranks, their muscles taut, Valen's most ruthless warriors. The suicide squad arrived at the gate. The captain waved his hand, and the 10 members lowered their guns, lined up, and charged in simultaneously. In the darkness, they were like a group of fearless giants, using their bodies to clear landmines. As they charged, unexploded landmines along the way were detonated one after another. Several slow-moving suicide squad members were killed instantly, while the rest seized the opportunity to rush into the military camp. After confirming that the minefield at the entrance had been cleared, the rest of the suicide squad followed. They arrived at the center of the square and saw the bound prisoners all whimpering and screaming. The captain ordered everyone to carefully untie the ropes first. Just as the team members took action, another explosion suddenly rang out from among the prisoners. Immediately afterwards, a series of booming sounds followed, and screams filled the air. Several Suicide Squad members were injured, many prisoners were knocked down, and those at the epicenter of the blast were instantly rendered motionless. The captain then realized that the prisoners were also standing on landmines. He roared angrily, "Stop untying them! Keep them bound!" This move by the enemy was utterly ruthless. General Vallon outside was growing impatient. He judged that the enemy's various tricks were either a delaying tactic or an attempt to avoid direct confrontation. In that case, the enemy simply couldn't withstand overwhelming force. So Vallon decisively ordered his army to storm the camp. Thousands of Vallon's soldiers poured into the camp, searching every nook and cranny, only to find not a single enemy inside. Vallon was stunned upon receiving the news. Could it be that the enemy had really attacked and run, trying to wear him down? But the next moment, as if he had suddenly realized something, his expression changed drastically, and he knew he was in trouble. Vallon immediately led his men into the military camp. As for the bound soldiers in the center of the square, he could only order them not to be touched for the time being, and set up a cordon around them to prevent anyone from approaching, so as to avoid causing greater casualties. He rushed back to his villa immediately. Seeing the mess inside, with the stairwells and corridors collapsed, Vallon's face darkened further. His biggest fear was that the underground vault had been compromised. That was money he had saved up for most of his life. Vallon hurried to the vault door and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it was intact. But once suspicion sets in, one can't be at ease without seeing it for oneself. He took out his key, entered the password, and opened the vault. Seeing the vault still gleaming with gold, his heart finally settled. But just as he was about to close the door, a gun was suddenly pressed against his waist from behind. Vallon instantly realized he had been tricked. Meanwhile, the Walloon soldiers in the camp had already rested on the spot. They had traveled for half a day, fought for half a day, and then returned, utterly exhausted. It was now the early hours of the morning, and they were so tired they could barely keep their eyes open. Just then, the sound of vehicles came from outside. 2 armored vehicles drove up to the main gate of the military camp, blocking the exit, and opened fire with their small-caliber cannons aimed at the interior of the camp. At the same time, howitzers and rockets from all around the camp also bombarded in succession. Boom! 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 Flames shot into the sky, and the sound of artillery fire was deafening. The entire military camp was instantly engulfed in artillery fire. Chapter 21. Destroying the Walloon warlords. The feeling of sudden wealth is great, and I've gained the teleportation skill. Before the Walloon army could react, they were stunned by the sudden artillery fire. Hundreds of soldiers fell instantly in the camp, their cries of agony filling the air, and thick smoke billowed, quickly engulfing the entire camp area. With General Vallon absent, his lieutenant immediately took command, roaring for the soldiers to charge out. They all knew that if they didn't eliminate the artillery outside, staying in the camp would only result in them being bombed to death. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Walloon army had already fallen into the encirclement Lin Chun had laid in advance. The remnants of the army had just rushed out of the camp when they were met with intense artillery fire and machine gun barrage. Thousands of AKs and heavy machine guns opened fire simultaneously, bullets raining down like a storm. The Walloon army was riddled with bullets, never expecting the enemy's firepower to be so fierce. A howitzer shell exploded near the lieutenant general, knocking several soldiers to the ground. The lieutenant general used the human wall to shield himself from fatal wounds, but was still grazed on the arm by a stray bullet, and had no choice but to grit his teeth and order a retreat back to the camp. But Lin Chun had prepared for so long. How could he possibly give them a chance to regroup? If the Walloon army were to organize a resistance, his elite troops would pay an even greater price. The sounds of cannons and gunfire continued incessantly, and wave after wave of Walloon soldiers fell. Before long, this warlord force was completely wiped out, leaving only corpses on the ground. The massacre was over. The killers, one day, would become the killed. Lin Chun then led his team into the military camp to take control of the remaining situation. At this moment, the last batch of Vallon soldiers were surrounded by assassins. They held their guns, facing off against their surroundings, but no one dared to fire first, for pulling the trigger would mean being riddled with bullets in the next second. At this moment, two high-ranking assassins escorted General Valen over. One of them stepped forward to report that the vault had been opened and General Valen had been successfully subdued. These two high-ranking assassins were elite soldiers summoned by Lin Shun from the system, and were absolutely loyal to him. Lin Shun had previously arranged for them to infiltrate General Valen's villa when he led the ambush. Their mission was simple: capture Wallen at the crucial moment, and if they could open the vault, all the better. Now, it seemed the two had accomplished it brilliantly. General Wallen's face was filled with despair, his eyes vacant. From the moment the vault was opened and a gun was pointed at him, he knew he had lost his last remaining value. He looked up at Lin Shun and asked in a low voice, "Who exactly are you? Let me die knowing why." Lin Shun simply replied, "Me? Just an ordinary Chinese." After saying that, he didn't bother with any more words and waved his hand. The villain dies from talking too much, and this applies to the hero as well. The next second, a high-ranking assassin grabbed Valen's head and twisted it sharply, ending the warlord's life. The remaining suicide soldiers opened fire immediately, killing the last of the Valonian army. Lin Shun knew very well that wildfires cannot be extinguished forever. Letting any loyal remnant escape could become a problem in the future. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but he also disliked it. After dealing with the military camp, Lin Shun went to the treasury and finally witnessed just how much wealth a warlord had accumulated over a decade of management. The vault was piled high with gold nuggets, along with a considerable amount of US dollars. Lin Shun couldn't help but smile. This feeling of sudden wealth was indeed quite pleasant. He stored all the gold in US dollars into the system. 1 ton of gold was exchanged for 40,000 contribution points, and over 10 million US dollars were exchanged for another 10,000 contribution points. Although it didn't meet his expectations, he was still quite satisfied. After all, most of the money of these small and medium-sized warlords was tied up in the army and arms, so it was already quite an achievement to have this much cash left. Moreover, the weapons and ammunition in the camp were also quite valuable. With 50,000 contribution points in hand, Lin Shun immediately summoned 8 high-level assassins, 200 mid-level assassins, and added several thousand low-level assassins, bringing the total to 10,000. This summoning cost 15,000 contribution points. Immediately afterward, the system notified him that the main quest, 10,000 armies follow, was complete, and the rewards were distributed. This time, the rewards were a grenade production line, an armored vehicle production line, and a Desert Eagle production line. The system asked if he wanted to materialize them. Lin Shun temporarily chose no. He was already excited. With an armored vehicle production line, he would no longer have to worry about equipment shortages. As long as he had money, he could continue to mass-produce them, and even start selling arms, selling more and more. Soon, the next phase of the mission was announced. The objective was to recruit elite soldiers, summoning 10,000 mid-level and 100 high-level ones. The rewards were tank production lines, rocket launcher production lines, and howitzer production lines. Seeing the tank production line, Lin Shun almost drooled. That was the king of land warfare. Once it could be mass-produced, conquering the entire Myanmar wouldn't be difficult at all. He also realized that the enemies ahead would no longer be ordinary gangsters and small warlords, so the focus of the next summoning should be on mid-level assassins. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shun decided to try his luck with the lottery again. Last time, he won immortality, and he hoped to get something better this time. After consuming 10,000 points, the system started a lottery. Soon, the reward appeared, the talent Substitute Descent. This ability allows you to choose a body double and teleport directly to the target's location. The cooldown time is 24 hours. Lin Shun instantly realized that this was teleportation. Moreover, as long as the assassins were scattered all over the place, he could essentially teleport across the entire map, and even place wards across the entire map. After acquiring the skill, Lin Shun immediately summoned 1,000 mid-level assassins near the Viper Gang's lair, and equipped them all with the latest AK-47S produced that day. He then activated Substitute Descent, appearing at the location of one of the assassins. But the next second, he discovered that the assassin he had used as a coordinate had simply vanished. In other words, each teleportation cost him the equivalent of a mid-level assassin, which translates to 100,000 renminbi. Lin Shun was speechless. He should have used a low-level assassin as the coordinate. It seems that novice assassins aren't entirely useless. Unlike the previous teams of ordinary people, The team, composed of intermediate assassins, is clearly more spirited and energetic. Chapter 22. The Demise of the Viper Gang. The assassins stood ramrod straight, as upright as javelins, their eyes cold and sharp, their entire bodies exuding a murderous aura. Each of them had a resolute face and a powerful aura. Even just standing there, they exuded an oppressive aura that made them difficult to approach. Lin Shan was very satisfied. This was a true elite army of assassins. They were all carrying AK-47s, their dark muzzles gleaming. After preparations were complete, Lin Shan personally summoned 20 high-ranking assassins and led them straight to the Viper Gang's lair. The Viper Gang headquarters was no longer in such a state of chaos. After some simple cleaning, it was largely restored to its original state, with only the breached gate and walls remaining to be repaired. Viper originally planned to abscond with the money, but leaving would mean abandoning his entire fortune accumulated over many years. Still clinging to a sliver of hope, he gathered all the remaining staff in the park to prepare for a surprise attack. He had a vague feeling that since those people dared to attack Wallen's stronghold, they definitely wouldn't let him go. Sure enough, not long after, a henchman ran over in a panic to report that a force of over 1,000 people was heading their way from afar, and everyone was carrying an AK. Viper's expression changed drastically. He couldn't understand why the enemy, having just finished attacking Valen, could still spare so many troops. Did their numbers increase with each battle? Normally, he wouldn't even consider this number of men a threat. But after his recent clash with the Walloon army, his forces had already suffered heavy losses. A direct confrontation now offered him no chance of victory. After much deliberation, the venomous snake had no choice but to make peace. At worst, he'd pay to settle things. After all, who in this world isn't in it for the money? He led his men up the crumbling wall and saw a force of thousands rapidly approaching. Viper immediately ordered his men to negotiate, offering to pay whatever the other side asked, even if it meant taking the territory. He was willing to concede defeat and pay monthly tribute. Lin Shan just smiled and said calmly, "Make peace? Any amount of money is fine with me. Then make it 10 billion. If you have 10 billion, we'll turn around and leave." That being said, Lin Shan had no intention of letting them go. The Viper Gang members were bullies who preyed on the weak and feared the strong, profiting from fraud and the abuse of innocent people, squeezing out their last bit of value. They could no longer be considered human. The only way to deal with this kind of demon is to fight violence with violence. Lin Shan immediately ordered, "Charge directly, advance in a dispersed manner, suppress them with firepower, and don't give them a chance." The walls surrounding the Viper Gang headquarters were already damaged, leaving limited space for people to stand. The main gate had been bombarded and was unable to withstand an attack. Most of the gang members could only cower inside, waiting for Lin Shan's men to break in. Just as Viper was about to lead his men in retreat, his henchmen were successively shot down by high-ranking assassins in the distance. At the level of high-ranking assassins, each one was a sharpshooter, giving the enemy almost no chance to react. Before long, only Viper remained on the wall. His face was deathly pale, and he could only raise his hands in surrender. Lin Shan led his men downstairs, looked at him and sneered, "Tell your men to lay down their weapons and surrender, or you know the consequences." Pointing thousands of AKs at him, even the most resilient man couldn't help but feel terrified. He had no doubt that if he made the slightest move, he would be riddled with bullets in the next second. He quickly shouted to his men behind cover, "Drop your weapons." Many gang members immediately threw their guns to the ground. But the next moment, a high-ranking assassin led hundreds of mid-level assassins into the fray. Da-da-da. A sudden burst of gunfire erupted, flames spitting wildly. The Viper Gang members who had just laid down their weapons fell instantly, their screams mingling with the spray of blood. The remaining men, who had already lost their will to fight, were quickly wiped out. The reason the Viper Gang was defeated so quickly was precisely because their leader had completely lost the courage to resist. A high-ranking assassin silently crept up behind Viper, placed an AK-47 on his shoulder, and coldly warned, "Don't move, or I'll kill you." The venomous snake froze, cold sweat pouring down its forehead, and quickly raised its hands. "I've surrendered. I will not resist." He knew very well that if he dared to move even slightly under these circumstances, he would lose his life. Then, Viper was brought before Lin Shan. Lin Shen looked at the Viper gang leader, his tone cold and mocking. You've swindled quite a few people from China over the years, haven't you? And you've taken a lot of their kidneys, haven't you? The Viper dared not answer. Lin Shen continued, hand over all your money, bank cards, and pins. Viper dared not hide anything any longer and immediately revealed the location of his hidden money and his bank card pin. These were his trump cards for survival. But if he didn't hand them over now, he would only die faster. Led by Viper, Lin Shen entered the Viper gang headquarters building. It was an 18-story building, and Viper's office was located inside. He opened the vault door behind his desk, revealing a small mountain of banknotes. With over a dozen parks under his control, Viper had indeed made a fortune over the years. This was the first time Lin Shen had ever seen so much real money up close. The money he had seen on TV before was nothing compared to what he was seeing now. Without hesitation, he directly took all the banknotes from the vault into the system, and even the money in the bank card. The venomous snake watched as all the banknotes in the room vanished into thin air, his eyes widening instantly, his face filled with disbelief. Is this magic or divine intervention? Is this yellow-skinned man in front of me really from Earth? With this question lingering in his mind, Viper was forever plunged into darkness. Behind him, a high-ranking assassin sheathed his dagger, his expression calm. Chapter 23. The production line materializes, marking the beginning of the arms dealer's journey. Lin Shen sat on the sofa. In that last round, he had swindled a full 1.1 billion yuan from the Viper gang. It has to be said that the other party had indeed made a fortune through telecom fraud and kidney cutting. Lin Shen was also aware that the Viper gang was a force that had suddenly grown in strength in recent years. Something was definitely amiss, and he didn't believe that the Viper gang could develop so peacefully here for so long without some other force backing them up. Otherwise, given General Valen's strength, it's impossible that he was merely on par with the Viper gang, as the rumors suggest. But none of that matters now. It's Lin Shen's turn to enjoy the fruits of victory. After converting 1.1 billion into 110,000 contribution points, Lin Shen immediately spent 80,000 to replenish his intermediate-level assassins to 10,000. He kept the remaining contribution points for future use. After leaving some of his elite troops to guard the area, Lin Shen led his team back to the original base. Standing atop the office building, he looked around. With the iron ore mine now in place, construction of the perimeter wall had begun, and it wouldn't be long before a steel fortress was erected. The park originally had more than a dozen independent buildings, which were used to hold piglets. With a little renovation, they could be used as dormitories for the training base. Lin Shen then went to the warehouse and materialized the remaining 3 production lines next to the original 2 production lines. As soon as he finished thinking, 3 enormous machines appeared with a roar. The first was a grenade production line, capable of producing a maximum of 10,000 grenades per day, with the system also giving away 10,000 new lines as a bonus. However, crafting one grenade costs 0.005 contribution points, so 10,000 grenades would cost 50 points. Lin Shen cursed under his breath, thinking how expensive it was, but he still maximized today's production. The second line is the Desert Eagle production line, which can produce a maximum of 1,000 aircraft per day, with 1,000 given as a gift by the system. Each aircraft requires 0.01 contribution points to manufacture, and Lin Shen, without hesitation, started producing them all. Now comes the main event, the armored vehicle production line. The system notifies you that the new line will give you 5 armored vehicles, with a maximum of 5 vehicles that can be manufactured per day, but each vehicle costs a whopping 20 contribution points. Lin Shen's face darkened instantly. This price was practically robbery, but he quickly came to a realization. Since the system was so expensive, he would just take it back from others later. With the addition of new armored vehicles, Lin Shen now possesses enough armored vehicles to form a convoy. The number will continue to increase, sufficient to demonstrate its true power in this region. However, he also understood that time waits for no one. After these days of development, Lin Shen's elite troops had exceeded 20,000, but even with the weapons captured, their equipment was still uneven, and they couldn't even provide every soldier with an AK. For now, they can only make do with various miscellaneous guns. Although it doesn't look uniform, it will still be effective in a real fight. Lin Shen knows that he will inevitably clash with the Hua State warlords in the future, and he must prepare a large number of weapons and manpower in advance. The territory he currently occupies is only a small area of Wa State. Even the Wa State army is merely a small to medium-sized warlord force. The larger warlords they will encounter in the future will only be stronger. Therefore, Lin Shun needs more people and even more money. The current force of 20,000 is considerable, but weapons and equipment must be produced for a few more days to truly bolster the army's strength. Otherwise, no matter how many men there are, their firepower will be insufficient, and they will only suffer heavy losses against regular warlords. Taking advantage of the few days he had to rest and manufacture weapons, Lin Shun decided to put his arms dealer plan on the agenda. Like the United States, he wanted to profit from wars by instigating conflicts around the world and selling arms. The infighting among Myanmar's warlords has been ongoing for a long time, with large quantities of weapons being consumed daily. Looking across the Golden Triangle, there are even more warlords, drug traffickers, and gangs. Which side isn't short of weapons? It's not just the Golden Triangle. There are many other war-torn regions on Earth that also need weapons. Lin Shun's greatest advantage is that his assassins can be summoned in any nationality and skin color, appearing anywhere. In addition, he has the ability to teleport, and the weapons he produces can directly enter the system space. With these multiple abilities combined, he is practically a walking arsenal. This is entirely feasible. The most crucial thing now is to enrich our arsenal. Otherwise, if we encounter a force with heavy weapons like tanks and rocket launchers, we won't be able to deal with them as easily as we would with smaller warlords. Lin Shun quickly found a map showing the distribution of major forces in the Golden Triangle region. He didn't originally have this, but the Viper Gang did. After all, they frequently cooperated with various warlords, so they naturally had general information on it. Looking at the distribution of forces on the map, Lin Shun summoned several mid-level assassins near each force. This time, he specifically chose those with American nationality and Caucasian appearance, equipped them with basic weapons and equipment, and sent them to negotiate arms deals. The bullets were priced at 50 cents each, while other weapons were priced at 3 times that amount. Keep in mind that these forces used to pay roughly $1 per bullet. Lin Shun's price was absolutely the lowest in the entire region. He planned to use a low-profit, high-volume strategy to gradually capture the market. Although the number of weapons he could sell was limited now, that might change in the future. Chapter 24. The arms business begins to take off. Because the person in charge of negotiations was white and also claimed to be from the United States, warlords soon approached them and tentatively placed their first order. The other party only asked for 1 million bullets. Obviously, no one would easily trust a strange force that suddenly appeared, let alone stake their entire fortune on the spot. The day after the deal was struck, 1 million rounds of ammunition appeared neatly at the gates of that faction. The other side was stunned, completely baffled as to what kind of entity was behind these people. The price was cheap, the delivery was fast, and most importantly, no deposit was required. The first order was completed smoothly, and Lin Shun made a net profit of 2 million. When they heard that there were also armored vehicles, and that each one was only 600,000, the warlords immediately became interested and placed an order for 10 more armored vehicles, thousands of AKs, and 1 million rounds of ammunition on the spot. The other side's plan was simple: take advantage of the low prices and stockpile weapons. Once their firepower was up to par, they would have more confidence in what they wanted to do next. The same day, all the weapons were delivered to the military camp. The Suicide Squad finished handing over the armored vehicles and ammunition, then turned and left without any hesitation. General Sabah, beaming, rose and shook hands with the assassin before him, saying repeatedly, "Mr. James, it's been a pleasure working with you. You're the best force I've ever cooperated with." For General Sabah, acquiring this batch of goods at half the market price would instantly boost his strength significantly. Moreover, the fact that the other party was so confident in delivering the goods suggests they had substantial backing, so he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. The assassin remained calm, replying simply, "You're too kind, General Sabah. We're just merchants. We deliver goods to whoever needs them. Win-win cooperation is what we want." General Sabah laughed heartily and immediately declared that he would continue to buy weapons from James whenever needed. Just because James was American wouldn't dare to cheat him out of his goods. After this deal, Lin Shun earned another 6 million. The arms deal had officially gotten off to a good start. These days, Lin Shun has been consolidating his territory while keeping a close eye on the movements of the major warlords in northern Myanmar. There are only a handful who can truly be called major warlords, and each one is no ordinary figure. The strongest of them is the United Wa State Army. They're the largest warlords in northern Myanmar and an opponent that Lin Chun will inevitably have to contend with if he wants to gain a foothold in this land. More importantly, the territory Lin Chun has now occupied originally belonged to the Wa State. Therefore, the Wa State United Government Army is destined to be the first tough nut to crack for him. As for the Viper Gang and General Valen, they were merely the entry-level hurdles. The real trouble was yet to come. The United Wa State Army numbers in the tens of thousands, most of whom are long-trained soldiers. They have been operating in the area for many years, holding a terrain advantage and having built many positions into fortified bunker complexes. They possess a considerable amount of heavy weaponry, including tanks and aircraft. For Lin Chun, engaging in direct combat now would definitely not be a wise choice. But Lin Chun wasn't idle either. He had already dispatched many assassins to secretly infiltrate the Wa State United Government Army's territory, while also having several high-ranking assassins lead teams to continue attacking other nearby industrial parks. However, the truth will eventually come out. Sooner or later, news of Lin Chun eliminating the two major powers and taking their place will reach the ears of the Wa State leadership. At that point, a conflict will be inevitable. Wa State Army is quite large, and its various government agencies are also very complete. They occupy the largest city in Wa State and are the only official body in Wa State recognized by the outside world. The current supreme leader in Wa State is Bao Wuxiang. He is the commander-in-chief of the United Government Army and the undisputed king of Wa State in this land. In Wa State, he is the one who calls the shots. Pang Seng, the headquarters of the United Wa State Army. In a distinctive building, in a spacious and luxurious office, sits an elderly man in his 70s, dressed in military uniform. Even though he was no longer young, Bao Wuxiang was still full of energy. His leopard-like face exuded a ruthless aura, and he was clearly not someone to be trifled with. At that moment, the beautiful secretary was playing a PUBG game downstairs. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Bao Wuxiang was somewhat displeased, his brows furrowed slightly, but in the end he still coldly called out, "Come in." The door opened, and an administrative staff member strode in, holding a folder in his hand. He immediately reporting to the commander, a large-scale battle has broken out in the Savage Mountain region. The territories of the Viper Gang and the Walloon Army have all been occupied. He continued, the enemy's numbers are roughly estimated to be between 8 and 10,000. All of them are equipped with AK-47s, and they also captured the Walloon Army's armory. The administrative staff member noticed the commotion under the table while he was speaking, but he dared not react at all, fearing that Bao Wuxiang might kill him on the spot if he was displeased. Upon hearing the report, Bao Wuxiang's face instantly darkened. When did such a new force suddenly emerge in northern Myanmar? How dare they cause trouble on his territory? Wasn't this a slap in the face to him, the king of Wa State? It's important to know that the Viper Gang and the Wa State Army provide him with tribute every year. Wa State hasn't seen a battle of this scale for many years. Bao Wuxiang's eyes were icy as he stared at the administrative staff in front of him and said, "Go and investigate. I want to see who this person is and why they did this. If the result doesn't satisfy me, two tigers cannot share one mountain. If that force is willing to submit, accept his rule, and guarantee that its armed forces will not exceed 10,000, he might consider letting them off the hook, as long as they pay tribute on time every year. But if the other side doesn't know what's good for them, he'll make them understand what it means to be the king of Wa. He will absolutely not allow a second armed force of tens of thousands of people to stand against him in Wa State. In Wa State, no one has ever dared to challenge him. Even the official Myanmar army gives him some respect. Hopefully, this new force will know better than to act rashly." The administrative staff immediately responded, "Yes," and then left, making sure to close the door behind them before leaving. At this moment, the beautiful secretary suddenly raised her head, tossed her long hair, and reminded her, "Commander, could it be someone from over there? The other party might be at odds with the telecom fraud and drug trafficking groups, and the Walloon Army is involved in drug production. Is it possible that they were sent from over there?" Bao Wuxiang's gaze darkened, and he slowly repeated, "The people over there?" Chapter 25 New Target, Kokong Region. After news of Lin Chen's deeds reached China, Bao Wuxiang's anger was temporarily suppressed, and he began to reassess the origins of this force. If the other party really was sent from there, then he really needed to be more cautious. After all, he had been turning a blind eye to the telecom fraud parks and the GA Yao business in Hua State for years. The reason is simple. Those parks would hand over a large sum of embezzled money to him every year, and they didn't target locals or harm the people in his jurisdiction. For Bao Wuxiang, this was tantamount to receiving protection money for nothing. After a moment of silence, his eyes darkened, and he spoke coldly. Even if they really are from over there, they can't cause trouble on my turf. Aren't they afraid of international criticism? As long as the other side doesn't send a large force, he's confident he can take on this small group of people. No matter how powerful they are, if they dare to cause trouble in Hua State and cross his bottom line, he won't easily reconcile. Meanwhile, throughout northern Myanmar, telecom fraud syndicates and fraud operation zones remain rampant. Besides Hua State, the Kokong region is also home to numerous fraud operation zones, practically a paradise for scammers. Telecom fraud syndicates colluding with local warlords there, but there are also many industrial parks built by Chinese people themselves. They take advantage of the lawless zone and its proximity to China to package themselves as so-called science and technology parks, and then use high-paying jobs as bait to recruit people from China to work there for them. These people even use the slogan, "Chinese people don't cheat Chinese people," to specifically deceive those with weak fraud prevention awareness, leading them step by step into a trap. After 2 days of investigation by the assassins, Lin Shun discovered that the Hua State United Government Army had more than 40,000 troops, while the Allied Army in the Kokong region only had more than 9,000. In comparison, Kokong is clearly a better fit for him right now. Before the Hua State United Government Army deploys troops, shifting his focus to the Kokong region is the best option. This place may not be large, but it's extremely lucrative. Lin Shen's eyes lit up as he looked at the intelligence sent back by the assassins. The Kokong Alliance Army is far weaker than the Hua State Army, although they also possess heavy weapons, making them somewhat stronger than General Wallong's forces. Lin Shen's current strength is more than enough to make a move. Soon, Lin Shun set his sights on the Henry Group in the Kokong region as his first target. According to the investigators, the seemingly respectable Henry Group was actually one of the most ruthless telecom fraud syndicates in the area. They engaged in telecom fraud, gambling scams, and even kidney snatching. They did almost every dirty trick in the book, trying every possible way to bleed the Chinese people dry. What's even more disgusting is that they even created an art group to post videos of handsome men and beautiful women on short video platforms in China, portraying Kokong as a paradise on earth. They disguised themselves as Chinese and lured unsuspecting young people to Kokong. Those who arrived, full of hope for a better life and dreams of high salaries, only to discover they had stepped into hell, not heaven. Telecom fraud syndicates will bare their true fangs, treating these young people as tools for making money. Once they lose their value, they'll be squeezed dry, and they may even lose their bodies. Hell is empty. All the devils are here on earth. When it comes to the wickedness of the human heart, the telecom fraud bosses in Kokong definitely deserve a mention. Lin Shun has decided to completely conquer this region and send all those demons to hell. He will make them experience the same pain they inflicted on the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The Kokong Alliance Army is slightly stronger than the Wallong Army, but not by much. It mainly relies on light weapons, with more armored vehicles and rocket launchers, and its headquarters also has a few tanks. After analyzing the situation, Lin Shun confirmed that with his current strength, he had a very high chance of winning against the Kokong Alliance Army of about 10,000 men. He stared coldly at the intelligence report, his heart surging with murderous intent. You demons, just wait. You've deceived so many of your compatriots, exploited them to death. I'd be betraying my conscience if I didn't plunder you all clean. Under his orders, his henchmen have already set off for the Kokong region. In the industrial parks he had previously conquered, most of the Chinese had already fled back home, so Lin Shun didn't have many concerns. He had no attachment to those territories either. Therefore, he left only a few thousand men to guard various places, and almost all the other mid-level and high-level assassins were sent to the Kokong region. Just do it. On the other side, at the Dragon Kingdom border station, one group after another of people with dark skin and scars disembarked from the train. Some of them couldn't stop crying as soon as they stepped onto the ground. I never thought I'd be able to come back in this lifetime. Thank you, Boss Lin Shun. It was he who brought me back to my hometown. 3 years. How'd I even get through those 3 years? There were over 1,000 people, each with tears in their eyes. Even though they had imagined their return home countless times on the train, the excitement in their hearts was still overwhelming when their feet actually touched this land. Behind them were several other trains, all carrying victims who had been tricked into going abroad. From that moment on, they no longer had to worry about their safety. China will always be the safest place in the world. The return of such a large number of victims quickly caused a sensation in China, attracting many reporters to come and interview them. Even Bingbing, a reporter from CCTV, came to the scene. She handed tissues to those who were crying tears of joy, and only after they had calmed down a bit did she ask the question that had been bothering her. "Excuse me, how did you escape from Myanmar and return to your country?" The interviewee instantly became excited, his eyes shining. Before he could even speak, several people gathered around him. "A Chinese man saved us. His name is Lin Shun, and he's one of our own. He said he was just an ordinary Chinese man, and that it was all his own will. He led hundreds, even thousands, of armed men with AKs into the park, sent all those devils to their deaths, and rescued us, taking us to the embassy. So good to see the demons who tormented us get their comeuppance. Lin Shun is our great hero." Chapter 26. Lin Shun's name is known throughout the country. Bingbing noticed that when people mentioned Lin Shun's name, their eyes would become exceptionally fervent, as if he were not a stranger, but their savior. The interviewee excitedly said that Lin Shun had thousands of soldiers under his command. Although they didn't look like a regular army, their firepower was terrifying. It was Lin Shun who rescued them from the park and asked them if they wanted to stay and help rescue more compatriots. The man said he only wanted to go home at the time, as his family was waiting for him, so he didn't dare stay. But if he had the chance to do it again, he would definitely follow Lin Shun and cause a stir in northern Myanmar. In his words, Lin Shun was the savior of the Chinese people. It was Lin Shun who pulled those victims who had been scammed and tortured by the gang out of hell one by one. Finally, he reminded all Chinese people on camera not to believe in free lunches. Northern Myanmar is not heaven, but hell. Anyone who wants to go there should be prepared to be tortured. After the interview, Bingbing asked several more returnees, and their answers were almost identical. In their eyes, Lin Shun was their savior. Soon, another train from northern Myanmar slowly pulled into the station. As soon as the thousands of dark-skinned, tattered, and wounded people got off the train, they burst into tears, as if venting the pain of being treated like pigs for years. Bingbing immediately went up to interview them, but the result was the same. Everyone was thanking Lin Shun, and everyone was also denouncing the horrors of the industrial park in northern Myanmar. On the same day, CCTV and major TV stations released the interview video, which quickly went viral across various platforms, especially on Douyin, TikTok. This news quickly overshadowed the news of a famous male celebrity's imprisonment, topping the Douyin trending list and Weibo's hot search list. Not long after, someone uploaded a secretly filmed video, and the trending topic exploded again. In the video, thousands of people armed with AK-47s stormed into the park, engaging in a fierce firefight and routing the security personnel. The scene was so intense, it was chilling, like a real-life action movie. Countless netizens instantly went wild, with comments quickly surpassing 1 million. Some exclaimed that firepower was the only way to feel safe. Others declared that this was what Chinese people should be like, and still others were thrilled, with the barrage of comments filled with awesome. Meanwhile, inside the border military region, a young officer hurriedly entered his office with a news report in his hand and placed it on his desk. The desk sat an elderly man in a general's uniform, with thick eyebrows and an imposing presence. The 3 gold stars on his epaulets gleamed in the setting sun. He was Zhang Xiao. The assistant exclaimed urgently, "Sir, look, big news." At first, Mr. Zhang just smiled faintly, thinking that the young man was impatient and easily frightened by any news. But when he picked up the report and read on, his expression quickly changed. The more he looked, the more astonished he became, eventually revealing a look of shock. The Dragon Kingdom had secretly sent people to northern Myanmar multiple times, but had never succeeded in rescuing so many people. Yet this young man named Lin Shun had brought back more than 3,000 deceived compatriots in one go. Old Zhang couldn't help but nod, calling the young man a prodigy. The report also mentioned that Lin Shun publicly told the victims that it was all just his personal passion. Old Zhang immediately understood that this young man was very clever. While the authorities couldn't directly intervene, that didn't mean they couldn't provide support in other ways. After a moment's thought, he had an idea. He summoned Xiao Lu and instructed him to have someone pose as an arms dealer to contact Lin Shun and ask if he needed to buy weapons. He offered to sell him weapons from China at cost price. After Xiao Lu left to carry out his orders, Old Zhang picked up the landline. Such big news, of course, had to be told to those old guys. Overnight, Lin Shun became an overnight sensation, his name spreading throughout the country and becoming a household name. But Lin Shun was unaware of what was happening outside. He had more important things to do. After a day and a night of trekking, the Suicide Squad members have crossed the border between Hua State and Kokong and successfully entered Kokong. Lin Shun's space was filled with all kinds of heavy weapons. 10,000 elite soldiers were scattered and infiltrated various parts of Kokong, while he took all the weapons and equipment and teleported directly to a junior elite soldier in the Kokong Mountains. Then, all the assassins began to converge on him. A dark mass of people appeared deep in the mountains, their imposing presence astonishing. Lin Shun distributed the weapons, and over 30 armored vehicles led the way, with the artillery battalion positioned in the center. Once everything was ready, he coldly uttered only 2 words, "Move out." The next moment, an army of tens of thousands suddenly emerged from the mountainous border of Kokong. The Kokong Alliance army has a total strength of less than 10,000, and its forces are scattered across multiple locations, with headquarters having less than 7,000 troops. In terms of numbers, Lin Shun has a clear advantage. More importantly, the enemy's equipment is outdated. They have almost no aircraft or artillery, and their tanks are their strongest firepower. Once the tanks are taken out, the outcome of the battle will be largely decided. Not long after the convoy left the mountains, the lead soldier sent word. Reporting, boss, we have spotted the Kokong Alliance Army's border defense camp ahead. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Shun immediately ordered, leave no one alive. Kill them all. He will show no mercy to these warlords who aid and abetted the evildoers. It is precisely because they acted as a protective umbrella for the telecom fraud park that those demons have gone unpunished, causing countless families to be torn apart and destroyed. Now that he's here, there's only one word. Do it. He wanted to make these demons understand that whether they invaded the Dragon Kingdom's land or harmed the Dragon Kingdom's people, there was only one outcome. That is death. Chapter 27. Flatten the Border Defense Battalion. Encircle the Henry Group. Yes, the Vanguard Suicide Squad immediately launched a surprise attack on the Border Defense Battalion in the Kokong region. Shells struck the camp first, exploding in flames, followed by more than 30 armored vehicles charging forward, with thousands of suicide soldiers close behind, directly storming into the Border Defense Battalion. Thousands of AKs opened fire simultaneously, and more than 30 heavy machine guns unleashed a furious barrage. The Border Defense Battalion, with only a few hundred soldiers, was no match for such firepower, and the battle quickly turned into a one-sided rout. Before long, the Border Defense Battalion in the Kokong region was completely captured. Hundreds of warlord soldiers were killed, the camp buildings were razed to the ground, and all weapons and equipment were confiscated. Lin Shun jumped off the vehicle behind him and walked into the now-ruined ammunition depot. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the weapons laid out inside. He hadn't expected a Border Defense Battalion to still have mortars. The weaponry of the Kokong warlords was indeed more advanced than he had anticipated. But for Lin Shun, this was actually a good thing. Using war to sustain war was his favorite method of warfare. He quickly ordered, the vanguard should continue to advance and thoroughly investigate the entire Kokong region. From the moment he attacked the border defense camp, it was destined that their movements would reach the ears of the Kokong warlord leader. Since hiding was no longer an option, what followed was an open and head-on confrontation. The vanguard continued its advance, while Lin Shun maintained constant contact with his spies and assassins who had been secretly embedded in the Kokong region. Through their intelligence, Lin Shun confirmed that the Henry Group was indeed the largest fraud ring in Kokong. This is no ordinary criminal organization. It is a den of utterly wicked demons. The boss, Henry, is ruthless and cruel. The number of Chinese who have died at his hands, if not 10,000, is at least 8,000. Those people either died from organ harvesting or tortured to death. Almost every penny Henry earned was stained with blood. He dares to be so arrogant because he has the Kokong Alliance army secretly backing him up. And because of this, he doesn't take the Chinese people seriously at all. The Kokong Alliance army has a total strength of about 10,000 men, with a motley crew of weapons, mainly light weapons, and they can't even standardize their equipment. Judging by weapons alone, the difference between them and Lin Chen's team is not that great. However, Lin Chen's intermediate-level assassins are all well-trained and experienced veterans, far superior to these warlord soldiers who were sent to the battlefield after only simple training. Of course, the other side isn't entirely without advantages. The Kokong Alliance army has been operating in the area for many years and is extremely familiar with the mountainous terrain. This is their home turf. If they were to actually penetrate the mountains, they could even disorient visiting troops. But Lin Chen didn't care. His goal this time wasn't just to fight a battle, but to completely take over Kokong, turn it into his first territory, and firmly establish himself there. He brought all his elite soldiers and weapons for this battle. He was confident that he could defeat the Kokong Alliance army. Lin Chen immediately ordered, "All troops attack. Target, Henry Group headquarters on Kokong Street." He decided to eliminate the Henry Group first, to prevent them from getting wind of his plans and escaping prematurely. Henry himself, in particular, had long been his #1 target for capture. More importantly, the Henry Group's armed forces are relatively weak, making it a prime target. Taking it down will allow Lin Chen to gain more contribution points and summon more elite assassins. Telecom fraud syndicates in the Kokong region, and the Henry Group is the first target to be crushed. He either doesn't act at all, or when he does, it's with swift and decisive action. Upon receiving the order, the Suicide Squad immediately set off. Tens of thousands of people departed in a grand procession. Although most were only equipped with AKs, Desert Eagles, and grenades, that was enough. Even though the Kokong Alliance Army's overall strength was inferior to the Hua State government's United Army, Lin Chen did not underestimate his opponent in the slightest. Like a lion hunting a rabbit, he would use all his strength, and he would still go all out in this battle. Guided by spies planted beforehand, the army headed straight for the Henry Group, without any worry of getting lost. Kokong is not a large area, and since they mainly travel by vehicle, it took them less than 2 hours to travel from the border defense camp to the Henry Group headquarters. Because there were also spies within the Henry Group, Lin Chen already had a clear understanding of the group's security distribution and firepower positions. Upon entering the city where the Henry Group was located, the Suicide Squad immediately split into multiple groups according to the prearranged plan, simultaneously clearing out armed forces in various parts of the city. Both the Kokong Alliance Army in the city and the local police responsible for maintaining order were targeted for elimination. Since they allowed the Henry Group to commit atrocities and even secretly protected them, there was no need for them to continue existing. Lin Chen had no other plans for these people. There was only one word: kill. Not a single one was left. The Henry Group headquarters building was still bustling with people. To an unsuspecting observer, it would appear to be a gleaming, upscale office building. In reality, this is the core source of telecom fraud services in Kokong. The building looks glamorous on the outside, but inside it hides countless dirty transactions: prostitution, gambling, drugs, telecom fraud control, organ trafficking, all concentrated here. Several floors were specifically used to detain young women lured from China. Henry, the head of the Henry Group, was located on the 28th floor of this building. Standing there, he could overlook the entire city. But Lin Chen wasn't worried at all because at this moment, the army of assassins had already surrounded the entire city. At the same time, Lin Chen personally led 5,000 mid-level assassins armed with AK-47s to rush to the headquarters building and surround the entire building. Chapter 28. Storming the Henry Group building. In the midst of the chaos, Henry remembered that he had already seen the building's internal structure diagrams. There are no secret passages leading to the outside, nor was there a helipad on the roof, which actually saved Lin Chen a lot of trouble. At the building entrance, several burly security personnel in military uniforms were startled when they suddenly saw a large group of assassins rushing out from all sides. But they quickly recovered, immediately raising their guns and assuming a fierce stance. The head of security, a former warlord, showed no fear even facing a force several times his size. His gaze was grim as he first issued a stern warning. "Who goes there? Halt! Don't you know this is the Henry Group?" But the assassins had no intention of wasting words with them. They had only one order: kill them all, leave no survivors. The next second, hundreds of AKs simultaneously unleashed a barrage of fire. A dense volley of gunfire erupted instantly, and before the security personnel could even retaliate, they were riddled with bullets and fell to the ground at the entrance. Rapid, intense gunfire echoed throughout the building, audible to everyone inside. In a lobby, David, the head of the guards in a dark green uniform, grabbed his submachine gun and boomed into the walkie-talkie. Enemy attack. All units on alert. Headquarters under attack. Requesting backup. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office on the 28th floor, Henry sat in his executive chair. The room was furnished with mahogany tables, picture frames, and special flags, and a huge portrait of him in formal attire hung on the wall. Behind him, a sexy-looking secretary was massaging his shoulders, while another secretary was cleaning and maintaining his gun. The two looked exactly alike. They were twins. Henry squinted, a look of pure enjoyment on his face, and even offered a few words of praise. "Winnie, your technique is getting more and more professional. Annie, not bad either." With that, he got up, preparing to take the two of them to the suite. Just then, there was a sudden, urgent knocking on the office door. Henry was immediately annoyed and snapped. "What is it? Didn't you say not to bother me, unless it's important?" A subordinate outside the door reported anxiously. "Boss, something terrible has happened. They've broken in. There are a lot of people, at least several thousand, and they're all carrying AKs. These words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly sobering Henry up. He quickly walked to the side, turned on the office's dedicated surveillance camera, and a horrifying image immediately appeared on the screen. Countless armed men stormed into the building through the main entrance, firing their AKs indiscriminately. The security guards on the first floor of the Henry Group fell one after another, and the entire lobby was in chaos, resembling a battlefield filled with screams and gunfire. Bang! Henry slammed his hand on the table, startling his secretary, who trembled. His face was grim, and he coldly uttered two words, "Come in." The office door opened, and the subordinate who had given the report strode in. Henry stared intently at him and demanded in a deep voice, "Have you found out? Who dared to attack my headquarters? Don't they know I have the Allied forces backing me up?" Since the founding of the Henry Group, there have been conflicts of varying sizes, but no one has ever dared to directly send troops to surround its headquarters. Nor has anyone dared to adopt a posture as if they were about to storm in. Henry considered himself one of the four major families in Kokong, with the Kokong Alliance Army behind him. Anyone who dared to provoke him in this territory was simply courting death. He hadn't realized how serious the problem was. He only had one thought in his mind: kill all the armed personnel who had invaded the headquarters, find their boss, and torture him to death. His subordinates were terrified by his fierce appearance and could only report cautiously. "We don't know their identities yet, but there are many of them, at least several thousand. They're all carrying the same AK-47S, and the first layer of security was overwhelmed by their firepower immediately." He paused, then quickly added, "Our men are doing their best to hold them off, and we've already called for reinforcements. They should arrive in 5 to 10 minutes. This subordinate, who had been by David's side, witnessed the entire process of the enemy storming in. Those men didn't negotiate, didn't waste any words, and immediately launched an attack and slaughter. Panic quickly spread throughout the building. Everyone pinned their hopes on reinforcements, waiting for the armed forces outside to arrive and wipe out the group of people who had broken into the headquarters. Many people on lower floors, fearing they wouldn't have time to escape, began frantically climbing to higher floors, quickly crowding the stairwells. Little did they know, the promised reinforcements were no longer coming, because all the rescue efforts called for by the Henry Group were now surrounded and being cleared out. The armed forces throughout the entire city were attacked almost simultaneously. Henry's face was ashen, and the veins in his neck bulged. He gritted his teeth and ordered, "Hold David a little longer. I'll call for backup myself." David was merely the head of the headquarters security detail and could only mobilize resources within a group. However, judging from the firepower shown on the surveillance footage, these men alone were simply insufficient to hold them off. Henry wanted to mobilize all the city's troops to wipe out this group completely. He immediately tried calling the Kokong Alliance Army City Branch, but couldn't get through. He then tried the city police station, but still couldn't get through. He also tried contacting the local Cobra gang, but couldn't get through. The Wali group was also unreachable. Henry's expression finally changed. What happened? Why can't I get through to any of them? Bang! Just then, a loud bang interrupted his dialing. The office door had been kicked open from the outside. Don't waste your time. A cold voice came from behind. They're too busy taking care of themselves to answer your calls or send troops to support you. Henry looked up abruptly, his expression changing drastically, and he shouted sharply, Who? Chapter 29, Taking Down Henry. Making $2.8 billion. Awesome. I'm the person you most want to kill right now. Lin Chen's voice rang out in the office. The next second, he walked in with several high-ranking assassins. As soon as the assassins entered, they immediately subdued the 4 people inside, pointing their dart gun barrels at them. To prevent Henry from hiding an escape route not marked on the blueprints, Lin Chen didn't force his way through from downstairs. Instead, he led his men to the top floor via a private elevator. Meanwhile, the Suicide Squad downstairs continued their advance towards the second floor. Engaging in a firefight on the first floor would mean certain death. The guards retreated to the stairwell, hoping to use the terrain to close the gap. This was indeed a clever choice, but given the difference in combat skill between the two sides, the outcome was already predetermined from the start. Just then, the subordinate who had come up to report suddenly raised his submachine gun to retaliate. But the moment he made a move, the senior assassin's AK-47 went off. Da-da-da. A hail of bullets pierced his body instantly. The man collapsed, coughing up blood, but a look of relief appeared on his face, for his mission was complete. The gunshots immediately alerted all the uniformed guards on the 28th floor, and those on the lower floors also heard the commotion. Realizing something was wrong in the boss's office, they instantly drew their guns and rushed towards the scene, their footsteps growing ever closer. Hearing the rapid footsteps outside, Henry suddenly felt emboldened. He glared at Lin Chen menacingly and gritted his teeth, saying, Kid, whoever you are, you'll be dead if you dare to cause trouble on my turf. Oh, is that so? Lin Chen sneered, not bothering to waste words with this ruthless bastard. The greater the other party's hope now, the more satisfying it would be to see them despair later. Lin Chen waved his hand, and more than a dozen high-ranking assassins immediately positioned themselves at the door, all pointing their guns at the office door. The footsteps outside grew closer, and before anyone could even peek out, the assassins had already opened fire. Da-da-da. The AK spat fire, bullets raining down on the doorway. The guards at the front were riddled with bullets in the blink of an eye, while those behind them turned pale with fright and quickly huddled against the wall for cover. Several men near the door extended their guns, spraying bullets indiscriminately into the office without even looking at their targets. The hail of bullets instantly wrecked the furnishings, while the elite assassins used cover to find angles to retaliate. Henry and his 2 beautiful secretaries were so frightened that they hid under the desk, narrowly escaping being accidentally killed by their own men. Enraged, he roared, Fuck you. Are you blind? Why are you firing randomly? Aim carefully before you shoot. If he were to be killed by his own men, Henry would become a laughingstock among his peers. Hearing his boss's roar, the guards outside immediately stopped firing. The elite assassins naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. The 2 quickly reached the door, exchanged a hand gesture, and simultaneously leaped out, their AKs firing in a sweeping barrage. Before the uniformed guards on either side of the door could react, they were all felled. Henry's eyes blazed with fury as he stared intently at Lin Chen. Who are you? What do you want? Do you know who you mess with? Name your terms, and I might consider anything I can meet. Lin Chen looked at him and said calmly, I want all your money, your safe, bank cards, and pins. Hand over everything. Otherwise, before he could finish speaking, Henry instinctively refused. Impossible. Absolutely not. But the next second, a desert eagle was already pressed against his forehead. Henry swallowed his words and immediately changed his tune. The vault is in my suite. I'll take you there. He has so much money and hasn't enjoyed it enough yet. It would be such a waste for him to die now. Life is the most important thing. Everything else can be dealt with later. Lin Chen ordered several assassins to guard the stairwell to prevent anyone from rushing up from downstairs. Then, he and several high-ranking assassins escorted Henry to the door. The suite was next to the office, but only Henry himself could open it. Henry unlocked the door with his fingerprint and iris scan, leading everyone into the study. Under their watchful eyes, he reluctantly spun the globe on the table. Crunch! A mechanism clicked, and the bookshelves on the study wall opened like a hidden door, revealing a secluded space behind them. Inside, it was piled high with banknotes and a large quantity of gold bars. Lin Chen only needed a glance at it to know that it was worth at least hundreds of millions of US dollars. All this money was the blood and sweat of countless Chinese people, extracted by the telecom fraud group. Lin Chen knew very well that Henry's assets were far more than this. Besides cash and gold bars, there were definitely weapons and equipment, and more importantly, money in his bank accounts. Lin Chen didn't rush to put the contents of the vault into the system, but continued to ask, hand over the bank card and password as well. Henry's eyes blazed with fury. Don't go too far. I'm from one of the 4 great families of Kokong. Taking his card was tantamount to taking his entire fortune. But looking at Lin Chen's cold eyes and the gun barrel, Henry finally chickened out. He took out his bank card and handed it over. The password is 250408. He was thinking that as long as he could survive, he would have the bank freeze his account and get a new card as soon as Lin Chen left. Lin Chen smiled slightly, took the bank card, and put it in his pocket. But the moment the bank card went into his pocket, it was converted and recycled by the system, and Lin Chen's contribution points increased by 200,000. 200,000 contribution points translate to 2 billion. Lin Chen's first reaction wasn't excitement, but anger. Just how many Chinese people had this Henry group exploited? Every penny earned here was stained with blood and tears. Don't worry, Lin Chen, will avenge you. Afterwards, Lin Chen took all the cash and gold bars from the vault into the system, increasing his contribution points by another 80,000. With this one move, his contribution points surged to 300,000. The 2.8 billion yuan was a huge windfall, but the sins behind that money fueled Lin Chen's murderous intent. At this moment, Henry was unaware that Lin Chen had completely taken all his money. He was still figuring out how to contact reinforcements to rescue him. Lin Chen brought him back to his office and suddenly asked, "Are you looking for reinforcements to rescue you now?" Henry's face stiffened. Lin Chen continued, "I've already taken this entire city. However, I could give you a chance. Call the Kokong Alliance Army now and ask them to come and support you." Henry was stunned upon hearing this. Chapter 30. Lin Chen takes the initiative to have Henry call reinforcements. Is he planning a siege against the reinforcements? Henry doubted he had heard correctly. He stared at Lin Chen, his face full of doubt, and asked, "Are you sure?" Lin Chen smiled and nodded, "Of course." His relaxed demeanor suggested that he didn't take the Kokong Alliance Army seriously at all. Henry stared at him coldly, his gaze as if he were looking at a dead man. He thought Lin Chen was too arrogant, actually daring to try to ambush the Kokong Alliance Army with his men. This was simply courting death. Lin Chen didn't care at all, and instead urged him with a grin, "Congratulations on getting it right. Now make the call. I'm still waiting for your people to come. When they catch me, are they going to pinch my kidneys?" After saying that, Lin Chen sat down in Henry's boss chair, casually put his arm around the 2 beautiful female secretaries next to him, and looked at Henry with a provocative gaze. Henry broke down instantly, his anger finally reaching its peak. He picked up the phone on the table and immediately dialed the Kokong Alliance Army headquarters. At that moment, all he wanted was to make Lin Chen suffer a fate worse than death and to capture and torture these people slowly. In his view, as long as Lin Chen was eliminated, today's losses were insignificant. A few guards might die, but they could always recruit more. As soon as the call connected, Henry immediately said, "My headquarters is surrounded by a group of armed men, several thousand, maybe more. They've already taken over this place. The leader is right next to me. And they all have AKs. Their firepower is intense." He spoke quickly, while subtly reminding the other side that he had been controlled and that they should be careful of ambushes when they sent out troops. Henry spoke while observing Lin Chen's reaction. Seeing that Lin Chen still didn't react, he urged again, "Hurry up. The entire city is almost in their hands." Meanwhile, at the Kokong Alliance Army headquarters, a general was enjoying himself with a beautiful woman when he suddenly received a call for help from Henry. Henry Group is an affiliated force of a powerful family within the Kokong Alliance Army, and it sends a large sum of military funds every year. Upon hearing that Henry's headquarters had been captured, the general flew into a rage. "A bunch of low-level militants dare to cause trouble on our Kokong territory. Hold on a little longer. I'll immediately ask the commander for permission to take troops over." After hanging up the phone, the general immediately put on his uniform, picked up his weapon, and headed straight for the commander's office. Upon learning the news, the commander-in-chief of the Kokong Alliance Army was equally furious. Someone had dared to invade his territory and even occupy the Henry Group headquarters. This was tantamount to slapping him in the face in public. Just yesterday, he received a call from Bao Wuxiang, the king of Hua State. The caller inquired whether a 10,000-strong armed group that had appeared in Hua State was from Kokong. The commander denied it on the spot. The king of Hua State has 40,000 to 50,000 men under his command, as well as airplanes, artillery, and heavy weapons. No matter how stupid the Kokong Alliance Army is, they would never go there to cause trouble. Moreover, their own weapons were a mixed bag, and they didn't have that many AKs. The commander repeatedly assured Bao Wuxiang that the group was definitely not sent by them. But he never expected that yesterday he was gloating over the trouble that happened on someone else's territory, and today this arrogant armed force would come after him. He couldn't tolerate it, no matter who the other party came from. If he didn't teach them a lesson, wouldn't everyone dare to raid the Kokong Alliance Army's territory in the future? They are, after all, an armed force of nearly 10,000 people, and they must not be seen as easy to bully. Soon, all troops in the camp had assembled. The staff officer and deputy general stepped forward and saluted. Reporting to the commander, the troops have assembled. Please give instructions. The commander nodded and immediately ordered. Target, Henry Group headquarters, move out. Upon receiving the order, he got into a jeep, and the convoy immediately drove out of the military camp, heading towards the Henry Group. It was about a 3-hour drive from there. Deputy General Peng was somewhat worried and whispered a reminder. General He, the enemy, is clearly prepared. There may be an ambush on the way. We should be careful. The commander waved his hand dismissively. They're just a bunch of small fry. Just be careful. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Henry Group building, after hanging up the phone, Henry looked up at Lin Shun. Seeing him still flirting with his 2 secretaries, anger surged in his eyes, but he forcibly suppressed it. He suddenly changed his tone and said to Lin Shun, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Once the Kokong Alliance Army arrives, you won't be able to leave. The fact that you can raise such a large force shows that you are a talented person. Why don't you come and work for me?" A glint of greed flashed in Henry's eyes as he continued to tempt. "I have plenty of money here, and I can give you twin secretaries like these. You can also continue to command your own army." In his view, if Lin Shun was willing to join him, he would be able to possess a truly independent armed force, and even have the resources to break away from the enemy. Lin Shun laughed immediately after hearing this. "Are you out of your mind? You want me to surrender to you? Can you tell me what makes you worthy?" He looked at Henry coldly, his tone full of sarcasm. "Money, power, women, I can have these things by my own hands. Why would I need to come to you?" Henry's plan was indeed brilliant, but Lin Shun only found it laughable. However, Lin Shun also understood. When Henry was on the phone earlier, he had subtly warned the Kokong Alliance Army to be careful of ambushes, which showed that this guy wasn't completely brainless. Even the most cunning fox will eventually fall into the trap set by the hunter. Moreover, who says Lin Shun's real target is this reinforcement that has arrived? Chapter 31. Luring the snake out of its hole, striking straight to the lair. Lin Shun had already devised a plan. His attack on the Henry Group was ostensibly to destroy them, but his real purpose was to lure them out. He planned to use the Henry Group as bait to lure out the main force of the Kokong Alliance Army. Once they left their stronghold, he could immediately mobilize his elite troops to storm their headquarters. Lin Shun currently has 300,000 contribution points, which he can summon a large number of assassins near the enemy camp at any time. Whether the plan succeeds depends on whether the Kokong Alliance Army will send troops. However, Lin Shun knew very well that regardless of whether Henry asked for help or not, as long as the other side knew that someone was causing trouble on their territory, they would never sit idly by. Sure enough, not long after, the assassins lurking near the Kokong Alliance Army sent back a message. The enemy had assembled a large army and was heading towards Lin Shun's location. This time, the Kokong Alliance Army mobilized almost its entire force. They had received intelligence that Lin Shun's troops numbered around 10,000. Sending too few might result in their annihilation. Reporting to the boss, the Kokong Army has left the camp and is heading to your location. They number about 5 or 6,000. Lin Shun listened, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. He raised his hand and began summoning troops near the Kokong Alliance Army's base. 100 high-level assassins, and 10,000 mid-level assassins. Lin Shen spent 200,000 contribution points in an instant without even blinking. Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest. Rewards: tank production line, rocket launcher production line, howitzer production line. Is this manifestation possible? Lin Shen, of course, did not immediately manifest it. Now is neither the right time nor the right place. Having a tank production line means he can have a continuous supply of tanks. With that alone, he can establish the strongest power in this land. Immediately afterwards, the system released the next phase of tasks. Content: the God of War has been born. He summons 100,000 mid-level assassins, 1,000 high-level assassins, and 1 god-level assassin. Mission rewards: fighter jet production line, helicopter production line, anti-aircraft artillery production line. Lin Shen looked at the reward, and his heart skipped a beat. The temptation was indeed huge. At this time, only a little over 1,000 people remained stationed in the Kokong Alliance Army camp. Lin Shen, however, had prepared more than 10,000 elite soldiers for his raid on the camp. These suicide squad members, armed with AKs, Desert Eagles, and grenades, along with a few armored vehicles, were more than capable of dealing with a small number of defenders. 10,000 elite soldiers had already laid an ambush in the mountains surrounding the camp, waiting for the main force of the Kokong forces to move far away before launching an attack. Lin Shen wanted to prevent them from coordinating their attacks from both sides. Meanwhile, He Dehuai was leading a large army toward the Henry Group headquarters. In his view, no one would dare attack their stronghold on Kokong Alliance Army territory. That would be tantamount to provoking a tyrant, pure suicide. He deduced that since the other side dared to control various forces in the city, they must have already deployed a large number of troops. Although he only brought 6,000 elite soldiers, this time he even brought out tanks. With the king of land warfare in command, what trouble can the enemy cause, even if they outnumber us? Half an hour later, the main force of the Kokong Alliance Army was far enough away from the camp. Lin Shen sat in his office chair, smiled faintly, and ordered, "It's almost time. Begin the operation. Leave no one alive." Once the order was given, the muzzles of mortars and armored vehicles were immediately aimed at the Kokong Alliance Army camp. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of artillery fire rained down, and several shells exploded in the camp. Many Kokong soldiers caught off guard were killed instantly. Under the cover of artillery fire, 10,000 mid-level suicide soldiers, led by senior suicide soldiers, charged directly towards the military camp. Da-da-da. Gunfire erupted suddenly, and before the outer sentries could even raise an alarm, they were all wiped out. The elite troops advanced relentlessly, storming into the camp without hesitation. From the moment they stepped into the military camp, their AKs never stopped firing, bullets pouring out as if they were free. The remaining 1,000 or so Kokong soldiers were powerless against the 10,000 elite warriors, and were like lambs in a pen, being ruthlessly slaughtered. They never imagined that anyone would dare to launch a surprise attack on the Kokong Alliance Army headquarters. Most of them were still in a daze and hadn't even put up any decent resistance before they fell to the guns. As soon as the battle began, the situation became completely one-sided. "We surrender. We surrender. Stop hitting me. I only make a few thousand baht a month. I don't want to risk my life." The reason they're called suicide squads is because they're fearless and ruthless in their fighting style. Coupled with Lin Shen's unlimited ammunition supply, their firepower is almost uninterrupted. They stormed into the camp and, in one fell swoop, routed the Kokong soldiers, who surrendered their weapons and knelt on the ground with their hands in their hands. However, Lin Shen's order was to leave no one alive. Therefore, regardless of whether the enemy surrendered or not, the suicide squad did not stop. Da-da-da. After another round of gunfire, all those who had knelt and begged for mercy fell. What goes around comes around. These people should have been prepared. Soon, only a few sergeants remained alive in the entire camp. One of the highest-ranking sergeants was dragged to a senior assassin. The senior assassin raised his gun and pressed it against the sergeant's head. "Call your commander and tell him that the base has been attacked by an unknown force, with about 2,000 people involved. If you mispronounce a single word, my gun won't let you get away with it." The sergeant trembled with fear and nodded repeatedly, terrified that the other party might accidentally fire a gun and send him on his way. He quickly took out his communicator and contacted He Dehuai. He Dahuai was on his way when the communications officer suddenly handed him an earpiece and microphone. "Commander, there's a call from headquarters." He Dahuai frowned. "What is it?" The next second, his expression changed drastically. "What did you say? Someone attacked headquarters? They're all armed with AKs, and there are over 2,000 people." Through the headset, the sergeant's voice was urgent and terrified. "They have armored vehicles and mortars. Brothers can't hold on much longer." Meanwhile, bursts of gunfire and screams could be heard over the communication channels. He Dahuai then realized that something had really happened to his stronghold. An adjutant immediately spoke up. "Commander, the enemy is probably trying to slow our advance. Should we send the entire army back to reinforce them?" Another deputy general, Peng, stepped forward. "Commander, why don't we split our forces into two groups? One group can go back to provide reinforcements, while the other continues the advance. Since they can launch a surprise attack by splitting their forces, we can also split our forces to deal with them." He solemnly assured him, "Give me 2,000 men, and I'll go back and slaughter them all." Without hesitation, He Dahuai nodded immediately. "All right, the camp is in your hands now. We must send reinforcements immediately. But if we retreat entirely, we'll fall right into their trap. Their surprise attack on our base is clearly an attempt to deter us from advancing further. Since that's the case, he can't let the other party have their way." "Yes, Commander." After receiving the order, Peng Lao immediately mustered 2,000 men, turned around, and rushed back to the camp. Chapter 32. Luring the Kokong army back to defend. Ambush. To be on the safe side, He Dahuai ordered Peng Lao to take a tank and 20 armored vehicles and immediately return to the support camp. The camp is the foundation of the Kokong army's survival. Losing it would mean cutting off their continuous supply of soldiers. Now that the main camp has been attacked, Elder Peng dares not delay and can only rush back. His face was grim, and he gritted his teeth, cursing, "Damn it! Who exactly is controlling this force behind the scenes?" It was only then that they realized they were being led by the nose, completely falling into the other party's rhythm. Meanwhile, at the camp, the sergeant had just finished making the phone call when he was shot dead by a senior assassin. In less than half an hour, all the remaining soldiers in the camp had been wiped out. More than 1,000 Kokong soldiers were either shot or killed by artillery fire. The entire Kokong Alliance army camp fell completely into the hands of these suicide bombers. Lin Shun immediately ordered, "Take control of the armory and remove all the weapons inside. Loot the camp within 5 minutes, leaving nothing behind, including money and supplies." Most of these warlords' money was poured into their armies, so Lin Shun didn't expect to find much cash. For him, taking over the armory would already be a huge win. The battle went so smoothly mainly because the Kokong army took away their elite troops and most of their heavy weapons, leaving behind either the elderly, the infirm, or soldiers who were just going through the motions. If they were to engage in a direct confrontation, Lin Shun could capture the camp, but the suicide squad would inevitably have to pay a heavy price. After the battle, the assassins did not stop. He left 2,000 men to set up positions and build defensive lines around the camp. The remaining 8,000 men quietly infiltrated the mountains and forests outside the camp. They planned to wait for the Kokong Alliance army to return to defend their positions before launching a pincer attack from both inside and outside, catching the enemy off guard. After arranging everything, Lin Shun looked at Henry, smiled, and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Mr. Henry, thank you for your cooperation. If you hadn't tipped off the Kokong army and sent people to arrest me, I wouldn't have been able to take over their stronghold so easily." Henry froze on the spot, his face turning pale and then red. He then realized that he had been part of Lin Shun's scheme from beginning to end. He thought he was calling for reinforcements, but he ended up becoming bait, leading the Kokong army back into a trap. Henry trembled with rage, his eyes filled with venom as he stared intently at Lin Shun, managing to utter a single word, "You." Before he could finish speaking, everything went black, and he fainted from anger. Lin Shun shook his head and said calmly, "Your mental defenses are too low." He wanted to shatter Henry's hopes bit by bit, to drive him to a complete mental breakdown. Henry had harmed many Chinese people over the years. This was merely collecting some interest. Lin Shun waved for his assassins to drag Henry aside and tie him to a pillar. They could deal with him later after dealing with the remaining Allied soldiers. Just then, a henchman rushed over to report, "Boss, they're here." Traveling at full speed, Peng Lao led his troops to a spot not far from the camp in just 20 minutes. From a distance, the original military camp had been almost completely razed to the ground by artillery fire, with the corpses of Allied soldiers scattered everywhere. What angered them even more was that about 2,000 militants were building fortifications around the camp. This was like a slap in the face to them. Old Peng, seeing the carnage before him, was filled with rage and wished he could rush in and slaughter the enemy. The soldiers behind him were equally furious. Their own camp, weapons, and supplies had all been robbed by others. They simply couldn't swallow this insult. Old Peng roared, "Open fire! Shoot them hard!" The next second, the tank roared, its shells slamming into the positions outside the camp. Simultaneously, the heavy machine guns on 20 armored vehicles roared, their dense bullets tearing through the air. The suicide soldiers who were building the fortifications immediately laid down in the trenches to take cover from the fire. Peng Lao seized the opportunity and immediately ordered a charge. 2,000 Allied soldiers, under the cover of artillery and machine gun fire, rushed towards the camp. This scene was strikingly similar to one that had occurred not long ago. However, this time, those guarding the camp were no longer the Kokong soldiers who had stayed behind, but Lin Chen's elite army of suicide soldiers. Once the Allied forces had advanced to a certain distance, the Suicide Squad immediately launched a counterattack. Mortars roared from the camp, and thousands of AKs spat fire simultaneously. Gunfire, explosions, and screams mingled together instantly, and blood splattered across the battlefield. With the assistance of tanks, the Allied forces initially gained some advantage, but they were quickly overwhelmed by the fearless fighting style of the Suicide Squads. Old Peng sat inside the tank and continued to direct the artillery fire, trying to break through the enemy's defensive position again. But at that moment, several shells suddenly landed in the Allied forces' ranks, instantly killing 200 or 300 people. Immediately afterwards, 8,000 suicide soldiers surged out of the mountains and forests behind the camp like a tidal wave. Thousands of AKs opened fire simultaneously, bullets raining down like a storm of steel. The Allied forces were completely unprepared for an ambush in the rear and were thrown into chaos in an instant. The sound of bullets piercing bodies and the screams of agony echoed across the open ground outside the camp. One of Peng Lao's personal guards was shot in the head, his blood splattering all over him. His expression changed drastically as he finally realized something was wrong. The intelligence was wrong. We've been ambushed. Retreat. Charge out. He then realized that the sergeant who delivered the message had most likely been controlled by the other side, and the so-called request for help was simply a trap. Looking at the armed forces surging in from all directions, numbering at least tens of thousands, Old Peng felt a chill in his heart. The enemy had practically buried all their forces here, waiting for them. What's even more frightening is that, despite them being on the road the whole time, the intelligence department didn't detect anything unusual. The number of assassins who suddenly appeared from behind was several times their own, and the 2,000 Allied soldiers were instantly thrown into chaos. Peng Lao, huddled inside the tank, feeling a sense of security from its heavy exterior, immediately ordered the driver, "Drive. Charge out." The driver immediately turned the car around and desperately tried to break out of the encirclement. At the same time, an Allied soldier operated the tank's cannon, aimed it at the direction for which the 8,000 suicide soldiers were charging, and suddenly opened fire. With a loud bang, the shell exploded in the crowd, taking away several mid-level assassins. But these casualties were no match for the advance of the Suicide Squad. Undeterred by fear, they continued their charge, completely cutting off the Kokong army's retreat. Chapter 33. A series of ambushes lead to the annihilation of the Kokong Alliance army. Soon, the Suicide Squad rushed to the vicinity of the Allied positions, and the firepower between the two sides never ceased. As the distance closed, the rate of death increased dramatically. The Suicide Squad members who rushed to the tanks aimed directly at the tracks and planted bombs. Although the Kokong Alliance army had a few tanks, they were all cheap ones. Truly high-performance tanks cost hundreds of millions, which they simply couldn't afford, nor did they need to. The assassins seized the blind spots in the tank's field of vision and quickly completed their deployment. With a loud bang, the tank's tracks snapped, forcing it to a halt. A high-ranking assassin outside shouted, "Come out and surrender now, or we'll blow up the tank." Inside the tank, Old Peng was panicking. He couldn't understand why so many people had suddenly appeared. Did they really have tens of thousands of troops? How come he had never heard of such a large force before? Seeing the densely packed suicide soldiers outside, and considering the enemy's formidable fighting skills, Old Peng knew in his heart that the Kokong Alliance army was finished. They only had 3,000 men left with Commander He's men, while the enemy still had at least tens of thousands. This battle was simply unwinnable. He sighed deeply, took out cigarettes from his pocket, and offered them to several soldiers around him. They smoked in silence. It was over. Everything was over. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement from inside the tank. The senior assassin waved his hand, and several assassins immediately rushed forward, ignoring the rotating cannon, forcibly opened the hatch, and opened fire on the inside. Everyone inside the tank was killed. Old Peng was covered in blood, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, white smoke slowly rising. Gunshots and screams echoed all around, and 10 minutes later, the battlefield finally fell silent. The battlefield in front of the military camp was riddled with bullet holes and littered with corpses. More than 2,000 Allied soldiers lay scattered on the ground. The fallen soldiers, however, vanished in a flash of light. In this battle, the Suicide Squad had achieved a resounding victory. On the other side, Panlong Mountain Highway is flanked by continuous mountain ranges and dense forests, making it a typical place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and also the most suitable for an ambush. Commander He Dehuai, who had received Henry's warning in advance, traveled with extra caution. Although the enemy was attacking their stronghold, he still dared not rule out the possibility of an ambush along the way. It was this caution that had brought him to his current position. So he first sent out scouts to explore the area. Not long after, the scouts reported that nothing unusual had been found ahead. Commander He breathed a slight sigh of relief and ordered the convoy to continue. Motorcycles led the way, followed by tanks, with the convoy close behind. In his view, even if there were an ambush, the tanks ahead would be enough to overwhelm them. So he urged the troops to speed up and get through Panlong Mountain as quickly as possible. But he overlooked one thing. None of the scouts he sent out had returned. All the messages were only transmitted back via walkie-talkies. Sitting in the command vehicle, Commander He kept urging the army to speed up. The enemy's various actions seemed to be stalling for time, and he had to get back as soon as possible. Boom! The tank at the front suddenly ran over a landmine, its tracks blown off. Commander He had just sent someone to check when another mortar shell fell from the sky, landing directly in the middle of the convoy. The violent explosion overturned a car, killing the soldiers inside instantly. Immediately afterward, more mortar shells rained down, throwing the entire convoy into chaos. Before Commander He could react, the assassins lying in ambush in the dense forest on one side simultaneously pulled their triggers. Gunshots, the clanging of metal, and screams instantly echoed through the valley. Commander He's expression changed drastically. The scouts had clearly said there was no ambush, yet the enemy not only launched a surprise attack on their stronghold, but also set up a trap along the way, clearly intending to wipe them out. He knew it was too late to retreat. The convoy was a sitting duck on the road. He could only grit his teeth and order, counterattack. Counterattack now. Allied soldiers jumped out of their vehicles, using them as cover, and opened fire towards the mountains and forests. The two sides exchanged fire, and the fighting was extremely fierce. But just then, from the dense forest on the other side, which had been silent until now, thousands of AKs suddenly emerged. The Allied soldiers who were hiding behind cars and fighting back were now completely exposed to the gun barrels. At a command, bullets rained down on the Allied forces. Instantly, at least 800 men fell in pools of blood. Crossfire from both sides blocked their retreat, leaving the Allied soldiers with nowhere to hide. Several tanks fired a few shots before being destroyed by the high-ranking suicide soldiers rushing down the mountain. The suicide soldiers also paid a price, with many mid-level soldiers being killed by artillery fire, but the outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. Commander He watched as his troops were wiped out piece by piece, his face ashen. He finally realized that the Kokong Alliance army was finished. Even the main force he had led out had been wiped out, and Peng Lao's forces, who were returning to defend their stronghold, were likely in dire straits as well. He was unaware that Old Peng had already gone down to wait for him. This was not a battle at all, but a one-sided massacre. Commander He never expected that the armed force that had invaded the Kokong region was not targeting the telecom fraud group at all, but rather their Kokong Alliance army. As the number of soldiers around him dwindled, he could no longer hold on. He immediately raised his hands, stepped out from behind the vehicle, and shouted, "I surrender! I surrender!" He was terrified that if he shouted even a moment too late, he too would be riddled with bullets. Looking at the corpses strewn across the ground and the burning vehicles, He Dahuai felt utterly hopeless. From this day forward, the Kokong army was completely finished. Chapter 34. All kinds of torture await you. Enjoy this, you devils. What happened today is destined to cause a huge international sensation. Because the entire Kokong Alliance has been wiped out, this warlord-controlled land will be completely transformed. Go, take them away. A senior assassin walked up to He Dahuai and waved for his men to take the man away. Looking at the corpses strewn across the ground, He Dahuai knew that from this day forward, the Kokong army was no more. Even now, he still doesn't know who the enemy is. That armed group was terrifying. They seemed completely oblivious to death, firing their last breath before collapsing. He Dahuai had never seen such a fighting style, where the more they fought, the braver they became, and they were unafraid of death. Moreover, the enemy's weapons were uniform, their equipment superior, and their marching and fighting resembled that of a regular army. This question lingered in his mind, but the assassins offered no answer, simply escorting him away. The remaining people were divided into groups to clean up the battlefield. All the guns, ammunition, and vehicles that were still usable were taken away. Henry Group Headquarters, 28th floor office. Lin Shen looked at Henry, who was tied to the pillar, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He ordered his assassins to use knives to cut wounds on Henry's body, and then sprinkled salt on them. He didn't simply want to torture the other person. He just wanted to see just how much pain rubbing salt into a wound could cause. The standard for judgment, of course, was Henry's screams of agony. "Ah, you're a demon. You wait, the Allied forces will wipe you all out." A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire floor. Henry, his face covered in blood, endured the excruciating pain and cursed furiously, his eyes contorted with rage. Lin Chen merely curled the corner of his lips. "You think that by provoking me, I'll give you a quick death?" He looked at Henry coldly. "Don't worry. I'll make you slowly realize just how desperate those you tormented were back then." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Chen kicked Henry in the groin. Henry screamed in agony, curling up like a shrimp, almost fainting on the spot. Just then, the office door was pushed open. 2 bodyguards escorted He Dahuai in. The moment Henry saw him, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. How is this possible? At this moment, He Dahuai's clothes were disheveled, his hair was unkempt, and he looked as pathetic as a stray dog. But who was he? The top leader of the Kokong Alliance army, commanding tens of thousands of troops, and even the official forces of Myanmar had to give him some face. And now, this very person was being dragged here by Lin Chen like a chicken. Henry simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. His entire understanding of the world was crumbling. As soon as He Dahuai was restrained, he stared at Lin Chen and said, "Who exactly are you? I have no grudge against you." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Chen kicked him away. "I just don't like you, so what?" He Dahuai lay on the ground, unable to get up for a long time due to the pain. Lin Chen looked down at him, his eyes icy cold. This land in northern Myanmar could have been very beautiful. If it weren't for the telecom fraud industrial park and the shady dens of swindlers, it should have been developed into a tourist destination. But these devils have turned the place into a complete mess. Henry, the park owner, is a devil, and those who harbor these devils are even more sinful. With this battle over, the entire Kokong region essentially fell into Lin Chen's hands. From now on, this area can be considered Lin's territory. He Dahuai gritted his teeth and growled, "If you're going to kill me, then give me a quick death." Lin Chen laughed. "Death? That's too easy on you. I still have 99 kinds of tortures I haven't let you experience. He just tried the first one. You can ask him how it felt." He Dahuai looked at Henry beside him and saw that he was covered in blood, his flesh torn open, and he was still screaming. The gruesome sight sent chills down He Dahuai's spine. Henry suddenly grinned maliciously, his face covered in blood, making him look like a demon crawling out of hell. "Don't be so smug. If you're this arrogant, you'll get killed sooner or later." Lin Chen's gaze was icy. "Don't worry. I will make you watch as I lock up all the people like you one by one and torture them slowly. The best way to deal with these man-eating devils is to fight fire with fire, or even retaliate in kind." After defeating the Kokong Alliance army, Lin Shun gained over 30,000 contribution points, plus a large quantity of weaponry. In this battle, his side also lost 8 or 900 elite soldiers, mostly killed by tanks and artillery fire. It was simply perfect for him. Now that the Kokong region is almost entirely under his control, all that's left is to spend some time clearing out the remaining armed forces. Lin Shun has decided to make this his current base of operations. All troops, prepare to move out. Target: Allied headquarters. We're going to take over the territory. Lin Shun ordered his men to take Henry and He Dahui away, leaving some troops to guard the area, and then led the army toward the Kokong headquarters. As for the compatriots who had been scammed, there were several thousand of them. Lin Shun also arranged for them to be sent to the embassy and left them with travel expenses so they could return home on their own. After leaving this land, they were finally able to start their lives anew. Those people were extremely grateful to Lin Shun. In their hearts, Lin Shun was like a god of war who had saved them from hell. Just as Lin Shun's army set off to enter the Allied army camp, the Burmese government army sensed something was wrong and immediately withdrew, fearing that they would be wiped out by this force. This saved Lin Shun a lot of trouble. In this way, the area truly fell into his hands. The next step was to hold on to it and then continue expanding. Lin Shun's next target is Hua State. This is not only because Hua State is adjacent to Kokong, but more importantly, because he has several production lines there. If it gets destroyed, that would be a real problem. Right now, the most important thing is to establish a base and get the tank production line up and running as quickly as possible. Chapter 35. Entering the camp, the Lin family army is established. 2 hours later, Lin Shun's convoy entered the Kokong Alliance army camp. The area outside the camp was still littered with corpses. He immediately ordered his men to go into the mountains to dig pits and burn all the bodies. Upon entering the military camp, a huge parade ground came into view, large enough for tens of thousands of people to assemble. On both sides were training grounds, but the equipment was rudimentary, and due to years of lack of combat, they had long since become dilapidated and abandoned. Behind the training ground is the camp's administrative office building. The first to third floors are for offices, and the fourth to sixth floors are for living quarters. The former commander lived on the sixth floor. The words Kokong Alliance Army are displayed in large characters on the front of the building. Lin Shun looked at those words and found them increasingly irritating. He immediately ordered them all to be removed and replaced with Lin Family Army. Now that he had taken control of Kokong and had more than 30,000 elite soldiers under his command, it was time to officially establish this name. He wants to let northern Myanmar, the Golden Triangle, and even further afield know that the Lin Family Army has been born from this day forward. Some may find it laughable now, but this is just the beginning. The future of the Lin Family Army is far more than this. The assassins immediately obeyed and carried out the order. Lin Shun stood in the camp and continued to issue orders. Wipe out all armed forces in the entire Kokong region, especially the remnants of the 4 major families, and confiscate all the wealth they have obtained by exploiting their victims. He wanted to leave only one voice in Kokong and to turn it into an impregnable stronghold. After the order was given, a group of suicide soldiers stayed behind to rebuild the camp, while a large number of them immediately set off to attack various targets. Their targets are all armed groups, clan gangs, and criminal organizations in Kokong. Almost none of the forces that survived here are clean. Those notorious family groups are finally paying the price. After arranging these things, Lin Shun went to the armory at the rear of the camp. This was the most heavily guarded and easily defensible area in the entire camp. He ordered his men to clear an area, as the tank production line required a lot of space. After everything was ready, Lin Shun began to materialize the rewards. The system notification indicated that the tank production line had been successfully materialized, and 5 of the latest model tanks were given as a gift. A maximum of 5 tanks could be produced per day, with each tank requiring 1,000 contribution points. Upon hearing the price, Lin Shun couldn't help but curse the system for becoming increasingly exploitative. However, the system then explained that the produced tank would be twice as powerful as the strongest tank on Earth. Hearing this, he had no reason to hesitate. He directly spent 5,000 contribution points to exchange for 5 more tanks. Adding the 5 given as a gift, 10 top-tier tanks lay quietly in the system space. Lin Shun had only one thought in his mind. This is going to be a huge success. Subsequently, The rocket launcher production line was also successfully implemented. The system provided 50 rocket launchers and 200 shells as a gift, with a maximum production capacity of 50 launchers per day. There was no limit to the amount of shells, and each rocket launcher only required 2 contribution points, while the shells were cheaper. Without hesitation, Lin Xin spent 100 contribution points to exchange for a rocket launcher. Shells were unlimited. He could replenish them as needed. Immediately afterwards, a howitzer production line was completed and 5 howitzers and 20 shells were donated. With the 3 production lines in place, Lin Xin's military strength instantly rose to a new level. Given a little time, he could even lead a tank army to sweep across the entire northern Myanmar region. Meanwhile, rocket launchers and howitzers were added to the trading lists of warlords and suicide squads across the country. As for tanks, Lin Xun had no plans to sell them for the time being. He didn't even have enough of these land combat weapons for himself, let alone sell them to others. While state is taken over, the tanks must not be allowed to leave the country. After resolving the arms issue, Lin Xun began to consider the administration of the Kokong region. This area originally belonged to China, but due to insufficient national strength at the time, it was seized by foreign enemies and eventually ceded to Myanmar. The core area of Kokong is Laojia, covering an area of about 2,700 square kilometers, but with a total population of only about 200,000, which is even smaller than a large town in China. The sources of income here are extremely limited, with telecom fraud being the biggest contributor, followed by gambling, and the victims are almost all Chinese. For the Chinese, this land is nothing short of a place of suffering. After reviewing the financial situation, Lin Xin quickly understood why the local government tolerated telecom fraud groups. Without the protection money paid by those groups, Kokong would suffer a deficit of hundreds of millions of yuan every year, which the local government simply couldn't sustain. But this is absolutely no reason for them to protect the evil forces of the Henry Group. Looking at the pitifully small population here, Lin Xun even had a fleeting thought of whether to summon ordinary assassins to bolster the situation. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. He quickly returned his attention to reality and began planning the next steps in management and rectification. On the second day after settling into the camp, the sky was clear and the air felt as if it had been washed clean. With those demonic forces eliminated, Kokong seemed to have regained its color. The train station connecting Kokong and China was unusually busy that day. The group of victims rescued by Lin Xun arrived at the station, led by the embassy. They would depart at 10 a.m. to return to China. Everyone was visibly moved and remembered the hero who had rescued them. Some said his name was Lin Xun, while others mentioned that they called themselves the Lin family army. Everyone expressed that they would definitely thank him in person if they had the chance in the future. They decided to bring Lin Chen's story back to China, so that his name would be remembered by his family and even written into their family genealogy. As a large number of victims returned home, news of the Kokong battle and the changing situation spread among the locals, quickly attracting more attention. Chapter 36: The Kokong region has been occupied? Is the Lin family army backed by the Dragon Kingdom? Kokong was originally a highly autonomous region in Myanmar, with its territory clearly defined and dominated by the Kokong Alliance Army for a long time, while other smaller forces depended on it for survival. But now, overnight, the entire Kokong Alliance Army has been wiped out, and in its place has emerged a new force that no one has ever heard of before, the Lin family army. The moment the name spread, all the factions in the Golden Triangle became interested. If it were said that Kokong was undergoing a regime change, the first person that came to mind would definitely be Wa State King Bao Wuxiang. In recent years, there have been constant frictions between Wa State and Kokong. If it weren't for concerns about the impact and the fact that Kokong has a small population and limited resources, Wa State would have swallowed up this territory long ago. The problem is if Bao Wuxiang really was behind it, then the new army could never have been called the Lin family army. Given his personality, he would neither allow his troops to use someone else's name nor deny his actions. What? The entire Kokong region has been taken over by a force called the Lin family army. Tens of thousands of Kokong Alliance soldiers were almost all killed. That's too ruthless. Who exactly are they? How many soldiers do they have? What kind of equipment do they have? The warlords were stunned when they heard the news. They were completely unaware that a major battle had already ended, and Kokong had even changed hands. Even more outrageous is that no one seems to know who the new ruler of Kokong is. The name Lin family army was instantly remembered by all factions. The Hua state side, Bao Wuxiang's expression changed upon receiving the intelligence. He never imagined that his old rival, He Dehuai, would be wiped out overnight. What annoyed him even more was that the territory he had always coveted had been seized by someone else. He Dehuai had at least 10,000 soldiers under his command, along with considerable heavy firepower. To wipe them out, it would take at least 20,000 troops. The Burmese military fought for so long before only managing to inflict some losses on the Kokang Alliance army, and ultimately had to acquiesce to Kokang's autonomy. Now, the Lin family army has taken control overnight, indicating that the strength behind this is far from simple. Bao Wuxiang immediately asked, "How many of them are there? What is their firepower like?" Intelligence personnel replied that, based on current information, the opposing force number is at least 10,000, though the exact number is unknown. Their weapons are strange. Almost all of them are AK-47s, very similar to the armed groups causing trouble in Hua State. Intelligence agencies believe that these two armed groups are likely backed by the same force. Upon hearing this, Bao Wuxiang's face darkened completely. If the two sides were indeed the same group, then the forces that the other side could mobilize would be terrifying. Hua State, and more than 10,000 more after taking Kokang. In addition, they will definitely need to leave people to defend their own territory, so the enemy's total force is at least 30,000. Originally, he thought that the armed force of less than 10,000 men, though troublesome, wouldn't cause much trouble. But now the situation has changed. The enemy may have 20,000 or even more troops, and he can no longer underestimate them. Bao Wuxiang's head throbbed with worry. Plans were completely thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. The other side first caused trouble in Hua State, then turned around and occupied Kokang. It didn't seem like they were content with just a small territory. He even suspected that the group causing trouble in Hua State was a deliberate ploy to provoke him into sending troops to suppress them. If Hua State made the first move, the other side's retaliation would be justified. In other words, he is very likely to be the next target. Thinking of this, Bao Wuxiang felt a chill of fear. Fortunately, he had only sent people to investigate and had not acted rashly. Otherwise, if the war had started unprepared, Hua State might not have gained the upper hand. His intuition, honed by years of warfare, told him that this force would eventually target Hua State. When that happened, a major battle between them was inevitable. He immediately ordered the entire army to be on high alert and enter a state of combat readiness, while also preparing weapons, food, and ammunition in advance, ensuring that all contingencies could be addressed in the event of an emergency. At the same time, Bao Wuxiang had a guess in his mind. It was very likely that the Dragon Kingdom was behind the Lin family army. The so-called Lin family army may simply be an armed force that China had long ago planted in northern Myanmar, recruiting and training locals. Otherwise, why would they have let so many Chinese citizens go? In recent years, telecom fraud and related illegal activities along the northern border of Myanmar have become increasingly serious, which has long displeased China. Now, with the purge of Kokang and the dismantling of the telecom fraud industrial park, it all seems too much like the work of China. Bao Wuxiang sighed deeply. He realized that the other party had finally made their move. He ordered in a deep voice, "Send out scouts to keep a close eye on the Kokang Lin family army's every move, as well as that armed group in northeastern Hua State. Don't make enemies with them for now. First, assess the situation. Since the other party may be from China, Hua State may not be targeted immediately as long as it doesn't provoke trouble. After all, Hua State is different from Kokang. Kokang has almost become a haven for telecom fraud and was once part of China's territory, so it's understandable that the other party would take it back in this way. As for Hua State, although it was once part of China's territory in ancient times, it was not a territory ceded in modern times. Bao Wuxiang felt that the other party would not easily make things difficult for him. Therefore, he decided to keep a low profile during this period. Meanwhile, Lin Shun had no idea that Bao Wuxiang had already imagined so much. He only planned to develop for a few more days, and once his tank army was fully assembled, he would directly attack the Hua State United Government. News of the political upheaval in Kokang not only spread throughout the Golden Triangle, but also quickly reached back to China. A large number of media reporters began to pay attention to the matter, as 3,000 to 5,000 more victims who had been swindled returned home, a fact that was enough to draw everyone's attention. Through interviews with those who had returned to China, And with some journalists boldly going to Kokong to conduct on-site investigations, they discovered a startling fact. The telecom fraud industrial parks in the Kokong region have all been eradicated. The Kokong Alliance Army has also completely disappeared, replaced by the Lin Family Army. Now, the Lin Family Army is the king of the Kokong region. Chapter 37. Lin Qianlong's identity as a Chinese citizen is revealed, shocking the entire nation. Upon discovering the dramatic changes in Kokong, major media outlets immediately reported the news. A mysterious armed force, the Lin Family Army, has been discovered in the Kokong region. The Kokong Telecom Fraud Syndicate has been completely destroyed. A series of news stories quickly went viral, with terms like Kokong, Lin Family Army, and telecom fraud appearing before countless Chinese netizens in an instant. Meanwhile, numerous videos surfaced online showing many of the victims trapped in Kokong being rescued and repatriated to China. The comments section exploded after seeing these videos. Some people excitedly shouted that the Kokong Telecom Fraud Syndicate had finally been busted and their compatriots from China had returned safely. Others joked that the name Lin Family Army sounded like something that some big shot in China had done. Some speculate that the Lin Family Army might be connected to the Chinese government. After all, who would dare to confront a local warlord head-on without sufficient backing? As the news continues to gain traction, more and more people are paying attention to Kokong. The people of China deeply resent the telecom fraud syndicates there, as they have torn countless families apart and many have personally fallen victim to their schemes. Therefore, when everyone learned that the Lin Family Army had completely eradicated the Kokong Telecom Fraud Industrial Park, they almost unanimously supported it. They seemed to see hope that the entire telecom fraud and gambling industry in northern Myanmar could be eliminated. In just a few days, no fewer than 8,000 people have returned home safely. And all of these rescued individuals mention the same name, Lin Shun. Who exactly is Lin Shun? Was he sent by the authorities to rescue people in northern Myanmar? Nobody knows for sure, but at least the current outcome is satisfying for everyone. As everyone knows, telecom fraud cannot disappear overnight, but they still hope that Lin's army can severely punish northern Myanmar and make that place no longer a place that people fear. Soon, videos and news about Lin Jiajun topped the charts on major short video platforms in China. Meanwhile, Lin Shun, far away in Kokong, had some free time and came across the news reports from China. Looking at the popular comments, he couldn't help but smile. It seems that telecom fraud in northern Myanmar has indeed made countless people hate it to the core. Afterward, Lin Shun changed his account nickname to Lin Family Army and personally recorded a video. After a quick check, he posted it online, then tossed his phone aside and continued dealing with a mess in Kokong. Not long after, someone came across the video. Accompanied by rousing background music, Lin Shun's face appeared on the screen. He declared himself the supreme leader of the Lin Family Army, and that he had conquered the entire Kokong region. He stated that he would then rebuild and transform Kokong, ensuring that no telecom fraud ring remained there. He also publicly stated that Kokong is just the beginning, not the end. He will continue to crack down on all telecom fraud groups and organ trafficking organizations. Find one and take them down, no matter who's backing you up. These are my words, Lin Shun. Lin Shun's powerful voice ignited the entire internet. He was well aware that for Kokong to truly recover, it needed to redevelop. And currently, the easiest way to boost the local economy was through tourism. This place once boasted breathtaking scenery, but it was occupied by demons for far too long. Now that the demons have been driven away, Kokong should regain its former glory. The video quickly climbed to the top of the trending list at an alarming speed, with views exceeding 100 million. Lin Shun's account followers also skyrocketed, jumping from a few dozen to 1 million in just 1 hour. Netizens were completely shocked, and comments flooded the screen. The leader of the Lin Family Army is truly a Chinese. I knew the name Lin Family Army looked familiar. So handsome, and a leader at that. I love him. Kokang's new king is so young. In just 1 hour, the comments exceeded 500,000 and the likes surpassed 10 million. Lin Shun became an overnight sensation across the internet, his popularity unmatched. Previously, although everyone had heard of Lin Shun, they all thought that he had only destroyed a few industrial parks and rescued a group of people, and that he would soon be targeted by warlords. No one expected that he would not only survive but also defeat the warlord and take control of Kokong, thus gaining his own territory. He's practically a young hero. Lin Chen's Douyin, TikTok, feed was overflowing with notifications, but he couldn't be bothered to check it. He only needed to state his position, saying too much else would likely backfire. With the help of his henchmen, Lin Chen quickly wiped out telecom fraud groups, casinos, and various quack massage parlors in Kokong. All trapped victims were arranged to be repatriated. Telecom fraud and organ trading in Kokong. He cannot tolerate any of these things. As for those young women who make a living at night, Lin Chen felt a little sorry for them and thought that he would definitely ask his fans to help them out if he had the chance in the future. As long as there are no more demons on this land, Kokong will eventually be restored to its former glory as a pure land. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. The task ahead is arduous and the road is long. He wasn't particularly knowledgeable about these governance matters, so he could only proceed step by step. It would be great if he could have a few political management experts to help him. Just then, Lin Chen suddenly thought of something and tentatively asked the system, "System, can I specify the type of lottery draw?" The system responded almost instantly. The host can spend 1,000 points to specify the type of lottery draw, and then proceed with the selection. Lin Chen immediately understood and decided to spend 1,000 points to designate a political management talent. The system will immediately prompt, "Insufficient permissions, please select again." Friendly reminder, you can only select the broad category, talent. Lin Chen's lips twitched. Okay, then that's talent. 1,000 points is really painful. Let's draw. Chapter 38, The Crouching Dragon and the Young Phoenix. With both, can we be courageous and resolute? An envoy from the Dragon Kingdom. Spend 10,000 contribution points to start the lucky draw. This lottery is a designated lottery, and the designated category is talent. Start the lottery. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a negotiation expert, Qian Duo. Money galore. Attribute. Merchant. Effect. Increases negotiation success rate by 50% and increases transaction volume by 99%. 100% loyalty. As the notification tone ended, a slightly overweight, middle-aged man in a suit appeared before Lin Chen. This man was Qian Duo. Although not a politically astute individual, he was still useful to Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly made arrangements. Qian Duo was skilled in negotiation and could be in charge of arms sales. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the business himself and could still steadily earn contribution points. Qian Duo stepped forward and bowed, smiling humbly. "Greetings, leader. My name is Qian Duo. Lin Chen nodded and said, "Starting today, you will be in charge of negotiating arms deals with the major warlords. You can sell everything except tanks." Qian Duo immediately assured him, "No problem, leader. I've got it covered." For him, negotiating business was not difficult. With his business acumen and negotiation skills, he could easily expand Lin Chen's arms business. For Qian Duo, the task assigned by his leader was to safeguard the lifeline. Lin Chen didn't stop. He used up his contribution points again to continue drawing lots for designated talents. Spend 10,000 contribution points to start the lucky draw. This lottery is a designated lottery, and the designated category is talent. Start the lottery. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a management talent, Guan Diheo. Attribute, politician. Effect. Increases the GDP of the managed area by 50% and improves the morale of the local populace by 99%. 100% loyalty. This time, the system finally selected the management talent Lin Chen wanted. A middle-aged man with a square face, piercing eyes, and a goatee appeared, exuding an air of official authority. He bowed solemnly to Lin Chen. "Guan Diheo greets the leader. I'm willing to go through fire and water for you." Lin Chen waved his hand and laughed. "You flatter me. We're all on the same side." Afterwards, Lin Chen handed over the current territory's boundaries and jurisdictional information to Guan Diheo, instructing him to manage the Kokong region for the time being. As for the larger territory to come, Guan Diheo would naturally be expected to contribute his efforts. Lin Chen was very satisfied with the two new talents, Qian Duo and Guan Diheo. One was in charge of the arms business, and the other was in charge of territory management, which finally allowed him to extricate himself from the complicated affairs. Over the next few days, under Guan Diheo's management, the Kokong region gradually improved. Lin Shan also understood that governing a region was not a matter of a day or two, so he was not in a hurry to urge progress. On the 5th day after Lin Shan occupied the Kokong region, an unexpected yet perfectly reasonable person found him. Inside Lin Shan's private office at the Lin family army camp, a young man in a mink coat walked in and got straight to the point. "You must be Lin Shan, the leader of the Lin family army? I'm from China, and I'm an arms dealer. I'm here today to ask what kind of weapons you need. We can sell you our weapons at cost price." After saying that, the young man winked at Lin Shan, his meaning quite clear. Lin Shan was taken aback after hearing this, but then he immediately understood. Goodness, this support came really directly. He coughed twice and gave a bright smile. "Well, I'm a little short on cash lately. I was wondering if you could let me buy on credit?" The young man was stunned. The cost price wasn't even enough to cover the cost, and he wanted to buy for free? However, seeing Lin Shan's sunny and handsome face, he thought the other party was joking, so he could only say with a bitter face, "Boss, don't tease me. The cost price is already the lowest price our boss can give." The young man actually admired Lin Shan. It was quite remarkable that Lin Shan could raise an army in such a chaotic place and rescue so many of his compatriots. He had expected Lin Shan to place a large order immediately after he offered weapons at cost price, but Lin Shan's first words were that he had no money. But Lin Shan had just wiped out the telecom fraud groups in the Kokong region. How could he really be broke? Lin Shan explained seriously. "As you know, maintaining an army is very expensive. Kokong is a mess, and cleaning it up has cost a lot of money. In addition, I'm still researching weapons, and there are huge holes to fill later." At this point, Lin Shan suddenly changed his subject. "How about this? I'll sell you my weapons. What do you say?" He suddenly realized that he couldn't just sell his tanks to anyone, but selling them to China was perfectly acceptable. China's tanks have always had a weakness. While they are better than many other countries, they still lag significantly behind the latest models from the United States. The tanks produced by the system production line he has are, however, far superior in performance to those from the U.S. The young man fell silent. Who understands? The commander sent him to provide weapons, but the other side turned around and started selling them. He couldn't help but ask, "Wait, don't you need weapons? Why are you selling them?" Lin Shan calmly replied, "But I'm more in need of money. Come on, I'll show you around." Afterwards, Lin Shan led the young man to the tank camp. 20 tanks were neatly lined up, their appearance alone exuding a powerful aura. They were significantly larger than ordinary tanks, with thick armor and imposing designs, far surpassing ordinary tracked armored vehicles. The turrets, fire control radars, and weapon systems of these tanks are all designed using the most advanced technology currently available. Each tank is equipped with two 150mm main battle tank guns, 3 secondary gun barrels, as well as armor-piercing rounds, high-explosive rounds, and spare launch tubes. More importantly, their effective range is up to 20 kilometers. Lin Shan smiled and took out a complete tank structural design document, handing it to the young man. "This is a new tank that I've invested heavily in developing. Its performance is even better than the one in the U.S. Go back and ask your superiors if they want it. 100 million per unit, no bargaining." After saying that, Lin Shan's smile immediately turned into that of a cunning businessman, as if he had finally seen a fat sheep he had long coveted. Chapter 39. The army parades through the streets, intimidating the villains. Preparations for further expansion. The young man was startled by Lin Shan's words, but then shook his head and said, "Okay, I'll go back and ask for you. But they probably won't be willing to buy something so expensive." He didn't take it entirely seriously. After all, Lin Shan's description of the performance was too exaggerated. Even the top scientists in China might not be able to create such a thing at present. Before leaving, the young man couldn't help but ask again, "Are you sure you really don't need to buy weapons at a low price?" His eyes were filled with expectation, clearly still wanting to offer Lin Shan some help. Lin Shan smiled and said, "I don't need it for now. What I want are airplanes and cannons, which I doubt you would dare to sell." After saying that, he winked at the young man. This statement, though seemingly a joke, actually reveals Lin Shan's true need. He doesn't lack ordinary light weapons. What he needs are heavy weapons that can influence the course of battle. However, the Chinese military wouldn't easily sell him these things. Lin Shan was just mentioning it casually. His real purpose was to sell a few tanks to China. On the one hand, he can earn 10 times the price difference, and on the other hand, it can also enhance the military strength of the Dragon Kingdom. No matter how you look at it, It's a win-win situation. The young man nodded and accepted the blueprints, indicating he would consult his superiors upon returning. However, even as he left, he couldn't discern which of Lin Shen's words were true and which were false. After the young man left, Lin Shen turned his gaze to the tanks in the camp. He had been busy learning new knowledge these past few days and hadn't had time to examine them closely. 30 tanks were lined up neatly, and just by sitting there, they exuded a strong sense of oppression, already forming a preliminary tank formation. Lin Shen couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of more tanks joining his steel torrent in the future. With this equipment, he was even confident that he could confront the current United Wa State government head-on. In the past few days, he has arranged for mid-level suicide soldiers to drive tanks and conduct tactical training in the open area outside the camp. These suicide soldiers have become skilled at operating tanks, completing various offensive maneuvers, and even achieving a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. In addition to coordination between tanks, Lin Shen also required them to cooperate with infantry in combat to prevent the heavy troops from being slowed down during their advance. After wiping out the Kokong Alliance army, Lin Shen summoned another 10,000 mid-level assassins. Now he has 30,000 mid-level assassins, more than 10,000 low-level assassins, and quite a few high-level assassins. These high-ranking assassins all possess combat capabilities at the Special Forces level. Lin Shen also didn't stop production during this time, maximizing output almost every day. However, because his arms dealers were doing so well, Lin Shen didn't accumulate much in his weapons inventory except for bullets. Even after capturing the Kokong Alliance Army's armory, the available weapons were insufficient. Many soldiers were forced to use outdated rifles or even pistols. After several days of sweeping, all the telecom fraud zones in the Kokong region were raided, and even small groups of 3 to 5 people could not escape the search and capture by the assassins. The entire Kokong region has finally regained its long-lost peace. But Lin Shen knows very well that this is far from enough for him. This is just the beginning. He briefly explained his development needs and then handed over the construction of the Kokong region to Guan Dihao. On the 7th day of occupying Kokong, Lin Shen decided to hold a military parade to announce to everyone that the Kokong region now belonged to him. He gave the order directly. The tank battalion will send out 20 tanks to patrol the streets, 50 armored vehicles, and 10,000 suicide soldiers to assemble, armed with AKs, and make them circle the city. Once the order was given, the suicide squad immediately sprang into action. Accompanied by rousing music, the steel torrent officially set off from the camp. Dozens of tanks and armored vehicles lined up in a long procession on the road, patrolling around the city of Kokong in a menacing manner, announcing the Lin family army's rule. Crowds quickly filled both sides of the parade route. One after another, the camouflage steel behemoths drove by, creating a strong visual impact. Everyone was stunned. Only at this moment did they understand why the Kokong Alliance army had been so easily wiped out. Faced with such a formidable army, the Kokong Alliance army is utterly insignificant. And the stronger the new leaders, the more stable their future lives will be. There was a buzz of discussion among the crowd. Some exclaimed, "So the Lin family army is this strong?" Others nodded and said, "This is a good thing, a really good thing." From that moment on, the people of Kokong had a completely new understanding of the Lin family army. Having a tank company meant that Lin Shen was no ordinary warlord. Lin Shen held this military parade not only for the Kokong people to see, but also to declare to the outside world. Anyone who dares to run wild in his territory should be prepared to be overwhelmed by his army. Anyone who dares to cause trouble on his turf will get a taste of his own medicine. If one shot isn't enough, he'll have another. This place now belongs to Lin Shen. At the same time, he also used this military parade to send another signal. He wants to use the Kokong region as a base to declare independence and completely bring it under his control. However, Lin Shen knew that his current strength was still lacking. Only after he completely conquered the Wa State region could he truly establish a firm foothold. The military parade was captured on video by reporters and netizens who rushed to the scene, and the footage was quickly uploaded to major short video platforms, where it rapidly became a trending topic. Countless netizens flooded the comments section, utterly shocked. Some said, "No wonder Kokong was crushed so quickly. Even the king of land warfare has appeared. How can an enemy possibly fight back?" Some people suspected that Lin Shen might be backed by the Chinese military. Otherwise, where would he get the tanks? Others stared at the tens of thousands of uniform, expressionless soldiers and exclaimed that they were simply an army of steel. As comments continued to circulate, Lin Chun and his army's reputation spread across the internet along with the video. Lin Chun knew very well that with the assassin system, he was destined not to develop peacefully. Only by constantly fighting and expanding his territory could his power grow stronger. Now, to his north lies the land of the Dragon Kingdom, and Lin Chun knows that the Dragon Kingdom will never attack him. This meant he now had a huge safe haven behind him. He could then confidently continue expanding south and west. Only by continuing to fight can he become stronger. Chapter 40. Tank Design Blueprints That Surpass Global Standards. Lin Chun's next target is Hua State. His focus there wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. Hua State was where he started. The production lines were still there, the foundation of his arms empire. Compared to Kokong, Hua State was sparsely populated and had a larger land area, making it more suitable for him to declare independence. As for the other two regions in northern Myanmar, Chin State and Shan State, the power dynamics are far more complex than in Hua State, with stronger warlords and greater chaos. Lin Chun knew very well that one must take things one step at a time. No one can achieve success overnight. He now commands over 40 tanks and several artillery regiments. Lin Chun plans to formally declare war on the united Hua State government in the next few days. For him, only battle is a man's true romance. Meanwhile, inside the Longwa Border Defense Military Region, after listening to the young man's report, old Zhang spat out the tea he had just drunk. What? Not only does he not want our weapons aid, he also wants to sell us weapons. The young man looked helpless and could only nod. Yes, sir. Old Zhang remained silent for a moment, then sighed. He understood that Lin Chun didn't want to get too involved with China. Otherwise, once the news got out, international opinion might say that China had secretly sent people to take Kokong, and those troublemaking forces, especially the United States, would definitely take the opportunity to cause trouble. At this moment, the young man took out another document and whispered, "Sir, he asked me to bring this to you. He said it costs 100 million per vehicle." Old Zhang frowned as he took the documents, thinking that Lin Chun was implying that he wanted financial aid more than weapons. But when he opened the blueprints, his expression changed instantly. These are actually tank manufacturing blueprints. Based on his years of military experience, Old Zhang immediately recognized that this was no ordinary tank, but a completely new model. Even more outrageous, the performance specifications marked on the blueprints were several times superior to the most powerful tank currently in service in China. Is this possible? Old Zhang's first reaction was disbelief. He suspected Lin Chun was bluffing and trying to extort money. But the drawing didn't seem like something that had been drawn casually. He pondered for a moment and handed the documents to the young man. Send them to the Military Region's Weapons Research and Development Department and let them verify their authenticity. The young man wondered to himself, if you think it's fake, why do you need to verify it? But he didn't dare ask any more questions and immediately nodded and left. Once the office quieted down, Old Zhang looked towards the door and said in a low voice, "No matter what, I need to see this Lin Chun first." Soon, the blueprints were sent to the Weapons Research and Development Department. In a research lab filled with sophisticated instruments, several middle-aged researchers were busy working around the equipment. A staff member tiptoed in and handed the data to a square-faced man with a mustache. This man was none other than Li Sanpao, the director of the weapons department. The staff member lowered his voice and said, "Director, this is information sent by Commander Zhang of the Border Defense Military Region. He said he wants us to verify the authenticity of the blueprints. He also said that the items on the blueprints are priced at 100 million. Li Sanpao heard the name of his old friend Commander Zhang and learned that the document was worth 100 million yuan. He immediately became interested. He took the document and spread it out on the table. Several senior researchers nearby also gathered around. Li Sanpao suddenly exclaimed, "These are tank manufacturing blueprints?" The more he looked at the drawings, the deeper his frown became. The structure on the drawings was extremely complex, but several key design elements were clearly missing, indicating that the other party had deliberately left something out. Upon hearing tank manufacturing blueprints, the other researchers immediately gathered around to examine them. With their keen eyesight, they quickly confirmed that it was indeed a tank design and that its specifications were more precise and advanced than those of existing tanks. If manufactured according to these blueprints, its performance would likely surpass that of all currently serving tanks in the world. An elderly expert in a white coat couldn't help but exclaim, "Who drew these blueprints? It's incredible that they could design such a tank." Others echoed this sentiment. Such a level of achievement is definitely not something an ordinary team could produce. It's likely the work of a top national scientist. Someone immediately suggested, "Dean, can we fill in the missing parts and then start production directly?" Li Sanpao shook his head and said in a deep voice, "This blueprint was sent by Lin Shun." Everyone was taken aback. "Who is Lin Shun?" Li Sanpao explained, "It's that Chinese man who wiped out the Kokong Alliance army and eliminated all the telecom fraud groups in Kokong, and he's also the leader of the Lin family army." These veteran researchers, usually focused solely on weapons development, were largely unaware of outside news. Only after hearing the explanation did they realize that the person who had recently caused such a stir had actually produced such astonishing blueprints. Everyone couldn't help but admire him. To be able to make a name for oneself on the battlefield and also demonstrate such skill, he truly deserves to be called a young hero. Without further delay, Li Sanpao immediately picked up the phone and dialed Old Zhang's landline. As soon as the call connected, Old Zhang wanted to exchange a few pleasantries. "Old Li, how have you been lately?" Li Sanpao interrupted directly. "Stop talking nonsense. The blueprints you sent are genuine. I'll buy them for 100 million. He spoke urgently, not wanting to waste any time. "This is a brand new tank. With these blueprints, we can build it in no time. This is world-leading tank technology." However, before he could finish speaking, Old Zhang took a deep breath and interrupted, "That 100 million is not the price of this blueprint." Li Sanpao was stunned for a moment, then realized what he meant. "I knew it. These blueprints are priceless. Even if a few parts are missing, they can't be this cheap. How much? You tell me." He was determined to get the blueprints today, no matter the cost. But what Old Zhang said next left him speechless. What they're selling isn't blueprints, it's the finished product. Li Sanpao suddenly raised his voice. "What? You have finished products? 100 million per unit? I want 5. If there is a physical object, he can deduce the complete structure and even directly promote mass production." Old Zhang realized he wasn't joking and couldn't help but ask, "You really want to?" Chapter 41. Meeting with representatives of the Dragon Kingdom's military and government. When news of the cooperation talks reached Longhua, Old Zhang was stunned. Could it be that the tanks Lin Shun developed were actually real? Was this the source of the Lin family army's confidence in conquering the Kokong region? In that case, we must buy it. Old Li confirmed firmly on the other end of the phone. Old Zhang was silent for a moment, then finally replied only, "Okay, I understand." At this moment, in the private conference room at the Lin family army headquarters, Lin Shun was receiving representatives from the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, there was more than one person present. The entire meeting was kept secret, and apart from those present, no one outside knew its contents. The atmosphere in the meeting room was fairly harmonious. The visitors generally approved of Lin Shun's decisive actions in purging the group, even showing some admiration. After all, there were some things they wanted to do, but their status and the rules prevented them from doing them personally. Lin Shun sat in the main seat, his hands clasped under his chin. To his left sat an elderly man in his 50s or 60s, dressed in a suit, with a serious and capable expression. Beside him sat the young man who had visited before. On the other side was Wang Yongtai, the representative of the Chinese government. He was the ambassador of the Chinese embassy in Kokong, and also the highest-ranking person in the region. He was responsible for arranging the return of the telecom fraud victims that Lin Shun had previously sent back to China. The old man spoke first. "This must be young friend Lin Shun. I am Guo Jinhua, representative of the southwest military region of the Dragon Kingdom. I am here today for the tanks you mentioned last time. We would like 10 of them. What do you think?" The weapons department originally only planned to buy 5 for research, but after hearing about it, Elder Zhang added a few more. After all, the Southwest military region wouldn't miss out on something that even the weapons department was willing to purchase at a high price. 10. Lin Shun was slightly taken aback, then the corners of his mouth turned up. Of course, no problem. For him, the cost of 10 tanks was only 100 million, but they sold for 1 billion, netting him a profit of 900 million. This kind of high-end arms monopoly business was ridiculously lucrative. After discussing tanks, Guo Jinhua asked, "I heard from Xiao Lu that you also want equipment like airplanes and howitzers." Lin Shun nodded and smiled. "That's right. Sometimes, having only the army can be overwhelming. With Air Force and long-range fire support, many things become much simpler. Guo Jinhua did not refuse, but explained in advance, it's possible. However, we cannot sell you the equipment we developed ourselves directly. We can only provide assembled fighter jets purchased from other channels. Lin Shan naturally understood the other party's concerns. If the fighter jets used by the Lin family army bore obvious Chinese markings, international public opinion would inevitably seize the opportunity. Those people have been keeping a close eye on China, waiting for just such an opportunity. No problem. Lin Shan readily agreed, and then asked about the price. The price is negotiable. Guo Jinhua readily agreed. After lengthy discussions, both sides finally signed a contract. Lin Shan would provide the Dragon Kingdom with 10 of the latest tanks, while the Dragon Kingdom's southwest military region would provide Lin Shan with 24 fighter jets. These fighter jets are not new models, but rather patchwork versions of older American designs, each costing approximately $20 million. 24 of these aircraft are just enough to offset the cost of the tanks. At the same time, both parties agreed that they could continue arms transactions in the future. As long as Lin Shan did not have the equipment he needed at the moment, he could purchase it through the other party's channels. After the arms deal was settled, Lin Shan turned to look at Wang Yongtai. The other party was the ambassador from the embassy, and the two had already made contact previously. Ambassador Wang, we meet again. Wang Yongtai responded with a smile. It's a great honor to see you again. I hope our conversation will have a good outcome. Lin Shan didn't beat around the bush and stated his position directly. I won't hide it either. I am a Chinese. Therefore, I am very willing to cooperate with you. His tone was very enthusiastic. The fact that he could sit here and talk with the representatives of the Dragon Kingdom indicated that his actions had received some degree of approval from above. Furthermore, the fact that the military was willing to provide weapons further suggested that the other side did not oppose his plan. This greatly boosted Lin Shan's confidence, because behind him stood a powerful nation. This support would be crucial if he wanted to continue pacifying northern Myanmar. For China, the emergence of a safe and stable region outside its borders would be a tremendous boon. They've long wanted to deal with this malignant tumor in northern Myanmar, but international pressure prevented them from directly interfering in the internal affairs of another country. Lin Shan's intervention has solved a thorny problem for them. Wang Yongtai looked at Lin Shan and made no attempt to hide his admiration. Young friend Lin Shan, I've been wanting to have a good chat with you for a long time. You did a great job clearing out Kokong. He continued, saying that it was already quite astonishing that Lin Shan was able to raise an army of 30,000 people in the chaotic northern Myanmar. More importantly, apart from Lin Shan, the Lin family army was almost entirely composed of local Burmese. This is very important. If there were a large number of Chinese nationals in the Lin family army, the outside world would definitely use it as a pretext. But now, the entire team has no Chinese background to arrest, so this matter has been handled very cleanly. Hearing Wang Yongtai's approval, Lin Shan, though already the leader of 30,000 people, couldn't help but feel happy. Gaining the recognition of his motherland meant something entirely different to him. However, he also knew that this negotiation was crucial. The next positions of both sides and the level of understanding they could reach would all be determined starting today. In order to seize the initiative, Lin Shan spoke directly. Ambassador Wang, I won't hide anything. My target is not just the Kokong region, but the entire northern Myanmar. He paused here, his gaze calm. The next target is Wa State. Then, Lin Shan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and continued, I know there are still many warlords in northern Myanmar who have certain connections and trade relations with China. I hope that our motherland, the Dragon Kingdom, will not help them, but simply remain neutral. After listening, Wang Yongtai nodded without hesitation. Of course, no problem. Chapter 42 Lin Shan. I'm really short of money. A great battle is about to begin. As long as you guarantee that after taking over northern Myanmar, you will completely eradicate telecom fraud in this area. Been ravaged by telecom fraud groups for years, with border regions suffering greatly. Adding to the problem is the local warlordism, and the protection money collected from these telecom fraud groups is a significant source of income for them, making eradication difficult. If Lin Shan can truly unify northern Myanmar, this problem might be completely solved. Lin Shan nodded without hesitation. Of course, no problem. I won't allow any telecom fraud groups to exist on my turf. Wang Yongtai smiled and extended his hand. Okay, Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Lin Shan also reached out and shook hands with him. Once he had control of the territory, he would naturally arrange for assassins to infiltrate the crowd and keep an eye on any violations. Now he had enough fighting power to go toe-to-toe with Hua State. The Burmese military couldn't handle something, he would take it on. And this was just the first step in his grand plan. First, take over Hua State and declare independence. Then, sweep away the other two regions in northern Myanmar, using northern Myanmar as a starting point to eventually conquer the entire country. Before leaving, Wang Yongtai reminded him, many warlords in Myanmar have the shadow of the United States and other forces behind them. This isn't over just because we've taken it down. Be careful, kid, and watch your step. Lin Shan nodded. He knew, of course, that the long-standing warlordism in Myanmar was largely due to interference from external forces. Only by maintaining chaos could those forces continuously sell arms and profit from the war. However, Lin Shan has now gotten involved. He wants a piece of the pie in this arms deal. After all, he has unlimited production lines, so it wouldn't be too difficult for him to get involved. After finishing their business, Wang Yongtai smiled and said, as you know, our country advocates peaceful coexistence with foreign powers and cannot support you militarily. But if you have any economic difficulties, you can mention them, and I will help you report them to higher authorities. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan immediately began to feign poverty. I'm short of money. I'm really short of money. Fighting wars costs money. Maintaining an army costs money. Managing territory costs money. I'm extremely poor right now. Wang Yongtai coughed a few times, stung by his bluntness, but then thought it made sense. Raising such a large army in northern Myanmar by one person, it's incredibly expensive. So he asked, approximately how much do you need? Lin Shan tilted his head and estimated for a moment before saying 260 billion. Guo Jinhua, who was standing next to Wang Yongtai, spat out a mouthful of tea, which landed right in Wang Yongtai's face. Wang Yongtai was also stunned. 206 billion. This is an outrageous demand. It would be a miracle if the higher-ups agreed. Lin Shan suddenly said, Kokong should actually be an inseparable part of the Dragon Kingdom's territory. Upon hearing this, Wang Yongtai's pupils constricted sharply, and he immediately understood what he meant. Lin Shan was implying that he would reintegrate the Kokong region into China's territory in the future. For China, this was no small matter. Of course, the timing of this decision remained entirely in Lin Shan's hands. Wang Yongtai was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, I can't decide on this matter, but I will go back and report it to my superiors. Kokong was once a hell for the Chinese people, but with restoration, it may well become a new land of hope. Lin Shan added with a smile, before this, I thought Kokong and China should increase bilateral trade to promote economic development. Only when the regions under his rule develop and the people's hearts are united will it be easier for him to take over new territories later. Wang Yongtai readily agreed this time. No problem, I can make the decision. The two sides originally had trade relations, but these were gradually interrupted by the rise of telecom fraud groups. Resuming them now is not a difficult task. 2 hours later, the meeting ended, and all three parties were satisfied. Wang Yongtai and Guo Jinhua left with smiles, while Lin Shan immediately began to plan the next steps. He arranged for assassins to disguise themselves as refugees and secretly enter Hua State from Kokong. Population migration is perfectly normal in war-torn regions, especially in sparsely populated northern Myanmar, where all sides are willing to absorb outsiders. Population is the foundation of politics, military affairs, and the economy. This time, Lin Shan is determined to defeat his enemy with a single blow. However, since the weapons weren't fully standardized yet, he decided to wait 2 more days, using the time to build up his resources and give the Dragon Kingdom time to secretly send over the assembled fighter jets. The price of those fighter jets was exactly equivalent to 2 days' worth of tank production, so it wasn't a loss. Every midnight, Lin Shan's production line would produce new weapons. After arranging everything, he would go to rest and find the school beauty assassin he had created. With each passing day, his combat strength would increase by 1 level. The following day, the Longwa military secretly delivered the fighter jets to the Lin family army camp in Kokong. Since the intermediate-level assassins had no experience with this type of aircraft, Lin Shan arranged for senior assassins to operate them. These senior assassins were practically omnipotent. They could fly anything, and their minds were overflowing with knowledge. On the third day, Lin Shen officially prepared to take action against the warlords of the United Wa State government. He knew very well that in this warlord-dominated world, if you didn't fight back, others would fight you. Lin Shen was never one to sit idly by and wait to die. He wanted to take the initiative and crush his opponents. The preparations over the past few days have been sufficient. His army is now fully equipped with tanks and aircraft, and has countless artillery pieces. However, before the final battle, you have to give your opponent a taste of their own medicine first. The Wa State region on the map, and a very kind smile appeared on his face. Then let's clean the floor for them first. Chapter 43, let's clear out the area first. Fighter jets and tanks, just bombard it. Bangkok, headquarters of the United Government Army. Wa State King Bao Wuxiang sat in his office, listening to his subordinates' reports. Upon hearing that more than 30,000 refugees from the Kokong region had recently poured into Wa State, his brows immediately furrowed. Kokong only has a population of a few 100,000, so the sudden influx of so many refugees seemed highly unusual. Bao Wuxiang quickly realized that the other side's next target was likely Wa State. He sneered and immediately summoned his staff to deploy the defenses. Since the Lin family army dared to come, he would take advantage of Wa State's mountainous terrain to fight a battle he excelled at, burying the enemy here. Bao Wuxiang said sinisterly, "Lin family army, don't forget whose home ground this is." He not only intends to wipe out the invading Lin family army, but also plans to push back into Kokong and take over both places. At that time, with Kokong and Wa State as his base, his power will only grow stronger. He then ordered the arrest of all refugees who had entered Wa State from Kokong. Better to kill 3,000 innocent people than let one guilty person go free. After the order was issued, the Wa State Allied forces quickly mobilized troops and began a large-scale search and arrest operation for refugees fleeing famine in the areas near Kokong and executed them all. Meanwhile, on a hillside 10 kilometers outside Pangsang, Lin Shen was observing the Wa State United Government Army's outpost in the distance through binoculars, a cold smile playing on his lips. He said calmly, "Tank Corps, prepare." As soon as he finished speaking, tanks slowly rolled in from behind, their tracks leaving deep marks on the ground. A full 40 tanks stood neatly lined up behind him, like steel behemoths. The tanks produced by these systems have a maximum firing range of 20 kilometers. After these days of training, the Suicide Squad members are now able to carry out precision strikes within a 10-kilometer range. Lin Shen then ordered Air Force One Squadron prepare. Soon, 24 fighter jets took off from a distance and flew towards the headquarters of the United Wa State Army. Lin Shen was not worried about the delay in command, because he could directly control these assassins with his mind. With tanks and fighter jets, he naturally wouldn't engage in close-quarters combat anymore. In modern warfare, the priority is to clear the ground first. Target: Wa State Army Headquarters, take aim. The cannons of 40 tanks simultaneously adjusted their direction, aiming at the distant base. Once the fighter jets had also reached their designated positions, Lin Shen immediately ordered them to open fire. Fire! Fire! Damn it, fire! The Wa State United Government Army camp. A sergeant is leading a patrol along the city wall. This is the most important line of defense, and he dares not be careless in the slightest. Seeing a soldier dozing off, the sergeant kicked him and yelled, "Watch out, all of you." The commander said that local forces have infiltrated Wa State and could launch a surprise attack at any time. A soldier complained in a low voice that the troops' strength had doubled, but they were still on 12-hour shifts. Everyone was exhausted and sleepy, and their combat effectiveness was not up to par. The sergeant was about to reprimand them when he noticed that all the soldiers around him were looking up at the sky with strange expressions. He instinctively turned around and saw something dark hurtling towards them. He paused for a moment, then looked at it more and more familiar. The next second, his expression changed drastically. That was none other than a cannonball. Damn it, run! Before he could finish speaking, the cannonball had already slammed into the city wall at the headquarters gate. With a deafening roar, nearby soldiers were instantly engulfed by the explosion, and a large section of the already weak city wall collapsed. Enemy attack! Run! The Wa State Allied forces, having been engaged in warfare for many years, reacted quickly in the camp the moment the explosion occurred. But they didn't know that this was just the beginning. Immediately afterwards, more shells roared in. 40 tanks fired in a salvo, a full 40 shells, all landing on the camp without missing a single one. Boom, boom, boom. Shells rained down on the city walls, watchtowers, and inside the camp, killing many patrolling soldiers instantly. The survivors didn't panic completely. Some took cover in bunkers, some rushed into buildings, and those further away lay down on the ground to try and minimize the damage. But they didn't expect that more than just tanks would arrive. 24 fighter jets streaked across the sky, appearing above the camp in the blink of an eye and dropping the first round of bombs. At the same time, gun barrels extended from the sides of the jets, and they began a frenzied, strafing attack. Those soldiers lying on the ground became the most conspicuous live targets. Da-da! Bullets rained down, and screams erupted instantly. Even though these soldiers were wearing combat uniforms, they were still just flesh and blood, utterly unable to withstand the firepower of the fighter jets. Within seconds, the ground was covered with corpses. Oh no! Fighter jets! Quick, take cover! What kind of enemy is this? They're using both artillery shells and fighter jets. Could they be from the U.S.? Those fighter jets look like they're made in the U.S. The surviving soldiers fled in terror, but the fighter jets gave them no chance to catch their breath, continuing to strafe the crowd. Their once proud terrain advantage was completely rendered useless by the aerial firepower. Explosions could be heard continuously from the office of Hua State King Bao Wuxiang. Bang! Bao Wuxiang slammed his hand heavily on the table, making even the teacup jump. He roared, "Quickly, think a way to shoot down those fighter jets. Send our fighter jets. Now!" Chapter 44, Firepower Suppression. Dimensional Reduction Strike. Capture the king first. Yes. His subordinates accepted the order with trepidation. Not long after, 12 old fighter jets, trailing thick black smoke, took off from the back of the camp and headed towards the fighter squadron sent by Lin Chun. The high-ranking assassins in the fighter jets merely sneered at the sight. These old relics dare to fight? They were simply overestimating themselves. The next second, the airborne radar activated and quickly locked onto the target. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of bullets rained down like a storm. Although the glass of those old-fashioned fighter jets had been specially treated and offered considerable protection, it was utterly inadequate against the firepower of the suicide fighters and was shattered into pieces in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen fighter jets caught fire and crashed, exploding into fireballs in midair. Damn it, how could this happen? Upon witnessing this scene, Bao Wuxiang's face turned deathly pale. Outside the tent, the desperate cries of his men could be heard. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Useless! All of you are useless! Soon, reconnaissance soldiers rushed into the tent to report. Report. The enemy's firepower is too strong. We have suffered heavy losses. Report. The enemy has too many fighter jets. We simply can't defeat them. With a series of bad news arriving, Bao Wuxiang's face turned terribly gloomy. He suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth, ordering, "Since we can't shoot down the ones in the sky, let's find a position to fire. They can't have too much ammunition." In a short time, thousands of his men had been killed or wounded. If this continued, the entire headquarters would be blown to bits. Subsequently, the Hua State Army immediately took action, with a large number of soldiers carrying weapons rushing out of the dilapidated city gate to search for artillery positions. Judging from the range of the shells, the firing point should be about 3 kilometers outside the camp. Heavy artillery doesn't move quickly, so once it finds a position, it can retaliate. The first round of bombardment is almost over. Further bombardment won't have the same dramatic effect as at the beginning. But Lin Chun naturally wouldn't waste this weapon advantage. While ordering the tank battalion to continue firing, he also ordered the fighter jets to switch to machine gun fire. After all, Lin Chun has never lacked bullets. In this attack on Hua State, he used a strategy of surprise attack, capturing the leader first, blitzkrieg, and overwhelming firepower, crushing the enemy from multiple directions simultaneously. The core principle can be summed up in just 3 words: fast, accurate, and ruthless. The goal is to overwhelm the enemy from the outset, eliminate as many of their forces as possible, and leave no chance for anyone to escape. Wildfires cannot destroy them. The spring breeze brings them back to life. Lin Chun didn't want to leave any hidden dangers. The United Hua State government is colluding with many local forces. Lin Chun will not only be facing 40,000 to 50,000 government troops, but also large and small groups, gangs, and warlords, totaling tens of thousands of people. Fortunately, he had already eliminated the Viper Gang and the Valen Army. Otherwise, these two forces would have caused a lot of trouble. Therefore, the purpose of this surprise attack on the headquarters was to destroy the Wa-State United Government Army in one fell swoop. Once they were dealt with, the remaining groups and small warlords would become lambs to the slaughter. Then we can arrange for assassins to slowly clean up the mess. The Wa-State has a population of 600,000 to 700,000. Myanmar has granted them the status of a second special region, giving them a high degree of autonomy, much like the ancient feudal lords who ruled their own territories. Once he takes over this place, Lin Shun will have enough confidence to declare independence and use it as a springboard to continue his expansion. All troops, listen to my command. Attack from all sides. At Lin Chen's command, countless assassins rushed out of the woods from all directions, carrying AK-47s and various other firearms, and pressed towards the headquarters of the United Government Army. The visible and hidden sentries in this mountainous area had already been eliminated by Lin Shun and his assassins. Now, the two sides are separated by only about 10 kilometers of hilly plains. More than 30,000 dead soldiers divided into 4 groups and completely surrounded the headquarters from 4 directions. Under the cover of artillery shells and strafing fire from fighter jets, the 4 suicide squads soon collided with the Wa-State Army, which had come out of the camp to search. Bang, bang, bang. Da-da-da. Gunfire erupted instantly, and a massive melee officially began. After Bao Wuxiang gave the order, all the Wa-State soldiers charged at the suicide squad with their guns drawn. His idea was simple. Once the two sides were locked in combat, the other side would be hesitant to act rashly, and their air superiority and artillery firepower would be weakened. But he had no idea that this was exactly the situation Lin Chen wanted to see. Lin Shan was worried that they would stay put and not come out, but now that the other side has taken the initiative to rush out, they have been exposed to the range of fire. Looking around, the Wa-State Army was firing and charging towards the suicide squad's position, and their numbers seemed to be even greater than the suicide squads. Lin Chen sneered. The time has come. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Artillery Regiments, prepare. The Wa-State Army charging forward. The shells have been loaded and the angles have all been adjusted. The next moment, Lin Shun gave the order. Fire. In an instant, all 4 cannons simultaneously spewed out orange-yellow flames. Countless shells and bullets rained down like a storm, the scene as terrifying as the end of the world. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions echoed across the battlefield. The shells seemed to have eyes, slamming into the Wa-State Army ranks. Flames soared into the sky, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and screams of agony filled the air. In a short moment, nearly 3,000 Wa-State soldiers were killed by the bomb, and the rest lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Before they could even catch their breath, a second round of shelling came down. More than 2,000 people were taken away on the spot. Get down. Retreat. The enemy's artillery fire is too intense. Run. If you don't run now, you'll all die. In the chaos, some people broke down and shouted, while others roared to stop them. Now we can only charge forward, not retreat. Soon, some members of the Wa-State Army realized what was happening and immediately organized a mass charge. Once they got close and engaged the suicide squad in hand-to-hand combat, the enemy's artillery fire would be less effective. At the same time, their mortar crews quickly set up their guns and began to counterattack the suicide squad's position. At this point, the two sides were within firing range. Chapter 45, The Terrifying Steel Beast. The Wa-State Army was stunned. Boom, boom, boom. The Wa-State Army also fired a volley, shells slamming into the suicide squad's position and instantly taking many lives. Seeing this, the Wa-State soldiers charging forward were greatly encouraged, feeling that the enemy had merely gained the upper hand. Once they got close, their years of experience would turn the battle into a one-sided massacre. So the men roared and quickened their pace, their faces contorted with rage as they charged toward the suicide squad. Kill, charge in, and wipe them all out. Let them know how powerful we are. Watching this scene from afar, Lin Shun immediately ordered the fighter jets in the air to strafe the enemy artillery positions. Upon receiving the order, several fighter jets drew arcs in the air and quickly swooped down. Da-da-da. Machine guns spat fire, raining bullets down on several artillery positions. The artillery commander, who had been beaming with excitement just moments before, was shot through the head the next second, and the gun emplacements fell silent instantly. The artillerymen screamed in terror and covered their heads for cover, but more than a dozen were still riddled with bullets. Those who were lucky enough to survive had just breathed a sigh of relief when the fighter planes circled back and unleashed another round of strafing. Without the artillery cover, the Suicide Squad showed no mercy to the WA State soldiers who charged forward, unleashing a barrage of fire. Meanwhile, the artillery continued its relentless bombardment. Every explosion claimed the lives of WA State soldiers. Amidst the hail of bullets, human life seemed to be the cheapest commodity, and the entire battlefield resembled a meat grinder. Firepower, artillery bombardment, and strafing from fighter jets rained down in succession. Fireballs and thick smoke rose continuously within a radius of several kilometers around the headquarters of the United WA State Government Army, and screams were completely drowned out by the sound of explosions. Tens of thousands of WA State soldiers had already perished on the battlefield before even truly engaging the Lin family army in close combat, suffering heavy losses. Lin Chen looked at the battlefield through his binoculars and nodded in satisfaction. With the two sides less than a kilometer apart and on the verge of a head-on collision, over 20 old tanks suddenly emerged from the WA State Army camp, clearly indicating that they had played their last trump card. As soon as the tanks appeared, they opened fire on the Suicide Squad's position. Several shells landed, taking down many more suicide soldiers hiding behind cover. Lin Shan frowned slightly. The enemy tanks were moving targets, and ordinary firepower would be difficult to destroy accurately. Moreover, once the two armies get close, the effectiveness of long-range artillery will be reduced. Without hesitation, Lin Shun waved his hand and ordered, "Tank Battalion, attack!" He wanted to show them what a true king of the land really was. Once the order was given, the Suicide Squad immediately drove their tanks into action. The heavy tracks rolled over the hills with a beast-like roar as they pressed towards the WA State Army headquarters. Around the tanks, numerous soldiers, armed with guns, advanced in close coordination, the infantry and tanks working together seamlessly. Although they were still several minutes away from the battlefield, the tanks had already begun firing their cannons during the advance, their target still the headquarters barracks. Soon, the two sides clashed in close combat, blood splattering everywhere, with people falling almost every second. A few minutes later, the ground was a scene of utter devastation. 40 tanks officially entered the battlefield, lined up in a row, rumbling forward like steel behemoths, roaring as they pounced on their prey. Once the tanks entered the battlefield, they practically swept through everything in their path. Bullets couldn't penetrate them, and ordinary artillery could hardly budge them. Not to mention that the WA State Army's artillery positions had already been destroyed by fighter jets. Countless WA State soldiers. They might have a chance if they fought the enemy head-on, but against this steel behemoth, flesh and blood had no chance. Soon, some began to retreat. One of the generals in charge of the attack opened fire on the spot, killing several soldiers who tried to escape, and roared, "Hold on tight. No running away. Deserters will be treated as deserters." But his forehead was already covered in cold sweat. The tanks opposite him were not only numerous, but also much larger than ordinary tanks, creating an oppressive atmosphere that was suffocating. Even though he kept urging his soldiers to charge forward, it was all in vain. Flesh and blood colliding with a steel beast was like throwing an egg against a rock. Just then, the tanks behind the WA State Army finally turned their guns around and aimed at the steel behemoth on Lin Chen's side. Boom! A shell slammed into Lin Chen's tank, the explosion deafening. The WA State soldiers were just about to cheer when they suddenly realized that the tank was completely undamaged. Only a blackish-gray mark remained on its shell. Everyone was stunned. What kind of monster is this? It can withstand bullets, but it can't even be penetrated by artillery shells. How are we supposed to fight this battle? The general finally realized that continuing the attack was futile, but Commander Bao had given a strict order before the battle. No retreat. Even if they retreated, they would eventually be surrounded and killed by the Lin family army. So he could only grit his teeth and roar, "Kill them. Those who retreat will die." After saying that, he picked up his submachine gun and led the charge, dodging the massive steel behemoths and fighting alongside the Suicide Squad. The WA State Army tank drivers were utterly terrified. Their shells couldn't even penetrate the enemy's armor. It was like a dream. Back at the main camp, Bao Wuxiang, who was watching the battle, saw this scene and everything went black. It's over. It's all over. Chapter 46. Has the Wa State army rebelled? The desperate king of Wa State. The entire battlefield had become a complete rout for the Lin family army. The Wa State army was like a group of children being toyed with on the ground, utterly powerless to fight back. The Wa State soldiers were forced to advance and die, their hearts filled with resentment. But the enemy's suicide squad was fiercer than the last, seemingly unafraid of death, causing the Wa State army to collapse step by step. Just then, someone in the Wa State army suddenly roared, "A few hundred yuan a month in military pay, and it's been delayed for months. Why should I risk my life for them?" Then someone else shouted, "If you don't want me to live, then none of you will live either." Immediately afterwards, a fighter dressed in Wa State army uniform shouted, "I surrender. I want to live. I'll help you fight them." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his gun around and fired at a general. Da-da-da. The bullet pierced the general's body instantly. His body was riddled with bullet holes, blood trickling from his mouth. Even in his dying moments, he remained utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how his own men dared to shoot him. The Wa State soldiers around them were briefly stunned. But soon, a strange sense of satisfaction rose within them. The commander who had driven them to their deaths was finally dead. Soon, another soldier dressed in Wa State military uniform stepped forward, raised his rifle, and opened fire on the near sergeant, cursing, "I quit too. Why should I be the one to die?" Another general has fallen. As the first and second people took the lead, the voices in the crowd grew louder. The assassins who had infiltrated beforehand began to incite the crowd, pointing their guns at the officers and shooting them one by one. The actual Wa State soldiers did not retaliate immediately. In their view, these people were simply fed up with being cannon fodder and chose to resist. More importantly, they harbored the same resentment. Why should the higher-ups stay in their headquarters while they send these people to their deaths? Why should they, who are all human, have to face enemies they can't possibly defeat? Faced with death, more and more Wa State soldiers are choosing to rebel. Continuing to obey orders means certain death for them. Now that someone had taken the lead, their will to survive was instantly ignited. Countless people turned their guns on their comrades who still refused to defect. To survive, they had no choice but to seize this last chance. In an instant, comrades who had been fighting side by side turned on each other with guns drawn. Gunfire echoed across the battlefield, bullets swept wildly, and screams of agony filled the air. The Wa State army generals were furious, their eyes blazing with rage, and they roared repeatedly, "What are you doing? Have you all gone mad?" But they could no longer stop the situation. Large numbers of soldiers began to turn and attack their own men, and even some who originally did not intend to betray were swept up in the chaos and fear and joined the rebellion. Lin Shen watched this scene and simply sneered. As expected, few can withstand the real threat of death. Those charismatic suicide bombers were pawns he had planted beforehand, destined to deliver a fatal blow to the Wa State army at the most crucial moment. As it turned out, his plan succeeded. Of course, if these people would rather die than surrender, Lin Shen wouldn't show any mercy. Since they were going to die, he would send them on their way. Soon, a soldier rushed up to Bao Wuxiang and reported in a trembling voice, "Commander, our soldiers have rebelled." Bao Wuxiang's eyes widened suddenly. What? The generals and staff around them were all dumbfounded, completely unable to believe that the front line would suddenly turn out like this. The next second, Bao Wuxiang roared in fury, "Rebels, kill them all without mercy. Slaughter them all." The messenger, pale-faced, whispered, "Commander, nearly 90% of our men have joined the enemy in fighting our people. I'm afraid we can't kill them all." 90%. In other words, tens of thousands of Wa State soldiers have defected. The tent fell into an instant silence. All the generals and staff officers turned their gazes to Bao Wuxiang. Since Bao Wuxiang took over as commander, he has been domineering and tyrannical, never showing any compassion for his subordinates, and has long embezzled military pay. He expects soldiers to risk their lives for him without paying them. Isn't that just wishful thinking? Previously, the soldiers dared not resist because anyone who dared to show their face would be dealt with immediately. But now it's different. They have been forced to the brink of life and death, and knowing that continuing to charge means certain death, they will naturally choose to save their lives. With someone taking the lead, their pent-up resentment finally exploded. Bao Wuxiang's face turned ashen, and he roared angrily, "Damn it! Who exactly are the Lin family army? Who is behind them?" He could only use anger to mask his inner fear, because he could no longer face the reality before him. Soon, the people in the tent began to argue. Some said that the Lin family army's weapons and fighter jets looked like they were provided by the United States, so they must be a force supported by the United States. Some countered that the president of the Lin family army is a Chinese citizen and that the Chinese government might be supporting him. The crowd was arguing loudly, their voices buzzing around Bao Wuxiang's ears like a marketplace. Some pointed to battlefield intelligence reports, saying that China couldn't possibly have built those 40 steel behemoths. They must be a new achievement of the United States. Others insisted that China is adept at playing dumb to outmaneuver others, so it wasn't impossible. Bao Wuxiang finally couldn't hold back any longer and roared, "Enough! Stop arguing." He slumped into the chair, feeling utterly drained of energy. The enemy had more than 20 fighter jets. Even if he tried to escape by helicopter, he would be bombed halfway there and killed. He had nowhere to run. Just then, another messenger rushed in and reported at lightning speed. Reporting to the commander, the rebels and enemy troops have appeared 1 kilometer outside the camp. Bao Wuxiang's mind went blank. Wasn't it said that the enemy only had 10 or 20,000 men? But on this battlefield, the Lin family army had at least 30,000. If you include the troops defending their home, the total number is probably close to 40,000. Previous intelligence reports stated that Lin's army only had 20 tanks. Now, not only have they increased to 40, but they've also added a fighter jet squadron. The number of artillery pieces, mortars, and howitzers is countless. In terms of heavy weaponry, the Lin family army has completely overwhelmed the Hua State army. How can we fight this war? Even more outrageous was that those 40 tanks appeared outside the camp without a sound. Bao Wuxiang instantly realized that some of his men had already been bribed. The so-called intelligence system was nothing but a facade from beginning to end. Chapter 47, A Fierce Battle to the Death. Hua State originally thought that, given the terrain of his headquarters, he could at least put up a fight against the enemy. But he never expected that the Lin family army would sneak up on his home base without a trace. This Lin family army is truly terrifying. Bao Wuxiang grew angrier the more he thought about it. Knowing he had no way out, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Since we can't escape, let's fight them to the death. Gather the rest of our men and fight them to the death." After saying this, he immediately ordered his men to contact nearby forces and request reinforcements. Even if he died, he wanted to take a few people down with him. At this moment, a staff officer whispered, "Commander, why don't we surrender?" Everyone knew that continuing to resist had almost no chance of success, and they might not even be able to see the opposing leader. Upon hearing this, Bao Wuxiang flew into a rage and fired a shot. With a bang, the staff officer was instantly blown to the head, blood splattering everywhere. Surrender? Absolutely not. He is the king of Hua State, a dignified ruler. If he were to be defeated and forced to surrender by an unknown force, what face would he have left? Even if he were to die in battle, he would preserve his last shred of dignity. The staff officers and generals around him turned pale with fright, and no one dared to mention surrender again. They could only follow orders to gather their troops. Although the headquarters had been heavily bombed, the remaining troops still managed to muster 5,000 men. Bao Wuxiang climbed the badly damaged city wall and saw a massive army already at the city gates. More than 25,000 suicide soldiers, plus more than 15,000 Hua State rebels, a total of 40,000 people surrounded the headquarters camp. In the distance, more than a dozen tanks were blown to bits, their wreckage still emitting black smoke. Bao Wuxiang's heart bled at the sight. Those tanks and planes were all bought from the United States at great expense, and now they were all destroyed. Soon, 40 giant tanks slowly advanced to the city walls. Only when Bao Wuxiang saw these steel behemoths up close did he truly grasp the terror of their firepower. He picked up the megaphone and roared at the rebels below the city. "Why did you rebel? Come back now, and I will forgive you. I have already called for reinforcements. Tens of thousands of them will be here soon. If you continue to rebel, you will only face death." These words indeed caused some of the rebels below to waver. On the armored vehicle, Lin Chun sneered, finding it utterly annoying. He waved his hand and gave the order, "Tank Battalion and Air Force Squad. Provide fire support. All suicide soldiers charge." As soon as the order was given, 40 giant tanks simultaneously turned their cannons and aimed them at the city wall where Bao Wuxiang was located. "Oh no, General, Retreat immediately. Upon seeing this, several lieutenants immediately tried to pull Bao Wuxiang away. But how could they possibly outrun an artillery shell? Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of artillery fire rained down instantly, and screams erupted from the city walls. Those around Bao Wuxiang fell one after another, their bodies carpeting the ground. He miraculously survived, but was wounded in the legs and feet by the blast, collapsing heavily to the ground, his body covered in blood. In the sky, dozens of fighter jets swept back and forth, unleashing a torrent of machine gun fire. The pilots were completely unleashed, without restraint, as if the bullets were endless. This terrifying firepower completely solidified the rebels' resolve. They followed the suicide squad and surged forward, charging directly into the headquarters camp. Bao Wuxiang's men initially managed to put up a fight, but under the barrage of tank shells and fighter jet fire, they quickly succumbed to despair. The tank battalion continued firing, and rockets reaped lives like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Within minutes, all the remaining guards inside the headquarters, except for Bao Wuxiang, were killed in action. The battlefield finally fell silent, leaving only corpses and scattered flames. Bao Wuxiang leaned against the city wall, his legs blown off and his body covered in blood. He was doomed. Just then, several assassins stepped aside and bowed. Bao Wuxiang immediately understood that their leader had arrived. He forced himself to lift his head, wanting to see who this person who had defeated him so completely was and what forces were behind him. Footsteps sounded, and Lin Chen slowly walked up to him. When Bao Wuxiang saw who it was, he was stunned. This young man was none of the important figures he knew. He asked hoarsely, "And you are?" Lin Chen uttered two words calmly, "Lin Shun." Bao Wuxiang stared intently at him, gritting his teeth as he asked, "What kind of power is behind you?" He needed to know the answer before he died. This enemy was too strong, so strong that it terrified him. Lin Chen calmly said, "Want to know? Give me all your money." Bao Wuxiang was over 70 years old. Money meant nothing to him now. He quickly handed over the bank cards, cash, and pins in the safe, then stared at Lin Chen and asked in a low voice, "Now, can you tell me?" Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly. "The truth is, I have no powerful backing." Bao Wuxiang's anger surged instantly. "I've already given you the money, and you still won't tell the truth? You're backed by the United States, aren't you?" Lin Chen shook his head, believe it or not. Having said that, he raised his hand, ignoring the ferocious-looking Bao Wuxiang, and turned to leave. Information that could get him money was enough. There was no need to waste time on anything else. A senior assassin stepped forward, raised the Desert Eagle, and aimed it at Bao Wuxiang. Bang! Bang! 2 shots fell, one piercing the forehead, the other striking the heart. Bao Wuxiang's body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Thus, the king of Hua State met his tragic end. Chapter 48. Sending the rebels to fight a telecom fraud ring. A dog-eat-dog situation? As long as Bao Wuxiang lives, Hua State will always be in turmoil again. Lin Chen doesn't want anyone to cause trouble under Bao Wuxiang's name when he attacks other places in the future. Even if he can't create a major upheaval then, he'll still inevitably start killing again, and it will be his territory that suffers the loss. Lin Chen then gave the order for his assassins to find a place to bury Bao Wuxiang's body. This once arrogant Hua State warlord was thus completely erased from northern Myanmar's history, and this day was destined to be written into the history of Hua State. Lin Chen stood on the city wall, looking down at the densely packed rebel army below, a faint smile on his face. Although these people had been incited to rebel, in the end, it was just an excuse for their fear of death. He wouldn't easily accept these people. Those not of his kind are bound to have different hearts. He'd much rather have assassins as his subordinates. However, losing this force of over 10,000 men would be too much of a waste. Lin Chen spoke loudly, telling everyone that they had been oppressed by Bao Wuxiang, and now that they dared to stand up and resist, they were all heroes of Hua State. But Hua State was still in dire straits, with rampant fraud, organ trafficking, gambling, and drugs. This was definitely not the home they deserved. He continued, saying that Hua State should be developed into a stable and harmonious place, not a place where outsiders only think of pain and hatred when they think of it. Currently, numerous criminal groups, organizations, and families remain entrenched throughout the area, and reinforcements are even on their way. Therefore, they must work together to crush these forces. Lin Shun publicly promised that once all the major criminal gangs in Hua State are eradicated, these people can go home, reunite with their families, and live a prosperous and stable life in the future. Lin Shun's voice was strong and clear, echoing throughout the hall. He knew in his heart that these people had committed many wrongdoings under Bao Wuxiang's guidance, and now it was time for them to atone for their sins. As for how many would survive, that was up to their own fate. In an instant, all the rebels clenched their fists in excitement. Many of them had been forcibly conscripted and were forced to take up arms to survive. Now, Lin Shun had given them another way and the hope of returning home. Then, Lin Shun pointed to a high-ranking assassin beside him and said to everyone, "This man is called Long Yi. He will lead the team to pacify the entire Hua State. Tank battalion and fighter jets will also assist us." With so many assassins, Lin Shun didn't bother with complicated names. Long Yi and Long Air were just right. Upon receiving the order, Long Yi immediately stepped forward, leading 5,000 assassins to blend into the 15,000 rebels and head towards the outside of the mountain pass. Their first step was to deal with the reinforcements who came to their aid, and then to clean up the major groups within Hua State. Thus, a campaign to pacify the Hua State region officially began. Hua State is several times larger than Kokong, with a population of nearly 800,000, and its situation is far more complex. Although the forces here are nominally allied with the United Hua State Army, if they were combined, their military strength would even exceed that of the government army. However, it's just a matter of having more troops. Most of those organizations are armed with light weapons, and Lin Chin's deployment of the tank battalion should be sufficient to deal with these nobodies. After taking over Bao Wuxiang's stronghold, Lin Chin immediately seized control of the armory. The United Hua State Army had 40,000 troops, so they naturally had a considerable amount of weapons and ammunition. Subsequently, he also found a safe in Bao Wuxiang's study. All the cash and bank cards inside were taken out. With these cards, things would be much easier from then on. Lin Shun gained another 300,000 contribution points. Hua State is indeed lucrative, but constant warfare, coupled with maintaining an army of 40,000, means its finances are burning through money at an alarming rate. What actually ended up in Lin Chin's hands wasn't excessively large, but for him, it was enough to make a profit. Moreover, there are still so many groups and organizations in Hua State that haven't been touched. Those are the real big players. They don't fight for territory or pursue power. They only care about money, and they won't squander their wealth on war. Just as Lin Shun was pondering how to allocate these contribution points, Wang Yongtai called. It seemed that the Dragon Kingdom had already reached a decision. After the call connected, Wang Yongtai said directly that he had already reported Lin Chin's matter to his superiors. Regarding the 26 billion yuan, the higher-ups were willing to provide it, on the condition that Lin Shun completely eradicated the Hua State. Just like in the Kokong region, we must eradicate all black market activities such as telecom fraud rings, organ trafficking, gambling, prostitution, and drugs. Lin Shun understood immediately. This was a test from the other party. Conquering Kokong is something any moderately powerful warlord could do. But Hua State is different. China can't yet see Lin Chin's future clearly. So this battle is needed to confirm his capabilities. If he can take Hua State, this sponsorship won't be a waste. But this kind of test was nothing to Lin Shun. He smiled faintly and said, "That's easy. Hua State, I've already taken it." Wang Yongtai on the other end of the phone was instantly stunned, almost unable to react. Just a few days ago, Lin Shun said the next target was Hua State, and yet in such a short time, it had already been captured. The Myanmar government has been fighting for years without any results. Wang Yongtai took a breath and immediately pressed for details about Bao Wuxiang's whereabouts. Lin Shun replied calmly, "I don't know where he's buried." Wang Yongtai was taken aback, then realized that Bao Wuxiang was dead. Lin Shun added that he was currently at Bao Wuxiang's hideout and had already sent people to deal with those telecom fraud groups and organizations. Upon hearing this, Wang Yongtai immediately replied that, given this, there shouldn't be any further problems from above. He then explained the details of the transaction. The 26 billion wouldn't be paid in one lump sum, but rather in 3 monthly installments of 8.8 billion. In exchange, they hoped that Lin Shun would bring the Kokong region back into the embrace of the Chinese nation at an appropriate time in the future. Lin Shun wasn't surprised. Dragon Kingdom wouldn't release all the money at once. 3 months was a trial period. They were always cautious, but for Lin Shun, this sum was already a windfall. With 26 billion, he could even summon 260,000 mid-level assassins. At that point, he wouldn't be without confidence even if he clashed head-on with the Burmese military. 26 billion for just the Kokong region. What if the Wa state were included later? Chapter 49. Is Myanmar observing the situation from the sidelines, watching the tigers fight from the mountain? Okay, no problem. Lin Chen agreed readily. The two sides then discussed the details of the cooperation for about 10 minutes. The next batch of funds will be transferred to Lin Chen's designated account in 3 days. In addition, they also discussed subsequent trade and security issues. Lin Chen stated confidently that he hoped the Dragon Kingdom could cooperate with all the regions under his jurisdiction in the future, and that he would guarantee the safety of all partners. The cooperation between the two sides had only just begun. If someone else had said these words, it would have sounded arrogant, but coming from Lin Chen, it was inexplicably convincing. However, these collaborations can only be conducted covertly for the time being. The Kokong region must also be handed over to China in the future with a reasonable justification. Otherwise, if Lin Chen is deemed to be supported by China, it would be tantamount to China interfering in Myanmar's internal divisions, inevitably triggering international pressure and affecting relations between China and Myanmar. After a long conversation, the two finally hung up. Without delay, Wang Yongtai dialed another number to report Lin Chen's situation. Meanwhile, a major battle broke out in Wa State, and news of Bao Wuxiang's downfall quickly spread throughout Myanmar. The Lin family army, which had only made its appearance in Kokong a few days ago, has now quietly accomplished a major feat. All the various warlord factions have begun to take this suddenly emerging force seriously. The news naturally reached the top levels of the Myanmar government. A high-level meeting was subsequently convened inside the presidential palace. Myanmar president, seated in the main seat, asked in a deep voice, "What do you think of this Lin family army?" Someone immediately reported that the Lin family army originally had 30,000 troops, and now it has incorporated more than 10,000 surrendered soldiers from Bao Wuxiang, bringing its total strength to nearly 50,000, which is not to be underestimated. Some have pointed out that the fact that the opposing force was able to eliminate Bao Wuxiang demonstrates its considerable strength. More importantly, the Lin family army is suspected of possessing new tanks with performance far exceeding that of Myanmar's existing equipment, and even some old-fashioned fighter jets from the United States. At this point, many people in the conference room changed their expressions. The Lin family army was likely not as simple as it seemed. The Myanmar government does not respond at this point. It will only embolden the other side. At this moment, a high-ranking official suddenly spoke up. "Your Majesty, I suggest we sit back and watch the tigers fight." He analyzed that the Lin family army's successive capture of Kokong and Wa State was not truly worrying the government, but rather the other two major warlords in northern Myanmar. They clearly had the momentum to swallow up the entire northern Myanmar, and Shan State and Chin State would certainly not stand idly by. The president's eyes lit up after hearing this. The high-ranking official continued, saying that if the three parties went to war, it would inevitably result in mutual destruction. Regardless of who won in the end, both sides would need time to recover. The authorities could simply wait for their decisive battle to end, and then intervene from the rear to retake the entire northern Myanmar at minimal cost. These words increasingly appealed to the president. Northern Myanmar had always been a thorn in the side of the Myanmar military, where they had suffered too many losses. Now perhaps this was a rare opportunity. Ultimately, the president made the final decision, ordering the dispatch of more spies to northern Myanmar to monitor the movements of the three warlords in real time. The day they clashed would be the day the official plan began. Meanwhile, in a small town hundreds of miles away from Wa State, the atmosphere was equally tense. This small town is usually controlled by a small group of about 1,000 people. But at this moment, the group's leader retreated from the conference room, covered in cold sweat. After closing the door, he quickly wiped his face, thankful that he had survived. Soldiers in 2 different uniforms stood on either side of the corridor, guns at their sides. He didn't dare look any longer and quickly hurried away. Inside the meeting room sat 2 men. If people from northern Myanmar saw them, they would surely recognize them as the 2 warlord leaders of Shan State and Chin State. The man on the left is burly, with a full beard and a menacing appearance. He is none other than Sa Kun, the leader of Shan State. He once dominated the jungles of Myanmar and is a notorious ruthless figure. The man on the right has fair skin, wears a metal ring on his hand, and always has a smile on his face, appearing gentle, but occasionally a sinister glint flashes in his eyes. He is Rodivas, the warlord of Chin State. Rodivas was much younger than Sakin, but he was cunning and ruthless, and even Sakin was wary of him. At that moment, Rodivas smiled and said, "Long time no see, my old friend." Shakuin's face was gloomy, and he asked him in a cold voice what he wanted from him. The Wa-State issue at a leisurely pace. Sakin, however, remained expressionless, only saying that Bao Wuxiang was old and it was normal for him to be replaced by younger people. Compared to the Lin family army, Shakuin was clearly more wary of this smiling tiger in front of him. Rodivas said meaningfully, "The Lin family army conquered Wa-State in less than a day. Was this due to strength or luck?" Shakun impatiently interrupted him, telling him to get to the point. Rodivas then stopped smiling and slowly said, "The Lin family army's rapid occupation of Kokong and Wa-State has a very clear intention. They want to take over the entire northern Myanmar. To put it bluntly, their next target is you." Chapter 50. Are the two warlords going to cooperate against the Lin family army? Delay and build up strength first, then counterattack when the time is right, Rodivas said with a smile, and Shakun's face turned ugly, but he did not refute it. Rodivas continued to persuade him, suggesting that the two sides first join forces to deal with the Lin family army. And after the Lin family army was dealt with, they could each fight for control of northern Myanmar based on their own abilities. Sakin remained silent for a moment, then shook his head, indicating that he did not trust him and was worried about being stabbed in the back. Rodivas feigned innocence, but Shakun sneered. He knew very well that this man was no pushover. Rodivas laughed heartily after hearing this and got up to leave. Shakun immediately stopped him, saying that if he wanted to cooperate, he had to show sincerity. At this moment, his greedy nature was exposed, and he directly asked Chin State to provide weapons and ammunition. Rodivas, of course, wouldn't give it away for free, but he was willing to sell it to him at 70% of the market price. Sakin immediately tried to lower the price, offering a maximum of 60%. Rodivas agreed almost without hesitation. The reason is simple. His friend in Thailand had just obtained a batch of goods at a price that was at most 50% of the market price, and as low as 30%. He could still make a profit by reselling them to Sakin. Sakin was a notorious drug lord in the Golden Triangle and was not short of money. The two shook hands and reached a deal, seemingly cooperating well. But in reality, they each had their own ulterior motives and neither had good intentions. The two then began discussing how to attack the Lin family army. Rodivas analyzed that the Lin family army was said to have 30,000 troops, and with Bao Wuxiang's troops added, they might have 50,000 men. Shakuin found it strange that the Lin family army still had so many men left after just one battle. Rodivas reminded him that the Lin family army was not just large in number. They also had tanks, fighter jets, and a fleet. Modern warfare is not about numbers, but about equipment. Sakin didn't care after hearing this and directly proposed that each side contribute 50,000 troops, totaling 100,000, to crush the Wa-State head-on. As a warlord, he preferred this kind of battle where the many fought the few, simple and brutal. Rodivas did not object. The Lin family army had tanks and fighter jets, and so did they in greater numbers. Since their interests aligned, they decided to go for it. Sakin then asked when the arms deal would be made. Rodivas told him to go back and make a list, and once the deal was completed, the two armies would immediately launch a frontal assault on the Wa-State region. Shakun was very satisfied with this. With arms to buy, he was guaranteed a profit. Moreover, in his view, buying Chin State, arms would weaken Rodivas' power. However, he didn't know that Rodivas had no intention of selling his inventory. Instead, he planned to act as a middleman and profit from the difference. Meanwhile, at the Wa-State Lin family army's base, which was formerly the 6th base of the Wa-State United Government Army, Lin Shun sat in his office, enjoying the services of an upgraded school beauty while listening to reports from his intelligence operatives. To hear that someone in northern Myanmar wanted to buy large quantities of weapons. As his business grew, old customers naturally introduced new ones. However, he currently has no plans to sell weapons in northern Myanmar. After all, if these weapons were to leak out, they could very well be used against the Lin family army. However, Lin Shun quickly realized that this arms deal could be used to buy him time. With his current strength, facing two major warlords simultaneously was indeed quite difficult. More importantly, Yesterday, our spies reported that the two warlord leaders had secretly met. Now they're buying weapons, and their intentions are clear. They're planning to join forces and pull off a big heist. And this target is most likely the Lin family army. Facing a single warlord is difficult enough, let alone two attacking together. Therefore, Lin Shun needs to stall for at least 3 days, waiting for his strength to undergo a qualitative leap. Soon, a complete plan formed in his mind. It was just a delaying tactic, not difficult at all. Lin Shun instructed Qian Duoduo to reply to the other party, stating that business had not yet covered northern Myanmar, and the arms deal could not be finalized for at least 5 days. Rodivas, naturally unwilling to wait that long, bargained several times, managing to drag things out until 3 days later. This outcome was acceptable to both sides. For Lin Shun, 3 days was more than enough. Sent several hundred junior assassins to Shan State and Qin State before. These assassins started out by taking out illegal loans, then robbed gangs and industrial parks, gradually building up their power. In just over 10 days, their force had grown to over 10,000. However, because Lin Shin's personal guards didn't have enough weapons, these peripheral forces didn't have many guns. Only about 1,000 of them actually possessed firepower. The remaining majority were still armed with cold weapons. It was unrealistic to expect them to launch a direct attack on the warlords, but it was incredibly easy to get them to create chaos and distract attention. Lin Shun immediately ordered these men to carry out attacks in the territories of the two warlords, disrupting local order and drawing their attention. Although they were unarmed, sometimes the unarmed are more dangerous than the armed. Chapter 51. Lin Shun becomes rich overnight after wiping out all criminal groups in Hua State. Lin Shun's next task is to take advantage of this time to thoroughly clean up the entire Hua State. In some ways, those criminal groups are even richer than warlords. Without hesitation, he consumed 300,000 contribution points to summon another 30,000 intermediate-level assassins. At this point, he had 60,000 intermediate-level assassins and tens of thousands of basic-level assassins. However, while novice assassins were effective against smaller forces, they were still outmatched when facing well-trained warlord soldiers. Therefore, Lin Shun dispatched another 50,000 assassin troops to begin a carpet sweep of Hua State. Telecom fraud syndicates, industrial park organizations, casinos, and drug trafficking are all within the scope of the crackdown. Lin Shun's requirement is simple. The money must ultimately end up in his hands. This money was originally squeezed out of his fellow countrymen in China. Now he wants to take it all back, which can be considered as him venting his anger on behalf of his compatriots. He only raided a part of Kokong before and already amassed over $1 billion. If he were to raid the entire Hua State now, wouldn't he take off like a rocket? Before the sweep began, Lin Shun gave his assassins a strict order. No group could be allowed to escape. No one could get away before they were squeezed dry of every last drop of profit. At the same time, he issued an order through the Hua State administration to the entire country. Anyone who provides clues about telecom fraud syndicates will be rewarded with 3 million baht upon verification. With such a generous reward, the power of the masses quickly erupted. One after another, the gang leaders who tried to escape in the chaos were reported. As soon as a group's location is exposed, the elite suicide squad will arrive immediately, surround their armed forces, and then loot the entire group. Faced with death threats, these people generally obediently handed over their bank card pins. However, they naively believed they could change the pins once the person left. They simply couldn't believe that they would soon be leaving this world. On the first day, 2 waves of elite agents struck in succession, dismantling 5 large-scale telecom fraud syndicates and seizing a staggering $6 billion. Lin Shun was overjoyed as he looked at the amount in his account. These groups involved in telecom fraud, kidney theft, and organ trafficking were ridiculously wealthy. He didn't stop there. He immediately spent 400,000 contribution points to exchange for another 40,000 intermediate-level assassins, bringing his total number of intermediate-level assassins to a full 100,000. At this point, Lin Shun finally had 100,000 combat-ready soldiers at his disposal. Moreover, the quality of these elite warriors was superior to that of the ordinary soldiers under the warlords. But a new problem arose, a lack of weapons. Of the 100,000 troops, more than 10,000 lacked rifles and submachine guns and had to temporarily rely on pistols and shotguns. This is clearly not acceptable. Without sufficient firepower, one is no different from cannon fodder on the battlefield. Lin Shan knew very well that firepower had always been the key to his victory. Therefore, he must obtain a batch of weapons as soon as possible, at least to arm all his soldiers to the teeth. The sweep continued for the next few days. Although the haul wasn't as extravagant as the first day, it was still very considerable. 6 billion on the first day, 4 billion on the second, and 3 billion on the third. In just 3 days, they made a net profit of 13 billion. Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh, wondering just how much these people had cheated and how much ill-gotten money they had made through casinos and drugs. Soon, his subordinates reported that the entire Hua state had been thoroughly cleaned up. Within 3 days, they had wiped out 18 telecom fraud syndicates, 5 organ trafficking organizations, 11 casinos, and 3 drug trafficking groups. Of course, not everyone escaped. Some well-informed individuals had already fled before the Hua State United Government Forces were attacked. Lin Shan wasn't concerned about this. Since those people had escaped, they wouldn't dare to return anytime soon. As for the remaining criminal groups that hadn't been investigated, they could be dealt with slowly later. Subsequently, Lin Shan, in his capacity as the new ruler of Hua State, issued an administrative order. Effective immediately, all criminal activities, including telecom fraud, flower trading, and gambling, are prohibited throughout Hua State. However, Hua State does not ban guns. All Hua State citizens can legally own firearms. After all, Lin Shan still needs to continue his arms trade. Taking over Hua State, Lin Shan also took over a gold mine, 3 iron mines, and 5 stone mines that originally belonged to the government's coalition forces. These mines would bring him a steady stream of income in the future. Compared to Kokong, Hua State, though equally chaotic and rife with unsavory characters, surprisingly had a relatively good financial situation. Lin Shan entrusted this place to Guan Di Heo for management. In the past few days, Kokong has been managed very well under Guan Di Heo's leadership, and things are improving in all aspects. Lin Shan could tell that this man was indeed capable. Now that the two places have merged, Lin Shan has a considerable territory under his command, with a population exceeding 1 million. However, in his eyes, this is equivalent to a small county town. The land is small and the population is small right now, so it can't bring in much income for the time being. We need to focus on development first. Once it's properly managed, this place will become his gold mine. Lin Shan understood that only by constantly making money could his power continue to grow. And what truly put his mind at ease were his 100% loyal henchmen. When the 3 days were up, as agreed, the funds from the Dragon Kingdom were transferred to Lin Shan's designated account in multiple installments. His contribution points increased by 880,000. Lin Shan now has 1.9 million contribution points left. Looking at this terrifying number, he felt a surge of excitement and wished he could reward himself with a 10 pull immediately. But before that, he decided to summon a god-level assassin. He wanted to see just how terrifying an existence that transcends human limits truly was. Consume 1 million points to summon a god-level assassin. A moment later, a thick black mist billowed out of the room, gradually condensing into the figure of a tall and graceful woman who stood quietly in front of Lin Shan. She was an absolutely stunning woman, dressed in a black outfit, with a slender and well-proportioned figure, radiant skin, and features so exquisite they seemed otherworldly. Her eyes were cold and deep, and her whole body exuded a sharp and chilling aura of killing intent. Chapter 52. The tip of the iceberg of god-level assassins. Lin Shan was stunned. Yi Lingqing greets your majesty. The woman bowed to Lin Shan, her tone respectful, yet still carrying an aura of cold arrogance that looked down upon all living beings, like a high and mighty monarch, or a demon god who reigned supreme over mortals. Lingqing, the god-level assassin that Lin Shan had summoned this time. God-level, Yi Lingqing. Occupation, assassin. Intelligence, 13. Constitution, 12. Strength, 12. Agility, 16. Abilities, stealth, assassination, critical strike, increased speed. 100% loyalty. Lin Shan waved his hand and laughed. No need to be polite. I just want to know just how strong the peak of those who surpass the limits of humanity really is. Just how powerful are you god-level assassins? Yi Lingqing smiled faintly. It's simple, master. Try shooting me with a gun. Lin Shan was taken aback. Then his eyes lit up. Could a god-level assassin really catch bullets? With a flick of his right hand, the black desert eagle appeared in his palm, aimed directly at Yi Lingqing's brow, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and Lin Chun froze on the spot. Before the bullet even touched Yi Lingqing, she caught it firmly between two fingers. Good heavens, what kind of fire cloud, evil god level is this? The kung fu blockbuster didn't lie after all. Yi Lingqing remained calm and said again, "My lord, you may continue firing." Lin Chun was completely taken aback, not understanding what she was trying to do. Did she think she could withstand being shot at? With a strange expression, he raised his gun and fired another shot at Yi Lingqing's arm. The next second, the bullet was deflected. Only a faint red mark remained on Yi Lingqing's arm, as if it had been lightly grazed. This scene looks like something out of a science fiction movie. Lin Chun was so shocked he couldn't speak. He had guessed that a strong person who had surpassed the limits of the human body would have a physical body far superior to that of an ordinary person, but he never expected it to be this strong. This is hardly flesh and blood anymore. It doesn't even resemble human bones. Yi Lingqing opened her eyes and looked at him, her tone carrying a hint of arrogance. "My lord, my strength is not limited to this, and I will slowly show it to you in the future." Lin Chun nodded, then tentatively asked, "You're a loyal follower, 100% loyal to me. Does that mean you'll listen to whatever I say?" "Yes," Yi Lingqing replied. Lin Chun blinked. "Then I want you to sleep with me." Yi Lingqing snorted coldly and said icily, "If your majesty is willing, this servant will come at your beck and call." Lin Chun's lips twitched. Seeing the disdain in Yi Lingqing's eyes, he suddenly felt a little annoyed. Why did he look like some lecherous rogue? However, Yi Lingqing's looks and figure are indeed top tier, and Lin Chun is really reluctant to waste them. But the next second, he saw a flash of anger in Yi Lingqing's eyes, and his body trembled instinctively. Damn, he was actually scared. Lin Chun immediately coughed twice and said with a smile, "Just kidding, don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously." Those who aspire to great things cannot be obsessed with women. He still has a long way to go. Yi Lingqing snorted coldly and turned to leave. Her figure was ethereal and fleeting, disappearing from the windowsill like a ghost. Lin Chun was stunned. Holy crap, they've already run away? I haven't even assigned the mission yet. He felt a little regretful. It would be nice to have such a good-looking subordinate standing by his side all the time. However, he quickly remembered that he could issue commands with his mind. Therefore, Lin Chun directly assigned Yi Lingqing the task to assassinate the warlord leaders of Shan State and Qin State. Once these two are dead, their territories will inevitably descend into chaos, and a power struggle will erupt immediately. At that time, Lin Chun will be able to take advantage of the chaos and reap the benefits. Yi Lingqing vanished completely into thin air. Her speed was astonishing. Ordinary people could only see a fleeting afterimage. Lin Chun had 900,000 contribution points left. After a moment's thought, he decided to spend 800,000 to bring his number of high-level assassins to 1,000. These high-ranking assassins to the Shan and Qin states equipped them with weapons and gear and gave them only one mission, to cause destruction. They destroyed the military outposts in both locations, disrupted the defense lines, and threw the area into complete chaos. Soon, a system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest. Rewards: fighter jet production line, helicopter production line, anti-aircraft gun production line. Is this a real possibility? Lin Chun arrived at the armory warehouse, chose a large enough space, and specially reserved a passage for fighter jets to enter and exit. Congratulations, host, on manifesting an Annihilation aircraft production line. New line opening: 5 top-tier fighter jets given as a gift. Anti-destroyer aircraft production line. 5 destroyers can be produced per day. Producing 1 unit consumes 5,000 contribution points. Lin Chun's eyelids twitched. 5,000 a unit. That's 25,000 a day. That's practically burning money. However, he still spent 25,000 yuan, and the 10 destroyers immediately lay quietly in the system space. He then proceeded to realize the helicopter production line. 5 helicopters given away as a gift for the opening of the new route. Maximum production of 5 units per day. Each aircraft consumes 2,000 contribution points. Another 10,000 contribution points were spent, and 10 helicopters entered the system space. Lin Chun couldn't help but feel that his tin pull was probably doomed. Finally, there's the anti-aircraft gun production line. New railway line opening, 20 anti-aircraft guns given as a gift. Maximum production of 20 units per day. Each aircraft consumes 20 contribution points. With the fighter jets and anti-aircraft guns, Lin Chen's biggest worry, the air defenses, was finally addressed with basic support. However, the current numbers are far from sufficient. They might be enough to deal with the other two major warlords in northern Myanmar, but they are not necessarily safe against the Myanmar government. After all, the Myanmar government has a considerable number of warplanes, and if they are deployed, even a slight mishap could be enough to cause a devastating blow to the entire Wa state. Although Lin Chun eliminated Bao Wuxiang, whom even the Burmese military couldn't defeat, it was because Bao Wuxiang was skilled in mountain guerrilla warfare. Every time the military attacked, Bao Wuxiang would lead his men into the mountains and forests, using the terrain to maneuver against the enemy. The fighter jets couldn't find their targets, and the troops in the mountains were constantly subjected to guerrilla attacks. It was precisely because of favorable timing, location, and popular support that he was able to thwart the Burmese military's attacks time and time again. Chapter 53. A coalition of 100,000 troops from two major warlords invades Wa state. Is Lin Chun going to use guerrilla tactics? But he's different from others. His tanks, planes, and suicide squads often sneak into the enemy's lair without anyone noticing. However, since even Bao Wuxiang was able to withstand the Burmese military's attack, Lin Chun naturally had the same confidence. But these past few days, intelligence from his spies lurking in the Burmese capital had been constantly pouring back, and both the official and military authorities were unusually quiet. The more silent things became, the more uneasy Lin Chun felt. He had a feeling that the other party was secretly plotting something. Just then, the system released the next phase of the mission. Mission 1. Conquer the entire northern Myanmar, eliminate all other forces, and become the sole warlord in northern Myanmar. The reward is an anti-aircraft missile production line and a rocket artillery production line. The second task is to continue recruiting, aiming to recruit 1 million mid-level assassins, 10,000 high-level assassins, and 5 god-level assassins. Rewards include a short-range attack missile production line, a bomber production line, and 1 optional production line. Seeing these rewards, Lin Chun was shocked. These were all powerful weapons of war. Once they were in hand, not only would taking over northern Myanmar be a matter of time, but even conquering the Golden Triangle would be just a matter of time. It seemed that it was time to put the other two major warlords on the agenda as well. Meanwhile, the leaders of the two warlords were thoroughly annoyed by the harassment from their assassins. These assassins were like mosquitoes, always popping up when they let their guard down and taking a vicious bite. But this trouble wasn't enough to disrupt their original plans. At most, those assassins would cause some chaos, which could be temporarily dealt with by sending some soldiers to suppress them. Shikun contacted Rodivas directly, immediately asking about the arms preparations. Rodivas looked grim, because his arms dealer had suddenly changed his mind, saying that Chin's state was too chaotic and he was worried about the risks, insisting on waiting for the situation to stabilize before making a deal. Rodivas had no choice but to accept the promised arms delivery to Shikun, otherwise the cooperation could not continue. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and pull out equipment from his own armory to sell to Shikun at a low price. After the weapons were delivered, Shikun readily paid the remaining balance. Rodivas finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the cooperation between the two parties officially began. The two warlords each mustered 50,000 troops, leaving only 20,000 to 30,000 to defend their homes, while the rest of their forces were deployed for an attack. Their objective this time was clear: to wipe out the Lin family army in one fell swoop. Prior to this, neither side had easily mobilized their troops. Both were cunning and shrewd, each fearing that the other might use cooperation as a pretext to lure troops to the border and then launch a surprise attack on their home base. After a full day of reorganization, the two armies met on the grassland at the border of their respective territories at noon the next day. 100,000 soldiers stood in neat formation, and at a glance, they were all well-trained elite troops. In the center of the column, Shikun and Rodivas stood facing each other. Both were quite pleased with themselves. After all, their soldiers were veterans who had fought alongside them in tough battles. Sakin spoke first, expressing his hope for a pleasant cooperation and outlining the division of benefits in advance. Wa state would belong to him, and Kokong would belong to Rodivas. Rodivas, naturally, wouldn't suffer a loss easily and directly stated his terms. He could have Kokong, but if Sakin wanted the lion's share, he would have to pay an additional billion US dollars. Sakin remained silent for a moment, but finally agreed. After all, the value of Wa State far exceeded 1 billion US dollars. If they missed this opportunity, there might not be another chance. After the two sides reached an agreement, Sakin ordered a 3-hour rest. The army had been traveling for a day and was only 3 hours away from Wa State. After the rest, they would head straight for the Lin family army stronghold and crush them head-on. Meanwhile, at the Lin family army headquarters, Lin Shun had already received the news. Upon hearing that the 100,000-strong army had arrived so quickly, he simply smiled faintly, thinking that no matter how many troops the enemy had, it wouldn't make a difference. He had previously arranged for 50,000 elite soldiers to don special uniforms and wait at designated locations. Now it seems the time has come to truly strike. Wa State is mountainous, and Bao Wuxiang relied on the mountainous terrain to outmaneuver his enemies, wearing them down with guerrilla warfare. Now, Lin Shun plans to replicate that tactic. He only needed 30,000 men to repeatedly maneuver against the enemy deep in the mountains and forests. The remaining 20,000 men would hide and wait for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at the crucial moment. Lin Shun's goal was never to repel them, but to annihilate them completely. If conditions allowed, he even wanted to wipe out the combined forces of these two warlords in one fell swoop. It's time to go. Lin Shun stretched and stood up from his office chair. He was prepared to participate personally in this jungle guerrilla warfare operation. He took a gun from the assassin. It wasn't the AK-47 he usually used, but a Type 85 sniper rifle. He planned to use this jungle to practice his marksmanship and, incidentally, complete his goal of killing 1,000 people. The combined forces of the two warlords arrived at the Wa State border. It was already dusk. They set up camp on the plains outside the mountains, preparing to continue their advance at daybreak. Night fell completely. Lin Shun and his group of assassins disappeared silently into the jungle. Chapter 54 Night Raid on the camp of the two warlords' allied forces. That night, the moon was dark and the wind was high. This is the perfect time for murder and arson. For jungle guerrilla warfare, the darkness of night provides natural cover. Lin Shun is not one to passively wait for the enemy to come to him. Tonight, he will personally begin this war. As night fell, rows of tents dotted the desolate plain. This was the base of the allied forces under Shikun and Rodivas, numbering nearly 100,000. Inside the main tent, Sakin held a cup of freshly brewed black tea, looking quite content. In his view, attacking the Wa State, with its fewer than 50,000 troops, with an army of 100,000, would be a piece of cake. He never imagined that Wa State would launch a preemptive strike. They're probably cowering in their stronghold right now, trembling with fear. How could they dare attack the camp? Rodivas frowned and reminded him, be careful. The other side is no ordinary player if they can take over Wa State. Don't ruin things because of arrogance. Shikun slammed his fist on the table and stood up, his tone displeased. What do you mean? You think I'll get into trouble because of my arrogance? If you ask me, they don't have the guts at all. Rodivas sighed and stopped arguing. He certainly hoped that Shikun was right, but he had a feeling that things wouldn't be that simple. Shikun narrowed his eyes and continued. We have an army of 100,000. Even if the enemy dares to launch a sneak attack, most will suffer a few more losses. Compared to the benefits of victory, what are these losses? Rodivas sipped his tea in silence, a cold smile playing on his lips. Sakin was indeed powerful, but his arrogance was too much. That was precisely why he was willing to cooperate. If things really went wrong, Sakin would be the one suffering the greatest losses. Meanwhile, in the jungle mountains a few hundred meters outside the camp, dark figures quietly emerged. These men, concealed under the cover of night, were the assassins Lin Shun had brought. He hadn't committed all his men, because now was not the time for the final battle. However, it would be appropriate to teach these two warlords a lesson first. They were too confident, daring to set up camp right under Lin Chen's nose. Lin Shun waved his hand lightly, and 300 assassins appeared simultaneously around the camp, each carrying a rocket launcher on their shoulder. The entire allied camp was within their firing range. Lin Shun ordered everyone to retreat immediately after firing 3 shots, lest they give the enemy a chance to pursue. Once inside the jungle, the battle would be a completely different story. Ready, aim. As soon as the order was given, all the suicide soldiers simultaneously locked onto the allied camp. The next second, Lin Chun said coldly, "Fire!" Whoosh, boom! Rockets streaked across the night sky, trailing flames as they crashed into the camp. The deafening explosions instantly echoed across the area. Tents were overturned, and flames and thick smoke billowed into the sky. Screams and wails erupted one after another, turning the once quiet camp into chaos in an instant. What happened? Ambush! Run! Mommy! Large numbers of soldiers rushed out of their tents, running frantically in the distance. But before they could figure out where the enemy was, a second volley of rockets rained down. Another salvo of 300 rounds followed, and the explosions once again swept across the edge of the camp. Nearby officers rushed out of their tents, only to be stunned by the sight before them. The area around the camp had been engulfed in flames, and soldiers lay scattered on the ground. Immediately afterwards, the third volley of shells rained down. 900 rockets killed more than 3,000 coalition troops. This number is not crippling for an army of 100,000, but the problem is that they were decimated before they even saw the enemy. The officer in charge of perimeter security roared in anger. "What are you all standing around for? Chase after them. If we don't catch them, General Shikun will skin me alive." Soon, a large number of coalition soldiers gathered their equipment and began searching outside the camp. On Lin Chen's side, after 3 rounds of fire, all the assassins immediately retreated. The rocket launchers were also stored away in Lin Chen's spatial storage, leaving no trace. Seeing the densely packed Allied soldiers chasing after them, Lin Chen secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. If he weren't afraid of being exposed, he would have liked to lead his tank army to crush them directly. But he knew very well that the other side had come prepared and must have brought weapons to deal with tanks. More importantly, he couldn't just magically recall the tank to his system space in front of so many people. If we were to do that, the next day, it would probably not just be a warlord siege, but a multinational coalition attacking our doorstep. Lin Chun then ordered the remaining assassins to lay landmines and booby traps on the spot, and then quickly retreated into the mountainous jungle behind them. He knew that these warlords in northern Myanmar were no strangers to mountain and jungle warfare. After being attacked, they would definitely chase him into the forest and try to catch him. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Chun and his men retreated into the forest, the Allied forces quickly caught up. After some reconnaissance, they discovered the direction of their retreat. "They've gone into the woods. Hurry and chase them. Keep up with them. Don't let them get away." No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud crash came from the ground. Boom! The soldier at the front stepped on a landmine and was instantly blown to pieces. The Allied forces suffered casualties instantly, and their rapid pursuit was forced to stop. They couldn't afford to continue chasing Lin Chun. They could only quickly call for engineers to clear the mines. But not long after, another explosion rang out. Damn it! Those bastards even set a trap. How can they be so cunning? The Allied officers were extremely grim. No one had expected that Lin Chen's men would not only attack, but also flee, even planting mines along their retreat route. They hadn't even caught a glimpse of the enemy before they were thoroughly outmaneuvered. By the time the mines were cleared, the enemy would probably have already vanished into the depths of the jungle. Chapter 55: Ambush of Pursuers. 100,000 Allied troops hurriedly retreat to their camp. What? Someone attacked them, and they got away? Are they all useless? Didn't they chase after them? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Sha Kun flew into a rage. His subordinate quickly explained that the enemy had laid a large number of landmines and booby traps before retreating, and that clearing them would take time. But Shikun wouldn't listen at all, and roared, "Then let them charge. There's a limit to how many thunderbolts there can be." The subordinate dared not object, and could only immediately relay the order. Shikun sneered and boasted that he would raze the entire Wa state to the ground tomorrow. Rodivas sat to the side drinking tea, remaining silent, knowing that it wasn't his men who had died. Meanwhile, Lin Chun was leading his assassins through the dense jungle towards another area. While luring the enemy into the forest, they had laid booby traps along the way to harass the Allied forces and disrupt their morale. Once Shikun gave the order, the pursuing troops could only send scouts. Those soldiers became cannon fodder, some even handing their weapons to their comrades and running forward empty-handed, hoping only that they could run fast enough to survive the minefield. Lin Chun remained unmoved. He had already reached a concealed peak, clad in green camouflage, and set up his sniper rifle, aiming at the Allied forces a kilometer away. Several nearby high points were also sniper positions lying in ambush. Lin Shan did not rush to fire, but waited for the enemy's vanguard to all enter the encirclement. 3, 2, 1. Once the vanguard had fully entered the jungle, a gunshot rang out. One of the commanders was shot in the head by Lin Shan and died instantly. Immediately afterwards, several gunshots rang out in succession, and several more sergeants fell. On both sides of the hillside, the Suicide Squad appeared simultaneously, raising their AK-47s and firing wildly at the crowd. Da-da-da. Gunfire erupted, and blood splattered everywhere. The Allied soldiers, now without command, were thrown into chaos, falling in droves like harvested wheat. This wasn't a battle. It was a massacre. In just 5 minutes, the pursuing Allied forces were almost completely wiped out, leaving the jungle littered with corpses. Lin Shan also took advantage of the chaos to rack up 20 kills. "We can't stay here any longer. Let's go." Upon receiving the order, Lin Shan immediately led his assassins to retreat. Like killers in the night, they appeared and disappeared without a trace, quickly vanishing into the depths of the dense forest. Before long, the battlefield was covered by artillery fire, but by the time the shells landed, Lin Shan and the others had already disappeared. Reporting to the general, "The entire search party has been wiped out. It was too dark to catch them." His subordinates reported nervously, but Sha Kun was furious, his face turning ashen. He cursed, "Useless. Good for nothing. You can't even do this simple thing right." He immediately ordered a full-scale attack and a thorough search to capture Lin Shan and the others. At this point, Sha Kun was blinded by rage. Rodivas finally spoke. "Shakun, you're too easily provoked. They're clearly using reverse psychology to trick you into making the wrong decision, and you're just going to fall for it." He saw it clearly. The other side was trying to lure him in. If it were just Sha Kun's men who died, he wouldn't care, but now that the two Allied forces were tied together, he couldn't just sit idly by. Reminded by this, Sha Kun calmed down slightly and asked in a cold voice, "Then what do you suggest we do?" Rodivas said, "Don't forget, jungle warfare isn't just their forte. It's our strength too. What we need to do now is strengthen our defenses and, once it's daylight, send the entire army into the mountains for a thorough search." He continued to warn that the other side was definitely not to be trifled with. However many men they sent in at night, that many would die. Although Sha Kun was unwilling, he couldn't refute it. Rodivas said in a deep voice, "This is the only way. You should know that if we fail this time, both of our warlords will be severely weakened, and our territory will be handed over to others." Sha Kun gritted his teeth and remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. "Okay, we'll do as you say." He was short-tempered and bloodthirsty, but not stupid. The current situation no longer allowed him to act recklessly. Otherwise, he might not be able to hold onto his position as general. After the order was given, the remaining 95,000 Allied troops rested on the spot, took turns on guard duty, and guarded the area until dawn. On the other side, Lin Shan was slightly taken aback when he noticed that the other side did not send troops to pursue them. He muttered, "These two warlord allies are not that stupid." However, this did not affect his plan. Tonight's objective was mainly harassment. By daytime, the other side would eventually have to enter the mountains to search. Once they were deep into the mountainous jungle, it wouldn't be so easy for them to escape again. With nothing else to do, Lin Shan led several high-ranking assassins armed with sniper rifles to a high slope 2 miles outside the camp. Load, aim, fire. A coalition soldier was shot in the forehead, his body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, dying with his eyes still open. The surrounding soldiers were instantly terrified, as if they were being targeted by a venomous snake. But the gunfire continued, and Lin Shan killed one person every 10 seconds. The night watchmen were like sitting ducks, taken down one by him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shan had fired dozens of bullets. Chapter 56. The Suspicious Allied Forces. Lin Shan's mission to steal from his hometown. Another piercing scream rang out as more Allied soldiers were shot dead on the spot. Even with snipers repeatedly picking off their targets, the Allied High Command still did not order an attack. In their eyes, these losses would not affect the overall plan at all. Lin Shan continued to pull the trigger, his marksmanship terrifyingly steady. Almost every shot took down an enemy. The fear of being targeted by a sniper quickly spread along the edge of the Allied camp. On Lin Chen's side, he wasn't the only sniper. The coalition patrol guards could only stick close to cover, carefully and quickly passing by, not daring to expose themselves for too long, for fear of being shot in the head at any moment. Over the next half hour, Lin Chen killed another 56 Allied soldiers. His kill count finally reached 1,000. Congratulations on completing the side quest. 1,000 kills. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5 attribute points that you can freely allocate. Lin Chen directly adopted a 2-1-1-1 allocation method, putting 2 points into intelligence. After all, the battle situation was getting bigger and bigger, and he was afraid that his brain wouldn't be able to keep up. As soon as the attributes were added, he felt a surge of clarity in his mind, and his thinking became much more insightful than before. At this point, his intelligence had reached the limits of human potential, and he could continue to break through them with the help of the system. Issuing the next phase of tasks. Side quest. 1 man against 10,000. Content. Personally kill 10,000 enemies, achieving a 10,000 kill streak. Mission reward. 10 attribute points to freely allocate. Top tier supérieurement warrior technique. The system issued a new mission, but Lin Chen didn't pay much attention to it. 10,000 people? He could just kill them slowly. As time passed, the sun rose in the east. After a whole night of harassment before leaving, Lin Chen and his elite snipers took down many more Allied soldiers. Although the enemy became increasingly cautious in the latter half of the night, and their kill rate noticeably slowed down, their objective had been achieved. At least that night, the Allied forces couldn't get a good night's sleep. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the Allied forces of the 2 states began to assemble and prepare to enter the mountains. Although no one knew what kind of ambush the Lin family army had set up in the mountains, they were not afraid. They had experience in mountain warfare, and more importantly, they outnumbered their opponents. Rodivas and Shikun stood at the front of the mountain range, waved their hands, and gave the order, all troops attack. Target, Lin family army headquarters. At the command, the army surged into the mountains like a tidal wave. The vanguard quickly spread out, forming a vast net, and began a thorough search of the mountain range. The main force, carrying heavy weapons, advanced along the relatively gentle mountain roads. This time, they also brought a considerable number of tanks, a full 100. Of the 2 states contributed 50 tanks, a force they believed would be enough to intimidate the Lin family army. However, they were unaware that the tanks of the Hua State United Government Army were as easily destroyed as toys in the face of the Lin family army. In addition, they also prepared fighter bombers, but those were trump cards to be used only before the final battle, and they were still parked at the base, ready to be deployed at any time. Rodivas was cautious. He judged that there would inevitably be an ambush along this mountain road, so he chose the most conservative approach. He deployed his vanguard and pressed forward with the main force, tried to avoid losing too many troops to the Lin family army along the way. Under normal circumstances, traversing this mountain range would only take half a day if undisturbed. However, the Allied forces advanced for a full 3 hours without even seeing a single member of the Lin family's army. This situation made them increasingly confused as they walked. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Chen had already teleported to Shan State territory with an army of 50,000 elite soldiers. Shan State is 4 times the size of Hua State, but its total military strength is only a little over 70,000. The army is too expensive. Even with more troops, Sha Can couldn't afford to maintain it. Now he has taken 50,000 troops with him, leaving only a little over 20,000 to remain in Shan State. These 20,000 plus people were scattered across several cities and regions, with each location having at most a few thousand defenders. Such a level of defense was practically non-existent in the face of the Lin family army. Lin Chen's 50,000-strong army split into 3 routes. The left and right wings, each with 15,000 troops, swept through the Shan State Army's encampments. He personally led the main force of 20,000 troops straight to the Shan State Army headquarters. Lin Chen was seething with anger. He hadn't even made a move yet, and the other side dared to attack his territory first. They had to pay the price. His elite infantry had ample ammunition and were not afraid of running out. If he wanted, the guns of 50,000 men could be fired until they were hot to the touch. So-called fear, in the final analysis, stemmed from insufficient firepower. According to his assessment, an attack on Shan State could theoretically be completed in half a day. After all, The Lin family army had a numerical advantage and overwhelming equipment, with tanks, fighter jets, and destroyers all ready to go. Of Hua State, Shan State is much flatter. Lin Shan didn't bother to talk about the defenses and checkpoints he encountered along the way. The Suicide Squad understood his meaning immediately. 20 tanks opened fire on the checkpoint, followed by a barrage of mortars and howitzers. Amidst the relentless artillery fire, the enemy had no time to react. Lin Shan was completely unreasonable. With a weapon advantage, who would bother with bayonets? After a barrage of artillery fire, the Suicide Squad went up to mop up the survivors, trying to leave no one alive. The main force barely stopped, advancing relentlessly. Not long after, Lin Shan led the main force to the front of the Shan State Army headquarters. He raised his binoculars, looked at the high stone wall outside the headquarters, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. You think you can stop his army with this? Chapter 57 Fierce Attack on the Shan State Army Headquarters. Artillery Barrage. As fighter jets swept overhead, the Shan State Army Headquarters defenses were quickly exposed. In the positions in front of the walls, thousands of soldiers hid in the trenches, waiting for the decisive battle with the Lin family army. On the main battlefield, dozens of heavy machine guns were aimed at the route of attack. The position was built on a small hill, commanding a high vantage point that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Judging from his posture, it seemed that anyone who dared to charge up would die halfway. If Lin Shan chooses to send his army in a direct assault, even if they manage to capture this place, they will inevitably pay a heavy price. Moreover, a row of long-range artillery pieces is mounted on the wall, and 20 tanks are slowly rolling out from inside. Clearly, the Shan State Army was well prepared. After all, Lin Shan had swept through the enemy lines without concealing his movements, and the soldiers at headquarters immediately took cover behind the walls when they saw fighter jets overhead. After learning the situation from the pilot, Lin Shan, sitting on the tank, coldly ordered, "Bomb them! First, wash the ground." He personally adjusted the tank's main gun, locked onto the distant stone wall gate, and fired a shot the next second. The shell streaked through the air and struck the headquarters gate with pinpoint accuracy. A deafening explosion followed, and the heavy gate shattered instantly. Immediately afterwards, the other tanks opened fire, all targeting the Shan State Army headquarters. Shells rained down on the city walls and military camps, instantly igniting a vast inferno. Mortars and howitzers were also aimed at the enemy's defensive positions and began intensive bombardment. Each salvo consisted of hundreds of shells, raining them down as if they were free. Explosions rang out one after another, and the once well-organized position was engulfed in flames in the blink of an eye. The thousands of Shan State soldiers in the trenches suffered heavy casualties immediately. Lin Shan peered at the battlefield through the tank's observation window and sneered, "Coming out to play positional warfare? Aren't you just making yourself a sitting duck?" These warlords were most adept at guerrilla warfare when dealing with the Burmese military. But when they heard that Lin Shan wasn't a regular soldier, they underestimated his firepower, practically courting death. Another round of shells rained down, blowing up the sandbag bunkers and leaving the entire position scorched black. After 2 rounds of bombardment, less than half of the Shan State Army soldiers had survived. Just then, 50 fighter jets took off from the enemy airbase, heading straight for Lin Shan's army. It seemed they had finally decided to use their air power to retaliate. Lin Shan glanced at the sky and said indifferently, "It's a pity about these fighter jets, but there's no use keeping such junk." After the order was given, Lin's army deployed 24 fighter jets and 20 destroyers simultaneously. The Air Force would handle the aerial troubles. On the ground, Lin Shan showed no sign of stopping. He ordered again, "Keep the artillery barrage going. Tank battalions, push forward. Let them see the terror of these steel behemoths." As soon as he finished speaking, he steered the tank toward the enemy position. Tanks advanced side by side on both sides, while infantry soldiers followed quickly under the cover of the tanks. Tank infantry coordination is a fundamental tactic that Lin Biao's army is most familiar with. Tanks lead the way, while infantry clear out blind spots, and the coordination is almost flawless. With a thunderous roar, 30 tanks lined up in a long line, their engines blazing and black smoke billowing from their exhaust pipes as they hurtled towards the Shan State Army's positions. The Shan soldiers on the position stared at the approaching steel behemoth with nothing but fear in their eyes. The next moment, the tank drove straight across the trench and into the position. Meanwhile, the Suicide Squad picked up their AK-47s and, under the cover of the tanks, unleashed a furious barrage of fire. Those soldiers who managed to survive by hiding in the gaps were also picked off one by the bullets. Under the combined assault of artillery, tanks, and infantry, the Shan State Army completely collapsed. They no longer had the courage to resist, and only one thought remained in their minds: escape. Run. They're too strong. Don't shoot. I surrender. Help. I surrender. Screams and wails filled the air, but this was a battlefield, and no one would show them any mercy. Tanks rolled over one after another, crushing many soldiers into a bloody pulp on the spot. Some people tried to escape from the rear of the position, but the tank turret quickly turned, and the shells crashed into the fleeing soldiers like meteors, instantly tearing up a bloody mess. The ground battle was almost a foregone conclusion. The Lin family army swept through the enemy lines, leaving corpses strewn everywhere and staining the battlefield with blood. Meanwhile, in the sky, the Shan State Army, relying on its numerical advantage, had pilots who were initially very arrogant, wanting to teach the Lin family army a lesson in this air battle. But they were ultimately just warlords, and most of their fighter jets were obsolete. They were good at bullying ground troops, but if they would go head-to-head with Lin Chen's fighter jets, they would be no match for him. A pilot named Banku flew his fighter jet, performed a beautiful maneuver in the air, and then launched a directional missile. The missile, trailing white smoke, accurately hit an enemy destroyer. An explosion rang out, and smoke instantly engulfed the target. Seeing this, the other pilots immediately shouted excitedly, "Great job, Banku! A good start." Banku was indeed the most skilled among them, because he was Shih Kun's nephew and had far more training opportunities than the others. At this moment, he was also full of pride, thinking that the Lin family army was nothing special. But the next second, the smile on his face froze. The destroyer that had been hit miraculously emerged from the smoke. Apart from being completely blackened, it was almost unharmed. Banku was completely stunned. Their missiles couldn't even harm the enemy? Before he could react, a shell rapidly magnified in his vision. The next instant, the shell struck the fighter jet, blasting it to pieces in midair. The shells were roughly the same in power, but the quality of the fighter jets was worlds apart. Quantity, in the end, could not make up for the gap in equipment. The ensuing air battle turned into a one-sided chase. Chapter 58, Stealing the Base. The coalition forces disbanded and went their separate ways. Shan State Army pilots fled in disarray in midair, like a pack of stray dogs, constantly performing difficult maneuvers such as sharp turns and vertical climbs. No matter how they tried to dodge, the fighter jets seemed to have anticipated their movements, locking onto their targets time and time again. With each explosion, the fighter jets turned into fireballs in the air and crashed one after another. They didn't know that while the destroyer could withstand the attack, the 24 fighter jets would also suffer if hit. But at that moment, no one had the mind to analyze the situation. They only wanted to escape the skies. Escape was now a pipe dream. The deputy commander at the Shan State Army headquarters below watched the fighter jets crash one after another, his heart bleeding. He immediately contacted Sakin and reported the entire battle situation at headquarters. The Shan State Army headquarters is finished. Now, all that can be relied upon is the 50,000 troops that Sa can let out. Meanwhile, the Allied forces have been marching for a full 6 hours without encountering any resistance. The naturally suspicious Rodivas finally realized something was amiss. They had already crossed half of the mountain range, and if they maintained their speed, they would reach the Lin family army headquarters in another 6 hours. However, the Lin family army was delaying their attack, as if they were deliberately letting them go deeper into the mountains. Shih Kun, however, was unconvinced. He believed the enemy must have set up an ambush ahead, but so what? With the combined firepower of 100,000 Allied troops, at most a few more people would die, and they could just turn around and attack again. Just then, a communications officer rushed over and handed Shih Kun an emergency cell phone. This phone had never been used before, and Shih Kun's expression changed instantly as soon as he answered. "What? The Lin family army has reached my headquarters? And almost everyone at headquarters is dead." He roared, slammed down the phone, and abruptly stood up, his face contorted in rage. The Lin family army wasn't lying in ambush at the front. They were going straight to raid his hometown. Shikun immediately ordered a halt to the advance and preparations to return to reinforce. Rodivas was stunned upon seeing this and quickly questioned him about what he was doing. Shikun cursed angrily, saying that at least 30,000 members of the Lin family army had already entered Shan State, and his stronghold was about to be destroyed. If he didn't go back soon, everything would be over. Rodivas advised him to calm down, arguing that it would take at least a day to rush back, and by then the losses would be irreparable. Instead of turning back, he suggested continuing the attack on Hua State, capturing the Lin family army headquarters and minimizing losses. But Saken wouldn't listen. What could Hua State, which had just been through war, possibly salvage? Losing Shan State for the sake of Hua State would truly be a losing proposition. He judged that even if the Lin family army took advantage of the situation to invade, it would take them at least 3 days to swallow up the entire Shan State. He figured he could still lead his troops back in time. After the order was given, the 100,000-strong allied army immediately split into 2 groups. Half remained where they were, while the other half followed Saken on a forced march back along the same route. Shikun even stopped sending scouts ahead. In his view, since the Lin family army hadn't set up an ambush in front, they couldn't possibly have circled around to ambush them from behind. Rodivas watched as Saken led away half of his troops, his face turning extremely grim. But then he thought, if the main force of the Lin family army went to Shan State, wouldn't the Hua State headquarters be left empty? He quickly concluded that the Lin family army knew they couldn't stop the coalition forces and planned to abandon Hua State in exchange for a larger Shan State. With this in mind, Rodivas no longer hesitated and immediately ordered his army to continue its attack, heading straight for the headquarters of the Hua State Lin family army, advancing at full speed. In his view, since the enemy's main force was in Shan State, even if there were ambushes along the way, their numbers would not be large and would be insignificant in the face of the coalition forces. Meanwhile, from the start of the battle to the capture of the Shan State Army headquarters, it only took a little over an hour. Saken's belief that they could hold out for at least 3 days was pure fantasy. Since Lin Shun entered the Shan State border and began his sweeping advance, and nearly a third of Shan State has already fallen into the hands of Lin's army. Along the way, Lin Shun ordered that no effort be spared in conserving shells and bullets, resulting in enormous consumption, but even greater gains. Cities, warlords, and criminal organizations along the route were all looted. Lin Shin's wallet was getting fatter and fatter. It has to be said that Shan State was indeed incredibly lucrative. Various factions there did whatever made money, especially poppies, which were cultivated all over Shan State. These products were sold all over the world, making the local powerful figures very wealthy. Although Shikun took the lion's share, those below him also profited handsomely. The Shan State is able to cultivate poppies on a large scale, mainly because of its fertile soil and flat terrain. Once the area is taken over, Lin Shin plans to eradicate all the poppies and convert them into farmland. In this way, neither his loyal followers nor the residents of his territory would have to worry about food. But now is not the time to think about these things. Lin Shin must take over the entire Shan State as quickly as possible. As long as he makes enough money here, he won't be able to escape either Shan State or Qin State. He wants to take over both territories in one go. Chapter 59, A Sweep Through Shan State. An ambush, a direct cut in half. Keep up the pace, keep going. Completely flatten the entire Shan State in 8 hours. Every time he captures a city or wipes out a faction, his assassins will swiftly loot it according to his orders. Those gang leaders, usually ruthless and greedy, became terrified when they fell into the hands of their assassins. Without much intimidation, they readily handed over their money and bank card pins. Lin Shun had no time to torture them. Since they gave it to him so readily, he'd let them die a quick death. Soon, Lin Shin's contribution points rose to over 2 million again, and at this point he had only conquered 2/3 of Shan State. Lin Shun was very satisfied with this pace of progress. At this rate, the entire Shan State would soon be plundered. Meanwhile, Lin Shun wasn't idle either. He summoned 50,000 mid-level assassins on the only road leading to the Hua State headquarters, and had them distribute all the weapons produced by the system's production line using weapons stolen from Shan State. Air Force fighter jets also flew to that area early on. While a large army takes a whole day to march, fighter jets can arrive in less than 2 hours. With this force, they are more than capable of dealing with the army that is heading straight for the Hua State headquarters. Immediately afterwards, Lin Shan summoned 100,000 elite soldiers in Qin State territory and equipped them with 10 tanks and weapons for over 10,000 people. He couldn't provide any more. The rest of the weapons were for them to seize themselves. Besides the 50,000 troops led by Rodivas, there were also 50,000 Qin State soldiers stationed at the Qin State headquarters. Qin State is the largest and most populous of the 4 states in northern Myanmar, and also has the largest number of warlord soldiers. They made their fortune primarily through the arms trade, buying low and selling high to profit from the price difference. Of course, this region is also a haven for criminals, rife with telecom fraud, organ trafficking and prostitution, gambling, and drugs. There is no truly clean place in northern Myanmar. Meanwhile, Rodivas was leading his army along the mountain road. Ahead lay the only passage to the Wa State headquarters, a narrow gorge. Here, there are steep, smooth cliffs on both sides, hundreds of meters high, with only one road in the middle. Taking a detour would add at least several hours to the journey, which is completely not worthwhile. But this place is also perfect for an ambush. As long as someone occupies the cliff top in advance and sets up positions at the exit, a small force can hold off a large army. Rodivas originally planned to send planes to scout ahead, but the fighter jets that were called in 2 hours ago have still not appeared. He couldn't wait any longer. Once an opportunity is missed, it's hard to get another one. Rodivas immediately dispatched 3 groups of men. 2 groups climbed the cliff face from behind the mountain to check for ambushes at the top. The other group went directly through the narrow pass to investigate whether there were any defensive positions ahead. Once he confirmed it was safe, he immediately allowed the main force to pass through. This narrow passage was only a little over 2 kilometers long, and vehicles could pass through in just a few minutes. Soon, news came back from the front. No defensive positions detected. Rodivas frowned. Although the enemy's main force had gone to Shan State, they should have also deployed troops here to buy time. Had Lin Shan truly given up on Wa State completely? More than 10 minutes later, the people who had climbed up the cliffs on both sides reported that there was no ambush on the top of the cliff, not even a single person in sight. Rodivas finally relaxed completely, overjoyed. He hadn't expected to get such a huge advantage today. After confirming the news, he immediately ordered a full-scale attack. Soon, 20,000 soldiers led the way, entering the narrow pass one after another. Once these 20,000 had successfully passed, Rodivas completely lowered his guard and led his tank battalion into the canyon. All 50 tanks entered the narrow pass, while 30,000 troops covered the rear. Just as all the tanks entered the canyon, a Qin State soldier looked up to shield his eyes from the glaring sunlight and suddenly saw several backlit black dots in the sky. The dots grew larger and larger, soon revealing their true form. The soldier's pupils constricted, and his mouth gaped open in terror. "Those are fighter jets." He hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Enemy planes! Enemy planes!" But it was too late. Boom, boom, boom. Several shells rained down from the sky, striking the cliffs at the entrances to the narrow gorge with pinpoint accuracy. Explosions erupted instantly, flames shot into the sky, and large chunks of rock were shattered and tumbled into the canyon. The Qin State soldiers at the entrance had no time to react before being struck by falling rocks. Screams erupted, blood splattered, and the ranks were thrown into chaos. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Another round of bombing landed, and the rubble at both entrances piled up more and more, completely blocking the road in the blink of an eye. In this way, the Qin State army was forcibly cut into 3 sections. All the tanks were trapped in a narrow passage, with 20,000 to 30,000 troops on each side. Damn it! Damn it! Rodivas roared as he sat atop his tank. He never expected that instead of lying in ambush on the cliff top, the enemy would directly use fighter jets to bomb the entrance, trapping all his tanks inside the canyon. Even if you want to clear the rubble, it will take a lot of time. He immediately roared, "Blow up the road." The staff officer quickly warned, "General, we can't bomb indiscriminately. The cliffs here are unstable. If the tremors trigger a larger rockfall, we could all be buried inside." Rodivas' face turned ashen. He was about to order the people outside to clear the rubble when a series of explosions suddenly came from outside the canyon. Boom, boom, boom. Shells were falling from both sides. The Qin State soldiers were still focused on the general in the narrow pass, crowding around the pile of stones, completely unaware that death was already befalling them. Chapter 60. Ambush of the Qin State Army? Surround them. Leave no one alive. The deafening explosions instantly tore the battlefield apart, the artillery fire punctuated by screams and wails. A single shelling barrage killed countless Chin State soldiers instantly, their blood flowing freely and limbs strewn across the ground. The soldiers who had survived were all frozen in place, looking back in terror. They saw several steel behemoths slowly driving out, their massive cannons coldly aimed at them. Behind the tanks, the hillsides were filled with Lin family army soldiers armed with AK-47s, so many that it was impossible to count them all. These were the assassins Lin Shun had secretly deployed on both sides of the Yixianshan mountain range. Instead of simply occupying high ground and dropping bombs as Rodivas had anticipated, they pressed down from the mountains, coordinating with tanks to encircle and kill them. Another round of shells slammed into the Chin State Army's positions, instantly claiming a large number of lives. Without command, the Chin State Army was thrown into complete chaos, like ants on a hot plate, not knowing where to run. The next second, the assassins on the mountain simultaneously pulled their triggers. Da-da-da. Tens of thousands of AK-47s spewed fire at once, while the Chin State Army was completely exposed. This was no longer a battle, but a one-sided massacre. The dark muzzles of the guns resembled the scythe of death. In just a few seconds, the Chin State Army suffered heavy casualties, with screams echoing throughout the area. Run! Find cover! Finally, someone broke down and screamed, turning and running away. This caused the remaining soldiers, consumed by fear, to finally react. They had no choice but to flee. As for resistance, no one dared to even think about it anymore. Faced with tanks and gun barrels covering the hillsides, they only felt death looming over them, and everyone scattered and fled like frightened wild dogs. But the hail of bullets gave them no chance. Rows of soldiers fell, their bodies forming a human wall for those behind them. The entire battlefield quickly turned into a meat grinder, and Chin State soldiers were slaughtered in droves. Before long, on the flat ground beyond the narrow sliver of sky, there were almost no people left to stand. Even if someone raised a gun to fight back, it was all in vain. Meanwhile, Rodivas, trapped in the narrow passage by falling rocks, was still filled with anger. He, the dignified leader of the Chin State Army, was trapped in a canyon, unable to move like a turtle in a jar. But beyond his anger, he also began to feel uneasy. Outside, the sounds of artillery and gunfire were incessant. Clearly, a fierce battle had broken out. However, in his view, the Lin family army numbered at most 20,000, yet they dared to ambush his 50,000-strong army. They were simply courting death. He believed the Chin State Army outside was counterattacking and would soon end the battle. As the gunfire gradually subsided, Rodivas let out a cold laugh. The Lin family army, who were ignorant of their own mortality, dared to oppose my Chin Bang army. He naturally assumed that his troops had won, completely ignoring the fact that his tank battalion was still trapped inside, and the artillery fire outside was clearly not from the Chin State Army. Rodivas immediately ordered his men to climb the fallen rocks and check the situation outside. At this moment, outside the narrow pass, the Chin State Army had been completely wiped out. Lin Shun had already given the order, leave no one alive. Since these people chose to join the warlords and take up arms as soldiers, they should have understood that they could pay with their lives at any time on the battlefield. Several agile Chin State soldiers climbed to the top of the rubble, but the victory they had imagined did not come. What came into view was a ground littered with corpses and a densely packed Lin family army. The men were pale, and their voices were trembling. Our entire army is dead. The Lin family army is everywhere outside. They outnumber us all. The soldiers who climbed up on the other side saw almost the same thing, except that there were only a few survivors left on that side. When the news reached Rodivas' ears, his face darkened, and he looked incredulous. What? How is this possible? How many of them are there? The soldier who returned to report said in a trembling voice, at least 40 or 50,000 men. They should all be Lin's army. They have completely occupied both sides of Yixianshan, and our men have been almost completely wiped out. Damn it. Fuck. Rodivas could no longer contain his rage and roared through gritted teeth. Fire. Blast away the rubble behind us. He knew very well that staying trapped here meant certain death. The only way out was to break out from the rear and, with the equipment advantage of the tank battalion, tear a gap in the Lin family army's encirclement. Upon receiving the order, The tank battalion immediately sprang into action. The enemy was everywhere. If they didn't blow it up now, they would simply be waiting to die. Rumble. Shells slammed into the boulders blocking the road, exploding in blinding flashes. Rock fragments were hurled into the air, some blasted to dust, creating a deafening roar throughout the narrow passage, causing the ground to tremble. Fortunately, the cliffs on both sides did not collapse immediately. After several rounds of shelling, dirt flew and rocks tumbled, and a wide passage was finally blasted open, revealing the view outside the canyon. Rodivas immediately ordered, "Charge! Charge out of here!" Once the tanks reach open ground and deploy in formation, 50 tanks might be able to put up a fight against Lin's army. But at that moment, the main guns of several tanks outside the canyon were all aimed at the cliffs on both sides of the narrow passage. At the same time, several fighter jets roared past and circled above a narrow strip of sky. Bang, bang, bang. The tank's cannon roared repeatedly as shells were unleashed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fighter jets swept across the sky, missiles trailing fiery exhaust plumes as they hurtled toward the narrow strip of sky below. Boom, boom, boom. A shell hit a Chin State Army tank, and the violent explosion instantly tore the tank apart. More shells slammed into the cliffs on both sides, sending rocks flying everywhere and large chunks of rubble falling from the heights. Below them was Rodivas' tank battalion. Chapter 61. Burying the tank battalion alive. They bombarded the Shan State Army, crushing them head-on. At that moment, Rodivas stared at the boulders rolling down the cliff, his pupils suddenly contracting, his face instantly filled with fear. He immediately roared, "Quick! Start the tanks, accelerate and rush out." But it was too late. The boulder crashed onto the tank with a deafening roar. Although it didn't penetrate the armor directly, it was enough to block the narrow passage. More and more boulders cascaded down, quickly burying the entire passageway at the bottom of the cliff. Rodivas and his 50 tanks were all crushed under the rubble and buried alive. A constant roar echoed from the rubble as the tanks struggled, trying to blast away the massive rocks pressing down on them with their artillery fire. But despite the loud noise, they saw absolutely no effect. The people inside the tank panicked completely. Some cursed angrily, some broke down and shouted that they didn't want to die, and some regretted not enjoying themselves before setting off. But no matter how much they struggled, it was all in vain. They could still hide inside the tanks for the time being, surviving on their remaining water and food. But once the supplies ran out, only despair awaited them. The most terrifying thing was being trapped inside the metal shell and slowly dying, rather than dying on the spot. Seeing the entire tank battalion buried, the Suicide Squad leader stopped the attack and only ordered the battlefield to be cleared. It must be said, Lin Chen's move was ruthlessly absurd. Aki. Lin Chen suddenly sneezed from a distance, rubbed his nose, and wondered who was cursing him behind his back again. 15 minutes ago, Sakin led his troops on a forced march of an hour and a half. In another hour, they would be able to leave the mountains, escape the Hua State territory, and return to their own land. By then, their marching speed would be even faster. Just a few more hours of travel would get them back to their base. But now, with headquarters under attack and the situation unclear, Shikun had only one thought in his mind: to get back as quickly as possible. The column arrived at an open area, but in their haste to continue, they hadn't done any prior reconnaissance. Just then, a shell ripped through the sky and landed precisely in the ranks of the marching column. With a deafening roar, dozens of soldiers nearby were instantly killed. Everyone was stunned for a moment until the explosions continued and a barrage of gunfire erupted from all sides, at which point they realized they had been ambushed. Shakun roared in fury, "Who dares to attack us?" But he quickly realized that the only ones lying in ambush here could be the Lin family army. He had initially thought that the Lin family army's decision not to set up ambushes along the way was to defend Hua State. Now he realized that the enemy's goal from the beginning was not defense, but his territory. After Hua State was plundered, it wouldn't be of much value to keep. Just as Sha Cohen was secretly pleased with his judgment, the fierce artillery fire and the constant falling of soldiers rudely brought him back to reality. He immediately roared and ordered, "Charge back!" The Shan State Army launched a counterattack towards the ambush site, and the tank battalion also turned its guns around, firing wildly at the enemy positions. Intense gunfire and artillery fire mingled, Flashes of light exploded continuously, and clouds of smoke billowed up. However, their counterattack could only cause limited losses. Just then, at the end of the road ahead, several tanks rushed out quickly, their cannons pointed directly at the Shan State Army Tank Battalion, and opened fire without hesitation. With a deafening roar, a tank was instantly destroyed. The precise and overwhelming firepower sent chills down everyone's spine at the sight of this suddenly appearing steel behemoth. Before they could even catch their breath, the roar of fighter jets filled the sky again. Dozens of fighter jets circled above the Shan State Army, bombarding the soldiers below with their cannons, which spat fire and felled everything in their path. Sha Kun's eyelids twitched wildly as he finally truly grasped the terrifying power of the Lin family army. In terms of firepower alone, his team was no match for them, and what was being displayed before him was probably only a fraction of the Lin family army's strength. The artillery fire fell on the tank convoy again, and screams erupted once more. Tanks were destroyed, and agonizing cries came from inside the vehicles. Blood and limbs splattered everywhere. The battlefield was as gruesome as a movie scene. It was unfolding right before everyone's eyes. Sha Kun clenched his fists in anger, his face flushed red. He, the powerful warlord of northern Myanmar, could only watch helplessly as the soldiers were sent to their deaths by artillery fire, his heart filled with extreme resentment. What he found even more incomprehensible was that during the ground firefight, even though the difference in firepower wasn't too great and they had the numerical advantage, the Lin family army charged forward like they didn't care about their lives, managing to keep his troops from raising their heads. These fearless warriors, trained into squads of several dozen, were already terrifying enough, but almost every single one of them on the other side was like that. For the first time, Sha Kun felt that this enemy army was truly terrifying. His men were completely panicked. Although they had anticipated an ambush, no one had expected the enemy to be this strong. Sha Kun's eyes were bloodshot, but he still roared madly, "Charge! Break through their blockade!" He was unwilling to admit defeat. Even if his entire army was wiped out, he would never surrender. Chapter 62. The biggest drug lord, Sha Kun, is dead. Swept across the entire Shan State, with constant artillery fire and smoke almost obscuring the entire mountainous region. Sha Kun had been driven to the brink and had no choice but to personally lead the charge. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared, 10,000 for each enemy killed, 10 million for each enemy leader killed. He knew very well that if he backed down first in this situation, his men would immediately collapse. Only by showing that he was not afraid of death could he suppress their fear. As expected, spurred on by Sakin's lead and the hefty reward, the morale of the Shan State Army briefly rebounded. Sakin opened fire wildly with his submachine gun, and the other soldiers followed suit, a dense hail of bullets pressing down on the Lin family army's position. Sha Kun laughed menacingly, believing that as long as he defeated the Lin family army in front of him and then dealt with the other force attacking the headquarters, the situation in eastern Myanmar would be completely reversed. At that time, Sha Kun will have the opportunity to become the new king of northern Myanmar. Just as the Shan State Army was halfway there, a tremor suddenly came from the distant horizon. Dozens of tanks and armored vehicles appeared, flanking them from behind. Immediately afterwards, another 30,000 troops pressed forward, equipped with rocket launchers and mortars, clearly intending to completely encircle and annihilate Sha Kun. Sha Kun was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand it. Wasn't the enemy still attacking his headquarters? How could they possibly spare so many men? And these soldiers were clearly locals. Were they backed by the Burmese government? But if the authorities really took action, it's impossible that he wouldn't have received any information at all. There was no time to think. Sha Kun could only frantically issue orders to break out at all costs. He knew that if they failed to break out, their entire army would be wiped out. Explosions rang out one after another, and Shan State Army soldiers fell one after another, their blood staining the soil red. The outcome of this battle was never in doubt from the start. Outnumbered, outmatched in combat strength, and completely outgunned, the Shan State Army's so-called counterattack was nothing more than a death throes. Just as the situation was about to completely collapse, two bullets streaked through the smoke like meteors, heading straight for Sha Kun. Sha Kun's expression changed drastically, but no matter how fast his reaction was, it couldn't be faster than a bullet. One bullet pierced his skull, and another went through his heart. Shakun's eyes widened. He probably never imagined that he would end his life in this way. Thus, Sakin, the biggest drug lord in the Golden Triangle region, is dead. 2 kilometers away, a beautiful figure quietly disappeared from the spot. With their leader dead, the remaining Shan State soldiers instantly lost their morale, throwing down their weapons and kneeling to beg for mercy. As for fighting to the death, no one was willing to do so. The leader is dead, and no one is paying his military pay. Who would still risk their life for him? But Lin Shun had already given orders that, in order to prevent these people from continuing to do evil on his territory, none of them should be spared. Over the years, they have committed too many sins. War is inherently cruel, and whether surrendering guarantees survival depends on who you are. Truly respectable soldiers can be forgiven, but these accomplices and villains cannot. If they are allowed to reintegrate into the populace, they will sooner or later raise their knives against innocent people again. Lin Shun would never allow one bad apple to spoil the whole bunch. After the battle, the entire mountain area was almost soaked in blood, and not a single Shan State Army soldier remained standing. Lin Shun gave only one order: clean up the battlefield. The battle lasted for several hours, leaving behind a large quantity of firearms and ammunition for the 50,000 Shan State Army soldiers. These weapons are precisely what the Lin family army desperately needs now. At the same time, the entire Shan State was swept through by the Lin family army led by Lin Shun. The Shan State army under Shakun's command has been basically completely suppressed. Apart from a few scattered armed groups, Lin Shun has essentially unified Shan State. His goal was clear: to turn this place into an impenetrable fortress. Today, he controls Kokong, Hua State, and Shan State, and his contribution value is still over 1 million, close to 2 million. If he can take Chin State, the entire northern Myanmar will fall under his control. At that time, he can use northern Myanmar as his base to continue expanding in a larger direction. Currently, Lin Shun's territory has a population exceeding 1 million. In some small countries, this is not a small scale. But for him, this population was far from enough. In the Dragon Kingdom, it would only be the size of a large county town. Of course, besides the general population, he also had 280,000 mid-level assassins and 100,000 low-level assassins under his command. All in all, that's about 1.5 million. This battle also made Lin Shun realize something. Expanding territory is only the first step. If you really want long-term development, you also need to manage the residents, environment, and order within the territory. Only by helping them develop and increase their income can Lin Shun collect more taxes. Fortunately, these matters can be handled by Guandi Heo. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Lin Shun believed that under Guandi Heo's management, the entire northern Myanmar would eventually become more organized. Lin Shun didn't care whether these people in northern Myanmar truly believed in him. They were once obedient subjects under warlord rule. Now, they had simply changed masters. In order to survive, ordinary people will follow whoever controls the land. Lin Shun could only truly trust himself and his loyal followers, because their loyalty would never change. As for warlords and various factions, he saw only interests, not feelings. Given a chance, they would bare their fangs at any time. Telecom fraud rings, organ trafficking organizations, and various other criminal forces repeatedly challenged Lin Shun's understanding of human nature. Let them go, or subdue them. Lin Shun would never do such a thing. All he had to do was eliminate these forces. Chapter 63. The Leaders of 3 States. Myanmar's Reaction. Army Mobilization Target. Chin State. The 3 kingdoms merged. Lin Shun became the true supreme ruler of this land. However, now is not the time to declare independence. Once he declares the establishment of the Chun Kingdom and becomes its supreme leader, the Burmese army will likely reach the northern border of Myanmar within a day to launch a campaign against him. Myanmar tolerates the separatist rule of the 4 major warlord states because these warlords only want to control their own territories and have not actually separated from the country. If Lin Shun were to declare independence directly, it would mean that Myanmar would lose a large area of territory, and the Myanmar government would never sit idly by in the face of such a situation. When that time comes, a large army will inevitably be deployed to encircle and annihilate them. Although Lin Shun currently has 300,000 troops, as well as tanks and fighter jets, his overall equipment is still insufficient. If he were to engage in a direct confrontation with the Burmese regular army, his chances of winning would not be high. The entire country of Myanmar has an army of 500,000 and more than 200 new fighter jets, whose performance far surpasses that of the aircraft that China secretly provided to Lin Chun. The Air Force is Lin Chun's biggest weakness at present. The Myanmar Army is its real strength, with over 700 tanks, a large number of armored vehicles, howitzers, and rocket launchers, all of which are weapons of mass destruction. The reason these warlords were not eliminated in the past was partly because they bribed high-ranking officials in Myanmar to get advance information, and partly because they used the terrain to wage guerrilla warfare and avoid the direct confrontation of the regular army. Therefore, Lin Chun was well aware that now was not the time to launch a direct attack on Myanmar. He needs time to develop. As long as the equipment continues to be upgraded, it's not impossible to not only defend northern Myanmar, but even conquer the entire country. His next target was Chin State. Once he takes Chin State and completes his mission, he can establish anti-aircraft rocket positions. At that point, the threat posed by the Myanmar Air Force will be eliminated. Lin Chun believed that only with air defense capabilities could they truly be fearless when declaring independence in the future. Now, an army of 100,000 elite soldiers is pressing on the border, and Chin State, having lost the 50,000 elite troops taken away by Rodivas, has only 50,000 troops left to defend the country that are almost defenseless. While annihilating the forces of Sakin and Rodivas, this army of 100,000 also launched a general offensive against the entire Chin State. Will be completely taken over before tonight. By then, the entire northern Myanmar will fall into Lin Chun's hands. Meanwhile, the capital of Myanmar has also received the news. Given the dramatic changes occurring in Shan State, it's impossible for the Myanmar government to be unaware. That same day, a top-secret, highest-level meeting was held in the capital, attended by all the country's top officials. During the meeting, someone said in shock that in just half a day, the entire Shan State had changed dramatically and was completely occupied by the so-called Lin family army. Some have also mentioned that Sakin's army has already entered the Wa State Mountains, and he may not have time to regret it now. Soon, the high-ranking official who had previously suggested sitting back and watching the Tigers fight excitedly spoke up, believing this to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The four major states, the most troublesome warlords in 3 of them, have been dealt with. The Lin family army has just finished a major battle and must be severely weakened. Myanmar's intervention at this time is a perfect opportunity to reap the benefits. He suggested that troops be sent north immediately and that the matter should not be delayed any longer. However, the president did not rush to issue the order. He said in a deep voice that they needed to wait a little longer. The 100,000-strong allied army from the 2 states had only been in Wa State for half a day, and there were no concrete battle reports yet, so it was very likely that the main forces on both sides had not yet suffered serious damage. Sending troops rashly may not necessarily yield the greatest benefits. Ultimately, the president made the final decision. First, have the Air Force Base prepare 50 fighter jets, ready to be deployed at any time. Simultaneously, mobilize 100,000 army troops to the northern Myanmar border under the guise of an exercise. Once the information is confirmed, take action immediately. For the Myanmar government, a few days earlier or later makes little difference. Even if one of the warlords in northern Myanmar were to annex another force, it would be impossible for them to recover their strength in a short period of time. The newly recruited troops would not be able to immediately form a fighting force. As president, he has to consider how to obtain the greatest benefit at the lowest cost. The senior executives responded in unison, and the order was quickly relayed out. On the other side, after half a day of advance, in order to save time, Lin Chun directly issued an order to sweep through Chin State without regard for the consequences. The 100,000-strong army advanced in 2 routes, north and south, without any fancy tactics or intrigues. Artillery shells bombarded the ground, tanks cleared the way, and fighter jets provided cover. As soon as the battle began, artillery fire immediately covered the Chin State Army's heavy firing positions. After several rounds of bombardment, tank battalions charged, fighter jets strafed at low altitudes, and infantry followed up to mop up the enemy. All defenses were torn apart layer by layer under this brutal fighting style. Lin Chun had previously deliberately dispersed the troops he summoned to the north and south of Chin State, with 50,000 troops on each side. Now, they're attacking from both ends, crushing the center. There were no complicated tactics, only simple and brutal firepower crushing. The Chin State Army headquarters, large defensive lines were set up in front and on both sides, enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of soldiers to carry out combat operations. Behind the headquarters are continuous mountain ranges. If the situation turns unfavorable, they can retreat into the mountains at any time. At this time, the Chin State headquarters had received battle reports from the front lines. Unidentified forces from the north and south were sweeping through the country with terrifying artillery fire, and almost all the defenses along the way had collapsed. At this rate, the enemy will reach headquarters in 3 hours at most. The adjutant stationed at headquarters immediately ordered the soldiers to prepare to evacuate and abandon the area an hour later. Fighting a positional war with the enemy? That's no different from sending someone to their death. The soldiers on the position began carrying ammunition and munitions, preparing to take them away. After all, these weapons were money, and no one wanted to give them away to the enemy for nothing. Just then, a loud bang was heard outside the Chin State Army headquarters. Boom! The explosion occurred at the Chin State Army's artillery position. A terrifying shockwave swept across the surroundings in an instant, sending fragments of bullets flying out with the shockwave. Any bullet that struck a human body would almost certainly be killed instantly. Even more deadly, this shell acted like a fuse, directly igniting other ammunition on the artillery position. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out across the position. Flames soared into the sky, and smoke billowed. The entire artillery position instantly lost half of its combat capability. Chapter 64. Bombardment of the Chin State Army headquarters. Run, run. Everything happened so suddenly that the artillerymen on the position didn't have time to react or even take cover. Some are even carrying shells back when the shells on their shoulders exploded on the spot. A scream instantly erupted across the position, the piercing sound reaching everyone's ears. It was a shell fired from 15 kilometers away. The suicide soldier who fired the shell never expected that his single shot would wipe out half of the enemy's artillery battalion. Boom, boom, boom. Shortly after the first shell landed, more shells pierced the sky and slammed into the Chin State Army's artillery positions. At the same time, the heavy machine gun camp and the armored vehicle parking area also became key targets. In the blink of an eye, all the heavy weapons positions were engulfed in flames. Explosions rang out one after another, each one taking away several Chin State Army soldiers. Flesh and blood were laughably fragile in the face of artillery fire. Many didn't even know where the enemy was until the artillery battalion was blown to pieces. 15 kilometers away, on a gentle hillside, 10 new tanks and 20 howitzers opened fire simultaneously. A barrage of shells rose above the horizon, raining down on the Chin State positions, the firepower covering almost the entire direction. The fortifications were blown to pieces, blood mingled with mud and sprayed everywhere, and the entire position was quickly reduced to ruins. At the Chin State Army headquarters, the adjutant, awakened by the explosions, climbed the wall and saw a sea of fire in the distance. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it! Don't they have shells to burn? The explosions showed no sign of stopping. The Chin State soldiers on the position dropped their ammunition and fled. At that moment, who cared about orders? Survival was the most important thing. However, the shells seemed to have eyes, specifically targeting the fleeing crowd. Running soldiers were blown to pieces, the earth trembled, flames soared into the sky, and smoke and blood turned the battlefield into a living hell. The position garrisoned by 5,000 Chin State troops suffered heavy casualties in a short period of bombardment. Just as the artillery fire subsided and the adjutant breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the enemy was finally running out of ammunition, the next second, the artillery fire turned to the other side of the position. Another round of mopping up began. On the last remaining surviving positions, the soldiers no longer waited for orders. They threw down their weapons and fled for their lives. Everyone knew that if they didn't run, they would be the next ones to be turned into an inferno. 10 minutes later, 2 large seas of fire had erupted around the Chin State Army headquarters. The leading senior assassin immediately ordered, "Tank Battalion, Lin Family Army, attack." 10 tanks lined up in a row, roaring as they slowly advanced. Though few in number, they were much larger than ordinary tanks, appearing from a distance like steel behemoths rolling in from the horizon. Behind the tank, soldiers were densely packed together. Black smoke billowed from the rear of the tank, and the rolling tracks kicked up dust. The landmines intended to kill infantry were crushed into pieces by the heavy tracks. The attacking soldiers advanced rapidly under the cover of tanks. The advancing tanks weren't idle either. Their main guns slowly turned, aiming at the walls of the Chin State Army headquarters. A deafening roar followed, and shells whistled out, instantly blasting a large section of the wall down. The adjutant on the city wall was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he scrambled down the wall. Outside, soldiers lay dead in pools of blood, many without even a complete body. The enemy's firepower was overwhelming. Those 10 tanks made it impossible to even muster the slightest thought of resistance. They were ultimately just flesh and blood. A direct confrontation would only lead to death. Without further hesitation, the adjutant immediately ordered, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat into the mountains." 10 tanks continued their advance, coordinating with the artillery battalion behind them to bombard the soldiers fleeing towards headquarters. The thunderous roar was like a torrent of steel crushing the earth. City walls, positions, soldiers, everything collapsed in the flames. But while the adjutant was shouting for retreat, he was also yelling at the men who were fleeing back to the camp. "Damn it! Why are you running? The men on the position, fight back! Stop them!" After shouting, he immediately turned to his personal guards and ordered, "Get ready! We're going into the mountains." He knew in his heart that this place was absolutely undefendable. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. And as long as he was alive, there would always be a chance to fight back. The adjutant quickly found countless reasons for himself. This wasn't desertion. It was simply being pragmatic. The Chin State Army, which had originally intended to flee, immediately began to pack up their weapons and equipment in a frantic rush and retreated towards the mountains behind their headquarters. To put it nicely, it was a retreat. To put bluntly, it was a complete rout. As for using the mountains for guerrilla warfare, that was long forgotten. They now have less than 10,000 men, while the enemy appears to have at least tens of thousands. Their leader had previously taken 50,000 troops, which seems fewer than this group outside. Even worse, the truly capable elites had already been taken away by the general. These people at headquarters were used to a life of luxury, and their combat effectiveness was negligible. They were lucky if they could clean a gun and fire a couple of shots. They were completely unreliable in a real fight. However, just as they abandoned camp and fled, preparing to disappear into the mountains, everyone suddenly froze. A dense mass of figures had risen from the thick forest ahead. Those men were carrying AK rifles and Thompson submachine guns, their dark muzzles all pointed at them. From the crowd, an imposing, burly figure raised his hand and opened his mouth to his adjutant. The adjutant saw his lips move. The words were goodbye. Chapter 65. Lin Chun, King of Northern Myanmar. Moment, the terrifying anti-aircraft missile system opened fire. The headquarters soldiers fleeing the camp were as if they had walked right into a gun barrel. The moment they stepped into the edge of the jungle, a dense hail of bullets swept towards them, instantly turning them into sitting ducks. Screams echoed through the forest. The adjutant, his face grim at the sight, frantically urged everyone to evacuate quickly. But no sooner had he spoken than a shell landed beside him. With a deafening roar, flames shot into the sky, smoke billowed, and the surrounding trees shook violently. The adjutant was blown to pieces on the spot, leaving no intact body behind. The defeat was swift and complete. Not long after, the Chin State Army headquarters was utterly destroyed. 100,000 elite soldiers then occupied Chin State, launching a full-scale sweep, ransacking the entire region and recouping all the costs of the artillery shells they had previously expended. Other warlord factions were no exception. All armed forces entrenched in Chin State were eliminated immediately. 3 hours later, there were no more warlord factions in Chin State. Task completed. Congratulations, host, on conquering the entire northern Myanmar region and becoming the sole warlord. Mission rewards: Air Defense Missile Production Line, Rocket Artillery Production Line. At this moment, Lin Chun was lying at the Lin Family Army Branch headquarters in Shan State. Upon hearing the system notification, he was first taken aback, then a smile appeared on his face. Perfect, absolutely perfect. After acquiring the anti-aircraft missile production line, he no longer had to worry about the threat from Myanmar's military aircraft. Lin Chun immediately went to an underground warehouse, which was originally a storage place for Shan State Army weapons. The system asked if he wanted to materialize it, and he confirmed without hesitation. Congratulations, host, on manifesting an anti-aircraft missile production line. New line opening. Host is gifted 3 sets of top-tier anti-aircraft missiles, totaling 50 missiles. A maximum of 3 air defense missile systems and 50 air defense missiles can be deployed per day. Producing one set requires 5,000 contribution points, and each missile requires 50 contribution points. Defense range, 500 kilometers in radius. Radar detection range, 3,000 kilometers in radius. Seeing these figures, Lin Chen's smile widened. Although the price wasn't cheap, its defensive range was astonishing, exceeding the range of the S-400, currently the longest range missile on Earth, by 100 kilometers. 100 kilometers may seem like a small distance, but the difference is actually enormous. Even more astonishing is the radar's detection range of 3,000 kilometers, which can almost cover the entire country of Myanmar. Without hesitation, Lin Chen produced today's quota. 6 sets of air defense missile systems appeared in space, providing a protective umbrella for the entire northern Myanmar region. At that time, both enemy fighter jets and incoming missiles will be intercepted. In this way, Lin Chen can concentrate on competing with the Myanmar military in terms of land force strength. Immediately afterwards, he materialized a rocket artillery production line. New line opening. 5 rocket launchers given to the host. A maximum of 5 rocket launchers and 100 shells can be produced per day. Each rocket launcher requires 2,000 contribution points, and each shell costs 20 contribution points. Maximum range 300 kilometers, precision range 60 kilometers. Lin Chen was immediately in high spirits. With these rocket launchers, he finally possessed true long-range strike capability. Before the enemy even saw him, they could be hit by several shots. Soon, 10 rocket launchers also entered Lin Chen's space. Afterwards, he went to the command room, stood in front of the sand table, and studied it carefully, and finally decided to evenly distribute the 6 sets of air defense systems throughout the entire territory. In this way, the entire northern Myanmar can be brought under defense. As long as production continues, he can immediately add a new defensive network every time he conquers a new territory. Although the current number isn't large, it could still cause losses if the enemy sends hundreds or thousands of fighter jets at once. But given Lin Chen's current scale, which country would mobilize thousands of fighter jets for him? By that time, he'll likely have mountains of anti-aircraft missile systems. Once he has enough for his own use, he can even sell these weapons. He can't sell them to others, but selling them to China is no problem. This will both strengthen the Dragon Kingdom and allow us to grow stronger. A win-win situation. Following the plan, Lin Chen gradually deployed several air defense systems, assigning hundreds of people to guard each one. However, no one expected that the air defense radar would immediately sound an alarm as soon as the system was activated. The enemy is coming. Half an hour earlier, the Myanmar president had received news that Shan State and Chin State had been completely overthrown, leaving him stunned. The speed of the change was so rapid that, according to his estimation, the conflict would last at least a week. But Lin Chen completed it in just one day. To verify the authenticity of the news, the president immediately dispatched several reconnaissance aircraft to Shan State and Chin State to investigate the situation. After all, videos can be faked. He would only immediately mobilize a large army to attack if he confirmed it with his own eyes. This is why Lin Chen's air defense system detected the reconnaissance aircraft's signal as soon as it was deployed. Lin Chen knew very well that once the enemy confirmed the situation in both locations, they would inevitably launch a large-scale military offensive. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately ordered the destruction of those reconnaissance aircraft. The air defense radar quickly locked on, but dealing with a few reconnaissance planes wasn't worth wasting missiles on. After the air defense system transmitted the enemy aircraft's location, Lin Chen immediately dispatched 2 fighter jets. Equipped with 300-kilometer radar, these 2 aircraft could quickly and autonomously track and destroy the target as long as they flew in the direction indicated by the system. Inside the flight base, engines roared along the long runway as 2 fighter jets accelerated at high speed, then suddenly lifted up and soared into the sky. Chapter 66, the locked-on reconnaissance plane. Can't shake it off? Soon, several fighter jets spotted the enemy's movements within Myanmar territory. Without any hesitation, They immediately accelerated and rushed towards it. Half an hour later, the reconnaissance plane sent by the Myanmar president finally came into the view of the fighter jets. Meanwhile, more than 100 kilometers above northern Myanmar, 4 reconnaissance planes were flying leisurely. According to their plan, after arriving at the northern border, they would split into 2 groups, heading to Shan State and Shin State respectively for reconnaissance. Inside the cabin, several pilots were still chatting idly. One of them cursed, saying that he never expected northern Myanmar to become more and more chaotic. It was one thing for various warlords to be fighting for control before, but now there was even a trend towards unification. Another person chimed in, saying that if the entire northern Myanmar were truly unified, that force would threaten the entire country, and a major war would likely be unavoidable. The team members glanced at the coordinates on the screen and casually adjusted their direction. In their eyes, the Lin family army was nothing more than a local warlord force, poorly equipped and with limited strength, not worth taking seriously at all. They even felt that if the president hadn't found the crackdown on warlords troublesome, he could have dealt with these forces long ago. After all, the Myanmar Air Force bases had more than 200 fighter jets and bombers combined, which if deployed simultaneously, would be enough to inflict heavy damage on the enemy. In the past, when they bombed the warlords in northern Burma, they could do as they pleased, bombing wherever they wanted. Those warlords didn't dare to resist at all, and they were unwilling to even send out their old warplanes, because sending them out would only result in a pointless loss. Whenever the main force of the Burmese Air Force appears, those warlords can only hide in underground fortifications or caves and wait for the bombing to pass. So even if the Lin family army were to truly unify northern Myanmar, they wouldn't see it as a big deal. No matter how large the army, without a strong air force, how much trouble could they cause? A mere 20 or so fighter jets. Do they really think they can compete with the Myanmar Air Force? Of course, the most important thing right now is to complete the reconnaissance. For them, this kind of mission is extremely simple. A single round trip will suffice. As for whether they would be discovered, they didn't care at all. The reconnaissance planes were equipped with anti-radar detection systems, making them virtually undetectable by ordinary radar. After all, the other side was just a warlord force. How could they possibly compare to a regular air force? Someone laughed and said, "Captain, the reconnaissance is all done. Shall we go have a few drinks?" The team leader responded easily. "No problem. This time it has to be the strongest liquor and the prettiest girls." A burst of laughter erupted in the cabin. The pilots had already planned their actions after the mission. In their view, the reconnaissance trip was entirely safe. Flown similar missions countless times, at least 80 or 100, without ever encountering any problems. The skies over Myanmar have always been controlled by the Myanmar Air Force. Just as they were imagining life after returning home, a sharp and urgent alarm suddenly sounded inside the reconnaissance plane. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All the pilots' expressions changed instantly. They discovered that their reconnaissance aircraft had been locked onto without their knowledge. Damn, what's going on? We've been locked down? How could there possibly be warplanes in Myanmar that could lock onto us? The captain stared intently at the instruments, cold sweat quickly beading on his forehead. This was too bizarre. They were still inside Myanmar, 100 kilometers from the northern border. Where did the air power come from that locked onto them? What's even more frightening is that they can't find the other party's location at all. Logically, if enemy aircraft were to intrude into Myanmar's airspace, the military's air force system should have detected it immediately. However, they received no warning whatsoever. It was as if the enemy aircraft had appeared out of nowhere. The captain was certain that what was locking onto them was not a ground-based anti-aircraft missile, but a real fighter jet. At that moment, one of the team members suddenly said, "Who said no fighter jets can lock onto us? Isn't our real-time location constantly being reported to the command post?" The cabin fell silent instantly upon hearing this. Another pilot exclaimed in shock, "You mean?" The captain's face also darkened. The guess sounded absurd, but it wasn't entirely impossible. If their location hadn't been leaked by their own people, how could enemy aircraft have accurately locked onto them within Myanmar's airspace? It's impossible that the enemy had already flown in without the Myanmar military being completely unaware. Thinking of this, the captain felt a pang of sorrow. He had worked so diligently for so many years. Was he really going to be betrayed by his own people in the end? To verify his suspicions, he immediately ordered, "Sever the link with our control console and attempt to break free from enemy radar lock." The team members immediately carried out the order to sever contact with the command post. Subsequently, the 4 reconnaissance aircraft began to evade lock-on at high altitude, performing a series of maneuvers in an attempt to shake off the lock. However, no matter what they did, the alarm continued to sound, and the lock state remained unchanged. The team member anxiously reported, "We can't shake them off. If it were our own radar, we should be able to easily get rid of it." The other person panicked as well. Is it possible that it really is an enemy aircraft from another country? And a brand new model at that. The captain piloted the fighter jet to try again, but to no avail. He finally realized that this incident was probably not related to the Burmese command post. The other side was likely an enemy aircraft with stealth capabilities, which had silently infiltrated Burmese airspace. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered, "Resume contact with the command post and report the situation immediately." Now that it has been confirmed that the target was not one of their own, they must fulfill the duties of the Myanmar Air Force. Communication was quickly established, and the team member shouted urgently, "Report to command. Report to command. Our reconnaissance squadron has encountered an unidentified aircraft. The other side has infiltrated our airspace, and we cannot detect its location. Requesting support." Chapter 60, 7 Mysterious, Undetectable Fighter Jets. Are they backed by the U.S.? The news that the reconnaissance squadron had been locked on was immediately reported to the Air Force Command. The command center was just wondering why the reconnaissance plane they had sent out had suddenly lost contact. Then, as soon as the connection was restored, they received this absurd report. The Air Force commander's first reaction was that the pilot was joking. Myanmar has deployed radar detection systems along its border. It's impossible for even a bird flying in from abroad to go undetected, let alone fighter jets. But since his subordinates had already reported it, he dared not be careless. If enemy planes had indeed infiltrated and he refused to verify them, the consequences would be far beyond what he could bear. He immediately ordered a high-precision reconnaissance mission to be launched over the airspace near the reconnaissance squadron to confirm the presence of enemy aircraft and prevent any further incidents. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance squadron leader was also constantly searching the surroundings with the airborne radar. But after scanning for a long time, there were still no results on the screen. This sent chills down his spine. He felt as if he had encountered a ghost. The unseen enemy is the most terrifying. Have you located the other party? No, I don't have any here either. The pilots' voices were clearly anxious. They were like standing on the brink of death, locked on, but unable to locate the enemy. They couldn't understand how they could be directly targeted when they were still some distance from the northern Myanmar border. The fact that the other side hadn't revealed any clues could only mean that their aircraft far surpassed Myanmar's air defense system. After requesting assistance from command, all they could do was maneuver and evade, trying to break free of the lock. But the piercing alarm continued to echo in the cockpit, creating an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Soon, a response came from the Ground Air Force Command Center. "Reconnaissance Squadron, we have not detected any enemy aircraft in your vicinity. Preliminary assessment suggests a possible malfunction in your detection system. Command orders you to return immediately, replace the reconnaissance aircraft, and resume the mission." Upon hearing this, the captain showed no relief. Instead, his expression became even more unpleasant. For pilots, reconnaissance aircraft are their lifeline. Before each takeoff, all systems are meticulously checked for malfunctions. They know better than anyone else whether there are any. This is by no means a systemic problem, but rather a reflection of the enemy's air force capabilities, which are far beyond their comprehension. So powerful that even radar systems covering vast areas of Myanmar's airspace cannot detect a single trace. A strong sense of crisis instantly enveloped the entire team. Just then, 2 black dots suddenly streaked across the sky and entered their line of sight. Immediately afterwards, 4 tracking missiles roared in, their target being the 4 reconnaissance aircraft. They finally realized that the other aircraft was indeed an enemy plane and that it was brazenly flying in Myanmar's airspace. Unfortunately, they didn't have time to send the message back. Bang, 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 bang. 4 loud explosions rang out in succession, and the 4 reconnaissance planes instantly turned into fireballs, streaking down in thick smoke. The atmosphere inside the Myanmar Air Force Command Center suddenly froze. The Air Force commander roared in fury. "Damn it! What was that thing just now? Why didn't the radar detect anything?" And they were shot down. He could confirm that the reconnaissance squadron had been attacked by enemy aircraft, but the radar detection system still showed nothing. A bold idea suddenly popped into his head. Could it be that the other side is using the latest stealth fighter jet developed by the United States? Thinking of this, he dared not delay and immediately reported his assessment. If the other party truly had the United States backing them, then the nature of this matter would be completely different. Soon, the news reached the capital of Myanmar. Upon learning this, the president's face instantly darkened. The fact that the enemy possessed fighter jets capable of evading Burmese radar meant they had seized the initiative on the battlefield. This is a classic example of the enemy being in the dark while we are in the light. If he had known the other side had such air force capabilities, he would never have rashly sent a reconnaissance plane over there. It now appears that this suddenly rising warlord is far more complex than it seems. No wonder they were able to easily seize several states and even overwhelm the Myanmar military in terms of air force equipment as soon as they appeared in northern Myanmar. All of this suggests that the other party may have the shadow of the United States behind them. Even if it's not directly supported by the United States, it must have close ties with certain major powers. After all, such advanced fighter jets are not something that Myanmar's neighbors can easily possess. The Burmese president is now in a dilemma. Should he continue with the already formulated military plan? He had a feeling that his fist might smash hard into a piece of iron. After a moment of silence, he gave the order, let the border army continue the exercises and, at the same time, expand the scale of the exercises and send more troops to the border. He dared not easily provoke a full-scale war before understanding the other party's background. Otherwise, if things got out of control, the consequences would be unbearable. At the same time, he also arranged for spies to investigate in depth, and he had to find out whether there was a major power behind the Lin family army. On the other hand, Lin Chun was in high spirits after shooting down the Myanmar reconnaissance plane. Prior to this, he had been considering when the time was right to declare independence in northern Myanmar and turn the region into his own territory. Now it seems that this idea is getting closer and closer to reality. Unless the Myanmar Air Force launches a full-scale attack, it poses little threat to him. As for the Myanmar army, it is indeed quite strong and carries considerable weight in Asia. But those local warlords were able to repeatedly hold back the Burmese army's advance through guerrilla warfare. Lin Chen's current strength is far greater than those warlords. Moreover, as a Chinese, guerrilla tactics are ingrained in his bones, so how could he possibly be afraid of the Burmese army? He possesses powerful fighter jets, as well as army tanks and artillery. Given just a few more days to fully equip himself, he can wage war on the entire country of Myanmar at will. Today, we sent fighter jets to shoot down a Burmese reconnaissance plane to show them that the Lin family army's air force is not to be trifled with. Only by making them hesitant to act can we buy ourselves more time. And he needs to seriously consider independence. He now possesses both power and territory. Declaring independence seems to pose little problem. After independence, he would be the undisputed leader of this land. Who could stop him then? Even if Myanmar were to launch a full-scale war because of this, Lin Chin would not be afraid. Moreover, the northern Myanmar he now occupies is a chaotic area rife with warlordism and crime. His attack on this region wouldn't be viewed too harshly by outsiders. However, if he launches an offensive against other parts of Myanmar, it will be much harder to find a reason for it, and he could very well be accused of disrupting peace and face international sanctions and condemnation. Although Lin Chin didn't care about these things, his power was not yet fully established. Conquering northern Myanmar was just the beginning for him. If he declares independence, the Burmese president will certainly send troops to attack. At that point, the Lin family army will be forced to retaliate, and wouldn't it make sense for them to then seize the entire country? Chapter 68, Preparing for Independence and Establishing the Chun Kingdom. The Burmese military now, they might not necessarily lose. Having made up his mind, Lin Chin immediately prepared to take action. He couldn't accept a life of steady development. Besides, what man could refuse to build a country with his own hands and become its supreme leader? Soon, Lin Chun called Guan Diheo over. This matter couldn't be resolved with just a few words. There are many more arrangements to be made. Guan Diheo strode into the room and looked at Lin Chun respectfully. "My lord, what are your orders?" In his eyes, Lin Chin's ability to command his elite troops in a short period of time to fight continuously and conquer territory after territory was enough to earn his respect. Lin Shen clasped his hands together, resting his chin on them, and said earnestly, "Announce it. Pick a good day this month to announce the independence of Northern Myanmar. The entire Golden Triangle is too chaotic. It's time for a force to step forward and eliminate all these warlords. After we become independent, we'll call it the Chun Kingdom. This is everyone's country." Guan Diheo was taken aback at first. Then his face lit up with surprise. He hadn't expected Lin Shen to become independent so soon. Although he was summoned by the system, he also had his own thoughts. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time, because only after independence could many policies be truly implemented, and the areas they occupied would no longer be subject to the nominal control of Myanmar. After all, no matter how chaotic this place is still within the territory of Myanmar. Even with a high degree of autonomy, it is still difficult to establish many systems and regulations. But things are different now. Lin Shen has already taken over several major states in northern Myanmar, and his power continues to grow with no fewer than 300,000 assassins alone. These elite soldiers were fearless, and their fighting prowess far surpassed that of ordinary Burmese soldiers. Furthermore, the Lin family army's strength increased considerably with each passing day. Of course, the larger the army, the greater the consumption. Lin Shen was already preparing to exchange weapons and supplies with the Dragon Kingdom. Food and production materials are scarce in northern Myanmar, and temporary farming cannot solve the immediate problem. Fortunately, Myanmar is backed by China, and the two sides have already signed many cooperation agreements to maintain trade relations. At least the residents of Lin Shen's territory don't have to worry about the most basic food problem. Guan Diheo immediately accepted the order. "Yes, sir. I will make the arrangements right away." He wholeheartedly agreed, feeling that his management ideas and policies finally had a chance to be fully implemented. Having said that, he immediately turned and left to prepare for independence. They want to hold a grand military parade to announce to the world that they possess the most important condition for independence, strength. Of course, not all the cards can be revealed. Showing just a portion is enough to shock the outside world. Time flies. The next auspicious day is in 8 days. In the past 8 days, northern Myanmar has undergone tremendous changes. The entire region is now completely under Lin Shen's control, and all criminal organizations and telecom fraud groups have been wiped out. Northern Myanmar is currently in a stage of reconstruction. At the same time, the strength of the Lin family army was also growing exponentially. Despite Lin Shen's deliberate restraint, he still possessed 400,000 mid-level assassins, 300,000 low-level assassins, and 2,000 high-level assassins. In addition, there was a god-level assassin. Before Lin Shen could give the order, this female assassin had already gone to the capital of Myanmar on her own. He didn't know what she wanted to do, so he simply let her do as she pleased and try to disrupt the upper echelons of Myanmar's government as much as possible. In 8 days, the number of equipment such as tanks, fighter jets, howitzers, and rocket launchers also increased several times over. If the Lin family army was like a wildcat 8 days ago, it has now become a vicious dog, ready to pounce and bite at any moment. Tomorrow is the day we will declare independence and hold a military parade. Lin Shen picked up his phone, filmed a video, and posted it on a domestic short video platform. He knew very well that if he wanted independence, Myanmar would be the first to disagree, and there would inevitably be a lot of opposition from the international community as well. At this moment, he needed support, and the Dragon Kingdom was undoubtedly the best choice. Even if the Dragon Kingdom didn't express its stance and only remain neutral, that would be enough for him. During this period, although Lin Shen did not post many videos online, his number of fans skyrocketed, soon breaking the 10 million mark, basically reaching the ceiling of the internet celebrity circle. In a video, Lin Shen addressed the camera, saying, "Dear compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom, I am Lin Shen, the commander of the Lin family army. Today, I have some good news to share with you all. Starting tomorrow, the 4 states in northern Myanmar, Kokong, Wa, Shan, and Shin, will be officially merged into a unified administrative region. I will declare the independence of the entire northern Myanmar region and name it Shin State. The 4 states will be temporarily renamed 4 cities, namely Kokong City, Wa State City, Shan State City, and Shin State City. The capital headquarters is located in Pang Seng, Wa State, and I will become the first leader of Chun State." He then went on to announce that all criminal activities in northern Myanmar, including telecom fraud, organ trafficking, gambling, and drug trafficking had been eradicated. Next, he will vigorously develop tourism, agriculture, and science and technology parks to lead the local residents toward common prosperity. From now on, this place will be completely free of its past bad reputation. We welcome all compatriots from China to come for tourism, investment, and even to work and settle down. As long as it is within our jurisdiction, we will guarantee the safety of all tourists. Tomorrow, we will officially declare independence and hold a military parade. Everyone is welcome to attend. The video ends here. Although the content is simple, it has stirred the blood of countless viewers. No one expected that Lin Xun and his Lin family army would declare independence so quickly. More importantly, the entire criminal organization in northern Myanmar has been wiped out. The leaders were squeezed dry of their last penny, and they got their satisfaction on the spot. As for those who would rather die than submit, they will be slowly tortured until they themselves want to die. In short, none of these criminal organizations came to a good end. They had too much blood on their hands and had swindled too much money from Chinese people. They must die. Chapter 69. News of independence arrives. Myanmar's president dies suddenly. Within minutes of being posted, the video garnered millions of views and quickly swept across the entire internet. Overnight, it reached nearly 100 million views, becoming an absolute sensation. Everyone was stunned, and for the first time, truly saw Lin Chen's ambition. They knew very well that once independence was declared, Myanmar would at least launch an attack. Strangely, the Burmese government has remained completely silent. This has puzzled both the outside world and Burma itself, as their spies have failed to infiltrate the Lin family army. The reason is simple. The Lin family army doesn't recruit. But if they don't recruit, where do they get so many soldiers? The Burmese side even suspects that the other side may lack resources and can no longer support a larger army. The Chinese military was equally shocked. They hadn't expected Lin Xun to unify northern Myanmar in such a short time. They knew that Myanmar had been fighting for those areas for years without success. This is no longer a place that can be resolved by force alone. More often than not, it requires strategy and intellect. Lin Chen's swift actions also mean that he has inevitably attracted the attention of many forces. After all, northern Myanmar is not just a simple matter of warlord infighting. The interests behind organ trafficking and telecom fraud syndicates are too deep to be underestimated. These people have been able to amass wealth for years without the backing of powerful figures. There was no shortage of online mockery and attacks from keyboard warriors, but Lin Chen simply ignored them. He had no interest in wasting time with these people. He'd rather enjoy the life in front of him. 4 stunningly beautiful women dressed in traditional Hanfu accompanied him, 2 peeling grapes and 2 massaging his feet. On days like these, he had no time to pay attention to the sarcastic comments online. However, Lin Chen was puzzled by the Burmese government's reaction. They were about to declare independence, so why were they still so calm? Were they really still frightened by the last time a mysterious fighter jet shot down a reconnaissance plane? Lin Xun, on the contrary, felt that an independent military parade without any interference would be too boring. So he secretly gave Yi Lingqing an order, to which she only coldly replied with a thumb. Lin Xun was also helpless about this. Although Yi Lingqing was 100% loyal to him, she had her own personality, especially that aloofness, which always made her unpredictable. Subsequently, Lin Xun integrated several television stations in northern Myanmar to establish the Chun State Broadcasting and Television Station, which was specifically responsible for official reporting and domestic affairs propaganda. This declaration of independence and military parade will be broadcast live in its entirety by the Chun Kingdom's Broadcasting and Television Station. He wants the whole world to see for themselves whether the Chun Kingdom truly has the confidence to back it up. The next day, Lin Chen stood in front of the television cameras and officially declared independence. The news spread instantly, shaking the entire Southeast Asia, especially the warlord forces in the Golden Triangle region. They never expected that this warlord force, which had only emerged a month ago, had already unified northern Myanmar and now dared to declare independence, showing utter disregard for the Myanmar military. Weren't they afraid of a massive army pressing in? But when they saw the Chun Kingdom's military parade and those hundreds of thousands of soldiers standing in neat formation, they couldn't help but feel a chill. Perhaps this was Lin Chen's source of confidence. What surprised everyone even more was that Lin Chen had already begun the military parade, Yet the Burmese government remained silent. This situation also gave rise to other ideas among many warlords. Arms can now be purchased at low prices, and seizing more territory doesn't seem impossible. The Chun kingdom was able to rise from a small warlord to its current state by sustaining itself through war. Perhaps they could try that too. Southeast Asian media outlets immediately began reporting on the story. Some said the situation in northern Myanmar was about to change drastically, while others speculated whether Myanmar would reclaim its lost territory or whether China would stage a dark horse comeback. Just as the debate raged on, shocking news suddenly broke from the capital of Myanmar. The president of Myanmar had died suddenly. The cause of death is unknown, but is clearly not a natural death. Some say he was angered to death by the independence movement in northern Myanmar. Some say he was assassinated, and others say he died at the hands of a woman. But these rumors are not important right now. What is important is that a country cannot be without a leader for a day. And if the presidency is vacant, someone must take over. Soon, with the support of 2/3 of Myanmar's high-ranking officials, former Prime Minister Ba Phant officially assumed the presidency. Upon taking office, Ba Phant immediately convened a high-level meeting. He was a staunch advocate of war, and previous presidents had always suspected that the Lin family army was backed by the United States, so they dared not act rashly. But in Bud's eyes, that was cowardice. Previously, when the president was in power, he could only obey orders. Now that he's in power, he naturally can't just stand by and watch Lin Chin easily secede from northern Myanmar. He intends to use ruthless methods to reclaim the entire northern Myanmar and leave a lasting mark on Myanmar's history. In the capital of Myanmar, the brightly lit, luxurious meeting room housed high-ranking officials from various government departments. It's safe to say that if anything were to happen to any of these individuals, the entire country would descend into chaos. At this moment, everyone's face was extremely grim. The former president's sudden death was clearly the work of someone in secret, but the most urgent matter at hand was not investigating the cause of death. What they truly found intolerable was that someone wanted to secede from their territory and establish their own kingdom. The former president had consistently turned a blind eye, which had long fueled their resentment. Now that the other side has directly declared independence, it's like a slap in the face to Myanmar. This time, they will absolutely not tolerate it again. Chapter 70. The Burmese Army Strikes. Are they determined to destroy Chin Kingdom? No one is allowed to leave. This is also one of the important reasons why the Myanmar leadership nominated Bot to be the new president. In the conference room, Bad suddenly stood up, pointing at the live television broadcast and angrily cursing. Lin Chun, the leader of the Lin family army, had actually declared the independence of northern Myanmar in public, which, in his eyes, was tantamount to forcibly seizing Myanmar's territory. Who does he think he is, daring to try and cause separatism? If he wants independence, let him know what Myanmar is all about. Bud became increasingly agitated as he spoke, unlike his predecessor, who was filled with apprehension. The former president, worried about Lin Chin's mysterious background, had chosen to remain silent, only to see the Lin family army grow to the point of openly establishing a nation. Now that Bot has just assumed the presidency, he will not allow anyone to stand on equal footing with him under his nose. Moreover, if he can take the opportunity to eliminate Lin Chun and his army, he will leave a significant mark on Myanmar's history. Once the thought pops in your head, you can't suppress it anymore. No one in the high-ranking officials present objected. Most of them were hawkish, and it was precisely because of their hard-line stance that they supported Bader's rise to power. The Lin family army wants to carve out the entire northern Myanmar region? Absolutely not. So what if they have a mysterious air force? Our Myanmar's real advantage lies in our army. We must show Lin Chun that Myanmar is not a country he can provoke at will. At the conference table, a group of high-ranking officials gritted their teeth, wishing they could rush into northern Myanmar immediately and tear the Lin family army to shreds. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Bader immediately ordered, from now on, the entire army is on high alert. Mobilize troops until the northern Myanmar region is completely cleared. He looked at the commander-in-chief of the three armed forces and continued. There were already 200,000 troops on the border, but the Lin family army's military parade showed that the troop strength in northern Myanmar is also close to 200,000. We will transfer another 200,000 troops there, and heavy weapons such as tanks and artillery will be assembled on the border immediately. This time, The Air Force's authority is fully extended. If necessary, all of Myanmar's warplanes can be deployed for surprise attacks. Other departments must also cooperate fully. Anyone who dares to cause trouble at a critical moment will bear the consequences. Badr's voice was filled with murderous intent. A newly emerging warlord dared to declare independence on Burmese territory. It was utterly delusional. If Lin Chin succeeded, Burma would lose all face. Yes, Mr. President. Mission accomplished. The commander-in-chief immediately stood up. Though elderly, he was still in high spirits. He had commanded the Myanmar army for many years, and no one had ever dared to provoke Myanmar's bottom line like this. In his view, Lin Chin's move was not only a slap in the face to the president, but also a slap in the face to the entire Myanmar military. Myanmar's stance is clear. Thoroughly purge the Lin family army and bring northern Myanmar back under its control. It is willing to pay a heavy price for this goal. After all, the total military strength of the four states in northern Myanmar used to exceed 200,000, with the strongest Chin State army having as many as 100,000 troops, but they never dared to openly declare independence. At most, they dare to strive for a high degree of autonomy, because they know that it is still within the limits that the Myanmar government can tolerate. Once the red line of independence is crossed, Myanmar will send troops to suppress them, even if it means suffering heavy losses. In the past, the Burmese army's campaigns against warlords were not very effective, not because they were unable to defeat them, but because they were unwilling to suffer heavy losses. Those warlords also knew their limits, so they never dared to cross the border. But Lin Chin was different. He directly crossed that line. Badr finally made the decision. Everyone act. Within a week, I want the Lin family army to be completely wiped out from the entire country of Myanmar. Annihilate them all. At this moment, Myanmar officially issued a ban on the Lin family army, launching a complete purge, leaving no one alive. Meanwhile, in northern Myanmar, at the headquarters of the Lin family army, Lin Chin sat in a comfortable executive chair, quietly listening to the assassins report the latest intelligence. Boss, in addition to the 200,000 Burmese troops originally stationed on the border, they have sent another 200,000 troops to the front line. All tanks and fighter jets have also begun to be mobilized. In addition, Myanmar has announced that it does not recognize the independence of northern Myanmar, calling us separatist rebels, and that it will personally carry out a campaign to take back the entire northern Myanmar. The message was simple and direct. After listening, Lin Chin simply nodded slightly, a smile appearing on his lips. 400,000 troops, plus all the fighter jets and tanks, you really think highly of me. Since the other party was coming, he naturally wanted to let Myanmar experience the hospitality of the Lin family army. Lin Chin now possesses 30 air defense missile systems, capable of simultaneously locking onto hundreds of high-speed fighter jets. In a real conflict, he could eliminate the Myanmar Air Force within half an hour at most. As for the army, he also possessed a similar, or even larger, army of elite soldiers. Moreover, these soldiers were far more elite than ordinary Burmese soldiers. In Lin Chin's eyes, Myanmar's attack was not a threat, but rather an invitation to provide a pretext. This gives Lin's army a reason to launch a counterattack, a reason to occupy all of Myanmar. Wherever the Lin family army sword points, that place becomes the Lin family army's territory. Chapter 71 on the eve of the Great Battle. A friendly cooperation agreement is reached with the Dragon Kingdom. All troops listen up. Prepare for battle. At Lin Chin's command, all air defense missile systems were activated, ready to launch a devastating attack as soon as any unusual target was detected. At the same time, he put all his elite soldiers on high alert. It was time to show the world the true strength of the Lin family army. Lin Chin lit a cigar, took a few puffs, and the smoke slowly rose. His face remained expressionless, because the Burmese parliament attack was entirely within his expectations. In the past 2 days, there's been a lot of negative news about him internationally, accusing him of promoting separatism and independence. But Lin Chin doesn't care at all. He chose this path himself. If he can't compete for supremacy in this parallel world, even with the infinite assassin system, then he's truly come for nothing. Moreover, Lin Chin is no longer afraid of the Burmese military. He commands a large army of assassins, making his entire force as solid as an iron barrel. The Burmese cannot plant spies in him, let alone uncover his true strength. If you don't even know the specifics of the enemy before the war begins, there's usually only one outcome: defeat. The Burmese military is unaware that sending any number of fighter jets will be futile, as air superiority has long since been lost to them. As for those forces and media outlets that immediately jumped out to slander him, Lin Shen kept them in mind. Once he finished dealing with the current matter, he would definitely give them a big gift. Yes, the Suicide Squad responded in unison. Following this, Lin Shen began assigning command in batches to ensure the most effective way to eliminate all invading Burmese troops. With everything arranged, all that remained was to await the Myanmar military's response. Because the declaration of independence in northern Myanmar was so sensitive, the world's attention was immediately focused on this area. Everyone is waiting to see what kind of conflict will break out between Myanmar and northern Myanmar. That day, before Lin Shen received any news from the Burmese military, he was greeted by an envoy from the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, the visitor was an old acquaintance of his, Wang Yongtai, the ambassador of the Dragon Kingdom. Boss, Ambassador Wang Yongtai from the Dragon Kingdom requests an audience. Upon hearing the report from the assassin, Lin Shen was slightly taken aback, then nodded and ordered his men to let them pass. At this crucial moment, the Dragon Kingdom suddenly sent people over, and Lin Shen couldn't figure out why for a moment. But he would know once they met. Lin Shen has always felt grateful and identified with the Dragon Kingdom. After all, he was originally from the Dragon Kingdom. This time, he declared independence, and the Dragon Kingdom maintained neutrality in foreign affairs. For Lin Shen, this was enough. After all, the Dragon Kingdom was not a small, emerging country like his. Any statement from it would have far-reaching consequences, and he couldn't afford to gamble lightly. Of course, Lin Shen hoped to gain the support of the Dragon Kingdom. That would significantly reduce the external pressure facing the Chun Kingdom, especially regarding trade issues. If all countries isolate Chun Kingdom and stop trading with it, it will be much more difficult for Chun Kingdom to develop. Foreign economic and trade relations are an indispensable part of a country's development. If a complete economic and trade relationship can be established with the Dragon Kingdom, the Chun Kingdom's start will be much smoother. When the day comes that even the trade with the Dragon Kingdom cannot meet the needs of the Chun Kingdom, it will mean that the Chun Kingdom has become powerful enough. At that time, other countries will be vying to cooperate with it. Currently, Lin Shen's main bargaining chip is his new type of weaponry. This air defense missile system, in particular, might be the perfect opportunity to open the door to trade between the two sides. Soon, Wang Yongtai came to Lin Shen. Mr. Lin, it's been a long time. You truly amaze me. If this were ancient times, you would definitely be a monarch who expands the territory. Looking at the young man who appeared to be no more than 20 years old, Wang Yongtai was still deeply shocked. Who would have thought that such a young man would lead his army to take over the entire northern Myanmar region in less than a month? What's even more astonishing is that northern Myanmar has undergone a dramatic transformation under his control. Criminal organizations and illicit industries that have been entrenched for years have been virtually wiped out. The remaining forces could only hide and go into hiding and could no longer cause any trouble. After a brief exchange of greetings, Lin Shen said with a smile, "Ambassador Wang, you flatter me. I didn't expect to be able to take over the entire northern Myanmar so quickly. It can only be said that those warlords were too complacent and didn't take the Lin family army seriously at all." The two walked into the conference room while talking. As soon as they sat down, the conversation quickly got down to business. Wang Yongtai stated frankly that he truly admired Lin Shen's actions during this period. He not only swiftly unified northern Myanmar, but also eliminated one of the biggest scourges in the border region. Those criminal organizations had harmed countless people in China. Now that Lin Shen had eradicated them, it was a great relief for China, removing a major threat. Wang Yongtai then mentioned the military parade with 200,000 troops. He joked that if he weren't so old, he would even like to join the Lin family army and experience the thrill of fighting on the battlefield. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Yongtai finally explained his purpose. "I am here on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom to discuss cooperation with you." He told Lin Shen that Chun Kingdom had just taken over the entire northern Myanmar and its economy was in dire need of rebuilding, so it would inevitably need to establish trade relations with Long Kingdom. And Long Kingdom, in turn, also needed Chun Kingdom. Wang Yongtai's words have made his point clear enough. On the surface, the Dragon Kingdom will remain neutral and cannot provide Lin Shen with too much direct assistance. However, establishing economic and trade relations is itself a form of support. Choosing sides at this time is indeed risky. But Long Guo can see that Lin Shun and his Chun Kingdom are worth this investment. Lin Shun is no ordinary person, having unified northern Myanmar in such a short time. The future of Chun Kingdom will certainly not stop there. Perhaps in the near future, this newly formed nation will truly grow into a force to be reckoned with. At that time, the value of the friendly cooperation between the Dragon Kingdom and the Chun Kingdom will only increase. Chapter 72. 60 Burmese Air Force fighter jets press in. Conflict imminent. Myanmar is rich in mineral resources and occupies a crucial position connecting to the Middle East oil route. It was precisely because of this, and because of Lin Chen's swift and decisive actions and his 200,000-strong elite army, that China decided to step forward and establish comprehensive trade relations with China. Lin Shun smiled slightly and said to the Dragon Kingdom envoy, "In that case, let's have a pleasant cooperation. I believe the Dragon Kingdom will not regret today's choice in the future." After saying that, he handed over a secret document. "Consider this a gift from Chun Kingdom to thank Long Kingdom for their cooperation. Please take it back and give it to the military and tell them that I can sell it cost price." It was a design blueprint for an air defense missile system, but like before, it was incomplete. Lin Shun did this to prevent the blueprint from being leaked along the way. As long as the price offered by China was right, he wouldn't mind selling the remaining parts. Wang Yongtai accepted the documents and nodded solemnly. The two then spent another half-hour discussing trade taxes, preferential terms, and various details, ultimately reaching an agreement that satisfied Lin Shun. The main reason for this cooperation is that China is attracted by the future development potential of China. As long as Lin Shun can gain a foothold in northern Myanmar, the value of this trade route will far exceed the current investment. After finishing their business, Wang Yongtai reminded them, "Now that you've held your independence parade, the Burmese government probably won't let it go easily. China can't directly provide you with military support. You'll have to rely on yourselves from now on. If China is wiped out by the Burmese military, then cooperation will be out of the question." Lin Shun remained calm, offering only a faint smile. To him, the Burmese military's reaction was entirely expected. That afternoon, shortly after the Chinese envoys left, the Burmese military began its operations. Since the army needed time to reach the border, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces decided to first dispatch the Air Force to bomb northern Myanmar. They wanted to use this round of airstrikes to warn Chin State and the world that the Myanmar military is not to be trifled with. Soon, about 20 to 30 kilometers from the northern border of Myanmar, 30 MiG-29s, 16 JEF, 17 Thunder fighters, and 12 Su-30 SME fighters roared in from three formations. In the air, the pilots spoke with disdain, completely disregarding the Chun Kingdom. In their view, a warlord force daring to declare independence was simply courting death. They believed that a few casual bombing runs over northern Myanmar would be enough to force the other side to submit. But they didn't know that from the moment the fighter jets left the Air Force Base, they had already been detected by the air defense missile system on the northern border of Myanmar. Lin Shun did not immediately order an attack, but instead let them continue to approach. He wanted to wait until these fighter jets entered Chun Kingdom's airspace before stopping them all at once, ensuring that not a single one would fly back intact. Long-range strikes might not guarantee a complete annihilation. Moreover, if they act too soon, the Burmese Air Force might never dare to set foot in northern Myanmar again. What Lin Shun wanted was for them to come to him willingly. This time, Myanmar deployed a total of 60 fighter jets, almost a quarter of its entire air force. In the past, when they attacked local warlords, they would only send a maximum of 6 aircraft. This change in numbers is enough to demonstrate the importance that the Myanmar leadership attaches to this matter. Before their departure, the Air Force commander reminded them that Chun Kingdom might possess several fighter jets that were difficult to lock onto by radar, and that the various formations would need to coordinate their operations. However, these pilots didn't care. In their view, even if the enemy had a few special fighter jets, they couldn't possibly withstand the suppression of a formation of 60 fighter jets. Once they entered northern Myanmar, they could bomb wherever they wanted. So what if the Yi family army has 200,000 troops? Without a powerful air force, in their eyes, they're nothing more than a group of targets to be bombed. A few rounds of bombing will be enough to make Chun Kingdom understand who the true master of this land is. Shortly afterward, 60 fighter jets officially entered the airspace over northern Myanmar. Completely unaware, They were being precisely tracked by 30 air defense missile systems. The news reached Lin Chen's ears immediately. After listening to the report, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with coldness. 60 aircraft? Just right. Now that they've come in, let's not let a single one escape. Shoot them all down. He intended to use these 60 fighter jets to demonstrate Chun Nation's stance to the entire world. Chun Nation's airspace is sacred and inviolable. Unauthorized incursions will only result in one outcome: death. This lesson is just the beginning, far from the end. Subsequently, Lin Chen dispatched 2 more fighter jets to the aerial battlefield to record the entire scene. He wanted the Burmese military to witness their own aircraft crash and to enrage them completely. Soon, footage of 60 fighter jets approaching the border was broadcast live on television. However, this live broadcast had a 5-minute delay. At the same time, the Suicide Squad members, having received orders, began operating the anti-aircraft missile systems, locking onto targets in batches. 30 systems operated simultaneously, bringing all 60 fighter jets in the air within attack range. Lock-on complete. Launch ready. The next second, 60 missiles soared into the sky almost simultaneously, trailing long plumes of flame. Lin Chen watched the monitor screen, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. He knew that in a few moments, a scene that would shock everyone would be displayed before the world. Within the aerial formation, an alarm suddenly sounded. The pilot's expressions changed drastically. Damn it! We've been locked on. Why didn't the radar detect it before? Report. We appear to be locked onto by the enemy's air defense system. They have launched missiles and are continuously tracking us. Quickly, take emergency evasive action. Get rid of the missile immediately. The 3 fighter jet formations were thrown into chaos, with pilots frantically maneuvering their aircraft to make various evasive maneuvers. But they quickly realized that it was too late to react now. Although their fighter jets also carry missiles, most of them are short-range weapons, making it impossible for them to easily lock onto and intercept such high-speed, long-range missiles. Unless they can aim, launch, and destroy all incoming missiles in midair in a very short time. All the pilots were on edge. If they couldn't break the lock-on, their only chance of survival was to intercept by force. The atmosphere in the air instantly tightened, as if even the air itself had frozen. Chapter 73. The terrifying air defense missile system of modern times. Inside the locked-on fighter jet, the pilots' hearts pounded as if they would burst from their chests. Tension, anxiety, and a sense of powerlessness pressed down on them simultaneously, as they were forced to face the most dangerous challenge of their flying careers. Someone couldn't help but curse. How could the intelligence department not have discovered that the Lin family army possessed such outrageous anti-aircraft weapons? The Soviet-style fighter squadron leader was panting heavily, looking somewhat panicked. Just then, a dark shadow shot rapidly from the distant horizon, getting closer and closer. The captain finally saw clearly that it was a missile. The next second, with a loud bang, the fighter jet was blown up in midair, trailing black smoke and flames as it crashed into the forest, exploding again after hitting the mountainside. Another captain immediately took over command, ordering all fighter jets to enter combat readiness and intercept any missiles detected in sight. But they all knew in their hearts that the missile they had just encountered was impossible to lock onto, and the radar hadn't detected anything. The only thing they could do now was rely on their naked eyes and luck to hold out. Soon, another missile hurtled in, its speed so fast it was almost despair-inducing. Before the locked-on fighter jet could even react, it exploded into a fireball in midair. The pilots panicked completely. Some suggested that they immediately retreat back to China and use the country's air defense system to intercept them. Otherwise, staying there would be suicide. But some people gritted their teeth and objected. Before they set off, they had been given a strict order. Even if the entire force crashed, they had to eliminate as much of the Lin family army's manpower as possible. Going back now would be a complete disgrace. Even so, the front line immediately relayed the news back to headquarters. The commander-in-chief of the armed forces reported to President Bader with great concern that the Lin family army possessed an air defense missile system, and that their own aircraft had already lost several and were completely unable to intercept them, recommending an immediate recall. Those fighter jets were the pride and joy of the Air Force. Losing even one would be a huge loss. But Bard rejected the idea without even thinking about it. He absolutely would not allow the fighter jets to withdraw voluntarily. The Myanmar government had already announced this in advance. If they backed down now, it wouldn't just be the military that lost face, but also his. The commander-in-chief froze on the spot after hearing this. Those were 60 fighter jets, a full quarter of the Air Force's combat strength. Were they really going to throw them all away just for the sake of some so-called face? At that moment, the battlefield situation spiraled completely out of control. Anti-aircraft missiles no longer appeared one by one, but were launched in swarms. The whooshing sounds of missiles cutting through the air rang out one after another as dozens of missiles, trailing flames, rushed toward their respective locked-on fighter jets. A pilot launched a missile in advance, attempting to anticipate and intercept it. However, the Lin family's anti-aircraft missiles were equipped with an evasion system. As soon as the enemy missiles approached, they easily evaded them by arcing through the air. This interception delayed the explosion by less than a second. Immediately afterwards, 10 fighter jets exploded in the air almost simultaneously. If the previous losses had only shocked them, this explosion had now plunged all the pilots into terror. They finally understood that if the enemy unleashed its full firepower, they would soon all perish in the sky. Inside the cabin, alarms blared frantically, like death itself pressing close to their ears. All the pilots made the same choice at the same time. Escape. Fearlessness and the absolute authority of military orders were thrown to the back of their minds. No one was willing to make a meaningless sacrifice. They piloted their fighter jets in all directions like headless flies, wanting nothing more than to escape this death zone. Meanwhile, footage of the battle was being broadcast live to all viewers on television. People witnessed 60 warplanes aggressively intruding into the border of Chun Kingdom. Many people were worried for the Chun Kingdom, while others were secretly delighted, waiting to see the Chun Kingdom bombed into a sorry state. But things didn't go as they expected. A missile suddenly appeared in the sky, and everyone was stunned. The Chun Kingdom actually possessed an air defense missile system. When the first fighter jet was hit and destroyed, viewers watching the live broadcast were stunned. The missile was traveling at an absurd speed, giving the fighter jet almost no chance to react. Some knowledgeable people wondered why the fighter jets didn't launch missiles to intercept them. But soon, a second missile appeared, and the second fighter jet also crashed. Only then did they realize that the first time was not an accident, and the second time was not a coincidence. It wasn't that the pilots didn't want to intercept. It was that they simply couldn't. When did Chun Kingdom acquire such a terrifying air defense missile system? Even if many powerful countries possessed this cutting-edge technology, they would never sell it easily. So here's the question. Could it be that someone is really behind the Chun Kingdom? Chapter 74. 60 fighter jets annihilated, shocking the world. However, even after witnessing the successive crashes of those 60 fighter jets, many viewers remained pessimistic about Chun Kingdom. After all, in their eyes, Chun Kingdom was merely a newly risen warlord state, far inferior to a powerful nation like Myanmar. Even if Chun Kingdom possesses anti-aircraft missiles, so what? The number is ultimately limited. Moreover, Myanmar has an army of 500,000, which is far greater than the 200,000 troops Chun Kingdom has just assembled. A few missiles did not immediately change everyone's assessment of the battle situation. But soon, reality slapped everyone in the face. Just as the remaining 50-odd fighter jets of the wing formed the strongest defensive network, dozens of missiles appeared simultaneously in the sky. In a live television broadcast, every pilot's face was filled with terror and despair. They attempted to retaliate, and when the pilots finally pressed the launch button, if they could intercept just one missile, they might be able to save their fighter jet. But the next second, the incoming missile drew a strange arc in midair, directly avoiding interception, and then accurately hit its target. Explosions rang out one after another, and the live broadcast room was instantly filled with shock. At this moment, everyone finally realized that the Chun Kingdom was by no means a small warlord capable of launching missiles one by one. The simultaneous launch of dozens of missiles represented a terrifying reserve and strength. Immediately afterwards, more than 40 missiles appeared, targeting the remaining fighter jets. All the spectators stared intently at the screen until the last batch of missiles exploded simultaneously. This air raid reduced them to cannon fodder. The Chun Kingdom demonstrated through its actions that it possessed a powerful, almost invincible air defense system. In other words, No force in the Golden Triangle region can threaten northern Myanmar with warplanes anymore. The true strength of the Qin Kingdom has thus been revealed to the world in a small part. Command Center in Myanmar. As dozens of explosions rang out in succession, the entire command center fell into a deathly silence. So quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was silent, their faces filled with shock. They never imagined that Qin Kingdom could destroy a quarter of Myanmar's air force in just a few minutes. That's a full 60 fighter jets, not 6, not 10. The commander-in-chief's gaze fell on President Bader. He didn't speak, but his eyes said it all. The consequences of not retreating earlier were now laid bare before everyone. The complete annihilation of 60 fighter jets was far more humiliating than a retreat. Even more ridiculous was that their planes hadn't even seen the enemy, and they hadn't fired many missiles in total, none of which hit their target. This is practically announcing to the world that the Myanmar Air Force is no match for Myanmar. Today is destined to be one of Myanmar's most humiliating days. Useless. A complete bunch of useless trash. Bad roared angrily. We invest so much money in the Air Force every year, and this is how we embarrass Myanmar. The surrounding generals were ashen-faced, especially the Air Force commander, whose face flushed red and then turned purple, but he couldn't utter a single word. Bard suppressed his anger and immediately asked, "Is the army assembled? Launch a full-scale attack and flatten the entire northern Myanmar." Since the Air Force is unreliable, they can only rely on the army. Myanmar's true strength has always been its army. Hundreds of new tanks, plus an army of 500,000, are their greatest source of confidence. "Yes, Your Excellency." Although the commander-in-chief was resentful, he could only accept the order. He, too, needed a victory to boost morale. In recent years, Myanmar's inability to subdue the warlords in northern Myanmar has dampened the morale of its troops. Now, they desperately need a major victory to wash away their recent humiliation. When all 60 fighter jets were destroyed, everyone watching the live broadcast was utterly shocked. What exactly is going on? Even some major powers would find it difficult to conduct such a dense and precise interception, right? Isn't Qin State just an ordinary warlord in northern Myanmar? How could it possess such a powerful air defense system? Even more outrageous, the Myanmar Air Force was virtually powerless to retaliate and was easily destroyed by the Qin State. The entire battle looked like a one-sided crushing defeat. It has been a long time since such a large-scale loss of fighter jets has occurred on this planet. In normal air combat, most of the time the two sides probe and maneuver in the air, and at most they exchange a few rounds of attacks before it ends. But Chunghwa, on the other hand, wiped out all 60 fighter jets in one fell swoop. Can such firepower still be considered that of an ordinary warlord? This clearly demonstrates the strength to confront the entire state apparatus head-on. No, the Qin Kingdom has always wanted to establish an independent nation. Now it seems they do indeed have enough confidence. As a result, international public opinion quietly shifted. Those media outlets that had previously slandered Lin Chun and Qin's country began to target Myanmar, and some even openly supported Qin's country. The media has always been like this. They sway whichever way the wind blows. Ultimately, strength is always the key to everything. Just as international opinion was shifting, Burmese President Bad was already furious. Suppressing his anger, he impatiently pressed, "Commander-in-Chief, have our troops reached the northern border of Myanmar?" If he didn't send an army to attack Qin Kingdom soon, he felt the anger in his chest was about to set him ablaze. From the moment the fighter jet was shot down, the conflict between the two sides had become irreconcilable. He had just taken office, and if he abandoned sanctions against Qin because of the Air Force's defeat, he would probably have to step down tomorrow. What he found even more unbearable was that international public opinion was beginning to side with Qin. Badr had reached his limit. He wanted to immediately send a large army to flatten the entire northern Myanmar. Public opinion always sided with the victor, and he had to be that victor. Chapter 75 Air Force Defeats, Army Strikes. With the Burmese Air Force exhausted by the bombardment of artillery, President Bate of Myanmar had no choice but to pin his hopes on the ground. He decided to send a large army, equipped with new tanks, armored vehicles, and a large number of artillery pieces, to re-enter northern Myanmar by land. Myanmar was no stranger to northern Myanmar, having clashed with local warlords before, though each time only tens of thousands of troops were deployed. This time was different. Bad had directly mobilized 400,000 troops. He didn't believe that so many men couldn't defeat the Lin family army. His goal was not simply to cripple the enemy, but to annihilate the Lin family army and retake the entire northern Myanmar. Soon, the commander-in-chief of the three armed forces came to Bader and reported, "Your Majesty, all the army units have been assembled and have arrived at the northern border of Myanmar. They're just waiting for your order to launch an attack immediately." The commander-in-chief led Bad to the sand table, pointed to the terrain of northern Myanmar, and continued, "They have figured out the general deployment of the Lin family army's 200,000 troops. They suggest that the army be divided into 3 routes and advance simultaneously from the front, left flank, and right flank to break through northern Myanmar in one fell swoop. Myanmar has never given up on this region and has long prepared numerous contingency plans. The enemy and friendly forces are clearly marked on the sand table, and even Bad, who doesn't know much about military affairs, can understand the entire plan." Bard's eyes lit up with excitement, and he immediately made the decision. "Great, do it your way. Now that everything is ready, give the order for a full-scale attack." He then added that all 400,000 troops must be committed and sent into northern Myanmar to annihilate the Lin family army without leaving a single survivor. In particular, the air defense missile system in Lin Chen's possession must be retrieved. With that, there would be no need to worry about neighboring countries' warplanes entering Myanmar's airspace. The commander-in-chief immediately accepted the order and relayed the combat instructions to the front lines of the border. 400,000 Burmese troops then split into 3 routes and advanced simultaneously into northern Myanmar from 3 directions. The frontline troops acted swiftly upon receiving the order, but many soldiers were not entirely convinced. Deploying such a massive force and heavy weaponry to attack a warlord who had just unified northern Myanmar seemed far too exaggerated. The firepower they brought this time was enough to easily take on northern Myanmar, let alone fight against neighboring elephant country. But military orders are absolute, and they could only follow orders from above. Just as the Burmese army was gradually entering the northern border of Myanmar, Lin Chun received the news immediately. Without any hesitation, he ordered fighter jets to launch an attack, and rocket launchers, howitzers, and tanks were all put into combat readiness. In Lin Chen's view, a mere 400,000 Burmese troops were no match for his elite army. Since they dared to come, he would first give them a severe beating. Lin Chun immediately dispatched an army of 300,000 elite soldiers to the border. He was determined to keep the war at bay on the border wasteland and prevent the enemy from storming the city and destroying the peace the Chen Kingdom had just established. In his office, Lin Chun stared at the live feed transmitted from the fighter jets. The position and marching route of the Burmese army were clearly visible on the screen. When he saw that the enemy had split into 3 groups, he had to admit that Burma had indeed made preparations this time. However, in Lin Chen's eyes, the enemy's division into 3 groups was merely an attempt to disperse their firepower and force him to expend more ammunition. He sneered, "Since they're all here, let's give them a little greeting gift first. Bomb them." As soon as the order was given, fighter jets, tanks, howitzers, and rocket launchers quickly deployed. Numerous firing positions were set up on a high slope 20 miles away from the Burmese army, with their guns all aimed at the enemy's marching troops. The next second, all the cannons fired simultaneously. Shells streaked through the air, whistling as they crashed into the Burmese army ranks. The Burmese army was spread out across the hilly plains, requiring no precise aiming. A single volley of artillery fire was enough to wipe out a group of targets. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out one after another, and the Burmese army was instantly engulfed in flames. Countless soldiers were swept away by the artillery fire before they could even react, and the entire frontline formation was thrown into chaos. Lin Chun stared at the flames erupting on the screen, a cold smile playing on his lips. With this level of skill, they dared to invade Chen Kingdom? He truly wondered who gave them the audacity. At the same time, Chen Kingdom's fighter jets arrived over the battlefield. Compared to long-range artillery fire, fighter jets offered greater precision. They quickly locked onto the tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery positions below, and missiles and bombs rained down. Another round of bombing followed. The Chen Kingdom maintained a firm air superiority, and the Burmese army had no way to retaliate. The once fierce army was now completely disoriented and overwhelmed by the bombing. Many Burmese soldiers were completely stunned. Before setting out, they thought that this was a large-scale military invasion, and that dealing with a warlord would be a piece of cake. But after actually engaging in combat, they realized that things were not like that at all. This was no ordinary warlord. The firepower was so intense it could easily be mistaken for that of a regular, powerful army. With artillery barges, dive-bombing fighters, and heavy weapons pinpointing targets, it was as if they had willingly walked into a hail of bullets to die. In the chaos, a soldier covered in gunpowder smoke rushed to the Major General Commander and reported, "Report. We haven't located the enemy's exact position, so we can't lock onto them for bombing." The Major General's face darkened, and he immediately unfolded a map to examine it. Based on the terrain, the most suitable location for artillery positions nearby was on a high slope 20 kilometers away. The enemy artillery was very likely there. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered the artillery units to launch a counterattack at a position 10 degrees south of due north, 20 kilometers away. Then, he added in a deep voice, "Furthermore, have the army disperse and speed up their march." Yes. Chapter 76. The terrifying firepower of the Chun Kingdom repelled the Burmese army. Soon, the Burmese army began a counterfire. Dense artillery shells rained down on the hillside 20 kilometers away, creating a continuous series of explosions. The assassins' men immediately reported, "Report. The Burmese army has begun to counterattack. Their artillery is bombarding our positions." Immediately afterwards, another message came. "Report. The Burmese army has begun to disperse. All of them are boarding troop carriers, and they are advancing very quickly." Lin Chun remained calm after hearing this. He knew all along that it was unrealistic to expect to wipe out the entire enemy force with a single artillery barrage. He just didn't expect the Burmese army to react so quickly, roughly pinpointing their artillery positions in just over 10 minutes. Lin Chun immediately ordered the rocket artillery, howitzer, and other fire positions to be moved back 60 kilometers to a position close to 80 kilometers away. This distance was well beyond the Burmese army's precision strike range, yet still within the reach of the Chun State artillery. As the enemy continued to approach, their artillery fire would only become more accurate. Lin Chun coldly ordered, "Attack again." The next second, the sound of artillery fire erupted again in the sky. Shells whistled out, their targets locked directly on the Burmese army's troop transport convoy. Although many shells landed near the convoy, without causing direct damage, a single hit would instantly kill dozens of soldiers on the troop carrier. This round of attacks has once again resulted in heavy losses for the Myanmar army. Braving the artillery fire, they charged toward the location determined by the Major General Commander. But as they approached, they saw only dozens of massive steel behemoths on the distant horizon, their cannons pointed at them. Apart from that, no other artillery positions were found. The Major General immediately realized something was wrong. Could it be that the Chun Kingdom's artillery wasn't here at all? Lin Chun had already withdrawn his position 60 kilometers away, with almost no pause during which artillery fire continued to cover the area. However, the Burmese army remained convinced that the enemy's artillery positions had not moved. The current situation only proves that their judgment was wrong. The accuracy of the Chun Kingdom's artillery strikes is much farther than they imagined. The Burmese army's own artillery has a precision bombardment range of only about 20 kilometers. While the range could be extended further, it would be difficult to guarantee a hit rate beyond that. The Major General grew increasingly alarmed. Could it be that the artillery of the Chun Kingdom was so much stronger than theirs? Is this really a warlord? A small warlord who was originally completely disregarded by Myanmar actually possesses such advanced weaponry and such skilled artillery techniques. Even if they say the other side is a regular army, they have to admit it now. Watching those colossal machines in the distance slowly adjust their cannons, the Major General finally chickened out. He ordered his soldiers to continue reconnaissance while simultaneously relaying the battlefield situation back to headquarters. Beside the rest, although he was a frontline commander, he had considered that a general in the field might not be able to disobey orders. However, he knew very well that if he acted on his own, he would probably be dealt with by the people planted in the army by his superiors before long. Soon, the Myanmar Command Center received the message from the front lines. Inside the headquarters, the president, the commander-in-chief, and all the high-ranking officials were stunned. It's one thing that the Air Force can't win, but now even the army is being overwhelmed? They couldn't understand why this suddenly rising warlord state in northern Myanmar would possess such a powerful weapon system. The United States had this kind of firepower configuration. It wouldn't be much different, right? Could the former president's speculation be true? Is the United States really secretly supporting Tsinghua? No, it can't even be called covert support anymore. With such powerful weaponry now out in the open, who dares say there's no problem? They even began to worry that Chun Kingdom might next bring out medium and short-range missiles and then launch one directly at the capital of Myanmar. Does the United States really intend to intervene so directly in the chaos of the Golden Triangle region? Didn't they only sell weapons here before? Why are they getting involved this time and directly participating in the war? The current Myanmar president, Bad, looked extremely grim. He suddenly realized that being put forward as interim president was not a good thing at all. If he fails to handle the situation in northern Myanmar properly, he will likely have to step down soon. This Chin Kingdom is a real hot potato. Even the former president didn't want to touch it. So why was he in such a hurry to take it over in the first place? But things have come to this point, and there is no turning back. Bard flew into a rage. Did someone leak our marching information? Investigate. How could the other side have deployed artillery on the border in advance, and so accurately cover our marching route? He vented his anger on the command center and intelligence departments. Are the intelligence departments incompetent? How could they not have a single piece of information about such a large-scale artillery mobilization? In his eyes, he, as president, would never make a mistake. The only ones who could make mistakes were his subordinates. He even suspected that his troops had long been infiltrated by the United States. Otherwise, how could the United States have known the Army's specific marching route in advance? It's unlikely that the enemy conducted on-site reconnaissance and then hastily moved heavy artillery in front of them to set up an ambush, right? Even the United States doesn't have that kind of speed. Faced with Bad's anger, the Burmese generals dared not speak out. They were dissatisfied, but none of them dared to show it. At this moment, the commander-in-chief stepped forward, blocking the president's view for everyone, and said with suppressed anger, "Your Majesty, please believe that the people here are loyal enough to Myanmar and would not do such a thing." He then suggested, why not summon the U.S. ambassador to the capital, find out the situation, and see what their conditions are? The Air Force and the Army are, strictly speaking, the commander-in-chief's most prized possessions. Now that they have suffered successive heavy blows, he is actually the one who is most distressed. But now, he has to endure criticism from an outsider, which makes him extremely dissatisfied. However, he understood that now was not the time to dwell on such matters. The most urgent task was to resolve the Army's current predicament and eliminate the obstacle that was the Chun Kingdom. President Bader rolled his eyes, walked up to the commander-in-chief, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Okay, everything will be done as you say. From now on, all 3 branches of the armed forces will be under your command. I hope I can hear good news soon." Chapter 77 Burmese Army Retreats. The mocking mode begins. Although the president was unfamiliar with military law, he was well aware of one thing. If the enemy's firepower was truly that strong, and given that the enemy had all the advantages of timing, location, and popular support, if the Burmese army continued to fight, defeat was almost inevitable. Therefore, he absolutely cannot allow himself to get too involved. Someone has to take the blame for this defeat. If it turns out later that the U.S. really is backing Chun, he can shift all the responsibility for starting the war onto the commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief, a cunning old fox himself, could easily see through the president's intentions. But rank matters, and even if he understood, he could only swallow his anger. As soon as the president left, he immediately reclaimed supreme command and directly ordered a full retreat. The order caused an uproar in the command center. Many generals couldn't understand why. After suffering such heavy losses, the Burmese army was being ordered to retaliate. Why retreat instead? But the commander-in-chief was more clear-headed than they were. He knew how terrifying the technological gap in weaponry was. Even if 400,000 troops were to actually storm into northern Myanmar, facing the powerful firepower system and 200,000 troops of the Chun Kingdom, even if they could win, it would certainly be a Pyrrhic victory, and in the end, probably very few would be left. The best course of action right now is to avoid a direct confrontation. Defense is always more advantageous than offense. Since Chun Kingdom aspires to independence, it won't be content to merely defend northern Myanmar in the future. Sooner or later, it will harbor greater ambitions. Once they voluntarily enter Myanmar's territory, their original air defense missile advantage will be weakened. At that time, the Myanmar Air Force will be able to play a role again, and those immobile long-range artillery pieces will also be put to use. In other words, all of Chun Kingdom's current advantages could disappear instantly if it shifts from defense to offense. In northern Myanmar, in Bangkam, Wa State, after several rounds of artillery fire, Lin Chin quickly discovered that the 400,000-strong Myanmar army had actually withdrawn. He was somewhat surprised. Were they really that cowardly? Just a moment ago, they were all ready to fight to the death, but now they've turned around and run? Let them retreat. It gives them time to develop further. Whether it's the Air Force or the Army, the Lin family's forces can now completely suppress Myanmar. In the short term, the enemy will likely find no effective countermeasures. Of course, Lin Chin wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. He immediately called over the TV cameramen and reporters, had them sit in front of the cameras in the council chamber, and officially began his mocking mode. Facing the camera, Lin Chin remained calm and spoke in a firm tone. Dear viewers, I am Lin Chin, the Supreme Commander of Chun Kingdom. Today, I have several announcements to make. From today onwards, the northern region of Myanmar is officially renamed Chun State and declares independence. No country is allowed to interfere in the affairs of Chun State. The second thing is that Chun Kingdom will enjoy a brief period of peace in the coming period. Today, Myanmar warplanes invaded and attacked us, as everyone has seen through the live broadcast. But they not only sent warplanes, but also sent an army of 400,000 to invade Chun Kingdom. However, they failed. Myanmar's invasion plan has been thwarted by Chun. We have one piece with our strength. Finally, Lin Chin's gaze turned serious, and he continued, Here I declare to everyone that Chun Kingdom is not a country to be bullied. We uphold the principle of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This speech was quickly broadcast live on television and spread around the world. Countless viewers watched it, some laughing it off, others utterly shocked. Could a newly independent nation like Chun really have repelled 400,000 Burmese troops? Of the Chun Kingdom among various countries has been refreshed once again. Upon learning the news, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom were even more convinced of the Chun Kingdom's strength and believed that establishing diplomatic relations with the Chun Kingdom was the right choice. This will not only stabilize the border environment, but also greatly benefit domestic border trade. Some even have a feeling that the landscape of Myanmar is about to change. Perhaps in a few years, the name Myanmar will be rewritten. Of course, some believe that the Chun Kingdom is merely a flash in the pan. Once its weaknesses are exposed, it will soon be devoured by the surrounding wolves. Various opinions abound, and ultimately, we'll have to see how reality unfolds. In the Burmese capital, President Bad was furious upon seeing these remarks. But he was helpless, for they had already tried. A direct assault would only result in a devastating artillery barrage from the Central Asian Empire. If the Burmese army suffered heavy losses due to his reckless advance, then his crime would be grave. Therefore, when pressed by international reporters, Bad unhesitatingly shifted the blame to the commander-in-chief. He publicly stated that he did indeed give the order to attack Chun State because Chun State occupied Myanmar territory and declared independence, which he, as president, could not tolerate. But then he changed his tone, attributing the two defeats entirely to the poor decisions of the commander-in-chief, the supreme commander of the armed forces, and expressed his condolences to the fallen soldiers, promising that the country would provide their families with generous compensation. It must be said that Bud was indeed a good actor and knew how to stir people's hearts. After his speech, he quickly won back the hearts of a large number of people. The common people began to respect and love President Bud, while venting all their anger on the commander-in-chief. Chapter 78, Recruiting Soldiers. A great war is imminent. However, the commander-in-chief could only swallow his anger, since the other party was the president. Besides, losing a war was not unusual. At worst, they could fight back next time. The Myanmar military is frantically building fortifications along the border. They remember Lin Chin's harsh words, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The meaning was clear. Once Chun Kingdom was ready, Lin Chin would lead a large army into Myanmar. In the eyes of the Myanmar army, this newly risen Chun Kingdom was far too arrogant, completely disregarding them. So what if they have a powerful air defense system and artillery? As long as Chun Kingdom dares to set foot on Myanmar's territory, they will show them the might of the Myanmar army. Just as the Burmese army was busy building its defensive lines, they did something that greatly excited Lin Chun. Having previously sent 400,000 troops into northern Myanmar and lost 20,000 to 30,000 soldiers, Myanmar naturally couldn't allow such a vacancy. In preparation for subsequent operations, Myanmar began a nationwide conscription with slogans resounding, "Defend our homeland and our country, and we will defend Myanmar's land to the death." At the conscription office in the southern part of the capital, driven by official propaganda, many people still eagerly signed up, even though they knew that joining the army might mean death. After identity checks, none of them had any problems, and they were all strong and healthy, easily passing the tests. The recruitment official was beaming from ear to ear. He completed the task assigned by the supreme leader so quickly. Wasn't promotion and wealth just around the corner? Soon enough, orders were issued from above, first praising his abilities and then encouraging him to continue his efforts to expand recruitment. While other recruitment points had been busy for several days and had only managed to recruit a few thousand men, the southern part of the city had already recruited 50,000. Even more astonishingly, the overall quality of the new recruits in the south of the city was higher than in other areas. Upon seeing the data, the commander-in-chief immediately dismissed the heads of the other departments. The disparity was so great that he couldn't think of any other explanation besides slacking off. The more than 70,000 newly recruited soldiers were quickly divided into two groups. Those with average physical fitness were sent directly to the front lines after 3 days of simple training, where artillery fire would force them to grow stronger. The other group consisted of carefully selected promising young soldiers who, even before formal training, already possessed the qualities of elite troops. The Burmese military naturally prioritized their development, keeping them in cities near the capital to establish defensive lines and ensure their protection. Meanwhile, Lin Chun, far away in Pang Seng, northern Myanmar, was filled with excitement. Myanmar's conscription at this time gave him the perfect opportunity, and this battle would minimize his casualties. It turned out that after learning the news, Lin Chun immediately summoned tens of thousands of mid-level assassins in Myanmar and specially arranged them together to make it easier for them to work together as a cohesive force within the army. As long as their identities and backgrounds remain undetected, the Burmese military will not suspect anything. After all, it's not uncommon for someone to live a normal life for decades and suddenly be discovered to be a traitor to another country, but it's impossible for this to happen in large numbers. Who would plant spies by stuffing in tens of thousands of people? Wouldn't that be as if they were afraid the truth wouldn't be discovered? After several days of governance, the situation in Chun Kingdom was basically stable. Lin Chun also took the opportunity to crack down on many local and scrupulous capitalists. After all, these people had a lot of money and liked to exploit workers, so dealing with them could also bring in some income. Time flies, and 10 days have passed since Myanmar attacked Chun State in northern Myanmar. In these 10 days, Lin Chun's military strength has surged once again. He stood by the window, his eyes gleaming. It's about time, it's almost time. It's time to close the net in Myanmar. Only by taking over more territory can he develop faster. Now that the entire northern Myanmar has fallen under Chun Kingdom's control, the daily contribution points are still insufficient to cover the costs, and the country is basically supported by the embezzled fund for various forces. With insufficient fiscal revenue, he cannot possibly use all fiscal revenue to fill this gap. Lin Chun gave a deep order. "Men, begin the operation." The words were spoken, and the mountains trembled. Countless elite soldiers boarded troop transports and quietly headed for the northern border of Myanmar. All of this was carried out in secrecy, with no obvious traces of the transport of major army weapons. Myanmar quickly received news that Chun State had entered a state of war preparedness and begun transporting troops to the border area between northern Myanmar and Myanmar. The president immediately ordered the entire country to enter a state of war preparedness, with all troops ready for combat. This time, he will personally take command of the entire operation. As for the commander-in-chief, due to his previous command failure, he has been demoted to the Army Field Commander and must personally lead the operations on the front lines. Myanmar's reconnaissance aircraft only fly within its own territory and always remain within the coverage of its missile defense system to avoid attacks from Myanmar's warplanes and air defense missiles. Based on the Chun Kingdom's marching speed, they would not be able to cross the border into Myanmar until noon the next day at the earliest. Therefore, the president ordered the troops to rest normally and be fully prepared for the major battle at noon. However, the former commander-in-chief, who is now the on-site commander, doesn't think so. He judges that Lin Shun will definitely not advance at the normal pace. It's just a decoy to mislead others. If it were him, he would definitely send a lightly armed force for a rapid raid, catching them off guard in the early hours of the morning. Because that's when people are most tired and exhausted, and their defenses are at their weakest. The man who could conquer the entire northern Myanmar would not be a reckless brute who would charge headlong in a battle, and he certainly wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity. So the former commander-in-chief ordered the entire army to immediately go to sleep on the spot, taking advantage of the safest time to rest and recuperate as the enemy had just set out. Chapter 79 Surprise Attack on Myanmar Border Defense Positions. Artillery Barrage. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the front line was silent. All the soldiers were resting in the trenches. Following the commander-in-chief's orders, they had been sleeping since 3 in the afternoon and could sleep until midnight. In their view, unless the Burmese troops could fly, there was absolutely no way they could have reached the border at this time. Unfortunately, they didn't realize that they were facing a force that was not conventional. Lin Shun had been preparing for this attack for a full 10 days. He had repeatedly wiped out criminal forces throughout northern Myanmar, and even those wicked capitalists could not escape his methods. Now, the time has finally come. The soldiers, who have slept for several hours, are in a state between sleep and wakefulness. Their reactions are slowest, and they can't even distinguish between reality and dreams. Outside the border, on a hillside 80 kilometers from the position, rows of rocket launchers and howitzers appeared out of nowhere. Mid-level and high-level suicide soldiers stood behind the guns, responsible for operating these heavy artillery pieces. Lin Shun also came to the scene in person. He preferred watching the battlefield ignite with his own eyes rather than watching it through video. At his command, rocket launchers and howitzers opened fire simultaneously. Fiery explosions suddenly lit up the night sky, and shells trailing thick smoke roared out of the dark barrels. Shells rained down on the night, heading towards the enemy positions marked 80 kilometers away. This distance made precise targeting impossible, but the enemy positions were large enough that every shell landing would inevitably result in casualties. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, enemy artillery positions, frontline trenches, and ammunition depots exploded one after another. In particular, the ammunition depots and artillery positions were hit by shells, immediately triggering a chain reaction of explosions. A large number of old shells were ignited simultaneously, exploding into blinding flashes in the darkness. Before long, the explosions continued in unison, and towering flames illuminated almost the entire border garrison area. During this period, Lin Shun produced a large number of artillery shells, and his inventory was plentiful. Before the actual confrontation, he wanted to give the other side a good beating first. At the same time, fighter jets and destroyers were deployed. Under the cover of artillery fire, 100,000 elite soldiers, along with hundreds of steel behemoths, suddenly burst out of the jungle outside the position. The darkness provided the best cover as the steel torrent surged towards and crushed the enemy's positions. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Shortly after the area was bombarded by artillery fire, alarms blared on the border defense positions. Countless frontline soldiers were awakened from their sleep. In fact, most had already been jolted awake by the explosions. But waking up was useless. The enemy was still far out of their sight, and they could only cower behind cover, watching helplessly as shells continued to rain down on their position. Weapons, trenches, bunkers, and soldiers who couldn't take cover were all torn to shreds in the explosion. The artillery units were hit immediately and were completely unable to mount a counterattack. Everything happened too fast. Before many people could react, the battlefield had already turned into a sea of fire. What they found even more unacceptable was that the enemy's speed far exceeded their expectations. They had originally thought that Lin Shun's men wouldn't arrive until late at night at the earliest. Who would have thought that the enemy would be right in front of them in just a few hours? In their view, this was utterly despicable. They never engaged in direct combat, only resorting to sneak attacks. Upon learning of the attack on the border positions, the commander-in-chief was also taken aback. He hadn't expected the enemy to act so quickly. The reconnaissance reports indicated that the enemy troops were still on their way. Did the other side only send one artillery unit? The commander-in-chief immediately ordered, organize a counterattack from the border positions. The enemy likely only has artillery units. Leave them behind and destroy them. He absolutely could not stand by and watch those artillerymen fire and then run away. The division commander, the highest-ranking officer in charge of the border defense position, was so enraged by the flames rising from the positions that he almost lost his mind. He immediately ordered a regiment to sneak up and destroy the enemy artillery. A last shred of composure prevented him from sending out more men. The more men deployed, the easier it would be to expose their position. In his view, one regiment was enough to take down the artillery unit. On the position, shells continued to rain down. Soldiers huddled in trenches and bunkers, waiting for the signal to counterattack. No one knew when the bombing would end. The group that charged out of the position ran into the approaching army of suicide soldiers and the steel torrent within minutes. Gunfire erupted instantly. Rifles and light and heavy machine guns roared simultaneously, bullets raining down like they were free. Then came the booming of cannons, and a fierce battle broke out the moment the two sides made contact. However, the regiment was ultimately too small in number, and its weapons were far inferior to those of the enemy. In just one exchange, the battle completely turned in favor of the Suicide Squad. Under the crushing force of the steel torrent, the group quickly collapsed and retreated. But the elite Suicide Squad would not let any enemy escape, and immediately flanked them from both sides. The scorching gun barrels roared incessantly, and the concentrated fire completely blocked their retreat. Before long, the entire regiment was wiped out. The location was only a few miles from the position, and the sound of gunfire quickly attracted the attention of the soldiers on the position. The news was also quickly relayed to the division commander. What? A battle has broken out in one direction, and we've lost contact with them. The division commander's expression changed instantly. He finally realized that it wasn't just artillery that had arrived. Quick! Fire flares northwards! The lighting and surveillance facilities along the road to the north had all stopped working, so it was obvious who had done it. At first, they thought the other side was preparing for a follow-up attack, but they didn't expect them to launch an attack directly after the sabotage. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers immediately launched flares into the northern sky. Several flares ascended and exploded, their pale light scattering across the earth. The next second, on the distant horizon, a scene that horrified the soldiers on the position appeared before everyone's eyes. Chapter 80. Combined Infantry and Tank Attack. The terrifying strength of the Lin family army. Suddenly, massive, mountain-like steel behemoths appeared in the Burmese army's line of sight. They were rapidly approaching the position, their speed increasing, their heavy tracks grinding against the ground like a horde of monsters emerging from the darkness. Surrounding these tanks were countless soldiers from the Chun Kingdom. They were dressed in uniform, carrying weapons, with light and heavy machine guns on their shoulders and countless AK-47s, and they surged towards the position like a tide. This is an enemy attack. After recognizing their opponent, the Burmese soldiers realized that the Chun troops had already touched their faces. They were completely unaware until the commander noticed the anomaly and fired a flare, at which point they could see what was happening before them. Many soldiers looked ashamed. If it weren't for that flare, they probably wouldn't have known what had happened when the enemy stormed into their position. What terrified them even more were those steel behemoths. In the past, they had only heard how terrifying the new tanks of Chun Kingdom were, but it wasn't until they saw them with their own eyes that they realized how strong the sense of oppression was. Now that they had been exposed, the army of assassins no longer needed to hide. The tank battalion's guns quickly turned towards the Burmese army's positions, and the next second, deafening artillery fire erupted one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Da-da-da. Gunshots and cannon fire mingled together instantly, and screams, wails, and cries for help echoed through the night. In the darkness, the flames stretched out in a dazzling display, but inside they were nothing but blood and fire. Blood stained the land, and many Burmese soldiers were torn apart on the battlefield by bullets and shells before they even had a chance to resist. Every bullet that whistles takes a life. With the violent explosion, the entire border position was completely turned into a battlefield. At the same time, all of Chun Kingdom's fighter jets and destroyers were deployed. More than 20 Hawk fighter jets, along with nearly 100 fighter jets, roared across the night sky, covering half the sky like a flock of eagles. They were extremely fast, reaching the top of the Burmese army's positions in the blink of an eye. This time, their target was clear, the heavy weapons positions that the Myanmar army could still organize. Heavy machine guns, turrets, mortars, none of them were spared. Fighter jets swooped down from high altitudes and strafed the enemy troops hiding behind bunkers and in trenches, instantly turning them into live targets. The shells landed precisely. Explosions rang out one after another, and the border defense positions were engulfed in flames. Such a large number of fighter jets immediately attracted the attention of the Myanmar Army Division commander. His expression changed drastically, and he roared, "This is bad. They're Chun Kingdom fighter jets. How can there be so many? Report this immediately. Contact the air defense forces, lock onto them immediately, and shoot them down." But as he watched his own soldiers being crushed and slaughtered on the battlefield, the division commander's expression grew increasingly grim. He never expected that the other side would have so many fighter jets. How can we fight like this? If the air threat isn't addressed, their ground forces will be no different from sitting ducks. The enemy could wipe them out with just a few shells. He cursed inwardly, thinking this was utterly unethical. He had initially thought that the Burmese government's recent deployment of tens of thousands of new soldiers to the border indicated its emphasis on this defense zone. In retrospect, they were simply used as cannon fodder. There are currently 70,000 troops on the border, 30,000 of whom are newly transferred recruits. On this kind of battlefield, its combat effectiveness is almost negligible. Apart from consuming a few more enemy shells, it doesn't play a significant role at all. Seeing that the Chunwa troops had already stormed into the border defense positions under the cover of artillery fire, the Burmese division commander knew in his heart that this battle had been lost. The fighting here is too fierce. Sending more reinforcements will be pointless. The higher-ups won't send anyone to their deaths. They might even hope the enemy forces advance faster. Only by luring the enemy deep into their territory can Chun State be deprived of its own air defense system, while simultaneously allowing Myanmar's air defense system to function effectively. Then we'll organize a large army to encircle them and trap them like turtles in a jar. As soon as the suicide soldiers charged into the position, their superior firepower immediately became apparent. Leading the way were not only suicide soldiers carrying AK-47s, but also warriors with rocket launchers on their shoulders. When encountering enemies hiding behind cover, either use grenades or launch them directly with a rocket launcher. Meanwhile, tanks and infantry advanced in coordination, crushing everything in their path. The Lin family army will not tie its own hands. The advantages of its tank equipment must be fully utilized. Without heavy firepower support, the Myanmar border soldiers were fighting the Lin family army with nothing but sticks. No amount of fortification could stop their advance. At that moment, a guard with a face covered in gunpowder smoke rushed in and said anxiously, "Commander, the enemy's firepower is too strong. Should we retreat? If they don't leave now, they might not even have a chance to retreat in a few minutes." The division commander gritted his teeth and said, "No, retreating now would be desertion. I need to ask for permission first." He immediately picked up the receiver on the table and contacted the commander-in-chief. The other party was the commander-in-chief of the Border Defense Army and was also the commander-in-chief of the 3 armed forces before. His words were almost equivalent to imperial edicts to these officers and soldiers. As soon as the call connected, the division commander hurriedly said, "Commander, we can't hold on much longer. The Chun Kingdom has sent hundreds of fighter jets, hundreds of terrifying tanks, and countless soldiers who have already stormed our positions. All our heavy weapon positions have been destroyed. There's simply no way we can mount a counterattack." In order to buy time for retreat, the division commander deliberately exaggerated the severity of the situation. Only in this way can we get the higher-ups to really take it seriously. Sure enough, the commander-in-chief was so shocked after hearing this that he couldn't speak for a long time. He never imagined that the Lin family army of Chun Kingdom would be so powerful. This force is now fully capable of confronting Myanmar head-on. Chapter 81, Capturing Border Positions in Myanmar. Is Myanmar going to use short-range ground-to-surface missiles? Find an opportunity to evacuate quickly and lure them into Myanmar and into our encirclement. The commander-in-chief made a decision immediately. By this time, the morale of the border troops had already plummeted, and the enemy had seized the initiative. At this point, continuing to fight head-on is tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Although defeat would bring him condemnation, the lives of his soldiers were far more important. Yes, the commander got the answer he wanted and quickly nodded in agreement. After hanging up the phone, they immediately organized an evacuation. On the other side, the commander-in-chief immediately relayed the news back to the General Command Center after receiving it. He has now been reassigned by the Myanmar president to the position of commander-in-chief of the Border Army. They are already far from the highest command center of the three armed forces. Therefore, apart from border defense matters, he could only report on many things and was unable to make specific decisions. Upon receiving the news from the front lines, President Bader's smile froze instantly, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. This Lin family army doesn't play by the rules at all. Moreover, the weapons they possess are comparable to those of the Burmese army. Bang! Bard punched the command platform in front of him. A sudden pain shot through him, and Bard's expression changed. But he couldn't show it at this time. Otherwise, where would he put his old face? All right, we'll do as you say. However, your border positions fell too quickly, so you will bear the responsibility for the defeat. Since the border can no longer be defended, let's proceed according to the commander-in-chief's plan. However, he never expected that the border defenses would fall so quickly. It was like a group of ants trying to stop an elephant from going down the road. Upon hearing the president's words, the commander-in-chief's expression changed again, but he could only respond. After hanging up the phone, the gloom on his face deepened. The president simply didn't take him seriously at all. It's worth noting that the previous president had always held him in high esteem. If you push him too far, he's capable of anything. On the border front, hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers, under the cover of artillery fire from hundreds of steel behemoths, advanced at an extremely rapid pace, harvesting wheat as they went. Without heavy weapons, the Burmese soldiers could not cause them much harm at all. Those soldiers who were taken away by the Burmese army on the front lines were simply unlucky. The gunfire stopped in just 5 hours. The entire border defense position was flattened. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The Burmese Army Division commander immediately backed down, leaving only a few thousand men to flee. Lin Shan wasn't particularly concerned about this. What they needed to do now was to proceed steadily and clear the way forward. Why not use their advantage? Are they going to just drive straight in and give the enemy the chance to surround them? Therefore, he did not send anyone to pursue those fleeing soldiers, but instead set his sights on flattening the entire country of Myanmar. He set up camp on the spot and occupied the Myanmar Army's border defense camp. They used this place as a temporary command post for their subsequent offensive across the rest of Myanmar. Now, all he has to do is wait for the army to arrive, and by then, he will have 500,000 mid-level elite soldiers. With weapons and artillery added, taking over Myanmar would be a piece of cake. Just as Lin Shan was setting up camp to rest, on the other side, the troops sent by the commander-in-chief to pick up the division commander encountered the fleeing border guards. Once the two armies were mixed together, the support troops immediately inquired about the situation of the pursuing troops. The answer we got was that there were no pursuers at all. This completely baffled them. They had finally managed to set up an ambush, but the other side didn't fall for it at all and instead steadily set up camp on the spot. There's nothing we can do. We had no choice but to go back first. Then the two armies merged, and the soldiers withdrew to the Border Defense Command Camp. To prevent the Lin family army from invading, Bot was able to send 300,000 elite Burmese soldiers to the commander-in-chief. This is also the source of the commander-in-chief's confidence in surrounding the enemy's 200,000-strong army. How about we send our artillery to attack their camp as well? Inside the Border Defense Command Center, a staff officer offered a suggestion. Go attack them. What is the range of our artillery shells, and what is the range of theirs? These damned Lin family army don't think we can't deal with you. Damn it, you want to play range, huh? I don't believe you can outmaneuver our missiles. The commander-in-chief, his eyes bloodshot, gritted his teeth and slammed his fist heavily on the table. He knew that if he couldn't eliminate the Lin family army, the blame for the defeat would definitely fall on him. He would then be plunged into an abyss of no return. There's absolutely no way you'll make him admit defeat. General, do you mean we should use missiles? That's our ultimate weapon. If we use missiles, we can definitely drive these Lin family troops back to their country. Upon hearing that the commander-in-chief intended to use missiles, one of the generals was overjoyed, his previous dejection vanishing. That's right. I'll report this to my superiors immediately. Soon, President Bader gave the order. If they cannot defeat the Lin family army, their Myanmar will be conquered by them sooner or later. He can't accept being forced to step down as the president of Myanmar before he has even settled into his post. After receiving permission, the commander-in-chief immediately issued an order to attack the missile base located on the outskirts of the capital of Myanmar. As for the location of the attack, it was the area around their border defense positions. Inside the missile base, after receiving instructions, they immediately entered the coordinates of their border defense positions into the missile's computer system and then pressed the launch button. Several short-range surface-to-surface missiles, spewing flames, flew toward the distant northern border positions. Myanmar can see several missiles with long white plumes streaking across the sky as they look up, heading straight north. They've even started using missiles. It seems the war has entered a heated phase. Border Defense Operations Command. As the missile streaked across the sky on the screen in front of him, a cold smile appeared on the commander-in-chief's lips. Just a few missiles are enough to completely destroy the entire border defense position. By then, the entire Lin family army stationed at the border defense positions will be annihilated. That was the absolute main force of the Lin family army. If it were destroyed, the entire Lin family army would probably cease to exist. When that time comes, the Burmese army will launch a direct counterattack, invade northern Myanmar, and take down the remaining Lin family army with ease. At that time, the entire country of Myanmar will be completely unified. He will also become a meritorious figure who will be remembered for generations in the history of Myanmar. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after the missiles departed from the capital of Myanmar, the air defense missile system located in northern Myanmar began to sound alarms. Drip, drip, drip. Chapter 82 intercepting Myanmar's missile. What's going on with the missiles? Almost all of Chin's air defense missile systems detected the short-range ground-to-ground missiles launched from Myanmar's capital immediately. Moreover, they were moving very fast. Based on their directional estimation, their target should be the location of the Lin family army. Almost in the blink of an eye, Lin Chun received the message from the assassin. The Burmese army launched a missile? Looks like they're really going all out this time. Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly. The faster the opponent revealed their trump cards, the more it meant they had no other options. Myanmar is already a sacred land, just waiting for me to explore it. Lin Chun immediately issued the order to intercept. Intercept these missiles as quickly as possible. The next moment, the air defense missile system located within Chun Kingdom's territory activated its automatic locking program, targeting the missiles launched from the capital of Myanmar. Once the lock is engaged, immediately press the launch button. Several missile systems launched a missile to intercept it. Almost all of Myanmar's top officials were focused on the missiles their country had launched. They couldn't wait to see the Lin family army suffer a crushing defeat under the bombardment of missiles. During this period, they were really suffering at the hands of the other side and were almost constantly on the verge of defeat. There was absolutely no way to help it. This time, they will absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. Because, under the missile, all beings are equal. They didn't believe the other side had a way to intercept their missiles. However, things didn't go as planned. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The interceptor missiles launched by Chin's air defense missile system broke through the smoke at extremely high speed and flew towards the direction from which the Myanmar missiles came. The massive missile trailed a long white plume. After a period of adaptation, the plume at the rear of the missile began to increase its power, directly boosting its speed. Both missiles were flying at high speed. However, a comparison revealed that the speed of the interceptor missile from Chun State was 3 times that of the missiles from Myanmar. The interceptor missiles quickly entered Myanmar territory. The missiles on both sides were getting faster and faster, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Just then, Myanmar's air defense system also detected the missiles that had entered Myanmar's territory, and their alarms continued to sound. Missile, missile. They also have long-range interceptor missiles. A gas rang out, but it was too late. Boom! With a loud bang, an interceptor missile and a Myanmar missile collided, creating a violent explosion and flash in midair. A violent explosion was heard, and smoke billowed up, obscuring the epicenter of the blast. 2 missiles. One had not yet successfully completed its mission, while the other had successfully completed its mission. Boom, boom, boom. Following closely behind were several other missiles colliding with each other. An explosion rang out, and several other missiles also collided violently in midair and exploded. The Myanmar Command Center was stunned to see their own missile explode halfway through its flight. What's going on? Could it be that the missile has been in use for too long and is malfunctioning? Everything happened too fast. Before he even knew what had happened, his own missiles exploded. What's going on? Go quickly and see if something's wrong. The president was somewhat stunned and instructed the generals around him to quickly check the situation. The commander-in-chief at the Border Command Center was also dumbfounded. He knew that the missile would definitely not have any problems. The missile center would conduct regular inspections every day, and if there were any issues, they would know before the missile was launched. It is absolutely impossible for a missile to explode en route. An unpleasant premonition rose in his heart. There's only one possibility for an explosion midway through the journey. But that's impossible, isn't it? The Chun Kingdom, a power that just declared independence a month ago, actually possesses missile interception weapons. Is this even reasonable? It feels very reasonable, yet it is also very unreasonable. That's absolutely not the case. However, reality soon proved him right. Reporting to the commander, the Air Defense Department reports that they detected several missiles entering our territory from northern Myanmar a few minutes ago. They should be interceptor missiles. When the news came, the result was completely unexpected. Who would have thought that this tiny country of Myanmar possesses such formidable strength? Is this some kind of outrageous nonsense? Provoke a small country that has just declared independence from warlords? They can even intercept missiles, and with their weaponry, what makes them think they can fight the other side? When President Bader in the command center learned of this news, he was completely dumbfounded. Were their missiles intercepted and destroyed by the enemy? This is impossible. How could they possibly possess such powerful weapons? Keep in mind that their capital is nearly 1,000 kilometers from a border, if calculated based on the location of the missile explosion. At the very least, the enemy detected their missiles the instant they were launched, and the missile speed was several times that of normal. That's highly unlikely. How could such a small country as Chun possess such a powerful air defense missile system? Could it be that the other party really was sent by the United States? Although the Dragon Kingdom and the Chun Kingdom seem to have the intention of friendly exchanges, they both know that the Dragon Kingdom would never do such a thing. Only the United States would do something like this. They may have felt that selling arms in the Golden Triangle region was no longer enough to meet their needs. They then began to actively support the forces that took action and started seizing territory in this area. Otherwise, there's really no way to explain how they possessed such powerful weapons. While it cannot be ruled out that a major power like China might have secretly developed these high-tech weapons. Convincing to say that these weapons come from the technologically advanced United States. Damn it, if you push us too far, the hypocritical United States will expose your ugly face to the world. Those intelligence agencies are utterly useless. After all this time, they still haven't found such important information. If they've been relying on guesswork the whole time, what's the point of keeping them around? Is the Lin family army really that hard to infiltrate? Even a cook who sneaks in here should be able to get some information. But now is not the time to think about these things. The most important thing now is to figure out how to stop the other side from continuing their attacks on Myanmar. Myanmar and Chun, the outcome was unsurprisingly that they were the ones who were defeated. Is he the only one who can step forward? What do you do by stepping forward? Of course, we should stand up and announce to the outside world that we recognize the independence of the Chun Kingdom. In this world, might makes right. If we don't back down, the entire country of Myanmar may turn into a sea of blood. Chapter 83, Seeking Peace? Don't even think about it. The moment the thought of an eye for an eye arose in the mind of Burmese President Bad, he felt as if he had been struck by 1,000 blows to the chest. Unexpectedly, in the end, we have to bow down to someone who occupies our land. No, this can be done, but he can't be the one to do it. Otherwise, wouldn't he be cursed to death by the people of Myanmar? Find a Minister of Foreign Affairs to handle this matter, and then shift the blame to him. That's right, do it this way. This battle cannot be fought. Their equipment, both on land and in the air, was completely inferior to that of the Chun Kingdom. Its only advantage is probably its population size. However, this is the era of modern warfare, and quantity is no longer the key to deciding things. Summation is necessary. He immediately ordered that the matter of seeking peace be left to the foreign minister to discuss. On the other side, border positions in Myanmar. Lin Shan was sitting in the council room. He didn't pay much attention when he issued the order to intercept. About 5 minutes later, I received a message that the interception was successful. Lin Shan smiled easily. He had already anticipated this outcome. He left the parliament room and returned to his own tent to rest for a while. At his request, the army marched at full speed and would arrive by tomorrow morning. After a period of rest, Lin Shan will prepare to launch a general offensive against Myanmar. Unlike Shan State and other places mentioned earlier, Myanmar's land area is much larger. The 4 special regions he previously captured were all in northern Myanmar. It only accounts for 1/8 of Myanmar's land area. It would take at least a week to completely overcome this challenge. So, there's no rush. Just as Lin Shan lay down to rest, a high-ranking assassin entered from outside. Leader, a telegram has been sent from the Burmese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, urging us to make peace. This time, they're probably scared of us. An excited smile appeared on the face of the high-ranking assassin. Although they were summoned by Lin Shan, they all possess their own emotions. They also have the normal human emotions and desires. The Burmese military's pleas for peace signify that they have completely surrendered. They knew there was no way to stop Lin Shan. Lin Shan raised an eyebrow, a contemptuous smile appearing on his lips. They're being too naive. Do they really think I'm just doing this to get revenge on them? Reply, we agree. However, since the 2 countries are seeking peace, I'll take a few people to visit his territory. They shouldn't have any objections, right? All right, leader, I'll go reply to them right away. The high-ranking assassin also wore an excited smile. Myanmar Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Inside the minister's office. The minister, upon receiving Lin Jejun's reply, was furious. Damn it. They actually made fun of them. They're completely inhuman. After his hysterical outburst, the minister calmed down, picked up the phone on the table, and called the president. President Bader, the Lin family army has rejected our peace offer. He also said we were trash and didn't deserve to make peace with them. He said he could crush President Bader to death with just a flick of his little finger. The foreign minister, adding fuel to the fire, gave a lengthy and exaggerated account, which completely ignited Bader's anger. Completely abandoned the pursuit of peace. Damn it, let's just go all out and fight. He didn't want things to end in a lose-lose situation, allowing others to take advantage of the situation. Now that the Chun Kingdom isn't giving us any face, let's just settle this with a fight. He immediately held a press conference and declared to the public that he would fight Chun Kingdom to the death. This immediately garnered support from countless patriotic youths within Myanmar, and recruitment offices were soon overflowing with people. Upon hearing this, Bader was very happy. Their advantage is their numbers. They must leverage that advantage and put up a good fight. No matter how many weapons and shells they have, they'll eventually run out. He didn't believe that, just as the other side had the support of the United States would be willing to spend a fortune to take them down in exchange for a Myanmar riddled with problems. He didn't believe the other party would do a deal that would lose money. Besides Bard being happy about this situation, Lin Shan, who was thousands of miles away, was also very happy. Recruit more soldiers. The more soldiers he recruits, the easier his subsequent attacks will be. The next day, all 400,000 troops arrived at the border area and joined forces with Lin Shan's vanguard. A full 500,000 troops. If we include those conscripted soldiers from Myanmar, the number would probably be close to 600,000. Dealing with Myanmar, whose entire military force is reduced to only 40 men, is a piece of cake. We need to start the push quickly in order to summon these new mid-level assassins. Lin Shan's contribution points are almost depleted. After accounting for today's consumption of the weapons production line, only about 200,000 contribution points remain. Who had experienced millions of contribution points? Except this. After the army assembled, Lin Shan thought things through again. They chose to divide their forces into 2 routes, each with 250,000 troops, and began their attack on Burmese territory. After capturing a city, they would leave behind a group of loyal soldiers to garrison and hold the city. He wants to conquer all of Myanmar's land and turn into Chen's land. However, before that, Lin Shan planned to repay the man tenfold in kind. Although the missile was intercepted, the fact that the other side launched the missile is not something that can be easily forgotten. We must teach them a lesson. His anti-aircraft missiles also possess ground attack capabilities. If it were just a few shots, perhaps Myanmar could intercept them. If hundreds of air defense missile systems were to launch simultaneously, how would Myanmar respond? When launching a missile, one should know that one will have to pay the price for the consequences of that action. Launch a targeted attack on all air defense missile system bases, including air defense missile bases, military bases, barracks, and air force bases in Myanmar. Send all the fighter jets out. I want to completely destroy the Myanmar Air Force Base. A back-and-forth exchange is what a battle should be about. After giving the order, Lin Chen's face remained expressionless, as if this was nothing more than a trivial matter. Once the enemy's air force and missile bases are completely destroyed, they will lose all chance of counterattack. They would become lambs to the slaughter on Lin Chen's chopping board. Therefore, there is no time to lose. As soon as Lin Chen issued the order, hundreds of fighter jets took off simultaneously from the Air Force Base in Chin Country, heading straight for the Air Force Base in Myanmar. At the same time, all air defense missile system bases began to lock onto their respective targets and cooperate in their respective tasks. As the launch button was pressed, hundreds of missiles, trailing long plumes of flame, hurtled toward Myanmar. Chapter 84, 100 missiles fired simultaneously. The shocking news from the Myanmar government spread throughout the country. People of Myanmar, I am Lin Chen of the Kingdom of Chun, and I am here to fight them to the bitter end. After a passionate speech, Myanmar entered a tense atmosphere of full-scale military action. Hundreds of fighter jets were the first to enter Myanmar's border, heading straight for Myanmar's Air Force Base. Because of its special anti-detection system, the Myanmar military was unable to detect the presence of the fighter jets. Following closely behind, hundreds of missiles entered Myanmar's territory, and Myanmar immediately sounded their alarms. Hundreds of missiles appeared on their radar detection system. Terrified all the air defense personnel. Their air defense missile system can only intercept a maximum of 32 missiles. This means that there are at least 60 of them that they have no way to deal with. This Chin Kingdom is simply outrageous. They actually possess such a terrifying number of missiles, several times stronger than Myanmar. No wonder their missiles were easily intercepted by the enemy within their territory. Myanmar, were completely crushed. We must report this immediately so that a decision can be made from above. The capital of Myanmar. President Bader looked at the message that had just been sent to him, his mood extremely gloomy. How dare Lin Chen? What gave him the right? Bard roared in anger. Where did this newly independent Chin Kingdom get so many missiles? It's outrageous. Damn. A profound sense of powerlessness washed over him, and President Bader immediately ordered his men to intercept missiles heading toward the capital. At the very least, one shouldn't lose face too badly. Wiped out their people. They've really become a laughingstock in Myanmar. Soon, the Air Defense Department that received the instruction. The primary targets for interception were missiles heading towards the capital and their air defense bases. If they were also bombed, then the enemy's missiles would have no way to intercept them. Then they really are going to become lambs to the slaughter. Target identified. Commence interception. Activate air defense system. Lock all gun barrels to the target. Aim at the missile trajectory and fire. In an instant, the entire air defense base was bustling with activity. 32 interceptor missiles were launched. The Chun Kingdom collided precisely. After all, Lin Chen's air defense missile system was not primarily offensive, as it did not evade the enemy's interception. Boom, boom, boom. With the Chun Kingdom's missiles in midair, exploding and sending flames soaring into the sky, like a dazzling firework. However, due to their numerical advantage, their missile systems still accomplished most of their mission. Apart from the 32 missiles that were intercepted, the remaining 70 or so missiles were all fired at high speed toward their intended targets. Damn it! How the hell do these guys have so many missile systems? Bard roared, his face ashen. These missiles, amidst his roar, landed in military camps, air force bases, munitions depots, and other areas. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosion seemed to shake the entire country of Myanmar. Numerous missiles exploded violently across Myanmar, waking countless people who rushed out of their rooms to observe the situation. Holy crap, could it be an earthquake? Look, someone is live streaming tonight. There are flames shooting into the sky inside our military camp. It looks like a huge explosion has occurred. What? Could it be the Chun Kingdom that's coming to attack us? This is terrifying. I think we should run away. Otherwise, the war will inevitably reach us sooner or later. Many people are fearful of this war, complaining that Lin Chun shouldn't have started it and disturbed their years of peace. That wasn't enough. Quite a few people also stood up to speak for Lin Chun. Actually, if you think about it carefully, Chin State might be much better than our Burmese government. Although they have occupied our northern Myanmar region, that area is shrouded in smog and has long been a chaotic place. Look at northern Myanmar now. Under the management of Chun Kingdom, it is gradually developing from a desolate place into a paradise in the countryside. I'm afraid it won't be long before it becomes more prosperous than our capital. Just imagine how wonderful it would be if our entire country of Myanmar were like this. Online, residents formed two opposing sides and argued fiercely. Most of those who oppose Lin Chun do so out of fear. They don't realize the immense impact they will suffer if Lin Chun leads a large army to attack the entire country of Myanmar. For a time, everyone was filled with panic. Military camps, Air Force bases, arms depots, and so on. Loud explosions followed one after another, and the place was filled with smoke and devastation in an instant. These places were instantly turned into a sea of fire. Thick smoke billowed, houses collapsed, and cries of agony filled the air. In just a few seconds, thousands of soldiers fell dead in pools of blood, their bodies never to be found. With almost a single salvo of missiles, Myanmar lost nearly 10% of its combat capability. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. You bastard. You scoundrel. In response, the Myanmar president could do little more than vent his impotent rage. Is it really impossible for Myanmar to compete with Chun, a newly established small country? Your Excellency, this missile bombing has reduced our total military strength by about 10%, the staff officer reported, presenting the rough figures compiled in urgent order. They suffered heavy losses after a round of missile bombardment. What? 1/10. Damn it, those damned Lin family soldiers. He cursed a few more times, feeling that the Chun Kingdom was really disrespectful and didn't take them seriously at all. This time, outrageously, they launched over 100 missiles to bombard them. Fortunately, the missiles' power was not that terrifying. If these missiles are all of wide-area destructive power, then Myanmar's weapons and military would probably be completely paralyzed. Let's fight them. Let's fight them. Bud suddenly made a crazy decision. This time, he truly had no way out. The only option is to fight them head-on. Directly deployed all of Myanmar's troops to fight a decisive battle with the enemy. If we take responsibility, waiting for the enemy to attack will be a slow death. They were gradually devoured by the other party. This is not the scene he wanted to see. He immediately ordered the commander-in-chief to mobilize all the soldiers in the entire country of Myanmar to fight a decisive battle against the Lin family army of Chun Kingdom. Even if you lose, you should still take a big bite out of your opponent. At this point, they had lost the arrogance they had shown at the beginning when they looked down on the Lin family army. It can be said that the enemy, relying on its weapons, has completely defeated them. Now all that can be done is to see how the large-scale battle unfolds. Even if the enemy has better equipment, their soldiers are still made of flesh and blood. It's not impossible for the weak to defeat the strong. Chapter 85 Attack on the Air Force Base. Short of money, after issuing the orders, President Bud left the command center and returned to his villa. Out of sight, out of mind. He had no way to resolve this matter. If all else fails, he'll just run away with his money. If you lose your home and country, then just move on to another country. With money, what is there to fear about not getting what he wants? As soon as he entered, several beautiful and curvaceous girls dressed in maid outfits came forward to greet Bard as he returned home. After enjoying the attentive service of several maids, including being fed, bathed, and dressed, he immediately chose two maids with long legs to serve him in bed that night. As soon as I got back to the room, the two girls were lying on the bed, shivering. Seeing their pitiful expressions, Bard felt a surge of excitement. Not bad. They're even doing scenario simulations today. It seems I've done a good job of training him. He dimmed the lights to create a better atmosphere. Then, with a lewd smile, he slowly walked towards the bed. I had only walked halfway when I suddenly felt a pain in my neck. The intense pain made him instinctively reach out and touch his neck, where a slightly warm liquid was flowing down. When I picked up my hand, it was covered in bright red blood. His pupils dilated suddenly, and he tried to make a sound, but no sound came out at all. It fell straight to the ground, plunging into eternal darkness. In the shadows, a shapely figure was revealed. Her face was expressionless. She glanced coldly at the two maids on the bed. Then with a flick of her wrist, she went to the window and disappeared into the night. In the darkness of night, a graceful figure drifted silently through this city. She arrived in flowing white robes, but departed in a striking red gown. She didn't arrive at the city's most luxurious hotel until 3 a.m. He returned to his luxurious private room. Shedding her red dress, she gracefully entered the bathtub filled with rose petals. She completed the task Lin Chen assigned her ahead of schedule tonight. I need to have a serious talk with my boss later. Please don't assign her such low-level tasks next time. The assassination target tonight was extremely poor in terms of awareness and the number of guards. There's absolutely no challenge or difficulty. The Myanmar military was concerned about the damage caused by the landing of the missile from Chungwa, and whether the other side will launch a second round of bombing. However, generally speaking, the other side should not be able to organize a second bombing, just when their attention was completely drawn to the missile. Unbeknownst to them, hundreds of fighter jets had already arrived near their air base. The Air Force base, which had been bombarded by several missiles, had extinguished the raging flames. Arrived at the mission location, commenced the plan. Each fighter jet carries a number of small missiles and bombs. With hundreds of fighter jets launching an attack simultaneously, they'll definitely be in for a rough time. The order was given, hundreds of fighter jets swooped down toward the Air Force base. Once they reached a suitable altitude, they began dropping bombs. Countless elongated missiles fell into the base like dumplings falling from the sky. It landed on a building within the base. On the parked fighter jets. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, explosions erupted everywhere, and the entire Myanmar military air base was engulfed in flames in an instant. The alarm sounded instantly throughout the entire Air Force base. They then noticed the destroyers circling above their base. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Family Army. They split into two routes, east and west. One route went south and soon arrived at the first city. Upon hearing that the visitors were from the Lin Family Army, the city lord immediately led all the management personnel to the city gates to personally greet them. We have met the leader of the Chun Kingdom. The city lord, accompanied by a group of high-ranking city officials, unconditionally declared his support for Lin Chun and his group. For some unknown reason, the Burmese troops who were originally stationed around their city fled overnight last night. They wouldn't be foolish enough to choose to fight to the death with the other side. However, they were quite uneasy, since all they knew was that the Lin Family Army was extremely powerful. They had not contacted the other party and were unsure of their chances. What if the other party isn't what's circulating online? Wouldn't that be GG? Fortunately, the other party didn't seem to care much about them. Lin Chun simply nodded to them and then sent troops into the city. In addition, he demanded that the city lord reveal all the criminal organizations within the city. They don't have that much time to properly plunder the city. Making money is the priority. Now, let's first wipe out those overt criminal organizations. Once he has brought the entire Burma kingdom under his control, he will then properly reorganize the cities he has conquered. Those capitalists who appear to be doing charity and good deeds might actually be profiting from human suffering behind the scenes. Moreover, few of the wealthy people in Myanmar are clean. Once we've sorted things out here, we can deal with them properly. Before attacking Myanmar, Lin Chun had already arranged for many assassins to secretly control or monitor the country's wealthy elites. They were given absolutely no chance to escape when the war broke out in Myanmar. Otherwise, needless to say, these wealthy people would definitely leave this place. If that happens, his losses will be huge. Because of its proximity to the chaotic northern region of Myanmar, the cities here are not economically developed, and there are hardly any wealthy people in this area. However, Lin Chun also reaped considerable benefits in the areas where criminal organizations were active. After recovering, my meager wallet has seen my contribution points increase by over 200,000. The potential income here is far greater than this. So Lin Chun specifically left behind 1,000 elite soldiers to thoroughly plunder the area. Any company, factory, or group involved in shady activities will be destroyed and its assets confiscated. They're unreasonable. That's just how unreasonable they are. Only after eliminating all of these problems can Lin Chun properly develop the local economy. Without destruction, there can be no construction. He was not at all worried that his actions would lead to economic collapse and mass unemployment. He will naturally make arrangements for these people later. The Lin family army marched north without encountering almost any obstacles. The information received was that all the Burmese troops had retreated and gathered in the command center area in central Myanmar. It seems that the other side intends to fight them to the death. Lin Chun remained completely unperturbed by the situation. On the contrary, he was quite pleased with the ease. Chapter 86. All high-ranking officials assassinated. A multitude of infiltrators seizes power. Gathering all forces for a decisive battle? It's a good opportunity to wipe them out all at once. Let them see what real strength is. The morning light shines on the skyscrapers of Myanmar's capital. Today, a very strange phenomenon occurred. None of the top officials, including the president, showed up. Did they have a wild party last night and have so much fun that they didn't get up today? Those with ulterior motives immediately sent people to the political villa area where these high-ranking officials lived. With the nation in crisis, how can anyone be thinking about sleeping? But soon, they realized something was wrong. But when they entered the home of the first high-ranking official, they were shocked to find that he was already gone. Shocked everyone. No way. A terrifying thought lingered in everyone's mind. Could it be that all these high-ranking officials have already been executed? That went to the homes of various high-ranking officials to inquire about the situation immediately sped up their work. Soon, they were shocked to discover that all the high-ranking officials had died suddenly overnight. Even their new president, Bader. Another president assassinated. If it happened only once, it could be the work of an enemy. After all, what country's supreme leader doesn't have enemies? But the two consecutive assassinations were targeted attacks. The most suspicious party for the assassination is the Chun Kingdom, because in the short term, they're the biggest beneficiaries. It's hard to say in the longer term. However, even if some people have considered this problem, they have no solution. The reason is that all the senior executives are dead. What does that mean? The capital's highest authority was paralyzed, and no one was able to step forward and take charge. Even if someone stands up, they won't gain the approval of others. This situation, where neither side would yield to the other, has become a reality. The news quickly reached the commander-in-chief at the front, who was gathering all the troops. What? All the high-ranking officials were killed in action? Myanmar's governance system has collapsed. When the commander-in-chief heard the news, he was not overly saddened or remorseful. On the contrary, he saw this as an opportunity. Bad, you finally met your match. So what if you try to shift the blame onto me? If you're going to die, you're going to die. Now, I have control of the entire Burmese army. Now, I'm the one who calls the shots in the whole of Myanmar. Given these favorable circumstances, the commander-in-chief would naturally not let the opportunity slip by. He had always felt that those high-ranking officials were rotten to the core. There is absolutely no way to solve this. This situation perfectly aligns with his current thinking. He wants to govern the country by force and transform Myanmar into a nation of steel. Instead of being so easily invaded by the enemy due to the cowardice and corruption of those high-ranking officials, as is the case now. If he were to govern the country, he would have absolute confidence in transforming Myanmar into a military power. Immediately, he dispatched his sergeant, granting him the authority to mobilize tens of thousands of troops near the capital and send him by helicopter to the Burmese capital at top speed. Now, no one could criticize him anymore, and he could finally fight a proper battle against the Lin family army of Chun Kingdom, entirely according to his own ideas. The battlefield he chose included mountains, hills, and even rivers, a place with very few plains. He deployed his tank and artillery units to the few flat areas he could find. Through the previous rounds of combat, he had learned that the enemy's tank weaponry far surpassed theirs. If we were to honestly engage in a positional war with the enemy, it would be tantamount to suicide. Only by engaging in mountain warfare and limiting their strengths to the greatest extent possible can they have even the slightest chance. Although they are not particularly skilled in mountain and jungle warfare, they have fought so many battles with warlords in northern Myanmar that they have some experience and are not incapable of handling the situation. This is much better than being bombarded by the enemy and waiting to die on the spot. At worst, we could just fight them outright. As soon as they detect any signs of war from the Chun Kingdom, they can simply disappear into the forest. This area is so big, the other side can't just carry out carpet bombing. Just as the last remaining commander-in-chief of Myanmar was making his arrangements, Lin Chun also learned about the current situation in Myanmar. Last night, he gave his only god-level assassin, the aloof killer Yi Lingqing, a death list. The list is entirely made up of high-ranking officials from Myanmar. This includes Myanmar's President Bot. This can be considered his second time in the presidency. After killing her, I let her play by herself. Lin Shan discovered that no matter what instructions he gave the other party, they completed them as if it were child's play. Lin Shan really wanted to know where her limits were. Upon learning that the commander-in-chief was preparing to seize power and take over the position of Myanmar's supreme leader, Lin Shan's lips curled up involuntarily. Everything is going according to plan. Very well. The trusted subordinates sent out by the commander-in-chief quickly returned to Myanmar and took command of the defense forces there. 70,000 new recruits and 30,000 veterans. A full 100,000 troops. Whether it was his own imagination or not, his trusted subordinates felt that the 70,000 new recruits were more energetic and seemed stronger than the 30,000 veterans. It must be because they are young, energetic, and full of vigor. These veterans, who have been stationed near the capital of Myanmar for years, have never encountered anything, so they have all become seasoned veterans. After a few seconds of surprise, his trusted subordinates led an army of 100,000 to march on the capital. Following the commander-in-chief's orders, he was to lead an army of 100,000 to completely control the entire city. Let those people stay put. What kind of people are they that they want to get their hands on the power of this country? As the 100,000-strong army entered the capital, Lin Shan also issued orders. Let Yi Lingqing lead 70,000 elite soldiers to catch the enemy off guard and then take over their capital. He's going to steal the enemy's base before the final battle. He already knew the intentions of the enemy's commander-in-chief. However, it was simply using the terrain to limit the effectiveness of his heavy weapons. But who says I'm going to jump straight into the pit that they've already prepared? Even if I were incredibly stupid, I wouldn't follow the other person's lead. Do they want to build an iron wall between Myanmar and China? Then I'll jump over this wall and go straight to my hometown. Under Lin Shan's orders, Yi Lingqing took command of the 70,000-strong elite army. Then, immediately, they arranged for the suicide squad to break up into smaller groups and mingle with the veterans. Just as his trusted subordinates were suppressing all the officials with impure intentions through absolute military force. She rushed over from the side, and right under the noses of all the suppressed officials, with a flick of her wrist, she slashed across his neck. The trusted subordinates stared wide-eyed, seemingly unable to believe it. He had only been basking in the glory of the powerful for a few seconds when his life came to an abrupt end. Unfortunately, he couldn't bring himself to curse anymore. Chapter 87, Stealing the Capital of Myanmar. Targeting Myanmar's rich list, Yi Lingqing's move seemed to be a signal. Immediately, most of the soldiers in the Myanmar capital's guard pointed their guns at the soldiers next to them. Da-da-da. Gunfire erupted everywhere. On average, each Burmese soldier was targeted by 2 assassins lurking around him, who had no time to react. Almost all the veterans were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Some veterans, under Yi Lingqing's special arrangement, escaped. If they all die, who will relay the message to the commander-in-chief? Anyone who didn't know better would think it was the commander-in-chief's troops quelling a rebellion. The news quickly reached the ears of the commander-in-chief. His face was filled with disbelief. However, when he learned that the rebels were actually tens of thousands of newly recruited soldiers, he finally understood. No wonder so many young people are so eager to join the army these days. It turns out they were all rebels. At this time, he had not yet connected the rebels with the Chen Kingdom. Those new recruits were all recruited after background checks, and they were certain that they had no connection with Lin Shan. They probably belonged to some high-ranking official or general who had long wanted to seize power. Damn it all. Hey, Hubba, here are 50,000 troops. Also, take some of our tanks back with you, and give the last 20 fighter jets your command. Use them to completely quell the rebellion in the capital. The commander-in-chief summoned his adjutant and issued a series of orders. These factors are not decisive for the final battle. The key is to send them back to quell the rebellion. Seeing that the Burmese commander-in-chief had indeed followed his plan and started sending troops back to reinforce, Lin Shan couldn't help but find it amusing. They probably never imagined that as soldiers of Myanmar, one day their spears would be turned against their own capital. Their warplanes and tanks are all going to be aimed at their own territory. Just thinking about it is exciting. Lin Shan directed the army to advance at a normal pace. At this rate, They should be able to reach the place where they would have a decisive battle with the Burmese army within 2 days at the latest. With nothing else to do, Lin Shun chose to teleport to the capital of Myanmar. The entire capital of Myanmar is now under the control of the Suicide Squad. Unlike other regions, criminal organizations are extremely rare here. Even if they don't object, the Myanmar leadership would never allow them to stay in this place. If they can't even deal with the criminal organizations in the capital, Myanmar will probably lose all face. However, fewer criminal organizations don't mean less money here. Lin Shun remembered that at least 8 of Myanmar's top 10 richest people were located in the capital. After this period of investigation, he discovered that among the top 20 richest people in Myanmar, only the 13th richest person truly relied on business methods and strategies to get rich. The rest were all corrupt. They might be secretly selling flour and methamphetamine, engaging in telecom fraud and organ trafficking, or running casinos, etc. In short, they would do anything to get rich. Lin Shun felt uneasy just thinking about it. Had to take them all down. That self-made tycoon is someone we could try to win over. Although I already have a lot of money. But who would complain about having too many talented people? Ling Qing. Lin Shun found Ling Qing and handed her a list. This is your task now. These wealthy people in Myanmar, if they have anything tainted on their hands, get rid of them all, and also get their money and bank card passwords. Let's start with the capital. This list is the second list of 100,000 people that Lin Shun handed to Yi Lingqing. This document clearly details the ugly history of how these wealthy people in Myanmar made their fortunes, including their actions, which are enough to condemn them to death 800 times over. What's infuriating is that 2 of the top 10 richest people were originally from China, and they made their money by swindling Chinese people. They deserve to die a horrible death. What's even more infuriating is that they did so many evil things behind the scenes, yet on the surface they still presented themselves as successful and glamorous people. They often masquerade as philanthropists while engaging in money laundering. Many Burmese people even regard them as good people among the wealthy. Little did they know that the wealthy people they supported and admired all earned their money through bloodshed. This time, we'll have to really plunder their money. It's time to replenish my contribution value vault. The entire country of Myanmar has been completely crushed by the Chun kingdom and can't make any waves at all. What Lin Shun needs to do now is to take advantage of the fact that some major powers have realized that their rapid growth is threatening their interests and thus impose sanctions on them. Yi Lingqing accepted the document with an aloof expression. I glanced at it casually. Whether they're good people or bad people, anything Lin Shun gave him, she would make sure he never saw the sun rise again. When she inadvertently glanced at the introduction of a wealthy man, her brows furrowed slightly. Lin Shun noticed that the wealthy man she was looking at was someone who had amassed his fortune by trafficking young girls and then training them from a young age to engage in prostitution. Judging from Yi Lingqing's expression at this moment, Lin Shun knew that this tycoon was in for a rough time. However, these were not things he needed to consider. He is now looking forward to how much money he can make by taking down all these wealthy Burmese. The richest person on the rich list alone has assets of around 45 billion. That would be enough for him to double the size of his army. Not to mention there are other wealthy people too. Of course, unless those properties are sold, Lin Shun won't get much cash from them. Therefore, after all of Myanmar has completely come under his control, he will hold a large-scale auction to publicly auction off these assets. Then Lin Shun had already begun to imagine himself having tens of millions of contribution points. Moreover, these wealthy people could only watch helplessly as their assets were taken away, only hoping for a quick and painless end to it all. It was an incredibly bitter experience. None of these people will escape. Yi Lingqing's cold words rang out, as if she had been provoked to kill by a certain wealthy man. Extremely heavy. Looking forward to your good news. Make the money first, then kill. Lin Shun rubbed his hands together and smiled. He looks like a little money grubber. Although those bodyguards have all trained sizable security teams and possess a certain degree of self-protection ability, but they had already been monitored by Lin Shun's assassins. Moreover, Yi Lingqing alone is enough. Chapter 88. Taking the heads of 8 Burmese tycoons at night inside a sprawling villa on the outskirts of the Burmese capital. This is the residence of the 9th richest person in Myanmar. His name is Abar, and he is 60 years old. His body was so obese that it resembled a mountain of flesh. However, he was extremely shrewd. In Myanmar, he is among the wealthiest men, earning hundreds of millions of dollars annually. Therefore, he also enjoys a good quality of life. At this moment, he sat in the living room, listening to his subordinates report on the recent situation. Boss, the capital of Myanmar has been occupied by a mysterious force. Should we go out and lay low for a while? A man in black asked respectfully. He is Abel's bodyguard, named Jack, a retired mercenary. Hide? Why should I hide? Abar said coldly. What force dares to provoke me? Do they have a death wish? Besides, I control nearly 3% of Myanmar's economic lifeline. If I fall, Myanmar's economy will collapse, and at least tens of thousands of people will lose their jobs. War only affects political regimes. What does it have to do with a businessman like me? Abar said indifferently as he smoked. Jack breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and nodded in praise. Boss is wise. All right, keep an eye on it, and let me know immediately if there are any changes. Abar waved his hand, signaling his men to leave. The subordinate turned to leave, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. He asked in confusion, a car stopped outside just now, but the license plate number wasn't registered, so it doesn't seem to belong to our people. Oh, a strange car has entered this area? Could it be the police? Abar frowned. He didn't want the police to come and check his house. I find it a bit strange. You can hardly see a car in this area on a normal day. How come there's suddenly a strange car here? The subordinate said. Then send someone to investigate. Abar said thoughtfully. Yes, the subordinate replied. After Jack let his men out, a long time passed without any news coming back. Abar was somewhat puzzled, but not overly alarmed. At most, Jack and his group went after them, but haven't returned yet. Jack was the security captain he hired at great expense, and nothing had ever happened to him in all these years. Therefore, he was not worried at all that they might have problems. Just as he was elegantly sipping his red wine, he suddenly felt a faint fragrance wafting from behind him, a scent that didn't belong to his villa. Which made his change her perfume. Just as Abar was wondering what was going on, a gleaming dagger was placed against his neck from behind. If you don't want to die, hand over all your possessions. A cold voice came from behind Abar. Abar was startled. His expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He slowly turned his head, and when he saw the other person's face clearly, he was instantly stunned. It was a face so beautiful it was breathtaking with fair, delicate skin. However, the cold expression on that flawless, beautiful face sent a chill down one's spine. It was as if the other party was truly a vengeful ghost come to claim their life. Abar, being a long-time high-ranking business tycoon, quickly regained his composure and slowly asked, Who are you? Do you know who I am? Yi Lingqing sneered. Of course I know, otherwise, who do you think I would go to? The dagger then sank deeper, and blood immediately flowed down Abar's neck. His face was as pale as paper, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. He could sense that he would die just the same way if he didn't agree to the other person's request. Don't get agitated. Put the knife away first. Otherwise, if I die, you won't get the money, and you'll have to be buried with me. Abar said with difficulty, enduring the excruciating pain. Your death will have no effect on me. The dagger was pressed further inward. Abar trembled all over, feeling as if his throat was about to be slit open by another inch. Finally, he gave in, gritting his teeth as he said, Fine, give me 5 minutes, plus a Swiss bank account number, and I'll transfer all the money to you. No need, just hand over your card and PIN. The dagger slowly left Abar's neck. Abar touched his neck. His heart was pounding so hard he almost couldn't breathe. He led Yi Lingqing to the 3rd floor of the villa, to his 300-square-meter bedroom. He opened the safe, took out a card from among the gleaming gold bars. This card was almost all of his cash cards. The rest were the gold bars in the safe. As a business tycoon, he wouldn't keep that much cash on him, except for some cash he had on him as a backup. After handing over the card and PIN, Yi Lingqing used the system to convert the money on the card into contribution points. The card contained over 5 billion, which was Abar's reserve fund. All of it was converted into contribution points. Now, you can keep your promise and release. A sharp dagger flashed past, leaving a faint bloodstain on Abar's neck. His pupils were unfocused, and his face was filled with shock and confusion. Fresh blood gushed from Abar's mouth. Ye link dire her dagger e pressionlessly. Thump! Abar clutched his neck and collapsed to the ground. He stared wide-eyed at Yi Lingqing, his last thought being, Why did you kill me? I have more than just this much money. Moreover, even if you have your own card, you can't withdraw that much money without your permission. Yi Lingqing showed no expression. After killing Abar, she emptied the safe of everything and ransacked the entire villa, including the basement. Quite a few were found, including antique vases, calligraphy, and paintings treasured by Abar. Although they cannot be collected by the system for the time being, they would fetch a considerable price if auctioned off. Even the smallest ant has meat on its body. We can't waste it. So poor. Yi Lingqing curled her lip, looking disdainful. She swaggered out of the main entrance and continued on to her next destination. This time, the target is another business tycoon, Arnold. The Arnold family also possesses enormous wealth, even greater than that of Abar. This time, Yi Lingqing only prepared 2 daggers. She had already decided to act quickly to avoid any unforeseen complications. The next day, the big news spread throughout the entire capital of Myanmar. 8 of Myanmar's top 10 richest people. They all died overnight. Chapter 89. Looting the Rich. The Burmese army returns. Fierce battle erupts in the city. Their residences were completely looted, and even the funds in their personal bank cards were secretly transferred away. Clearly, this was a premeditated case. The other wealthy people were filled with fear and unease, afraid that they would be next. However, when they wanted to leave the country, they discovered that they had been restricted without their knowledge. They were confined to their own residences. It seems there's only one consequence to forcibly leave. Suddenly, all the wealthy people were in despair. During the battle between the 2 armies, there was actually a force restricting their freedom, and it's all for their money. Could it be that the Burmese government is short of funds? Impossible. The Myanmar government would not do something like discarding someone after they've served their purpose. These wealthy individuals combined have driven more than 60% of Myanmar's economic development. Without them, Myanmar would have regressed by at least 20 years. They received news that all of Myanmar's top officials had been killed just 2 days ago. They're probably involved too. Unexpectedly, after eliminating high-ranking Burmese officials, they turned their attention to them. In that case, the real culprit who did this is quite obvious. Myanmar. Unexpectedly, their power was so great. They quietly dispatched so many highly skilled teams. The police station was in complete turmoil after this incident. Despite numerous coups, the police department continues to play a role in maintaining order. They knew that the investigation would eventually stall, so they sent someone to investigate casually. If they really find something, I'm afraid the entire police station will need a new manager. This matter could only be left unresolved. As for the companies of these wealthy individuals, they were all subsequently taken over by Lin Chen's henchmen. The business can still operate, but all the management personnel have been dismissed and replaced with bodyguards. If his own people controlled the economic lifeline of the entire country. At noon, the Burmese army's counteroffensive force arrived outside the capital. It surrounded the entire capital city. For some reason, even though they came back to quell the rebellion, they felt as if they were the rebels themselves. Moreover, these rebels on the other side are all very dirty. They actually didn't even leave the city to fight. Is the intention to make the battlefield the capital of Myanmar? It's simply boom, boom, boom. Countless shells were fired from within the capital city, tracing graceful arcs as they bombarded the location of the 50,000 Burmese troops. These are the defensive cannons of their Burmese capital. Who would have thought they'd be aimed at them now? Violent explosions rang out around them, taking the lives of many Burmese soldiers in just one round. With a formidable enemy at hand, the Burmese army can no longer afford to worry about anything else. He immediately assembled a large army and charged towards the capital. Tanks and fighter jets were also ready at the same time. Unbeknownst to them, their massive charge into the capital was being broadcast live to the residents of the Burmese capital by Lin Chen's henchmen. The message was accompanied by the words, "With a formidable enemy at hand, this group of Burmese troops has actually rebelled and attacked our capital, plunging us into a bloody and fiery war. Let's join hands and drive away these rebels." It must be said that the Burmese soldiers in the capital are basically all recruited from the capital. Therefore, without knowing the details, coupled with the commander-in-chief's adjutant's appearance of leading troops to storm the capital, they looked exactly like rebels. This immediately sparked a wave of shared indignation among everyone. Even if it meant death, they would not allow these rebels to destroy their homes. 50,000 Burmese troops, coordinated with tanks, stormed into the capital city. The situation on the main traffic arteries. Before Lin Shun and his group could even make a move, they encountered many obstacles. Many residents used cars, trees, and stones to block the Burmese army's path. This infuriated them so much they nearly vomited blood. He came back to save them, but was stopped by his own residents. Who can he reason with? No matter how much they explained, the residents simply didn't believe them. Therefore, Lin Shun had already said in advance that this group's greatest skill was disguise, pretending to be members of their own camp. Therefore, they essentially ran into a trap. Faced with this situation, the Myanmar army's tanks and fighter jets were unable to perform their intended actions. This is their capital city. They could only proceed cautiously, step by step. Boom! A shell suddenly landed next to the tank behind them, creating a huge wave. The tank was flipped over. Although it wasn't destroyed, it lost its ability to fight. All that remains is the sound of a tortoise sighing to the heavens. The tracks are turning, but it's useless. The Burmese army was filled with anger. The other party really didn't take them seriously at all. Boom, boom, boom. Several more loud explosions rang out, severely impacting the Burmese army's advance and forcing them to halt. Damn it! Damn it! Fire! The Burmese military commander was furious. Looking at the vehicles, chains, and boulders in front of him, he completely disregarded them. The Burmese soldiers who received the order looked reluctant. This is the capital city where their families live. However, soldiers are duty-bound to obey orders. Their tanks and artillery were set up on the spot and began firing at the distant command center. That place has now been occupied by the rebels. Perhaps the enemy leader is right there, handling and announcing a series of things. In this situation, we absolutely cannot show mercy, otherwise we will only harm ourselves. Since that's the case, let us raise the Myanmar command center to the ground right now. All of the Myanmar military's warplanes took off and flew to the command center. The tank also aimed at the location and began adjustments. Myanmar's history of war, there have been instances of fighting taking place in the capital. However, each time was accompanied by mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with rivers of blood flowing like rivers. A truly horrific tragedy. Set up, aim, get ready. The Burmese army commander issued orders. Just then, boom, boom, boom. With several muffled thuds, dozens of shells roared toward the Burmese army's tanks. Get out of the way. Burmese soldiers cried out in alarm and hurriedly grabbed the equipment beside them to dodge the shells. But the shells were too fast, and in an instant, they hit several tanks, destroying them and killing all the soldiers next to them. For a moment, the tank battalion fell into a brief state of shock. The enemy was using armor-piercing shells, which if concentrated on their tanks, would be capable of destroying them. This means that even if they're inside a tank, they are not necessarily safe. Fire! Don't hesitate. Upon seeing the Burmese soldiers hesitate, the Burmese leader flew into a rage. Staring blankly is like waiting to die. We must resist immediately. Chapter 90 Battle in the Capital. The Burmese army crushed. Boom, boom, boom. The tank battalion finally reacted, unleashing a deluge of shells. The explosion landed precisely on the building that served as the capital's command center. Explosions erupted everywhere, and almost instantly, the command center began to collapse. Even if they are hit by armor-piercing rounds soon. But now they are also desperately bombarding the battlefield in the final moments, as if retaliating against this unequal battlefield. While they were bombarding the command center, they were also being bombarded. The armor-piercing shells still landed very accurately on the tanks, blowing them to pieces. Even the Burmese commander was so distressed that he jumped up and down in frustration. This is their army's elite tank battalion. As a result, they are now like sitting ducks, being bombarded and destroyed one by one under the enemy's artillery fire. Fortunately, the enemy's shells were few in number, and the damage they caused was limited. Otherwise, I'm afraid, just as he was thinking this, he suddenly noticed that hundreds of armor-piercing shells were flying rapidly toward the direction of their tank battalion from the sky. Holy shit. Just a minute ago, Lin Shun learned that the Burmese army's command center in the capital had been bombed. He knew that the other side no longer cared where the battlefield was. In that case, there's no point in playing it. Then let's go all out. He then ordered full firepower. Having been restricted and forced to play around with the enemy, the artillery battalion began to vent their anger. The first round was a salvo of 100 cannons. Then, the number doubled again. Let those enemy warriors see just how strong they really are. After being bombed twice in a row, how could the Burmese army commanders not realize that they had been taunted? They then realized that the enemy's technological weapons and their sheer numbers were far more powerful than they had imagined. The Burmese army's artillery shells, while powerful, lacked the precision of the enemy's. More importantly, the Burmese army commanders couldn't locate the enemy's artillery positions at all. Their fighter jets circled in the sky for a while, and all they knew was that the shells came from the south. As for where they came from, they needed to investigate further. Just as the fighter squadron was preparing to continue its investigation into the location of the artillery, several enormous black figures suddenly appeared in the sky. These are several, even larger than them, Annihilation fighters. These fighter jets did not choose to hide, but instead soared openly in the sky. These rebels actually have fighter jets? Or even destroyer jets? This type of fighter jet is designed primarily to destroy enemy aircraft. It seems their rebellion was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a deliberate act. It seems that other countries have interfered in their internal affairs. The commander immediately relayed the message back. They haven't yet recognized that the other side is the Chun Kingdom's Annihilation aircraft. In their eyes, the Chun Kingdom's destroyer aircraft were mysterious and unpredictable, and would not be so obviously revealed to them. This very point is what led to their information error. This error cost them their only chance to escape. They were quickly caught off guard by the attack from the destroyer jets. Those fighter jets are extremely fast and can perform all sorts of fancy maneuvers in the sky. Even more absurdly, when the shells from the Burmese military aircraft landed on the fighter jets, they were shocked to find that their fighter jets were not seriously damaged. It's like being bitten by a mosquito. At most, it feels a little itchy. Previously, they had always believed that the advanced fighter jets they had introduced were from those major powers. Although they were not the latest generation, they were still the fighter jets that had dominated their respective regions in the past. This gave them enough confidence to outmaneuver these destroyers. Unexpectedly, reality taught them a lesson so quickly. It slapped them across the face. After playing with the opposing fighters for a while, the destroyer began to counterattack. Their artillery shells and weapon systems are all specifically developed for fighter jets, with long range, high speed, enormous power, and terrifying destructive force. In just the first wave of attacks, most fighter jets were destroyed, with debris falling from the sky. The rest didn't last 3 rounds, succumbing to the overwhelming force of the destroyers. Seeing this, the Burmese army commander-in-chief's trusted commander panicked completely. He knew perfectly well that they were destined to lose. The weapons and equipment of the two sides are not even in the same league. His return to quell the rebellion was in the hope that these warplanes and tanks could assist them in carrying out overwhelming bombardments of the enemy. Let them know the strength of the Myanmar military. But who would have thought that their proud advantage would be directly undermined by the other side? Who exactly are these rebels? How can it be just as outrageous as that Chun Kingdom? Retreat. Retreat immediately. The Burmese army commander roared. Knowing he was going to lose, he wouldn't act impulsively. Preserving one's own strength to seek revenge in the future is the right path. Unfortunately, it was all too late. As they roared in retreat, enemy artillery shells were already raining down upon them. Moreover, it wasn't just one wave, it was wave after wave. After several waves of bombing, the Burmese army was almost wiped out. They abandoned the vast majority of their soldiers' corpses and fled the city. The Burmese army commander sat in the car, his face pale and his whole body trembling. He had just escaped death, but he still felt the approach of death. He lost this battle, utterly and completely. He thought he could win, but he never expected to lose in the end. This is even more painful than killing him. However, he did not consider himself a complete loser. He knew that today's defeat was due to his underestimation of the enemy and the fact that the enemy's weapons and equipment were far superior to theirs. If he had those conditions, he could win too. The defeated remnants fled in a frenzy, leaving behind many soldiers to intercept the pursuing army of suicide soldiers. Finally, thankfully, the army of assassins didn't pursue them for long before returning. It seemed as if they were afraid of being ambushed if the pursuit went on for too long. After all, with the current level of technology, troop deployment is a very quick thing to do. The commander finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the rebels retreat to the capital. Thank goodness I survived. However, it seems he will face severe punishment upon his return. I need to think about what kind of reason I can come up with to receive a lighter punishment. What he didn't notice was that in the woods outside the road he was walking along, a figure was running at a very fast speed. Chapter 91, A Pincer Attack on the Burmese Army. The figure who assassinated the commander-in-chief was none other than Yi Lingqing, who was ordered by Lin Shun. Her task was very simple, to find the headquarters of the Burmese army commander-in-chief, and then, meanwhile, he left 20,000 troops in the Burmese capital, while he led the remaining 50,000 elite soldiers out of the city under the cover of night and headed north. The goal is simple, to encircle them from 3 directions. The 500,000-strong army in the north split into 2 routes, east and west, and marched south. He will lead his elite army north to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy from behind. Of course, he wouldn't only bring 50,000 troops. Last night, Yi Lingqing helped him raise 30 to 40 billion, a total of 3.5 million contribution points. That's enough for him to summon a large army of assassins. However, we may be lacking in weaponry and equipment. Lin Shun began to regret why he had blown up the Burmese army's arms depot. After several waves of battles, his remaining equipment was only enough to arm another 100,000 troops. Cutting off their retreat with an army of 150,000 shouldn't be a problem. And so, Lin Shun led his team on a journey that included frequent stops, always choosing to set off at night and taking mountain trails. Reduce the likelihood of exposure. They soon arrived at an open area in central Myanmar. This is the Burmese army. About 100 miles behind us is a relatively open area. Military vehicles can traverse this area in just 1 hour at full speed, so it's not particularly vast and doesn't deter people from approaching it. Before the open area was a mountainous region, enough for them to escape. They set up a large number of sentries, both overt and covert, in this area. If we continue forward, we'll likely be discovered by the other side. Lin Shun led his troops into hiding. Yi Lingqing also located the general's position from within the enemy camp. In the darkness of night, Yi Lingqing hid in the shadows. She now has 2 choices. The first is to walk straight over and take down the commander-in-chief with a single blow. The consequence of this is exposure, which then triggers a hunt by the enemy. The second option is to wait until the opponent is resting and then deliver a fatal blow. Normally, Yi Lingqing would definitely choose the second option. As an assassin, one should naturally choose to act at midnight, as it carries the least risk and avoids exposure. The chances of completing the task are also the highest. But Yi Lingqing was clearly not one to follow the conventional path. She was still full of rebellious spirit. She swaggered out of the shadows and headed straight for the conference room where the commander-in-chief was. Halt! Who are you? The sudden sound made Yi Lingqing pause in her steps. She paused only briefly before continuing her walk toward the conference room. The command building has 3 floors. The conference room was on the 3rd floor, and she had just emerged from a corner on the 3rd floor. Those with a weak heart might think it's a beautiful female ghost. Stop right there. If you don't stop, I'll shoot. Upon seeing Yi Lingqing walk past without saying a word, the guard immediately drew his gun, aimed it at Yi Lingqing, and prepared to shoot at any moment. He planned to fire a shot first to intimidate the other party, and if they were sensible, he wouldn't bother to fire. After all, the fact that they were able to appear on the 3rd floor of the command building means that the guys on the 2 floors below were making way for them. It cannot be ruled out that she might be the granddaughter of some powerful figure. Oh, whoosh. The next second, Yi Lingqing disappeared from the spot. The guard heard a hissing sound, his vision blurred, and then he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Click. His head was tilted to one side, and his throat was broken. Thump! He collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, dying with his eyes still open. He couldn't understand why the other person was so fast. However, he no longer had the ability to think further. Yi Lingqing continued to swagger towards the conference room, turning the corner. 2 armed guards stood at the gate, watching her warily. They heard a sound, but not a gunshot, and had no idea what had happened. Halt! This is a meeting area. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted. A guard raised his gun and shouted. Yi Lingqing's lips curled up slightly, her smile extremely charming. She stretched out her arm and beckoned the other person to come closer. Lingqing, with a puzzled look, and still slowly approached her. At the same time, another guard raised his gun and pointed it at Yi Lingqing, as if he would kill her on the spot if she made any move. Even if the other party is beautiful, they will not let their guard down. Because this is the military command center, absolutely no mistakes are allowed. Not to mention the dozens of checkpoints to enter the command center, there are hundreds of guards outside the command center. The guard was getting closer and closer to Yi Lingqing when suddenly, Yi Lingqing's right hand twitched violently. A gleaming silver dagger flashed by. Before the guard could react to what was happening, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. Looking down, he was shocked to see his eyes widen in horror. He noticed that blood seemed to be gushing from his neck, and a sharp pain shot through him. Thump! The guard collapsed to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. Depend on. The remaining guard, seeing his companion die instantly, quickly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out, echoing through the silent night. In an instant, the entire building, including the guards within several hundred meters, heard the commotion and rushed over. Yi Lingqing moved like a ghost, rushing to his opponent in the blink of an eye. Her hand shot out like lightning, grabbing his wrist that was holding the gun. At the same time, an arm reached out, grabbed the other person's throat, and snapped their neck with a crack. After swiftly and cleanly eliminating the two men, Yi Lingqing opened the conference room door and then slipped away to the side. Sure enough, a gunshot rang out. They had already heard the commotion outside, so they immediately blocked the door with their guns. I wanted to outmaneuver the other party, but I didn't expect them to anticipate it. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out, dense as rain, but none of them managed to harm Yi Lingqing in the slightest. During the brief pause in their gunfire, Yi Lingqing raised her finger and steel needles shot out one after another. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Amidst the whistling sound of steel needles piercing the air, 6 heavily armed officers fell to the ground with screams of agony. Holding a steel needle, Yi Lingqing walked in sideways. Upon seeing her appear, the 2 officers looked excited and raised their guns to fire. As long as you kill the opponent, you've done a good deed. A cold glint flashed in Yi Lingqing's eyes. With a flick of her wrist, 2 steel nails flew out and headed straight for the 2 officers. Before the 2 officers could pull the trigger, they were stabbed through the chest. Who are you? Did the Chen Kingdom send you? An elderly man sitting in the main seat stood up and stared at Yi Lingqing as he spoke. Lingqing's target tonight, the commander-in-chief. Who am I? I'm the one who will kill you. Chapter 92, Assassination of the Burmese Commander-in-Chief. After saying this, Division Commander Quang Biao seized power, and Yi Lingqing flicked her wrist. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Countless steel needles flew around, and those present only saw a flash of red light before their eyes. The next moment, they felt a chill on their necks. Thump, thump. Corpses fell to the ground one by one. Lingqing remained in the huge conference room. Good. Treat the people of Myanmar well. As soon as he finished speaking, a steel needle pierced his heart. The sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Yi Lingqing was expressionless, like a demon, exuding a cold aura. No matter how many people came, she was not afraid at all. Da-da-da. The sound of hurried footsteps grew closer, and soon a group of fully armed soldiers appeared at the door of the conference room, all pointing their guns at Yi Lingqing. One of the officers, upon seeing the dead high-ranking leaders, including the commander-in-chief, in the meeting room, turned deathly pale with terror. He exclaimed, Commander-in-chief, it was you who killed him? Yes. A calm and collected voice rang out, as if the person who had just died was not the supreme commander of the Burmese army, but merely an ant. Upon hearing this, the commanding officer felt his legs go weak, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. If the commander-in-chief is gone, how can they possibly escape? Suddenly snapped out of his despair and immediately ordered, Kill her, don't let her get away. Clearly, everything here was done by Yi Lingqing, who was the only one present. Although this girl looks very beautiful, her cold expression clearly indicates that she is not someone to be trifled with. Upon hearing the order, all the soldiers prepared to pull the trigger. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Just then, countless steel needles pierced the air and struck them with such speed that they had no way to avoid them. They were all hit in vital areas and died on the spot. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen soldiers were dead, leaving only the officer standing there blankly, his face full of fear and trembling. Oh! With a light laugh, Yi Lingqing's lips curled into a cruel smile as she walked straight toward him. The officer, who should have been thrilled by the sight of a stunningly beautiful woman approaching, was terrified and fled without a second thought. Snort! Yi Lingqing snorted coldly and shot a steel needle. Puffed. The sound of steel needles piercing flesh rang out, and the next moment, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the sky. Boring. Yi Lingqing turned around, took a light step, and jumped directly out of the window. He pushed off the wall a few times with his feet to dissipate the force, and after a few steps, he landed on the flat ground. Above the starry sky, countless stars the sky. The moon was bright, and the wind was gentle, and the silvery light of the moon shone down on the earth. Yi Lingqing raised her head, gazed at the starry sky for a moment, and then, with a leap, disappeared from the spot like a ghost. The soldiers who stormed into the command building didn't even see a glimpse of her. At this time, the two armies of suicide soldiers marched south. When you encounter a city, you breach it. When you encounter a pass, you breach it. Nothing can stop them from moving forward. At this time, Lin Chen also learned from Yi Lingqing that the commander-in-chief of the Burmese army had died. Clearly, this news was of great help to Lin Chen's plan. Without a leader, aren't these Burmese army soldiers just lambs to the slaughter? Soon, the two armies arrived at the location prearranged by the Myanmar commander-in-chief. Myanmar soldiers are stationed in this mountainous and hilly region. Although the commander-in-chief was assassinated, a power struggle quickly broke out within the Burmese military based on the current rank of the officers. The two army commanders even got into a physical fight over this, giving the impression of infighting. At this moment, an ambitious division commander in the Burmese army took advantage of the chaos to bombard the place where the two army commanders were fighting, sending them directly to see the commander-in-chief. Then he stepped forward and announced that he would become the new commander-in-chief. Because of his ruthless methods, for a time, no one objected. After all, I never wanted to die while I was sound asleep, only to be suddenly taken away by someone. Thus, a division commander who once commanded tens of thousands of troops is now in charge of 10 times that number of troops and is now fighting against the enemy. The first step is to implement the original commander's policy. After all, the Lin family army of Chan Kingdom had such strong firepower that he didn't want to compete with such a powerful opponent in terms of weaponry. It would be like showing off one's skills before an expert. Their only option is to utilize this mountainous region and engage in skirmishes with the enemy. More importantly, beyond this mountainous area lies a large plain, allowing for a quick escape. They can retreat whenever they want. When the other party is trapped in this mountainous area, they can escape at any time without any problem. Soon, the armies from the east and west arrived outside this mountainous region. The Eastern Army arrived first and stopped on a hillside about 500 meters away from this mountainous area. They began to analyze the Burmese army's operational intentions. This area is vast. If it were spread out, it could accommodate even several million people, let alone the hundreds of thousands of them they have now. If we were to arrange for fighter jets and artillery bombardment, it would be difficult to determine the outcome in a short time. In such a large area, if a shell fired misses someone, or on average only kills one person, where can they go to cry? However, judging from the geographical location and terrain, there aren't many suitable defensive positions. In those few locations, there will undoubtedly be large forces of the Burmese army stationed there. In other places, it will likely be skirmishes and guerrilla warfare. It must be said that when Lin Chen's elite troops were small, they also used this guerrilla tactic. I never expected to be treated like this. But his army of assassins was no ordinary army. Night had fallen, the sky was filled with twinkling stars, and a gentle breeze rustled through the valley and trees, creating a sense of tranquility and beauty. Under the cover of night, Yi Lingqing, her face cold, personally led the team. If Lin Chen weren't her master, she really wanted to beat him up and then just slit her own throat. Can't we just let people get a proper beauty sleep? Following behind her were 3,000 high-ranking assassins. 1,000 of them were newly summoned by Lin Chen. Let these 3,001 suicide soldiers teach the Burmese army on the other side a great lesson. This battle must not only be won, but also the greatest reward must be obtained at the lowest cost. Swish, swish, swish. A series of black figures moved through the jungle like ghosts. Soon, they encountered the first Burmese army in the jungle. A small patrol team of 500 people. What else is there to say about a team like this? Yi Lingqing, accompanied by her assassins, launched a direct attack and wiped out the entire enemy patrol team in almost a single exchange. Chapter 93: The Special Forces Night Raid on the Burmese Army. Of course, although the battle here was swift, it still caused quite a stir. At the nearest campsite, something seemed amiss. The rapid gunfire was fleeting, indicating that the skirmish took place very quickly. What's going on? Is it an enemy attack? The camp commander frowned, his face grim. He immediately ordered his men to wake up all the soldiers. Quickly, notify everyone to be on alert, and send someone out to scout the situation. Yes, his camp wasn't large, but it still had about 5,000 people. There are dozens of camps like his in this area. Their campsites are not fixed. They change locations almost every day. They primarily employ guerrilla tactics. Meanwhile, due to a power struggle among the leadership, they have not received any food supplies for 2 days. Inside the camp, all the soldiers were armed and on high alert, vigilant about everything around them. They pay attention to the slightest movement. They found that they waited all night, but the enemy never arrived. That's right, the army of assassins led by Yi Lingqing didn't even come to attack their camp. Instead, they went directly into this mountainous region. These outposts of the Burmese army in such remote areas could be wiped out by their large army in a single encounter. So why waste their time? Deep into the battlefield, the Suicide Squad quickly encountered another large camp of the Burmese army. To the previous camp, this camp is much larger, with as many as 20,000 soldiers, making it a formidable opponent. Half an hour. Yi Lingqing's icy voice echoed in the ears of the high-ranking assassins, and then, holding a dagger, she headed towards the camp under the cover of night. Seeing this, the remaining high-ranking assassins also took out their daggers. They also really enjoy sneaking around and launching surprise attacks. They are, after all, special forces level personnel. For them, infiltration and assassination were not a problem. They approached the camp from different angles, silently. The hidden sentries along the way were easily eliminated by them. Soon, they arrived at a place not far from the makeshift camp. The next moment, a silver light shot out from her sleeve, heading straight for the throat of a soldier in a nearby watchtower. The soldier heard the wind, but there was no way to avoid it. He instinctively covered his throat, blood gushing out, and then he collapsed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several more flashes of cold light appeared, and the remaining sentry soldiers were killed one after another, their bodies lying on the ground still twitching slightly. The assassins from other directions would sneak up quietly and then stealthily eliminate the sentries. Then, one by one, dark figures scaled over the makeshift fence and entered the camp. Yi Lingqing glanced around, then waved her hand, signaling everyone to do as they pleased. Before the enemy discovers them, let them experience their strength first. Burmese soldiers were sleeping soundly in the many tents in the camp. Countless assassins silently crept into one tent after another. Suddenly, in one of the tents, a Burmese soldier sat up in bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes and muttering to himself in confusion. Strange, I think I had a dream. I dreamt that someone sneaked into my room. Could it be that I was too tired for my shift today? Or was I thinking about women? He glanced to the side. His fellow tent mates were all sound asleep. He shook his head and continued sleeping with his eyes closed. He thought to himself, I must have exhausted my brain. It was just a dream, but I actually thought it was real. The Burmese soldier didn't notice that he was the only one breathing inside the tent. The moment he closed his eyes, a cold glint flashed. Immediately afterwards, a thin, long scar appeared on his neck. It was accompanied by soft, sputtering sounds. On a dark and windy night, murder and arson are most likely to occur. After they had slaughtered the soldiers who were fast asleep for a full 7 minutes, one of their high-ranking assassins was unfortunately caught by a Burmese soldier who got up to urinate in the middle of the night. Upon seeing the high-ranking assassin dressed in black, the soldier roared, "Who goes there?" During marches and battles, soldiers' sleep is not actually that deep. Therefore, the soldier's shout immediately woke up the soldiers in several surrounding tents. The assassin instantly killed the soldier who spoke up, but it was too late. The sound of rifle fire rang out in the silent night, completely waking the peaceful camp. Bang, bang, bang. The increasingly intense gunfire echoed throughout the night sky. After a brief period of confusion, the Burmese soldiers began to fight back with their guns. However, they were clearly not as fast as the assassins. Almost as soon as the first shot rang out, all the high-ranking assassins pulled out their AK-47s and began firing indiscriminately. Their bullets are unlimited. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The soldiers' shouts echoed throughout the camp. After the first round of harvesting and the baptism of bullets, almost all of the 20,000 Burmese troops were left. With only 4,000 or 5,000 men remaining, they launched a counterattack. These skilled warriors were no match for the elite assassins. They used their agile movement, the complex environment, and their superb marksmanship to almost completely overwhelm the Burmese army. However, bullets have no eyes, and even with the most superb skills, in such a chaotic gunfight, some lucky ones will inevitably be hit by bullets. This wave resulted in the sacrifice of 100 or 200 high-ranking assassins. This really broke Lin Chen's heart. It was all money. Depend on. That's it. 2 billion is gone. Lin Chen deeply understood the profound truth that talent is money. Fortunately, despite suffering 500 casualties, the Suicide Squad successfully wiped out a Burmese army camp of 20,000 men. Lin Chen was quite helpless when he learned the specific details. Their camps were almost entirely on flat terrain and were very rudimentary, consisting of tents with little to no cover. Once a large-scale battle breaks out, there is absolutely no way to avoid casualties from stray bullets. Lin Chen immediately told Yi Lingqing that while causing trouble, she should be careful to choose targets that are within her control. They can make a quick run and then disappear, focusing primarily on harassment. When dawn broke, he arranged for 2 armies to launch an attack simultaneously. Meanwhile, fighter jets and helicopters provide cover, and artillery shells are immediately unleashed upon encountering the enemy. As for fighter jets burning fuel and wasting resources during flight, just kidding, Lin family army, do you think you're missing something like this? After receiving Lin Chen's latest instructions, Yi Lingqing also felt a pang of guilt. That's right, just a tiny bit. After all, Lin Chen could summon back those dead assassins, and the money she earned for her master. Summoning several thousand high-level assassins is no problem at all. What does she have to feel guilty about? Continue next one. Chapter 94, The Great Battle Begins. Countless dark figures of the Burmese army, desperate for victory, darted through the night. Tonight is destined to be a night of slaughter. The Burmese army never expected that their guerrilla warfare tactics, which dispersed their forces, would actually harm them. Moreover, because of the sneak attack, the Burmese army camps that were attacked by Yi Lingqing and his elite troops were wiped out almost without having time to spread the news. This resulted in the Burmese army suffering heavy losses overnight, without anyone even knowing it. It wasn't until daytime, during a normal operational meeting, that everyone discovered that several Burmese military units had lost contact. At such a critical moment, the consequences of losing contact are self-evident. Roughly adding them all up, there were at least 70 to 80,000 men. In other words, their total force of 350,000 was reduced to 270,000 or 280,000 overnight. They were outnumbered by more than half by the Lin family army. During this period, the Burmese army was divided into 2 routes, east and west, and their total strength had long been exposed to everyone. The entire Burmese army was stunned when they learned of the size of the Lin family army. They simply couldn't imagine it. How did Lin Chen's Lin family army manage to assemble an army of 500,000 from a region in northern Myanmar with a total population of only about 2 million? It's truly baffling. However, they had no time to think about it, because the Lin family army was already right in front of them. If it weren't for the commander-in-chief ordering them to return to their posts, gather here, and engage in a decisive battle with the enemy, they probably already fell under the iron hooves of the Lin family army. In their eyes, the Lin family army is now almost the same as the Army of the United States. Almost equally terrifying. If it weren't for the Lin family army's appearance and skin color, which resembled those of people from northern Myanmar, they were starting to suspect that the other party might be an American soldier in disguise. Lin Chen, who achieved such a great victory on the first night, had not expected the effect to be so good. For now, we can only conclude that the opponent's combat strength is too weak, their overall strength is insufficient, and their elite Suicide Squad is simply too powerful. However, the main theme of this day is to take things by surprise. The other party was too careless and has now suffered a great loss. They will definitely be more vigilant. If the same trick is used again later, it probably won't be as effective. However, Lin Chen did not intend to waste time. He planned to end the battle in the shortest possible time and then use it to grow stronger. The rich rewards that the entire country of Myanmar can bring will far outweigh his current efforts. Therefore, he didn't need to worry about the loss of his elite troops at all, because he discovered that he could summon the dead assassins back and fully restore their original memories, instead of starting from scratch. Therefore, early the next morning, just as dawn broke, he ordered the Eastern and Western armies to sweep through the area from the northwest and northeast, forming a semicircular encirclement. If they encounter an enemy, they are confident that they can eliminate their opponent in the shortest possible time, and ensure that nothing goes wrong with the encirclement. A great war is about to begin. On the other hand, upon learning that they had lost a significant number of trusted commanders overnight, they immediately concluded that the previous commander-in-chief's judgment and decisions were wrong. He directly rejected the opponent's mistake and decided to concentrate his forces. Let's remain unchanged and observe how Lin's army responds before considering our next steps. Under his orders, many scattered troops began heading towards the assembly points set up by the command center. They also felt that this method of guerrilla warfare deep in the mountains was too stifling. Once surrounded, one is left isolated and helpless. Let them harass us, set up an ambush once, then move to a different spot and continue the ambush. That's not their style of combat at all. Naturally, it won't achieve very good results. Soon, the dozens of camps merged into 3 massive military forces. Each team has no fewer than 50,000 people, an army of 150,000. The other 2 armies, each with 60,000 troops, provided cover from both sides, although not enough to contend with the Lin family army. However, if they were to face a single opponent, they would still have the advantage. Therefore, they immediately changed their strategy. They changed to a method of targeting each enemy individually and defeating them one by one. They deployed 150,000 troops to form a single force, which directly penetrated the Eastern Army's encirclement, tearing a gap in their encirclement. Then, 2 covering forces assisted from the side, disrupting the enemy's tactics and line of sight. They tore a piece of flesh from the Lin family army. When formulating this policy, Commander Trust was very confident. He was very confident in his methods. I believe we can definitely achieve a surprising victory and get unexpected results. Despite the objections of others, one person made the decision at this time. It's become a foregone conclusion. If he succeeds in this battle, he will become famous overnight. The Myanmar army will also be completely subjugated under his control. He could sit in that vacant Myanmar presidency position for a while. It has to be said that the new commander was already dreaming even before the battle had begun. He even fantasized about how he would toy with those female demons after defeating the Lin family army, pacifying the entire country, unifying Myanmar, and sitting on the presidential throne. At the very least, it should be 3 a day. You can have a different meal every day of the year. Ha. The moment the thought popped into his head, he couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. Report. Just then, an anxious voice suddenly came from outside the door. Come in. Immediately a soldier pushed open the door and walked in. The newly appointed commander, Quang Biao, raised his eyelids and looked at him, as if the other party had interrupted his elegant daydream. He frowned and said, "What is it? Why are you in such a panic? What kind of behavior is this?" The soldier's face was filled with anxiety. "General, our granary has been discovered. Just 10 minutes ago, it was blown up and all the grain was burned. Our army's food reserves are also gone. If we don't find food soon, our army may have to eat tree bark." "What? The granary has been blown up? That damned Lin family army." Quang Biao was furious and roared angrily, but there was nothing they could do. Clearly, he had no way to deal with the Lin family army. Let the main force engage the Lin family army as soon as possible. Once we eliminate them, we will have enough food. Now that their food supplies are running low, they have no choice but to rely on the other side. Yes, the soldier accepted the order and quickly related. It must be said that the new commander has a do-or-die spirit. This ignited their fighting spirit. What followed was no longer an ordinary battle, but a battle that would determine their lives. They will give it their all in this life-or-death struggle to achieve their own rebirth. Chapter 95, Who's More Afraid of Death? The bandits who led the escape believed they could win. However, the prerequisite is that they only need to learn to work hard. What enemy is there that you're not afraid of, that you're not afraid of death? Kill them. In an instant, Shouts of battle filled the air as all the Burmese soldiers formed a spearhead and charged into the encirclement of the Suicide Squad to the east. Was stunned when he saw this. Are these Burmese soldiers out of their minds? The first time I've ever seen a small fish willingly crawl into their encirclement. Is this a desperate gamble, or have they given up the struggle? However, whatever their schemes or ideas may be, they're no longer important at this moment. Even if they're soldiers, at this moment, fearlessly charge into their encirclement. It was all for naught, because his army of assassins were the ones who truly disregarded life and death. As long as the Eastern Death Squad is engaged in battle with the Burmese army, the Western encirclement can be quickly closed in, trapping the entire Burmese army in one place. This creates a situation where the door is closed and the dog is beaten. In this mountainous region, the Burmese army and the Suicide Squad clashed. Here, neither airplanes nor tanks are usable. Both sides can only rely on cannons and gun barrels to fight each other. In an instant, shouts of battle filled the air, and all kinds of shells, grenades, and rocket launchers flew out. Da-da-da. Accompanying this was the flaming gun barrel, constantly spewing out its fury. The two sides fought fiercely, exchanging blows back and forth. Soon, the Burmese army realized something was wrong. How come they fought so fiercely with the enemy, charging forward without fear of death? Yet the enemy didn't back down at all. How come they were even more fearless than themselves? The battle quickly became intense. It's easy for both sides to start fighting, but it's not easy to withdraw. They would inevitably be hunted down by the enemy, which would mean sacrificing the rearguard troops in vain. Moreover, the Burmese army has no way out. It will take at least 3 days to transport new food supplies to the various armies, and there is no guarantee that the enemy will not continue to launch surprise attacks on their food supply routes. They couldn't wait any longer, and they couldn't afford to wait any longer. Rumble. Shells roared. Flames shot into the sky. Lin Shin stood on a distant mountaintop, watching the two sides locked in battle, a smile playing on his lips. The Burmese army were assassinated by them. However, there are still many capable soldiers among them. These people are very important to the Burmese army and must be eliminated to prevent future troubles. Meanwhile, the Western Route Suicide Squad is on its way and will soon be able to surround these Burmese troops. Lin Shin saw the two sides engaged in fierce combat below, but his expression remained unchanged. Kill. He uttered the word kill, and then a group of people rushed out from behind him, leaping towards the battlefield below. They were the elite Suicide Squad, led by Yi Lingxing. Lin Shin gave them a new name, the Shadow Assassination Squad. They moved with incredible speed, rushing into the battlefield in the blink of an eye, wielding assault rifles and swords, slaughtering the enemies before them as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. The scene was like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, slaughtering them wantonly. In the blink of an eye, blood flowed like a river. Ah! Help! Devils, they are devils! Screams and cries of alarm echoed through the sky. This scene completely terrified the Burmese troops they had joined on the battlefield. They even wondered if they were having a nightmare. This unit is incredibly powerful. They're like tireless killing machines. It's terrifying. A sense of fear washed over them, and the Burmese soldiers began to flee in panic. However, these assassination squads will not let them off so easily. Kill. Yi Lingqing's voice was icy, like a demon king urging her many demons to slaughter humans. Oh no! The Burmese army's regimental commander, in charge of this battlefield, exclaimed in surprise. However, at that moment a bullet shattered his throat. Damn it! Haven't handled a gun in a while. My skills are rusty. High up on a distant mountain, Lin Shun, holding a sniper rifle, shook his head. Bang! He aimed again at a Burmese officer who was running relatively fast and pulled the trigger. One shot to the head. That's more like it. By the assassination squad, the elite troops charged forward with high morale and quickly wiped out all the Burmese troops in the valley. Your objective is to hold them off before the Western army of suicide soldiers arrives. Burmese Army. Temporary Command Post. The newly appointed commander, Quang Biao, stood in front of the simulation sand table, his expression serious. He hadn't expected that they had all gone all in. Their soldiers were not even as spirited as the enemy soldiers. This group of Lin family soldiers are simply reckless lunatics. He originally didn't believe that the Lin family army could contend with the current Burmese army. It wasn't until he personally led an attack that he realized the vast difference in strength between his Burmese army and the Lin family army. Report. Your Excellency, Commander, our army has engaged in battle with the Lin family army. Our attempt to break out has failed, and we have suffered heavy casualties. Report. The Lin family army's Western Route force has arrived and could encircle us at any time. If we don't retreat, we are very likely to be surrounded by them. Report. One urgent report after another came in, and with each one, Quang Biao's face grew increasingly grim. His worst fears came true. The Lin family army's strength exceeded his expectations. It turns out that they didn't just overwhelm them with weapons. Commander, let's retreat. Yes, Commander. Several adjutants looked anxious and tried to persuade him. On the battlefield, shells have no eyes. If they don't retreat, they're in danger of losing their lives at any moment. Upon hearing the urgent report and his adjutant's advice, Quang Biao's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, yet he helplessly loosened them. Finally, gritting his teeth, he said, "Retreat immediately." Boom! He was just about to give the order when a loud bang was heard. A stray bullet landed near the temporary command post. Seeing this, he did not hesitate and immediately issued a retreat order. They quickly retreated with the military horses guarding the command post, slipping back along a pre-planned route. He knew he couldn't escape with a large army, so he only took 30,000 troops and retreated quickly. Even if they were discovered to be pursued, these 30,000 troops would be enough to hold out until they escaped. Even if the other party were slaughtering pigs, it would still take them an hour or two to slaughter 30,000 of them. For them, who are good at running away, that's enough. The main reason they've survived to this day is that they ran away quickly. They escaped all danger. Quang Biao and his men fled. The Western Route Death Squad surrounded them, successfully forming an encirclement and trapping the remaining 200,000 Burmese troops. They can't escape. However, Quang Biao and his men successfully escaped the encirclement. They left the area as quickly as possible by an army of tens of thousands of elite soldiers. Not too many, not too few, driving the 30,000-strong army of Quang Biao forward relentlessly. Leave 10,000 men behind to hold them off. The plains are just ahead. We can't let them get there, Quang Biao immediately ordered. In the plains, if their location is revealed to the enemy, they will practically become sitting ducks for the Lin family army. Only when they reached flat ground could they completely distance themselves from their opponents. This was a risky decision, but Quang Biao had already made it. He had no other choice. Chapter 96. The ambush that brings despair to Quang Biao. 10,000 Burmese soldiers, who had been persuaded to surrender, covered the rear and quickly engaged in fierce fighting with the pursuing suicide soldiers. Gunfire and screams filled the air, plunging the entire battlefield into darkness. Of course, the battle was not prolonged. Although these Burmese soldiers were Quang Biao's personal guards, their combat effectiveness wasn't particularly high. Moreover, they knew they had been abandoned by their commander, which further dampened their fighting spirit. This resulted in Quang Biao expecting them to hold out for at least an hour, but after 20 minutes, they were completely wiped out. However, during this time, they also arrived at that flat area. They boarded the vehicles they had prepared in advance and began their evacuation as quickly as possible. They moved quickly, reaching the center of the flat area in just 20 minutes. Nothing happened. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, they suddenly realized, on the horizon ahead, it seemed as if countless dark shadows were appearing. "What's that?" Quang Biao asked, puzzled. When the convoy got a little closer, he picked up his binoculars and took a look. "Damn it, something's wrong. How come there are so many soldiers here?" As far as the eye could see, there were Lin family army soldiers everywhere, stretching as far as the eye could see. Clearly, the enemy's army numbered at least 100,000. At the same time, there are countless steel behemoths. That's a tank? More like a prehistoric behemoth. "Retreat. Return the way you came." A large army was blocking their way, along with a group of steel behemoths. Quang Biao was certainly not so arrogant as to think he could just charge straight in. Going around it is the best option, just as he ordered them to return the way they came. The Lin family army, far on the horizon, began to move. Those hundreds of tanks were unable to play their role in the mountainous terrain, so Lin Shun arranged for them all to be harvested. In addition to tanks, there are also howitzers, rocket launchers, and so on. Aim. Target 20 kilometers directly in front of the Myanmar army. Fire. The leading commander, Long Outyen, began to give orders. He was a battlefield command talent that Lin Shan drew in a lottery, specializing in positional warfare. Boom, boom, boom. With his command, countless shells flew at high speed toward the direction of the raging army. At a glance, the number of shells was overwhelming, no less than 300. The shells landed on the army. The explosions were deafening, and flames shot into the sky, as beautiful and dazzling as fireworks, yet containing destructive power. The soil was fertile, and dust filled the air. Suffered heavy losses in an instant, losing nearly half of its troops. Ah, help! The piercing screams rose and fell, never ceasing, like a scene from a hellish hell. Commander, the staff officer next to him, was terrified. Don't panic. Split up and run. I don't believe their shells aren't worth much. Quang Biao gritted his teeth, but his voice was clearly trembling. His heart was filled with bitterness. Run away? Where could he run to? If we run back, we'll still have to face the Lin family army. They had nowhere to run. Now it was merely a matter of delaying their death. Unless, of course, he can find a hidden place in the mountains to hide. That's right, do it this way. Only in this way might he have a chance to survive. Boom, boom, boom. The Lin family army continued to unleash a barrage of artillery shells. Quang Biao's army was also suffering heavy losses under the artillery fire and was routed and scattered. They fled lightly, so how could they possibly organize a counterattack? Fortunately, he issued an order to disperse and flee, and the army was scattered, so the casualties caused by the falling shells were not so great. However, these are not problems at all. As long as his soldiers can hold out until he runs into the dense forest, that's enough. At that point, he will be able to run while searching for a place to hide. 10 kilometers. 5 kilometers. 2 kilometers. They're almost there. Soon they'll be able to re-enter the dense forest. Just then, the sound of fighter jets roaring overhead came from the sky. The sound of fighter jets cutting through the air grew louder and louder. Quang Biao and the others looked up. Their pupils suddenly contracted, and their faces turned deathly pale. They could see several enormous creatures on the horizon rapidly swooping down in their direction. Those are fighter jets. No. The next second, Quang Biao's roar abruptly stopped, drowned out by a deafening boom. They and their vehicle were reduced to dust, leaving no trace of their remains. Rumble, rumble. Then, more and more fighter jets circled down, lowered their altitude, and attacked the fleeing Burmese troops below. Although these fighter jets were few in number, their high vantage point and intense firepower made them just as destructive as artillery bombardment. In just one encounter, the Burmese army suffered heavy casualties. Of Quang Biao dared not linger, only frantically fleeing, praying for their escape. Just as they were about to reach the edge of the plain, countless suicide squads emerged from the dense forest, all pointing their guns at them. Da-da-da. Countless gun barrels spewed fire from their dark muzzles. The bullets instantly formed a steel rainstorm, exploding towards the remaining hordes of the raging enemy below. The sound of bullets leaving the barrel and the screams of agony echoed throughout the valley. It didn't take long to wipe out these remnants of the army. The new commander of the Burmese army also met his tragic end in the northwest. On the main battlefield, dozens of mountain ranges stretch out, and the entire Burmese army has been completely surrounded by the suicide squad. Next, it's like catching a turtle in a jar. Without a commander, most troops no longer know what to do. They had no choice but to follow the initial orders and break out to force their way out. Break through from where they have been attacking. Unfortunately, all of this was futile, like throwing an egg against a rock. Compared to the army of mid-level assassins, they were still too naive. It's only a matter of time before they are wiped out. However, Lin Shan would not go so far as to exterminate these Burmese fighters. He ordered his elite guards to bring over Quang Biao's body. Then, upon arriving at the main battlefield, he ordered the army to temporarily cease fire. The Lin family army took the initiative to cease fighting, and the Burmese army naturally cherished this period of rest. Lin Shan appeared with Quang Biao's corpse and, through a loudspeaker, began to make a declaration to all the Burmese soldiers. Soldiers of the Burmese army, I am Lin Shan, the leader of Chun Kingdom. I believe that all of you hate me, but I tell you, you should not hate me, but your official government in Myanmar. In northern Myanmar, warlordism was rampant, and the dark industries flourished, as I believe you all know. I have cleansed this hellish world and restored it to its former purity. Did I do something wrong? Chapter 97, Taking Down Myanmar. A million-strong army, summoning god-level death warriors again. No, why is your government so resistant to flattening our Chun kingdom? Isn't it because we destroyed their gray market revenue? Because they have an inseparable relationship with those warlords and criminal organizations. They have to make a show of purging them, but they can't completely eradicate them. Otherwise, with your capabilities, you shouldn't be unable to destroy those forces, right? It's just that no one will allow you to do so. The reason I came to Myanmar is twofold. Firstly, to retaliate against the Myanmar government's invasion of my country. And secondly, because I have witnessed the darkness and corruption of the Myanmar government today. Such a government should no longer exist. A new regime should replace it. You should know what Myanmar is like now. I guarantee that the future of Myanmar will be more beautiful than you can imagine. Those who lay down their weapons and surrender now will be allowed to retire and go home to reunite with their families. Those who want to keep fighting, then keep going. I believe you all know the final outcome. You have 1 minute to consider. Lin Chen's words immediately caused a stir. The outcome of fighting the Lin family army is predictable. Moreover, Northern Myanmar has recently transformed online from a hellish place into a paradise. If the whole of Myanmar could become like this, there is no war, no warlords. If everyone lives in peace, and there is no war in the whole of Myanmar, how wonderful that would be. I surrender. I surrender. Immediately, someone stepped forward to surrender. If a senior military officer were present, his act of jumping out like that would have resulted in him being executed on the spot. But nothing is happening now. The reason is simple. This thought has arisen in everyone's mind. With the first person taking the lead, more and more Burmese soldiers laid down their weapons. Surrender to the Lin family army. Their struggle has become meaningless. It's now a foregone conclusion that the Lin family army will occupy the entire country of Myanmar. No matter how much they resist, it will be in vain. It will be better for them to give up resistance sooner rather than later. Lin Chun was naturally delighted with this. After the suicide squad confiscated their weapons, they distributed rations to the soldiers and sent them home. As for travel expenses, are you kidding me? Lin Chun is currently the type who is unwilling to spend a single penny. Isn't bus Route 11 enough? If it weren't for the fact that his elite soldiers also needed food supplies, he wouldn't even have been able to produce any food. Without the military's obstruction, Myanmar was like a beautiful woman who had taken off her clothes and fallen into a deep sleep in front of Lin Chen's Lin family army. Completely at your disposal. A week has passed in the blink of an eye. The army swept in, and along the way, all the warlords, criminal groups, and wealthy people were looted by Lin Chun. This wave alone netted Lin Chun $300 billion in cash. In addition, there are a large number of collectibles, luxury cars, companies, real estate, etc. Once things stabilize, selling them will definitely be a significant investment than the current $300 billion, if not more. Others stop after earning $30 million, but Lin Chun has earned over $100 billion and still wants to keep earning. What bothered Lin Chun was that Myanmar's government was mismanaging its economy, resulting in a long-standing fiscal deficit, which it had been trying to cover by printing money from the central bank. Therefore, Myanmar is facing a fiscal deficit and its national treasury is empty. However, upon seeing this situation, a bold idea emerged in Lin Chen's mind. As the new ruler of Myanmar, wouldn't he be able to print his own banknotes and infinitely increase his contribution points? However, he had just gone to the printing plant and printed 100 billion. He couldn't accept it. He immediately realized that this batch of money had to go through the central bank. After he had just recorded the banknotes into the treasury through the Central Bank of Myanmar and exchanged them for 9 million contribution points, he suddenly received a message from his subordinates that prices were soaring and inflation was rampant in Myanmar. Even though Lin Chun converted that money into contribution points, but this money still had the impact it was supposed to have. In other words, if Lin Chun continues to print more, the money will only become less and less valuable. The contribution points he can exchange will also decrease over time. The domestic economy will also undergo tremendous changes. Clearly, Lin Chun wouldn't do something so short-sighted as to deplete resources. I had no choice but to give up my idea. The most urgent task is to develop the entire country of Myanmar to provide a continuous source of funds. In terms of governing the entire country of Myanmar, besides appointing Gwandi Heo as prime minister, He also spent hundreds of thousands of contribution points to select dozens of talents of different types. Let them fill those vacant senior positions. As for ordinary positions, it's enough to let the Suicide Squad take care of them. Only after doing all this did I feel a little relieved. However, to Lin Chen's surprise, Myanmar's oil fields are very rich in resources, which will save him a lot of money in his future campaigns. Moreover, Myanmar is also very rich in mineral resources. If he develops well, it will definitely be able to provide him with tremendous assistance in the future. Now, the entire country of Myanmar has been incorporated into the territory of Chun State, and the total population has reached a staggering 50 million. Lin Chen's army of assassins has grown to 1 million in recent days. At first glance, there seem to be many, but when scattered throughout the entire Chun kingdom, they are actually quite few. However, it's much better than the ones next door. The number of high-ranking assassins has reached 10,000. What we're lacking now is a god-level assassin. After conquering Myanmar, Lin Chen's army entered a period of development. With the Great Battle just over, Lin Chen naturally didn't plan to cause any trouble right away. Even if it's just a leaf and 7 fish bones, there's still a cooling-off period. Okay? Chun Kingdom. Inside Lin Chen's private villa. That little girl Yi Lingqing, you really can't get her involved unless there's a mission. Alright, let's summon it first. Lin Chen also wanted to know just how powerful these 4 god-level assassins were, consuming 4 million points to summon 4 god-level assassins. I did a 4-pull without hesitation. Whoosh! A circular halo appeared inside the villa's living room. Then, 4 figures shot out from among them. These 4 people were all different in appearance and exuded a sharp aura. The leader was a burly man with eagle-like eyes. He wore a black bodysuit and carried 3 knives at his waist, making him a fearsome figure. But its green hair was intimidating. Soya greets His Majesty. The figure bowed to Lin Chen, then leaned against the wall without saying a word. God tier, Soya. Occupation, swordsman. Intelligence, 11. Constitution, 15. Strength, 18. Agility, 15. Abilities, Steel/3 sword style, Wind barrier, Gale instant / 10,000 swords return to 1. 100% loyalty. Chapter 98, 4 God-level death squads. An aircraft carrier production line with nuclear weapons. Beside them were 2 petite and exquisite women with beautiful features, looking extremely stunning. Dressed in pure white, she looked like an angel from heaven, pure and noble. They were like twin sisters, looking almost identical, but possessing different abilities. God tier, little spirit. Occupation, physicien. Intelligence, 17. Constitution, 11. Strength, 11. Agility, 13. Abilities, medicine, healing, pharmaceuticals, restoration. 100% loyalty. Another amazing female character. Gotir Xiaozi. Occupation, musicien. Intelligence, 17. Constitution, 12. Strength, 13. Agility, 14. Abilities, Berserk, Purify, Sword Dance, playing the loop on a cow. 100% loyalty. The last male god-level assassin was very young. His face was sharp and handsome, with sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, a straight nose, and a faint, sinister smile at the corner of his mouth, making him seem dangerous at first glance. Lin Chen had assumed that he was an assassin, just like Yi Lingqing. As it turned out, he really was an assassin. God tier, Bloodblade. Occupation, assassin. Intelligence, 16. Physical constitution, 18. Strength, 19. Agility, 20. Abilities, hidden weapons, stealth, assassination. 100% loyalty. Such high 4-dimensional attributes. Sure enough, people who seem impressive turn out to be truly impressive. Lin Chen carefully examined the 4 people for a few seconds, secretly praising them. Sure enough, the contribution points were well spent. Greetings, my lord. The remaining 3 stepped forward together and bowed to Lin Chen. To them, Lin Chen was their master. Their only master, and their absolutely loyal master. If these 5 people were combined, I wonder how powerful they would be. Lin Chen was curious and immediately began issuing tasks. I'm giving you a special mission, a test for you. I hope you won't let me down. Lin Chen said with a smile. Immediately, the 4 god-level assassins received their orders and left. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Rewards, short-range attack missile production line, bomber production line, or any other production line of your choice. Is this manifest? Is it Lin Shen teleported directly back to Bangkok and then brought the production line there as the previous production line? Congratulations, host, on manifesting a short-range attack missile production line. 5 short-range attack missile systems donated. Short-range attack missile system production line. 5 attack missile systems can be produced per day. Producing 1 unit requires 5,000 contribution points, as well as congratulations, host, on materializing a bomber production line. 5 top-of-the-line bombers will be given as a gift. Bomber production line. 5 bombers can be produced per day. Producing 1 bomber requires 5,000 contribution points. There's also a production line that you can choose yourself. Lin Shen hesitated. Nuclear weapons production line, planet annihilation production line, or is it a 2-dimensional foil production line? It can directly reduce the 3-dimensional world to a 2-dimensional world. What can you do with a weapon like this now that you have it? Destroy the world? No. Lin Shen was still pondering, trying to acquire the most effective weapon available at the moment. At the very least, it's usable, or rather, it can be put to good use. If we can have the production line to choose from this time, we will definitely have it in the future. Right? The system? If not, then activate the self-destruct program. System. Yes, don't worry, host. As if Lin Shen had caught him red-handed, Lin Shen sensed a hint of anxiety in the system's tone. Could it be that there really was a self-destruct program? Having received the system's affirmation, Lin Shen naturally no longer hesitated. A concrete manifestation of an aircraft carrier production line capable of producing and launching all nuclear weapons, powered by nuclear fusion. Lin Shen spoke directly. Ding! The host may only make 1 request to the production line. This is a request. Shouldn't the self-destruct program be activated? That would be a request, wouldn't it, right, System Master? Congratulations, host, on manifesting an aircraft carrier production line. A gift of an aircraft carrier to the host, who can use the sea areas within their own territory. Aircraft carrier production line. 1 aircraft carrier can be produced per month. Producing 1 aircraft carrier requires 10 million contribution points. Holy crap, that's fucking amazing. Now, he'd like to see which small country on Earth is so blind as to provoke the Chun Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom. Is Japan the small country of cherry blossoms, or is it the country of eagles? Kill them all. His aircraft carrier is 3 times more powerful than the top of the line aircraft carriers in the United States. To take down the United States, but taking down a tiny island nation shouldn't be a problem. However, is it only possible to use it if one owns their own sea area? That's just a coincidence. It just so happens that his own Chun Kingdom has taken over the entire country of Burma. The southwestern corner of Myanmar has a coastline that stretches for 1,930 kilometers. The sea area is also very large. However, when Lin Shen tried to summon the creature in the waters off Myanmar, he discovered that he had failed. He quickly asked the system, and the system replied, as long as he declares that the Chun Kingdom has occupied the entire Myanmar Kingdom, and that the entire Myanmar Kingdom is within the territory of the Chun Kingdom, including its sea areas, then he will have his own sea areas. He immediately gave the order to announce to the outside world that the entire Myanmar was now the territory of the Chun Kingdom. He will continue to expand his sea area afterward. Within his territorial waters, aircraft carriers will become the sole dominant force. Regardless of the consequences of his continued quest for supremacy, as long as this aircraft carrier is present, even if a tiny territory is destroyed with a single shot, it won't be a big deal. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that a certain mad eagle will come out to show off its might and majesty. Looks like I need to hurry. Lin Shen has completely stirred up this area. We need to quickly take over the entire Golden Triangle region. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. If not now, when? However, they lacked a legitimate reason to launch the attack. The entire Golden Triangle. What kind of reason should we find to start a war against Siam? It would be best to make them and other countries feel that Siam is in the wrong. Lin Shen looked at the sand table in front of him. Now, he has occupied the Golden Triangle region, the largest and most powerful part of Myanmar. Looking at other countries in the Golden Triangle region, it would be a lie to say you're not tempted. The situation in the Golden Triangle region and northern Myanmar is only a part of the picture. Throughout the Golden Triangle, the flower trade and organ trafficking are countless. There are numerous warlord forces, large and small, that cannot be compared to those in northern Myanmar. Those warlord forces were truly rolling in money. In Lin Chen's eyes, they were practically human ATMs. However, if we want to start a war, we need to find a better reason. Even the United States, before going to war, had to find a plausible way to justify it. Regardless of whether it's true or not, whoever has the bigger fist and wins is the one who's real. This is inherently a matter of the victors writing history. Chapter 99: The Reason for Sending Troops. The Wealthy Kingdom of Siam. A spy plan. Leader, what troubles you? Just as Lin Chan was racking his brains, Guan Diheo knocked on the door and came in. He's been incredibly busy lately. Fortunately, Lin Chen's henchmen were highly capable of carrying out their orders, and with the cooperation of the Burmese residents, they were able to succeed. Their government pronouncements are highly credible. This enabled many plans to be implemented very smoothly. Myanmar has managed to stabilize the situation. As for future development, it will require long-term and sustained efforts. Did you bring the documents I asked you to bring? Lin Chan picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip, and looked up at Guan Diheo. He has always played the role of a hands-off manager. Why make things difficult for yourself when you can get others to do the work for you? He's busy exchanging feelings with female assassins from various countries. Experience the joy of different kinds of girls. I brought them all. Guan Diheo nodded, then took out his laptop from his bag and placed it in front of Lin Chan. All intelligence information about the Kingdom of Siam was presented to Lin Chan. Upon seeing this information, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. I never imagined that Siam would be so rich. Most importantly, their GDP is 6 times that of Myanmar. Their economic level is also much higher than theirs. This means that I can make more money from it. Moreover, the royal family of Siam is extremely wealthy, truly fucking wealthy. I have to borrow some money from them to spend. Their army is smaller than that of Myanmar. There are only over 300,000 battle stones. However, their weaponry is more advanced than that of Myanmar. These are worlds apart in Myanmar's view. But in Lin Chen's eyes, there was no difference. Tell me, what reason should we give for sending troops to Siam? One that will make them look like they're in the wrong. Lin Chan said that he had been staying up too late recently, and his brain wasn't working properly. However, Lin Chan wants all the territory in the Golden Triangle region. Moreover, he had already planted assassins in various places in this region to extort money from them, sell them weapons, and incite them to fight among themselves. Weakening their strength is, in effect, strengthening ourselves. They're so rich, taking them down shouldn't be a problem. Who could resist the temptation of so much money? And if they could take over all the territory in the Golden Triangle region, it would be a long-term and stable source of income. Lin Chan has stated that he is extremely short of money. We're short of money for everything. He now spends hundreds of thousands of contribution points every day just producing weapons. Billions a day, who can afford that? Now that an aircraft carrier is to be built, it's just adding insult to injury. When you say you want to put those production lines to idle, Lin Chan can't accept that either. You can go hungry yourself, but you can't let your baby go hungry while breastfeeding. Therefore, Lin Chan's top priority right now is to make money. He needed to make a lot of money, but since he couldn't rely on the domestic economy of Chun Kingdom to drive his military, he could only rely on other countries in the Golden Triangle region. We're all neighboring countries. When we're in trouble, a good neighbor can't just stand by and help. We can announce to the outside world that all the main warmongers in Myanmar who declared war on Chun have fled to Siam. We'll boldly send our troops into their territory, and they won't be able to drive us away. After all, our situation is a continuation of the civil war in Myanmar. If they don't allow it, it's like they're protecting us. We can take this opportunity to have some minor clashes with them. As for what happens after this minor skirmish, that depends on what you leader decide. After thinking for a while, Guan Diheo put forward his suggestion and gave sufficient reasons. Arrest those who declare war? A continuation of the civil war? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes lit up considerably. That's pretty impressive. Sure enough, I still need a few smart people around me to give me some advice. Otherwise, what he has in his head wouldn't be enough. 90% of the work has already been done at night. He didn't want to be like this, but the exotic atmosphere was so captivating that he couldn't resist. Great idea. In a while, we'll use this as an excuse to officially march on Siam. Before that, find me a few high-ranking officials who are already dead, and I'll create a few replicas. That's a good reason. it won't arouse any suspicion from others. After all, in the eyes of others, Chun Kingdom is now a country that retaliates against every flaw. Because Myanmar opposed and invaded their country, they simply razed Myanmar to the ground. They simply cannot afford to provoke, nor do they want to provoke, the Chun Kingdom. Lin Chun was somewhat excited. Taking down Siam was more worthwhile than taking down 3 Myanmars. Leader, what you just said means that you can create assassins that are exactly the same as others, right? Although Guan Diheo was one of Lin Chen's henchmen, he was unaware of Lin Chen's abilities. Yes. What's wrong? Lin Chen was stunned and couldn't react for a moment. Leader, we can investigate the backgrounds of high-ranking officials and political parties in other countries, learn about their daily habits, and then we can use our own loyalists to replace them. A single word can awaken a dreamer. Lin Chen suddenly woke up with a start. That's right. I was fucking driven by lust. Such a great ability, yet he only used it to create beautiful girls. We've forgotten about that. If one's own loyal followers could replace high-ranking officials from other countries, wouldn't that greatly benefit one's future development? Damn it, you're a total bastard. Guan Diheo, you are truly my right-hand man. I wonder, are you interested in this matter? Lin Chun said with a smile. Seeing Lin Chen's expression, Guan Diheo quickly shook his head. He had too many things to worry about and naturally didn't want to cause himself any more trouble. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen immediately summoned Shui Run and Yi Lingqing. After much thought, I decided that it would be most appropriate to leave this matter to the two of them. After issuing the summons to them, Lin Chen turned to Guan Diheo and continued, "Thank you for your hard work. Afterwards, go and investigate the wealthy people in Siam and their origins. As usual, compile a list of all the wealthy people who have done something damn wrong, and give it to me. As for the wealthy people who haven't done anything wrong, I'll personally visit them later. The future development of Chun Kingdom will depend on their assistance. A win-win situation is the most important thing. The wealth held by the tycoons and magnates of Siam is incomparable to that of the wealthy in Myanmar. The wealth of the richest man in Siam is probably greater than the combined wealth of the top 10 richest people in Myanmar. Not to mention the entire kingdom of Siam. Of 3 Burma countries are not as large as those of one Siam. If we could take this place, we could gain so much joy. Lin Chen was really looking forward to it. Chapter 100: The Wealthy Kingdom of Siam. A half-month deadline for the Kingdom of Siam. You must know, the Kingdom of Siam is one of the few developed countries in Southeast Asia, a truly wealthy nation. Even China is still in the stage of a socialist developing country. He remembered that in the world he originally lived in, Siam did not seem to have reached the level of a developed country. As for Myanmar, it was once extremely wealthy. However, successive civil wars directly impoverished the entire country. Not only did it weaken its own country's strength, but also led to warlordism within the country, a problem that has remained unresolved for a long time. This has led to the current problem. Otherwise, Lin Chun would have been full and satisfied by now. However, if Myanmar hadn't been in such a situation, Lin Chun wouldn't have been able to take over the entire country so easily. Yes. After receiving the instructions, Guan Diheo nodded and left the place. There's still many things waiting for him to handle. After all, Lin Chun, after formulating the most basic plan and pursuing the ideal society, became a hands-off manager. Not long after he left where Lin Chun was, Bloodblade and Knight Lingqing returned and appeared before him. Greetings, my lord. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, with a cold demeanor, killer-like keen intuition, and an arrogant attitude between their brows. Lin Chun was absolutely certain that they were a perfect match. Shah, I'm not here to ship any couples. Bloodblade and Lingqing, you two are both assassins with unparalleled strength. I've called you here today to give you a mission. Originally, I only needed to give you instructions, but considering that you two might become partners in the future, it would be better to meet here beforehand. Lin Chun then told Shui Run and Yi Lingqing about the plan, but their faces remained expressionless. It seemed that nothing could easily shock them. So, does the Lord intend for us to form an assassin organization to investigate and assassinate high-ranking officials of other countries, and then have the assassins he fabricated take their place? Yi Lingqing repeated her confirmation. In her view, killing them all would be enough. Why go through all that trouble? That's right. We don't have the energy or time to deal with so many countries right now. Even if we assassinate a high-ranking official, they can just elect another one the next day. Taking control of some of other countries' rights in advance will save us a lot of trouble. Lin Chen nodded. They understood what I meant after I explained it once, which is a good thing. Okay, leave it to us, but it will take some time. Bloodblade said calmly. This is a trivial matter, very simple. In his view, this task was not difficult. It just takes some time. No problem, I believe in you guys. Watching the two assassins leave, Lin Chen felt as if he had been knocked unconscious. These two, you have to admit, are quite a good match in some ways. In the days that followed, Lin Chen alternated between extreme excitement and utter boredom. Governing a country takes time, and so does building his army and weapons. What he lacks now is time. Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. All the weapons and equipment have been upgraded to a higher level, and Lin Chen considered that it was time to make a move. He ordered Guan Diheo to send over all the intelligence he needed. That is the list of wealthy and powerful figures in Siam. Leader, the vast majority of people on this list are from China. The richest person in the entire kingdom of Siam is Chinese, and he owns the Chero and Pak fan group. The second place is... Lin Chen frowned as he looked at the list of results. He hadn't expected that Chinese people would make up the majority of the list. They originally planned to target the wealthy in Siam, but unexpectedly, the first to be targeted were the Chinese. However, Lin Chen would not abandon his plan just because the other party was from China. It should be noted that this was a special order from Lin Chen, and only wealthy Siamese individuals who had committed crimes were included in this program. In other words, none of the wealthy people from China could escape. They all had some bad dealings on their hands, more or less. We have to get them. Not a single one of them will escape. Lin Chen doesn't care what others think. Anyway, some, or even all, of their money came from illegitimate sources, so we have to deal with it. At worst, we can leave them some resettlement allowance so that their families can live out their old age in peace. As for themselves, they should go in and get some proper reformation. This world is a jungle where the strong prey on the weak. All right, let's announce our declaration to the world. We're preparing to send troops into Siam. Lin Chen smiled. Announce to the outside world that we are going to enter Siam, capture the culprits who proposed the invasion of our Chun kingdom, and release evidence of their presence in Siam. Then let Siam summon the person. If they can't hand them over within a week, don't blame us for going into Siam and bringing them back ourselves. Tell them that we hope they will not protect these former high-ranking officials from Myanmar and ruin the peace between the two countries. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. The two looked at each other and smiled. It's perfectly reasonable for them to issue a declaration. It's reasonable to ask the Kingdom of Siam to bring him out within half a month. After all, he's just a high-ranking official from a fallen country, and it's not worth damaging the relationship between the two countries over him. They even thoughtfully gave us half a month. With the state apparatus mobilized, arresting a few people in half a month isn't enough? Just kidding. That's enough. If you can't hand it over by then, don't blame us, the Lin family army of Chun Kingdom, for being impolite. 1 million-strong army galloped across the border. In the blink of an eye, Siam was annihilated. As for them handing over the people, Lin Chen wasn't worried. If they could teach someone, that would be impressive. The person was already dead. Should we go to the underworld and bring the person back? This battle is inevitable. Of course, the reason for giving half a month is that the second aircraft carrier will be launched in half a month. At that time, with the threat of 2 aircraft carriers, Lin Chen didn't believe that anyone in the entire Golden Triangle would dare to defy him. Although one is enough. But these 2 ships are a demonstration to the world that their Chun Kingdom possesses the capability to independently build aircraft carriers. Even if the United States wanted to make a move against China, it would have to think twice. Another 2 weeks have passed quietly. In just 1 month, Lin Chen's military weaponry had reached an extremely terrifying level. There are 200 to 300 weapons in total. Bombers, fighter jets, tanks, and artillery. It has everything. We now have 2 aircraft carriers. Lin Chen is extremely arrogant right now. Of course, it was also very embarrassing. That means his contribution value has reached its limit. If we don't make money, we won't even be able to support our production line. This is not what Lin Chen wants to see. I have to say, maintaining an army is a real money pit. Warfare is even more expensive. However, Myanmar's economy has only just begun to recover. Lin Shan has only managed to survive until now thanks to the real estate he acquired from those unscrupulous tycoons. Now that his savings are dwindling, he has no choice but to set his sights on the neighboring property. The law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak, is an unavoidable phenomenon in nature. Chapter 101. Deploying Troops to Siam. A smart system. Half a month has passed since the Siamese conference. The Kingdom of Siam also expressed goodwill towards the Kingdom of Chun. However, they have consistently maintained that, when they attempted to arrest the official Lin Shan mentioned, they discovered that he had vanished without a trace. Such a statement is nothing more than an excuse in everyone's eyes. Little did they know, it was all a trap set by Lin Shan. Lin Shan naturally wouldn't give them much of a chance to explain. He had been preparing for this battle for a full month. Although their million-strong army and weaponry are enough to deter the enemy, they also possess a considerable number of advanced weapons. After all, they're considered a developed country. Lin Shan didn't want his army to suffer heavy losses. That's why he prepared for so long. They remain silent until they make a stunning statement. He wanted to take over the entire Kingdom of Siam in one fell swoop. Order the border army to advance into Siam and tell them that since they cannot hand over those people, they will have to capture them themselves. Lin Shan ordered. According to his orders, this was a special military operation to eliminate the scourge of national subjugation. It was not an aggressive war aimed at occupying land and territory. After all, the Kingdom of Siam has consistently failed to provide the answers they desire on time. Their actions are understandable. Upon receiving the order, the Chun Kingdom's army swaggered into the territory of Siam. They came in to arrest criminals, and he had no evidence of those high-ranking officials' activities in Siam. If Siam were to start a war because of their arrival, then Chun Kingdom would not be one to back down. They would roll up their sleeves and fight them to the death. At that time, Lin Shan declared to the outside world that this was a war of self-defense against aggression, and that the Siamese kingdom wanted to take advantage of the fact that Chun Kingdom had just been through a war and was severely weakened to invade Chun Kingdom. Then he would have no burden at all, and public opinion would be on their side. As for the Kingdom of Siam, it doesn't matter if they don't initiate a war. Lin Shan ordered his army to head straight for the capital of Siam. Then, within the capital, he created a fake assassin disguised as a high-ranking official, had to make a brief appearance in front of the world, and then disappeared. This would allow him to take the opportunity to send his army into their capital. He didn't believe they wouldn't start a fight. Compared to public condemnation, they were more afraid that Lin Shan would directly lead a large army to destroy their base. As Lin's army entered Siam, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Chun Kingdom publicly announced that since Siam was unwilling to hand over the people, they would take matters into their own hands and investigate. The news was reported by a wide range of media outlets and quickly became known to everyone on the entire planet. Many people only noticed this afterward. His grandma is outrageous. Myanmar has actually unified? Was it unified by a Chinese person from China? A new dynasty, the Chun Kingdom, has been established. During this period, Lin Shan did not focus his energy on promoting his Chun Kingdom. After all, they wanted to keep a low profile, so they specifically blocked related online information in order to develop in a stable manner for a period of time. And there it is, it has developed successfully. Lin Shan then stepped out. Everyone make way. I, Lin Shan, am about to show off. How come I didn't pay attention to this Chun Kingdom before? How come it has unified Myanmar so quickly? Such a big thing happening in Myanmar. How come I didn't know about it before? I did try to access it using a VPN before, but I thought it was just sensationalist headlines from the news media. I thought it was just a change of president. Who would have thought it was a change of country? This Siam, they're not even willing to befriend a single person? Why? Do they think it's beneath them? I don't know. I have a feeling that things aren't that simple, and there's a lot of turmoil ahead. That fish is even more expensive now. Many netizens, upon seeing Chungwa announce that the Lin family army would enter Siam to personally search for former high-ranking officials in Myanmar, knew that something big was about to happen. Armed forces entering another country's territory is a very sensitive and serious matter. If things go wrong, even a small friction between the two countries could escalate into a major war. At the same time, just as the Lin family army entered the territory of Siam, a familiar voice came, issuing the next phase of tasks. Expanding territory. Content 1. Occupy, annex, or destroy the entire Kingdom of Siam and make it your own territory. Mission rewards. medium, and long-range land attack missile production line, warship production line. Mission 2. Elite training, summon 100,000 high-level death soldier and 20 god-level death soldier. Mission rewards, nuclear submarine production line, god-tier special forces weapon arsenal. Unexpectedly, he received a reward for casually destroying the kingdom of Siam. Lin Chun initially thought the system was frightened by his delay in sending him any tasks. Looking back now, they were very sensible. But surprisingly, there's no longer a production line that we can choose ourselves. I'll definitely do it next time. Upon receiving this feedback from the system, Lin Chen's expression turned strange. Could it be that the system is trying to fob it off? Just like those handsome readers who said they would send flowers, I promise to do the same next time. Siam. The news of Lin Zhejun's army entering the border was immediately relayed to the military headquarters. They immediately convened an internal meeting to discuss the Lin family army's intrusion. The commander-in-chief of the Siamese army is also a senior figure among the 3 branches of the armed forces. Seeing the silent crowd around him, he took the lead and spoke up. You mean the Lin family army just fought with us? They even wiped out the Burmese army. It said that their army numbers at least 500,000, far more than ours. Would they dare not fight us? One of the officers shared his opinion. I don't think they dare. They're just expressing their anger that our officials won't hand people over to them. They want to show the world that they're not afraid of anything, so that no country will dare to mess with them after that. The speaker was the Air Force commander of Siam. Everyone could hear the disdain in his voice for the Lin family army of Chun Kingdom. In his view, the Lin family army was just putting on a brave face. Just because they conquered Myanmar, they think they can be compared to Siam? Although the Burmese army once boasted a force of 500,000, everyone knew that it was all show and no substance. That was for the sake of security during the Civil War, and also to deter countries that had designs on them. This is because they possessed military strength that was disproportionate to their economic power, which was one of the major reasons that dragged them down. On the contrary, I think they overestimated their strength. After all, they defeated 500,000 Burmese troops, so they naturally wouldn't take our 300,000 strong army seriously. Therefore, they will definitely fight us. At this moment, a middle-aged man spoke up. He is the youngest and lowest-ranking person here. But after he finished speaking, everyone felt that he made a lot of sense. Because the army commander was his father. If they want to fight, then let them fight. Chapter 102 The Siamese military prepares to declare war. The Lin family army's million-strong force marches into Siam. At this moment, another lieutenant general sneered and said, I want to see how the Lin family army can contend with our 300,000-strong army. Oof. I actually hope they attack soon. That way, we can defeat them, then seize Burma and bring it under the control of our Siamese territory, and we'll become heroes of Siam. That's something that will go down in history. Hearing such words, although they were very bold, everyone was somewhat tempted. This will be recorded in history. Who could possibly resist? But if they don't attack us first, but instead directly enter our territory to search, should we declare war? A general asked. He never wanted to think about these things. Fighting is what he excels at. The army commander stepped forward and snorted coldly. Don't forget, they have now directly invaded our territory. We can declare war on them directly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became excited and raised their hands in agreement. I support declaring war. Since they dare to provoke our Siam, let's fight them. I really want to test their strength. Me too, I agree. Since they dare to offend our Siamese kingdom, they should be prepared to pay the price. All the generals present looked confident and assured. In their view, although Chun Kingdom had a large population and had heard that its weapons and equipment had overwhelmed Myanmar in previous battles. But that's Myanmar. The weapons and equipment were originally from the outdated batch. Even their missiles were extremely outdated. Their Lin family army is far inferior to that of the Kingdom of Siam. Their country, Siam, has a developed economy, and the benefits it brings are self-evident. They possess a large quantity of weapons and equipment from the United States, as well as a great many advanced weapons from Russia and China. On land, it boasts the most advanced tank forces. It has everything from rocket launchers and long-range missiles to the like. Moreover, the quantity is also very large. Myanmar caused by its civil war. If they were to take action, they would only flatten the entire country of Myanmar even faster. However, if they actually did that, they would face international condemnation and even sanctions. After all, Myanmar has always tried to appease them and coexist peacefully. They couldn't find a suitable reason at the moment. Therefore, in their view, the Chun Kingdom had merely taken advantage of a loophole. Although their Lin family army is strong, there is still a big gap between them and the Kingdom of Siam. The two sides are simply not on the same level. All right, since everyone agrees, let's fight. The army commander made the final decision. He was originally a proponent of war, so naturally he was eager to fight and happy to be at ease. The border of Siam. Blue sky and white clouds, clear skies for miles. Under Lin Chen's deliberate instructions, the million-strong army of assassins who had been waiting there set off in a mighty procession toward the Kingdom of Siam. They crossed the border. A million-strong army has entered the border. Just to catch a few salted fish? This is unbelievable. Nobody would believe it if I told them. Anyone with eyes can see that Chun Kingdom is provoking the authority of Siam. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The lead of hundreds of steel behemoths cleared the way, pressing 2 deep trenches into the ground. In addition, countless armored vehicles and troop carriers followed behind. A long steel dragon has formed over kilometers. The steel behemoth tank, positioned at the head of the tank, has a ferocious appearance, as if it possesses the power to destroy the world. Fighter jets circled overhead. Looking down from the perspective of these fighter jets, one can see that the Lin family army below is a true steel dragon. The entire army was filled with a chilling atmosphere. No one would believe that this army was there to arrest people. Just by looking at them, you can tell they're going out to fight. Have you ever seen a force that goes out to arrest people with tanks, fighter jets, cannons, and missiles at their disposal? Let alone arresting a few people. This could wipe out millions of people without any problem. Following this highway, you can travel from the capital of Myanmar all the way to the capital of Siam. It's quite convenient. However, this road has now been unilaterally cut off by the Kingdom of Siam, which has also set up numerous checkpoints. The reason is simple. After replacing Myanmar, Chun Kingdom did not show any goodwill towards other countries, nor did it show any goodwill towards Siam. Would you open your heart to someone who is uncertain whether they are an enemy, giving them the opportunity to sneak in and assassinate you? It's like how you wouldn't open your legs to a strange man unless there's enough benefit in it. Currently, Chun Kingdom has not shown any intention to engage in any business dealings with Siam. Along the highways in the border area, numerous concrete cones and various giant stone blocks and other obstacles have been constructed. These are all obstacles used to hinder the progress of vehicles and tanks. To advance, these obstacles must be blasted away. But if they open fire, they will be branded as provoking war. Then this constitutes a war of aggression for them. This is absolutely unacceptable throughout the entire world. Lin Chen's previous independence movement in northern Myanmar and his attack on Myanmar were seen by others as more of a civil war. However, these obstacles were nothing more than child's play compared to Lin Chen's steel behemoth, simple and uninteresting. The tanks simply ran them over. The anti-tank cones were crushed, and the giant stone blocks were pushed aside by the tanks. This did not hinder the army's advance in the slightest. Heading eastward, we encountered few obstacles along the way. Lin Chen knew that they had only recently entered the territory of Siam. I reckon their meeting isn't over yet. After advancing rapidly and reaching a certain point, Lin Chen ordered some soldiers from the troop transport vehicles to disembark and spread out to both sides. They have a million-strong army. If they don't disperse but instead engage the enemy in a long, continuous formation, not to mention that they are easily cut off by the opponent, they also cannot fully utilize their advantages. Soon, they arrived at the first checkpoint. This is just a simple checkpoint with a few hundred people. Their main responsibility is to inspect and search vehicles entering and leaving the area. They are essentially part of the border defense. They never imagined that one day they would see a million-strong army pressing in on their borders. Holy crap. Look, what's that over there in the distance? Those are steel behemoths. Tanks, so many tanks. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The soldiers standing guard on the watchtower suddenly saw the steel torrent on the distant horizon, and he was so frightened that he trembled and instinctively shouted, "Which major power has attacked us? They just attacked the Kingdom of Siam? Don't they want to live?" Countless questions welled up in the mind of this sentry. Chapter 103, the first shot of the Great War, is fired. All-out war begins. The Lin family army attacks. You son of a bitch, did you drink at noon? Are you out of your mind? How could tanks possibly be coming? Our troops aren't out on a mission. Are you? Holy crap, it's really true. Report this message immediately. It's the Lin family army. I remember seeing a video online. This is the tank army of the Lin family from Chun Kingdom. They actually dared to cause trouble on our Siamese territory. One person saying it might be a joke, but if several people say it, then it's not right. The soldiers stationed at the checkpoint quickly climbed to higher ground and looked into the distance. Sure enough, they saw the tank army that the sentry had mentioned. Looking at its body, which was much larger than that of a normal tank, and the cannon barrel on that tank, which was twice as big and thick as that of a normal tank, they were so frightened that they trembled. It's almost like having megalophobia. Previously, when they heard Lin Jiajun say that he wanted their Siamese people to hand over, they thought that Lin Jiajun was just bluffing and would definitely not dare to do it. But only a few days have passed. They actually made such a big fuss. That's absolutely outrageous. Are they here to arrest someone? They're here to conquer the entire kingdom of Siam. Didn't the above say that the Chun kingdom only had a large population, but its weapons and equipment were outdated and few in number? Looking at the hundreds of steel behemoths in the distance, they were speechless for a moment. Stay hidden. What are you waiting for? Report it now. The company commander in charge of guarding the area immediately ordered his men to carry out their orders. Report the situation here immediately. They certainly couldn't stop the other side's advance. We have no choice but to hand it over to the higher-ups. Company commander, the Lin family army is getting closer and closer. Should we open fire? A soldier leaned against a bunker and shouted. Although the enemy came with great force, they have not fired a single shot so far. Who fires first is a very serious question. Just as they were reporting the news, it happened to be the time when all the military leaders of Siam were holding a meeting to discuss the matter. They have just decided to fight against Chun Kingdom. We then received a report from below. The Lin family army actually sent out tanks to clear the way. Damn, are these people here to arrest people? It looks like they want to fight us. We will announce to the outside world that the Chun Kingdom's army is pressing on our borders with countless tanks and warplanes, which has seriously threatened the peaceful and stable social life of our Siam. We will take measures in response. Declare full-scale war on the Chun Kingdom. The order was given. All the generals stood up. He looked excited and serious. All units, from this moment forward, enter full combat readiness. All generals, return to your posts, reorganize your troops, and proceed to the border. We must let the Chun Kingdom know that their Siam is not to be trifled with. Yes, everyone responded in unison, and then went down to organize their own teams. Border checkpoint. Quick, has the message been reported yet? What did they say from above? As the Lin family army drew ever closer, along with those massive steel behemoths, the company commander's face turned extremely grim. Reporting to my face, the higher-ups say they're declaring full-scale war against the Lin family army. Our army is already on its way. The subordinate responsible for delivering the message replied, All right, let's fire the first shot in this war. Give the order to fire. Target the troop carriers behind the enemy tank convoy. Bombard them with all your might. Use every single bullet you have. Don't leave a single one for the enemy. His face immediately lit up with excitement. At this moment, he seemed to have disregarded his own life and death. Their mission is to fight back against these Lin family troops. Yes, the subordinate accepted the order and immediately gave the instructions. Because they were just a small border post, they didn't have any heavy weapons, only a few cannons and dozens of heavy machine guns. For some ordinary criminal gangs, that's more than enough. Unfortunately, they encountered the Lin family army. Boom! The first shell flew out from the checkpoint. It was the first shot fired in this battle between the Kingdom of Chun and the Kingdom of Siam. This was also the trigger for this major battle. The shells landed in Lin's army. Dust billowed up, and several nearby assassins were blown away. Seeing this, Lin Chen's lips curled up. Instead of being angry, he was extremely excited. He immediately waved his hand and summoned these assassins from other places. Then he ordered, Attack! Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Lin Chen gave the order, the tanks at the front fired several shots toward the checkpoint. A shell landed on the sentry post, and a violent explosion blasted the soldier and the sentry post into dust. A shell landed on the cover, blocking the way at the checkpoint, blowing it to smithereens. Immediately afterwards, All tanks and armored vehicles launched an attack simultaneously. They charged straight through the hail of bullets from the checkpoint soldiers. Above them, bodyguards wearing bulletproof helmets operated heavy machine guns and began firing at them. Just kidding, a single shot costs at least tens of thousands, while a bullet only costs $1. The choice is obvious, isn't it? This isn't the final round. It's just a small challenge with a few hundred participants. Soon, the entire checkpoint was razed to the ground. Not a single one survived. Clean it all up. After the cleanup, the assassins went over and fired a final round of shots to make sure no one was left alive before all the soldiers got into the vehicle. Tanks still led the way. The army continued its advance into the interior of Siam. Along the way, they cleared several different checkpoints in succession. Maysai County, a county town located no more than 100 miles from the border between the two countries, is home to a reinforced mechanized infantry regiment of Siam. They were dispatched here to prevent a large-scale invasion from the direction of Myanmar and Chun. They will also be responsible for border inspections. Those checkpoints were also manned by their soldiers. Damn the Lin family army. When they arrive, I'll make them pay for provoking our Siamese kingdom. Gather up. Gather yourselves. Let's go and fight the Lin family army. The commander of the Border Mechanized Infantry Regiment roared at his men. Commander, we have orders from above to stay here and defend the area at all costs. We are not allowed to attack. This is to buy time for the army. The adjutant hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Bullshit. I've never known what it means to hold out to the death. Those Lin family soldiers killed our brothers. How can we let them get away with it? Assemble the troops, and if anything goes wrong, it'll be my responsibility. Am I the regimental commander, or are you the regimental commander? The commander's call immediately resonated with many people. They immediately went down to assemble their troops. This battle is about to begin. Chapter 104 sweeping through Maysai County and heading straight for Chiang Rai Prefecture. At the same time, the Lin family army was already not far from Maysai County. On a high slope, tanks were parked at the foot of the mountain, and soldiers stood ready for orders. Report. Enemy tracks detected 5 kilometers ahead. A suicide squad member deliver message. How many enemies are there? Base intelligence indicates that, according to preliminary estimates, there are 5,000 to 6,000 people, and they are equipped with heavy weapons such as tanks, armored vehicles, howitzers, and rocket launchers. Okay, got it. Let's send the army straight there. Lin Chin nodded and then gave the order. If he were in the early stages of his development, and the opponent had such powerful weapons, he might have chosen to run away. However, things are different now. They have grown up and are now fully capable. Yes, the commander of the Siamese Reinforcement Regiment led his men out and into the main road outside the county town, where they had built their combat positions. This was a fortified structure they had prepared well in advance, built with sandbags and machine guns hidden in the gaps. If a large number of infantrymen appeared in front of them, they would certainly be able to inflict significant damage on the enemy. They're here. They've arrived. A dark shape appeared on the distant horizon. It's densely packed, hard to see clearly, but you can tell there's a lot of it. It's getting closer and closer. Commander, tanks. Lots of tanks. Oh no. So many people, at least hundreds of thousands. Commander, we're in trouble. On the nearby watchtower, a sentry with binoculars observed the distance while reporting to the regimental commander. Bullshit. The Lin family army dares to drive tanks into our Siam. The regimental commander cursed as he took the binoculars from the guard next to him. I was stunned at first glance. In the distance, there were hundreds of tanks and countless Chun Kingdom soldiers. Quickly, fire. Don't let them get close. At this point, there's no other way. We must find a way to stop their advance. Rocket launchers, howitzers, anti-tank missiles. Fire them all. The commander snapped out of his shock and quickly gave the order. Reporting, Commander, we have no anti-tank missiles. A guard whispered a reminder. Do you think I don't know if I have it or not? Can I just vent? The regimental commander reprimanded. Upon receiving the order, the artillery corps immediately began testing the cannons. I'm going to treat the other person to a good drink. Boom. Bang. Before they could even fire their shells, one after another, shells had already landed on their position. Destroy all those sandbag bunkers. Some soldiers who were hiding behind cover were also killed by the explosion. Meanwhile, shells landed on their artillery positions, blasting the heavy artillery pieces to smithereens. However, many cannons still began to bombard the tanks of the Lin family army. But clearly, they overestimated the power of their shells. The shells blasted towards Lin Jiejun's tanks. Because of the panic and lack of aiming, most of the shells hit the tank not far in front of it, and also struck the air. Only a few bullets landed on the tanks of the Qin Kingdom. Then they were shocked to discover that the shells that exploded on top of the tanks had not destroyed them. However, the damage from a bombing is still visible on those tanks. At this rate, it would take at least several shells to bombard a tank in succession to completely destroy it. This horrific fact was like the final straw that broke the camel's back for the Siamese soldiers. That's outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Commander, let's retreat. Let's go back into the mountains and stall them for time. Our mission is to complete the tasks assigned to us from above. Seeing this, the regimental commander was stunned, and the political commissar adjutant next to him reminded him. Okay, retreat. Retreat quickly. The commander realized what was happening and immediately ordered a retreat. From the moment they arrived at the position to the moment they fled, it took no more than 20 minutes. The regimental commander felt as if he had been slapped in the face, his face burning with pain. Seeing that the enemy dared to start a fight and then ran away, Lin Qin was stunned for a moment, and then immediately stopped the army's attack. Don't let a single one escape. Tanks led the way, followed by armored vehicles and other vehicles, with heavy machine guns constantly sweeping across the fleeing soldiers. The slower soldiers were wiped out. Subsequently, the army entered Masai County and, after expending some effort, completely wiped out the armed forces there. After the battle, the Lin family army occupied Masai County. All the residents of Masai County were at home, never expecting that Lin's army had occupied the area so quickly. They had assumed that with the Siamese army stationed there, the place would be very safe. At the very least, they will have ample time to escape. Just when everyone thought that Lin Qin's Lin family army had penetrated so deep into Siam, an even more significant piece of news was released. That was the Lin family army, a massive force of 30,000 elite warriors who stormed into Chiang Rai province. The news caused a stir among all parties. What? The Lin family army only entered Siam today, and in less than half a day, a large army has already advanced directly towards Chiang Rai province. What the hell is that speed? Was the kingdom of Siam too weak, or the kingdom of Qin too cunning? They all knew that the moment the Lin family army entered Siam, the two sides had already declared war. Shortly afterward, the kingdom of Siam also officially declared war. But it's been less than 3 hours since they officially declared war, hasn't it? They've already reached Chiang Rai province. The Qin Kingdom army, under the pretext of purging Burmese high-ranking officials, entered Siam and launched an attack after Siam declared war. They had stormed into Chiang Rai province in just a few hours, quickly spread online. In just 1 hour, the number of followers reached a staggering 10 million. Clearly, many people could tell that after lying low for a month, the Qin Kingdom was about to stir up trouble again. Do you think the Qin Kingdom can defeat the Siam Kingdom? I originally thought they couldn't, but I didn't expect them to be so fast. Now I think they should be able to win. You're overthinking it. Siam has been developing for many years, while Nachin is just starting out. How could they possibly defeat them? They're so fast now because they took advantage of the fact that Siam wasn't prepared, which is why they succeeded in one fell swoop. That's right, once they try to stop us, it'll be easy to drive the Lin family army back. Qin Kingdom and Siam Kingdom, Lin family army and Siamese army. News of the battle between the two armies spread like wildfire online, drawing attention to the Qin Kingdom. Only then did everyone realize that the Qin Kingdom, which had been lying low for a long time and had not been heard from for a long time, had actually developed into a behemoth that dared to provoke the Siam Kingdom. Everyone was utterly shocked. In particular, seeing that the Lin family army numbered as many as 1 million people, they exclaimed in astonishment that it was outrageous. This still the same small force that was so keen on setting up a kidney-shaped industrial park? Perhaps they really can put up a fight with Siam. Like Siam bowing down to a newly developed country like Qin? Once this idea came to mind, countless people began to pray and look forward to it. They seem to have an innate passion for seeing the weak and defeating the strong. What they don't know is who is truly the weak one. Chapter 105, The Easy Capture of Chiang Rai. Siam's Open Scheme. A counter-strategy. Siam did not deploy many troops in Chiang Rai, only 10 or 20,000, and they were mainly ordinary infantry. The troops in Maesai District were already the main defensive force in northern Siam, but they still couldn't hold out for long under the Lin family army's artillery fire. Not to mention Chiang Rai province, which is nothing more than that. The Lin family army is now a force mainly equipped with heavy weapons. Lin Xun arranged for them to be deployed near Chiang Rai province in advance, and they were all equipped with the best weapons. They split into 3 groups and surrounded Chiang Rai province from 3 directions. This is a very large encirclement. 10,000 men attacked from the front, while another 10,000 men attacked from the left and right flanks. Surrounded the entire Chiang Rai province. Soon, the 2 sides engaged in direct combat. The battlefield was one-sided. The soldiers sent by Chiang Rai province of Siam were like cannon fodder. They were wiped out in no time under the bombardment of the Lin family army's artillery. Thousands of people persisted for less than 5 minutes. Subsequently, the army launched a full-scale attack. They had no concern whatsoever that they would destroy the entire Chiang Rai province. If it's destroyed, we can just rebuild it later. With overwhelming numbers and superior weaponry, the entire Chiang Rai province was quickly occupied by the Lin family army. Chiang Rai province is one of the largest administrative units in Siam. This place was hard-won by them, and the entire Chiang Rai province is home to numerous drug lords and their armed forces. It is part of the Golden Triangle region. Siam has tried to purge these drug lords many times, but all attempts have ultimately failed. They can only achieve minor successes occasionally, but they have no way to deal with the entire drug cartel network. They spent a long time and a lot of effort cleaning up before finally gaining dominance here. They established a brief period of peaceful coexistence with those drug lords. Now, however, it has been directly flattened by the Lin family army. Moreover, the army of Siam had not yet arrived, which was something no one had expected. After taking over Chiang Rai province in Siam, Lin Xun did not become arrogant, but instead fell into deep thought. He always felt that all of this had come too easily. Logically speaking, Chiang Rai province is a very vast area. So how could they have taken it so easily? At least there should be some reinforcements, but the other side didn't even send out their air force. It seems they have simply abandoned this place. Suddenly, Lin Xun thought of a reason. Could it be Siam military? Inside the conference room, all the top military officials of Siam had arrived. Our entire army is ready for battle at any time. A general said, "Commander, Maesai County has fallen." So fast, the army commander asked, somewhat surprised. "Let's hurry and send reinforcements," a general said anxiously. He couldn't hold back any longer and wanted to have a good showdown with the Lin family army. "No rush. We'll give the entire Chiang Rai region to the Lin family army." The army commander pondered for a moment before speaking. "What? Why, Commander?" Everyone was surprised, saying that it was a large piece of land, and they had worked hard to conquer it. How could they just give it up like that? If it investigated, there isn't a single criminal organization in the entire Qin kingdom. They were all wiped out by the Lin family army. What do you think is the reason for that? This shows that the Lin family army deeply hates criminal forces. What's the most troublesome thing about Chiang Rai province? After the army commander finished speaking, he looked at everyone with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. An armed force of drug traffickers? An officer said this instinctively. Then his eyes lit up. Exactly. If we hand over Chiang Rai province to them, they will definitely be tempted to clean up those drug trafficking armed groups. Once they've finished, it will be a huge hassle for them. A small portion of their strength. Then they'll stop them and drive Chiang Rai back. We'll have to fight the Lin family army sooner or later. So, a few days' delay won't make a difference. Commander, that's brilliant. Everyone echoed this sentiment. Soon, the army commander issued an order, and the Siamese army marched toward Chiang Rai province. Instead of attacking, they focus on harassment. They have to keep themselves busy cleaning up the drug cartel's armed forces while also dealing with their harassment. Lin Xun truly never imagined that one day he would be used by someone. However, that was to purge the armed forces of drug traffickers. Every drug dealer has tons of money in their hands. How could Lin Xun miss such a good opportunity? The reason why Siam has not been thoroughly cleaned up is because these drug traffickers are too cunning with multiple escape routes, and they may not be able to obtain enough profits. Overall, this was a thankless and exhausting task. However, Lin Xun was not flustered. This was simply his duty. In his eyes, this area, now that he had occupied it, was already his territory. Isn't it normal to clean up your own territory? Moreover, those aren't drug dealers. They're dealing with real money. Siam wanted to take back Chiang Rai province after he cleaned up these drug dealers? That's not that easy. In Lin Chen's eyes, this place was already his territory. He will not allow anyone to encroach on their territory. Faced with Siam's open conspiracy, Lin Chen accepted it. He immediately dispatched a large army of assassins to eliminate all the drug traffickers. We must not skimp on bullets, and we must not let anyone die. Lin Chen wanted to make sure they didn't get hurt as much as possible. You know, a mid-level assassin costs 100,000 silver dollars. A bullet only costs $1, so why be stingy? Shoot like crazy. Firepower suppression is the key. Using the money from these drug dealers to supplement their somewhat lacking military supplies is perfectly reasonable. When Lin Chen sent his troops to wipe out the drug cartel's armed forces, he also gave them a mission. That is to expel the criminal forces in Siam to neighboring Laos. Then they could take the opportunity to send troops into Laos' Golden Triangle region. First, conquer the entire Golden Triangle region, and then simultaneously attack Laos and Siam. It wasn't that Lin Chen was arrogant. His strength was undeniable. Taking Laos is much easier than taking Siam. The entire Laos only has 60,000 troops. Taking it down would be a piece of cake. Chapter 106 The Lin Family Army Gains Public Support. Lin Chen's plan begins to be implemented. Soon, news of the Lin family army's occupation of the entire Chiang Rai province spread. Soon, war correspondents from within the Qin kingdom arrived at just the right moment to interview Lin Chen, the supreme leader of the Qin kingdom. Your Excellency, greetings. According to our understanding, the Lin family army should have entered Siamese territory to capture fugitives. Why has it turned into the current situation? Lin Chen smiled calmly and said softly, Originally, we just wanted to enter Siam to arrest criminals, but Siam has never been very friendly to us. Not only are they unwilling to send people, but they have even declared war on us. We only launched our counterattack after their guards fired the first shot. As for why we took over the entire Chiang Rai province so quickly, it's because, according to our intelligence, there are no fewer than 3 drug trafficking dens entrenched in the entire Chiang Rai province, and they're all forces with armed drug trafficking capabilities. It is our duty, Qin Kingdom, to wipe out these criminal organizations. As long as Siam doesn't cause trouble, we will wipe out the drug traffickers' armed forces, and Siam will hand over the people. We guarantee that we will hand over Chiang Rai province. Of course, it only said to return it, but didn't say when to return it. Lin Chen appeared completely at ease during the interview with war correspondents, his military uniform shining brightly. His eyes revealed an incredibly sharp glint. Everything Lin Chen said was broadcast live. This immediately caused an uproar among netizens, who did not expect that the purpose of the Qin Kingdom's large-scale invasion was to cleanse the drug trafficking armed forces. This aligns perfectly with Qin Kingdom's consistent practices, quickly gaining the trust of the vast majority of netizens. You should know that there isn't a single criminal organization to be found in Qin Kingdom now. Their consistent practice of dismantling every criminal organization they encounter speaks volumes. At the very least, they all know that there are many criminal organizations in Chiang Rai province that Siam has been unable to eradicate. Since you can't do it, keeping it will only cause trouble. I'll help you clean it up, okay? For a time, the actions of the Lin family army actually won the support of many countries and their people. The Lin family army is so powerful. I knew they wouldn't occupy the entire Chiang Rai province without a reason. It turns out that the kingdom of Siam struck first. We should take action against those drug dealers. They all deserve to die. Eliminate them at the source and eradicate the drug trade. The Lin family army is mighty. I can feel the passion of the Lin family army even through the screen. They have paid a lot to eliminate criminal organizations, even at the risk of being wrongly accused of starting the war. I feel that Qin Kingdom must be a safe place. If they get away with nothing this time, I'm going to move there. Everything there is in need of rebuilding, and it's the perfect opportunity. Look at this. Qin Kingdom, as a neighboring country, has zero tolerance for criminal organizations, while those criminal organizations are all on Siamese soil, and they have always adopted a policy of letting them run wild and protecting them. It's such a stark contrast. I think I know why those drug lords are so arrogant now. All the netizens who watched the live stream, as well as those who saw what Lin Chen said afterward, expressed their support and recognition for Qin Kingdom. Of course, there are also those who say that what Chungwa said was just polite talk to hide his true intentions. But these are ultimately a minority. The vast majority still support the Chun kingdom. After all, the entire Chun kingdom is now under everyone's watchful eyes. Those who supported Lin Chun online quickly formed a significant force in real life, providing the greatest support to Chun kingdom. The unconditional elimination of drug trafficking armed groups by the Kingdom of Chun and the long-standing tolerance and leniency shown by the Kingdom of Siam towards those criminal organizations have made everyone hope that Chiang Rai province should be under the jurisdiction of the Kingdom of Chun. Only then can the entire Chiang Rai province region be restored to its original state. Public opinion began to ferment, and when the news reached Lin Chen's ears, a strange smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. In the eyes of the public, the people of Chun Kingdom are a righteous force. Haha, I didn't expect this. It's beyond my expectations. However, I don't know what Siam plans to do next. Their army has already arrived, and if they don't make a move soon, I really have no reason to continue occupying Siam's territory. Lin Chun lit a cigar, took a puff, and watched the wisps of white smoke rise as he muttered to himself. With such strong public support for this military campaign, he can now go all out and make a bigger splash. At least in Chiang Rai province. Want to take it back? No way. Lin Chun knew that as long as he guarded Chiang Rai province, the Kingdom of Siam would eventually take the initiative to attack. At that point, he will be on the defensive and have to fight back. However, the Kingdom of Siam now needs to think carefully before sending troops to attack their soldiers in Chiang Rai province, as it will have to consider the international repercussions. After all, they were using the pretext of eliminating local criminal organizations. If the other side launches an attack, it will be tantamount to helping drug traffickers and criminals, which would be aiding and abetting evil and would be met with united opposition from the international community. We must fight back, but we cannot launch a preemptive attack to do so. The Kingdom of Siam can only watch helplessly as the Lin family army makes its moves, and it has no way to express its bitterness. It's time to take down the entire Golden Triangle. This vast Golden Triangle region is a treasure trove of natural beauty. Oh dear, the situation is worsening with countless drug lords and flour milling gangs, as well as numerous telecom fraud groups and organ trafficking organizations. It's practically on par with northern Myanmar. But now, they're all easy prey in Lin Chen's eyes. He's going to loot this place clean. In order to take over the entire Golden Triangle, Lin Chun dispatched an army of 200,000. Of course, this army of 200,000 was not meant to take down those drug traffickers and armed groups. Aside from those drug trafficking warlords and armed men, Lin Chen's main objective was to have them cleanse the Golden Triangle region and, at the same time, take over Laos directly. Although Laos' economic level is not high by comparison, one should pick the weakest link. After conquering Laos, Chen's territory will become much larger. Whether in the long term or the short term, it's a good thing. As for his reason for taking it down, he had nothing to lose and wasn't afraid of those who were wearing shoes. If anyone dares to condemn their Chun kingdom in public opinion, well, then I'm sorry. An aircraft carrier pays tribute to him. For a moment, Lin Chun couldn't help but feel a surge of ambition to become a powerful and ruthless leader. I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. Oh no, am I possessed by the spirit of Cao Cao? No wonder I always feel when I see other people's wives. While sending troops to cleanse the Golden Triangle, Lin Chun summoned some high-ranking assassins and had them infiltrate Siam. They all have perfectly legitimate identities and are not afraid of being investigated. Lin Chun arranged for them to infiltrate the circle of wealthy people in Siam. When the time is right, they will be allowed to kidnap and extort these wealthy people, plundering their assets. These billionaires on the list, apart from those who have achieved success through their own abilities, the vast majority of them have not done many good deeds. If you want to make money, you should definitely start with them. Chapter 107, Making Money. The Furious King of Siam. Negotiations between the two sides. Without money, nothing can be done. Making money must be the top priority. Without monetary income, his elite army would be cut off from its lifeline. However, this was not a problem for Lin Chun. After all, as long as he has one loyal follower, he can rebuild himself. Of course, being short of money is a very big problem for a man. Now, it is known that the wealthy in Siam are several times richer than those in Myanmar. and some of their wealth is not entirely acquired legitimately. As an envoy to eliminate evil and an embodiment of justice, it's perfectly reasonable for Lin Shun to confiscate the money they obtained through corruption and illegal means. Lin Shun's assassins, once summoned, possess absolutely genuine identities. The kingdom of Siam could not discover what had suddenly happened to their people, whose records have been flawless for decades. Wait for my orders and be ready to act at any time. As for weapons and equipment, I will issue them to you before the operation. Lin Shun secretly gave instructions to the assassins. Taking action against wealthy Siamese people at the same time and bringing them back is no easy task. First, we must take action against them simultaneously, otherwise they will seek official assistance or increase their guard. This could cause varying degrees of disruption to Lin Shun's plans. At the same time, there must be other things to attract the attention of the Siamese government, so that they have no energy to investigate the mass disappearance of the wealthy. After all, maybe they all went to create pornographic posts and had a blast. Therefore, Lin Shun decided to put the day of the battle between the two armies on the day the plan was implemented. Only in this way can we prevent them from having the energy to deal with other things. At most, a few police officers will be sent to investigate. By the time they found out, Lin Shun had already achieved his goal. Time passed second by second. The Golden Triangle. The army of assassins has arrived and begun their purge. The royal palace of Siam. Upon learning of the current situation, the old king was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. Damn, the Lin family army played that move brilliantly. This immediately put the kingdom of Siam in a dilemma. For a moment, neither advancing nor retreating was an option. Damn Chun Kingdom. They just brazenly occupied my Chiang Rai province like that? What are they doing with all those troops? Where's the army commander? I need to see him. This Chun Kingdom actually claims to be eradicating drug traffickers? Are they treating our entire Siam like drug traffickers? I am furious. This leader of the Chun Kingdom, Lin Shun, is no simple character. On the surface, the aim is to purge drug traffickers from the Golden Triangle region. After that, since he was the one who cleaned up the drug dealers, it's reasonable for him to manage them for a period of time, right? After that, what happened to the entire Golden Triangle? Wouldn't that mean it would all be his? Later, once their Chun Kingdom has developed, wouldn't it be possible to say that if drug traffickers appeared in Siam, they would simply send a large army to invade? That's quite a clever plan. This territory was lost by your military, and you gave it to the Lin family army on your own initiative. Now that you are in this situation, it is your responsibility to take it back. As for face and such, we don't care. Just keep guarding this territory for me. After calming down for a long time, the old king roared at the army commander Ushadai, who was kneeling on one knee below. He originally had no interest in these matters and no energy to care about them. However, this time, Ushadai's actions have put Siam in a dilemma. He had to ignite this fire. Yes, your majesty. Ushadai was startled by the old king's roar and broke out in a cold sweat. He had not expected his majesty the old king to react so strongly. Upon closer examination, it makes perfect sense. As people get older, seeking stability is a reasonable approach. Upon receiving the old king's orders, Army Commander Ushadai rushed back to the military headquarters. A meeting was convened immediately. After a heated discussion, they decided to send a delegation to Chiang Rai province to negotiate with the Lim family army. If negotiations fail, then corresponding measures will be taken. Chiang Rai province. Inside the conference hall, the two delegations once again engaged in fierce exchanges, with Lin's forces refusing to yield an inch. Lin Shun specifically selected several talented debaters as representatives. They're not afraid of a few military representatives on the other side. Now, the entire Chiang Rai province is in the hands of the Lin family army. When the delegation from Siam comes to negotiate, they are in a weaker position, so naturally they have to be more assertive. You can't afford to suffer any loss. Representatives of Siam, please note that Chiang Rai province has been our Siamese territory since ancient times. You are now illegally occupying Chiang Rai province, and we have the right to take measures against you. Please return Chiang Rai province immediately and evacuate completely. This is not your territory. Besides, this is our territory. We will take care of eradicating the drug lords' armed forces ourselves. We don't need your help. If you continue like this, we have the right to believe that you are trying to interfere in our internal affairs. At the same time, they're using the pretext of eradicating drug traffickers to try and occupy our Chiang Rai province. The delegation from Siam took the initiative, immediately raising a series of questions. The atmosphere between the two sides immediately became much more tense. A war of words, flirting ugh. In fact, it was Lin Chun who specially created several top-tier beauties in the eyes of the Siamese people, dressed them up as bunny girls, and served them tea and water to disrupt their minds. Meanwhile, the Chun Kingdom delegation was not to be outdone. To the delegation from Siam, please be aware that we have requested your assistance in apprehending criminals, but you have ignored our request for the past 2 weeks. Furthermore, we have already made several requests to you before this, all of which have been rejected. Under these circumstances, we have reason to believe that you are protecting criminals. Could it be that your Siam is actually the mastermind behind these drug traffickers and their armed groups? Furthermore, let me clarify for us. Our goal is to completely eradicate the criminal armed forces in the entire Golden Triangle region. Once we have eradicated them, we will return your land. And, as expected of the talent Lin Chun spent a fortune to recruit, his machine gun-like rapid-fire remarks left the Siamese representative speechless. They admitted that they had indeed not taken the application request from Chun Kingdom seriously. Of course, with the aim of maintaining friendly relations, they sent people to hunt down the criminals they were talking about. But the result was that there was absolutely no result. The other side's meaning was also very clear. If they continued to oppose taking back Chiang Rai province, it would be considered that they were protecting criminals and that Siam was the mastermind behind these drug traffickers. Even if it isn't true, it's still covering up and condoning. That would completely ignite the entire world of public opinion. Chapter 108 Negotiations Collapse. Various countries express support for Chun Kingdom. Our Siam Kingdom has never supported any drug trafficking armed forces. On the contrary, we have been constantly cracking down on drug traffickers in recent years. Please, representative of Chun Kingdom, do not confuse the two and mislead the public. If the Lin family army does not withdraw from Chiang Rai province as we requested, then we will have to take comprehensive military measures to safeguard the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of our Siam. Seeing that they couldn't persuade the other party through negotiations, the Siamese military representative made a bold move. If that doesn't work, then let's see who's the best under the gun. Since that's the case, then we have reason to believe that you are the masterminds behind the drug cartel's armed forces, and at the same time, you are declaring war on our army. In that case, our Chun Kingdom has never been one to back down from trouble. The Lin family army, 1 million strong, will fight to the death against your Siamese army of 300,000. From Chun Kingdom was not to be outdone. Lin Chun had already said that this battle had to be fought. Otherwise, how would they have a chance to take them down? The negotiations between the two sides have now officially failed. The talks broke down. Let's start fighting. No sooner had the Siamese delegation left than Changhua held a press conference. Numerous reporters were invited, and major television stations broadcast the event live. Our mission regarding Chiang Rai province has always been to crack down on drug trafficking and flour milling rings. Now, the Kingdom of Siam has actually decided to go to war with our Kingdom of Chun in order to protect drug traffickers. I don't know if they have any business dealings with drug dealers, and I can't be sure. However, our Chun Kingdom declares that we will retaliate immediately against any attack on our Chun Kingdom. The news immediately caused a sensation online. This made it clear to more countries that Chun Kingdom didn't seem to have any intention of deliberately occupying Chiang Rai province. If they did, they wouldn't need to make repeated statements. If they were to actually occupy Chiang Rai province later, wouldn't that be shooting themselves in the foot? Could it be that their skin is thick enough? On the other hand, Chiang Rai province actually sent troops to protect drug traffickers over this matter. Clearly, they have their own agenda. After all, the Chun language is there. Why not just let them leave after they've finished clearing out the drug dealers? In fact, the commander of the Siamese army thought the same thing, which is why he deliberately handed over Chiang Rai province. But he didn't expect the old king to be so angry that he ordered that Chiang Rai province be taken back as soon as possible. In short, this battle is inevitable. Flour has long been a global hazard in the international community. Even the United States, which has been vigorously fighting drugs, is plagued by drug abuse within its borders. Now, Siam is going against everyone else and protecting the interests of drug traffickers. This clearly provoked the wrath of many nations. Moreover, they even began to suspect that the drugs flowing into their country were directed by the Kingdom of Siam. They want to poison their country with drugs and slowly bring it to ruin. It seems that the Kingdom of Siam is plotting something big. This conjecture immediately sparked heated discussions internationally. Although it was obvious to everyone that someone was deliberately stirring things up, it wasn't a big problem. Many news media outlets have come forward to criticize the Kingdom of Siam. The Lin family army's entry into Chiang Rai province to crack down on drug traffickers in the Golden Triangle region is righteous and commendable. Siam must not become an accomplice of drug traffickers. Combating drug traffickers is everyone's responsibility. In a short time, many international patriots were willing to contribute money and effort to help the Lin family army. Lin Chun was pleasantly surprised by this. He actually received resource assistance from all over the world. Of course, Lin Chun took the initiative to convert everything into money. Freebies always taste the best. Meanwhile, even the official government of the United States has spoken out. Combating drug traffickers is our duty as a major power. If the Siamese army obstructs us, we will provide corresponding military assistance. If we're talking about which country hates flour the most, the United States is definitely one of them. Their country is rife with drugs. If you randomly grab a few people on the street, one of them will be a drug user. Moreover, most of the drugs in their country come from the Golden Triangle region. Lin Chun's Lin family army is now targeting drug traffickers in the Golden Triangle. It can be said that this helped them solve the problem of rampant drug abuse at its source. This will greatly help their anti-drug efforts. In addition, they are very optimistic about the potential of the Chun Kingdom. They wanted to take this opportunity to curry favor with the Chun Kingdom and then extend an olive branch to bring the Chun Kingdom into their camp. Since outsiders had already expressed their opinions, the Dragon Kingdom naturally stood up as well. This occurred in the Kingdom of Chun. Although the Chun Kingdom did occupy the other party's territory, it was understandable. We strongly agree with Chun Guo's move to enter the Golden Triangle and crack down on drug trafficking armed forces. We hope that the relevant departments will not interfere, but instead participate in this crackdown on drug traffickers. At that time, people both domestically and internationally expressed their opinions. Their opinions were unprecedentedly unanimous to support Guo in completely eradicating the drug traffickers in the Golden Triangle region. It's easy to imagine how much everyone hates this area, but they themselves cannot send troops. Because their country is far from the Golden Triangle region, it is inconvenient to send troops there. But Chun Kingdom is different. They are neighboring countries. Their territory also includes a piece of land in the Golden Triangle region. Moreover, it has been thoroughly cleaned and is now very safe by the Chun Kingdom. Everyone saw it. Therefore, they strongly support Lin Chun in cleaning up the entire Golden Triangle. They even hoped that the Chun Kingdom could take over these territories. Otherwise, we'll have to wait until this wave of cleansing is over. After a period of development, drug dealers here will probably spring up again like mushrooms after rain. All the social pressure was directed at Siam. The royal palace of Siam. All the military leaders and the old king held a meeting together. The international community is now seriously opposing our military actions and overwhelmingly supporting the Lin family army's attack on flour milling groups in the Golden Triangle region. Is this your plan? Tell me, if Lin Chun keeps saying the drug traffickers haven't been completely eradicated and keeps occupying Chiang Rai province, how are you going to take Chiang Rai province back? Now that the Lin family army has the moral high ground, what should we do? What ideas do you have? Faced with the old king's questioning, all the military leaders fell silent. They all knew that if they sent troops, they would be assisting the flour company. At that time, countries around the world would support Chun Kingdom, and they would become the villains. By then, their losses will be unimaginable. Chapter 109 Siam remains silent. Lin Chun's kidnapping from money plan. Your Majesty, I suggest we temporarily ignore the affairs of Chiang Rai province. We hold our ground between Chiang Rai and our territory. Once the dust settles, we'll demand Chiang Rai from Chun Kingdom. If they refuse, we'll start a war. After a moment of silence, Army Commander Ushadai spoke up and proposed his initial method. This will minimize their losses. I thought you could come up with some good reason. If they dare to occupy our Chiang Rai province now, can't we also say that in the future, our Siam secretly helped drug traffickers, rescue their leader, and brought him back to the city, and then directly invade our territory, or even march on Bangkok. They are still receiving support from international public opinion. The old king's words left Ushadai speechless. Yes, the Qin kingdom is absolutely capable of doing something like that. If you hold back, the other party will only take advantage of you. We should just fight them head on, even if they have to bear the infamy. At worst, they can personally go and wipe out the drug dealers afterward. However, he still didn't agree. He was thinking about whether there was a way to have the best of both worlds. While the kingdom of Siam was holding a meeting to discuss the matter, Lin Shan also became bored. The original plan was to push Siam to the brink, start a war with them, and then have the assassins kidnap and extort money from Siamese tycoons. It now appears that the plan has to be brought forward. He wanted to completely drive the kingdom of Siam to lose its mind. How can we continue playing if we don't start a war? Lin Shan's goal is not just Chiang Rai province. Lin Shan chose to teleport directly to Bangkok, the capital of Siam. It's too difficult. He wants to pull off something big here. Hasn't the kingdom of Siam always looked down on the kingdom of Chun? So today, let's teach them a lesson and turn the whole of Bangkok into a battlefield. Today's objective is solely to plunder the wealthy and powerful. We must not harm the common people in the slightest. This is the bottom line. Lin Shan directly issued orders to all the assassins in Bangkok. None of the wealthy people in Bangkok would escape. The first target is the Su family in Siam. I will personally lead the team, but before that, we need to throw the whole of Bangkok into chaos. The more chaotic the better, as it will benefit our operations. I want the entire kingdom of Siam to know that offending the kingdom of Chun is absolutely unacceptable. He wanted his assassins to cause trouble throughout Bangkok and completely disrupt the area. With that in mind, Lin Shan personally led the team, accompanied by 3 god-level assassins, Suya, Shaoling, and Shaoli, towards their first destination. Bangkok, headquarters of the Su Group. The towering skyscraper, with its glass walls and exquisite design, perfectly showcases the building's formidable strength. Su Changtian, the group's chairman, is about 40 or 50 years old and has thinning, clean hair. Thanks to his unique vision and some of his methods, in recent years, the group's strength has grown rapidly, making it a behemoth that ranks first in Siam. Lin Shan has already investigated the relevant information. Su Changtian's personal net worth alone is at least $30 billion, and it is still rising. In the future, there's a possibility that the company could reach assets of 40 to 50 billion yuan. It was possible that Lin Shan didn't know before, but now it's impossible. According to the information gathered by the assassins, this Su Changtian was secretly supporting a warlord in the Golden Triangle region and was also involved in the flower business. As the chairman of the group, he would go back to the nearby casino every few days to play a few rounds of gambling. Each time, they managed to win tens of millions or even hundreds of millions back. He must have a considerable amount of cash reserves. Although he publicly announced a great deal of assets, Lin Shan knew that his actual assets were far more than that. As planned, Lin Shan led his assassins toward the building. All the assassins were equipped with the most complete set of gear, practically armed to the teeth. Meanwhile, the assassins who were planning to cause trouble also arrived at their destination. Let's get started. Once all the assassins had arrived at the designated location, Lin Shan gave the order. Those Suicide Squad members, armed with AK-47s, stormed into the bank. They are all branches and outlets of the Central Bank of Siam. At the same time, they blew up all the vehicles piled up in front of the bank. The raging fire and billowing black smoke were quite a sight. If viewed from a bird's-eye view, the entire city of Bangkok would appear as if it had been suddenly subjected to a military attack. Everywhere, raging fires blazed, and black smoke billowed everywhere. The surrounding people also avoided the area, not daring to approach. The assassins who entered the Siamese bank immediately drove out all the civilians. Then they blew open the vault door and shot down the security cameras. With a wave of his hand, he exchanged all the banknotes into the system. Feeling the contribution points flowing into his account, Lin Shan was overjoyed. Siam is really rich. When they begin their operation, it's time for them to act as well. Just as Su Changtian, chairman of the Su Group, was preparing to go out to play golf in his Rolls-Royce, as usual, Vess rushed out from the underground parking garage. Who is it? The bodyguards responsible for security immediately reacted, drawing their pistols and shouting at the armed man. Da da da. The Suicide Squad didn't even bother to speak. He fired directly, the bullet shooting out of the dark barrel and hitting the bodyguard next to Su Chang-tian. Even though they were retired mercenaries hired by Su Chang-tian at a high price, they were facing a high-level army of assassins, each of whom was stronger than them. At the same time, a blur flashed by, followed by a flash of white light. In the blink of an eye, all the bodyguards were riddled with holes, lying on the ground, dead beyond any doubt. After taking down the bodyguards, the assassins swarmed in. They then quickly brought Su Chang-tian under control. The dark muzzle of the gun was pointed directly at him. Even though he had seen a lot, Su Chang-tian still felt a trace of fear. After all, they were being pointed at by so many guns. What if there's an accidental discharge? Wouldn't I lose my life? Moreover, these people all had serious expressions and a murderous aura. They didn't even say a word, and they were clearly well-trained, iron-blooded warriors. Who are you? Who sent you? How much did you pay? I'll pay double. Su Chang-tian asked tentatively, his voice trembling slightly. The other party came on strong, and he hadn't even had time to react. He never imagined that he, as the richest man in Siam, would one day be escorted by a group of armed men. Aren't they afraid of being targeted by the authorities and the forces behind them? Chapter 110, Extorting Protection Money. 200 billion US dollars. Don't pay. The Sun has ripped off the Su family, which has connections in the political, business, and military circles, and its power is extremely vast. To touch him is tantamount to challenging the Su family. Could it be that the other party is an enemy of the Su family? After all, their path to wealth was built on the corpses of many families. Stop talking nonsense. Shut up. Several assassins tied him up, blindfolded him, and pushed him into an ordinary Santana parked nearby. The car then drove off towards the outskirts of the city. Staying here will lead to his discovery sooner or later, so Lin Shen plans to take him to a quiet place outside the city and deal with him slowly. Several of the vehicles traveling together were identical. By the time the police realized what was happening and started searching everyone, it would all be over. Moreover, Bangkok is in complete chaos right now. All the state-owned central banks have been looted, which is no small matter. The entire city of Bangkok was filled with smoke and chaos, as if it had been the site of a terrorist attack. Under these circumstances, they cannot free up their time for the time being. As for those troublemakers, since they're called suicide squads, their job is naturally to delay the police as much as possible. To die in battle is a worthy death. Lin Shen will summon them back. One of the Santanas drove around the city several times before successfully exiting the city. It will probably be several days before the police find them. The vehicle drove along the highway outside the city, the trees on both sides flashing by, but Su Chang-tian, who was blindfolded, had no idea what was happening. All he knew was that the car they were riding in wasn't very good quality. It was a bit hard and not very comfortable to sit in. In addition, the smell inside the carriage was not very pleasant, so it seems that the vehicle they were riding in was not very good. He just drove around the city a few times, and even he doesn't know which direction he's going. In addition, the frequent bumps on the road made his mind a complete mess. In short, even if you ask him to call the police now, he won't know anything. After driving for an unknown amount of time, Su Chang-tian suddenly felt the vehicle stop. Before he could react, he felt himself being pulled up by a strong force and then dragged and thrown out of the car. Lying on the ground, Su Chang-tian felt a sharp pain in his arm. Before he could even scream in pain, he felt himself being dragged away by several burly men. After walking for about 3 minutes, the hood on his head was removed, and the bright light was so dazzling that he couldn't open his eyes at all. After a while, he felt his vision gradually return to normal. It allows you to see things clearly around you. They are now in an abandoned warehouse. Before him stood a figure that appeared somewhat young. He didn't know him, or rather, he had never seen him before. But I always felt that the man in front of me looked vaguely familiar. Who are you? Why did you kidnap me? Suppressing his inner tension, although he had seen many storms, he had to admit that this time it was completely out of his control. His life or death truly rested on the other party's single thought. Fortunately, his high position and long hours of business meetings allowed him to remain as calm as possible in such situations. You want to know who the other person was. Does he still have a chance to survive? Who we are is not important. What's important is that we're a little short on cash right now, so we'd like to collect a tiny bit of protection money from you. Lin Shen's calm voice reached Su Chang-tian's ears. seeking wealth. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to be rich. As long as you have money, you'll be fine. Having suppressed my fear and knowing the other party's purpose, the next step was to continue the conversation. You have no problem with money, as long as you guarantee my safety. Also, I think you're quite skilled. Are you interested in becoming my bodyguards? Name your price. Su Changtian spoke up. In his view, these robbers would only ask for a few $100 million at most. Any more? That's impossible. They're not destined to take it. I'm afraid you can't afford to hire me as your bodyguard. Lin Chen shook his head, then held up 2 fingers. Protection fee, $200 billion US. If you don't give it to me, I can't guarantee what I might do. At Lin Chen's signal, 2 middle-aged women and 2 men in their 20s or 30s were pushed out. They are Su Changtian's wives and 2 sons. His 2 sons, relying on being the next heirs of the Su family, committed all sorts of evil deeds. He was proficient in all forms of rape, kidnapping, arson, murder, and looting. Therefore, Lin Chen didn't feel much psychological pressure when dealing with the situation. This is Siam. Are you sure you want to do this? Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the Su family? Su Changtian roared angrily, never expecting the other party to make such an outrageous demand of $20 billion US. Isn't this a joke? If they were to give that money away, the Su family would not only suffer a severe blow, but they would also lose all face. He knew that after his disappearance, his family and the Siamese government would definitely try to rescue him. He sent the old king many gifts every year. If Lin Chen were to target him and his family, he would be slapping Siam in the face, and they would certainly not have a good ending. Oh, you think I'm scared? Lin Chen grinned maliciously at Su Changtian, then gestured, and one of Su Changtian's sons was dragged up. At the same time, an AK-47 was pointed at his head. Don't kill me. The son had never seen such a scene before and was immediately terrified, crying and begging for mercy. Smell of urine emanated from his crotch. What do you want to do? Da. Before Su Changtian could finish speaking, he was met with a burst of AK bullets, which rained down on his son. In the blink of an eye, his son was riddled with bullets and turned into a bloody mess. The sudden gunshots startled Su Changtian and his wives and sons. They didn't expect that this group would actually do it for real. You all! Su Changtian's eyes were filled with rage, as if they were about to spew fire. What? You want your other son to go down the same path, don't you? Lin Chen's devilish voice rang out. He raised his hand and waved again. Immediately, 2 assassins dragged out another man. I don't want to die. Don't kill me. Dad, save me. The man who was dragged out struggled desperately and roared. Okay, I agree. I'll pay the protection fee. Su Changtian gave up resisting. There was no way he could negotiate with these ruthless killers in front of him. If he hesitates any longer, he might lose his wife, son, and children. They're gone, and sooner or later it will be my turn. Perhaps their entire Su family will eventually perish. The group in front of us is the kind of people who can go toe-to-toe with special forces. Chapter 111, Su Changtian discovers the secret. Soya shows off, not bad. Discretion is the better part of valor. Come on, untie our scapegoat, our sugar daddy. Lin Chen immediately smiled and clapped his hands, signaling his men to come and untie Su Changtian. I have to say, these rich people are just shameless. They'll only hand over protection money after some bloodshed. Then a computer was pushed in front of Su Changtian. 200 billion, not a penny less. Transfer all your cash first, and the rest can be secured by equity and real estate. Is that all right? Lin Chen said with a smile. Okay. I'll transfer the money to you right away. To protect his wife and children, and most importantly, to save his own life. Su Changtian immediately nodded in agreement. He immediately used his computer to log into his accounts at several banks and transferred all the money to the card Lin Chen had given him. He realized that the fact that the Siamese police hadn't come looking for him was clearly due to the methods of these people. They were not only ruthless killers, but their skills were also extremely advanced. It seems they completely disregard the police force of Siam. I just don't know how they compare to the Siamese military special forces. As Su Changtian transferred the money, he secretly came up with an idea. The money was converted into contribution points as soon as it was deposited into Lin Chen's card. Suddenly, hundreds of thousands of contribution points entered the game. It was incredibly exciting, and this was just for one wealthy person. There are many more waiting for him. He. After transferring all the money from his accounts, Su Changtian turned around and said, "I also have 2 billion in cash and gold, which are kept in the underground vault of a mansion in the suburbs. Write down the address, location, and password." Lin Chen nodded, instructing Su Changtian to write down all the information, and then gestured to Soya beside him. Seeing this, Soya immediately understood and set off with Xiaoling and Xiaoli. As for the others, why send so many people? A god-level swordsman and 2 supports. How could they possibly lose to a super minion? Let's say 2 billion for now. The rest can be paid off with your shares. All shares will be transferred to this person's name. Lin Chen casually provided the name of Siamese assassin. However, by sheer coincidence, this assassin happened to be a member of Lin Chen's infiltration plan. The replacement was a member of the Kingsguard. Normally, the identities of all members of the Kingsguard are kept secret. It's impossible for a normal person to know. But he is Su Changtian, the current agent of the Su group. He knew a bit about the Kingsguard. He happened to have seen the information about this group of soldiers, so he was stunned at first. But this moment of stunned silence was fleeting. He couldn't let the other person realize that he knew this person. In that case, he probably won't be able to go back. However, Lin Chen still caught this brief moment of surprise. Even Lin Chen hadn't expected that Su Changtian would recognize the identity of his assassin in disguise. Originally, he just wanted the other party to go back and investigate on their own, and then inadvertently reveal a little clue so that the other party could find it and cause a little misunderstanding. Unexpectedly, the other party recognized him immediately. That would make things much simpler. If Su Changtian were to go back and investigate, he wouldn't be able to find any clues at all. Okay, I understand. Su Changtian nodded slightly and began transferring some shares as Lin Chen instructed. At the same time, a huge storm was brewing in his heart. I see. No wonder the police didn't investigate. No wonder they're not afraid of the Siamese government at all. So, it turns out behind them is the largest government in Siam. Damn it. It must be that the old king is jealous of our Su family, who are richer than a country, and he's doing this to make us look like we're easy to bully. If he doesn't do something, he'll change his name to something else. Having figured all this out, he no longer held any hope that the people who went to the villa address he had given would ever return. Logically, if something happens to him, the police or even the military would definitely intervene at his villa. In an emergency, it would be quite normal for the Siamese special forces to step in. In this situation, no matter who the other party is, it is impossible for them to return safely, to see if the people they send out can come back alive. After he transferred the shares and some real estate, Lin Chen had someone keep an eye on him, and, at the same time, he inquired about the situation on Soya's side. This Su Changtian isn't so honest. However, for the sake of the subsequent plans, he still had to spare his life. This matter is not urgent. In the suburbs by a small lake, outside a luxury villa covering several thousand square meters, Soya appeared with the 2 women. His hand was on the hilt of his sword, and he could already sense a faint killing intent emanating from it. In the distant dense forest, high in the trees, lay many special forces soldiers. Their eyes were now fixed on the 3 people who had appeared. These 3 people looked like they were just passing by and sightseeing. However, that handsome guy with a knife at his waist was accompanied by 2 such cute girls. Depend on, all the guys on our side are still single. These special forces soldiers had nothing better to do than think about it. They remained hidden there, waiting for any potential robbers to appear. They have received news that Su Changtian, the richest man in China, has been kidnapped. The police didn't have time, so they just sent him over. This is a place that Su Changtian had agreed upon with the authorities a long time ago. If he were kidnapped, he would try to lure people here. I never imagined that one day I would actually need to use it. Someone's here. Xiaoli, give me a buff. Xiaoling, be sure to heal me. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli immediately waved her hands to form a hand seal, releasing a purple halo that landed on Suya. Soya pushed off with his feet and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, they appeared directly in this dense forest. He was incredibly fast. Even these special forces soldiers only felt a blur before their eyes, and then they were gone. Holy crap, what's going on? Their eyes widened in complete astonishment. The 2 special forces soldiers at the very front clutched their throats and collapsed in a flash of silver light. However, being well-trained elite soldiers, they reacted immediately. He raised his rifle, aimed it at Soya in front of him, and fired. Clearly, There was nothing to talk about with the mysterious man who had killed their team member. Whoosh! Their response was Soya's speed. His figure blurred past them like afterimages, leaving behind the sound of wind being cut. Immediately afterwards, a flash of silver light appeared, and 2 more Special Forces soldiers fell straight down. And then Soya's voice disappeared again. Chapter 1:12 Invincible Soya. The remaining 5 or 6 Special Forces soldiers continued their operation, hurriedly dodging the afterimages left by Soya. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, the gun muzzle spewed flames. The bullets hit the surrounding grass and trees, sending them flying. However, it did not harm Soya in the slightest. Damn, how can he be so fast? Was that person a human or a ghost? Holy crap, let's run. The remaining Special Forces soldiers were extremely shocked, but also very fortunate that they had been lucky. At least for now, he's still alive. After saying that, the group began to flee, prioritizing their survival. On the other side, Soya charged toward the remaining Special Forces soldiers once again. No one can escape from him, unless he let it go himself. A series of sounds rang out. In less than half a minute, Soya had taken care of the remaining 5 or 6 Special Forces soldiers. Vulnerable. Soya shook his head and glanced at the sword in his hand. It was spotless, not at all like a sword that had just killed someone. Sheath your sword. How lonely it is to be invincible. All right, Xiaoya, stop being so vain. Hurry up and do as the master says. Go, and take away all that money and gold. Xiaoling stepped forward and said indignantly. It seemed to have been of little use, and he was somewhat resentful of himself. All right, the 3 of them entered the villa. They knocked out all the maids and servants and threw them directly into the bedroom bed. Dozens of girls dressed in maid outfits and white stockings were piled up on the bed, but Soya didn't even glance at them and simply closed the door. In his heart, there was only his sword. Arriving at the underground vault, enter the password and go inside. As expected, Su Changtian was not lying to them. There was a fortune worth 2 billion here. After exchanging all the banknotes and gold bars for contribution points, the 3 left the place. Lin Shen received the message shortly afterward. He arrived at the place where Su Changtian was being held and smiled. Not bad. You didn't lie to me. You can go now. We've left a Santana for you outside. Don't be shy. Withdraw. Having obtained the contribution points, Lin Shen led his men and left immediately. Upon seeing this, Su Changtian's eyes suddenly sharpened, further solidifying his conjecture. Sure enough, it was them. Looking at these people, so orderly and menacing, it's clear they've received professional training. It's definitely the Royal Guard. There's no escaping it. They were able to safely obtain such a large sum of money from the Special Forces in Siam and transport out. You wouldn't believe it if you said there was no collusion with the Siamese government. However, the most urgent task is to leave this place. The ropes binding him had been untied, and he quickly ran over to untie the ropes binding his wife and children, then led them away. On the way back, his eyes were filled with anger. Old King, are you messing with me? If I hadn't stolen information about the Royal Guard, I really wouldn't have thought of you this time. Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Money is something that, once it's gone, it's gone. His actual net worth is far more than the publicly stated 3 or 400 billion US dollars. Losing this money was a huge blow to him, but he could earn it back quickly. Moreover, he earns so much money that he can't possibly spend it all. But we can't let this anger go unvented. He had to make the old king know the price of provoking him. Everyone has worked hard. However, our mission has only just begun. Continue, next one. Now, by simply targeting one wealthy family, one can generate a total income of 20 billion. What if we made 10 or 100? Stop calculating, that's just wishful thinking. Let's get started. While Lin Shen and his group were making their move, the other assassins also targeted several wealthy individuals. Under Lin Shen's instructions, they each transferred the funds to the names of the assassins they were impersonating. When they investigated afterwards, they couldn't find anyone to blame. However, the fact that it couldn't be found only further confirms that Su Changtian's guess was correct. Lin Shen's lips involuntarily curled up into a smile. It's really convenient to make money while also letting them fight amongst themselves. Just after Lin Shen sent those assassins to cause trouble and took Su Changtian away, Bangkok police received the information. Report: the Siam Bank in the East District has been robbed and requires reinforcements. They immediately dispatched their most elite police force to handle the bank robbery. Little did they know, this was just the beginning. Report: several Siam banks in the Western District have been robbed. Report: South District. Report: North District. In short, Bangkok was thrown into chaos for a time. Even from the police station, smoke filled the sky in several directions. Damn it! Where did this power come from? This is a provocation against the Kingdom of Siam. The police have deployed all their forces, determined to bring all the robbers in Bangkok to justice. Meanwhile, they reported it to higher authorities, and a significant amount of police and military personnel were deployed to protect the palace. Such large-scale chaos must indicate that the other side has some ulterior motive. Their first suspicion was that the other side was trying to attract their attention before launching a direct attack on the palace. They directly destroyed the royal palace of their Siam. Then they received news that the richest man in Siam had been kidnapped by an unknown force. They immediately reviewed the surveillance footage to look for clues. They found nothing, and at the same time, there were no fewer than dozens of vehicles. Their directions are completely different. An investigation would require a significant amount of police manpower, which is clearly beyond what they can currently mobilize. They immediately contacted the military for their assistance. After all, he was the richest man in Siam, and his influence on the country's economy was undeniable. Furthermore, even an ordinary person in Siam should be helped, let alone the richest man. An hour has passed. Despite their stubborn resistance, the assassins were eventually killed by the Siamese police. Lin Chun felt no pity whatsoever for this. He only sent one mid-level assassin and 20 junior assassins to each bank. He stole over 100 million with 300,000. What's there to be heartbroken about? They were inherently suicide soldiers, possessing the courage to face the fear of death. Even knowing it meant certain death, they still pressed on. Police station. Reporting to the sergeant, we just received news from the Hong Kong Monetary Authority that all the money in the account of the richest man, Su Changtian, has been transferred to an encrypted account that we cannot trace. The police chief frowned. These people robbed banks, created chaos, risked their lives, and kidnapped wealthy people. Is it just for the money? However, that's hundreds of billions of dollars, enough for them to take the risk. Keep investigating. We must find out where Su, the richest man, is as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Lin Chun, with his henchmen, continued his manhunt throughout Bangkok. One contribution after another was recorded. Chapter 1:13 Chaotic Bangkok, shocking the entire internet. All 10 richest people arrested, just when all the police in Siam were extremely anxious. The situation in Bangkok was spread by reporters and netizens. In particular, the kidnapping of the richest man in Siam is huge news. It instantly caused a sensation throughout the entire Kingdom of Siam, and even neighboring countries heard about it. However, since he wasn't the richest person in their country, he didn't feel it as deeply. If the richest man in China were kidnapped, I wonder whether those players would be happy or joyful. After all, his wealth is a result of everyone's efforts. Holy crap, did you guys hear? The entire Siam Bank in Bangkok has been robbed. It is said that the police have not caught a single survivor so far, and have no idea which force sent them. Furthermore, it is said that the richest man in our Siam has been arrested and his whereabouts are unknown. It seems the police have no leads whatsoever. My cousin who works at the police station said they're incredibly busy right now. All sorts of news spread through the streets and alleys and reached the whole of Siam via the internet. Everyone in Bangkok was on edge, taking leave and staying home to avoid being affected by the chaos in the city. Such a chaotic situation made the public extremely disgusted by the actions of this criminal organization. Some Siamese couldn't help but wonder if Chun Kingdom were in charge, there wouldn't be any criminal organizations. They can live a stable and harmonious life like in the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, they were just thinking about it. However, due to the spread of the virus online, there were far fewer pedestrians and vehicles on the streets of Bangkok. This inadvertently provided many conveniences for the Siamese police. First of all, they won't have to worry about traffic jams. This can also largely prevent innocent people from being injured during a firefight with robbers. In addition, a major reason for their previous shortage of police force was that nearly half of their police force was mobilized to evacuate people around the bank. Now, the streets are only lit by flashing police lights and the occasional 2 or 3 pedestrians, which frees up a significant amount of police resources. They immediately mobilized a certain number of police officers to investigate the disappearance of Su Changtian, the richest man in China. The online uproar, after a short period of fermentation, has attracted worldwide attention. Bangkok is a very famous tourist city internationally, attracting a large number of tourists in addition to local residents. They shared the situation here on their respective domestic video platforms. This immediately attracted the attention of many people. The video quickly became a trending topic. The comment section was getting tons of views. My goodness, is Bangkok playing out a biohazard scenario? A ghost town tactic? Holy crap, was that a shootout between police and criminals over there? But it didn't end there. Did the blogger accidentally cut it out? Can I still post videos after this? I heard that even the richest man in Siam has been arrested. I wonder if it's true. They even dared to rob the Siam Bank. What's so hard about kidnapping a billionaire? No matter how rich he is, can he be as rich as the central bank? Where did this force come from? After looting Bangkok, will they go to other capital cities? While other countries were discussing it with great interest, people in Southeast Asia were living in fear, worried that they would be next. Several hours have passed, and there are reportedly no leads on these robbers. They investigated the bodies of the people they killed and found that they were ordinary residents of Bangkok with perfectly innocent identities. And it's perfectly normal, as if it suddenly changed. Just as the Siamese police dispatched officers to investigate the disappearance of the richest man, Su Changtian. They received news that Su Changtian and his family had all returned safely. As police officers, they immediately went to the scene to collect evidence, hoping to find any clues about the robbers from them. However, they were met with a closed door. Excuse me, our boss is not feeling well and is not suitable to do these other things. Please leave. The butler at the door simply closed the door and refused to see anyone. They had absolutely no respect for these police officers from Siam, considering that Su Changtian had just been rescued and was inevitably still in a bad mood. The police visited him briefly before leaving, because there are many more things waiting for them to deal with. Police station. Report. Not only Su Changtian, the richest man in Bangkok, but all 10 of the city's richest men have been kidnapped. Upon hearing the report from his subordinates, the police chief jumped for joy. What? Su Changtian alone is enough to give them a huge headache. The result told them it wasn't just 1, but 10. Now, the problem is serious. Not only did they rob major banks in Bangkok to provoke the police, but they also kidnapped all of Bangkok's wealthy people in front of them when the police force was depleted. That's absolutely outrageous. What bothered them the most was that several hours had passed, and they still had no idea who their opponent was. What organization are they from? Such a meticulous operation must be supported by a large organization. These elite warriors alone are not people who can be trained by ordinary people. Given this situation, it must have taken at least several years of brainwashing for them to be willing to risk their lives at a critical moment. As a result, they couldn't catch a single one alive. It's possible to arrest the top 10 richest people at the same time. Could you do that without hundreds or thousands of people among them? The Bangkok police chief was suddenly filled with fear. Unbeknownst to him, such a powerful force had infiltrated Bangkok. Most importantly, they were also carrying weapons. You should know that all of these things are strictly prohibited. It would be difficult to bring it over to ordinary cities. Not to mention Bangkok, the capital of Siam. The forces behind this are probably more powerful than we imagine. Upon learning this news, they immediately thought of Su Changtian, the only one who had returned so far. They immediately visited again, but this time, the bureau chief personally came to see them. Upon arriving at the villa where Su Changtian lived, the bureau chief explained his purpose to the housekeeper. The butler nodded and went inside, still not letting them in. His boss now gets a headache and is so angry that he doesn't want to see any Siamese officials. Inside the villa, the decor is opulent, featuring genuine leather luxury sofas and top-quality mahogany tables and chairs. Su Changtian and his wife and children were sitting on the sofa. Listen to me, take this money now, leave here, and go to China. It's the safest place in the world. No, wait, go to the United States, where you could do anything with money. Su Changtian shook his head. He himself has the blood of a typical Chinese person. The reason he came out here is to develop his career here with even greater impunity. He could see that the situation in Siam was very chaotic. It's not surprising that he, as the richest man in Siam, was targeted by robbers. What he is about to do is very important. Be careful. Chapter 114 dealing with family matters. The 10 richest men gather. The Dragon Kingdom is good, but it's too close. He was afraid that his family would be affected. They must be sent far away. The United States is currently the best choice. Chantian, what about you? One of the beautiful women, with tears streaming down her face, stared intently at Su Chantian. Don't worry, you can leave tonight, and I'll arrange for someone to take you there. Su Chantian touched his two wives' smooth, jade-like hands and said softly. Just then, the butler came in. Sir, the police chief is here. He says all 10 of Bangkok's richest men have been kidnapped and wants to know what kind of leads we can provide. The butler bowed deeply and said with great respect, We have no leads. They're a group of highly trained special forces robbers. We've paid the ransom and come back. Tell them to hurry up and rescue the people. Su Chantian said irritably. In his view, the police station was just putting on a show when they came to question him. Or rather, they did their best, but they faced obstacles from above. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he beckoned the butler to come closer and whisper something in his ear. The butler nodded and went out. Not long after, the butler brought back news that all the kidnapped tycoons had returned. He has already sent them invitations as Su Chantian instructed. Night falls. In Bangkok tonight, the lights go out earlier than usual. The entire city seemed to have turned into a ghost town, with no pedestrians and no vehicles. Only the occasional sound of police cars and intermittent gunfire signaled that people still existed in this city. A secluded, high-end club, fine wine, beautiful women, and beautiful scenery. Unlike the desolation of the city, this place is brightly lit, luxurious, and extravagant. However, unlike the usual relaxed and cheerful atmosphere, today in the club, 10 wealthy people sat in a circle around a round table, and none of them looked particularly happy. If Lin Shin were here, he would definitely say, Oh, what a coincidence. Several big spenders are having a gathering. First of all, Su Chantian is the richest man in China, and also the initiator of the gathering. He stood up, and, under everyone's gaze, slowly began to speak. I believe you all know why I called you all here. We have all experienced the same thing today. I don't know how much ransom you paid, and I don't expect you to tell me. I'll just tell you that I, Su Chantian, have paid $20 billion. Upon hearing this, the pupils of the other 9 people were immediately wide open in shock. Su Chantian actually took out $20 billion. This is more than their entire fortune. Surprisingly, Su Chantian is still holding on. It seems his wealth is even greater than it appears on the surface. But it makes sense. How could someone who can maintain their title as the richest person in Siam not leave themselves a way out? Gentlemen, did any of you hear from those bandits today that they wouldn't be causing us any trouble? No, right? I don't think I need to tell you what that means, do I? Everyone present was a shrewd old fox, and they naturally understood the meaning behind Su Chantian's words. It has to be said that his words made everyone present even more serious. Worry was written on the face of every wealthy person. After all, one such incident is enough to make them heartbroken for years. If it happened again, wouldn't that kill them? This is practically treating them like ATMs. Moreover, they had already witnessed the strength of this group and knew they definitely had the capability. This time, we were arrested, and my eldest son was even killed by the other side, but the police didn't send anyone abroad from beginning to end. So after paying taxes for so many years, I can't even guarantee my own personal safety. Even if I were an ordinary person, shouldn't the police send someone to investigate? These wealthy people naturally knew that many things had happened in Bangkok during the day. But we can't afford to be unable to allocate any police resources, can we? Su Chantian vented his displeasure while prompting everyone to think, guiding them in the direction he wanted. Sure enough, with him leading the way, many wealthy people also started to complain. That means all 10 of our richest people were kidnapped, and not a single police officer was involved. Yeah, they came to our door to say hello after we got back, and even asked us a few questions like they were interrogating a criminal. Damn, do you think I could stage this myself? We didn't see any protection from them at all, but all of our own bodyguards were dead. Seeing that it was about time, Su Chantian stepped forward and said, I think we shouldn't place our hopes on the police or the Siamese military. We should build an armed force that can protect ourselves. This way, we still have the power to fight against the forces that have kidnapped us. Great idea. I agree. I wanted to do this for a long time, but I was afraid of being misunderstood, which wouldn't be good. Now I have a good reason. The 10 billionaires unanimously agreed that, for them, building an army would be a simple matter. With money here, why would we be afraid of not being able to build an army? People and weapons, can't you get those with money? However, we don't even know who's behind this, so how can we fight them? Yes, I've investigated, and there are absolutely no clues. I don't have any either. Everyone echoed this sentiment. These people seem to have appeared out of nowhere, and no information could be found at all. Everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to Su Changtian. If anyone here had the best methods, it would definitely be Su Changtian. Seeing this, Su Changtian knew that the time was almost up. He began, "You all say these people are highly trained and well-equipped, and they enter Bangkok as if it were their own backyard. Only one faction can achieve this. So, I'm putting it this way. If anyone wants to settle things peacefully and wait to be robbed next time, they can leave now." Upon hearing Su Changtian's words, everyone immediately felt their minds clear. They seemed to have realized something. Yes, if you think about it this way, all the problems can be explained clearly. Immediately, many people present felt as if they had a fishbone stuck in their throat and didn't know what to say. They're civilians. How can they fight against the army? They're not in America. With enough money, you can even sit directly on the presidential throne. I have some clues here, but I'll only share them with those who are willing to stay. Upon hearing this, the 9 wealthy individuals present exchanged glances, clearly indicating that Su Changtian's words conveyed their stance. Everyone gritted their teeth and sat down in their seats. Not a single person left. They all couldn't swallow this insult. We must avenge this. Chapter 115, Hiring Gangsters with Money. Next target, all cities in the entire kingdom of Siam. However, in the end, they're just a few top-tier tycoons. The idea of going against the entire military is something we would never even dare to dream of. What they need to do is teach them a lesson and let them know that they are not to be trifled with either. All right, since none of you are afraid, I'll share my clues with you. As he spoke, Su Changtian distributed the documents in front of him. 1 serving per person. After receiving it, everyone curiously flipped through the documents. This is a list I obtained through some channel last year. You can take a look. There are quite a few names on the list, and I'm not sure if any of them are familiar to you. Upon hearing Su Changtian's words, everyone began to carefully read through the list. The list was small, only a few dozen names, and Su Changtian only used it as a backup, so he didn't make too many. Soon, one of them exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this the person I transferred money to today? Holy crap, I saw it too. Me too. For a moment, 4 wealthy people exclaimed in surprise. There were 5 in total, but the remaining 5 were not seen. Mr. Su, what's going on? Where did you get this list from? One of the wealthy men, who had found the name, asked urgently. It seems they want to find out who's behind this as soon as possible. This is what I got. A list of the royal guard. Su Changtian said with extreme indignation. Old king, you've gone too far. This Siam is better left untouched. Although it was a pity to lose the foundation he had built up over many years, he knew that he had been targeted. If he doesn't leave, he might be completely taken down soon. Now the other side is gradually eroding him, weakening him, and taking over everything else he owns. His words made all the wealthy people present gasp in shock. It's the old king. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They initially thought they were simply being targeted by military forces. Now it's the old king. This means that if the other party doesn't intend to give them a way out, they can simply make them disappear from this world completely. If that's the case, then is there any point in their current gatherings? After all, behind the other party is... Don't you think it would be quite a spectacle if 1 or 2 unsavory gangsters suddenly raided the palace? Amidst the general panic, Su Changtian spoke again. It would be too slow for them to build their own armed forces. Who knows how long it will take before we can actually get it done? They are now on the chopping board, serving as staple foods for ordinary dishes. When to eat the rest depends entirely on the person's mood. This kind of life is clearly not what they want. Therefore, no one objected to Su Changtian's suggestion. However, some people have raised questions. Although we inevitably have to deal with gangsters in our daily lives, would they be willing to help us? Su Changtian smiled and said, as long as there's money, they'll take action. How will those gangs make their move? We'll only know after we've talked to them. I think it makes sense. Let's go find those gangs and fight them. That's right. Hiring the gangsters won't cost too much. It's better than having your house raided. Everyone nodded in agreement, unanimously agreeing to the decision. This is currently the fastest way to launch a counterattack. Cause trouble in the palace, but this group of people they send out, having tasted success, will definitely try again. Let's prepare in advance and ambush them. Everyone agreed with this, but they were also quite helpless. They could tell that the other party was using the wealth rankings to blackmail them. Unexpectedly, the wealth list that they usually strive to climb has now become a list of easy targets, waiting for people to harvest them. Let's invite those lower-ranked billionaires over, explain the situation to them, and then let them invite themselves. Okay, that's settled. Everyone quickly reached a consensus and began to work immediately. At the same time, prepare for your own escape route. Lin Chun, with his Bangkok henchmen, took down Bangkok's top 10 richest men and was ecstatic. These wealthy individuals contributed nearly $100 billion to him. Even though only 40% is in cash, that's still 250 billion yuan. Another 25 million contribution points have been credited to my account. This is absolutely awesome. This instantly replenished Lin Chen's meager contribution points. At least for the short term, there is no need to worry about contribution points anymore. Indeed, the wealthy in Siam are truly rich. Lin Chun ordered all the assassins in Bangkok to go into hiding for the time being. For now, let's set our sights on other cities in Bangkok. If chaos is to be created, it cannot be confined to just one place. Turning Bangkok into a chaotic place is just the first step in the plan. The next step is to explore the other bustling cities in Siam. All we need to do is disrupt and create chaos in all the cities. Therefore, from the outside world perspective, Siam was a country beset by internal and external troubles. At the same time, although these disturbances will not cause casualties, the unstable domestic environment will greatly diminish the confidence of the people. This was Lin Chen's plan. At the same time, he himself has sown discord between the top 10 richest people and the royal family. If I were to intervene now and continue causing trouble, wouldn't that just be drawing hatred to the royal family? He wouldn't do something like that. He wanted to see dogs fighting. Moreover, after their commotion, the Kingdom of Siam will surely set up layers of defenses in Bangkok and even summon more military and police personnel from other places to guard it. If they continue to cause trouble, it may be more difficult than expected. Lin Chen didn't want to see his elite assassins suffer large-scale casualties. After all, if 10 people die, that's 100 million gone. Who could accept this? While the Bangkok police headquarters was temporarily redeploying officers to other areas. Those assassins who had been hiding in major cities of Siam quietly gathered together. Keep going, let's get started. On the other side, in the Golden Triangle region, a tropical rainforest region, vast stretches of forest teeming with poisonous insects. According to prior intelligence, there are several drug trafficking dens in this area, which covers nearly half of the province as tropical rainforest. It must be said that there are some reasons why Siam has been unable to eradicate drug traffickers from this region for so long. The warlord forces in the Golden Triangle region were almost completely wiped out by Lin Chen's elite army in just a few encounters. Tanks and airplanes, big names, launching attacks without regard for cost or casualties. Taking over the warlord forces here won't be an easy task. As for the process of eliminating those warlords, it was filmed in its entirety at Lin Chen's special request. Then it was spread through the media. He wanted the international community to see that his Lin family army was truly fighting drug traffickers and warlords in the Golden Triangle region, thereby gaining more support. Now, those notorious drug traffickers who were once difficult to eradicate are either dead or have fled. As for why they were able to escape, it was because Lin Chen discovered their immense usefulness. Chapter 116 Lin Chen's strategic plan. By exploiting the escape routes of the entire Sakura and South Korea, Lin Chen's army can track them down. Anyone who obstructs the way will be treated as an accomplice. Unless, of course, they're recklessly determined to run into the Dragon Kingdom's territory. In that case, they would be dead before Lin Chen even had a chance to make a move. Even though Qin Kingdom is currently at its peak, in the eyes of those drug traffickers, Long Kingdom is still the place they fear the most. Therefore, there's no way they would ever go that place. The Golden Triangle Rainforest region. Due to the terrain, the Lin family army's tanks and artillery were completely unable to operate effectively here. Therefore, All the assassins went into battle lightly equipped and began a thorough search of the area. Who knows how many years this search will take? Lin Chun wasn't in a hurry. He could use this time to develop the economy in Chiang Rai province and use it to fund the Lin family army's military expenses, which would be a great idea. Meanwhile, after the 200,000-strong army of assassins entered the tropical rainforest, they quickly split into two teams, one of which consisted of 50,000 assassins who conducted a thorough search. No rush. The main focus is on tormenting them, forcing the drug dealers to go into hiding. They can hide it for as long as they can. On the other side, an army of 150,000 elite soldiers marched straight into the Golden Triangle region where Laos is located. This area is also a tropical rainforest zone. It's reasonable to cross certain lines when chasing drug dealers, right? To also flatten the entire Laos while we're at it, right? Lin Chun had investigated and found that the entire Lao kingdom had only 70,000 troops, which was not a strong military. At that time, we will launch a surprise attack under the cover of missile fighter jets, giving them no time to react. They need to take Laos before they are even prepared. The moment Lin Chun conquered Laos, he declared that he had begun his war in Southeast Asia. At that time, we will have to confront Siam head-on. However, as long as he temporarily blocks the news, even if a few words are leaked out, it will at most make those countries in the international community hesitate, but will not make them immediately point the finger at him. If he could take over Siam during this period, the outcome is already decided, and even if those countries react in time, it will be too late. As for settling accounts afterward, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? The two aircraft carriers from the Dangshan Kingdom? If it weren't for the fact that Siam is currently a rebellious child, Lin Chun would have solved the problem with a single nuclear bomb. However, this place will eventually be his territory. He didn't want his territory to be riddled with holes. Therefore, this war with Laos must be fought as soon as possible and completed quickly. Other countries didn't have time to react or provide support. When Lin Chun was at war with Myanmar, it was their civil war and foreign countries couldn't interfere. If we were to attack Laos now, that would be considered an external war. Lin Chun was already getting impatient and wanted to take over Laos. If he could bring his 100,000 elite troops to the border and win people over with virtue, he might be able to get the enemy to surrender directly. They should know that incorporating the territory of Chun Kingdom is a good thing for them. After all, they will no longer be bothered by criminal organizations. Get all the suicide squads across the rainforest as soon as possible. I will personally command the operation then. Lin Chun said with some excitement. Light a cigar, put it to your lips, and take a puff as wisps of smoke rise. The kingdom of Siam no longer needs his command. The more ambushes cities suffer, the more their people's morale will crumble. Since ancient times, those who win the hearts of the people win the world. War is a dirty game. No one will be fair to you. Come to the battlefield together and charge and kill each other. That era is long gone. Now it's all about using tricks and gimmicks. How can a country become strong without some iron-fisted measures? A country that only has the hearts of bodhisattvas will only suffer bullying. Before the Lin family army crossed the tropical rainforest, the other side's elite suicide squad would definitely not be able to wipe out all the drug dealers. During this time, Lin Chun was in no hurry at all. He's now a major contributor with tens of millions of contribution points, and his power grows stronger every day. He was naturally happy to relax. However, he suddenly realized that his current strength was already quite sufficient. It's time to reach out and take action. This can be considered as being prepared for a rainy day. After a moment's thought, he summoned 100,000 mid-level assassins and 1 million low-level assassins in Japan and South Korea respectively. It cost a full 4 million contribution points. That's 40 billion. However, Lin Chun believed that these things would soon be back in his hands. These are just two small places. I believe this army of assassins will give them a run for their money. The moment Lin Chun gathered them together, he immediately told them to take out loans, specifically illegal loans, borrowing as much as they could, with the main goal of never repaying. Want it back? Fine, here's a whole magazine of bullets for you. The million-strong army of suicide soldiers was scattered throughout their country, and they borrowed money at the same time, which did not attract much attention. I just think that perhaps the tense situation in Southeast Asia and international relations has made more people want to enjoy life as soon as possible. The banks have no restrictions on this. They don't believe the war will reach them. These people will have to pay back the money they borrowed sooner or later. Because there is no collateral, each person can only borrow around 100,000 yuan through unsecured loans. However, this is just a bank. Let's switch to another place and keep taking advantage of them. You can borrow up to the maximum limit for personal credit loans. Basically, these Suicide Squad members had taken out loans of around 300,000 yuan from banks, but were then restricted by other banks and could not take out any more loans in the near future. But this didn't stop them. After the bank loans were exhausted, there were still illegal loans available. At this time, although Japan appeared to be stable and peaceful, there were quite a few underground forces at play. Soon, a million-strong army of suicide soldiers came knocking on their door. After exploiting one faction, move on to the next. Soon, all the factions discovered that all their illicit loans had been issued. After this series of actions, just 3 days later, Lin Shun had recouped his investment with interest. It still yields a return of several dozen times the initial investment. Damn, this is really good, Lin Shun continued, arranging for them to rob banks throughout Japan and South Korea. As for weapons, all weapons manufacturing plants in Myanmar have been working day and night to produce them during this period. It can be said that Lin Shun's current army is fully armed without any problems. Of course, this is also one of the main reasons why Lin Shun is currently short of money. Recently, he has mainly focused all his money on military development, neglecting the governance of the country. However, with Guan Diheo still around, things are gradually getting better. Now that he was no longer short of money, Lin Shun waved his hand and transferred 100 billion to the Chun Kingdom's treasury. Tell Guan Diheo to make as much as he wants. There's more if he needs more. In short, the goal is to make Chun Kingdom the most beautiful and prosperous country in the world. Then he received a response from Guan Diheo. In that case, at least 1,100 billion would be enough. Lin Shun was completely stunned. Well, you're oversimplifying things. The task is arduous and the road ahead is long, but the path is under our feet. At this time, he received news that the army had crossed the tropical rainforest and entered Laos. The show is about to begin. Chapter 117, The Army of Assassins is pressing in. I will win people over with virtue. Right, Laos? Lin Shun came to the sand table. It is a topographical map of the entire kingdom of Siam and Laos in the Golden Triangle region. All of Laos' key objectives were marked in the document. Laos airport, government buildings, presidential palace, military fortress, etc. Even the location of their main positions was clearly visible and easy to spot. Lin Shun was absolutely confident in taking over the entire Laos. He was fully certain that he could subdue the enemy without a fight. They wanted the entire Lao kingdom to unconditionally join the Chun Kingdom's big family. This time, let's win people over with virtue. We can't resort to force again. Lin Shun murmured softly. Lin Shun's current territory is at most the same size as the former Myanmar. It was too small for him. It has to be the largest and most powerful country in the world to meet Lin Shun's basic goal. That's right, just the basic goal. Currently, the priority is to incorporate Laos into the territory of Chun. Next up is Siam, then Cambodia and so on. None of them can escape. Southeast Asia is such a small place, yet it has so many countries scattered across it, large and small. No wonder it couldn't become powerful. Now, I will make all of this happen. Our current goal is to take over Laos. The first step is to take down all the Lao troops in the Golden Triangle region. Laos, located in the Golden Triangle region, is not only covered by tropical rainforests, but also by ordinary land. There are also quite a few Lao troops stationed here. However, their main objective is simply to prevent drug traffickers from the Golden Triangle from crossing into their other territories. Therefore, the force was mainly composed of infantry, with few heavy weapons. In addition, they usually coexist peacefully with drug dealers, and there is nothing to do, so they neglect training and their combat effectiveness is not high. Lin Shun personally arrived at Zhou Zhen's location, bringing with him a large number of heavy weapons. Cannons, tanks, and airplanes. It has everything. Therefore, the Lin family army swept through the past with an almost overwhelming force. Steel behemoths led the way. Armored vehicles and tanks moved in a coordinated manner. Infantry and tanks cooperated, and they opened the battle with a barrage of firepower before charging straight in, completely stunning the Lao border guards. While stunned, he lost his life. The battle lasted only 10 minutes from start to finish. This was mainly because half of the time it took for the infantry to charge forward was wasted. Laos is utterly vulnerable. The capital of Laos, the military's command center. They received the news when border fighters in the Golden Triangle region were attacked. What? The border region has been attacked by unidentified armed forces. Their firepower far exceeded expectations. A single barrage wiped out the entire border guard force. After the report was submitted, reinforcements were immediately dispatched to provide cover. However, given the speed at which they mobilized their troops, it was truly embarrassing to even mention. The Lin family army is also known for its speed of advance, mainly because they are all well-trained assassins with endurance far exceeding that of ordinary people. By the time Laos sent troops to reinforce the region, the Lin family army had already almost completely occupied the Golden Triangle area. Report. Our scouts have come to report that they appear to be the Lin family army. The soldier who reported the incident hesitated for a moment before speaking. Just a few days ago, he was still supporting the Lin family army in leading the crackdown on drug traffickers. Today, the other party brought their men and stormed right to our door. Even if it's a slap in the face, don't do it so quickly. What? The Lin family army? Weren't they cracking down on drug traffickers in the Golden Triangle? The Lao commander spoke instinctively, then paused, momentarily stunned. I see. The so-called crackdown on drug traffickers is just a pretext. The real purpose is to take over Laos. All of this was actually planned. Just as the commander was sighing, another soldier rushed in, looking anxious. Commander, we're surrounded. Many people, so many people, all of them are Lin family army. We're surrounded? What nonsense are you talking about? We're in the capital right now, while the Lin family army is still in the Golden Triangle. They're at least several hundred kilometers away from us. The commander's first reaction was that the soldier had gone mad, daring to spread false information and disrupt morale. Just as the commander was about to order the soldier to be taken away and put in solitary confinement, the soldier then grabbed the commander's hand and pulled him toward the window. The commander, thinking the other party was an assassin trying to get close to him, immediately drew his gun and fired a shot. The soldier, his face filled with disbelief, collapsed and died instantly. After eliminating the disrespectful soldiers, the commander cautiously approached the window for a look. This sight startled him. Outside the window, a large number of Lin family soldiers disembarked from armored vehicles and troop carriers, armed to the teeth, and surrounded the entire command center. Holy crap! What the soldier said was actually true. The sound of swallowing saliva could be heard, and the commander's face changed drastically, his eyes filled with disbelief. Where did these Lin family soldiers come from? No news came from the checkpoints they passed along the way. One second, they were attacking the Golden Triangle region, and the next they were near the capital of Laos. Is he dreaming? Could it be that the Lin family army in front of us are heavenly soldiers and generals, able to descend directly from the sky? How is that possible? Just then, the phone on his desk rang urgently, interrupting his shock. He answered the phone instinctively, and on the other end, he was met with a barrage of insults. What the hell made you a commander? The entire capital is surrounded, and you haven't sent a single message? Send someone to rescue me immediately. I'm trapped inside the presidential palace. The president's direct and forceful verbal attack left the commander speechless. He himself didn't know what had happened. The Lin family army has not only pressed in with a large force, but has also surrounded their capital. Even the president is about to fall into their hands? With so many people involved, how do they manage to do that? Could it be that the other side has discovered a hidden path that even they themselves haven't noticed? It could be a tunnel or something similar. Directly to the capital of Laos? That's the only possibility. There's no other explanation. If Lin Shan knew about the commander's doubts, he would simply laugh it off. He considered it carefully. If a large army of assassins were to be deployed directly to the border, and the enemy were to be subdued with virtue, they might not feel the pressure. Only by acting in this way can we better win people over with virtue. So he summoned 10,000 high-level assassins and 50,000 mid-level assassins in the capital of Laos and surrounded the entire capital. The main objective is to directly attack and conquer these key targets. Airports and military bases all need to be captured, and pressure needs to be applied to the presidential palace, command center, and administrative center. Their goal was to instantly dismantle all of their combat capabilities, turning them into a plump, easy target. That's right. That's exactly it. Chapter 118. We've captured Lao's command center and its strongest army. Now we can win them over with virtue. Outside the command center, tens of thousands of assassins armed with AK-47s got off the vehicles and charged straight toward the gate. Before the soldiers guarding the gate could react, they were instantly mowed down by the charging assassins. Taking over Lao's military command center is a crucial step in getting Laos to completely give up resistance. Without leadership, they would be a disorganized mess, completely ineffective. Da-da-da. The AK-47 spewed fire continuously, and bullets formed a rain of bullets that blasted towards the guards at the door. One of the suicide soldiers carried a rocket launcher on his shoulder and blew open the door of the command center with a single shot. Numerous suicide soldiers surged into the command center area like a tidal wave. As planned, they rushed toward the building where the commander was located immediately. Lin Chen understood the principle of capture the king first to catch the thief. Therefore, they were given the order that their first target upon entering was the commander. Ignore him and kill him directly. As for the soldiers blocking the way, kill them all, leave no one alive. Seeing this, the commander in the command center had a resolute look on his face. He drew the pistol from his waist. Even if he died, he would take a few people with him to break even. Bang! The door behind him was kicked open, and the commander turned around and fired a shot. It hit the heart of the assassin who rushed in. However, he was wearing a bulletproof vest. Dada, the rifle in his hand, spitting fire, took down the highest commander of the Lao army, the commander. Meanwhile, at the military base on the other side, Lao's only heavy division is stationed here. They possess 80% of Lao's heavy weapons. Tanks, artillery, and other weapons make up Lao's strongest army. Although they numbered only 10,000, in a real fight, the remaining 50,000 Lao warriors would be no match for them. Bubu. Outside the military base, patrolling soldiers were killed by sniper shots before they could even react. Without warning, the army of assassins surged forward like a tidal wave. The soldiers guarding the base entrance were still in a daze when they were suddenly startled by the appearance of the assassin army. Enemy attack. Before the guards at the door could even sound the alarm, he was shot in the head. Tanks and armored vehicles swarmed forward. At that moment, the commander was walking towards the window, intending to survey the entire military base. Just then, they witnessed this scene. A dark mass rushed in through the gate of the military base. Clearly, the other party was not from their base. Moreover, even tanks and armored vehicles have driven in, their dart gun barrels twice as thick as their cannons, clearly indicating they don't belong to their heavy division. Where did this army come from? Could it be that someone new has been sent from above to join them? He had not received any reports of foreign invasion, so he did not believe that these people were the Lin family army that had occupied their Golden Triangle region. After all, they had just sent a heavily armed brigade to the border to provide support. They haven't even started fighting, and you're telling me the other side is already at their base gate? Are you kidding me? But the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore, because those dart gun barrels were pointed directly at their barracks dormitory building. It's lunch break now, and most of the soldiers are resting in their barracks. If they open fire now, wouldn't that be? Bang, bang, bang. Several tanks, along with mortars and howitzers behind them, unleashed a barrage of fire, completely bombarding the barracks dormitory buildings. The violent explosion killed many sleeping soldiers instantly. Many more were killed because their dormitories collapsed in the explosion and they were crushed by the rubble. Soon, many soldiers, not even in uniform, rushed out with rifles, ready to teach their attackers a lesson. The next second, several shells landed at the exit of the dormitory building, blowing all the soldiers who rushed out into the air, their limbs flying everywhere. No one is whole. Seeing this, many soldiers jumped directly from the second floor instead of using the stairs. Just then, a number of suicide soldiers rushed out from beside the tank, set up machine guns on the spot, raised their AK-47s, and fired a burst of gunfire at their location. The commander's face turned deathly pale, and he couldn't help but cry out, "No!" He didn't realize that he was quite a distance from the dormitory building. No one could hear his voice. The soldiers had just jumped off the building when they were bombarded by a hail of bullets. In the blink of an eye, those soldiers were riddled with countless bloody holes. Amidst screams of agony, more and more Lao soldiers fell into pools of blood. Just then he suddenly saw all of his tanks come out. It seems they saw what this force was doing and stood up to resist. just when he thought that his heavy armor division was about to start a rebellion. He suddenly froze because the cannons of those tanks were also pointed at their dormitory building. Bang, bang, bang. Fired one after another, exploding in the dormitory building. That's right, these tanks are full of suicide soldiers. The moment they entered the military base, they rushed toward the tank battalion. At that time, their tanks were undergoing maintenance, and they had no idea to immediately launch counterattack. Therefore, the suicide squad beat them to it, wiped out the tank battalion soldiers, and seized their tanks. Upon seeing this scene, the commander was completely dumbfounded. Why is this happening? What exactly happened? Who exactly is this suddenly appearing force? His mother is a terrorist. No, that's not right. The only ones with that kind of strength who would attack them are Lin Family Army. Are they the Lin Family Army? They're both military units, so why is there such a big difference? Originally, after Myanmar fell to the Lin Family Army's attack, the commander was still mocking the Myanmar military for being so weak. Even an army of 400,000 could be defeated. Now, he has witnessed firsthand the terrifying strength and overwhelming firepower of the Lin Family Army. He now understood why Myanmar couldn't win. This is simply a one-sided crushing and slaughter. The commander looked utterly dejected. He knew that it was too late to turn the tide of the battle. It could even be said that they didn't even have a chance to resist before they were completely wiped out. The gunfire outside began to subside, and soon after, the door to his office was opened, and several assassins walked in, pointing their guns directly at him. Behave yourselves and come with us. He was escorted to the square, where he saw thousands of soldiers, some in poor uniforms, being brought there as well. Their eyes were filled with confusion. I just took a nap. How come a world has changed? Chapter 119. Taking over all of Laos military bases. Capturing the Lao president. They're the most powerful heavy division in the entire Laos. You were taken down by someone else while you were taking a nap? If word gets out, I'll be incredibly embarrassed. But in order to survive, they endured it. They had to surrender. In the familiar square, all the soldiers of the heavy division huddled together, crouching on the ground with their hands covering their heads. Most of the soldiers were only wearing underwear. Looking at this scene, Lin Chen's face showed a strange expression. It's like the Lin Family Army just busted a large den of seasoned drivers. These are all the prostitutes they caught during their crackdown on pornography and illegal publications. Frustration and despair were on the faces of all the soldiers. The feeling of being overwhelmed by the opponent's strength, without even a direct confrontation, was extremely frustrating for them. However, they still held a sliver of hope that their commander, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, would surely return with reinforcements to rescue them. Are you thinking of waiting for other Lao troops to come to your rescue, or for your commander to come to your aid? Stop dreaming. Your commander is gone, and we've practically taken over the entire Laos. Lin Chen's words were broadcast to everyone's ears. Immediately, everyone's eyes were filled with confusion and despair. However, don't worry. Once your Laos becomes part of our Chun kingdom, I will release you. At that time, whether you go home to farm or continue serving the army is up to you. With just a few words, Lin Chen calmed all the soldiers down. They immediately abandoned their plan to sneak away. Since there's no danger to our lives, why run? The strongest heavy armor division in Laos was taken down so easily. The command center was also captured, and the airport and other military bases were captured one after another. The entire capital of Laos was almost entirely guarded by the Lin Family Army. Tanks, armored vehicles, and countless infantry. This made many Laotians realize that the country had changed. They were captured by the Chun Kingdom. The Chun Kingdom was so despicable, launching a sneak attack on them and trying to annex their country. But after thinking about it for a while, everyone realized that it seemed that if Chun Kingdom conquered Lao Kingdom, their lives would only get better. Putting aside the fact that there would be less interference from criminal organizations, is Chun Kingdom's powerful military strength much safer than Lao Kingdom's? In a place with safety, stability, and a thriving economy, why would they care about Laos? As long as their home remains theirs, that's fine. Command center. The phone rang, and one of the assassins answered it. What are you doing? We told you to come to our aid immediately. Why haven't we seen any action yet? Are they a bunch of idiots? Don't they know that the Lin Family Army has completely surrounded the presidential palace? The Lao president roared hysterically into the phone. When his presidential palace will fall depends entirely on the mood of Lin Biao's army. How could he possibly tolerate this? He didn't want to become a prisoner of the Chun kingdom. If word got out, where would he put his face? The president of Laos, is that right? Your Laos command center has been occupied by our Lin family army. Furthermore, I want to tell you that we have occupied all the military bases in Laos, and the capital is also under our control. We hope you will stay put at the presidential palace. We will be there soon. The assassin made a couple of sarcastic remarks and then hung up the phone. They have already captured most of Laos' military bases, and all those soldiers have become prisoners. It's fair to say that the presidential palace is now essentially a lone commander. And it's a grasshopper that can't hop around much. Outside the presidential palace, Lin Biao's army surrounded it several times. They've already killed all the guards who showed up. The rest of them were all too afraid to come out and resist, and only dared to stay inside the mansion. Lin Chen arrived here. Under his command, hundreds of fully armed suicide soldiers launched a direct attack. They went directly to both sides of the presidential palace gate. Plop! With a few taps of a hammer, the bulletproof glass at the entrance of the presidential palace shattered instantly. Look up! The suicide bombers threw a lot of grenades inside. Bang, bang, bang! The violent explosion instantly killed the guards who were hiding behind the corridor wall. Before anyone could take their place, a large group of suicide squad members rushed in with AKs in hand. Da-da-da. The AK gun in his hand spewed fire, instantly wiping out all the guards who had just come up to him. They then rushed into the presidential palace at an extremely fast pace. Outnumbered and outgunned, the presidential guards were no match for them. It didn't take them long to rush into the president's room. Finally, they found the president, disheveled and trembling, in the closet. The first lady was still lying on the bed, her clothes half covered, but none of the assassins were interested. Come with us, President of Laos. 2 elite soldiers, numbering over 1,000, dragged the Laotian president, who looked like a dead, fat pig, to his feet and carried him away like a fat pig. They dragged him outside, tied him up, and took him away. Ow! How did you get so close to the capital without a sound? The Lao president was terrified, but still shouted out the question. The speed reaches 200, it would still take 3 hours to get from the border to the capital. Moreover, Laos set up several checkpoints along the way. There was no news from the checkpoints, yet the other side arrived directly in the capital. This is just too illogical. He had originally planned to run away as soon as the other party got close. But who would have thought that when I woke up from my afternoon nap, the presidential palace was surrounded? All the forces had been taken over by the other side. Although this is the presidential palace, no one dares to approach it casually under normal circumstances, so there aren't many guards, and they're no match for the enemy. Even if they have many guards, they're probably no match for the enemy. Who could have imagined that the other side would take less than 2 hours from the start of their attack on the Golden Triangle border region to the complete takeover of their forces? Holy crap, that's way too fast. Is it really that scary? Did they encounter the defensive line and the battle end almost instantly? This is a bit too outrageous. Is this the terrifying strength of the Lin family army? Now, the Lao president has truly experienced the Lin family army's real strength. Let's go, President of Laos. While he was still in a daze, a handsome young man appeared in front of him. Before he could say anything, he was pushed into the car by tremendous force. With a bang, the car slammed shut, then started the engine and drove off somewhere unknown. Chapter 1, 20 Winning Hearts and Minds Through Virtue. Everyone agrees to join Chun Kingdom. The will of the people is with us. After an unknown amount of time, the president of Laos was still pondering how the Lin family army had managed to do it. Could it be that the other party flew down from the sky? I heard that the United States has developed fighter jets that can evade scanning, and they are all being transported in by fighter jets? But with so many people, how many trips would it take? Could it be that a newly established country could possibly have hundreds of these state-of-the-art fighter jets? Stop joking. The car door was opened, and the Lao president was escorted out. He then realized that he had been escorted to a square in the capital of Laos. This is one of the iconic buildings in the capital of Laos. It was also built by him. Did he never expect that he would be executed today under the very building he built? Yes, after being captured, he knew he had no chance of survival. Thinking about the gap between us, it's really huge. Upon his arrival, the soldiers from various military bases who had been waiting in the square turned their heads to look at the president, who was also a prisoner, with indifferent and dejected eyes. Wow, It turns out the person on the other end of the phone was telling the truth. Their Laos was actually wiped out in one fell swoop by the other side. The elite army has already fallen, so how can we expect anything from the other armies? Let's save our bullets. A deafening roar came from the road behind them. The Lao president instinctively turned his head to look. Then they saw a row of giant steel beasts slowly approaching on the road. These tanks looked extremely intimidating, leaving the Lao president completely dumbfounded. Seeing the tanks of the Chun Kingdom army at such close range made his breathing quicken. The terrifying strength of the Lin family army in Qin Kingdom? It is said that they had no fewer than 100 such tanks, and Myanmar's 400,000-strong army fell to these steel behemoths. Of course, he also knew that most of the Burmese soldiers had applied for retirement by the Lin family army. All of them laid down their arms and returned to their fields, which was one of the reasons why these Lao soldiers gave up resistance. They knew that Lin's army wouldn't make things difficult for them. Looking at those Lin family soldiers, they were well equipped, with countless tanks and armored vehicles. The Lao president had to admit that he was stunned. Given the strength of the other side, I'm afraid even the kingdom of Siam might not be able to defeat them in a direct confrontation. He pondered with some curiosity. Under the watchful eyes of numerous Lao soldiers, the president, feeling his face burning, was led to the top of the square. Standing next to him was a handsome man. "President, your entire Laos has almost been taken over by our Lin family army. The life and death of the entire Lao army are in your hands. Submit or die. The choice is yours." Lin Chen's voice seemed to possess a magical power, instantly drawing the attention of all the prisoners below. Their eyes were all fixed on the Lao president. They could live with just one word from the president, and they could all die with just one word from him. For Lin Chen, it didn't matter if the other party didn't submit. He could just spend a little more time. His Lin family army is now strong and well-equipped, fully capable of operating on two fronts. He was concerned that if every instance was met with violent suppression, there might be future problems. He, the Lin family army, should try his best to win people over with virtue in the future. That's right, a million-strong army is pressing in, but it's reasonable to win people over with virtue, isn't it? If they disobey, we will then use force to suppress them. Hello, everyone. Now, please make your choice. Submit, and the entire Laos will become a province of my Chun Kingdom, with a vice-governor position reserved for you. At the same time, all military personnel will be converted into police officers or choose to retire, and the military will be under the control of my Lin family army. It doesn't matter if you disagree. I will kill you all, and then slowly conquer the entire Laos. At worst, it'll just take an extra half day. Lin Chen's words immediately caused everyone present to change their expressions drastically. If the president did not agree, they would all die. Surrendering is pointless. They didn't want to die. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen to surrender. Having a chance to live and the option to become a policeman or retire. What a great opportunity. It's just that after playing for half a day, they joined the Qin Kingdom. There's no need to insist on not surrendering. To everyone's surprise, the Lao president hesitated. His hesitation meant he wanted to choose both sides, which terrified the crowd below. In fact, the Lao president knows what the best option is right now. But if he were to make a direct choice, wouldn't that be treason? He thought he was waiting for an opportunity, preferably one that would force him to surrender. Then it's not his problem. If Lin Chen knew that the Laotian president was still considering this matter at this time, he would probably have to complain that the country deserved to be destroyed. Even without them, someone else would have taken over their Laos. Seeing the president fall silent, a voice finally rose from among the soldiers below. "Mr. President, let's surrender. We don't want to die for our brothers' lives." Yeah. This statement immediately drew a lot of agreement. Bloodshed or a happy ending. Under the moral blackmail of many soldiers, the Lao president made the right choice. It's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. Surrender might bring a new lease on life to the entire Lao nation. "Brother from Chun, our Liao kingdom is willing to annex Chun and submit to its rule." The president spoke with a serious and righteous expression. It was as if he did all of this for Laos. Of course, a sense of disappointment still lingered in his heart. After all, this means that he will go from being the president of a country to the governor of a province. And what's more, he'll be the deputy governor. In other words, you have to listen to the provincial governor in everything. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, This provincial governor will definitely be appointed by the Qin kingdom. How could he not be disappointed by such a situation? However, just 6 months later, he realized how wise his decision had been. Holy crap, this vice governor is sitting more comfortably than the president of the country. For now, I'll just suffer in silence. Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Anyone below who doesn't want to join us? Although our soldiers are a little itchy to fight, we will definitely win them over with virtue. If you don't want to join, the worst that can happen is that you'll be reborn sooner. We will never involve your families. Lin Chen's words almost made everyone below collapse to the ground. This is absolutely inhuman. Is this necessary? You call this winning people over with virtue? I agree to join. I want to join the Qin kingdom too. Not adding it is stupid, I agree. Hearing the demonic, hellish voice, everyone below was completely convinced and resolutely chose to join the Qin kingdom, promising to contribute their share to its development. Chapter 121. Press conference held, officially announcing the merger of Laos into Qin kingdom. Since everyone is so willing to join our Qin kingdom, let's proceed with the formalities. Otherwise, outsiders might think that our Qin kingdom is bullying you. Let's go through the formalities, and from now on we'll be family. The safety of Laos will be the responsibility of our Lin family army. The soldiers below with a bright smile, feeling very gratified. If only all countries cooperated like this. The ease with which Lin Chun subdued Laos made him hope that other countries would be just as sensible. Or rather, it would be good if they could voluntarily offer tribute on a regular basis. As long as he has money and contribution points, nothing is a problem for him. Next, the entire Lao kingdom held a meeting which approved the joining of the Qin kingdom, and no one stood up to oppose it. A nationwide notice was issued. Oh no, it was a province-wide notice. The notice should clearly explain to the people the series of benefits of joining the Qin kingdom and point out that this is a decision they have made after careful consideration. There was no other way. Lin Chun had ordered them to do this, otherwise they would have been dealt with by force. It has to be said that as long as everyone gets involved, efficiency is high. In less than an hour, the agreement was already in front of the Lao president. Once he signed it, it would mean that Laos would be annexed by Qin. After a brief moment of hesitation, the president signed his name. 3 hours later, official announcements were received across the country. All former Laos citizens saw this announcement. Although I don't understand the significance of the official action. However, the vast majority of the people accepted it gladly. This means they will live a safer, better, and happier life. Given the choice between living in a country plagued by constant warfare and rampant warlordism, or in a peaceful, stable, and powerful nation, I believe everyone would choose the former. Of Laos' 7 million people, 6,600,000 supported it in a short period of time. The remaining patriotic youths, though expressing their discontent in their own ways, were ignored by everyone. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Lin Chen's Qin kingdom did not exploit them. Instead, it provided them with even better conditions. Trying to cause trouble? Before they could even start, they were suppressed by the original Laotian inhabitants. Damn it, you guys are asking for trouble. Don't drag us down with you. Meanwhile, Laos held a press conference, inviting all official media outlets to report on the event. He will give a live speech on Lao television, letting the world know that they voluntarily joined Qin Kingdom and received the benefits in return. Soon it was evening, the best time to watch during prime time. At the press conference, the Lao president stood in front of a local television screen. Other invited TV reporters were also taking pictures nearby. Fellow citizens, fellow Lao compatriots, and friends from around the world, today I'm going to announce something very important. That means starting today, Laos will be officially incorporated into Qin and become a provincial-level autonomous region of Qin. All administrative institutions will remain unchanged and will continue as usual. From now on, our country will be governed by the Qin Kingdom, and we will be protected by the powerful Lin family army. Our land will be free from all criminal gangs. I believe that under the leadership of the Qin Kingdom, we will become even better. The live broadcast reached all the Laotians who had seen the announcement beforehand, so they weren't too surprised. More than anything, there is anticipation. But this news shocked other countries in the world. What? Did Laos choose to annex Qin? Holy crap! Isn't China cracking down on drug traffickers in the Golden Triangle? Does that mean Laos is under threat? Netizens were puzzled and completely baffled as to what was going on. But one thing they knew for sure was that the Chun kingdom must have used some means. Otherwise, do you think the Lao parliament would agree to the merger for no reason? However, these are no longer things for them to worry about because what's done is done. The kingdom of Laos was annexed by the kingdom of Chun and incorporated into their territory. If we're talking about who was most shocked and furious upon hearing this news, it would have to be the kingdom of Siam. As one of the most developed countries in Southeast Asia, and also bordering the territory of Chun Kingdom, they are still fighting against the Lin family army of Chun Kingdom. They were suddenly told that their neighbor, Laos, had been annexed by the other side. This caused all the senior executives in Siam to fall into deep thought. They originally thought that Chun Kingdom's invasion of the Golden Triangle region under the pretext of eradicating drug traffickers would at most allow it to take the opportunity to incorporate the entire Golden Triangle region of both countries into its own territory. However, the surrender and annexation of Laos clearly shattered the impression that Chun had of them. They believed they were capable of conquering their entire kingdom of Siam. Everyone understands the principle of if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. For a time, the entire kingdom of Siam was filled with shock and excitement. That's right. Through the deliberate propaganda and subtle influence of the people Lin Chun had planted in Siam, the best aspects of Siam were revealed to them. Of course, all these wonderful things are real. The current chaotic situation in Siam, with its internal and external troubles, is entirely attributed to the mismanagement of the Siamese government. Exaggerate their official incompetence and tolerance, and make them disillusioned with their own government institutions. Therefore, when the news reached China, people's first reaction was not fear or apprehension. Still shocked and excited, they even began to hope that the kingdom of Chun would incorporate the kingdom of Siam into their territory. Of course, the best-case scenario is that their government responds proactively, corrects its original governing policies, and makes their country better in a targeted manner. Chun would merge so suddenly. Their people must be so excited. According to my relatives in Laos, they are celebrating nationwide, as if welcoming a new life. I really hope that our leaders can make such a wise choice, or carry out reforms, at least to deal with the current chaos. Not only the general public started discussing it, but various media outlets and professional organizations in Siam also began to discuss the matter. Of course, it's not because they care about this matter, but because the public cares about it, so they can gain enough benefits from it. Even the upper leadership was shocked. Their first reaction was, is Chun Kingdom really so shameless? Did they directly overthrow Laos with their army? But after thinking about it for a moment, they overturned their idea. First of all, they overthrew the entire Laos, so their leader couldn't possibly not ask them for help, right? They haven't received any news. Chapter 122 Movements of All Parties. What is Chun Kingdom's move? Moreover, judging from the nationwide celebrations in Laos, it seems that they have not been harassed by the Lin family army. Therefore, things are probably more complicated than they imagine. In short, an emergency meeting was held in the capital of Siam. This is impossible? What's going on? Has anyone told me what's happening? The old king roared and threw the truth, which his men had uncovered, onto the living room floor of the conference room. According to the data, Laos was completely razed to the ground in less than an hour by the Lin family army, and even the president was captured. The entire capital of Laos is under their control. How could they possibly have such terrifying speed? The Lin family army has such terrifying fighting power. If they truly possess such terrifying speed and combat power, then the enemy will undoubtedly use Chiang Rai province as a base to launch attacks on other regions of their Siamese kingdom. By then, it will be beyond the control of public opinion. It is likely that the entire kingdom of Siam will be engulfed in war. Your Majesty, this is information gathered by our spies who have infiltrated Laos based on various sources. As you know, our top spy is a high-ranking official in Laos. The news that's been circulating should all be true. Your Majesty, we should make plans soon. The head of the intelligence department looked up at the old king and said earnestly. He was shocked when he received this intelligence, but he believed that the information his men had risked their lives to deliver must be true. He never imagined that, based on the appearance of the Lin family army in the Golden Triangle region of Laos, the entire Laos would merge with Chun Kingdom. In fact, less than 2 hours had passed between these events. The speed is simply frightening. Keep in mind that at a normal pace, even a crushing victory would take a full day to conquer the entire Laos. Half of the day was spent traveling. It can't be that they parachuted into Laos and instantly took over the Lao capital, including the presidential palace. We must prepare. This Qin kingdom is ambitious. After taking over Laos, they certainly won't stop their conquests so easily. Their next target is very likely our Siam. The old king muttered to himself, beginning to ponder what method to use. All right, Ushadai, immediately gather your troops and march towards Chiang Rai province to prepare to take it back. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs drafted a document stating that Chun State has now annexed Laos and sent its army to use Laos as a base to crack down on drug traffickers in the Golden Triangle region. As for the drug traffickers in Chiang Rai province, he need not worry about them for now. Our Siamese army assures the public that we will personally take action to wipe out all drug traffickers and armed groups. The old king's stern voice rang out, his words conveying a sense of unquestionable authority. Yes, everyone readily agreed and prepared to comply. They could all see that the old king now wouldn't allow anyone to go against his wishes. Therefore, they did not intend to express their opinions. The entire Southeast Asian country was shocked. They didn't know if the Lin family army, so terrifying, would one day become their next target. After all, both Myanmar and Laos have now fallen under the iron heel of the Lin family army. Most importantly, Chun Kingdom is a new country that has only been established for less than 3 months. Is this really necessary? That's just too outrageous. However, they found that they could not find any reason to condemn the Chun Kingdom's invasion of the Liao Kingdom, because the announcement was made by the Lao president himself at a press conference. Moreover, the entire Lao nation celebrates this day. It doesn't look like it's been invaded at all. How can they criticize that? In a short time, the situation in Southeast Asia was quietly changing. Some far-sighted forces have already begun to secretly contact the high-ranking officials of Siam. The details of the negotiations remain unknown. The news reached the Dragon Kingdom. This naturally caused a huge uproar. The Chun Kingdom, an organization established by people from the Dragon Kingdom, initially aimed to attack the Georgia Yaozi Industrial Park, has now quietly developed the strength to take over a country. For a time, Chun Kingdom became a mysterious place that the people of Long Kingdom longed for. They wanted to see if the entire Chun Kingdom was truly as safe as they claimed, free from any criminal forces. Meanwhile, many Chinese tourists who had always wanted to visit but dared not because of the hellish legends of northern Myanmar and the Golden Triangle bought tickets and boarded trains to Chun State. Online, many netizens have begun to speculate about what Chun Kingdom's next target will be. Opinions varied, but they all generally agreed that a war between Chun Kingdom and Siam Kingdom was inevitable sooner or later. The top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom also held a meeting. The meeting split into 2 factions. One faction unconditionally supports the Chun Kingdom and seeks to establish closer cooperation with it. After all, Lin Chun was originally from China, and after they started cooperating with the Chun Kingdom in northern Myanmar, their border trade volume increased tenfold. They also purchased various new weapons from the Chun Kingdom, which greatly enhanced their military strength. Therefore, they clearly understood why the Chun Kingdom was so powerful. It was because their military weaponry was simply too strong. The other faction, of course, is not the opposition. There's no one who would oppose them. The other faction is the neutral faction. They advocated maintaining close, friendly relations with the Chun Kingdom and focusing on economic and trade exchanges. I neither support nor oppose it. Their thinking is rather conservative, prioritizing stability. Now, both of their 2 border states have become the Chun Kingdom. This is a good thing, as it allows them to have a more stable life. But the main problem is that the Chun Kingdom is simply too warlike. While using war to sustain war is possible, it is not the best approach. If they lose the war, they will be in dire straits. Although the Lin family army of Chun Kingdom has not lost yet, who can say that they will not lose in the future? Therefore, the neutral faction focuses on one thing and lets it develop as it will. We won't benefit from a victory. Even if we lose, it's none of my business. The most important thing is to be stable. Neither is wrong, but the supporters are very optimistic about the Chun Kingdom. He felt that so far, Chun Kingdom had performed very well. If the other side were to cleanse the entire Southeast Asia, their land area might far exceed that of their Dragon Kingdom. If you don't build a deep relationship with the other person now, it will be too late later. Adding flowers to brocade will never achieve the same effect as providing charcoal in the snow. So the two sides made a bet. If Chun Kingdom could take down Siam Kingdom with minimal losses, they would listen to the supporters. If they suffer heavy losses, or if they can't take it at all, then let's leave it as it is. Even Lin Chin couldn't have imagined that it would be because of the merger with Laos. All nations and powers believed that a war between Qin Kingdom and Siam was inevitable. This battle is directly related to the overall situation in Southeast Asia. Chapter 123, Southeast Asian countries jointly demand punishment of Qin Kingdom. After completing all the procedures for merging with Laos, Lin Xun returned to Chiang Rai province. There's still a lot to do. Moreover, he received information that the Kingdom of Siam seemed to be secretly mobilizing troops. It seems this battle is about to begin. Lin Xun didn't seem to care much about this. They're bound to fight sooner or later. He can't wait for it to happen. Once a war breaks out with Laos, he plans to take this opportunity to divide his forces into several groups and bring all the countries, large and small, in Southeast Asia into the territory of Qin Kingdom in one fell swoop. Regardless of the consequences, let's focus on improving the overall strength of the Qin Kingdom first. At the very least, let the whole world see the true strength of their Qin Kingdom. However, it would be possible to take over South Vietnam to the east of Siam and Cambodia to the south. In this way, the entire Kingdom of Siam will be surrounded by the Kingdom of Qin. Isolated and helpless. That would be like a turtle in a jar. With this in mind, Lin Xun became even less anxious. As long as he doesn't take action, he will still have the upper hand in international public opinion. The events in Laos did not have much impact on them. However, Laos is currently too poor. Moreover, they have a large population. In short, there's no profit to be made. Fortunately, there were no major losses, and cracking down on drug trafficking organizations in the area was enough to give him a piece of the pie. Laos had been annexed by Chun spread throughout the world. Everyone was shocked, and the Lao president even signed a contract. However, this matter did not receive the support of the United Nations. They even stood up to condemn the Chun Kingdom for infringing on the sovereignty of other countries. If his actions are feasible, then wouldn't all the world's major powers follow suit? World War III might break out because of this. Those who make such terrifying statements are mostly from Southeast Asian countries, as well as other Asian countries. They all share one characteristic. They are very close to the Chun Kingdom, or even border it. How could they possibly accept this? Who knows, one day, the Lin family army of Chun Kingdom might come to their doorstep. They surely understand the principle of mutual dependence, and therefore want to put pressure on Lin Xun through the United Nations. At the very least, stop his current endless expansion. The actions of the state of Chun constitute a serious violation of the sovereignty of other countries. We strongly demand that they return the sovereignty of Laos. That's right. The Chun Kingdom only developed from a warlord force. They occupied Myanmar's territory, but that hasn't been recognized yet, so they have no right to take over the territories of other countries. We call on all UN members to put collective pressure on him and make him back down. In a short time, condemnations of the Chun Kingdom filled most of the United Nations. Of course, most UN members were just watching the show from the sidelines. More often than not, it is the collective voice of Southeast Asian countries. They even declared that if the Chun Kingdom did not return the Liao Kingdom's territory, they would unite to resist Chun. First, they will immediately sever all trade ties with the Chun Kingdom. Lin Xun, upon receiving the news, was very dismissive of it. The current Qin Kingdom has no need for assistance from any external country. With its current territory and military strength, it is self-sufficient. Even when the United Nations imposed sanctions on Qin Kingdom, he remained completely unfazed. At worst, I could just move to another place in 3 months and be a hero again. Lin Xun simply had Guan Diheo submit their application. Whether the United Nations agrees or not is none of his business. Since Hachin country is not a member of the United Nations, how can the other party have any control over it? After receiving Chun Guo's application, the United Nations convened an emergency general meeting regarding whether to recognize the legitimate seat of Chun State and whether Chun State has legitimate rights to the lands of Myanmar and Laos, etc. The meeting lasted for several days. It can be said to be one of the longest meetings since the founding of the United Nations. The Qin Kingdom has now aroused public outrage. However, if they were to step forward at this time, they would likely be targeted by the Qin Kingdom. So many countries chose to remain on the sidelines. However, the United States, which had previously strongly supported the Qin Kingdom in its crackdown on drug trafficking organizations, has changed its tune. They supported the Qin Kingdom's crackdown on drug traffickers, but the other side went on to invade other countries' territory. Isn't this a slap in the face to the United States? What's more, they didn't even dare to do it, yet the Qin Kingdom did it. Of course, we should condemn it. However, Lin Chun paid no attention to these condemnations or the meetings. Will their denial, opposition, and condemnation have any impact on the Qin Kingdom? It has absolutely no effect on him. Let them say what they want. Lin Chun continued to act according to his pre-planned strategy. Of course, he also participated in the policy of integrating Laos into Chun state and accelerating its development to keep up with the overall pace. At the same time, an anti-corruption campaign was launched in Laos province. Investigate all the executives and companies. If any stolen funds are discovered, they will all be confiscated. Laos's poor economy is often related to these corrupt officials. A thorough investigation is necessary. Lin Chun is not worried at all. If most of his senior executives are found to have problems, the shortage of talent in the administrative management agencies will cause problems. Is this even a problem? Doesn't that count? Lin Chun can simply spend some contribution points to select a few talents. However, talent is a bit expensive. One small goal, one person. All we can do is pray that those corrupt officials embezzle even more. Otherwise, Lin Chun would lose money here. In short, expanding territory is one aspect. Developing internally is also a crucial step. Once Lin Chun has developed internally and reached a certain level of strength, those countries will come running to him eagerly without him even having to lift a finger. For reference, consider a certain cherry blossom country. The outside world was condemning the Qin Kingdom. A large force of the Lin family army has arrived at the border between Cambodia and South Vietnam. Meanwhile, Lin Chun gathered a large number of assassins in the capital cities of both countries. They planned to take advantage of the fact that their attention was not on the country and seize both countries in one fell swoop. Almost all countries believe that the next target of the Qin Kingdom must be the Siam Kingdom. After all, your 800,000-strong army is already stationed in Chiang Rai province. They look like they could start a major battle at any moment. At this point, it would be great if you could take over a militarily weak Laos. Could it be that we can attack other countries instead? It's worth noting that the neighboring Southern U Kingdom had an army of 500,000 and Cambodia had an army of 250,000. Unless, of course, their target is the country on the other side. But unless the Qin Kingdom is stupid, they won't do something like fighting on two fronts. In that case, he would likely be attacked from both sides and find himself in a situation where he is attacked from both sides. They couldn't believe that Chang Guo would make such a decision. It would be strange if they could figure out what the Qin Kingdom was thinking. 124th surprise attack on Cambodian military base. Air superiority. 124. Raid on Cambodian military base. Air superiority. Lin Chun still has over 20 million contribution points, although he was preparing to summon high-level and god-level assassins. But if you push him too far, you can send another 2 million mid-level assassins. Just push straight through. It has to be said that Lin Chun was very tempted. However, we need to find the right time. Now, let's take down Cambodia and South Vietnam first. Lin Chun knew that during this period, the Southern U Kingdom and Cambodia had held secret meetings with the Siam Kingdom. Lin Chun was unaware of the content of the meeting, but he knew that after this meeting, the Southern U Kingdom dispatched 100,000 troops and secretly entered the territory of the Siamese Kingdom. Cambodia also sent 50,000 troops to reinforce Siam. Don't be fooled by the small number of these troops. They're all heavily armed forces from both countries. They're all elites. In return for this cooperation, the Kingdom of Siam will cover the military expenses for both countries. At this time, both countries were experiencing a military deficit. Furthermore, the Lin family army's weaponry far surpasses that of the two countries. Lin Chun was confident that he could conquer both countries without needing too many troops. Of course, once he starts a war, it means he has completely broken off all pretense of civility. It will be subject to joint international sanctions. Therefore, he must be fast. They took over both countries as quickly as possible and also took over Siam directly. By then, the territory and military strength of the Chun Kingdom will be among the best in the world, and who will dare to sanction them? Is it the United States, the Eagle? Then let's fight them too. In short, Lin Chun is very arrogant now. Let's fight first. To prevent the enemy from indulging in extravagance, missiles and other weapons were used to strike the army. Lin Chun installed 20 to 30 air defense missile systems in Laos province near the border between the two countries. This will provide the Lin family army with a safer offensive environment, without any worries about the rear. No missile, or even a fighter jet, can cause any damage to the Lin family army. It was well past midnight. At 4 a.m, most people are already asleep. In Cambodia, soldiers standing guard at a military base are also dozing off. Everything was as usual. The radar system can detect any disturbance. Therefore, they were not that vigilant. Ugh, so sleepy. I don't know why I still have to stand guard. Yes, surely no one would attack Cambodia, would they? We are a friendly nation of the Dragon Kingdom. That is to say, but now that Chun Kingdom is powerful and has a precedent for blitzkrieg, the higher-ups are telling us to be careful. Stop talking, to stand guard properly. You'll be off duty in 2 hours. Now, countries throughout Southeast Asia have issued orders for all their armies to be on high alert. Don't end up like Laos, where the country disappeared while they were sleeping. To prevent the Lin family army from invading Cambodia, they established numerous defense lines and deployed troops along the border, and various defensive positions. In short, it won't be defeated by a blitzkrieg. Just as they were dozing off, a group of mysterious figures appeared out of thin air in a corner of their base, directly crossing the outer blockade and entering the base. This was clearly something the guards at all the bases hadn't anticipated. At the same time, dozens of fighter jets flew in. They employ the most advanced technology, making them undetectable by ordinary radar systems. It easily flew towards the location of the military base. High-level assassins summoned by Lin Chun, possessing the strength of a king of soldiers. They took advantage of the darkness and blind spots to move through the base. In the monitoring room, 2 monitors were dozing off, their heads resting on the table. One of them opened his eyes and, through the surveillance camera, saw many dark figures moving around the base. His pupils contracted sharply, and he was about to pull the alarm. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my neck, as if something sharp had cut me in the neck. He reached up and covered his throat. He no longer had the strength to do anything else. The soldiers on night watch, who had been lying in wait in the shadows, were all wiped out one by the high-ranking assassins. Then, they went into the soldiers' barracks tents. Before long, the entire base fell into a deathly silence. At the same time, all of Cambodia's military bases were invaded. Occasionally, a few military bases discovered the anomaly, waking all the soldiers to take up arms and fight back. But what awaited them was a baptism of fire from fighter jets and artillery. With the overwhelming air superiority of the fighter jets, the entire military base was like a target laid out before them, ready to be bombed at will. Overnight, Cambodia lost 80,000 soldiers. Report: all military bases and defensive positions in our border region have been attacked, and all soldiers have been wiped out. Report: it's the Lin family army. They've deployed hundreds of fighter jets and launched a blanket bombing raid on our base and positions. Report: reconnaissance has detected no fewer than 100,000 troops advancing into the country from the border region. One report after another came from various bases and spies who had gathered information, reaching the Cambodian headquarters. The Cambodian military felt like their heads were about to explode. This was a completely unequal battle. The enemy's air force and army are more numerous, stronger, and better equipped than theirs. How we fight this battle? Can our air defense systems detect their fighter jets? The Air Force commander said, with great confusion and shock. Logically, they should have started intercepting these fighter jets when they entered their airspace. They have no right to bomb them. They were unaware of the specifics of the conflict between Chun and Myanmar. After conquering Laos, Chun Kingdom did not deploy its air force. Therefore, they were unaware that the Chun Kingdom's Air Force fighter jets were capable of blocking radar. How the hell am I supposed to fight this? The enemy Air Force was flying freely in their airspace, yet they didn't notice at all? If other countries found out, they would be incredibly embarrassed, etc. In the headquarters, the Air Force commander suddenly had a bold idea. Do you think that if we can't detect the enemy's air force movements, they might directly send their air force to attack our capital? Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be clearly heard. If those fighter jets were to attack and bomb their cities, the consequences would be unimaginable. Quickly, report to the commander. Everyone moved to the safe house. Everyone jumped up from their seats in an instant. Their lives and status were at stake, and they dared not be careless. A group of Cambodian military bigwigs are now, like farmers going to a market to buy vegetables. They all rushed out in a frenzy. Chapter 125: The Big Shots take shelter in safe houses. The distance between the Lin family army's command center and the commander's mansion wasn't particularly far, despite their unstoppable advance. If the car is driving normally, it should only take about half an hour. The safe house is located underground in the presidential palace. That's why they're running out in such a panic now. Drive as fast as you can, don't step on the brakes, or I'll fight anyone who does. Hurry, drive. Hurry up. The high-ranking military officials got into the car. They began urging the driver on. They had to get to the governor's mansion as quickly as possible. After all, this concerns their lives. Moreover, this matter was so sudden that it couldn't be explained clearly over the phone in a short time. The longer they stay here, the more danger they face. Buzzing. The military vehicles roared to life, speeding along the highway at maximum power. Speed up, speed up, speed up. This was the phrase the driver heard most often along the way. But what could he do? He'd already floored the accelerator. When going around a bend, he starts turning 20 meters in advance. They actually started drifting. They made the most of their 20 years of driving experience. Normally, they would have been stopped by traffic police on the road. But what they saw were military vehicles, and the entire country was preparing for war recently. So they didn't stop them, but pretended not to see them. At the same time, the entire radar detection system and air defense system of Cambodia were prepared. Although they detected nothing, they could send out fighter jets to destroy as many of these fighter jets or their stealth systems as possible. This way they can strike precisely the moment the enemy is exposed. The half-hour drive was reduced to just 10 minutes thanks to the driver's full-speed speed. You guys are truly amazing, Akina Mountain racing gods. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, the military leaders inside opened the doors and jumped out. Then they rushed into the commander's mansion as fast as they could. If they weren't frequent visitors, and if they weren't so familiar faces, the guards probably would have opened fire on the group of big shots who charged in without saying a word. In less than 2 minutes, a group of big shots broke through the heavy guards at the commander's mansion and rushed into the commander's office. Commander, enemy attack. We can't intercept the Lin family army's air force. Let's hurry to the safe house. The enemy is very likely to send their air force to conduct a blanket bombing raid on our capital and key locations. The commander's mansion is definitely their primary target. Typically, high-ranking military officials would give their reports one after another. They even had some difficulty breathing. Seeing their anxious expressions, the commander knew perfectly well that something important had happened. His expression changed as well, and he hurriedly stood up from his seat. Let's go to the safe house. Following the advice of these military leaders, the commander immediately sounded the citywide alarm and then led a group of leaders quickly toward the safe house. The safe house was located underground in the governor's mansion, so they arrived inside in less than 2 minutes. There are ample supplies of food and water here and a dedicated recycling system. If the number of people is small, it's enough for them to survive here for a very long time. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Upon arriving at the safe house's conference room, the group began discussing their next steps. Why does the Lin family army possess a system that can shield itself from radar detection? Isn't that currently a patent of the United States? You said that when the Lin family army occupied the Golden Triangle region, the United States was the first major power to jump out and support them. Could it be that behind Qin country, the United States, is actually supporting them? Impossible. Aren't they afraid of incurring international outrage by doing this? Do you think the U.S. is afraid? They'd love for you to provoke them. Everyone held their own opinions, while the commander was anxious to summon his secretary and then ordered him to call the American ambassador to Cambodia. He wanted to ask in person whether the United States was behind Chunghwa. If that's the case, he has nothing to say. If he can't beat them, he might as well join them. If not, then he would have to ask them why they were providing such powerful weaponry support to the Lin family army. Yes, After receiving the order, the secretary immediately went down to make the contact. The safe house was fully equipped, so they could maintain contact with the outside world without ever having to go outside. Amid their anxieties, Lin Zhejun's fighter jets did indeed arrive, and there were several hundred fighter jets gliding over Cambodia's capital. The Cambodian warplanes that flew out to try to stop them were immediately blown to pieces by a few shots. To their surprise, the hundreds of warplanes, apart from destroying the ones that provoked them, did not bomb their Cambodian command center or presidential palace. That's right, this time it was just Lin Chin's act of protest. He wanted to tell Cambodia that their Lin family army could take Cambodia without much effort. They'd better surrender as soon as possible. At the same time, it also conveyed a fact to them. They cannot defeat Lin's army. However, they didn't bomb the capital, but they didn't spare any of the military bases. They didn't let any of the military bases that needed to be taken over go. They too formed an army of 200,000 elite soldiers and entered Cambodia. At the same time, Lin Chin also dispatched an army of 200,000 elite soldiers to be deployed on the border between Laos and South Vietnam. The intention is very clear. As long as you dare to support Cambodia, we're sorry, but we'll turn our attention to you right away. Even neither of their countries expected this. The Kingdom of Chun was in a standoff with the Kingdom of Siam. It actually mobilized an army of 400,000 to attack them. Don't they know that the Kingdom of Siam today is not one they can resist? They actually dared to divide their forces. They completely disregarded the allied forces of the three countries. Report. We have captured enemy base number 21. Report. Successfully captured enemy base 22. Report. The assassins and fighter jets worked together to launch a surprise attack, and good news kept pouring in. With their absolute air superiority, these military bases are like tofu in front of them, easily crushed. Soon, all the military bases were rendered combat ineffective. The fighter jets continue to circle over Cambodia, letting them know that as long as they belong to our Chun kingdom, we are one friendly family. Lin Chin couldn't help but smile. He knew the other party would definitely not let it go. They might even go all in and have a complete showdown with the Lim family army in the Chiang Rai province. What he had to do was completely destroy all their fighting spirit. Let them understand the true power of the Chun kingdom. Chapter 126, The Cambodian Leader Seeking Peace. A roundabout approach. Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia. Hundreds of fighter jets circled and flew overhead day and night. Almost everyone in the city saw the Lin family army's warplanes. The people of all the capital cities were gripped by tension. Why were these enemy warplanes flying so easily over their capital? Moreover, after flying all day, their officials haven't made a single statement. What does this tell us? This shows that the current authorities have no solution either. In an instant, the entire capital was plunged into an atmosphere of extreme fear and dread. Inside the safe house, many bigwigs held a meeting here. It's fair to say that this meeting lasted from day to night without stopping. Everyone here is very clear that their country is almost finished. If they don't handle this well, they could very well face the destruction of their country. No, it hasn't come to that point yet. It's just that it's changed from a country to a province. Depend on. A gloomy atmosphere hung over all the bigwigs in the conference room. Who knows? One day they won't be in the same position as they are now. Now, all the military bases in the country have been captured by the other side. Almost all of our soldiers have been captured or killed. Only 20,000 soldiers remain in our capital, and 50,000 troops have been sent to reinforce Siam. Commander, what do you suggest we do? The situation was already very tense, and the commander sighed deeply, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Cambodia is now in a precarious situation. The enemy's soldiers and warplanes were bouncing around within their own territory. It's fair to say that if the other side wanted to, they could easily flatten the entire country of Cambodia at any time. As for why they haven't been leveled yet, it's obvious that they're not taken seriously at all. They even intended to use them for fishing. That's right, it's fishing. They want to besiege the enemy's stronghold and then attack their reinforcements. This is also a source of great frustration for the ruler. Even though the country is on the verge of collapse, he is unable to seek help from the surrounding major powers. Once they ask for help, they will likely comply with their wishes. Indeed, this idea came to him after he sought help from the Kingdom of Siam and the Kingdom of Nanyue. That's what their two countries told him. In short, the goal is to have him stall the Lin family army as much as possible. They are preparing to launch a direct attack on the enemy. In their eyes, Cambodia is nothing more than a discarded pawn. It was able to contain the Lin family army's military strength, which can be considered to have played a significant role. Commander, I think that given the current situation, neither Siam nor the southern Vietnamese kingdom will care about us anymore. They have 200,000 troops here with us. Even if we withdraw our troops from Siam, it will probably be useless. I suggest we send someone to talk to the Chun kingdom and see what their conditions are. If all else fails, we can. The Air Force commander made a suggestion to the commander-in-chief. He didn't say anything more, but he believed that everyone present would understand what he meant. A province of Chun, just like Laos. Although only 10 days had passed, they had already heard about the series of policies implemented by Chun Kingdom and Lao Kingdom. In conclusion, Laos is indeed developing in a positive direction. So the Air Force commander thought, since we can't win, why not join them? It's not shameful. Moreover, in the future, they might even personally lead their troops to attack South Vietnam and Siam, causing these two countries to refuse to come to their aid. That's a good idea. After all, it's the only way for now. Minister of Foreign Affairs, I'll leave this matter to you. Go and contact the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Chun Kingdom, and then communicate with them. Try to avoid conflicts with them. Oh, and tell them we still have 50,000 troops in Siam. The commander-in-chief made the final decision and adopted the Air Force commander's opinion. After all, they definitely wouldn't be able to win a fight. Even he didn't expect that the 50,000 troops they sent to reinforce Siam in its attack on Chun would become the key bargaining chip for them to defect to Chun. After issuing this order, the commander seemed to have been relieved of a heavy burden. After all, he wouldn't need to worry about things here anymore. The Lin family army was well-equipped and powerful. Of the Chun kingdom seemed to be quite good so far. Their economy developed in just a few months. Moreover, the original territory of Chun Kingdom was a notorious haven for crime. Now, it has become very good under their jurisdiction. This shows that the state of Chun still possessed a certain level of governance capability. Commander, we have made contact with the Chun Kingdom. After a while, the foreign minister walked in and spoke to the leader. Chunghwa is now more well-known internationally than Cambodia, so it's easy to contact their diplomatic department. Okay, request a call from them. I'll speak to them myself. Lin Family Army, Temporary Command Post. Lin Chun was sitting in front of the sand table, observing it. Suddenly, the sound of Suicide Squad members' footsteps came from outside. Leader, the Cambodian leader wants to speak with you. The call has been transferred to us. Shall we answer it? Upon hearing this, Lin Chun was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected the other party to contact him so quickly. Could it be that the other side is already planning to surrender to them? It probably won't be that fast. After all, the neighboring Southern U Kingdom and Siam Kingdom have not yet sent troops, and Cambodia still has 50,000 heavily armed troops outside. They have not yet reached the point of desperation. It shouldn't be that bad. Then I'll answer it. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chun decided to answer the call. If the other side chooses to surrender directly, it will save him a lot of trouble. He also hopes to acquire more land through peaceful means. No one wants to solve the problem through war. If all countries unconditionally embrace Chun Kingdom, how much trouble would that save? Okay, stop dreaming. The call came in, and the two leaders exchanged a few pleasantries. The Cambodian leader opposite him could no longer remain seated and spoke first. May I ask, what is the purpose of Chun Kingdom sending troops into our Cambodian territory? What are your needs? We will definitely cooperate fully. He first asked tentatively. Both sides were cunning old foxes. He naturally knew what Chunghwa's purpose was, but he wanted to secure the greatest benefit for Cambodia. No, it's for himself. Our army just wants to use your country's territory to train our troops and conduct some exercises. Is that all right? The other party asked a question they already knew the answer to, so Lin Chun simply pretended to be clueless. Of course, no problem, it's just... All right, I'm not going to waste my breath on you. Fight if you want, or surrender if you don't. Lin Chun rubbed his temples, said one sentence, and then hung up. He really couldn't stand these people who always like to speak in riddles and circumlocutions. I always just tell readers they're the most handsome man in the world. I just hung up, and the phone rang again in less than 2 seconds. Chapter 127 Cambodia's Submission. A Traitorous Nation. Encirclement and Reinforcements. Leader of Chun Kingdom, I won't beat around the bush. I just wanted to negotiate some better terms. To be honest, Only by doing this can your Chun kingdom withdraw its troops and let us go. The Cambodian leader's tone was somewhat humble. He felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation, but there was nothing he could do, given that the other side was so much stronger than them. Withdraw the troops? That's impossible, unless Cambodia is willing to do what Laos did. Lin Chun said lazily, his words revealing his impatience. As expected, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the other party's expression changed drastically, and then he remained silent for a long time. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he still found it somewhat difficult to accept when Lin Chen actually brought it up. However, the current situation leaves no room for his agreement or disagreement. I can agree, but I hope Cambodia can become an autonomous province under the state of Cambodia, and I will serve as its governor. The commander stated his demands and offered his 50,000 troops as a bargaining chip. Since the outcome in Cambodia is already set in stone, he naturally wants to secure the greatest possible benefit for himself. Yes, but our Chun kingdom will station troops in the autonomous province, and all the measures we want to implement must be carried out here without any delay. Then, Lin Chen explained the conditions he agreed to. In short, if the other party wants to be the governor, no problem, just be obedient. Upon hearing this, the commander's expression also turned grim. Lin Chen's conditions essentially mean that, as the provincial governor, he can only manage daily affairs, while the direction of major decisions must be decided by their Chun kingdom. Doesn't that mean he's essentially being sidelined? What? Do you think I'm trying to negotiate with you? Lin Chen's words suddenly turned serious and cold, instantly bringing the commander back to reality. Yes, Cambodia is about to perish, and he still wants real power. Is it possible to have only nominal ownership? This is giving them an opportunity to break away whenever they develop in the future. No, I agree. We'll do it your way, leader. The Cambodian leader awoke with a start and then used humble honorifics. It's bound to happen sooner or later anyway, so saying it sooner might help build a good relationship with the leader of Chun Kingdom. Alright, don't spread this news yet. Continue to pretend to be ready to fight to the death and provide aid to the other two countries. But we've already provided aid and their officials. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Chen interrupted him. That's because you offered too little. You could tell them to cede the border and the areas adjacent to theirs as compensation. Tell them that the Lin family army's main force is focused here right now. You can surround them from 3 directions, wipe out the Lin family army here in one fell swoop, and then fight the main force of the Lin family army together. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the commander's eyes lit up. That's right. Why didn't he think of that? Was it something he hadn't considered? No, it was something he simply couldn't bear to cede territory to other countries. Even if this matter is resolved, he will be infamous for eternity and condemned by all the people of Cambodia. Then he no longer needs to hold the position of commander. That won't do. But things are different now. Cambodia has joined the Kingdom of Chun. Let's set aside the fact that this is just a verbal promise. He could still hold his position as commander after joining the Chun Kingdom, so he was naturally not worried at all. Those people, knowing his determination to join the Chun Kingdom, might even be very grateful to him. As long as the Chun Kingdom develops and becomes strong, then he will be a wise and capable general who knows when to yield. Okay, I'll go tell them right away. The commander readily agreed. Now that they've decided to join the Chun Kingdom, they're all in the same boat, and their previous allies are just there to be tricked. The two sides ended their conversation. After hanging up the phone, a strange smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. It's true. Everything came to me without any effort. It seems the plan can be completed ahead of schedule. The Cambodian leader hung up the phone and immediately convened an emergency meeting. That he had already reached an agreement with Chungwa that Cambodia would become an autonomous province of Chungwa, and that their management would remain largely unchanged. Surprisingly, no one objected. It received unanimous approval. Having witnessed Laos's pioneering efforts and the gradual improvement of Laos under Chen's rule, they also began to consider joining. It was subsequently passed unanimously. To command means to lead, that is, their will. Soon, the official authorities of Siam and South Vietnam received the latest request from Cambodia. They explained the current situation and told them that if they helped Cambodia overcome this crisis, they would cede some territory to them. They were also told that the Lin family army had likely set up positions to guard the border between the two countries, and that they should be careful. All these words indicate that Cambodia is now at its wit's end and has no other choice but to ask them for help. In addition, the other party also warned them to be careful of possible ambushes by the Lin family army. Obviously, all of this is true. This thrilled them, since the world order was basically taking shape and increasing the country's land area was practically a pipe dream. But now an opportunity has actually been presented to them, and it was mainly proposed by the other party. They wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. Moreover, if the Lin family army were severely damaged here, it might dampen their arrogance and deter them from launching further attacks. Immediately, the leaders of both countries convened top-level meetings to discuss the matter. Ultimately, both sides chose to send troops. It's just a mere 200,000 troops. After a quick discussion, the Nanyue Kingdom dispatched an army of 100,000. After all, he knew that the main force would definitely be Siam, because they now have 150,000 reinforcements in Siam. They could use their soldiers for protection, thus freeing up more manpower to support Cambodia. Immediately, the Kingdom of Siam mobilized 150,000 troops. So far, neither Siam nor Nanyue has taken Lin family army seriously. In their view, the Lin family army relied on nothing more than the most advanced weapons. They need to find a way to lure the enemy to a place unsuitable for heavy weapons combat, and then fight them head-on. Lin Shun was very excited to receive news of reinforcements from both countries. The big fish has finally taken the bait. His first step was to besiege the enemy's stronghold and attack their reinforcements. The soldiers of both countries were intercepted halfway. Next, well, of course, it's not about taking out these reinforcements. Instead, they continued to use these reinforcements as bait. Keep fishing bigger fish. Chapter 128 Ambush of 100,000 Southern Vietnamese Army. Encirclement Report. 100,000 Southern Vietnamese troops have arrived at the border with Cambodia and are ready to attack at any time. They probably wanted to wait for the Siamese army to arrive before launching a pincer attack on our Lin family army. Report. The army of Siam is approaching the border region, and they seem ready to attack at any moment. Soon, news from the other side also came out at the same time. Lin Shin nodded. Since they dare to come, then none of them should go back. Lin Shin plans to seize this opportunity to take over the Southern U Kingdom in one fell swoop. With Cambodia and South Vietnam already within their grasp, what makes Siam still want to run away? Lin Shin immediately deployed a battle plan. At the same time, they once again assembled an army of 200,000 elite warriors and equipped them with weapons, giving them a powerful enough force to fight against the reinforcements from the two countries. Each side should send 200,000 troops to surround the reinforcements from both countries, thus encircling the enemy and attacking their reinforcements. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? The military strength of the Kingdom of Siam was far greater than that of the Kingdom of Nanyue. Therefore, Lin Shin still planned to take advantage of the situation and conquer the Southern U Kingdom as quickly as possible. Unlike Cambodia, which is more sensible, these monkeys in South Vietnam are not so well-behaved and often harass neighboring countries, including China. Lin Shun had no intention of giving them any easy time. He directly adopted the most violent and overwhelming approach, crushing them head-on. Moreover, Lin Shun only planned to use half a day. One night is enough. Northern Cambodia, bordering the South Vietnamese border region. 100,000 monkeys from southern Vietnam are lurking in the mountains. They were waiting for the Kingdom of Siam on the other side, and as soon as they arrived, they would make their move simultaneously. Commander, news has come from the Siamese army that they have arrived and are ready to attack at any time. A soldier rushed into the war conference tent and spoke to the South Vietnamese army commander who was standing around the sand table. All right, give the order to the next route. The army shall set off and enter Cambodian territory to launch an attack on the Lin family army there. The commander's eyes lit up immediately, and he gave the order. The soldier who reported went down. The staff officer next to him said, Commander, the territory Cambodia promised us is half that of Siam, even though we only have 50,000 fewer troops than them. Yes, General. Hearing the words of the many generals and staff officers, the commander also laughed. They all shared the same idea. By then, the territory will all be taken from the Lin family army. If you want it back, you'll have to exchange it for something. The commander spoke, clearly indicating that their appetite was not small, and they were far from satisfied with the territory Cambodia had promised to give them. They want more territory. Meanwhile, the Kingdom of Siam on the other side did not have such thoughts. In their view, This would not only eliminate the threat of their enemy forces, but also gain additional territory, making it a win-win situation. Moreover, this time, the army they led was composed of elites. They came here with anger towards the Lin family army, intending to vent their frustration on them. Let them know where the gap lies between them and the Siamese army. 100,000 monkeys from southern Vietnam cautiously traversed the mountains, sending out numerous scouts to clear the way. Clearly, they were afraid that the Lin family army had set up an ambush ahead. Not long after we entered the Cambodian border, the scout then disappeared without a trace. Immediately, the 100,000-strong South Vietnamese army became alert. Clearly, there really was an ambush ahead. However, they were not panicked. According to intelligence, the Lin family army in Cambodia only numbered 200,000. At least 50,000 troops would be needed to guard the entire Cambodia. In addition, the Kingdom of Siam on the other side was much stronger than them. Therefore, the Lin family army could only send a maximum of 50,000 troops to intercept them. Their army outnumbered the enemies. Moreover, in these mountainous areas, they are known as the monkeys. When the tiger is away, the monkey reigns supreme. How could they possibly be afraid of the enemy's ambush? The commander at the head issued orders to his troops, and the army immediately spread out, armed with guns, and cautiously began to slowly advance forward. In mountainous areas like this, tanks and artillery simply cannot be transported. If the firepower is equal, the one with the numerical advantage will naturally have a higher chance of winning. Just a few hundred meters after they had advanced. Beat! Da-da-da! Bang bang bang! Suddenly, a hail of bullets, like raindrops, rang out, accompanied by muffled explosions. Even though they were prepared, they were still caught off guard. The South Vietnamese soldiers in front immediately laid down on the spot, and the soldiers behind them also used mounds of earth or trees as cover. However, a considerable number of shells still landed around them, and a dense barrage of fire, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, reaped the lives of these South Vietnamese soldiers. In an instant, the vanguard of the South Vietnamese army suffered heavy casualties. Counterattack! Counterattack! Quickly! Tactical cover retreat. The commander immediately issued the order. He had not expected the enemy to have such powerful firepower, and that they had even carried cannons up the mountain. However, judging from the blast radius, it was probably a mortar shell or other ordinary caliber shell, so its destructive power was not very high. However, it must be said that the opponent chose a very good position, catching them completely off guard. He decided to retreat first and find a suitable position to fight the enemy again. If they fought here, the enemy would have a great geographical advantage from their high ground. Moreover, it was obvious that the enemy was lying in ambush here, and their defensive fortifications must have been quite well done, so the South Vietnamese commander decided to temporarily avoid a direct confrontation, change direction, and force the Lin family army to abandon their positions and fight them, just as they were preparing for an orderly retreat. Da-da-da. To their left, a large number of soldiers suddenly emerged from the dense forest, their heavy and light machine guns spitting fire and bullets raining down, claiming the lives of the soldiers on the periphery. A similar sound came from the right. Gunshots also rang out from behind. Report to the commander. Enemy forces have been spotted on our left flank, numbering approximately tens of thousands. Report to the commander. Enemy forces have been spotted on our right flank, numbering approximately tens of thousands. Report to the commander. Enemy troops have been spotted in our rear, numbering approximately tens of thousands. When this news reached the ears of the South Vietnamese commander, he was filled with disbelief. How is that possible? There are so many Lin family soldiers. Could it be that their entire army is here? Is the plan to annihilate them in one fell swoop, and then deal with the Kingdom of Siam with peace of mind? For a moment, the South Vietnamese commander couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. He feared that his 100,000-strong army would all perish here. Quickly, send a message to Command Center, tell them we're surrounded, and request backup. The army changes direction. The vanguard becomes the rear guard, and the rear guard becomes the vanguard. Target the enemy forces directly behind us. Break out. The commander was shocked for a moment, but quickly calmed down and issued an order. In this situation, staying put is tantamount to suicide. He just couldn't understand why these Lin family soldiers knew their route of advance. They had just been ambushed here, and they walked right into the enemy's ambush. All of this is definitely not a coincidence. There are many routes to Cambodia. This was just one he randomly chose. And then, by sheer coincidence, they bumped into each other. Chapter 129 South Vietnamese reinforcements come to the rescue. Hundreds of warplanes crash. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. His hair stood on end, and his scalp tingled. In that case, there is only one possibility. There must be a traitor among the senior generals of the South Vietnamese army. I never imagined that the Chun Kingdom would be so powerful, with its influence extending so far. The Lin family army had long been aware of the movements of their South Vietnamese army. Everything was under their control. They were trapped here, surrounded, and given no chance to escape. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Rat, rat, rat. As the South Vietnamese army turned to prepare for a breakthrough, a series of explosions rang out from within their ranks. At the same time, flames spread among their army. In an instant, they suffered heavy losses. The news quickly reached the ears of the president of South Vietnam. What? Our army was ambushed by 200,000 Lin family troops and completely surrounded? Upon hearing this news, South Vietnamese President Vong Phu Trung wore an expression of disbelief. Just what kind of existence is this Lin family army? They appear and disappear so mysteriously, and they've even managed to surround their 100,000-strong army. To save or not to save? This is clearly not a multiple-choice question. That was their most elite force in the Southern U Kingdom. They planned to take advantage of the aid to Cambodia to plunder as much benefit as possible. Who would have thought that they would be surrounded as soon as they entered Cambodia? If we don't save them now, they're doomed. Wang Fuzhong immediately gave the order, and hundreds of fighter jets took off from the military base and flew towards the battlefield. At the same time, they once again dispatched 100,000 troops to meet the 100,000 troops led by the commander. As for the 200,000 troops they still have in the country, they were put into a state of combat readiness on the orders of the president. Against this small coin, Chun Kingdom. Otherwise, Myanmar, Laos, and Cambodia serve as cautionary tales. At the South Vietnamese Air Force Base, hundreds of fighter jets, accompanied by the buzzing sound of their engines, soared into the sky and flew towards the direction of the battlefield. What they didn't know was that Chun Kingdom had already set up a number of air defense missile systems on the border with Laos. They captured the moment these fighter jets took off. However, when the news reached Lin Xun, he told them not to rush and to let them experience despair when the fighter jets were about to arrive at the battlefield. The fighter jets were very fast, and in less than 2 hours they were close to the battlefield. The whistling sound of something cutting through the air made all the soldiers in the sea of fire on the battlefield stop what they were doing and look up at the sky. It's our Air Force. Support has arrived. Let's fight them. We're saved. Ha ha ha. With fighter jets and resources, let's see how arrogant the Lin family army can be now. Kill them. Counterattack. The appearance of fighter jets greatly boosted the morale of all the South Vietnamese, and they even considered launching a counterattack. Just then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of enormous meteors streaked across the sky, trailing fiery tails, and hurtled towards the dozens of fighter jets flying in midair with tremendous force. In an instant, explosions erupted across the sky, like fireworks bursting into bloom. Upon seeing this, the remaining pilots from the Southern U Kingdom were so frightened that they felt like they needed to urinate and frantically tried to escape by maneuvering the control stick. The soldiers below were all stunned. How come 10 of their fighter jets were destroyed as soon as they came, and the rest all ran away? Does this mean they've all been completely abandoned? Damn it. You can't abandon us, you damned bastards. This is absolutely shameless. Weren't they here to provide rescue? How could they desert their posts? The South Vietnamese soldiers all cursed angrily, not understanding why their own men would run away so suddenly. However, they quickly overturned their idea. Dozens of missiles, trailing plumes of flame, hurtled toward the fighter jets that were trying to escape. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out one after another, and half the sky was lit up by the huge explosions. Clearly, they didn't leave. Instead, they stayed to keep them company. The wreckage of the fighter jet, carrying flames, crashed down onto the mountain, scattering countless sparks. Such a scene is truly spectacular. The sight turned the South Vietnamese soldiers pale. It was only then that they realized that their comrades hadn't abandoned them. It was just that their fighter jets weren't powerful enough. Moreover, the Lin family army's combat power was ridiculously high, as they were able to launch so many missiles to lock onto their fighter jets. For a moment, they were all a little flustered. Are they fighting an army that has only been established for 3 or 4 months? They could believe it if you told them the other side was a well-trained, iron-willed army. What do we do? How can we fight this battle? Reinforcements just arrived and then disappeared. Damn it, why are we going against such a freakish army? For a time, morale was low throughout the entire South Vietnamese army. They had absolutely no desire to engage in combat with the other party. Perhaps only when their reinforcements arrive can they ignite a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the border area between Siam and Cambodia, the Siamese army crossed the border with ease, and the expected ambush did not occur. Just as they were wondering, the latest news came from above. The Lin family army of 200,000 surrounded and annihilated the 100,000-strong South Vietnamese army, which had already suffered more than half its losses. What? No wonder there were no ambushes. When the people of Siam heard this news, they were naturally delighted. The Nanuet kingdom suffered heavy losses in the attack by the Lin family army, and will surely harbor great hatred towards the Chun kingdom. At that time, we will form a united front with them completely. It should be noted that although the armed forces of the Southern Yu Kingdom were not particularly strong, they still had an army of 500,000. The Kingdom of Siam could certainly provide them with a certain amount of weapons and equipment. If the two countries truly joined forces, why would they fear a newly emerging Chun kingdom? Besides, isn't Cambodia also on the verge of collapse under the iron heel of the Chun kingdom? Once this crisis is overcome, the three kingdoms will truly join forces to fight against Chun. However, despite feeling that the situation was favorable, the Siamese army still rushed to the battlefield to rescue the South Vietnamese army. Now that they are an allied force, it seems we can save them. We absolutely cannot let our guard down. Because of the battle on that side, they no longer paid much attention to the possibility of an ambush. After all, the 800,000 troops in Chiang Rai province are still there, and now another 200,000 troops have appeared. Where would the enemy have a large army lying in ambush against them? Even if there are any, there won't be many, so there's no need to worry about them. Chapter 130, The Terrifying Strength of the Lin Family Army. Artillery fire rains down. Fighter jets circle overhead. Unfortunately, they were overthinking it, as they led their troops to accelerate their advance. We passed through a place with dense hills. This place is perfect for fighting, and all kinds of weapons can be used. With its heavy weaponry, Siam naturally showed no fear whatsoever. What they need to do is to provide support as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once all 100,000 South Vietnamese troops are killed, the Lin family army will have time to engage them in battle. 50 tanks, along with armored vehicles and troop carriers, led the way. No matter what situation they encounter, they have the opportunity to react at any time. The sun was setting, and dusk was approaching. Logically, this should be the time to cook and prepare food, but instead, they have to keep moving. It would take them at least half a day to get to that area. This happened without any obstacles along the way. In fact, most people knew that by the time they arrived, the South Vietnamese troops would have already withdrawn, but they still had to put on a show. They are now allies. In the distance, Lin Chun, who had spotted the Siamese army through his binoculars, couldn't help but smile. Today, we will show the Kingdom of Siam where the gap lies between them and the Lin family army. He didn't know where Siam's confidence came from. Did Liang Jing * give them the courage? Seeing that the other party had already penetrated deep into this area, Lin Chun waved his hand. 300 steel behemoths adjusted their dark, massive cannons, twice the size of ordinary gun barrels, and aimed them at the army's position. Hundreds of rocket launchers and howitzers were neatly arranged on the artillery positions, and after being adjusted by the suicide soldiers, they were aimed at the positions of the Siamese army. At the same time, Lin Chun gave an order, and 100 fighter jets and 100 bombers headed towards the battlefield. Since we're going to fight, let's be fully prepared. He wanted to show the other side just how powerful their Chun kingdom truly was. Ready, fire. Lin Chun issued the order. Immediately, all the rocket launchers, howitzers, and tank cannons started firing simultaneously. Thousands of shells were fired in an instant. A deafening roar ripped through the sky. The shells, carrying devastating force, tore through the air and slammed into the position of the Siamese army. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion rang out, as if it would tear the sky apart. Flames shot into the sky, smoke filled the air, and the thick, pungent smell of blood permeated the atmosphere. Ah, help! My leg! What's going on? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Take cover immediately! Instantly, screams and wails filled the entire Siamese army. They had barely reacted when the second round of artillery bombardment began. These shells were incredibly powerful. Boom, 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 boom. A violent explosion rang out, and the area where the Siamese army was located was instantly turned into a sea of fire. Many soldiers were unable to dodge in time and were blown to pieces, their blood splattering and limbs flying everywhere. This scene was absolutely terrifying. They didn't even know who their opponent was before they were bombed and suffered heavy losses, which had come to Cambodia full of confidence, ready to vent their anger on the Lin family army, was so frightened by this shocking scene that they stopped in their tracks. Their tanks began firing back, but they had no idea how far away Lin's army's artillery positions were. I only know the general direction. At this moment, they finally understood why the Burmese kingdom would fall under the iron heel of the Chun kingdom. Laos also chose to be incorporated into Chun. I originally thought it was because their governance was poor and their military strength was too weak. It turns out that's not the case at all. The real reason is that the Lin family army is simply too strong, so strong that they don't even need many people to wipe out an army several times their size. Their heavy weaponry and artillery fire were simply too intense. For a time, they were completely overwhelmed. After an initial moment of stunned silence and shock, their commanders quickly recovered. Calm down. Anyone who dares to escape will be executed without mercy. This is the Lin family army. Their main force is all fighting against the South Vietnamese army, so there can't be many people here. Everyone listen to my command. Be in battle mode. Charge forward at full speed. The commander immediately issued the order. In his view, the Lin family army must have left behind heavy weapons and equipment, as well as a small force of tens of thousands of soldiers, in an attempt to lure them away directly. Therefore, he believed that he had made the wisest decision under the current circumstances. Despite the fear that still gripped the soldiers after hearing their commander's order, as no one knew when they might be killed by artillery fire, the soldiers remained terrified. But they still obeyed the orders. They believed in their commander's orders and launched the charge. They believed that once they got close to Lin Jiejun's artillery positions, their heavy weapons would no longer pose a threat to them. Furthermore, they were able to easily destroy their artillery positions. As they charged, Lin Chin didn't hesitate to have his henchmen bombard the ground with artillery fire. In just a few rounds of bombing, nearly 70% of the Siamese army was wiped out. It could be described as an overwhelming victory. The remaining 50,000 to 60,000 troops dispersed and broke out of the initial sea of fire. Looking at the scattered army, Lin Chin knew that it would be a waste to use artillery to bombard the ground again. Now it's the protagonist's turn to appear. Hundreds of fighter jets and bombers appeared in the area. Boom, boom, boom. Da-da-da. A barrage of shells and bullets rained down, but the ones hovering over the Siamese army were clearly more threatening than the shells themselves. The Siamese army's scattered formation immediately fell into chaos, and one after another, warriors fell into pools of blood. Lin Chin's goal wasn't high. He just wanted to minimize his losses. At the same time, looking at the Siamese army that was still charging forward under the guns, he couldn't help but shake his head. How desperate they would be if they knew what they were facing. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but reveal a wicked smile. You bastard charge. Keep charging. Their artillery positions have stopped bombarding. They're not far off. Seeing the horrific scene on the battlefield, the commander's face turned red with rage, and his eyes blazed with fury. He wished he could rush to the enemy's artillery position immediately and unleash a barrage of fire on their artillery. Let them know how powerful their Siam is. However, the result was clearly not what they had hoped for. They still need to use artillery. Braving a hail of bullets, after a chase that lasted 20 minutes, they finally spotted the Lin family army's position in the distance. Finally, there's hope. Although it was only a short 20 minutes, it felt like half a lifetime to them. They excitedly raised their rifles, ready for a big fight. The last kilometer. 800 meters. 200 meters. Victory is just ahead. Chapter 131 Annihilation of the Siamese Army. International Storm. Just 200 meters further, they could break into the Lin family army's artillery positions. Then, they can utterly annihilate the entire Lin family army. Then, barring any unforeseen circumstances, something unexpected is about to happen. Suddenly, countless figures and gun barrels emerged from the trenches in the front lines. Countless gun barrels were pointed at them, their dark muzzles seemingly filled with the unknown, filling them with fear. A strong sense of crisis surged into their hearts, making them feel stiff and terrified. Da-da-da. Immediately afterwards, a barrage of gunfire shattered the unusual silence of the night sky. One soldier after another fell, their eyes wide, seemingly unable to believe that before them stood hundreds of thousands of Lin family army soldiers. Didn't they say they only had 20,000 to 30,000 people at most? Didn't they say they didn't have many people at all? Only when they rushed up to them did they realize that the Lin family army in those positions stretched as far as the eye could see. They never imagined that the Lin family army was far more terrifying in number than they had ever thought. There are actually hundreds of thousands of troops here. Even the commander of the Siamese kingdom was dumbfounded. Didn't they say that the Chun kingdom sent 200,000 troops in Cambodia? Moreover, their army in Chiang Rai province has indeed not left. That army of 800,000 is still 800,000. In other words, the Lin family army is far more than the million-strong force they know it to be. The Chun kingdom have so many troops? Do they want to dominate the world? Isn't he afraid that the army will drag the entire country down? He didn't have much time to think. Da-da-da. Lin Chun led his Lin family army soldiers in a frenzied barrage of fire, with countless Siamese warriors falling every second. In such a situation, even the most well-trained soldier would find it impossible to remain calm. Quickly, retreat, retreat. The commander reacted quickly, shouting for the soldiers to retreat. But where else can they retreat to from here? Ahead lies the Lin family army of 200,000. Then fighter jets strafed and artillery fire rained down on the ground. Retreat, retreat. With the commander's shout, the once orderly army completely collapsed. They ran frantically in all directions, trying to escape. However, this was destined to be in vain. The commander gritted his teeth and charged toward the Lin family army's position, ready to fight to the death. Bang! Bang! However, he was instantly shot in the head by several bullets, and blood splattered everywhere. His body slowly fell to the ground. The remaining scattered group, after expending considerable effort, was finally brought to a complete victory. This battle was very swift. It was the first time that the Lin family army had engaged in a real positional war with their opponents, and they crushed them head-on through superior weaponry and strength. This battle made the Lin family army famous, while attacking the Siamese army on this side. Meanwhile, Lin Chun was also organizing an attack on the southern U Kingdom. At 2:30 a.m. tonight, the military operation against South Vietnam will officially begin. Now, leave all 200,000 of their troops in the border region. Lin Chun knew that the southern U Kingdom had always been a troublesome monkey. This time when he attacked Cambodia, the South Vietnamese kingdom even had the idea of getting share of the spoils. They actually wanted to take advantage of their misfortune to plunder their allies. He finds this behavior completely unacceptable. Even if the entire southern U Kingdom wanted to surrender to them, he would not accept it. Otherwise, who knows what the southern U province might do when he's not paying attention. Although it won't cause any major trouble, Lin Chun will find it annoying. Immediately, Lin Chun deployed 300,000 troops on the border between Laos and the southern U Kingdom. However, these assassins have temporarily hidden themselves. He wants to make them feel despair. On Lin Chun's side, preparations were complete, and he was ready to take over the southern U Kingdom overnight. Internationally, news of Chun Kingdom's operations on multiple battlefields has spread. Furthermore, they possess advanced weaponry, especially fighter jets, which are capable of evading radar detection, much like the recent secret weapons of the United States. Therefore, many Southeast Asian countries have lodged protests with the United States. The United States had previously expressed its support for China's fight against drug traffickers. These fighter jets were likely aid from them. They jointly demanded that the United States recall these fighter jets. When the news reached the United States, it naturally attracted their attention. You should know that this fighter jet is very similar to their latest secret weapon. This completely baffled them. Although they had previously supported Qin Kingdom in its fight against drug traffickers, they did not provide them with any assistance, let alone secret weapons. Could it be that someone resold these? Or perhaps someone in their military secretly sold it? Is this guy fucking asking for trouble? How could someone do something like this? If you're going to sell anything, sell those obsolete, junk products. Those weapons and equipment are already top-notch in the eyes of those Southeast Asian countries. In response, most countries issued protests. The United States doesn't want to take the blame for this undeserved mess. A press conference was immediately convened. The person in charge walked onto the stage, took out a prepared speech, and began to read it aloud. First of all, we hereby declare that our country, the United States, has no relationship with the United States, and we have never provided them with any weapons or equipment. Not a single bullet has been provided, let alone fighter jets. We have reason to believe that this was secretly developed by other major powers and then provided to Qin Kingdom. Otherwise, given Qin Kingdom's history of development, it would not have been able to manufacture such a powerful weapon. At the same time, we hope that the Qin Kingdom can cooperate with us in conducting an investigation. We want to prove our innocence to everyone. At the same time, we also need to warn the Qin Kingdom. Please stop invading other countries' territories and cease your current acts of aggression. If the Qin Kingdom continues to provoke war and affect world peace, we will not rule out taking further measures to influence the situation. At a press conference, the United States explained to other countries that it had not provided weapons to the United States. Furthermore, they openly disagree with Qin Kingdom's current approach of provoking war. Following the press conference held by the United States, many Southeast Asian countries chose to believe them and pointed the finger at Russia. After all, besides the United States, only Russia has such powerful military weapons. Moreover, the two countries have a long history of animosity. The possibility that they framed each other cannot be ruled out. Shortly after the U.S. press conference ended, Russia immediately held its own press conference and responded without hesitation. Chapter 132, Qin Kingdom confronts Eagle Country. Night attack on the southern Vietnamese monkeys. First of all, we, the Bear Country, have never provided Qin Kingdom with any weapons aid, nor have we sold them to them. Furthermore, with fighter jets like those from the U.S., which are kept as secret weapons, now appearing in everyone's view, no one would think that someone could steal their fighter jets from the U.S., right? We can't think of any other reason besides the fact that they sold them themselves. We strongly suspect that Qin is a force supported by the United States, and they want to use Qin to start a war in Southeast Asia. Thus, they can reap enormous profits. Both sides accuse the other of doing the work, leaving other countries bewildered. I have no idea. They originally intended to stand up and continue to condemn them. But with both countries arguing, they dared not get involved, lest they become cannon fodder. At this moment, Lin Chun was in the command tent of the Suicide Squad. He simply laughed it off after hearing the statements from both countries and their subsequent mutual insults. As for cooperating with the U.S. inspection, are you kidding me? Who do they think they are? Your face really that big? Did he think his Qin Kingdom was like some shameless, lapdog-like country? If they come, then let them never leave. If you ask, I'll say I know nothing. He immediately contacted Guan Dihao in Qin State. We will issue a public statement declaring that we do not welcome any visits or investigations from unfriendly countries, and we have the right to refuse them. Any attempt to enter our territory for investigation or visit will be considered espionage and intrusion, and we will take relevant measures to safeguard our national security. As for what the United States says, isn't that just talking nonsense? They're not afraid of them. If we really can't fight them, we can take our aircraft carrier and take it for a spin along the coastline of the United States. Before that, we could send some assassins to the United States to cause trouble, so they wouldn't have time to pay attention to them. Yes, Your Excellency. After receiving Lin Chen's instructions, Guan Dihao immediately hung up the phone. There's nothing else to it, just that there's too much to do. The leader has to personally instruct him on even such a trivial matter, which is making him very anxious. Soon after, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Qin Kingdom issued a press conference. They explained their thinking. They would not accept the United States' request for a visit and investigation. If they did come, they would be killed as spies. This is a direct confrontation with the United States. In an instant, The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Chun Kingdom became an internet sensation. Holy crap. It's one thing for the Russian bear to stand up to the American, but does the Chinese dare to be this defiant? We should all act like China in response to the hegemonic behavior of the United States. However, it is an undeniable fact that the Chun Kingdom provoked the war in Southeast Asia. Alas, this time, I really don't know which side to stand on. I'm a Chinese citizen, so I stand with Lin Chun. This is just my personal opinion. Meanwhile, the countries in Southeast Asia were overjoyed upon seeing the information released by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Chun Kingdom. This Chun Kingdom is utterly idiotic, actually provoking the Eagle Kingdom. They were originally thinking about how to get the United States to help them stop the invasion of the United States, but now that's great, they don't need to worry about it all. The Chun Kingdom itself took the initiative to provoke the existence of the United States. The internet was flooded with all sorts of messages, and Lin Chun didn't have time to read them. All he knew was that after tonight, the kingdom of Nanyue would cease to exist. No matter what country intervenes, it cannot stop Lin Chun's continued conquest. It's time for the Southern Yu Kingdom to end their happiness. When the 100,000 reinforcements from the Southern Yu Kingdom arrived at the battlefield, they were immediately subjected to artillery fire from the Lin family army of the Chun Kingdom. After their allied forces arrived, the Lin family army, which had been playing along with the 100,000 elite soldiers of South Vietnam, finally revealed their true colors. In less than 3 hours, the 200,000-strong army of the Southern Yu Kingdom was annihilated in one fell swoop. Randomly, under Lin Chun's arrangement, the army of assassins pressed to the border between the Southern Yu Kingdom and Cambodia, within the territory of the Nanyue Kingdom. The tension of war seems completely absent here. It was still a time of singing and dancing, with Nanyue at night a scene of dazzling lights, intoxicating pleasure, and extravagance. Every adult who came out to have fun had a smile on their face. The men are passionate and lustful, while the women are unrestrained and fiery. Fueled by alcohol and intoxicated voices, they unleash their most primal desires and excitement. Even the president of the Southern Yu Kingdom was deeply entangled in it and could not extricate himself. They believe they are still living in a time of peace and prosperity. As for the neighboring countries being in chaos, that's a matter for neighboring countries. What does it have to do with them? Just as South Vietnamese President Vuong Phu Trong was in his presidential palace, engaged in a fierce battle with his 2 concubines in black silk stockings. Suddenly, the butler's hurried footsteps and urgent knocking came from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent sound startled Vuong Phu Trong, and even his brothers huddled together. The enraged president stormed to the door, flung it open, and launched into a tirade of angry words. Didn't I say that no matter what happens tonight, don't call me? Don't you know I have important business to attend to? They didn't care at all what had happened. We can't let the sky fall down. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The Lin family army of Chun Kingdom has suddenly launched a surprise attack on our country. They have invaded. Hundreds of their warplanes have entered our territory, as our border troops have witnessed. At the same time, multiple military bases within our country have engaged in skirmishes with Lin's army. They're very strong, and our army simply cannot resist them. They're advancing extremely quickly. It probably won't be long. Seeing the president's murderous look after his good time was interrupted, the butler broke out in a cold sweat and relayed everything the Secretary General had said to the president. He now understood why. When he had asked the Secretary General to come in, the Secretary General had instead asked him to convey the message. In his heart, he cursed the President and the Secretary General, as well as their ancestors for 18 generations. The Chun Kingdom's army has already invaded, but their president is still here flirting with a girl. Compared to the Chun Kingdom, it's worlds apart. For a moment, he even longed for his eldest nephew in Laos, having heard that their reforms were going very well and that their lives were becoming more and more promising. What? The president was stunned, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. Then, in a fit of rage, he slammed his fist into the doorframe. He never expected that the Lin family army would dare to directly attack their Southern Yu Kingdom. They want to take down Cambodia at the same time before they've even conquered it, completely disregarding them. The president immediately dressed and convened a high-level meeting. Soon, all the high-ranking officials of the Southern Yu Kingdom arrived. Any news from the commander? Have they been rescued yet? They currently only have 200,000 troops defending their home country. Although it looks like a lot, it's all just leftovers and scattered pieces. Reporting to the president, we have lost contact with the commander. We've also lost contact with the 100,000 reinforcements we sent. Upon hearing this, the president immediately panicked. The atmosphere at the meeting immediately froze. What should we do now? Chapter 133. The army attacks the southern Yu Kingdom. The army besieges Hanoi. The loss of contact with 200,000 troops means something that everyone present understands. They never expected that the Lin family army would come so suddenly and launch a full-scale attack on their southern Yu Kingdom without giving them any psychological preparation. This left them with absolutely no chance to escape. To go toe-to-toe with Siam. You attack Cambodia, and everyone could accept that, but you even attack the southern Yu Kingdom. Is this going to the heavens? Moreover, this sudden attack caught them completely unprepared. Their assets are mostly real estate. They haven't had time to cash out and take it with them yet. If they run away, all they'll have is the little money left on the card. Even if they escape, what then? Buying a house will wipe it all out. Having grown accustomed to high-ranking positions, are we really going to expect them to run away and become ordinary people? Getting them to give up their current positions is less efficient than killing them. Unbeknownst to the leaders of the southern Yu Kingdom, while they were still agonizing over their situation, the Lin family army had already swept through several of their defensive lines and was heading straight for their capital. It's not that Lin Chun didn't want to capture the leader first. Instead, he wanted to make the southern Yu Kingdom feel utter despair and let them experience the terror of the Lin family army. Their defenses, with their 200,000-strong army, were nothing but a paper tiger in front of them. Of course, to prevent them from escaping, Lin Chun also arranged for some assassins to infiltrate the ranks of high-ranking officials in the southern Yu Kingdom. If they show any intention to escape, eliminate them immediately. Capturing them alive might still be a problem, but killing them would be much easier for assassins. It's just a matter of raising your hand and firing a shot. On the main battlefield, the 500,000-strong Lin family army advanced in unison. Before dawn today, all the land of Nanyue must be covered with the flags of our Chun kingdom. Attack. Keep attacking. Lin Chun commanded the army to continue advancing. In just 1 hour, they had broken through 2 lines of defense of the southern Yu Kingdom. They occupied nearly a quarter of the territory of the southern Yu Kingdom. Meanwhile, a full 300 fighter jets, 300 bombers, and destroyers, all fully loaded with munitions, headed toward their designated target area. Their goal this time is to thoroughly investigate and eliminate all powerful obstacles to the Lin family army's advance. To completely disable their high level of combat capability. Any military bases, airfields, missile sites, etc. of South Vietnam will be subjected to their overwhelming artillery bombardment. After the bombing, the Lin family army launched a sweeping offensive. The most elite combat troops of the southern Yu Kingdom were all dispatched, and 200,000 of them had been annihilated by the Lin family army in the border region. The rest, even though their positions had complete and professional defensive fortifications, their defensive fortifications were completely incapable of resisting the bombing of Lin family army's warplanes. At the same time, these fighter jets will also scout along the Lin family army's advance route, and once they discover the enemy, they will first unleash a barrage of artillery fire on them. Let them experience what it's like to be bombarded by artillery fire. The Lin family army has no shortage of money when it comes to fighting. At the same time, their leader, Lin Chun, is desperately short of money. Hundreds of fighter jets completely controlled the airspace of the southern Vietnamese kingdom. Their missiles cannot directly target these fighter jets. They can only rely on their own fighter jets to engage the enemy. However, their fighter jets had just taken off when, not long after, they were shot into the air by missiles fired from afar. Having completely lost air superiority, the southern Yu Kingdom was practically a sitting duck, allowing the Lin family army's warplanes to strike wherever they wanted. Meanwhile, the ground-based army of suicide soldiers is also equipped with powerful armed forces. These remaining South Vietnamese troops, already weak in combat, were like paper in front of the heavily armed and well-trained Lin family army. At the South Vietnamese military base, the sound of artillery fire was constant, and flames soared into the sky. The entire southern Yu Kingdom was permeated with the smell of gunpowder. What the hell is this? We can't hold on. We absolutely can't hold on. Tank fighter jets, the best in the city, Our tanks and aircraft are no match for them. On the front lines, under the firepower suppression of the Lin family army, many soldiers of the southern Yu Kingdom were unable to lift their heads. Moreover, no matter how many times they called for help, no reinforcements came, because all the military positions were attacked. Even though they had the advantage of terrain, it seemed like they were being completely overwhelmed by the other side. The Lin family army's firepower was simply too fierce. Their shells are practically free. How can you bombard someone before even meeting them? It's completely unreasonable. Moreover, their soldiers seemed fearless of death, charging straight towards their location. What they found even more unbearable was that their assassins were all equipped with bulletproof helmets and bulletproof vests. Ordinary bullets wouldn't kill them at all. This is utterly ridiculous. It was an almost overwhelming victory. The same was true for all the military bases and the defensive lines along the way. They were completely unable to suppress the enemy's offensive. Even if their soldiers survived the bombardment of enemy tanks, planes, and artillery, they would still be left with nothing but devastation under the final onslaught of the Suicide Squad. Damn it, all the South Vietnamese soldiers who fought against the Lin family army were completely bewildered before they died. The other side didn't even give them a chance to surrender, showing them no mercy whatsoever. The Lin family army attacked all the military bases in the western and southern parts of the entire Nanyue Kingdom, and soon they were all captured. Report: the third line of defense has been breached by the Lin family army. Heavy losses have been suffered at the front. Report: the fourth line of defense has been breached. Report: military base 021 has been captured by the Lin family army. Report: news of successive defeats reached the capital of the southern Vietnamese kingdom, causing panic among all the officials in the presidential palace. Holy crap, what kind of speed is the Lin family army at? How come his fighting power is so strong? At this moment, they regretted it deeply. They shouldn't have provoked the Lin family army. Wouldn't it be better to let them both suffer heavy losses? Why are they interfering? Lin Shun did not choose to directly summon a large army to take over in Nanyu. Instead, he summoned 10,000 high-level assassins in the east and north of Nanyu and pushed forward at the same time. He wants to surround the entire capital and turn it into a completely isolated city. Let them experience utter despair under the terrifying firepower of the Lin family army. The Lin family army advanced rapidly from all four directions. Soon, an army of 520,000 men arrived at Hanoi, completely surround the entire city of Hanoi. Although they could easily invade with a large army, he was not in a hurry. The outcome is irreversible now, so he'll play along with them for a while. Chapter 1: 34-Night Raid on the Presidential Palace of South Vietnam. Are you willing to accept rule? No. Gone. At Lin Shen's instruction, a special operations team composed of high-ranking assassins directly raided the presidential palace. He wanted to show the southern Yu Kingdom that even without a large army, defeating them would be an easy task. Soon, hundreds of heavily armed suicide squads arrived at the perimeter of the presidential palace. Superior. With a command from one of the commanders, the Suicide Squad launched an attack on the presidential palace from all directions. They moved with incredible speed, like ghosts, through the night. The guards at the presidential palace were no match for them at all. Many of them didn't even have time to raise their guns before the Suicide Squad members slit their throats. Many guards didn't even know how they died. Soon, the Suicide Squad arrived at the door of the conference room where a meeting was being held. Several assassins rushed over and used their daggers to send the two guards flying. The conference room door is constructed with advanced bulletproof technology. However, it can only stop bullets from hitting the target. The suicide bombers simply hung high explosive grenades on the doorknobs. Bang! A loud explosion rang out, and before the senior executives inside could react, several smoke grenades were thrown in. Instantly, the entire conference room was filled with smoke, which was extremely pungent. All the high-ranking officials in Nanga covered their noses and collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. They were all powerful figures in the southern Yu Kingdom, and they had never been treated like this before. They were completely bewildered by the smokescreen. Just then, a number of footsteps suddenly came from the doorway. Don't move. If anyone moves, we'll open fire. All the high-ranking officials of Nangao were directly captured by Chun Kingdom. When the hell did Lin's army break in? The soldiers by the city wall gave no warning whatsoever. Although they knew that the Lin family army could break through at any time, They hoped to delay as long as possible. President Wang Fuzhong of the Southern Yu Kingdom was extremely panicked at this moment, and his face turned as pale as paper. Only 6 hours. Only 6 hours have passed since they received news of the Lin family army's attack, and their country has already fallen? They were completely overwhelmed by the other side. They never expected it to happen so quickly. All of you stay still. If even one of you moves, we'll all be wiped out. Under the escort of the suicide squad, the high-ranking officials were all completely terrified. They dared not move again and obediently allowed themselves to be tied up and escorted away. Lin Shun wanted to let these people know that his Lin family army could crush the Southern Yu Kingdom in every aspect. Give up the struggle as soon as possible and join the Lin family army. Before dawn, all the high-ranking officials of the Southern Yu Kingdom became prisoners of the Lin family army and were taken to the square. At the same time, the army of suicide soldiers began to enter the city, and all those who dared to resist were killed. As the army entered the city, Lin Shun also arrived at the square. Walking up to Wang Fuzhong, who was kneeling on the ground, and seeing the somewhat astonished look on Wang Fuzhong's face, Lin Shun smiled and said, "Wang Fuzhong, right? I think you didn't expect your country to be so vulnerable, did you? Of course, it's not that you're too weak, but rather that our Chun kingdom is too strong. Now that you're a prisoner, do you still dare to act recklessly?" Upon hearing this, Wang Fuzhong, a prisoner, was so embarrassed by the scolding that his face turned red. He's over 50 years old now, and he never expected to be verbally abused by a young man who looks no more than 20. What's even more infuriating is that these young people actually established the Chun Kingdom, which is countless times more powerful than their own Yu Kingdom. That's fucking ridiculous. He's furious, but there's nothing he can do. When you're completely at their mercy, how can you possibly express your anger? Not only him, but also the higher-ups around him, all knew that if this young man gave an order, they might all lose their heads. They are now filled with regret, wondering why they didn't leave when the Lin family army attacked. Are you thinking that if you run away when our Lin family army attacks, you can escape? At this moment, Lin Shun seemed to realize what they were thinking and said jokingly. Upon hearing this, many people turned their attention to him. That's exactly what they think. Is something wrong? Lin Shun didn't speak, but clapped his hands, and many of their bodyguards stepped forward and knelt on one knee in front of Lin Shun. Many high-ranking officials were taken aback upon seeing this. What's going on here? The Lin family army had actually planted spies among them. They even saw the figure of their bodyguard from several years ago. But Lin family army was only established a few months ago, wasn't it? For a moment, they felt fear and despair. They already have people planted by the Chun Kingdom around them. Now, I'm giving you a chance. If you agree to accept the rule of the Chun Kingdom, I will let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Shun said without any mercy. In his view, it makes no difference whether these executives stay or leave. However, he simply had them stand up and announce that the Southern Yu Kingdom had agreed to be incorporated into the Chun Kingdom, and that was it. As for what happened next, Lin Shun naturally arranged for people to raid each house one by one. The corruption here is even more severe than in Laos in the past. Although Lin Shun's words were harsh, he was, after all, a young man. Many high-ranking officials who discovered that their bodyguards were agents of the Chun Kingdom expressed their willingness to join the Chun Kingdom and accept its rule. However, many people refused to accept the offer. In their view, Lin Shun was just trying to scare them. They needed their help to take over southern Vietnam. If they take a tougher stance now, they can gain more benefits for themselves. Good. Those who are willing to accept, stand on the left. Don't let anyone get hurt. To those of you who refuse to submit, I admire your courage, which is that of the blind. Since that's the case, I won't say any more. You may leave. Your wife and daughter will be raised by my Lin family army. After gesturing for those who agreed to stand aside, Lin Shun raised his hand and gestured towards the army of assassins. Since these people are so stubborn, let's just kill them all. Upon receiving the order, the suicide squad stepped forward, raised their guns, and opened fire on the high-ranking officials who were unwilling to join them. These suicide soldiers stepped forward and raised their guns. These self-righteous high-ranking officials already regretted their actions. They wanted to submit, but it was too late. The Lin family army's guns had begun to spew fire, and bullets were being fired at them as if they were free. Instantly, these high-ranking officials were riddled with bloody holes, lying on the ground, their lives slipping away. Ugh, another bullet wasted. Chapter 135, Taking Over the Southern Yu Kingdom, aiming at the Siam Kingdom. The simple sentence of merging the two countries into the Chun Kingdom instantly made the remaining high-ranking officials backshine. Holy crap, this leader of the Chun Kingdom, is he a devil? Those who opposed the regime and were shot dead by Lin's army were also filled with shock and regret. If only they hadn't been greedy and hadn't risked their lives in the face of death. They naively concluded that the Lin family army still needed them, so they would definitely not kill them. They forgot that they didn't actually have much ability. It was all just their own perception. Those who opposed him fell in pools of blood. It must be said, the effect of making an example of him was very good. The remaining high-ranking officials who survived were extremely grateful for the decision they had just made. To be honest, they initially thought that the Lin family army wouldn't kill them, but they were just being cautious. Their fear of death saved their lives. All right, stop looking. You should all be glad you chose to surrender. Since you're all willing to submit to our Chun Kingdom, then please cooperate a little from now on. It's a win-win situation for everyone. The trouble all comes down to this. Nanyu Kingdom and Chun Kingdom should sign the agreement. Furthermore, I hope that the former president will come forward and officially announce this matter later. From this day forward, you are all members of the Chun Kingdom. The Southern Yu Kingdom will become the Southern Yu Province under the territory of the Chun Kingdom. Afterwards, I will arrange dedicated management personnel. I hope everyone will cooperate and not cause any trouble. Otherwise, none of you would want your whole family to be reincarnated prematurely, right? Furthermore, I will send someone to sentence you all for what you have done over the years. As for those who have been corrupt, I'm sorry, but I can only invite you in for a chat. Those who perform well will continue in their original positions. Lin Chen stepped forward and spoke in an extremely polite manner. Lin Chen's words brought a sigh of relief to the faces of many high-ranking officials. At least his life was saved. The good news is that Lin Chen said that as long as they haven't done anything immoral, they'll be fine. Those who usually use their private power to fight for their own interests are mostly the high-ranking officials who just opposed it. Many of them are still alive today, working tirelessly and without complaint. However, most of them held official positions without real power. However, it is precisely because of this that it better suits Lin Chen's wishes. Subsequently, those high-ranking officials of the Southern Yu Kingdom accepted reality. They had become part of the Chun Kingdom. Be opposed to? If opposition were effective, what would be the point of guns and cannons? They were very obedient and all agreed to sign the agreement. And all signatures are complete. Soon, the agreement was signed and finally ended up in Wang Fuzhong's hands. Please treat our people kindly. They are innocent. Wang Fuzhong's expression was very solemn. He remained silent for a long time before raising his head and speaking. At least, they'll treat them better than you do. Lin Chen's casual remark left Wang Fuzhong speechless. Yes, the Chun Kingdom is known for its benevolent rule over its people. Wherever they lead, the country is peaceful and prosperous, and everything is developing in a positive direction. And what about them? All high-ranking officials only think about their own benefit. What right does he have to say such things to others? He knew that from then on, the kingdom of Nanyue would cease to exist. They will be replaced by others, and all of this will be completely unrelated to them. The Southern Yu Kingdom will become the Southern Yu Province under the jurisdiction of the Chun Kingdom. Without further hesitation, Wang Fuzhong picked up a pen and signed the agreement. Lin Chen took the agreement, and after confirming that they had all signed it, he also signed his own name. Of course, he did not allow them to immediately announce the news of merging into the Chun Kingdom. If we announce it now, what will happen to the 100,000-strong army of the Southern Yu Kingdom? We can't waste such a good opportunity and let them fight like dogs. Lin Chen immediately instructed the presidents of South Vietnam and Cambodia to send orders to their troops stationed in Siam. Prepare to cooperate with the Lin family army to take over Siam. When they first received the news, they were completely bewildered. What? Wasn't it supposed to be in cooperation with the Kingdom of Siam? How did it become the Kingdom of Chun? They even suspected that the message might have been sent incorrectly and checked it again. After receiving an affirmative answer, they immediately understood. Their country has fallen. Now that the military order has been issued, they have no choice but to obey. For soldiers, obeying orders is their sacred duty. Moreover, their families are still in the country. It's time to take over Siam. Lin Chun stood atop the tall building, gazing into the distance. Siam, what a juicy piece of meat. He's coming. Within Siam, 150,000 troops going missing arrived. Panic gripped the entire military headquarters. Keep in mind that their total military strength is only a little over 300,000. That's nearly half of the 150,000 strong army. They've lost contact? Could it be that the Lin family army is much stronger than they imagined? It has to be said that Siam is starting to panic. They are now half strength, and robberies and kidnappings are rampant in major cities across the country. Chaos reigned because of the border situation. They simply didn't have time to redeploy a large number of people to restrain them. Currently, we can only defend passively. They have lost the opportunity to launch an offensive. After all, the Lin family army outnumbered them several times over. They can only rely on their high-tech weaponry and domestic advantages to fight back against the enemy. Bangkok, the Grand Palace. One of his men rushed up to the old king, looking flustered. What's wrong? Why are you in such a panic? After downing the fine wine in one gulp, the old king said with some dissatisfaction, Your Majesty, our 150,000 troops have lost contact. Furthermore, scouts have reported that the Lin family army has amassed 500,000 troops to attack the southern Yu Kingdom. The southern Yu Kingdom is in grave danger. His subordinates immediately reported the news truthfully. Having lost half of their army, the Kingdom of Siam has likely lost the initiative. What? The army has gone missing. The old king's expression changed drastically. He was a seasoned veteran and naturally knew what this meant. The Lin family army is so ferocious. They wiped out their entire army without a sound. You have to understand, that's a heavily armed force, not like ordinary ones. Could it be that our Siam is no match for a country like Chun, which has only been developing for a few months? If I had known, I shouldn't have sent such a large army over that little bit of territory. Wouldn't it have been better to just take back my own Chiang Rai province? The Chun Kingdom, their army was already small, and now it's been reduced by half. It seems unlikely that they can confront them head-on again. It seems we need to make some preparations in advance. The Lin family army is so fierce, we must be on guard. After finally digesting this terrible news, the old king immediately ordered the entire army to enter a state of combat readiness. Their country of Siam is currently in an extremely dangerous situation. That very day, Lin Chun issued the decision to attack Siam. A 1 million-strong army of suicide soldiers marched toward the Kingdom of Siam. Chapter 136, the annexation of 2 countries into the Chun Kingdom, shocked the world. At the same time, the Southern Yu Kingdom and Cambodia held press conferences. Noon. All television stations in South Vietnam and Cambodia were broadcasting their respective president speeches. Both presidents sat solemnly at their desks, took out their prepared speeches, and began to read them aloud. Fellow citizens, compatriots, today I want to announce some news to you. From today onwards, our southern Vietnam, Cambodia, will be incorporated into the Kingdom of Chun, becoming a provincial-level unit under the Kingdom of Chun. Laos has improved significantly in just 1 month, and I believe that under the leadership of Cambodia, we will also become better. I hope everyone will accept Cambodia's leadership and continue to contribute to South Vietnam, Cambodia, to make our lives even better. They took a long time to fully express what they meant. This may be the last time they sit here and speak as the highest leaders. A few days ago, they simply couldn't believe things would turn out this way. They never expected that the Lin family army would be so powerful. And just how many troops do they have? Are they preparing to start World War III? They actually have such a powerful army? That's absolutely outrageous. He couldn't help but wonder if, among all the countries in Southeast Asia, Chun Kingdom's military strength could rightfully be called number 1. Even Indonesia might be their rival. As a leader, he simply couldn't understand it. Even if Lin's army were to subdue the armies of Myanmar and Laos, their numbers and weaponry would probably not reach this level. Moreover, their weapons technology is among the best on Earth. Is this reasonable for Chun Kingdom, which was only established a few months ago on Earth? This is completely unreasonable. If their southern Yu Kingdom had possessed so many weapons, they might have unified Southeast Asia long ago. Lin Chin's voice was heard at the press conferences of the 2 countries, but he himself did not attend. He assured the people of both countries that he would govern the country well. Let both places prosper and become stronger. Of course, the first step is a major purge. We will launch a comprehensive crackdown on criminal gangs, corruption, tax evasion, and other illegal activities in both regions. All the money had to be confiscated and put into Lin Chen's pocket. Lin Chen finished speaking, and the meeting concluded. In a sense, the two countries have officially merged into the Chun Kingdom. So next up is the contest with the Kingdom of Siam. Once Siam is completely conquered, the territory of Chun Kingdom will transform from a somewhat deformed crescent moon into a full moon. Of Chun Kingdom will reach 1.6 million square kilometers. That's a full sixth of the land area of the Dragon Kingdom. This is unprecedented. This is also the first step for the Chun Kingdom to establish itself in the world. Chun Kingdom had conquered Cambodia, and Nanuak Kingdom overnight spread like wildfire. The merger of two more sovereign states into Chun Kingdom stunned all the Southeast Asian countries. At the same time the news was released, 100,000 South Vietnamese troops and 50,000 Cambodian troops stationed on the border with Siam launched an attack on Siam. By widening the defensive lines, the Lin family army was able to advance unimpeded and directly attack the Siamese capital. The Kingdom of Siam has been closely monitoring the movements of the Lin family army. They received the news the moment the press conference began. They couldn't believe their eyes. If that's the case, then their two allied forces would have become the opposing side. The current situation in Siam is that they feel surrounded, besieged on all sides. They immediately decided whether to use high-tech weapons to deter the Chun Kingdom. If they continue to push their luck, the Kingdom of Siam will be gone. The news caused shock and concern in other Southeast Asian countries. No one knows when the flames of war will reach their territory. Inkpad in China. This Chun Kingdom is simply too strong. Their army has conquered two countries in just a few days. It's terrifying. Invincible. It seems a war between the Kingdom of Siam and the Kingdom of Chun is inevitable. I used to think that Chun Kingdom's independence attempt in northern Myanmar was a bit presumptuous, but now I realize how short-sighted I was. They are too strong. Hopefully, our government will step forward soon and try to get along with them amicably. If they are unwilling, we would be best off uniting with several countries to impose sanctions on Chun Kingdom. The entire Indian subcontinent was abuzz with discussions about Chun Kingdom's conquest of the two countries. It's very likely that it will be their turn soon. Many research institutions and intelligence agencies began sending people to Chun Kingdom to investigate, only to discover that their knowledge of Chun Kingdom and the Lin family army was completely zero. Their infiltration rate into the Lin family army was zero. In other words, the people they sent out could not infiltrate the Lin family army at all. They had no idea how they recruited soldiers, nor did they know how they trained them. This is unbelievable. Logically speaking, in a country like this, their people should have already arrived when it was first established. So far, all the spies sent out have disappeared without a trace. What kind of den of dragons and tigers is this Chun Kingdom? Not only does it possess powerful technological weaponry, but its internal defenses are also so robust. However, perhaps because this matter was not taken seriously before, not enough people were sent out. East Asia, Malaysia. The whole country was shocked. They never expected that such a huge change would occur in Southeast Asia in just a few months. For countries have been permanently lost to history. In its place came the Chun Kingdom. They also convened a high-level meeting the moment they received the news. They're all in Southeast Asia. Who knows when they might attack? The facts have proven that the Chun Kingdom is a very aggressive nation. They had to prepare in advance. When this news spread, the entire planet Earth was shocked. The country that reacted the most was the United States. Prior to this, they had not paid much attention to the strength of the Chun Kingdom. In his view, what kind of trouble could a newly established small country like Chun Kingdom possibly cause? But soon, reality slapped them in the face. He never expected that the Chun Kingdom would conquer three countries right under their noses. Moreover, if the speed is extremely fast, after a period of rest and recuperation, they will immediately and decisively strike without any hesitation. The speed at which this country fell far exceeded that of any war in history. While they were angry and annoyed, some questions also arose in their minds. How many warriors does the Chun Kingdom actually have? Just how strong are they? Are they planning to start World War III? Do they want to threaten the superpower status of their country, the United States. Chapter 137. Is the U.S. going to sanction China? 1 million elite soldiers have descended upon the U.S. Let's fight. Even the U.S. has to admit it. Even if they launched a war, they might not have been able to achieve such results so quickly. Perhaps they could, but they can't do that. However, these countries that were conquered by the Chun Kingdom were all very weak. Therefore, the United States does not have much to worry about. If they were to take action, they could easily take this place. After all, the level of weaponry they possess is unimaginable to any other country. If anyone dares to attack the United States, they will find that hundreds of millions of Americans are armed with 2 guns each. Of course, they only had ordinary guns. Their officials also had various high-tech weapons. It can be said that even if the whole world were against them, they would not be worried at all. At worst, we'll all perish together. World nuclear peace. However, these are not the main points. The key point is that they're extremely annoyed right now. Because of the Chun Kingdom, not only did they oppose their sending people to Chun Kingdom to investigate, but now they're also ignoring their warnings and paying no attention to them at all. They even attacked the troops they sent out without hesitation. The United States is furious. The president convened a meeting and even stated that he would impose sanctions on Chun Kingdom. At this point, several high-ranking officials, who preferred to avoid trouble, offered their advice. Of Chun Kingdom is a person from Long Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom. They were once well-equipped, but they were still beaten half to death by that group of fearless Chinese soldiers. They must not forget those painful lessons. Damn it. Fuck. Chun Kingdom. I will never forgive them. Now, immediately, we must publicly condemn Chun Kingdom's current act of encroaching on other countries' territory and impose sanctions on them. The U.S. President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces is furious and has sent directives to the Foreign Ministry. In short, we will suppress the Chun Kingdom from all aspects. Impose a technological and trade blockade on them. Could develop in the long run without cooperating with the United States. The world order is quietly changing, and Lin Chun is leisurely setting off with the army. We receive a message from the U.S. Ministry of Foreign Affairs. What? Is it forbidden to invade and occupy other countries? Are they going to impose sanctions on us again? If we remain obstinate, then we will launch a joint sanction and send troops to attack our Chun Kingdom. Let's go then. I earned this through my own abilities, so please send someone to punish us as soon as possible. Lin Chun sat on a tank, sipping tea and watching the army moving around him. A surge of pride welled up within him. With loyal soldiers and weapons, they wouldn't dare to back down from the United States if they didn't give them a piece of their minds. However, since the United States wants to sanction me now, if I don't do something, they'll take advantage of me next time. Currently, the United States is the most powerful and richest country in the world. If he could take over the United States, Lin Chun would probably be in charge of the entire planet Earth. However, given China's current strength, it would still be somewhat difficult for it to fight against the United States. Does this mean we really want global nuclear peace? Even though we can't fight them now, there shouldn't be any problem getting some money out of them. The United States is so rich. Even a small slice of its oil would be more delicious than any of the Southeast Asian countries it has conquered. Once the thought arose, it lingered in Lin Chun's mind. Yes, we can do it like before. First take advantage of their illicit loans. Helping them combat crime and charging a commission is reasonable, right? Oh, America, if you're ruthless, don't blame me for being ruthless too. I hope you enjoy the looting by my 1 million elite soldiers. Lin Chun immediately took action. Directly summoned a total of 1 million low-level assassins across all continents of the United States. A mere 1 million contribution points are nothing to Lin Chun. Lin Chun did not intend to summon any intermediate-level assassins. A basic assassin is enough. It should be noted that the assassins he summoned were all perfectly legitimate and legal. They also have the right to vote. That's right, Lin Chun plans to take out a black loan first. The illicit loans they stole from them, they summoned even more assassins. They were to be scattered throughout the United States, and some were even to be paired up and married to infiltrate the country as husband and wife. Once the number reaches a certain level, it's perfectly reasonable for Lin Chun to personally support a president of the United States. Lin Chun couldn't wait to see the astonished look in the eyes of the president of the United States. 1 million suicide soldiers were summoned to the United States. Under Lin Chun's deliberate control, they all acquired American citizenship, and were white. In this way, even if something happens in the future, it will be completely untraceable to Lin Chun. Just kidding. These are all internal affairs of your country, the United States. What merit or ability do I, Lin Chun, possess to command half the population of the United States? As all the assassins appeared on American soil, Lin Chun couldn't contain his excitement. Lin Chun did not intend to maintain a good image for this first batch of assassins. After all, the people of the United States are honest and simple, and many of them are armed. When shopping at a convenience store, you could just raise your gun and not even have to pay. This is really a great place. Lin Chun didn't equip each of them with weapons. What a joke. Why would he give them weapons? If you have hands and feet, why don't you just grab it yourself? Lin Chun equipped 100,000 of them with a pistol and unlimited ammunition. Let them have some ability to protect themselves. The first thing to do next is take out illegal loans, find loan sharks, borrow as much as you can. Begin the operation. Lin Chun immediately issued the first wave of orders. At the same time, let them spend less money on daily life. For daily food expenses, find supermarkets and stores that offer free shopping. Don't waste your money. If one person eats 100 yuan a day, then 1 million assassins would eat 100,000 low-level assassins a day. This isn't eating food, it's eating people. It seems a bit troublesome to keep offering free shopping. Lin Chun told the assassins that if necessary, they could just kidnap the boss and take over the supermarket. Wouldn't that mean we wouldn't have to risk buying things for free every day? Suddenly, I won't have to worry for months. A city in California, the United States of America. Outside a shopping mall on one side of a wide street, a dozen or so burly white men surrounded the supermarket owner. The leader twirled the pistol in his hand and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. We won't kill you. Hand over all the money, and we'll temporarily take over this shop." The supermarket owner wanted to speak several times, but seeing the menacing looks on these people's faces, he swallowed his words. It's best not to provoke the other party. He nodded and gave all the money to the other party. Where's the biggest gang in the area? The lead assassin pointed a gun at the boss's forehead, his face expressionless. Chapter 138, Making a Fortune in the U.S. No food, no weapons, just rob them. The boss was taken aback. They weren't locals? Or perhaps they fled from somewhere else and are looking for a new leader to rely on. There was no time to think about it. The boss quickly said, "The biggest gang nearby is the Joker's gang, which consists of a bunch of... Their headquarters is in... The surrounding area is under their jurisdiction. This whole area..." When talking about these things, the boss talked nonstop, as if he had a very good understanding of the local power dynamics. As he spoke, he kept glancing at the people in front of him. Hopefully, after hearing that he has such abilities, they will realize that he has powerful backers and return everything to him. As a result, he was naturally disappointed. These burly men showed no change in expression, let alone fear. After he finished speaking, a henchman stepped forward, knocked him unconscious, and threw him into the warehouse. Meanwhile, similar things are happening all over the United States. Countless supermarkets and shopping malls have encountered the zero-yuan purchase schemes of these daredevils. The first step was completed quickly. Those Suicide Squad members have all established a foothold in the United States. At least for now, I don't have to worry about making a living. Immediately, Lin Chun issued the second order to all the assassins. Let's start taking out illegal loans. California, the Jokers. In a dimly lit room, several muscular men wearing clown masks handed a wad of cash to the man opposite them, threatening, "Mr. Check, you borrowed $100,000 from us. Remember to pay us back $200,000 with interest in a week. Borrow $100,000 and repay $200,000. This is seriously outrageous, even higher than the legendary loan sharks. However, this is the model with the largest loan amount. Higher credit limits mean higher interest rates. This kind of usury, the highest of usury, is generally something nobody touches. If you can't repay the money within the deadline, you can forget about ever paying it off in your lifetime." The assassins discussed it and decided that some of them would borrow the maximum amount, while the rest would borrow loans of $30,000 to $50,000. It's not that they wanted to borrow so little, but that this gang really didn't have much money. They had only borrowed about 10 million US dollars, and then it was all gone. I don't know if they're really out of money, or if they're just too afraid to take the job. You have to understand, this city, although it's not that prosperous, is still America. Do you think they'd be short of money? Okay, you understand. I'll definitely pay it back on time. If you don't have money, then there's nothing you can do. The assassin's face showed a tense expression as he spoke. Seeing this, the clown masked man assumed he was being threatened and gave him the money. The man, identified as Czech, took the money, immediately put it in his bag, and then turned and left. He dares to borrow the largest amount of usurious loans. Is he all right? A burly man nearby asked. His information and documents are all genuine. I have checked them with the police system, and there are no problems. Besides, as long as he is around, why should I worry about him not being able to pay back the money? After all, a person has a lot of things on them from before. The masked man at the head of the group spoke in a chilling voice. Not long after, another person walked in, wanting a loan. The process was basically the same. Then, this was just a small-town gang. A mere handful of men managed to embezzle their entire loan. Within the United States, in many places and cities, there are even more spies ripping off local gangs. Lin Shun had originally been thinking about whether to have the assassins buy some guns for self-defense. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen immediately rejected the idea. Dream on. It's impossible for me to spend money. He gathered a group of assassins, whose target was a local shop that sold guns and ammunition. Then sent some henchmen in to check out the goods. When they test the guns, they just take the guns, and that's it. As for the boss and the forces behind him, come and fight. Who's afraid of who? Who was sitting on the tank, felt the first wave of gains from the Suicide Squad, and his mood was also uplifted. This was an absolute steal. A million-strong army of assassins, each with an average of 30,000 in illicit loans, amounted to a total of $30 billion US. Nearly 200 billion. A contribution of 20 million. A 20x return on the first day? That's fucking irresistible. Summon another million low-level assassins and send them to the United States so they can live a normal life in the United States. They will lie low and only emerge to do their job when Lin Chen needs them. Gun shop in California, USA. Hundreds of assassins gathered here, all dressed in ordinary civilian clothes and without any head coverings. Dozens of assassins enter the gun shop. They looked at the dazzling array of guns in the store and the many burly guards inside. Without hesitation, he picked up the gun that was in his hand, pulled the safety, and fired. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! The bullets fired from the guns, instantly killing all the guards. However, due to technical issues, a lot of bullets were wasted, but it's not a big problem. The Suicide Squad outside, hearing the commotion, immediately knew that a fight had broken out. They immediately rushed in like a swarm of bees. Immediately, they grabbed guns and bullets from the store and were ready to go. If there's no food, just grab it yourself. Even without weapons, we'll seize them ourselves. In short, to sum it up in one sentence, if we don't rob you, we won't have money. The U.S. will provide it for us. I solved all the problems myself. Of course, that's not enough. Are they going to stop after only making 200 billion US? Stop dreaming. This money is all from gangsters. It has nothing to do with the United States. The next step is to secure loans from the United States. Of course, most of the first batch of assassins could not pass the bank's review for various reasons. However, the newly summoned ones have no problems at all. They have perfect identities and excellent qualifications, and they can all pass the bank's review. Lin Chen remembered that the United States had experienced an economic crisis because loans were too easy to obtain and too many people borrowed money, which eventually led to the inability to repay the loans, causing many banks to go bankrupt and triggering the economic crisis. I wonder if his second batch of Suicide Squad members defaulting on their loans will be enough to cause a stir. In short, once again, a million suicide bombers storm the bank to apply for loans and make money. They don't own any property, and they don't have jobs. Basically, all they can get is credit loans. But that's enough. On average, each person has taken out a loan of over 10,000 US. Afterwards, Lin Chen will arrange for some of his assassins to integrate into American society, where they can work and earn money, or start businesses and make money. In short, they will all contribute to Chen's country. After taking out a bank loan, Lin Chen knew that the people working at the bank were very shrewd. His next goal is to wipe out the American mafia. As the underground force of the world's strongest nation, they must have a lot of money. At the same time, I had another bold idea. Rob a bank. Since we can't get a loan, let's just rob it. Wow, that's fast. Save you the trouble. After all, his elite army had already acquired a considerable amount of weapons and equipment. Chapter 139, Robbing the Japanese Mafia. Let's go all out. The U.S. is so rich. If we raid a couple of times, we'll definitely make a lot of money. We have to do it. We'll take as much as we can. The harvested fish will increase the population of the United States, which is a contribution, so it's reasonable. Since that's the case, let's start with the gangs. If you target gangs, the police in the U.S. will try to downplay the issue and make it disappear. They will not be pursued excessively. After all, they're just ordinary people and don't have the strength to go toe-to-toe with the police. A city in Alaska, the United States of America. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the city lights are dazzling and the streets are bustling with pedestrians, showing a prosperous scene. Somewhere in the city, at the headquarters of the Skull Party. Outside, Captain Pearson was leading his men on their usual patrol. This was considered a sinecure for them. After all, the Skull Gang was one of the biggest gangs in the city. There's absolutely no one blind enough to cause trouble at the Skull Party headquarters. The guards wore excited and cheerful smiles as they boasted and made lewd jokes. It was another relaxed and enjoyable day. With guns slung over their backs, they circled the headquarters repeatedly, casually observing their surroundings as they performed their duties. Anyone who dares to break into their Skull and Bones headquarters is truly audacious. You should know that the Skull Gang has over 1,000 members, which is not something that ordinary thugs can match. Today was just another ordinary day for them. What they didn't know was that many shadowy figures were already creeping towards the Skull Party headquarters. The entire headquarters was completely surrounded. Let's begin. As one of the leaders gave the order, the assassins, all wearing black stockings and hoods, rushed out of the darkness. Armed with various firearms, they charged directly at the Skull Gang patrol. Stop! Who goes there? Don't come near, or else. The commotion immediately caught the attention of the patrol team. Their faces showed surprise at first, followed by fear, but reason told them they couldn't run. Once you run away, turning back will still mean certain death. Bang! Bang! However, he was met with a barrage of gunfire. Bullets rained down on them like they were free, and most of them were killed before they even had a chance to draw their guns. It all happened so fast that they had no time to react. They charged forward. The Suicide Squad continued their attack, taking out the guards at the main gate, and then stormed into the Skull Party headquarters. Call the police. Call the police now. Go to hell with calling the police. We're a gang. Do you want the cops to arrest you, you idiot? The gunfire outside still gave the company headquarters some time to react. Bang, bang, bang. Da, da, da. Various gunshots rang out one after another, and the scene was extremely intense. These Skull Party members were somewhat trained, and although they were panicked, they did not collapse completely. After all, the Suicide Squad members were just ordinary people. However, despite the Skull Party members' valiant resistance, they could not stop the assassins' attack. They were all ordinary people, but the members of the Skull Party didn't have the same fearlessness as the Suicide Squad. After their defensive lines were slowly eroded and eventually breached by the Suicide Squad, the battle between the two sides was practically over. The assassins swarmed forward, and in a short time, almost the entire Gulu Party was wiped out. The Skull and Bones headquarters was completely emptied. Meanwhile, Rutherford, the leader of the Skull Party, was also captured by the assassins. Rutherford was furious. His men were utterly useless. He was the leader of the Skull Gang, practically an all-powerful figure in the city's underworld, and now he'd been captured by an unknown group. This is utterly disgraceful. Mr. Rutherford, we only want money. We have no other intentions. Pay up, and we'll release them. If you don't cooperate, then I'm sorry, but your family, your wife and daughters, and yourself will have to go and meet God. The captain of the assassins' eyes flashed with a cold light as he stepped forward and grabbed Rutherford by the collar. They only found a safe at the Skull and Bones headquarters, which, when opened, contained a box of gold. It's worth hundreds of millions of US dollars. But this is by no means their entire fortune. The remaining money is definitely in a boss's hands. They need to find a way to get their hands on it. This is the fundamental purpose of their actions today. Rutherford ignored the captain's threat, simply staring at him coldly without uttering a word. Forget it. I don't have time to waste here with you. Just chop off my hands. No, chop off my fingers one by one. After chopping off my fingers, chop off my toes. Then they chopped off his limbs and used a blade to scrape off pieces of flesh from his body. The captain of the assassin squad had no patience to play games with the other side here. Although this place is in a relatively remote location, it is hard to guarantee that no one has overheard the gunshots and called the police. Their action must be swift. Before Rutherford could react after he finished speaking, one of the assassins stepped forward and placed Rutherford's hand on the table, revealing his 5 fingers. The captain of the assassin squad swiftly brought down his knife, giving his opponent no time to react. Time is life for our Suicide Squad brothers. He had better ways to get the other person to talk, but he didn't want to waste time now. They are ready to continue their fierce battle with the police at any time. Lin Chen's orders to his assassins regarding the people in the United States, especially the gangsters, were kill as many as possible, regardless of life or death. Womanly compassion? Absolutely not. A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, came from Rutherford's mouth. The intense pain assaulted his brain, almost causing him to faint. Should we pay the remaining money? I'll count to 3. 1, 2. The squad leader, the leader of the assassins, had a frosty expression on his face and raised his right hand, which was holding a dagger, once again. I'll tell you right away, but you have to guarantee the safety of me and my family. Rutherford endured the excruciating pain and said that he now had no doubt that the assassin in front of him would kill him. Once you die, you truly have nothing left. The group of people in front of me are absolutely ruthless. Of course, I already said, we only want money. We have no intention of killing anyone. The captain of the Suicide Squad said in an icy tone, which sent chills down Rutherford's spine. You call this not having any intention to kill? Were all those corpses lying outside the door killed by me, the boss? Account details, password, and the location of the hidden money. Tell me now. I'll talk. My money and cards are, the pin is... Rutherford confessed truthfully that he had not lied. He knew that if he lied to the other party, he would probably be finished immediately. The assassin quickly located the bank card based on the location he reported. Another 1 million contribution points have been earned. The American Mafia is really rich. This is just one. There are hundreds more decent-looking gangsters waiting for them behind. Chapter 140. Launching a missile war with Siam. Much of the money these people earned was stolen. I wouldn't feel comfortable unless I took everything they had stolen and got it all for myself. These American gangsters are really rich. Keep going. Feeling a slight increase of over 1 million contribution points, Lin Chen was extremely pleased. He robbed a gang and made over $2 billion. This is just a typical gang, not one of the biggest ones. If we take down the top gangs in the United States, imagine how much money they would have. Indeed, the saying gold is everywhere in the United States is true. After the operation succeeded, they immediately withdrew. The same thing keeps happening in other places and cities. After that, just wait for your contribution points to skyrocket. Commander, we have arrived at the border of Siam. Just as Lin Chen was getting excited, his subordinates brought him a message. They had a total army of 1.5 million, plus 150,000 soldiers from both countries. They assembled an army of 1.65 million to deal with the remaining 150,000 troops of the Kingdom of Siam. No matter how you look at it, it's a one-sided battle. Bangkok, Siam. Inside the royal palace, the old king summoned all the high-ranking officials of Siam for a meeting. Now that the Chun Kingdom's army is pressing on our borders, our Siam Kingdom is facing a life-or-death situation. Does anyone have any ideas? Your Majesty, Ushadai stepped forward, his gaze slightly sharp, his tone serious. No longer an advantage in a direct confrontation. Now, it's time to use our heavy weapons. Let's use the missiles. At this moment, the naval commander also stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the Chun Kingdom has only recently been established and has always relied on its army, with a weak navy. Our navy can exert pressure on them from the sea surface of the Chun Kingdom. At this moment, a senior executive stepped forward and said, Furthermore, if all else fails, we can ask the United States for help. If they can help us, we can also side with them in the future. Seeing that the high-ranking officials and generals were offering their suggestions, and that all of them were feasible, the old king felt very gratified. That's excellent. He immediately granted Usadai the authority to launch missiles. With the old king's approval, everyone went to make the arrangements. Ushadai immediately sent an attack order to the missile base outside Bangkok. The bombardment was directed at the Lin family army stationed in Chiang Rai province. Upon receiving the order, the combat personnel at the missile base immediately entered the coordinates of a certain location in Chiang Rai province into the missile's positioning system. Load the shells and press the fire button. Dozens of giant missiles, each several meters in diameter, roared out of the missile base and soared into the sky. Then, it flew in the north direction. The people of Siam along the way saw dozens of missiles streaking across the sky, their tails trailing flames, flying towards the horizon. If you didn't know better, you'd think a fighter jet had taken off. Just seconds after the missiles from Siam were launched, the air defense missile system within Chin's territory had already detected the dozens of missiles and analyzed their flight trajectories. They were moving very fast, bombing their own territory. Immediately, the air defense missile system activated its automatic locking mechanism. Dozens of anti-aircraft missiles were launched from the air defense base at high speed, several times faster than the missiles from Siam. When the missiles from Siam were launched, all the high-ranking officials of Siam were in the conference room, watching the missiles intently. They wanted to witness the spectacular sight of the missiles hitting the Lin family army. This is also their trump card, a last-ditch effort in their desperate struggle. Their missiles are far more numerous than these. As long as these 10 missiles inflict the damage they anticipated, then Qin Kingdom would be utterly vulnerable in their eyes. At worst, we'll just lose some territory and city buildings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of interceptor missiles burst out of the clouds, breaking through the smoke at extremely high speeds, heading towards the direction where the 10 missiles were located. The missiles from both sides were getting closer and closer, and the 2 interceptor missiles were also constantly shortening the distance between them. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of loud explosions, dozens of interceptor missiles and the 10 missiles converged, and the 2 sides erupted in the air with huge sparks and smoke. The missile, which was flying forward, came to an abrupt halt and exploded in midair. The mission was not yet completed, but the middle path collapsed. Dozens of explosions rang out. Inside the Siamese parliament building, all the dozens of red dots representing missiles on the large screen disappeared. What? What happened? Where did the missile go? Is the projection screen broken? Excuse me, what's going on at the missile base? The old king was dumbfounded, and Ushadai was even more dumbfounded, for he knew what the disappearance of the red dot meant. This indicates that the missile detonated mid-flight. The detonation took place within their own country. How is that possible? He quickly shook his head, denying the undeniably real thought in his mind. But reality is often cruel. Report. Radar monitoring system indicates that our missile has been intercepted and shot down. System detection indicates that several interceptor missiles from Chun State have entered our territory. Soon, news came from the missile base. This immediately silenced all the high-ranking officials and generals in the meeting room. Their missiles couldn't do anything to the other side. Is this even scientifically sound? Do you think this makes sense? Actually, if Myanmar itself has an air defense missile system, perhaps they're using a missile system that Myanmar used to use. Although we can intercept them, the number will certainly be small. After all, their Qin Kingdom has only just been established. A high-ranking official tentatively remarked. At this moment, a pale-faced general raised his hand to signal, and seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, he spoke up. I suddenly remembered that a message came from Myanmar that on the same day, their monitoring system detected hundreds of missiles flying towards their capital at the same time. Hundreds of missiles at the same time? Was this before the attack on Myanmar? Everyone was shocked. It seemed that this achievement was far more powerful than they had imagined. In that case, let's order the missile base to launch a full-scale attack. Upon hearing this, Ushadai seemed to have learned the inside story of the Qin Kingdom. Their country, Siam, also has the capability to launch hundreds of missiles simultaneously. He refused to believe that the other side could intercept them simultaneously. All right, approved. Also, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should contact the United States as soon as possible and ask them for help, the old king hurriedly ordered. 10 minutes later, hundreds of missiles were launched again from the missile base. Chapter 141 à tous en missiles. Shocking Siam. Suicide defense. They will maintain a round every 10 minutes, launching 3 rounds in a row. They refuse to believe they can't defeat a mere Qin Kingdom. While intercepting the missiles, the air defense missile base relayed the message to Lin Chun. Lin Chun raised an eyebrow. Not expecting that Siam would start with such a big move, completely disregarding Lin Chen's country. However, surely the other side wouldn't be so sure that 100 missiles could pose a threat to their Qin kingdom. Lin Chen immediately issued orders to all air defense missile systems with an attack range covering the entire country of Siam. Conduct a comprehensive bombing campaign against the entire kingdom of Siam, including military bases, missile bases, air force bases, and other locations, to let them know the true power of the Lin family army. At the same time, he also issued orders to the short-range surface missile base center. Take the opportunity to lock onto the enemy's missile base and bomb it flat. As Lin Chen gave the order, hundreds of air defense missile systems launched missiles simultaneously, but their missiles could all be easily intercepted by the enemy. Therefore, we should win by sheer numbers. 500 missiles, including more than 100 interceptor missiles, flew out of the Qin Kingdom base and headed toward Siam. Before long, they entered the territory of Siam. The air defense system at the border immediately started sirens blaring. Their radar system detected hundreds of missiles, and they were moving extremely fast. Shocked, they quickly relayed the message. This is no small matter. This could be a disaster that wipes out the entire kingdom of Siam. When the news reached the conference room, everyone was immediately shocked. That the Qin kingdom possesses is terrifying. The old king's expression changed drastically, and he waved his hand dismissively. Quickly, intercept those missiles at all costs. Don't let them cause serious damage within our territory. Imagine the damage caused if hundreds of missiles were to hit their territory. They simply couldn't believe it. Ushadai accepted the order and immediately commanded the missile base to intercept. In fact, the air defense missile base was already in operation when they received the news. Time waits for no one, and they did not hesitate at all. Every minute wasted could cause even greater harm. Therefore, before the order was issued from above, the missile base had already launched hundreds of interceptor missiles. They quickly prepared and continued launching. We must intercept these hundreds of anti-aircraft missiles. Short-range ground attack missile base. Dozens of short-range ground-to-ground missiles flew rapidly out of the base. The missiles launched here are faster and more powerful than those of other missiles in Qin Kingdom. There is even a high chance that we can evade the enemy's interceptor missiles. This is the secret weapon of the Qin Kingdom's missiles. Anything produced by our system is guaranteed to be of high quality. The short-range missile entered Siamese territory and was once again detected by Siamese border air defense missile radar. However, in their detection system, these missiles are only slightly faster than other missiles. At least before the explosion, they didn't know the difference between these faster missiles and the ones before them. Hundreds of interceptor missiles collided with the offensive missiles on the other side. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a violent explosion occurred between the two sides, the deafening roar and flames shooting into the sky. A violent explosion rocked the sky over Siam, sending debris crashing down. It landed deep into mountains and dense forests. However, the missile launch speed of Siam could not keep up with the missile launch speed of Qin. Just as they were launching their 300th interceptor missile, another 500 missiles flew into Siamese territory from the direction of Qin Kingdom. Clearly, the other side was launching much faster than they were. Damn it, our missile bases can't launch missiles as fast as Qin Kingdom, and their missile reserves are enormous. 2 waves mean a stockpile of thousands of missiles? Are you kidding me? It's important to know that Siam is one of the most powerful countries in Southeast Asia. Their missile reserves are only around 500. As a result, a country that has only been established for a short time can launch thousands of missiles. Are you kidding me? What should we do now? Yes. We can only intercept about half of the missiles at most. The rest will probably land in our key areas. Many high-ranking generals spoke up, knowing that the target of Qin Kingdom's missile launch was definitely not an ordinary building. It is definitely a key area for their Siam. For a moment, everyone looked worried and there was nothing they could do. After a 10-second silence, the Air Force commander sighed and spoke. Give us these missiles. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to the Air Force commander. They didn't know what methods the Air Force commander intended to use to stop the missiles. Ushadai, standing next to him, was taken aback at first, then seemed to realize something. His pupils contracted sharply, and he looked at the Air Force commander with an expression of having seen a ghost. She shook her head slightly, seemingly not wanting to see such a thing happen. Now, There's no other way. We have to sacrifice our Air Force commander. Then, right there in the conference room, the Air Force commander issued the order for the fighter jets to take off. Tell them that there are now hundreds of missiles that Siam cannot intercept. If they land on Siamese territory and allow them to achieve their goals, the consequences will be unimaginable. Therefore, the organization is now considering organizing suicide attacks by fighter jets, sending these pilots to crash their aircraft into missiles. They could eject from the cockpit a few seconds before the collision, but whether they survived depended on their own fate. The Air Force fighter pilots exchanged glances and then nodded firmly. They went without hesitation when their country needed them. I have a minute to call my family. Time waits for no one, so I'll leave right away. The Chun Kingdom's missiles, it would take at least 20 more minutes for them to reach their designated location, so they still have a little time. Many drivers were filled with sorrow, but they quickly put on smiles and made a phone call home. A minute later, hundreds or even thousands of fighter jets took off from the Air Force base. Like a flock of wild geese, they flew westward. Shortly after they took off, the air defense missile system of Chun Kingdom detected these fighter jets and immediately understood their intentions. Lin Chun immediately ordered all the fighter jets to be deployed. To stop the missiles, they must first get past our fighter jets. He ordered the missiles' flight trajectories to be altered, allowing them to linger in the air a little longer before the destroyers sped towards the Siamese fighters. At this moment, Lin Chun felt like he was the villain. This villainous vibe doesn't seem so bad. Chapter 142 Siamese fighter jets are brutally defeated by Chun Kingdom's destroyers. Siamese skies. 500 or 600 Siamese fighter jets and 100 Chun Kingdom fighter jets met in the sky. At this moment, the distance between the two fighter jets had closed to less than 1 kilometer. Boom, boom, boom. Both sides' fighter jets fired their cannons simultaneously, creating a truly terrifying scene. Ha! Chun Kingdom thinks 100 fighter jets can stop us? They're seriously underestimating us. Brothers, let's take them down. A Siamese fighter pilot spotted the other fighter jet. Although they were horrified that they couldn't detect the enemy's aircraft, they were fortunate that there weren't many of them. They outnumbered the enemy 5-1. How could they possibly lose? As the shells were fired, they seemed to already see the Chun Kingdom's warplanes crashing down one after another. But obviously, things didn't go as planned. Above, the shells landed on the wings of the destroyer and exploded violently. But as it turned out, the fighter jet emerged from the black smoke of the explosion unharmed. Their shells can't penetrate the defenses? How is this possible? While they were stunned, the Chun Kingdom's fighter jets began to retaliate, firing shells at the fighters flying in the front row. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, several fighter jets were blasted into pieces. In just the first brief exchange, the numerically superior Siamese fighter jets were already at a disadvantage. Damn it, our shells can't do anything to their fighter jets. How is this possible? Bombard their cockpit. That should be their weakest point. Immediately, one of the Air Force squad leaders spoke up. Many pilots realized what was happening and began to try it out. However, not only are their fighter jets inferior to those of the Chun Kingdom, but their piloting skills are also far behind. The Chun Kingdom's fighter jets swayed back and forth and moved up and down in unison among the Siamese fighter jets, making it impossible for the Siamese fighter jets to lock onto their pilot positions. Meanwhile, the sight of nearly 600 fighter jets flying together in the sky must be spectacular. If we're not careful, our fighter jets could collide. There's no other way. We'll just ram their fighter jets and destroy them together. A commander said helplessly. In the current situation, a 1-for-1 exchange would be the best-case scenario. Immediately, the Siamese fighter jets began to actively rush towards the Chun Kingdom's fighter jets, trying to collide with them. Even so, they still failed to damage the enemy's aircraft in the slightest. But as they approached, the destroyer-S shells were fired first, blasting the shells into fragments. How could this be? Could it be that we really have no way to stop the shells from the Chun Kingdom's fighter jets? A Siamese fighter pilot looked ashen-faced and filled with resentment. The other pilots were also filled with grief. Their mission was to perish together with the missiles launched into their country's territory. However, they're now entangled with some enemy aircraft. Their land was about to be destroyed, and they were powerless to do anything about it, forced to watch helplessly as they even had to sacrifice their lives. This is not what they wanted to see. Upon receiving the news, Lin Shen learned that the two sides were entangled and that these Air Force pilots were willing to risk their lives to collide with his fighter jet. I felt a surge of admiration, but the battlefield is cruel. The best way to show respect to the other side is to end this war as quickly as possible and try to leave as little blood as possible. Lin Shen immediately ordered the destroyers to stop. It's time to show our true strength. The two sides' fighter jets engaged in a fierce battle in this sky. The back-and-forth exchanges, the constant roar of artillery fire, echoed through the sky. The wreckage of warplanes, burning fiercely and falling from time to time, all belonged to Siam. This was a one-sided massacre. No matter how hard they tried, it all seemed to be in vain. They were no match for these destroyers. Brutally killed, the Siamese fighter jets remained fearless, constantly rushing towards the Chun Kingdom's destroyers, trying to sacrifice themselves to exchange for the enemy. Although the gains were minimal, it wasn't entirely fruitless. A few of the Chun Kingdom's fighter jets were caught off guard and collided with Siamese fighter jets, resulting in violent explosions and their destruction in the inferno. Lin Shen was naturally heartbroken by this. This is all pure white money. My heart aches so much. One fighter jet after another crashed, creating a spectacular sight. At the same time, this is also a perfect victory. As the battlefield gradually came to a halt, the missiles that had been circling in midair aimed at the target location and continued to fly towards it. The entire upper echelons of Siam were in despair. They have no way to stop the missiles from the Chun Kingdom. The Chun Kingdom is truly terrifying. Boom! A missile landed at a military base in Siam, causing a violent explosion. Flames shot into the sky, and the shockwave from the explosion spread rapidly, directly destroying the nearby buildings. Boom, boom, boom. Several more explosions followed in quick succession. Lin Shen is going to use missiles to clear their name, and he means it. This military base instantly transformed into a living hell. This situation is also occurring at major military bases, defensive positions, and Air Force bases in Siam. Everywhere was engulfed in flames, as if the end of the world had arrived. But these are just appetizers. There are also dozens of short-range ground-to-ground missiles heading towards the missile bases in Siam. Their power is far greater than that of missiles launched by air defense missile systems. The missile base is located in the suburbs of Bangkok. It's located about 20 kilometers west of Bangkok, not particularly far. Dozens of short-range surface-to-ground missiles were fired at the missile base from outside, amidst the desperate eyes of the evacuated staff. They began to pray that their base could withstand the bombardment of these missiles. Their bases are so well constructed that ordinary missiles cannot destroy them. But they didn't know just how powerful Chun Kingdom's missiles were. All the places I know of have been reduced to ruins. The short-range missile drew ever closer, and finally, amidst the fearful gazes of the crowd, it landed on the protective outer shell of the missile base. The violent impact caused the missile to explode violently. A huge wave surged up, causing the alloy outer shell of the protective shell to dent and then violently explode. The missile base collapsed instantly. A huge mushroom cloud rose up, accompanied by a sky full of dust that obscured the sun. Boom! 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 The loud explosion echoed in all directions. The entire missile base was instantly razed to the ground. The entire area was engulfed in flames. Chapter 143, Desperate Siam. The U.S. intervenes. Flames soared into the sky, and even from Bangkok, more than 20 kilometers away, the towering flames and mushroom cloud of smoke could still be seen. Report: all 10 of our military bases have been destroyed. Key bases such as Air Force bases and missile bases were also destroyed. Fortunately, we evacuated our personnel in advance, so there were few casualties, but all our weapons and equipment were gone. Royal Palace, meeting room. A subordinate is reporting a message that has been passed up from below. The entire conference room was completely silent. No one dared to speak. They knew that their army and air force were, in a sense, completely finished. Even if they are still alive, they no longer have much fighting power. They simply couldn't stop the Lin family army's million-strong force. How could they be so powerful? Your Majesty, how about we surrender? A high-ranking official, standing nearby, somewhat desperate, gritted his teeth and tentatively spoke. He knew that if the king didn't have this idea, he would definitely be made an example of. At the same time, He was well aware that they were doomed to lose this war. Resistance only leads to death. This is no longer an ordinary war. It was a one-sided massacre. It was their Siam that was surrounded and gradually eroded by the Lin family army. When they perish, seems to depend entirely on the mood of the other party. No, we haven't lost yet. The Navy fleet put pressure on them quickly. Also, what did the U.S. say? The old king immediately retorted, while giving the high-ranking official a fierce look. Yes, our warships have entered what used to be Burmese waters and are approaching their coastline. Although Myanmar also has a navy, it is no match for our Siam. In their view, the Chun Kingdom has always been engaged in land warfare. The navy consists mostly of the Myanmar naval fleet left over from the previous conquest of Myanmar. But the Burmese navy was utterly no match for the Siamese navy. They were confident that they could completely crush their navy and threaten the Chun Kingdom to retreat from the coastline. Your Majesty, the United States has replied. They are willing to send an aircraft carrier to patrol the waters of the Eastern Kingdom. Just then, the foreign minister in charge of liaising with the United States spoke up with some excitement. The United States is willing to intervene. Does the United States still want to keep jumping around? That's absolutely impossible. Very good. The old king was overjoyed. With the intervention of the United States, let's see how the Chun Kingdom can still cause trouble. The United States of America. Chun Gua completely disregarded their words and treated them with utter contempt. This time, they're prepared to teach the Chun Kingdom a lesson. Just then, the Kingdom of Siam sent a message saying that if they were willing to help, they would then side with them. This is an unexpected bonus for the United States. We can add another little brother to our team. They've long wanted to develop several Southeast Asian countries into their allies, but they haven't had the opportunity. Now the opportunity has come, a perfect chance to kill two birds with one stone. Immediately, the United States dispatched an aircraft carrier towards the waters of the United States. They immediately held a press conference to publicly condemn the actions of the Chun Kingdom. We, the United States, strongly condemn the actions of the Chun Kingdom in constantly violating the territorial sovereignty of other countries. We have warned them repeatedly to no avail. Now, we are prepared to take unconventional measures. Our aircraft carrier will be conducting an exercise soon, and the location will be in the waters of Chun Kingdom. They held a special press conference to announce to the world the attitude of the United States. Also, what kind of exercise? Everyone knows that this is their tactic to threaten the Chun Kingdom. If the Chun Kingdom does not abandon its current actions, their aircraft carriers will attack the Chun Kingdom. If things go wrong, the Chun Kingdom may face heavy losses. It can be said that this threat from the United States is a significant threat to many countries. But Lin Chin remained completely unfazed. They only sent one aircraft carrier? Whom do you look down on? You should know that their Chun Kingdom is already nearing completion of its third aircraft carrier. Moreover, each and every one of them is better and more powerful than those of the United States. Besides, the battle here will be over in 3 days at most. Waiting for your aircraft carrier to arrive? It will take about half a month to drive there. The daylily buds are all cold. Lin Chin dismissed the statements made by the United States at its press conference as mere nonsense. To Lin Chin's surprise, the Siamese Navy warships actually entered the waters of his country. Well, I guess ignorance is bliss. Lin Chin couldn't even be bothered to care. If they could get close to the coastline of Chun Kingdom, he would twist his head off and use it as a chamber pot for the other side. After a round of bombing by the missile army, the entire Kingdom of Siam was almost a complete ruin. Lin Chin originally intended to end the game with a wave of his hand. Suddenly, I realize that it's more interesting to make the other person utterly desperate. Therefore, the million-strong army stopped and rested on the spot. Of course, Lin Chin didn't forget the main business. He ordered the elite troops to wipe out criminal forces in the territory they had already occupied, ensuring that not a single criminal could escape. You must hand over all the money. The actions of Lin Biao's army have completely deceived all the countries that are paying attention to them. They understand if you stop your line. After all, the U.S. has spoken out, and it's normal for them to give you face. But you're just stopping here to fight crime? Are you just playing around? They couldn't understand the Lin family army's actions at all, and could only interpret it as the Chun Kingdom's leader hating criminal organizations. In an instant, countless criminal gangs placed Chun Kingdom at the top of their blacklists. Even the Dragon Kingdom, which had held the top spot for many years, was pushed down by the Chun Kingdom. Putting aside reality, just considering the strength of its crime-fighting efforts, Chun Kingdom is definitely one of the most desirable countries. In Chun Kingdom have also released crime rate data. In the Chun Kingdom, the crime rate is only 1%. Almost as soon as he had a criminal idea or carried it out, he was caught. This has made residents of many countries very envious, wishing their countries were like Chun Kingdom. The Chun Kingdom's army has come to a halt, but the Siamese naval forces did not stop their operations. The sea area of Chun Kingdom. On the boundless sea, countless small black dots appeared in sight. That was a massive fleet. They were enormous and heavily armored. The ship is equipped with various types of weapons, including cannons, missiles, and torpedoes. If such a powerful naval fleet were to enter the coastline of Chun Kingdom, it would surely stir up a bloodbath. These are warships of the Siamese Navy. Chapter 144 Cruise Missiles Launch. The arrogant Siamese naval fleet was instantly plunged into despair. At this moment, they were heading towards the Chun Kingdom. Ha! Chun Kingdom, do you see? We're here. This time, let's see how arrogant you can be. Inside the command center of a naval warship's main ship, a burly man, easily 2 meters tall, with a full beard and bulging muscles, stood on the deck and shouted, pointing at the distant Chun Kingdom. His name is Bacchus, and he is a naval admiral of the Kingdom of Siam. That's right, it was this burly man who looked nothing like an admiral who became a naval admiral. There was no other reason than that he had royal blood in his veins. The other generals stood aside, observing coldly, waiting for Bacchus to give orders. They have lost their passion for attacking. Because in the past, no matter how excellent their decisions were, the credit would always go to Bucks, which completely extinguished their initial passion for joining the Navy. Pass down the order. Increase the fleet speed and get to the Chun Kingdom's coastline as soon as possible. Yes, General. Soon, the fleet's speed increased again, heading towards the Chun Kingdom. Bacchus stared intently ahead, his gaze seemingly intent on tearing his enemies to shreds. He will take back all the humiliation that Chun Kingdom has brought upon them during this period. Chun Kingdom, today will show you the might of our Siam Kingdom. I'll make you remember what happens when you bully our Siamese nation. The sea area of Chun Kingdom. 2 aircraft carriers floating on the sea have used special methods to shield the outside world from knowing their location. Inside the aircraft carrier, in the control room, radar detected the presence of the Siamese fleet. The message was immediately relayed to Lin Chun. Lin Chun was not surprised at all upon hearing this. Why do they have to treat Chun Kingdom's strengths as weaknesses and even feel smug about it? You all brought this on yourselves. Let the aircraft carrier operate autonomously. Then we won't need to tell it about such minor matters anymore. That enter Chun Kingdom's territorial waters without permission will be destroyed. It's time to show the world the power of their Chun Kingdom. He wanted to declare to the world that their Chun Kingdom was not to be trifled with. Are they targeting us? Those with nothing to lose aren't afraid of those wearing shoes. We're not afraid at all. The whole world will be shocked. The Chun Kingdom actually possesses such a powerful weapon. Then they will reevaluate their relationship with the Chun Kingdom. Perhaps in the future, more countries will take the initiative to establish friendly relations with Chun Kingdom. After all, many countries are fickle and opportunistic. However, at that time, whether they want to cooperate is their business, and whether or not Lin Chun wants to cooperate with them is his business. Want to cooperate and establish diplomatic relations? Sure, a merger is the best form of cooperation. Yes, Lin Chun's instructions were immediately transmitted to the aircraft carrier's command center. In an instant, the captain gave the order. They launched a devastating attack on those warships, showing the world the might of their Chun Kingdom. Cruise missiles ready. A piece of steel on the aircraft carrier was lifted, revealing a massive missile launcher inside. These missiles are all carried by the aircraft carrier. All of them are satellite-guided, so there's absolutely no need to worry about accuracy. Moreover, while in mid-air, the trajectory of a ballistic missile can be modified by the movement of the target to ensure a hit. Unless, of course, the enemy warships can teleport to dodge the attack. Emission. As soon as the captain gave the order, 12 cruise missiles were launched from the missile launchers in unison, soaring into the sky like arrows drawn taut on a bowstring, soaring straight up to 90,000 miles. The robust missile, trailing a blue plume of flame, soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Once the missile is launched, there is no need to worry about whether it will hit the target. As for interception, don't be ridiculous. These missiles are equipped with anti-interception systems, so as long as the opponent's missiles are slower than them, they will not be able to intercept them. The United States doesn't know yet, but the United Kingdom of Siam doesn't have that kind of power. Everything is normal at the moment. Missile trajectory is normal. The speed reached Mach 20. Target expected to be hit in 2.5 minutes. Tracking commands came from the aircraft carrier's control room, although Lin Chun did not doubt the accuracy of the missiles. But these suicide soldiers are absolutely determined to complete their mission. This is their mission. They must prevent any accidents from happening. The reason they launched 12 cruise missiles at once was not because that was the only number they could launch, but because Siam only had 12 warships. No, to be precise, this is already their Navy's most elite warship. The rest were just ordinary warships with mediocre combat capabilities. Their confidence stemmed from the fact that Myanmar only possessed 2 such formidable warships. The rest are all ordinary. Little did they know, the Qin Kingdom had begun to act unreasonably. Elite warships? You're kidding. They're going straight for aircraft carriers. When asked about comparing naval strength with Qin Kingdom, Lin Chun declared, "Looking at the whole world now, we have nothing to fear. Even if the U.S. aircraft carriers came, they wouldn't be a match for their carriers. More importantly, their aircraft carriers are equipped with nuclear weapons. If pushed too far, drop a few nuclear bombs on Japan to intimidate countries all over the world." Lin Chun assured him that he wasn't retaliating against Japan. He was simply annoyed by the state of Shaori. Of course, their girls are an exception, especially those familiar to readers, such as Yuichi Hitano, Yua Inoue, and Saintis Takahashi. However, Qin Kingdom still has a long way to go. Right now, they can only be considered a country with strong combat power. Compared to those major powers, their overall national strength is still that of a junior. For now, let's focus on taking over Siam completely first. After watching the missile launch, Lin Chun smiled. He immediately ordered the million-strong army to assemble and continue the attack. Soon, the entire kingdom of Siam will be in utter despair. Siamese warships. Radar detection room. They detected the 12 cruise missiles. A missile. It's so fast. Quickly, sound the alarm. Quickly obtain the missile's specific data and prepare to intercept it. The head of the detection room immediately gave the order. The soldier in charge of radar detection kept his eyes wide open at his post, constantly adjusting the buttons while keeping his eyes glued to the large screen. Holy crap! Mach 20. How is this possible? Oh no, at this speed, we can't possibly intercept it. Our interceptor missiles can only intercept missiles traveling at Mach 5 at most. It's all over, we're all doomed. The person in charge immediately turned pale. The greatest tragedy is not dying without even knowing how you died. It's not that you know how you're going to die, but you're completely helpless. Chapter 145, Intercepting Missile Net. Interception failed. The data on the screen of the defeated Siamese made the person in charge and the guards turn pale. When did the Qin Kingdom have such terrifying missiles? Moreover, according to the detection data, the location where they launched was in the sea. In other words, it was also launched from the enemy's warship. Their navy is far more powerful than that of Siam. How is this possible? When did the Qin Kingdom start developing a navy? Why haven't we heard anything about it? You can say that developing the army is one thing, but they have no way to detect it. But the Navy can't exactly say that its fleet has never been to the water, can it? They can investigate and uncover any trace of evidence. The Kingdom of Kachin seems to have always been shrouded in mystery, impossible to fathom. I'm completely baffled. But now, there's no time to think too much. The person in charge immediately instructed his subordinates to pass the message on. Sir, shall we launch interceptor missiles? Wait a little longer. Only when we get close enough will we have a chance to intercept them. The person in charge said with a helpless expression, "There's nothing we can do now. After all, the opponent's speed is 4 times that of theirs, so giving them time to react is definitely not an option. Only when the distance is close enough will the enemy's missile system not have time to adjust its direction." The message reached the command center. Bacchus's expression immediately changed. What? The enemy launched a missile at us, at 4 times the speed of our interceptor missiles. As an admiral, he naturally knew what that meant. This means that there's a 99% chance they will be bombed by enemy missiles. The remaining 1% was intercepted by their interceptor missiles. Quickly, launch the interceptor missiles. Intercept that missile from the target ship with all your might. Bacchus immediately roared. What are you thinking if you haven't launched any interceptor missiles yet? As long as they launch a barrage of interceptor missiles, interception will be impossible. However, with targeted measures, there is still a chance to intercept a few missiles. In short, just make sure the missiles don't hit his flagship. As for the other ships, you have to give up something to gain something. Upon hearing Bacchus's order, the expressions of the surrounding generals changed drastically. Damn, those ships were full of their soldiers, and they just abandoned them like that. They don't treat them like human beings at all. His face showed dissatisfaction, but with disaster looming, this was not the time for infighting. The generals then gave orders to the control center to launch interceptor missiles, and all the other soldiers boarded lifeboats and left the ship. Although there was only a little over a minute left. But we'll run as many as we can. They always throw the lifeboats into the sea first. Those who can't get on the boat in time can still jump into the sea. For some reason, a sense of fear rose in their hearts. They didn't even detect the warships of the Chun Kingdom before the enemy's missiles were fired. The enemy's detection and missile systems are far more advanced than theirs. Clearly, the enemy's warships are also more powerful than theirs. Things had exceeded their comprehension. They were wrong from the start. They assumed that since the Army and Air Force were so strong, the Navy must not be strong. But reality taught them how to be human. When they need to be strong, they are absolutely strong. Now, they have no other options. The missile was rapidly approaching the warship. The head of the control center immediately ordered a full-scale interception, form a dense missile interception network, and make every effort to intercept as many missiles as possible. Guarantee 1 and fight for 3. At the very least, the main ship must be preserved. Try to intercept 3 missiles. This way, they can all organize themselves and escape. The cruise missile approached the interceptor missile network, detected the interceptor missiles, and immediately activated its built-in anti-interception system. The cruise missile, which had been flying straight toward them, suddenly changed its trajectory and began to spiral forward. It was this flight trajectory, combined with its unique speed, that allowed it to evade one interceptor missile after another. What? Upon seeing this, the person in charge stared wide-eyed, his face filled with horror. These extremely fast missiles can be evaded without human control? Damn it, are you cheating? Interception failed. The person in charge of intercepting the missiles looked utterly desperate. Their plan failed, which means that all the warships will be destroyed. Quickly, pass the message up to the higher-ups. At this moment, dozens of cruise missiles had already been intercepted and struck their respective target ships. Boom! The explosion resounded through the sky, and countless flames shot into the air. The ship's hull was instantly destroyed, and explosions continued one after another. One after another, the warships were blown to bits. Countless pieces of debris floated on the surface of the sea. Thick, acrid smoke filled the entire sea area. The waves rolled and surged, creating towering waves. This round of missile explosions destroyed the Siamese naval warships. The message was passed up just before the explosion. The command center in Siam received a message from a naval warship. The intelligence officer responsible for receiving the message initially thought it was news from the waters off Chun Kingdom, but was stunned when he saw the contents of the message. He even wondered if he was still half asleep. But he didn't dare delay for a moment and immediately passed the message on. Upon arriving at the command center, in the hands of the commander, he immediately attempted to contact the naval fleet. Discovered. 12 warships completely vanished. They all disappeared into the sea area of Chun Kingdom. How? How is this possible? They simply couldn't accept it. Wasn't it said that the Chun Kingdom's navy was utterly incompetent? Can they easily reach the coastline of Chun Kingdom and intimidate them? How come it all seems so unreal now? This is so fake. But inside the palace, the old king, the commanders of the 3 armies and generals, as well as high-ranking officials from various departments, would only learn of the news at that time. My first reaction was impossible. But they knew the facts were already laid bare, leaving them no room for self-deception. There's no way to change this now. The old king slumped in his seat. They had been utterly defeated. Relying on the U.S.? Stop dreaming. By the time they arrive, it'll be too late. Compared to their allegiance, the United States would much rather fight back their territory and then act as their behind-the-scenes manipulator. How about we give in to them? The high-ranking official who had previously mentioned surrendering asked again, tentatively. His previous outburst of rage, the old king opened his mouth but then swallowed it back. Are there any other options now? Obviously it's gone. Since it's gone, why bother struggling anymore? Perhaps, under Chun Guo's leadership, the people of Siam will become better. The army, navy, and air force all suffered crushing defeats, being overwhelmed by the enemy. They were completely out of options. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs should contact Qin Kingdom and tell them that we are willing to negotiate and have ended this final war peacefully. Chapter 146 Siam's Feigned Surrender. Yes, now they have no choice but to surrender. After saying this, the old king felt as if he had aged several years. They abandoned the meeting's negotiations and went outside the meeting room. Looking up at the sky over their Siam was so blue. He had never before felt that the sky was so beautiful and so alluring. Lin Chun, who was lying on the steel behemoth basking in the sun, suddenly received a message from his subordinates. The old king of Siam wants to talk to me and intends to surrender to us. Lin Chun muttered to himself and nodded. It would be ideal if the problem could be resolved peacefully. I, Lin Chun, and our Chun Kingdom, the Lin family army, have always ruled with virtue. If we can avoid taking action, we absolutely will. After all, every shot fired burns out contribution points. Lin Chen's launch of 1,000 missiles in one round consumed over 100,000 contribution points. It made his heart ache terribly. Who the hell can handle this? Your Majesty, we've made contact with the Chun Kingdom. They say they're willing to accept our surrender. Someone nearby reported. The old king nodded, allowing them to connect the phone. He is prepared to negotiate with the other party in person. On the other side, Lin Chen also received a call that was transferred to another person. Hello. May I ask if you're leader Lin, the supreme leader of Chun Kingdom? I have long admired your name. You're too kind. After a brief, emotionless exchange of pleasantries, the two sides began their formal conversation. Leader Yi, we have witnessed the power of the Chun Kingdom. Our Siam Kingdom is also willing to submit to the Chun Kingdom and become a part of it. The king said resignedly, in a weak tone. However, before that, do you know what the Chun Kingdom used to defeat our naval warships? When did you build a fleet even more powerful than ours? Although they knew that the naval warships had been destroyed. However, they did not know what had defeated them. According to the last message from the fleet, they were locked onto by missiles traveling at Mach 20, and these missiles were launched from the sea. In other words, the other side also has its own navy. Moreover, it is much stronger than their Siam aircraft carrier. Lin Chun uttered 4 words in a calm voice, but they were like a thunderclap that exploded in the old king's mind. Aircraft carrier? Holy crap, their Chun Kingdom actually has an aircraft carrier? You're not kidding, are you? Keep in mind that only 11 countries in the world possess aircraft carriers. Which of them isn't a powerful and developing nation? Like Chun Kingdom, which was only established 3 months ago, have an aircraft carrier? The old king's first reaction was that the other party was lying to him. However, at this point, the other party had no reason to lie to them anymore. Who would have thought that the tiny Qin Kingdom would build an aircraft carrier? This is absolutely outrageous. You all. The old king became somewhat incoherent. At that moment, he felt that their defeat was deserved. That's practically invincible. What he's doing now is a very correct decision. From today onwards, we, the Kingdom of Siam, are willing to merge into the Kingdom of Chun and become a province of Chun. However, I hope that we can become an autonomous province. It belongs to the jurisdiction of the Chun Kingdom, but it is autonomous under our rule. At this moment, the old king only wanted to secure greater benefits for them. Do you think you have a right to negotiate? That's how domineering it is. The old king was speechless. Yes, even if they don't surrender, the Lin family army will only need to spend a little more time to take them all down. In general, we should follow the policies of the Chun Kingdom. We can leave the daily management to you. Furthermore, those with ability should rise to power, and those without ability should step down. Lin Chun gave them a way out, since the Siamese royal family hadn't done anything heinous. They were just in a state of dictatorship. However, Lin Chun will gradually weaken their strength. This is something that cannot be rushed. Okay, we accept. The old king closed his eyes. They had no other choice. The army, navy, and air force suffered a crushing defeat, and 1 million troops entered the country. Tell me how they managed to escape this calamity. Obviously, nothing will work. Both parties agreed to hold a global press conference the following day to announce the news to the world. From today onwards, the territory of Chun Kingdom will encompass the former territories of Myanmar, Laos, Siam, Nanuet Kingdom, and Cambodia. Its territory covers an area of 1.94 million square kilometers. It has already reached 1/5 of the Dragon Kingdom's land. It must be said that Lin Chun has already taken a small step and has initially gained a foothold on this blue planet. The next step is to announce to the world that their Chun Kingdom possesses absolute strength that is unimaginable to outsiders. Let's take a look at the aircraft carriers of the United States. Let them know that the Chun Kingdom is not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, while the U.S. aircraft carrier is on its way, we should take the opportunity to properly address the internal affairs of Chun Kingdom. Although the Chun Kingdom has conquered the lands of 5 kingdoms, these 5 kingdoms do not yet feel like a unified whole. We need to put some thought into this. All development is inseparable from the people. Siam, Bangkok. Inside the royal palace, all the ministers had already left. The old king secured for them the right to retain their original positions. Of course, this is on the premise that they have made contributions in their positions and have not done anything immoral or unethical. Compared to countries like Laos and Vietnam, the superstructure of Siam was much more honest. Of course, this is not without its challenges, as there are quite a few pests among them. Using one's position to seek personal gain. Therefore, most high-ranking officials wisely signed a contract and left. The old king was sitting silently in his chair. He never imagined that the kingdom of Siam, which had been passed down from his ancestors to him, would now belong to someone else. Fortunately, they can still manage this place. Father, why are you compromising? What right does the Chun Kingdom have to make us submit to them? Neil's face turned grim, and he couldn't help but say, we can send someone to assassinate their leader. As long as we kill their leader, the Chun Kingdom will collapse without a fight. Shut up. I don't want to hear that from you again. The old king scolded. How could such a powerful country cease to function just because a leader has died? They can replace the leader at any time. What will we do then? Perhaps destruction awaits us. The old king took a deep breath and said slowly, we must now feign weakness and lie low. When the Chun Kingdom weakens, we can regain our independence. Perhaps the Chun Kingdom can help our Siam Kingdom achieve even greater development. Neil was taken aback for a moment, then understood. Father is feigning surrender. In reality, he's using their resources to strengthen himself. Chapter 147 Official Announcement. Mission rewards received. Yes, no matter how strong the Chun Kingdom is, it will eventually run into trouble if it continues fighting like this. When a nation's power declines, that will be the time for them to start anew. Alright, when you meet the leader of Chun Kingdom tomorrow, show him some respect, be proper in your attitude, and don't say anything out of line. Neil nodded repeatedly. At the same time, he was secretly delighted, knowing that his father would not admit defeat so easily. That's right. We can't beat them right now, so we need to lie low for now and preserve our strength. Endure humiliation and bear heavy burdens. Sleep on firewood and taste gall. He wanted to show the Chun Kingdom that fortunes change every 30 years, and that they should not underestimate Siam's poverty. The next day at noon, all the television stations in Siam were broadcasting the Siamese royal family speech. The old king himself appeared, sitting down at his desk with a serious expression. At this moment, he was no longer wearing his crown and yellow robe, but dressed in formal attire. He held his head high and looked at the camera in front of him, determined to show his spirit even in surrender. He adjusted his reading glasses, glanced at the prepared speech, and began to read it aloud. Fellow citizens of Siam, I am pleased to announce today that from this day forward, our Siam will also join the embrace of the Kingdom of Chun. I believe everyone has learned from the internet that within the territory of Chun Kingdom, doors are left unlocked at night, and lost items are not picked up on the road. There are no illegal or criminal activities, nor are there any criminal groups. Moreover, their military strength is so great that it is sufficient to protect their people from any harm. Therefore, I have decided that from today onwards, the Kingdom of Siam will be incorporated into the Kingdom of Chun and become an autonomous province of the Kingdom of Chun. We will still retain our autonomous rights, but in terms of fame and fortune, We will be subordinate to the kingdom of Chun. I hope that the people of Siam will not harbor any resentment about this. Let us join hands and, under the leadership of the kingdom of Chun, improve our development and make our lives more prosperous. The old king would read a few simple sentences and then look at the manuscript every time he read one. He knew very well that this might be the last time he would stand before the people and speak. If there's another opportunity in the future, the current outcry won't be as strong. This feeling of being reduced from being high above to being someone else's subordinate filled him with a strange sadness. Originally, they had hoped that the United States would step forward and stop the United States from advancing further, but now it seems that they are not afraid of such threats at all. We have no choice but to submit for now. The rest will depend on the showdown between China and the United States. Chun Gua has an aircraft carrier, probably shows his courage to directly refute the United States. But little did they know how terrifying the true strength of the United States was. It can only be said that the Chun kingdom has become a bit arrogant. They thought they were invincible just because they ruled over Southeast Asia. Although their combat power is terrifying. The old king was certain that there was absolutely no other country in the entire Southeast Asia that could compare to the Chun kingdom. Even now, he still doesn't understand why the Chun kingdom has an army of over 1 million. Why does the Chun kingdom still have so many missile reserves and even an aircraft carrier? This is practically a combination of some of the most powerful weapons on Earth. If it weren't for the animosity between the United States and China, he would have suspected that he was facing the United States. However, even though Chun kingdom has so many high-end weapons. However, this does not mean that the strength of Chun kingdom can be compared with that of the United States. In his view, if the Chun kingdom completely angered the Eagle kingdom, the consequences would be predictable. At that time, they can also take this opportunity to become independent again. Lin Chun was unaware of the thoughts of the old king of Siam. If he knew, he would just smile and say nothing. You've already entered my Chun kingdom. How could I let you run away? Moreover, he believed that it wouldn't be long before their subjects were impossible to drive away. Once you've entered the gates of my Chun kingdom and experienced its benefits, would you still want to leave? Impossible. After the old king finished speaking, it was Lin Chun's turn to continue his speech. He mainly talked about how he would crack down on crime and develop Siam. Lin Chun had said these words many times before, and he was very familiar with them. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Expanding territory. Task 1 completed. Awards received. Medium and long-range land attack missile production line. Warship production line. The long-lost system notification sound resurfaced in Lin Chun's mind. Lin Chun's eyes lit up immediately. His strength was about to become even greater. As for Task 2, it should be almost done by the time we've finished exploiting this wave of Siamese exploitation. After all, the people of Siam are wealthy. The annual fiscal revenue is an astronomical figure. Considering the benefits of centralized fund management, Lin Chun requested that Siam retain only the basic operating funds and that all other funds be transferred to Chun Kingdom for safekeeping. You can apply to the Chun Kingdom when building bridges and roads. Immediately, Lin Chun chose to build these 2 production lines in the original northern Myanmar region. Under Lin Chun's long-term management, this place has become a paradise on Earth. Congratulations, host, on establishing a medium and long-range land attack missile production line. New line opening, 1 medium to long-range air-to-ground missile system given away as a gift. Medium and long-range land attack missile systems. A maximum of 1 set and 10 missiles can be produced per day. Producing a medium to long-range air-to-ground missile system requires 100,000 contribution points, and each missile costs 3,000 contribution points. Continue. Congratulations, host, on establishing a warship production line. New line opening, 2 warships given as a gift. Welcome to visit again. Warship production line. A maximum of 2 warships can be produced per day. Producing 1 warship requires 200,000 contribution points. Damn, that's ridiculously expensive. Although it may not seem like much at first glance. If production is at full capacity every day, it becomes quite a large number. When the guns really start, gold will flow in abundance. War is such an expensive thing. Fortunately, she now has a way to make quick money, so she doesn't need to worry about this issue for the time being. In the following days, Lin Chun focused his energy on governing the entire territory of Chun Kingdom. During this period, He also used his contribution points to recruit many political talents and put them in charge of managing the entire Qin kingdom. At the same time, trade relations will be initiated with all countries that are interested in establishing diplomatic ties with Qin kingdom to promote trade throughout the entire Qin kingdom and boost the domestic economy. Without a doubt, all criminal organizations in Siam were crushed by the Lin family army. With the addition of the assassins from the United States and the money from the Siamese treasury, Lin Qin's contribution value is approaching 50 million. Without hesitation, Lin Qin summoned another 30,000 high-level assassins, bringing the total to 100,000. Then, using up the remaining contribution points, he summoned 14 more god-level assassins. There are warriors, swordsmen, assassins, and also healers. It seems that god-level assassins all have fixed professions. Congratulations, host, on completing Mission 2. Rewards: Nuclear Submarine Production Line, God-Tier Special Forces Weapon Arsenal. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Qin smiled with satisfaction. He had long wanted to see what kind of special operations weapons this god-level assassin possessed. Chapter 148, God-Level Special Forces Weapon Arsenal. Russia requests aid. God-Level Special Forces Weapon Arsenal detected. Activate. Need I say more? Of course, turn on. Arsenal open. Unlimited weapons available for sale in the armory. Dark Shield possesses extremely high resistance, capable of withstanding any bullets and explosive bombs. Can be thrown to cause massive damage. Price: 10,000 contribution points. Sword of Light increases power by 100%, easily cutting through projectiles. Price: 10,000 contribution points. More weapons can be unlocked with advanced access. Advanced privileges can be unlocked through spending. Depend on. I knew this system was run by a shady business, so I shouldn't have had too high expectations of it. He's acquired an arsenal of weapons, yet he doesn't fully unlock it for himself. Who does he think he is? I have no money. You think I have no money, huh? Damn it. Let's buy Soya a Sword of Light first. Spend 10,000 contribution points to purchase a Sword of Light and gain 1 experience point. Reaching 100 experience points will unlock more weapons. Lin Qin looked at his god-level assassin. 4 assassins are definitely not needed. 2 doctors, 3 musicians, 5 swordsmen, and 6 warriors. After a moment's thought, he bought swordsmen, swords of light, and warrior shields. Let's just turn them into captains of the U.S. military. Congratulations, host, on establishing a nuclear submarine production line. New line opening. Host to receive a nuclear submarine as a gift. Nuclear submarine production line. 1 nuclear submarine can be produced every 14 days. Producing a nuclear submarine requires 1 million contribution points. Of the Qin Kingdom has increased by 3 points once again. As long as you have enough money, you can do anything. Over the next few days, Lin Qin focused on developing the situation within Qin Kingdom. The Qin Kingdom grew rapidly, relying on its elite army and taking forceful measures to clear many obstacles, but it still couldn't achieve instant success. So it still needs some time to digest. While we're at it, let's wait for the U.S. aircraft carrier to arrive. A little lesson will suffice. For example, destroy their aircraft carriers. Qin Kingdom, Bangkok. Lin Qin established the capital of Qin Kingdom here. And as for city construction, it can be done slowly. Lin Qin was lying on his 80 square meter bed and casually sculpted 18 different kinds of high-level female assassins to keep him company. Each and every one of them is an absolute beauty. And now, they're all keeping Lin Qin company as he clears his mind and contemplates life. Leader, an envoy has been sent from the Russian Empire. At that moment, a member of the assassin squad delivered a message. Oh, Lin Qin nodded and told the messenger to come over directly. After all, the other party was just an envoy. He was the leader of a great nation. Did he need to prepare to meet the other party? Stop joking. Moreover, Lin Qin could basically guess the other party's purpose in contacting him. After all, news travels very fast internationally these days. The Russian country is facing a major problem. The two sides have territorial disputes, economic disputes, and very different ideas, which is why they have been fighting for so long. Given the strength of the Russians, taking down a 2M would have been a piece of cake. But alas, the other side had called for reinforcements. Led by the United States, have consistently provided weapons and resources to the United States, which has contributed to the protracted conflict. We have now entered a strategic stalemate phase. With the aid of Western countries, the U.S. became even more arrogant and brought the war directly to the Russian mainland. They even fostered a Russian rebel army. The Russian state desperately needs foreign military support to break this deadlock. Otherwise, if they are kept dragging on, it will only do them harm. And now, the Qin Kingdom is enjoying great popularity on the international stage. They even dare to stand up and confront the United States head-on. That's exactly what they need, to be unafraid of reinforcement from the U.S. and other Western countries. Moreover, the Lin family army of Qin Kingdom was brave and skilled in battle, fearless of death, and conquered 5 countries in succession. With that kind of strength, dealing with would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? More importantly, the current Qin Kingdom is not a member of any international organizations. In other words, he has no constraints and can do whatever he wants. They can do it without any reason at all. As long as the Qin Kingdom doesn't admit that they invited them, no one can find any fault with them. Oh, leader of the Qin Kingdom, seeing is believing. I've heard so much about your heroic deeds. Upon seeing Lin Shun, the Russian ambassador immediately stared intently at him, displaying great politeness. This time he came with great sincerity. Just hearing the conditions proposed by their president made him very interested. The president's task for him was to get the Qin Kingdom to send troops as soon as possible. As he spoke, he glanced at the group of girls beside Lin Shun, each one a beauty of unparalleled grace, and couldn't help but secretly admire the leader of the Qin Kingdom for his savvy. Let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to your purpose and sincerity. Lin Shun was too lazy to waste words with the other party. He had no interest in anything if the money wasn't right. Price guaranteed to satisfy you. Qin Kingdom has just been established, and we are willing to provide your country with $10 billion in military aid, as well as various supplies, plus the right to purchase weapons from the Russian bear. Our 2 countries can establish full diplomatic relations. The Russian ambassador said without hesitation. We just hope that the Qin Kingdom can send troops to help us with the The situation on the battlefield is constantly changing, and they need strong external support to help them solve their current problems. Otherwise, their losses would be far greater than these. Furthermore, all the weapons your country sends to the troops will be provided by us. Lin Shun stared at the ambassador for a few moments, then nodded. As long as he has money, he'll definitely make a profit in this matter. $100 billion is enough for him to summon an army of 600,000 mid-level assassins. Sending troops to the battlefield was no problem for Lin Shun. After all, the other party's offer had already tempted him. Besides, now that I've sent a large army there, it's reasonable for me to take advantage of the situation, right? Since the benefits were sufficient, Lin Shun naturally had few objections. After all, his army of assassins were fearless and could be summoned again. It can be said that there will be absolutely no loss. Lin Shun is now planning to focus on developing the domestic market and move the battlefield away from his homeland, which is indeed a good choice. However, all conditions are negotiated. If they just agree like that, wouldn't make the Lin family army of Qin Kingdom seem too cheap? This is the ambassador from the Russian bear country. If I may be so bold, your prices are really not very appealing. That's far too few. If that's the case, we're afraid it will be difficult for us to mobilize our forces. You're having a hard time because of the Western countries, aren't you? You need more money before we can launch an attack. Lin Shun got straight to the point, not wanting to beat around the bush. He wanted to tell them that they wanted a higher price. Otherwise, there was no point in talking. Chapter 149, Cooperation Achieved. Profits to be split 50/50ths. Now the other party is in a hurry and needs his help, so the initiative is entirely in his hands. Lin Shun was not in a hurry at all. Even if the other party used the money to go to other countries, it would be useless. Like the United States behind the battlefield. If he were to take action, it would be an easy task for the army to storm into the capital of and kill all their leaders. The other party is supported by the United States, and Lin Shun is currently in a power struggle with the United States, so he is naturally happy to make the other party suffer. However, this is business, so of course we should talk about profits first. Why not make some money on the side? But the Russian ambassador looked rather grim. If they had sufficient funds, they wouldn't be in such a predicament. They were facing financial difficulties. It is difficult to confront the U.S. and the countries behind it. They promised Qin the $10 billion, intending to pay Qin later. Used to issuing bounce checks. I know you have some financial problems. Well, I have a way to help you get the foreign exchange reserves that have been frozen by Swiss Bank. The condition is, we'll split it 50-50ths. Seeing that the other party looked somewhat embarrassed, Lin Chun spoke up. Currently, due to the war, much of Russia's foreign exchange reserves have been frozen, which has directly led to Russia's current financial crisis. Led by the United States, have used every means at their disposal to deal with Russia, and are just short of taking direct action themselves. This, you're telling the truth. Upon hearing Lin Chun's words, the Russian ambassador was stunned. If that's true, then Russia will have the money to continue fighting with the other side. With money, they can buy more weapons and recruit more soldiers and mercenaries to fight for them. In this way, they can shift from a stalemate on the battlefield to a position of advantage in the war. It should be noted that the foreign exchange frozen by Swiss banks alone amounted to $120 billion. Even if Lin Chun and his group were to split it in half, that would still amount to $60 billion. This money is more than enough for them to continue their great battle. However, the ambassador has no authority to make a decision on this matter. After all, this means they have to pay Chun Kingdom $60 billion in compensation. That's too much. It's not something he can control. Leader of Chun Kingdom, this matter is of utmost importance. Please allow me to report it to our president so that he can make a decision. The Russian ambassador took a deep breath and said, since they dared to say that, they must be capable of doing it. Even if they can't achieve that, their Russian country won't suffer any losses. No problem. Please make yourself at home. Lin Chun nodded, then embraced one of the two women on each side, feeding him grapes with her hands. The ambassador followed one of the assassins downstairs. He needed to contact their president immediately. The Russian Bear, Moscow's Ridgeland Palace. President Putin is sitting at his desk processing document after document. His brows furrowed. The situation at the front had become even more dire. Sigh, they originally wanted to finish this quickly. As a result, this battle against the U.S. has been going on for over a year. Judging from the U.S.'s intentions, they want to continue fighting and drag down Russia. At the same time, the United States also made a fortune from this war. The plan, which killed multiple birds with one stone, was executed very successfully. Not only has their foreign trade been hampered, but a significant amount of their foreign exchange reserves has also been temporarily frozen by many Western countries. If they had enough funds, they wouldn't be in such a frustrating situation. They really don't take our mouse seriously at all. Unfortunately, behind the other side stood a group of ruthless demons who would devour the meat without spitting out the bones. I wonder how the negotiations with the ambassador sent to Chun Kingdom went. If the Chun Kingdom could help me, perhaps I could break this deadlock. At worst, let Changhua attract the attention of the United States, so as to share some of the pressure with them. It's always better to have one more ally than one more enemy. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, the office phone rang, interrupting Putin's train of thought. Putin glanced at it and saw that it was the ambassador sent to Chun country calling. Harley, how's it going? Are they willing to send troops to help us? As soon as the call connected, Putin asked the question directly. As long as the Chun Kingdom intervenes, they will definitely be able to alleviate a lot of pressure. No, they said we offered too little money, but they have a completely new suggestion for us to consider. I think this matter must be decided by you. Changhua is willing to help us get back all the $120 billion in foreign exchange frozen by Ruac Bank, but their condition is that they take half of it as commission. Mr. President, what do you think? The ambassador directly stated Lin Chun's intentions and then asked for the president's opinion. Upon hearing this, President Putin was completely stunned. He didn't say anything for a long time. In his view, it was perfectly normal for Chun Kingdom to refuse. After all, their condition was that they would only give the other party $10 billion when the time was right. Furthermore, helping them would be tantamount to going against the United States, so it's normal to be rejected. However, he did not expect that the Chun Kingdom would refuse for a different reason. Instead, they complained that the money they were offered was too little and offered to help them obtain frozen foreign exchange. Do they have that ability? It's important to know that the Swiss banks not only froze their foreign exchange reserves, but also diverted a portion of them to Operation 2M. It's absolutely disgusting. He even considered dropping a nuclear bomb to raise the entire Ruac Sea to the ground. But he knew that doing so could very likely trigger a global nuclear war. The entire world would probably perish in a nuclear explosion. Switzerland also recently announced the end of its neutral status and its joining NATO. He was very curious about how the other party had helped them get the money. Okay, I agree. Tell them that as long as they get this frozen foreign exchange back, I'm willing to give them half. Furthermore, the Russian bear will be a permanent partner of the Chun Kingdom. After pondering for a long time, Putin agreed. If we can get this money back, it will at least solve our immediate problem. With the unpredictable factor of the Chun Kingdom stirring things up, perhaps an unexpected result can be achieved. Moreover, if they succeed this time, they will never have to worry about funding again. Okay, I'll go see their leader again now and tell them about this. With President Putin's approval, the ambassador immediately met with Lin Chen again. Mr. Ambassador, the Russian bear, I must say, you're truly a clever country, and your leader is also very clever. In that case, you should go back and wait for news. Our people will be in action soon, and they might even give you a surprise. After signing the relevant agreement, Lin Chen said with a smile. The Russian ambassador was also very pleased, perhaps because of the Chun Kingdom. Their country could overcome this difficulty. Chapter 150. The operation begins. The two sides reached an agreement to rob the Swiss Fourth Bank with a large army of assassins, and Lin Chen was happy to oblige. Wouldn't it be great to make tens of billions of dollars in one go? It smells so damn good. That's comparable to conquering a small country. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Then we'll go back and wait to collect our debts. We have great faith in the strength of the Chun Kingdom. The Chun Kingdom's momentum has been too strong lately, and they have great confidence in the opponent's strength. I just don't know how they plan to get the money from Swiss Fourth Bank. The reason they had deposited their foreign exchange with Swiss Fourth Bank was because they believed it was one of the safest banks on earth. They are neutral and will never submit to any country. But times have changed. They've become opportunistic, succumbing to the tyranny of the United States and having their assets frozen, catching them completely off guard. I want to see how Chun Kingdom will help us get our foreign exchange back. Putin looked up at the eagles soaring high outside the window and murmured to himself. Chun Kingdom, Bangkok. Inside the operations conference room, a rare look of excitement appeared on Lin Chen's face. In front of him was a huge electronic simulation sand table, showing the location of Swiss Bank and the surrounding environment. This bank is backed by the state, so it's not easy to take it down. It seems it is still quite difficult. Interesting, very interesting. If too many people push forward in the past, it will easily arouse suspicion. After all, it is too far away from Chun Kingdom. Moreover, Switzerland is backed by many Western countries. If we take action against them, many countries will come to their aid. So we must act quickly, and we also need a sufficient number of them. As far as Lin Chen knew, the entire Swiss army numbered only 120,000. However, even if all of them came, he wouldn't panic at all, considering their army and possible reinforcements. Their numbers cannot be too large. In the end, Lin Chen decided on an army of 150,000. And it has to be fast. 100,000 troops are enough to take down the 4 Swiss banks. Leave 50,000 to delay reinforcements from those countries. Even if the entire army is wiped out, Lin Chen won't feel bad. This time, he wanted to show the United States that you had brought Switzerland into your camp. Then he will pay the price. You're a country that's known as the richest in the world, so your banks must hold far more than just the hundreds of billions of US dollars in foreign exchange reserves that Russia has. You must have a lot of other deposits as well. Although the recent actions of the Swiss Federal Reserve System, SFR, have led many countries and wealthy individuals to withdraw their funds, there is no doubt that the SFR remains the first choice for many people. They are happy to keep their money here. Many of the criminal organizations that Lin Chen had previously wiped out had also kept their money here. It seems this wave is going to be more than just tens of billions of dollars. Swiss 4, are you ready? We, the Lin family army of Chun Kingdom, have arrived. Having determined the target and the quantity, Lin Chen also planned to frame someone. If we summon all the white assassins to attack, no one will think of attacking my Chun Kingdom. At this moment, Lin Chen admitted that he was very cunning. He will arm these 150,000 elite soldiers to the teeth. Also, equip them with the most advanced weapons of all kinds, including heavy weapons. Mortars, rocket launchers, howitzers, and tanks made an appearance. The moment the tanks appeared, everyone knew it belonged to their Chun Kingdom. After all, it's twice the size, making it unique in the world. To attack the Swiss Fourth Bank, the remaining 80,000 can be used to cause trouble throughout the city. A force of 50,000 to intercept reinforcements, equipped with heavy weapons, should be sufficient. After all, it's not a war of attrition. A few hours of persistence would be enough for them to complete their plan. As long as they get the money, these Suicide Squad members don't care if they die together with the enemy. We can just summon them later, and that will be the end of it. When they discover that all the assassins are actually from the United States and possess legitimate U.S. citizenship, I wonder how exciting that will be. I'm actually looking forward to it. As for the consequences of him robbing all the money from Rue C. Bank, that's none of Lin Chen's business. Earth is already in a state of chaos. The more chaotic it becomes, the greater the opportunity. Turbulent times produce heroes, but Lin Chen's life remains shrouded in eternal darkness. As long as the Qin Kingdom can remain in this chaos, that's enough. This is all because the United States forced me to do it. They threatened me, of course I was scared, and it would be normal for me to have some kind of stress response like robbing a bank. Lin Chen muttered to himself, trying to mentally prepare himself. In short, the only thing to do is make money. However, Lin Chen didn't know if their bombs could blow open the door of the Rue C bank vault. It was said that even if a bomb exploded, that door would not pose any threat to it. Were to directly bombard it with artillery shells. Although you could blast it open, the explosive power would be too difficult to control. If you accidentally burn all the banknotes inside, you're doomed. Therefore, a special directional explosive bomb must be used. Lin Chen was not familiar with it, but it was still fine to hand it over to a professional Suicide Squad. The current Qin Kingdom is, after all, a merger of 5 kingdoms, so it can manufacture some things that are a bit difficult to make. Subsequently, Lin Chen first summoned 10,000 low-level assassins in Rue C, all of whom were Rue C members. At the same time, Yi Lingqing and the others, along with their organization members, were tasked with investigating the specifics of Rue C's situation. At the very least, you need to have a thorough understanding of the architectural structure of the Swiss bank. At the same time, the entire security diagram of Rue C, etc. For no other reason than to make their movements much easier. When Lin Chen assigned the task to Yi Lingqing and gave her 3 days to complete it, replied to Lin Chen with a haughty air, "1 day is enough." Lin Chen was naturally very satisfied with this. And of course, the sooner the better. Soon, a day had passed. All the intelligence has been obtained by Lin Chen. He smiled slightly and immediately summoned an army of 150,000 mid-level assassins in Rue C, all of whom were of American descent. After the weapons and equipment were distributed, everyone was armed to the teeth. Bulletproof vests, bulletproof helmets, AK-47s, high-explosive grenades, unlimited ammo, rocket launchers, mortars, and more. Its main selling point is its extravagance. Lin Chen also arrived here, ready to personally participate in this operation. Just thinking about it is exciting. How could I miss out on such a fun time? Upon arriving at Rue C, Lin Chen's first step was to have his henchmen block the entrance to the police station. We must prevent them from causing trouble. At the same time, he led his team to charge directly into the Swiss Fourth Bank from the front. They chose to do it at night, when there were the fewest pedestrians on the road and when the enemy's defenses were weakest. Upon arriving at the Rue C bank, Lin Chen took the submachine gun passed to him by one of the assassins and opened fire on the bank's entrance. Da-da-da. Bullets rained down, striking the entrance of the Swiss Fourth Bank with a series of loud thuds. However, it only left traces. Cough, cough. Lin Chen coughed twice, signaling the assassins to go forward and plant the bomb. He had just been testing whether a bullet could penetrate the bulletproof glass by shooting at one spot. That's right, that's exactly it. Chapter 151 Suicide Squad surrounds Rue C police station. However, the sound of Lin Chen firing his gun attracted the attention of the bank's internal security personnel. When they arrived at the lobby, they immediately discovered a dense group of dark figures outside the door, all holding AK-47 rifles and other types of weapons. Quickly, call the police. The security captain immediately gave instructions to one of his men, and then led the others into the armory to get weapons and bulletproof vests. They never imagined that someone would rob a bank so brazenly. Or is it that Swiss banks have no desire to survive? Boom! A loud explosion rang out, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the bulletproof glass. Lin Chen fired again, shattering the entire bulletproof glass completely. The metal roller shutter door behind it was revealed, but this was no problem at all in front of the army of assassins. A suicide soldier carrying a rocket launcher stepped forward and fired a shot directly at the gate. Call out. Boom! A violent explosion rang out, blasting open the metal door and revealing the empty lobby behind it. Lin Chun waved his hand, and the assassins swarmed in. The battle has only just begun. On the other side, the police station that received the emergency call was stunned. They quickly mobilized police forces, and the entire police station was in a state of chaos. Soon, squads of police officers were on high alert. They were carrying automatic rifles and wearing bulletproof vests. Beside them stood a team of special police officers, dressed in black uniforms, completely covered up, looking ready for anything. Set off. Yes. At the commander's order, everyone launched an attack simultaneously. However, as soon as they stepped out of the police station, they saw a dense array of armed personnel outside. Their dark gun barrels were all pointed at the police station, and they even had rocket launchers and other weapons. Seeing this, all the police officers were completely dumbfounded. Were they just released from the police station? Why is the police station surrounded? Holy crap! What's going on? Did the Russian bears invade without warning? There's no movement at all up there. Call out. The army of assassins wouldn't give them that much time to react. Before they could figure out what was happening, a rocket, spewing flames, arrived with lightning speed and struck them directly in the middle. The violent explosion sent the law enforcement officers flying. Countless people died or were injured instantly. Da-da-da. Before they could react, gunfire erupted like a sudden downpour. A hail of bullets rained down on the police station. The screams continued as one law enforcement officer after another was beaten into pieces. He lay on the ground, dead beyond any doubt. Withdraw. Quickly retreat to the police station. Within half a minute, most of the police officers who rushed out were killed or wounded, and the chief immediately ordered them to retreat. If we had been any later, we would have all been killed outside. This world has gone mad. The other side actually dared to fire on their police force, and they even shot and killed them without any mercy. This is absolutely outrageous. They didn't offend anyone, did they? What kind of terrorist organization would dare to do this? Soon, the police officers who were near the police station withdrew back to the station. They took cover and began fighting the army of suicide soldiers. A stalemate ensued. The leader of the suicide squad smiled at this. The leader ordered them to take down the entire police station and to do it quickly. They don't have time to waste here. They bombarded it with rocket launchers without restraint. Meanwhile, many of the assassins lifted their clothes and approached the police station in the darkness. When they got close, the police officers inside the station were stunned. His pupils suddenly contracted. Quick, don't shoot. Be careful. To their shock, they discovered that these suicide squad members were all strapped with explosives. He was so frightened that he immediately shouted for help. Are they all out of their minds? These militants were actually willing to risk their lives. They're a bunch of lunatics. What kind of organization could train such assassins? There are definitely terrorists behind the other side. If these bombs were to explode, the entire police station would probably be turned upside down. But their men had already stormed the police station. This really stumped the people at the police station. If we fire, they might explode in the next moment. If we don't fire, they'll be finished sooner or later anyway. However, Bing, determined to live as long as possible, had all the police officers lower their guns. No one dared to make any rash moves. The other side is a bunch of lunatics. They have no reason to trade lives with lunatics. Those who don't want to die, lay down your weapons. Otherwise, let's all die together. The squad leader of the assassins rushed in, a maniacal grin on his face, and said, upon hearing this, the police officers trembled. All they could think about now was surviving. With a monthly salary of only 10,000 yuan or so, why risk your life? Surrender. We surrender. Please don't kill us. Everyone put down your guns. The bureau chief stepped forward and ordered everyone to put down their guns. Even if he is held accountable afterward, it will still be his responsibility. He didn't want to see his men die anymore. Then the police officers put down their guns one by one. Immediately, a group of hooded assassins came forward and took control of them one by one. Even now, these police officers still don't know who this group of people is. However, their pure American accents caught their attention. However, no one dared to utter a sound. Once one police station was taken down, the rest of the police stations were basically the same and were all taken over one by the suicide squad. In less than 10 minutes, all the police stations within a 10-kilometer radius of the Swiss bank were taken down. Meanwhile, the entire area was sealed off by the army of suicide soldiers. It can be said that if anyone wants to interfere with Lin Shun and his team taking over Rue C Bank, they will have to go through the blockade of 100,000 troops outside. Inside the Swiss bank, hundreds of assassins entered the building. Soon, intense gunfire erupted. The two sides engaged in fierce fighting, which ended in less than 3 minutes. One of the assassins ran out and came up to Lin Shun, saying, "Reporting to the leader, all security personnel have been cleared." Lin Shun nodded and strode forward. Several assassins dragged a middle-aged man into the bank. He was the bank manager, and Lin Shun's henchmen came directly to his door and invited him over. Upon seeing the familiar interior of the bank manager was met with a scene of utter devastation, and his body trembled uncontrollably. "Take us to the vault now. Don't try anything funny. We know where it is." Lin Shun was also wearing a hood, but the smile on his lips caught the bank manager's eye. I'll take you there right now. Please don't kill me." Chapter 152, Blowing Up the Vault Door. The Zuli garrison reacted as the bank manager immediately broke down and begged for mercy. These people were simply inhuman. They show absolutely no mercy when it comes to killing. He had no doubt that if he refused, the other party would offer him a peanut. No, maybe dozens. Under the personal leadership of the bank manager, the army of assassins quickly arrived at the vault located nearly 100 meters underground. All the security systems and gates along the way were hacked under the personal authorization of the bank manager. Everything went very smoothly, and they quickly passed through the last security checkpoint. Vault doors. Once they open this door, all the money inside will be theirs. Looking at the heavy doors of the vault, Lin Shun was somewhat impressed. As expected of Rue C Bank, the vault doors were truly formidable. Moreover, the security system along the way was really good. If the bank manager hadn't personally led the way for them, they probably would have had to go through a lot of trouble to get here. After all, if it were them, they would currently only be able to deal with the security system along the way through simple and brutal methods of demolition. This might leave behind many hidden dangers. For example, blowing up the road below would make it even more difficult for them to get here. But now, none of that matters anymore. They have already stood before the last line of defense. A sturdy and heavy door. Once they open this door, the wealth inside will belong to them. People say that if you have money, you should deposit it in Swiss bank. What's the use of that? If you have enough strength, keeping your money in Swiss banks is pointless. Once he opens the doors, he will turn this richest bank into the poorest. All the wealth inside will become theirs. Of course, they will still be very polite and return the foreign exchange they promised to give to Russia. Now, all we need to do is open this door in front of us. Lin Shun slightly raised his hand, and immediately a suicide soldier stepped forward and began to install a directional bomb on the door. Originally, there were several invisible infrared alarms triggered in front of this door. Once triggered, it will alert the military and police, who will send reinforcements. However, they have already said that this has been lifted. Even if the restrictions aren't lifted, Lin Shun said he wasn't worried at all. After all, what difference does it make if the military knows? But are there elite suicide squads just sitting around doing nothing? The Swiss bank was dragged aside and watched helplessly as this group of suicide bombers began to affix directional high-explosive bombs to my front door. He couldn't stop it. He just wanted to save his own life. For now, all we can do is pray that these people's bombs won't blow up the vault. It probably won't explode. Their vault has been specially tested and studied. Even a ton of explosives placed in front of the door wouldn't be able to break it open. These people didn't put many bombs on the door, so it was probably useless. After the assassin placed the directional high-explosive bomb, he turned and left the gate area. Everyone else took cover, preparing to begin the demolition. Their bombs weren't ordinary. They were specially made, designed specifically for targeted demolition of these kinds of gates. Outside the city, Zurich is garrisoned. The explosions and faint gunshots that echoed in the city had become very faint by the time they reached this point. The others didn't think much of it until one of the soldiers opened a short video platform and started scrolling through videos. He happened to come across a video of a battle breaking out outside the police station. The entire police station was surrounded. I immediately sensed something was wrong. I reported it immediately. Upon seeing the video, the person above immediately realized something was wrong. Quickly, notify the troops to assemble. Grab your weapons. Let's go into the city. The enemy is attacking. We can't let them go back alive. The commander of the Zurich garrison immediately realized what was happening and issued an order. He was also puzzled as to why no cries for help or alarms had been sounded from within the city. With so many troops entering their city, did anyone notice? Little did he know, these people were all summoned directly by Lin Shun. As for sneaking in? Yes, but it's unnecessary. However, they are currently unable to determine which country's troops are stationed there. Based on speculation, it is very likely that it is the army of the Russian Bear Country. Commander Zurich made the right choice immediately, but his guess was wrong. The other side was not the Russian army. In fact, even though Switzerland froze Russia's money, it did not provoke excessive hostility from Russia. They are currently embroiled in a protracted war and do not want to make enemies with any more countries. One-on-one is already tiring. One-to-many is even more energy-consuming. They are desperately short of money and reinforcements. The Zurich garrison quickly launched a full-scale attack. They are a fully mechanized force, equipped with tanks, artillery, and armored vehicles. In order to provide immediate assistance to the city, they first deployed armored vehicles and rapid deployment vehicles, as well as a number of armed helicopter units. Zurich is an international metropolis and the financial center of Switzerland. If a major battle were to break out here, the losses would be incalculable. Therefore, they dare not use heavy weapons such as tanks and artillery. However, they still do not know how many people are in this group. Therefore, we temporarily dispatched armed helicopters to test the waters and observe the situation. Now we hope that Russia will not send too many people or bring any heavy weapons, so as to avoid fighting in the city and causing huge losses. Not long ago, they froze hundreds of billions of US dollars of foreign exchange held by Russia here, so it's understandable that they're doing this now. The large number of suicide squads in the city has attracted increasing attention from the citizens. They filmed the massive crowd from the upper floors of the building and then posted the video online. However, their videos were quickly and forcibly deleted by the relevant authorities. Zurich Administrative Center. The mayor and other officials are having a meeting. They received no information about Zurich tonight. The entire police station was completely taken over, and the army of assassins was spreading and setting up their plans throughout the city. Only then did they discover this globally sensational event through videos posted by concerned citizens. Inside the meeting room, under the bright lights, there was a sense of drowsiness and fatigue. They were summoned without knowing what had happened. When I heard the news on the way, I was completely stunned. Can anyone tell us where that group came from? Are they from Russia or some unknown force? How did they manage to bring so many weapons and equipment into the city? The mayor roared angrily, slamming the documents on the conference table down and loudly questioning everyone around him. Their usual carefree lifestyle made them lose their vigilance. Think Switzerland was a neutral country? They're no longer the country that everyone was vying to protect. Today's events have made them fully realize the reality. The era of peace is over. It's time for them to pull themselves together, if they still have a chance. Chapter 153 Roue sees reaction. Military and police mobilize. Quickly unfreeze the funds. Mayor, shouldn't this matter be handled by the Gouet police station? So many people have infiltrated our city, and their daily security patrols didn't notice a thing. One of the management personnel tried to shift the blame. He doesn't want to take the blame for this. In short, the first thing to do is find someone to shift the blame onto. Yes, Mayor. A large number of armed men have appeared in our city. It's impossible that there were no warning signs. The police should have noticed it. If they didn't, then it's their problem. Seeing this, the others immediately understood the reason and began to shift the blame as well. In short, just hand it over to the police station, because this kind of matter is mainly under their jurisdiction. Hey, you all shut up. Is this the time to shift blame? Our city is under threat. We need to find a solution. Mayor Kreiner was furious. Was this the time to shift the blame? Instead of addressing the problem quickly, they've been trying to shift the blame all day long. Mayor, since we need to find a solution, we should first figure out who these people are. Yes, how can we figure out a solution if we don't even know who the other party is? The police station should know who they are by now, right? After all, their men have already fought against the other side. Opinions varied, and everyone's attention turned to the commissioner of police. After all, they are responsible for all security issues in the entire city of Zurich. Problems they can't solve will be handed over to the military through them. The whole of Zurich is in trouble now. And it must be due to the police department's dereliction of duty that they are now trying to shift the blame. And it faces the risk of losing its high position. Seeing that everyone's eyes were blazing with anger, the police chief looked somewhat embarrassed. After all, he was indeed in charge of these matters, and he should bear the main responsibility for how things have turned out. However, on the other hand, he genuinely had no idea where these people had come from. I don't know who they are. They were all tall, fair-skinned men who spoke only the language of the United States. The weapons used were mixed bag, including weapons from various countries. They wiped out the entire police station. Furthermore, a defensive line was established in the city center. All of their men who went to gather information disappeared without a trace. Now we can only wait and see if the police can find out anything useful. Mayor, gentlemen, this matter is a problem on the part of our police station. I admit it. The director gritted his teeth and said, however, we don't know who they are, or even what their purpose is. Why else would they come to our Ruac? I can't think of any other reason besides robbing them. The Minister of Finance spoke directly. In his view, the problem was very simple. This group's goal is definitely money. That's possible. I think so too. And their target is very likely Swiss Bank. It should be the Swiss Fourth Bank. Look where the center of their defense network is located. He accepted the blame upon meeting the police commissioner. The others also began to offer their suggestions. Only then did everyone realize that this group's target really was the Swiss Fourth Bank. Do you think it's possible that we changed our neutral stance and froze hundreds of billions of dollars in Russia's funds? So they sent people here. A high-ranking official offered his guess, and the mayor's pupils dilated sharply upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. If that's the case, then this time, the situation will probably be quite serious. Quickly, call the garrison and tell them our suspicions. We must not let these people take away the wealth in the Swiss Fourth Bank. The mayor immediately waved his hand and issued the order. At the same time, they also received a message from the garrison. They have completed their reconnaissance, and the situation is perhaps much more terrifying than they imagined. Equipped this operation with a large number of suicide soldiers, based on the premise of taking down the entire Ruac region, including reinforcements. So even if their entire army came, they couldn't do anything about the suicide squad. The only way is to fight it out. As long as we can win. The garrison had no choice but to launch a large-scale advance into the city center. Meanwhile, all other police stations outside the city center mobilized and began to arm themselves. Contribute their efforts when the station troops are confronting the other side. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The entire city of Zurich seemed to awaken instantly and began to move. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Swiss Federal Bank headquarters. A vault located 100 meters underground. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, and even the heavy iron gate couldn't withstand the directional bomb specially manufactured by the Qin Kingdom. The entire door crashed to the ground with a loud bang. In an instant, pebbles flew everywhere and dust rose in all directions. The entire vault was brightly lit. The brilliant golden light shone through the hole that had been blasted open in the gate. Holy crap, that's it. Didn't they say that their bank vault doors were so secure that even a bomb couldn't blow them open? Why do I feel like I'm made of paper in front of this group of people? No, it's not made of paper. It's more like wood. Damn it. That's it. One of the reasons the bank manager dared to bring them down was that he felt the other side wouldn't be able to open the vault door in a short time, and he just wanted to buy himself more time to save his life. And now, the gate has been blown open by the other side so easily. That's a bit too simplistic. But what he saw before him forced him to face reality. The vault door was really blown open. He started to panic. Even if the other party spares his life, the mere fact that the vault door was blown open is enough for him to be shot on the spot. You should know that a lot of customers' funds are stored here. The wealth inside is beyond the imagination of outsiders. Judging from the group of people in front of me, they definitely won't let this vault go. Looks like I'll have to go back and pack my things tonight and run away. Lin Shun raised his hand, pulled the bank manager who was pretending to be dead over from the side, smiled and said, "The 120 billion US dollars frozen in the Russian bear country right now. This is their account number. Call them right now. Or else, I brought tens of thousands of people. Guess how many people we can kill here. Oh, I forgot to tell you, your whole family is safe now. Whether you stay safe depends on your behavior." Lin Shin grinned, seemingly not joking at all. I'm willing to cooperate, as long as you don't kill me and my family. The bank manager has completely fallen into despair. All he wants now is to leave with his family. These people are all demons. Unfreezing such a large sum of money would naturally require his approval. If he's willing to cooperate, this matter will be much simpler. Then let's make the arrangements. Lin Shin smiled, raised his hand to signal the assassins to take the bank manager upstairs and make him cooperate. As for them, since we're already here, wouldn't it be worth all the trouble if we didn't empty their coffers? Chapter 154, it's definitely the U.S. pretending to be Russia. As the army retreated, Lin Shun ordered his elite guards to stand watch at the gate. He then entered the vault alone. Vault of the Swiss Fourth Bank. The gold bars, piled high, gleamed brightly. There are also all sorts of precious collectibles, each one priceless. Behind the vault, there are countless small hills made of banknotes. One wave after another. This is a huge windfall. Seeing so much wealth, Lin Chen's face was filled with excitement. With a wave of his hand, mountains of gold entered his system space. All cash is incorporated into the system and converted into contribution points. All valuable items should be collected and sold later at a suitable opportunity to convert them into contribution points. Lin Chen had no intention of keeping it as a keepsake. Collecting these is purely a case of having too much money and nothing better to do. A penniless bastard like him, with only a few $100 billion in his pocket, doesn't deserve to own something like this. Why not just eat, drink, and read novels? If you enjoyed reading it, it's only natural to give the author a small gift. Lin Chun ruthlessly looted the entire vault. They weren't left with a single banknote. Leaving even one bill is disrespectful to these banknotes. Report. The $120 billion has been credited to your account. Then, a message came from one of his assassins, and Lin Chun nodded with great satisfaction. This level of efficiency is what's normal. The reason people keep their money in banks is for safety and convenience. If they can't get it out quickly and it gets frozen, isn't that just asking for trouble? All right, tell them we're all from the Russian bear country, and that they shouldn't be ungrateful. If they cause trouble later, don't blame us for being impolite. Following Lin Chen's instructions, the assassin told the president of Ruai Bank that he was from the Russian country. But unintentionally, he revealed his pure American accent and American face. Let them know that things might not be so simple. When the bank manager heard that the men in front of him were clearly American spies who insisted on telling him that they were from the Russian bear, he couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. Depend on, I initially suspected you might be mercenaries hired by the Russians from the United States. After all, mercenaries can have any face. But when he saw so many people, all with American faces and all saying they were soldiers from the Russian bear, he was surprised. He immediately recognized the group of people in front of him. They're definitely all from the U.S. They speak fluent American English. Do they think I'm a foreigner and don't understand it? I'm an English expert with a level 18 plus certificate. Moreover, they recently did something not good for Russia by strictly checking Russian citizens entering the country. But if the other party is also from the United States, everything seems to make perfect sense. More importantly, damn it, why would he, the governor of a central bank, be stupid? The account we just saw clearly had the recipient being the United States. If it was the Russians who did it, is it necessary to send money to them? Aren't they afraid that their funds will be frozen by the United States again? But if they were sent by the United States, then all of this makes sense. Normally speaking, they have always been very welcoming to Americans, let alone engaging in any exclusionary behavior. That's why they were able to so easily and extensively invade their cities. We're all mercenaries, the kind who do things for money. Understand? If you don't talk nonsense. The assassin pointed his gun at the president of the Ruai Bank and said. Then the retreat began. The retreat was orderly, and they withdrew from the bank. Having received all the money, the next step was to leave. However, Lin Shin knew that these people had nowhere to go if they left, so he might as well let them do as much work as possible. Whether or not they can leave, the greater the chaos, the greater the public opinion the United States will face. City Center. The garrison troops and police officers stationed on the outskirts have arrived. They soon encountered the defensive line established by the army of suicide soldiers. Before the Zurich garrison could even utter a word, the suicide squad launched a direct attack. Da-da-da. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of bullets and gunfire were incessant. Before they were even prepared to fight in the city, the Suicide Squad chose to make their battlefield here. They were well-trained, well-equipped, and had the upper hand. They immediately gained an overwhelming advantage. In just a few minutes, the 20,000 to 30,000 Zul troops who rushed to the rescue had suffered heavy casualties. When the commander of the Zurich garrison arrived, he saw this scene and was so angry he almost vomited blood. What the hell is going on? These people must be crazy. They openly express their disdain for war while still in the city. Aren't they afraid of being sanctioned? Who gave them the courage? But clearly, their army is at a complete disadvantage so far. Even though they were furious, there was nothing they could do. Requesting assistance from other military regions. Seek help from neighboring Western countries. They have no way to make a living on their own. We must rely on the strength of others. After receiving a request for assistance from the Zul garrison, many neighboring countries immediately sent troops to help. After all, Switzerland has always been a generous and wealthy country. If they provide assistance, they might even reap considerable benefits. However, the plan went much more smoothly than expected. Ruai's military strength was weaker than he had imagined. Therefore, Lin Shun did not intend to let all the assassins perish here. He ordered his men to fight and retreat, slowly withdrawing from the city. The Zurich garrison clearly strongly supports the intentions of this Suicide Squad. Their remaining 10,000 plus soldiers stuck to it. Even as the Suicide Squad began to retreat, the Zurich garrison did not gain any significant advantage. They could only watch helplessly as these assassins moved further and further away from their location. As for the soldiers responsible for blocking the reinforcements, a few stayed behind to teach the reinforcements a small lesson, while the others hid in the mountains. We'll arrange for them to do things when the time is right. Who knows who they really are? It's terrifying. Their combat skills are just too high. We have absolutely no way to stop them. What kind of monsters are these? The pursuing Zurich garrison, realizing they could not catch up, sighed with regret. I don't know if they really can't catch up, or if they're just afraid to get too close. The garrison commander was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. They were still able to use their heavy weapons when they suffered heavy losses at the hands of the enemy. That's absolutely outrageous. Commander, the Ruai Bank has been breached by the enemy. Then, a message came from his subordinates, and the commander finally realized what was happening. Their primary objective was to protect Swiss Bank. We must head back immediately. Soon, they found the bank manager unconscious in the ruins, and the blown-open vault door. And the vault was completely empty. Chapter 155. This was all done by the U.S. What does it have to do with my country? Wake up the bank manager, and they immediately inquire about the situation. The bank manager immediately informed the garrison of their assessment. In addition, the garrison conducted an investigation of the bodies of the soldiers who had been killed. The immortals were all wearing American military uniforms. Even their rank insignia and helmets were American. Combined with their armament and combat capabilities, these people are definitely the official army of the United States. You're telling me, can mercenaries hire the regular army of the United States? When this message was sent up, the entire senior management of Ruai fell silent. They felt powerless. Now, the entire administrative center and parliament of the Swiss National Bank have been completely infiltrated by the United States. That's why they were able to change Switzerland's neutral status, which had lasted for more than 4 years. It can be said that the current Ruai is one of the puppets controlled by the United States. Besides, the U.S. has many other lackeys, but I won't go into details. Those who know. Therefore, they felt somewhat powerless when they first learned the truth. They can't even make many decisions independently about their own country, let alone criticize the United States. Now that we've completed the mission for the Russian Bear, we can just distribute the money to them later. I just don't know how the American will deal with international public opinion. Lin Shun knew, of course, that the current Ruai was a puppet regime under the control of the United States. If they had only caused a scene in Zurich, perhaps the matter would have been forgotten. But now, they've also taken money from the vault of the Swiss Fourth Bank. You should know that these were stored here by other countries and forces. They absolutely cannot handle it on their own. Therefore, Lin Shun guessed that even if they were being controlled, but someone from Ruai Middle School will definitely step forward and shift the blame to the United States. Otherwise, with their resources, the Fourth of Ruai would not be able to withstand the wrath of the major powers. Lin Shen was not worried at all. They would not suspect the United States, because the United States has stationed tens of thousands of troops across Eurasia over the years. Over the years, he has done quite a few unethical things. If they're capable of robbing oil, what's robbing a bank? So this time, they're absolutely unable to defend themselves. To better conceal his activities, Lin Shen transferred the funds to an account registered in the United States. If Lin Shen were to transfer such a large sum of money to Qin Kingdom or Russia, the matter would be exposed prematurely. Therefore, Lin Shen used the system to convert the money into points. Then the points were converted into cash from the system. Of course, only $60 billion were converted. Seeing his points suddenly decrease by nearly 40 million, Lin Shen admitted that he was still a little heartbroken. However, looking at it from another perspective, they got 40 million points from the Russian country, and in the end, the Russians have to thank them. That's kind of interesting. Having briefly experienced the joy of having hundreds of millions of points, Lin Shen felt somewhat emotional. He suddenly had a feeling that he was a nouveau riche. With hundreds of millions of points, you can directly summon hundreds of millions of low-level assassins and conquer the world. Goodness gracious, I'm actually a little tempted. Contact the ambassador of the Russian Federation and have them come here in plain clothes. Tell them the matter has been settled. Lin Shen sent orders to the assassins. Now that we've got the money, we should return it to Russia as soon as possible. In this business world, everything comes down to one word: reputation. Although sometimes Lin Shen didn't, but still exists now. Immediately, a suicide bomber arrived at the Russian embassy and notified their ambassador. Soon, the Russian ambassador arrived at Lin Shen's palace with a mixture of skepticism and anticipation. After all, only 5 days have passed since they said that. The mission could be completed in 5 days. It seems that the Qin Kingdom is more powerful than they imagined. That's really great. This is truly shocking. Soon, the Russian ambassador, arriving in an ordinary vehicle, entered Lin Shen's palace. Escorted by the assassins, he met Lin Shen again. Your Excellency, leader of the Qin Kingdom, I have heard that you have completed our contract. Is that true? The ambassador looked excited and spoke with anticipation. Of course, we have already obtained your assets frozen at Ruac Bank. We called you here now so that you can witness the transfer process. $60 billion, not a penny less. Lin Shen got straight to the point without beating around the bush. He knew that the Russian Empire was currently facing severe difficulties and was extremely short of money. So their time wasn't wasted. That's wonderful. Qin Kingdom is absolutely fantastic. We are willing to be Qin Kingdom's most friendly partner forever. The ambassador was taken aback for a moment, then responded excitedly. He hadn't expected the leader of Qin Kingdom to be so decisive, transferring the money immediately upon arrival. That's incredibly efficient. However, he greatly admired the way the leader of the Qin Kingdom handled matters. This suited his taste perfectly. Immediately, the ambassador asked the president for permission to obtain an account. They brought the computer they use for transferring money directly with them. After connecting to the internet, the money was transferred directly to the other party's account via account transfer. The Russian ambassador was overjoyed to see the funds actually arrive in his account. Even the president, sitting in his office, was beaming with excitement. He never expected that Qin Kingdom would actually accomplish this and retrieve their frozen funds. How'd they do it? Never mind. This matter is no longer important. The important thing is, damn it, finally we can fight a comfortable battle. Your Excellency, Your Excellency. At that moment, the secretary knocked on the door, her tone somewhat urgent. Come in. Putin paused his thoughts, looked at his secretary's anxious expression, and couldn't help but ask curiously. What's up? Your Majesty, our account has suddenly received an extra $60 billion, and the recipient is the Qin Kingdom, the Secretary General hurriedly reported. I know. Putin's words surprised the Secretary General. Thinking about it carefully, it's true. How could the president not know about such an important matter? Your Excellency, are you aware of another matter? Just last night, Zurich was attacked by an unknown force. Their Swiss bank was completely looted. They claim to be from Russia, but a series of events indicate that they are actually the army of the United States. Rouen is probably trying to cause trouble for the United States right now. At the very least, in terms of public opinion. The Secretary General told the story with a smile. What was said unintentionally was taken seriously by the listener. Putin never expected that Qin Kingdom would take it back by simply stealing it. That's really quite an achievement. However, this Qin Kingdom is quite something. Not only did they help them get the money back, they even shifted the blame to the United States. He was all prepared to go head-to-head with Ruac. However, since the money originally belonged to them, they were in the right and had nothing to fear. But now Qin Kingdom has actually turned its attention to the United States. He's really something. Chapter 156 Russia and Qin Kingdom prepare to establish diplomatic relations. Emergency meeting of the Fourth Swiss Council. It seems we should strengthen some cooperation with Qin Kingdom. It's always better to have a powerful ally than a powerful enemy. President Putin muttered to himself. After making this decision, we will maintain friendly relations with Qin. Perhaps if they encounter any difficulties in the future, they can ask the Qin Kingdom for help. Perhaps we can find a way to break the deadlock, just like we do now. At the very least, the Qin Kingdom is not simple. Soon, their officials sent an application to Qin Kingdom to establish permanent diplomatic relations. Although the word permanent was attached to this establishment of diplomatic relations, it made him seem somewhat unreal. Sometimes, these words are no different from farting. But then, the fact that this has been brought up now indicates that the other party genuinely intends to cooperate fully. We'll deal with the future later. Right now, of course we should take advantage of the situation first. Although the Russian bear country is not as powerful as it used to be, its current strength is still quite good. We could start by cooperating with them in multiple areas. Let's make money first, and worry about the rest later. Who knows, it might become the Russian province of Qin Kingdom in the future. Lin Shun stared intently at his large bed, pondering with a mixture of excitement and fascination. It established diplomatic relations with both China and Russia at the same time, and opened up cooperation in various fields. The current Qin Kingdom, and there is no harm in it. Currently, apart from its strong military and the safety of its people, the Qin Kingdom does not have any significant advantages in other aspects. After all, the countries occupied by the Qin Kingdom were originally just some backward countries in Southeast Asia. Their economic level is certainly incomparable to that of those major countries. This development will take time. However, Lin Shun has no shortage of time now. Lin Shun immediately replied to Putin. I look forward to comprehensive cooperation with President Putin, and I really look forward to our meeting. We hope that the two places can cooperate fully and join hands to oppose hegemonism and power politics. Regardless of how things develop between the two sides in the future, for now, it's fine as long as there are no problems between them. At the very least, cooperating with them now is definitely more beneficial than harmful. It's much better than cooperating with that heartless, predatory United States, right? Lin Shun could imagine that this would happen after they robbed the Ruac Bank. By the United States will likely only intensify. They will also place greater emphasis on the security systems of their domestic banks. However, it was too late for the United States. During this same period, countless criminal gangs robbed banks in the United States. While dealing with the robbers, they could only try to salvage the situation after the fact. However, no matter how severe the sanctions imposed on them by the United States, Lin Shun is not afraid at all. Their Qin Kingdom will not be afraid at all. Of 4 banks in Zurich last night has become a hot topic. It completely shocked the world. So far, the Swiss authorities have not found the mastermind behind this. Or rather, they have a clue about who's behind it all, but they can't say it. If they don't explain, those who are unaware of the details will know even less. All they knew was that Swiss banks had lost hundreds of billions of dollars. The vault was completely emptied. For the 4 sides to hide this matter, since it would be discovered sooner or later. If they don't speak up, the losses that occur later will be entirely their fault. Although it is still the case now. In Ruac was furious. Analyze the available clues and existing conditions. The answer is also very obvious. The United States. But they're controlled by the United States. All of this is such a difficult choice. For a moment, they were a loss. However, they're now 90% convinced that the group was sent by the United States. A face from the United States. A pure American accent. Well-trained, uniformly armed American troops. Even the payment account belongs to the United States. You're telling me they mercenaries hired by the Russian bear country specifically to frame the American country? Which mercenary group can hire hundreds of thousands of people with American faces? They're definitely agents sent by the United States. There's no doubt about it. the presidential palace, located in Switzerland. The atmosphere in the large, brightly lit conference hall was extremely somber. The entire Swiss government, heads of various departments, and numerous members of parliament and ministers were present and seated here. There were about 80 people, but they represented the most powerful and influential group in the entire RUAC. The president sat in the main seat, his eyes filled with anger. Although the entire fourth region of Switzerland has been shattered by the invasion of the United States, but he still represents Switzerland for. However, he knew that he wouldn't be president in the next election. However, he is still one of the few presidents who considers the interests of Switzerland. Otherwise, Switzerland might really become a one-man show dominated by the United States. Now that something like this has happened in RUAC, he feels like he's lost all face. Their good reputation, built up over hundreds of years, collapsed completely overnight. This is completely unacceptable to them. Although these parliaments have shifted their neutral stance to the United States, they lost a significant portion of their savings. Many Western countries have also deposited their savings in Swiss banks. Overall, it has both advantages and disadvantages. It's at least acceptable. But now that this has happened, with the entire vault of the Swiss Fourth Bank being robbed, who would still believe that a bank that has been robbed is the safest place in the world? Tell me, who exactly was the force that was involved last night? Why were they able to surround the police station and capture all the officers? Why were they able to overpower our troops and inflict heavy losses on them? Our RUAC relies on RUAC Bank for our livelihood. Now that we've lost our rice bowl, how can you all just sit back and watch this show so calmly? The president was furious, but unlike the others, he slept soundly through the night. And then this morning, I heard this wonderful news. Absolutely outrageous. This also reflects his anger towards these lawmakers. Look at the mess you've made. Ever since you changed your stance on neutrality and sided with the Western countries led by the United States, they haven't had a good time. Now, armed forces have dared to enter their territory and steal their money. It's important to understand that when they were neutral, all countries treated them with the utmost respect. Everything changed after the neutral country's attitude was changed. Their losses last night alone amounted to a staggering $200 billion. Not to mention the many soldiers and police officers who sacrificed their lives. Mr. President, based on the situation on the ground, the words of the president of the Swiss bank, the words of the surviving police officers, and the words of the garrison troops who were confronting them. In conclusion, it's 90% certain that the mastermind behind all of this is the United States of America. The intelligence agency produced numerous intelligence documents, video recordings, and other materials they had collected. Upon hearing this, many people's expressions changed drastically. Chapter 157, the relationship between the U.S. and Switzerland, has cracked. They have not received any news. But the result is obvious. This is what the United States did. Among those present were many representatives of the United States who photographed the evidence and sent it to the United States. This evidence points to our partner, the United States. Is it possible that the Russian bear country framed us? The president hesitated. It's more accurate to call this a subsidiary meeting of the United States than a meeting of the Swiss National Congress. If it really is the U.S. that's behind this, what can they do? We can only accept it. The recent wars have all been fueled by the instigation of the United States. Moreover, hasn't the United States done similar things many times before? No one present thought that the United States was incapable of doing such a thing. On the contrary, I think it was them who did it. Even the president's anger subsided somewhat, and the voices of the other high-ranking officials fell silent. What else can we do? If they were to say they would launch an investigation into the United States for this matter, they probably wouldn't see their colleague again before the afternoon. Mr. President, based on these circumstances, their attire, weapons, faces, and so on, the outcome is quite clear. Moreover, it's highly unlikely that hundreds of thousands of American citizens would choose to become mercenaries and join the same organization, right? My suggestion is to hand over this on-site evidence to the United States. Ask them to confirm if it was their army that did it. As for what happens next, we'll see. The head of the intelligence department glanced around to make sure there were no major problems on the faces of the people before he spoke. What was said makes a lot of sense. I just hope the United States will cooperate. Seeing that the U.S. representative was not angry, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If he offends them, his own position will be in jeopardy. However, If he fails to provide an explanation to the public and other countries, his position will still be in jeopardy. He couldn't help but feel nostalgic for the time when Switzerland was still a neutral country. Many other countries follow their lead and treat them like precious darlings, protecting them in the center. They only need to function as piggy banks, instead of the way it is now. So it's a long story. Dear friends, do you all have any further comments? If not, then do as Babu says and submit the evidence we've collected to the United States. We just need the truth to show the world our stance. Otherwise, our credibility will completely collapse. The president directly adopted the intelligence community's advice. Today's meeting was truly unpleasant. If only he had known beforehand that it was the Americans who did it. I'm not going to hold this meeting no matter what. I'm really disgusted with myself. What they need to do now is to try their best to salvage their damaged international image. It's important to understand that this robbery of Swiss banks signifies a complete collapse of their creditworthiness. The world's safest bank, which they have been building up, will be completely rendered useless. If this isn't handled properly, I'm afraid no one will deposit money with them anymore. But if it was the United States that did it, they could say that even the United States would need half a day to open our vault. It's still very safe here. As long as major powers don't intervene in this way, they will remain very strong banks. It might save a lot of customers. Soon, the head of the intelligence department contacted the American ambassador, hoping that the ambassador would hand over all the evidence to their authorities. Ambassador of the United States, this is the evidence related to the robbery of 4 banks in Zurich last night. There are demonstrations taking place throughout Zurich right now. Let's find the real culprit as soon as possible. Our Swiss bank's reputation has been severely damaged. If this isn't handled properly, it will cause us a lot of trouble. I hope you can understand. The person in charge, Babu, submitted the relevant evidence to the American ambassador and explained their current situation. I hope the other party can understand. Moreover, many members of the public have captured this evidence on film. If not handled properly, it will have a significant impact on both parties. Upon seeing this so-called evidence, the American ambassador's face immediately turned grim. Holy crap, I'm still fucking here. The higher-ups didn't even inform me beforehand that they were doing this, so I could have cooperated earlier. At the very least, the public won't know about this. No, if the higher-ups were to take action, they would definitely contact me. This must be a frame-up. I need to think about this carefully. Mr. Babu, I guarantee with the reputation of our United States that this was absolutely not done by our American army. This is absolutely a frame-up. This is slander. The people behind this group want to make our United States take the blame in order to damage our relations. If we were to take action, we would definitely choose to impersonate the Russian bear. After reviewing the evidence, the American ambassador took a deep breath and spoke. He never expected that they would have the power to frame them like this. This chain of evidence points entirely to them. If this is not clarified, it may indeed have a significant impact on both sides, as the 4 men from Switzerland have said. It affects bilateral relations. We don't want to doubt it either. We also think that the great power of the United States would never do such a thing. But this evidence points to you. If possible, we hope you can help us investigate, find a real culprit, and clear yourselves of suspicion. Babu, try to put things in a positive light. They expressed that they had no doubts about the other party's thoughts and only hoped that they could assist in the investigation. The ambassador of the United States nodded in agreement. This matter does seem to be affecting their image, and they have no choice but to take action. Okay, no problem. I'll send a message back to China right away. Our intelligence personnel, along with the FBI and CIA, are among the most powerful intelligence agencies in the world, and we also possess extraordinary technological capabilities. Give us some time, and we can find out what happened. After sending Babu away, the American ambassador immediately relayed the news back to his country, and they were informed of the 4-way request for assistance in the investigation. The United States of America. When the news reached them, the whole country was shocked. Their military was actually the mastermind behind the sensational robbery of the Swiss National Bank. Upon seeing the documents submitted by his secretary, the President of the United States was immediately enraged. Initially, they were just watching the show after seeing the United States being robbed. After all, they don't have any money stored in Switzerland. This matter will only affect other countries, which is a good thing for them. But now, all the evidence points to them. That would not be a good thing. If it really was them who did it, then so be it. But they really didn't do that. Chapter 158, the U.S.'s reaction. Unable to refute why those forces framed him, their intentions are absolutely malicious. Their first reaction was that this must have been done by the Russian bear. However, given the current state of the Russian Empire, it is indeed incapable of making such a significant impact again. They actually dared to frame them as bank robbers. Are you kidding me? Are their methods really that low level? They all instigate local conflicts and then profit from them. Ideally, one should also seize the opportunity to acquire a country's resources. They're not some nobody who robs a bank. They have much more to do than this. Damn it, we can't let this guy's influence smear us like this. Secretary immediately summoned the FBI, CIA, and other intelligence agencies, as well as the military personnel. I want all of these criminals to die. The President of the United States roared, his chest filled with rage. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. The secretary nodded hurriedly, responding with trepidation. She never expected that the president, who usually appeared gentle and refined, would act like an idiot at this moment. Soon, all the heads of the various departments rushed to the location of Sugong. The conference room was enormous. The president sat in the main seat, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. He clearly looked very upset. Seeing this, none of the department heads who rushed over dared to speak out against the president. On their way here, they had already reviewed all the latest relevant information. They'll be furious too. If they were the ones who did it, then so be it. At most, they'll come out and hold a press conference to say they're slandering them. But that's not the case now. They were actually slandered. Absolutely intolerable. They seemed to be able to feel the feelings of the countries they had slandered. No, they didn't feel it. They simply won't allow others to slander them. Now, all they want to do is bring these masterminds to justice. If the truth is not revealed to the public, then the vast majority of people on Earth will truly regard them as robbers. Although there are quite a few now. But they have never openly done anything so out of line. This is absolutely ruthless towards them. Where is their image as a great power? I'm sure you all already know the situation on your way here. I don't know where this force came from, but they dare to smear our United States. They're making the world think that our military is the real culprit behind this Swiss bank robbery. This is a slander against us, and it must be investigated thoroughly. I hope everyone can find out who did this as soon as possible. Those who wronged us must pay the price. The president said through gritted teeth, his eyes flashing with fury. The heads of the various departments exchanged glances. They could see the president's anger. If they can't find out who's behind this, they might as well all step down. Yes, Your Excellency. We will definitely investigate thoroughly and find a mastermind behind this. Our great power image cannot be tarnished. Their actions are a sign of contempt for us, and we will make them pay the price they deserve. Your Majesty, gentlemen, do you think this matter might have anything to do with the Russian bear? They have always been at odds with us. It could also be the Chun Kingdom. That's one of the few countries that has recently dared to openly confront us. Several officials began to speculate. They turned all their anger towards their current rivals. In short, let's divert some of the hatred first. Whether it's them or not, go and investigate now. Find the evidence and let those forces know that we are not to be trifled with. Quickly get started now. Seeing that everyone was frantically analyzing and showed no intention of moving, he noticed that everyone else was busy analyzing and had no intention of making a move. The president made the final decision, ordering them to take immediate action. It's important to understand that as long as this matter isn't resolved, they cannot maintain friendly relations with those Central European countries. Therefore, many countries in that region have already maintained relations with the United States. You have to understand, they've been sucking blood from them all along. If these armed forces are allowed to incite the ferocity of these countries, they, on the other hand, were not so comfortable. They cannot allow such a situation to occur. As for the hundreds of billions of dollars involved in the Swiss bank robbery, it's not a significant matter to them at all. After all, the hundreds of billions of dollars they reap from these countries are just a drop in the bucket. Compared to this group of robbers, they're the real robbers. Soon, all the department heads went down and began to take action. That same afternoon, the United States held a global press conference. If they don't stand up and say something, they'll be completely finished. The foreign minister, with a serious expression, slowly walked onto the stage to deliver his speech. He took out a manuscript, opened it, and began to read it aloud. First of all, we are extremely angry about the fact that Swiss Bank 4 was completely looted. The reason is simple. There's a great deal of evidence that was done by our armed forces, pointing the finger directly at our United States. This is an extremely despicable and shameless act. We reiterate that these are all slanders. We have never sent troops to the United States. This is all a frame-up. They are trying to sow discord between us and countries like Switzerland. Our country will absolutely not accept this kind of smear campaign and slander. We have already dispatched personnel to investigate this matter, and we believe that the mastermind behind it will be caught soon. The foreign minister looked extremely angry, and one could even see a hint of grievance in his expression. However, the journalists from various countries who attended the press conference all wore cold smiles. None of them would easily believe what the United States says. The more righteous and high-sounding their words, the more it shows that they have something to hide. After all, haven't they done this kind of thing countless times? They all obtained the latest intelligence from Switzerland 4 through various channels, and the photos showed that it was their American army that looted Switzerland 4 bank. Could there be a ghost? Besides the United States, do other countries have the United States military? With irrefutable evidence right in front of them, they still want to renege on their debts. Truly befitting the United States. That's some serious shamelessness. No wonder people say that no one has a thicker skin than the United States. May I ask this spokesperson, why are all the bodies left at the scene covered in American faces and American military artifacts? Their accents are all pure American accents. How does the United States intend to explain this? Could it be that some powerful force spent 20 years training an army just for this day to frame the United States? Soon, a reporter handed him the microphone and asked a pointed question. The numerous reporters nearby also watched the spectacle with amusement. Their meaning is obvious. Are you pretending? Are you still pretending? Chapter 159, The Investigation, leads to Qin Kingdom. Lin Chen's plan after plan. Just as expected, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately flew into a rage after the reporter asked the question. Depend on. We've already said it wasn't us. Can't you understand? Security. Remove this unreasonable and irresponsible person from here. This isn't a place for someone like him to come in. The foreign minister immediately ordered security to remove the reporter. Immediately, several tall, uniformed U.S. security personnel rushed in from outside. They immediately subdued the reporter who had spoken and dragged him out. You're robbers. You robbed Ruac Bank, and you still won't admit it. You're fucking shameless. The reporter cursed as he was dragged away. He had never seen such an unreasonable country. Rude and unreasonable. Upon seeing this, the other reporters immediately picked up their cameras, pressed the shutter, and captured the scene. The United States, its true intentions exposed, was enraged and humiliated. A title like this is sure to attract a lot of attention. Even while the press conference was still in progress, some people at the scene had already posted what had just happened online. The video immediately attracted attention across the internet. People expressed that this was the first time they had ever seen a country do something so shameless. They clearly did it, but they're too afraid to admit it. When someone exposed him, security even dragged him away. This is absolutely disgusting. I didn't really understand what you guys meant before, but now I finally know what the United States of America really looks like. This has completely shattered my worldview. I have never seen a country more barbaric, domineering, and unreasonable than the United States. A petition written in blood protests against the U.S.'s gun violence against 4 Swiss banks. A petition signed by 10,000 people. The United States must return the money it stole. Netizens from almost all over the world are condemning the United States. Since there's a network separating them anyway, they're just enjoying the spectacle and expressing their opinions online. In short, they can use their own strength, come together, and fight against the hegemony of the United States. As public outcry grows louder, more and more countries are succumbing to public pressure and beginning to put pressure on the United States. Of course, at this time, the Russian Bear Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom, and the Chun Kingdom would not give up such a good opportunity. They all took advantage of the chaos to stir up trouble. We advise certain countries not to engage in any shady dealings. The robbery of the Swiss bank was extremely shameless and despicable. Even if someone commits robbery, they can be forgiven if they admit their mistake and correct it. But if they don't know they're wrong, then We hope that some countries will have the courage to take responsibility for their actions. We will continue to monitor the developments of this matter. It was very satisfying that the Russian Bear country directly stood up and slandered certain countries. This time, the United States will have to take the blame for them. The Dragon Kingdom also joined in the fun. We believe that looting a bank is a serious matter and cannot be tolerated. We hope that the countries concerned can provide more evidence, and that certain countries will be more honest in the face of evidence. They didn't mention the U.S. at all, but their conversation was full of talk about the U.S. After all, based on some existing evidence, the charges against the United States have been largely confirmed. As for the Chun Kingdom, they weren't as polite as the other two. Lin Shun felt there was absolutely no need to be polite to the other party. Xinhua also issued a statement to the public. Based on the current situation, all the evidence points to the United States. I don't know how thick-skinned the United States can be. I heard that the United States has sent an aircraft carrier to our country. We are so scared. It's been several days, and we still haven't seen it. It's really slow. The implication was that the U.S. was directly targeting this matter. They were not afraid of angering the other party at all. After all, in Lin Shen's eyes, their Chun country would inevitably have to fight to the death with the United States sooner or later. However, the United States could not find any clues. Those soldiers were all American citizens. That's an undeniable fact. No one knows who hired the killer. The entire intelligence apparatus of the United States began a full-scale investigation. Finally, they found a clue. According to our intelligence, the ambassador of the Russian Bear country was able to meet with the leader of the Chun country after the robbery of the Rue C Bank. Then after the Swiss Fourth Bank robbery was orchestrated by the Russian Bear and the Chun Kingdom in cooperation. Inside the meeting room, collaborators from several departments are sharing their leads. However, according to information from the Swiss side, they transferred the money to a bank under the name of the United States. So how did the United States take the money? Could it be that Swiss Bank is trying to embezzle the money, and this whole thing is a staged event? Everyone was analyzing it very seriously. We now have a few clues. As long as the investigation continues, there will be absolutely no problem. Send people to us immediately and make them explain to us exactly what their deal was all about. Yes, they definitely did it. Although this evidence cannot be considered direct evidence, proving that their two countries are involved in this matter. But in the eyes of the U.S. intelligence agencies, it must have been them who did it. How could it be fake? Impossible, who was in the Chun Kingdom, suddenly received a message from a suicide squad. The United States wants them to explain why they transferred $60 billion to the United States. Do we need to tell them that? Can't I borrow money normally? Who can blame them? The people of Chun Kingdom are all wealthy and powerful. Lin Shun immediately instructed the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to respond. State secret, no comment. He did this to create the impression in the United States that his guilty behavior would make the other side believe that it was indeed their doing. Let the other side pressure them relentlessly and expose them internationally. Then, they can present the evidence of their innocence that they have prepared in advance. Let the world see how a corner dog will bite. After looting, the United States started biting everyone and shifting blame indiscriminately. Would cause even more serious damage to the reputation of the United States. The news reached the United States. The key figures were taken aback at first, then revealed expressions of, "I knew it." What? The Chun Kingdom says this is a state secret and they can't disclose it. They're the ones who did it. It's them. Warn them to tell the truth. Or don't blame us for sending our aircraft carriers and intercontinental ballistic missiles to land on Chun Kingdom soil. Chapter 160, is the United States going to impose comprehensive sanctions on the state of Chun? Following him, the United States held another press conference directly targeting the state of Chun. To put it bluntly, this whole affair must have been orchestrated by the Chun Kingdom and the Maoxiong Kingdom in collusion to frame their Eagle Kingdom. However, they did not present much evidence. It's just that afterwards, Chun Kingdom transferred $60 billion to Maoxiong Kingdom. In their view, this is irrefutable evidence. Upon seeing the so-called evidence released by the United States, Lin Shen smiled. Can this really be considered evidence? He immediately instructed the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to hold a press conference as well. We must confront the United States head-on to refute his statements. In short, the goal is to make the United States lose its credibility. This makes their already questionable integrity even more unacceptable. A press conference in Chun Kingdom. A diplomat from Chun Kingdom righteously denounced the crimes of the United States. Our country strongly condemns certain shameless countries that not only refuse to acknowledge their own actions, but also frame other countries. Although our Chun Kingdom has been established for a relatively short time, it does not mean that we can be bullied by others. We cannot accept the United States slander against us without any evidence. As for the transfer to the Russian Bear Country, we do not deny it. The Russian Bear Country has been experiencing some financial difficulties recently, and I think it's perfectly reasonable for them to borrow money from our country, right? Please, no country, refrain from making arbitrary judgments. Our Chun Kingdom does not accept any threats. If you fight, we will fight. Foreign affairs of Chun Kingdom to the United States of America has drawn attention from many. The Chun Kingdom is truly awesome. Of course, that's great too. Emerging nations dare to resist powerful nations. Chun rejected all investigations proposed by the United States. Meanwhile, the U.S. aircraft carrier will arrive in China's waters 3 days later to conduct military exercises. Lin Chun said he didn't care at all. If you dare to come, then don't even think about going back. At the same time, Lin Chun also decided to add fuel to the fire for the United States. There are still many forces on this planet that dare to oppose the United States. But they had no weapons and no unified organization, so they couldn't do much. Now, Chunghwa has made a decision. As long as they are determined to oppose the United States, Chunghwa will sell arms and weapons at 30% of the market price, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It caused trouble for the United States, but also brought them considerable profits. Even if it's only 30% of the market price, it's still a profit for Lin Chun. Lin Chun's current consideration is to provide weapons to Russia. Of course, he will not sell some high-tech heavy weapons and equipment, such as missiles, fighter jets, and tanks. He sells AK-47S, submachine guns, grenades, bullets, and so on. Although the profit margin on this kind of thing is not high, the consumption in a war is endless. After their first successful collaboration, the Russian Bear Kingdom proposed to the Chun Kingdom that it wanted to purchase weapons and invite them to participate in the battlefield. After all, the Chun Kingdom has been making quite a splash lately. Their million-strong army, coupled with their terrifying weaponry, is what enabled them to conquer 5 countries in succession. Instead of considering asking other armed forces, it would be better to directly ask the Chun Kingdom. After all, the Russian nation had already witnessed their strength. Lin Chun naturally did not refuse their request. After all, the countries he occupied also had weapons manufacturing plants. He could produce some basic firearms and ammunition in factories. This way, we won't need to use the weapons produced by the system. As for overproduction, that was completely impossible for Lin Chun. If he wanted, his army of assassins would eventually become the largest human race on Earth. Weapons and equipment are consumables. You use as many as you get. Not a single drop was left. After all, there are still many countries in Southeast Asia that Chun Kingdom is waiting to deal with. Countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore. They all possess advanced weaponry and equipment, as well as a considerable number of defensive troops. Moment Lin Chun had this thought, he heard the long-absent system notification sound. If the system hadn't beeped, he would have forgotten that he even had a system with him. Issuing the next phase of tasks. Half-Step Dragon Kingdom. Content. The occupation of territory brought the total land area to 4.8 million square kilometers. Mission rewards. Intercontinental Missile Production Line, Destroyer Production Line, Level 2 Civilization Protection Shield. Upon seeing the mission details, Lin Chun didn't sense anything wrong with it. At his current pace, he should be able to conquer about 2 more countries. The mission reward gave him a moment of excitement. Their Chun Kingdom will finally have intercontinental ballistic missiles. At that time, they will be able to launch ultra-long-range strikes against certain countries across oceans and continents. If he wanted, his Chun Kingdom's missiles could be launched to any location on this blue planet. This represents a qualitative leap in the strength of the Chun Kingdom. After all, compared to nuclear weapons, intercontinental ballistic missiles have a much smaller blast radius and are less dangerous. It won't come to the point of directly destroying the world. Subsequently, the Level 2 Civilization Protection Shield also caught Lin Chun's attention. It should be a defensive weapon. Having an extra defensive weapon is a good thing for the Chun Kingdom. After all, if the United States is pushed too far, They are capable of fighting to the death with the United States. If, at this moment, the opponent's attack proves ineffective against the Chun Kingdom, I wonder what kind of expressions they would make. Thinking about this, Lin Shen couldn't help but look forward to completing the task and receiving the reward. Chen Guo's remarks once again directly confronted the United States. This thoroughly angered the United States. It made them feel as if their dignity had been challenged. The U.S. government immediately announced that it would impose sanctions on China. They not only want to deter them militarily with aircraft carriers, but also to completely crush the Chun Kingdom in all aspects, including the economy. Sanction us? Let them do it. As long as China and Russia are around, their sanctions are a joke to us. Besides, relying on other countries might just make us develop faster. It's not like we can't develop. Lin Shen was completely unimpressed and didn't care about these sanctions at all. After careful consideration, Lin Shen wondered whether or not to hold a national military parade. Let other countries know how powerful the Chun Kingdom is. This is to show them that the Chun Kingdom is not to be trifled with. Lin Shen decided that 3 days later, he would showcase the military achievements of his Chun Kingdom to the world. At the same time, they used the U.S. aircraft carriers as cannon fodder for their display. A mere aircraft carrier can be destroyed with a single shot. Chapitre 161 Sanction. Completely unfazed. The Chun Kingdom's military parade, a sword pointed at the U.S. The U.S.'s sanctions arrive as expected. The military sanctions will take 2 more days to reach the waters off Chun Kingdom. Therefore, they immediately imposed economic sanctions on the Chun Kingdom. At the same time, Western countries, led by the United States, all jumped out and joined in sanctioning Chun. First, trade between the two countries is prohibited. Chun's assets in other countries are frozen, and their companies are prohibited from trading with Chun. Lin Shen strongly disagreed with this. Do you think this will limit the development of the Chun Kingdom? Firstly, Chun currently does not have any trade or economic relations with the United States. The trade between the two sides consisted almost entirely of trade between the original 5 countries annexed by Chun and the United States. But it's not a lot. With the Dragon Kingdom as their backing, they still conduct most of their trade within the Dragon Kingdom. As long as the Dragon Kingdom doesn't impose sanctions on them, they'll be perfectly fine. It can be said that the economic sanctions imposed by the United States have had almost no impact on China. This made the United States feel like it had punched cotton. As for freezing the original accounts of Chun Kingdom, that was even easier for Lin Shen to handle. You freeze 100 million of mine, so I'll just rob you of 200 million. Anyway, his army of assassins will only grow larger and larger, so he has no worries at all. The United States, having just announced comprehensive sanctions against China, is now ready to watch the show unfold. But soon, the result disappointed him. The Chun Kingdom made no comment. According to intelligence reports, the Chun Kingdom does not seem to have been affected. Upon hearing this news, the United States felt like it was about to explode. Now, we must use military force to let the Chun Kingdom know who the most powerful country on this planet is. The 3 days passed as scheduled. What the United States doesn't know is that the United States is also waiting for these 3 days. After sailing for about 10 days, the aircraft carrier of the United States entered the waters of the United States. Although there was absolutely no need for them to sail all the way to the waters of Chun Kingdom. But only in this way can we give the Chun Kingdom the most direct deterrent. Just as the aircraft carrier of the United States entered the waters of the United States. Lin Shen's lips curled up. The order was given that the Chun Kingdom would hold a global military parade tomorrow. The ceremony will showcase some of the military technology and weaponry of the Chun Kingdom. Chen Guo stated that they would showcase the steel behemoths that have long instilled fear in many countries. A tank twice the size of a normal tank and much sturdier. Howitzers, rocket launchers, and short-range missiles. Of course, there's also a secret weapon of the Chun Kingdom, which is enough to deal with any challenge. They don't even take the U.S. aircraft carrier seriously. These words caused a sensation around the world as soon as they were spoken. For a moment, they were all very curious about what Chun Kingdom's secret weapon was. The Chun Kingdom actually possesses a secret weapon capable of withstanding an American aircraft carrier. It's definitely fake. The only thing that could defeat an aircraft carrier is an aircraft carrier. Not necessarily. In the face of nuclear weapons, all beings are equal. I think the Chun Kingdom is just putting on a brave face when it's about to die. They definitely don't have any secret weapons, which means the U.S. is being very cautious or even afraid to take action. That makes sense. The Chun Kingdom has only been established for a few months. How could it possibly possess weapons capable of countering aircraft carriers? The United States received the news, but before it could even mock the United States for its overestimation of its own strength, it was too late. Chun Kingdom had already begun on the second day. Before dawn, a large number of people had already gathered on both sides of the main road in Bangkok, where the military parade was held. There were local natives of Bangkok, as well as many who had temporarily come from other parts of Chun Kingdom. There was no way around it. Although this was the first official military parade in the history of the current Chun Kingdom. It's worth noting that last time, Chun Kingdom was a small country with only a territory in northern Myanmar. The morning sun begins to rise. The military parade also officially began. First and foremost, there was an endless army of suicide soldiers. Lin Chun randomly chose one of the teams to participate in the military parade. The arrangement was arbitrary, but everyone who saw it was shocked. What an incredible steel lion this is. They discovered that the army of Chun Kingdom was highly disciplined and perfectly organized. More importantly, they possessed a do-or-die mentality that ordinary soldiers completely lacked. To the last military parade in Chun Kingdom. This time, they finally understood why the Chun Kingdom was able to achieve the feat of merging 5 kingdoms in succession. Because they possess an iron-blooded army. This must be the elite force of the Chun Kingdom. Many countries have speculated about this. What I just showed you is an ordinary army of our military. Next, the tank battalion will give a demonstration. Upon hearing the broadcast, all the viewers watching the live broadcast of the Chun Kingdom's military parade were stunned. Was that an ordinary team? Are you fucking kidding me? If this were a regular team, they'd probably be spewing shit while doing a handstand. Soon, 30 steel behemoths, twice the size of ordinary tanks, came into view. Holy crap, is that a tank? Holy crap, I thought it was a land-based warship. Look at that dark cannon muzzle. I wonder if it hurts when it hits a girl. Next, rocket artillery, howitzers, short-range air-to-ground missiles, medium and long-range missiles, and other types of artillery were displayed in the parade. Everyone was amazed, and even those watching the live stream in the United States fell silent. Of the Chun Kingdom is far greater than they imagined. However, while these are powerful, they are not enough. Almost everyone was waiting for the final, secret weapon to be revealed. They went from not believing at first to now having some belief. However, those Western countries, led by the United States, still believe that Chun is being forced into this situation. One netizen from a tiny country even said, "If you're so capable, let them experience what our secret weapon is for dealing with the United States." That's right, it was Chun Kingdom that directly used their secret weapon on them. Otherwise, they won't believe anything you say. No secret weapon was revealed directly during the live stream. The Chun Kingdom's military representative came first. For some reason, our secret weapon couldn't be brought to the site for the parade. As soon as the video appeared, many people joked, "See, they can't come up with a secret weapon, so they're already preparing to make the authorities apologize." Less than 2 seconds later, the military representative spoke again. "However, we can cut the camera a bit so you can clearly see what our secret weapon is." At the same time, the United States aircraft carrier entered my country's waters without my country's permission. In order to safeguard national security and preventative measures, we will use secret weapons to strike the U.S. aircraft carrier. Now let's switch our live stream to the secret weapon. Then the scene changed abruptly. Chapter 162, the appearance of the aircraft carrier, shocked the world. The United States was stunned on the boundless sea. Several drones were used for aerial photography. All the viewers in the live stream were curious when they saw the ocean in the background of the camera. What exactly is the legendary secret weapon of the Chun Kingdom? Western countries, on the other hand, scoffed at this. They believed that Chun Kingdom was merely making a fuss. Then, the camera angle began to adjust downwards. A colossal object came into everyone's view through the screen. My God, what is this? That can't be. Chun Kingdom is only a country that's been established for a few months. How could it? Holy crap. All I can say is Chun Kingdom is awesome. I heard some countries are going to perform special skills. Come out and let us see. Everyone could see a colossal vessel anchored on the sea through the live broadcast on Chunghwa TV. It is so large that it cannot be estimated. The fighter jets looked like tiny ants on it. Lin Chen's image was visible in the lower left corner of the video. At this crucial moment, he had to step forward and take charge himself. Dear friends, people, and viewers in other countries watching on television, I am delighted to present a military parade to the world today, showcasing our achievements. I'm very pleased to hold this ceremony. The current international situation is quite complicated, with powerful countries running rampant. Our Chun Kingdom has developed from small place that was like a living hell. Therefore, we attach greater importance to self-defense and the development of military weapons than other countries. With the support and expectations of the general public, our scientific researchers in Chun Kingdom, after several months of unremitting efforts, have finally successfully built our first aircraft carrier. In addition, our aircraft carriers have achieved long-range strike capability for nuclear weapons. This is the first nuclear weapon we have developed. From now on, we have the right to say no to all power politics. Lin Chen's voice was strong and clear. He wants to tell all the countries today that their Chun Kingdom is not to be trifled with. He'll retaliate against anyone who dares to mess with them. None of the weapons in the Chun Kingdom will be merely decorative. They will all be used in actual combat. The United States, the Palace of Versailles. An emergency meeting was held in the conference hall. The president and a group of high-ranking U.S. officials were watching and on LCD TV in front of them, which showed the U.S. aircraft carrier and Lin Chen's speech. Although many netizens questioned the authenticity of the aircraft carrier and whether the video footage was fabricated. However, the United States quickly realized that the video and the aircraft carrier were absolutely real. In other words, the Chun Kingdom truly possesses an aircraft carrier. How is this possible? How long has it been since the founding of the Chun Kingdom? Not only did they develop nuclear weapons, but they also built aircraft carriers? Is this some kind of outrageous nonsense? Don't they face any technological bottlenecks? They even thought they could use their aircraft carrier to conduct military exercises in Chun Kingdom's waters and threaten Chun Kingdom. In hindsight, their mission to send their aircraft carrier to Chun Kingdom was a joke. Yes, they have aircraft carriers, and so does the Chun Kingdom. The most ridiculous thing is that they even delivered an aircraft carrier to their doorstep. Now, in the other side's waters, their aircraft carrier is essentially isolated and helpless. The other side can send its navy to provide support at will. As you can see, China has already acquired the capability to manufacture nuclear weapons and has even built aircraft carriers. This has seriously affected the safety of our United States. What are your opinions? The president looked at the video and said with great displeasure, they would feel extremely angry if any other country, besides their own, possessed powerful weapons that could threaten their position. We must find a way to eliminate all the hidden dangers. Prevention is better than cure. Moreover, the current Chun Kingdom is at odds with their eagle country. If we push them too far, we'll just go and have a nuclear war with them. Just thinking about it makes me feel like I'm in a lot of trouble. President, shall we just launch an intercontinental ballistic missile and flatten their capital, Pang Sang? Furthermore, let our aircraft carrier engage in a decisive battle with the enemy's aircraft carrier and destroy it. Their aircraft carrier was rushed out so hastily, and although it looks bigger, it is definitely not as powerful as ours. I'm talking to the military representative, Martin, who's spitting as he speaks, Martin said. He would not allow an army more powerful than theirs to exist. Wouldn't he lose face in that situation? No, Martin, your idea is dangerous. Bangkok is only a few dozen kilometers away from China. Our missiles have too large a kill radius and are not accurate enough. If we accidentally bombard the land of the Dragon Kingdom, or even if we don't bombard them at all, such close proximity will inevitably cause dissatisfaction from the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, we will probably have to face two nuclear powers. Our relationship with Russia isn't good right now. They wouldn't mind interfering, and if all three countries joined in, I'm afraid An executive standing nearby quickly spoke up. At the same time, he glanced at Martin. It's as if it's saying, please use your brain. His words naturally resonated with others. At this point, taking the initiative to attack would likely plunge the United States into war itself. In contrast, they prefer to stay behind the scenes and act as the masterminds, manipulating other countries to start wars. When the cannons roar, gold pours in. They can reap enough profit to satisfy their selfish desires. Wouldn't it be better to achieve your goal without lifting a finger? although they all do not want Qin Kingdom to possess nuclear weapons and aircraft carriers. But the facts are already there, leaving them no time for further thought. Then what do? Are we just going to let Qin Kingdom continue to develop like this? It seems Qin Kingdom doesn't care about our economic blockade. What if they develop even more powerful weapons in the future? At this point, the military representative stepped forward again. These politicians are all only concerned with their immediate interests. They're completely blind to the potential of the Qin Kingdom. If a country like this continues to develop unchecked, who knows how far it will go? Moreover, they have just imposed sanctions on the Qin Kingdom, so we can't expect them to sue for peace, can we? They are a top-tier superpower. They wouldn't do something so shameful. President, why don't we support the countries in Southeast Asia? Let's make the neighboring countries of Qin Kingdom fight against Qin Kingdom. This way, we don't need to take action, our interests won't be harmed, and we can still sanction the Qin Kingdom. As a cunning old fox in a palace, Ovsky immediately offered some good advice. It was accepted by both sides in the debate. Fight, but don't fight yourself. Chapter 163. The president was about to make a final decision to send aid to Southeast Asian countries to help them sanction Qin country when a voice came from the LCD TV. I believe you all have some doubts about the authenticity and combat effectiveness of our aircraft carrier. Don't worry, we're about to prepare a live-fire demonstration for you. Soon, you will all see just how powerful our weapons are. Recently, an aircraft carrier of unknown origin entered our Qin Kingdom's territory without our permission. This seriously violates our country's territorial waters rights. We are extremely angry about this, and therefore we will take the necessary measures. For example, we can use this aircraft carrier as a target to demonstrate our aircraft carrier capabilities to everyone. We will be demonstrating for you in 30 minutes. Lin Qin's words were broadcast to audiences around the world on television screens. This immediately sparked heated discussions and shocked the world. Holy crap, the Qin Kingdom is this brave? I never expected that the Qin Kingdom would dare to stand up to the United States head-on. Amazing. So if it seems that the Qin Kingdom really has built an aircraft carrier, otherwise they wouldn't dare to say that. The Qin Kingdom has already built an aircraft carrier. What are those countries that haven't found it, yet supposed to think? This was also clearly imprinted in the ears of all the senior executives of the United States in the conference room. Damn it! How dare they target our aircraft carrier? They're simply not taking our country seriously. Fuck! This is absurd, utterly absurd. We should hold a press conference immediately to condemn the actions of the Qin Kingdom. They definitely wouldn't dare, so they gave us 30 minutes, hoping to get our aircraft carrier out of their waters. What a joke. I don't believe they would actually dare to do that. Although they didn't believe that Chungguo would really dare to start a war, the United States held a press conference immediately. The foreign minister, acting as a representative, personally condemned the actions of the Qin Kingdom. We have just learned that the Qin Kingdom possesses nuclear weapons and an aircraft carrier, which poses the greatest threat to peace in Southeast Asia. At the same time, the Qin Kingdom actually attempted to use its aircraft carrier and nuclear weapons to attack our military's exercise forces. We strongly condemn this. We warn the Qin Kingdom that it should immediately destroy its nuclear weapons and maintain regional peace. In order to ensure relative peace in the region, we will take certain measures to stop it. Nuclear weapons proliferation will bring devastating damage to Earth, so we will take measures until the Qin Kingdom destroys its nuclear weapons. They immediately stood up to condemn the Qin Kingdom's attempt to use nuclear weapons. This is something they cannot accept. This must be condemned immediately. After the United States made its speech, its lackey, the United States of Japan, immediately stood up and condemned the United States of Qin. We strongly condemn the Qin Kingdom's unauthorized development of nuclear weapons. We will continue to monitor this matter and hope that the Qin Kingdom will destroy its nuclear weapons as soon as possible. Otherwise, we cannot rule out taking corresponding actions. The Sakura Kingdom stood on the stage, expressing his thoughts with righteous indignation, as if a nuclear bomb was about to fall on their country at any moment. As a country that has had the misfortune of experiencing the taste of nuclear bombs, they are naturally very wary of such things. They never imagined that the Qin Kingdom would possess an aircraft carrier and nuclear weapons. It should be noted that the leader of Qin Kingdom was once a citizen of Long Kingdom. Moreover, their entire country was built entirely through warfare. They don't want to be hit by another nuclear weapon. That would be too terrifying. Not only the Japanese government, but also the entire population of Japan stood up and strongly condemned the Qin Kingdom. They really wanted to go straight to Qin Kingdom and blow up their nuclear weapons base with their own hands. Let all the nuclear weapons explode in Qin Kingdom. That way they won't get blown up. No matter what they say, it has no effect on Lin Qin. Lin Qin's speech marked the end of today's military parade in Qin Kingdom. Similarly, this is also the climax. Everyone was eagerly anticipating what would happen 30 minutes later. During this period, the video footage continued to show the aircraft carrier of the Qin Kingdom. The drones began to approach the aircraft carrier, providing a general view of the ship. The incredibly powerful visual impact left many viewers thoroughly entertained. Compared to other countries, this is the first time they have seen an aircraft carrier on video so closely. Why Qin Kingdom dared to display it was that even if they saw it, they would not be able to imitate it. Products manufactured by our system are guaranteed to be of high quality. Time passed second by second. 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. It's time for Lin Qin to demonstrate the weapons, as he just mentioned. The live stream suddenly switched to focus on the weapon systems on the aircraft carrier. Above the rear wing of the aircraft carrier, a floor space of over 100 square meters rises up. Immediately afterwards, a nuclear missile, unlike ordinary missiles, rose from below and was revealed. Inclined at a 60-degree angle, pointing straight to the sky, it looks extremely intimidating. Its color is pale white, and it has some special patterns on it. As it was raised, a chilling aura of danger swept over us. Such a nuclear missile is absolutely enough to bomb a city. Look at this, what a cool missile. Are normal missiles this exaggerated? My God, is this nuclear weapon? The Qin Kingdom really does possess nuclear weapons. I didn't expect the Qin Kingdom to be serious. Are they really going to demonstrate the power of nuclear weapons? But the U.S. aircraft carrier is in China's waters, so are they going to detonate nuclear weapons in their own waters? Young man, you've discovered the blind spot. Just then, another image appeared at the bottom of the television screen, featuring the military representative of the Qin Kingdom. He was actually one of Lin Qin's high-ranking assassins. Our nuclear weapons are different from normal nuclear weapons. After our nuclear weapons explode, they do not produce terrifying radioactive radiation. We have achieved controllability in this regard. In other words, even if a nuclear weapon were to explode in our own waters, things would return to normal in a few days at most. Of course, the terrifying destructive power of the explosion would still remain. Of course, it would still be terrifying if it were to explode accidentally on another country's territory. It seems that knowing many people were curious, Qin Kingdom actually chose to bomb its own sea area. Qin Kingdom explained the advantages of their nuclear weapons. This news immediately caused a huge uproar. It is important to understand that nuclear weapons are terrifying, which is why they are strictly prohibited by all countries. It lies in the terrifying destructive power and radioactive radiation after its explosion that would render the area within a radius of tens of kilometers from the explosion's epicenter uninhabitable year-round. Now, Qin Kingdom has stated that they have achieved control. This is absolutely ridiculous. Chapter 164 Missile Launch. Global Watch. This is impossible. Based on the power of a nuclear explosion, it's determined that it will produce. Controllable? That's a joke. It's definitely a scam. Could you please provide proof from Qin Kingdom regarding what constitutes a controllable nuclear weapon? This immediately caused a huge uproar online, with many viewers saying that the Qin Kingdom should show them how controllable their forces are. This is simply impossible. Despite numerous criticisms from abroad, Qin Kingdom was extremely excited. It should be noted that the Qin Kingdom was able to defeat the Five Kingdoms by relying on its powerful weapons. They naturally believed that what their officials said was true. Today is definitely a day for them to hold their heads high and show off. In their original countries, let alone being able to control them, even nuclear weapons and aircraft carriers were things they could only dream of. Now, they have transformed themselves into a military superpower. They couldn't help but sigh that since the Qin Kingdom gained independence, every inch of land he had conquered had been ravaged by war, but they had to admit that they were living better lives after the wars. They no longer need to worry about drugs, criminals, or warlordism. They were able to live freely and enjoy all the benefits that the Chun Kingdom provided for them. For example, the biggest advantage is safety. Tens of millions of people in the Chun Kingdom began to cheer, eagerly anticipating the Chun Kingdom's military displaying their nuclear missiles. Just when everyone thought that Chunghwa was merely giving a warning to the U.S. aircraft carrier. In the video footage, the rising missile has already begun adjusting its angle and orientation. Although it has an automatic positioning system, if the basic orientation and angle are corrected, it can hit the target faster and more accurately. Lin Chun was very confident in the nuclear missiles produced by the system, believing that even the United States would be unable to intercept them. They could only watch helplessly as the missile struck its target. The U.S. aircraft carrier has already entered China's waters, so it won't take more than a few minutes for the missile to hit its target. Missiles are ready and can be launched at any time. All preparations for the missile operation are complete. Now all that's left is to press the launch button, and it can be launched immediately. The robust nuclear missile tilted at an angle towards the distant sky, like a sharp thorn pointing skyward, as if it wanted to pierce the heavens. Emission. Lin Chun issued the order. His intention was to use this method to tell all the countries on Earth that their Chun Kingdom was sacred and inviolable. They're not afraid of even the United States. If you think the Chun Kingdom is easy to bully, then bring it on. Their Chun Kingdom's broadswords are already itching for a fight. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the person in charge on the aircraft carrier immediately went to the command center and began issuing the launch command. Final check. Once everything is confirmed, prepare for launch in 1 minute. Check's complete. Ready for launch. Launch countdown. 3, 2, 1. Emission. At the order of the person in charge, the missile launcher opened the safe containing the missile launch button, revealing the red button inside. Without hesitation, I pressed it. The electrical signal travels at the speed of light, incidentally activating a nuclear missile. Boom! With a deafening roar, the nuclear missile spewed flames, carrying intense blue-white fire, and rose into the sky amidst a cloud of smoke, soaring straight into the heavens. The speed is getting faster and faster. In just a few seconds, the nuclear missile disappeared into the sky in a cloud of smoke. If you look down from high altitude, it looks like a horizontal rocket shooting straight forward. As the nuclear missile was launched, the entire audience in front of their television sets erupted in jubilation. Holy crap, they actually launched. Regardless of whether it's a nuclear weapon or not, launching missiles at the U.S. aircraft carrier is already a declaration of war, isn't it? My goodness, is World War III about to break out? As a professional missile weapon researcher, I'd like to step forward and clarify. This missile is real. Netizens from various countries are discussing it extensively, but most are just watching with a detached, amused attitude. After all, China's current target is the United States. Moreover, it was the United States that provoked the United States first. So as long as they don't provoke the Chun Kingdom, they'll be fine. But the situation is different in the United States. They're in a complete panic right now. At the same time, I am also very angry. The United States, the Palace of Versailles. The President of the United States has been paying close attention to the movements of the United States. He never expected that the United States would actually dare to launch a missile. It is simply incomprehensible. The Chun Kingdom has absolutely no sense of martial ethics. Do you think nuclear missiles can be launched so easily? Gentlemen, the Chun Kingdom has now launched a nuclear missile at us, and it has locked onto our aircraft carrier. This is a complete disregard for us. What they've done is absolutely outrageous and seriously undermines world peace. Quickly, notify the aircraft carriers that have entered Chun Kingdom's waters to begin interception immediately. The President of the United States quickly looked at the head of the Navy and said, although he was the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, he didn't have much time to manage the army. He usually left it to specialized personnel. He is very angry and very scared. Even if they intercepted the missile, they wouldn't be able to withstand the strain if the U.S. kept a close eye on them. The U.S. aircraft carrier immediately activated its long-range radar detection system and began detection operations. The launch of a missile instantly attracted worldwide attention. No one expected that Chun Kingdom would actually keep its word. They just released a nuclear bomb. It's outrageous. They all wanted to see how the United States would respond. However, the nuclear missiles of the Chun Kingdom are simply too fast. So fast that it's impossible to track. Fortunately, Chun Kingdom immediately reversed the missile's trajectory. They weren't worried at all that the other side could analyze their trajectory. They could just change it next time. As for interception, why don't you try intercepting it? If they can intercept him, he'll lose. The nuclear missiles were traveling at high speed, and judging from the video footage, it would only take 3 minutes to end the battle. System generated, absolutely top quality. Lin Shan has always been very satisfied with the military weapons produced by the system. This missile is absolutely world-leading. It is extremely fast, far exceeding the speed of any current interceptor missile. Moreover, it is extremely powerful and not radioactive. In the waters of Chun Kingdom, they quickly receive the signal from the nuclear missile, and it is constantly under surveillance. Inside the control room, the U.S. Navy was busy with rapid communication and swift commands, and the entire aircraft carrier was operating at high efficiency. They have to intercept this missile. Otherwise, they will meet their maker along with the aircraft carrier. However, the commanding personnel on board the ship immediately boarded fighter jets and left the aircraft carrier. Better safe than sorry. Chapter 165 Interception Failed. Terrifying explosion. The operators responsible for the interception stared intently at the screen, their fingers resting on the button to launch the interceptor missile, ready to fire at any moment. The observer who was helping to observe spoke up. Target acquired by radar. Interception can be initiated. Caution. Missile speed is too high. Please be careful. Without hesitation, the operator pressed the launch button. Intercept missile launch. Call out. With a piercing whoosh, an interceptor missile shot into the sky from the U.S. aircraft carrier. Spewing out a fiery red tail flame, it shot straight toward the trajectory of the Chun Kingdom's nuclear missile. The interceptor missile quickly reached its maximum speed of Mach 20. This is the fastest interceptor missile in their country, the United States. They disappeared from sight almost instantly. However, even though they were already moving extremely fast. If they were to measure the speed of the Chun Kingdom's missiles, they would discover the missiles from the Chun Kingdom has reached Mach 30. 30 times the speed of sound. The interceptor missile quickly flew into the trajectory of the missile from the Chun Kingdom. However, the missiles of the Chun Kingdom are extremely fast and have anti-interception systems, allowing them to evade in an emergency. Almost instantly, it changed its flight path, taking advantage of its higher speed. It whizzed past the interceptor missile. It was not intercepted. Warning! Warning! Interception failed. Interception failed. Alarms blared throughout the aircraft carrier. Everyone knew perfectly well what a failed interception meant. They never expected that Chun Kingdom's nuclear missiles could change their trajectory in an instant. And their speed is so much faster than theirs. It flew by in a flash. They completely disregarded their interceptor missiles. How could they possibly tolerate this? Hurry, keep launching interceptors. The operator, who had been keeping a close eye on the radar detection screen, immediately launched again. The enemy missile was only 20 seconds away from their aircraft carrier. If they didn't launch it soon, it would be too late. He pressed the button again. 2 more interceptor missiles were launched. This time, they once again narrowly missed each other's missiles. Every time, I feel like I'm just a little bit short. But it seems to be much worse. Our interception attempt failed. The enemy's missiles are far faster than our interceptor missiles. Brothers, see you in heaven. The interception failed, and the operator released the button completely. According to the system, the missile would arrive at their location in 8 seconds. Even if he presses the button now and intercepts the missile, it will still explode. Their aircraft carrier was still within the blast radius. It's over, it's all over. This world is crazy. Their self-proclaimed world-class technological and military capabilities seem like a joke in the face of the Chun Kingdom. A brief silence fell over the aircraft carrier. Only 7 seconds remain. Everyone stood still and began to pray silently. At this point, perhaps only a miracle can save them. Unfortunately, miracles don't always happen. The missiles were getting closer and closer to them. Countdown has begun. 3, 2, 1. The imagined explosion did not occur. All the American soldiers who couldn't help but close their eyes opened them. Could it be that a miracle really is happening? No, look, what is that missile doing? A gasp suddenly rang out from inside the aircraft carrier. A soldier rushed into the observation room and saw a nuclear missile drawing a circle in the sky. Draw a circle with a radius of 3 kilometers. Meanwhile, the image of the missile hovering appeared on the television channels of Chun Kingdom. The Chun Kingdom dispatched drones specifically for on-site filming. Everyone witnessed this scene. Ladies and gentlemen, just now the United States launched several interceptor missiles that are nuclear missiles. But our missiles are clearly superior and easily evaded their interception. I hope that certain countries will realize that our Chun Kingdom is not as easy to bully as they imagine. As you can see, our nuclear missiles are circling over the United States. It's not that we're afraid to detonate them, but that we're preparing to do so in 5 minutes. So, all sailors on American aircraft carriers, you have 5 minutes to make a phone call home. War is cruel. Your superiors made the wrong decisions, and you should pay the price. The military representative from Chun Kingdom came from the lower left corner of the television. In the eyes of casual netizens, Chungwa is doing its best to realize humanitarianism. War is cruel. However, many countries knew that this was a missile show by the Chun Kingdom. Their terrifying speed is unstoppable. Even the United States can't do anything about their missiles. Moreover, it can change its orbit instantly and maneuver around, requiring only control. All of this is to demonstrate to the world the power of their country, the United States. Their missiles went unintercepted. So who would dare to mess with them in the future? One missile, and everyone in the world is doomed. United States. The president has been monitoring the missile's movements. Upon learning of the failed interception, surprise, shock, fear, and helplessness were all evident on his face. When he heard that the Chun Kingdom had given their soldiers 5 minutes. I have unspeakable suffering in my heart. After today, his reputation in the United States will likely plummet. Damn it. Fuck. They deserve to die. The president could only express his dissatisfaction by roaring. If their aircraft carrier is really gone, he'll be utterly humiliated. And it's estimated that he might have to step down in just a few days. 5 minutes felt like an eternity to them. Because the missiles were too close to the aircraft carrier, the interceptor missiles became ineffective. Therefore, the soldiers on the aircraft carrier could only obediently wait to die. Their faces lit up with smiles when they learned that their lives have been extended by another 5 minutes. This means they can now make a phone call home. Countless soldiers began searching for their cell phones and dialing their homes. Soon, time passed by. Time is up. Chun Kingdom finished speaking. The circling missile was seen rapidly turning downwards in the video footage. It accelerated its descent toward the aircraft carrier. The missile struck the aircraft carrier. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose up, with sparks flying everywhere. The entire aircraft carrier was engulfed in flames. A deafening, violent sound. The seawater within a radius of 20 miles seemed to have evaporated. It unleashed a giant wave that reached a height of 1,000 meters, engulfing the entire wreckage of the aircraft carrier. The entire aircraft carrier was completely destroyed. Chapter 166, The Furious United States. 8 in arms, including nuclear weapons. The power of a single nuclear bomb is truly astounding. At that moment, the entire sea seemed to fall silent. There was no sound and no ripples. The video feed went out in a flash of light. Because the explosion also destroyed the drone, it was unable to capture any specific scenes. Everyone vaguely remembered the terrifying flames on the aircraft carrier before the explosion and the towering waves that were stirred up. Holy crap! Is this what a nuclear attack looks like? This is too intense. It's much more terrifying than I imagined. An aircraft carrier just vanished like that. It's absolutely terrifying. I can almost see it. The US and China will start fighting first, and then World War III will begin. How will the United States respond to Chun Guo's actions? The entire world was abuzz with excitement upon witnessing this scene. This is simply unstoppable. One missile caused the United States to lose an aircraft carrier. This kind of deterrence is enough to make any force tremble. Only then did everyone understand why nuclear weapons were banned by all countries. Its power is truly terrifying. So terrifying that if there are enough of them, the Earth could be destroyed. This time, Chun Kingdom did more than just destroy an aircraft carrier. They also slapped the other countries hard in the face. Let them know that their Chun Kingdom is not as easy to bully as they imagine. The United States brought this on itself. It has no one else to blame. With this, the military parade of the Chun Kingdom came to a successful conclusion. Chun Guo stated that they hoped this would be the last nuclear missile they would launch. In a few days, they will show the world the location of their explosion. and things will soon return to normal. Everything is perfectly intact. The United States of America. Inside the Sioux Palace meeting room, the president was furious, his hands clenched tightly, and he slammed them heavily onto the table. He roared hysterically, "Damn it, that damned Chun Kingdom. I'm going to launch nuclear missiles at them too. Give me the order. Target the capital of Chun Kingdom." At this moment, he had lost his mind, his face was flushed, and he looked like a mad dog. "Prime Minister, please calm down. You must calm down. Chun Kingdom is close to Long Kingdom. If we launch missiles rashly, it may cause unnecessary misunderstandings. In my opinion, we should stick to our original plan and send aid to the neighboring countries of Chun Kingdom, letting them fight this battle for us. That would be the best course of action. Yes, Your Majesty. If we act rashly, our losses will be magnified infinitely." Representatives from various military units spoke out to stop it. If they were to actually go to war with the Chun Kingdom, their losses would be magnified infinitely. In the end, they probably won't gain anything. This time, the warning given to them by the Chun Kingdom was far too severe. They could no longer allow the Chun Kingdom to continue developing. Now that they've even developed nuclear weapons, who knows if they'll come up with even more advanced weapons in the future. If we surpass them then, they'll be in trouble. They cannot allow such a thing to happen. It's terrifying to even think about. Fuck, hold a press conference right now. I want to speak out to the world and express our anger. We must make Chun Kingdom pay the price it deserves, the president said angrily. He wouldn't just let Chun Kingdom go like that. That's an aircraft carrier. An aircraft carrier worth $15 billion US. Just like that, it's gone. That's all money. How many houses do they need to sell to make back their profits? It makes me very angry just thinking about it. Half an hour later, at the press conference, the scene was completely silent. No one spoke. As everyone knows, it's best not to provoke the United States at this time. The reporters received the news early on. They're also paying close attention to this matter. After all, since the United States has directly bombed and destroyed the United States aircraft carrier, the United States reaction is naturally very important. This is definitely headline news, so there can be no carelessness whatsoever. At the press conference, the president walked heavily onto the stage. Turning the microphone on the front of the stage to his left, the president's serious voice rang out. First of all, we strongly condemn the use of nuclear weapons by the state of Chun. At the same time, the Chun Kingdom used nuclear missiles against us, destroying our warships. This has caused very serious losses, and we once again strongly demand that the Chun Kingdom compensate our country for these losses. Otherwise, we do not rule out taking further measures to provide nuclear weapons to countries surrounding Chun. It is very clear now that the Chun Kingdom is not content with its own territory. Sooner or later, they will take action against neighboring countries. We will provide assistance not only in the form of various missiles, but also in the form of nuclear missiles. We hope that the Chun Kingdom will recognize its mistakes and compensate us 3 times for our losses. The president delivered a righteous and eloquent speech, was furious with the Chun Kingdom, and seemed to want to destroy it immediately. However, he knew that there was nothing he could do for the time being and could only wait and see what the Chun Kingdom's attitude would be. However, the people of Chun Kingdom seem to have gone mad. They'll open fire with nuclear missiles at the slightest provocation, showing absolutely no respect for the United States. Most journalists were not surprised by the speech given by the U.S. president, because Chun Guo's actions this time have been extremely hateful. The U.S. aircraft carrier directly. He's truly brave. Is this what they mean by a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger? Bangkok, the capital of Chun Kingdom. After several months of rapid development, it has evolved into a modern city. However, the city's development continues, and it will take some time before it becomes a truly international metropolis. The military parade had ended, and Pangsang returned to its original state. All the tourists who had traveled from afar to Pangsang to watch the military parade began to explore the city. The residents here all wore bright smiles. The stronger the Chun Kingdom was, the safer they would be, and the better their future would be, although their military launched missiles, provoking the United States. But they possessed nuclear weapons. With nuclear weapons, why would we be afraid of the U.S. doing anything reckless? I never imagined that our Chun Kingdom, established so recently, would already be so powerful. Yes, our Chun Kingdom hasn't had any criminal gangs for a long time. Now that we've demonstrated our military strength, I doubt any country would dare to offend us. If we're not afraid of the U.S., why should we be afraid of other countries? Today's military parade has become a topic of conversation among the people of Chun Kingdom after dinner. They began to love the Chun Kingdom and regarded it as a new beginning for their motherland. This is their Chun Kingdom. Chapter 167. You want help? I'll take the initiative. 1v7, they thought. Chun Kingdom will surely become one of the most powerful countries in Southeast Asia, and even in Asia. Their lives were spent eking out a living amidst the chaos of warlordism. Now, they have a peaceful environment, something they could never have imagined before. Moreover, the entire Chun Kingdom is still developing, and everything is moving in a positive direction, giving everyone hope for the future. At the same time, due to the needs of development, Chungwa does not lack job positions at all. What they lack are talent and labor. With a peaceful and stable environment and no criminal gangs to combat it, Chun Kingdom has become the dream destination for countless migrant workers. Many people are even preparing to immigrate to Chun Kingdom. The potential here is limitless, compared to the excitement in China. Surrounding the Chun Kingdom in international discussions, the terrifying strength displayed by the Chun Kingdom has aroused fear in many Western countries, who have stood up to condemn it. The use of nuclear weapons by the United States to destroy the United States aircraft carrier has seriously damaged the interests of other countries and threatened world peace. We must unite to resist the Chun Kingdom and block its development. Japan was the first country to protest, as they lack the capability to intercept such nuclear missiles. Moreover, they had experienced the terrifying power of such missiles before, and they really didn't want to experience it again. The Chun Kingdom is truly too powerful, so powerful that they all felt fear. Meanwhile, the once powerful British Empire also stepped forward to express their indignation. We strongly condemn the launch of a nuclear missile by the Chun Kingdom, which destroyed the aircraft carrier of our ally, the United States. Peace and development are the themes of the world today, and we should not trample on the peaceful world environment. The actions of the Chun Kingdom have seriously affected world peace. In order to safeguard world peace, we will take necessary measures against the Chun Kingdom. Following closely behind, numerous Western countries, led by the United States, stood up to condemn China. If it weren't for the fact that Chin's military strength was somewhat beyond their imagination, they would have loved to launch another invasion of Chun by the Eight-Nation Alliance. Strength is always the foundation that determines everything. Only by possessing great strength can one avoid being attacked. And the Chun Kingdom now happens to possess this strength. Under the leadership of these countries, the United Nations also issued some statements. In short, the goal is to get Chun to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, meaning they can no longer use nuclear weapons at will. We should do everything in our power to maintain world peace, not to destroy it. Soon, all the countries that issued condemnations took corresponding measures and imposed a complete blockade on Chun Kingdom. Lin Chin received the news very quickly. Faced with the joint sanctions and blockades imposed by most Western countries, Lin Chin couldn't help but shake his head. These Western countries are overestimating themselves. He did not deny that maintaining economic and trade relations with these countries would accelerate the development of Chun Kingdom, but at present, the development of Chun Kingdom has little to do with them. The Chun Kingdom was built on the foundation of several small countries in Southeast Asia, which originally did not have very close ties with Western countries, so the impact was not significant. On the contrary, their main reliance is the Dragon Kingdom, and the Chun Kingdom currently maintains a very high level of cooperation with the Dragon Kingdom. This is enough for their internal development. At least for now, it's more than enough. When they develop to the point where they need to expand into foreign markets, those countries will lift the blockade on their own, without Chun Kingdom even needing to intervene. Because of their strength and national power, they will make the choice for themselves. This is the benefit of strength. So, you can block your way, what's it to me? This slight loss of strength will not have a significant impact on the Chun Kingdom. The Kingdom of Chun is now entering a period of rapid development. By intimidating the United States, they have also made the world aware of their power. Lin Chin didn't care about the blockade imposed by those Western countries. However, it was the press conference held by the United States that caught Lin Chin's attention. They plan to provide aid to countries surrounding Chun Kingdom. In Southeast Asia, to the southeast of Chun Kingdom, there are several archipelagic countries: Malaysia, East Asia, Philippines, Indonesia, Singapore. These are all separated from the Chun Kingdom by the sea. Naval warships are crucial to winning this battle. Although Chun State has an aircraft carrier, using a cannon to kill a mosquito is somewhat redundant. The northeastern border of Chun is bordered by the Dragon Kingdom, so it's impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to cooperate with the Eagle Kingdom to target Chun. To the west are India and Bengal. It's no longer considered a Southeast Asian country, but it's right next to China, so it's definitely one of the targets that the United States wants to win over. They've been lying low for too long. Even their guns are getting rusty. It's time to let the whole world see the terrifying strength of the Chun Kingdom once again. Lin Chun pondered to himself. This time, he's going to take on 7 opponents at once. The remaining 6 Southeast Asian countries, plus India to the west. He intends to attack all 6 countries simultaneously. And we must finish this quickly. Lin Chun had originally considered that he couldn't become fat in one bite, and should first digest the original 5 countries. It seems best to eat first and worry about other things later. As for digestion, that will happen when no country dares to challenge them head-on. They can then stop and focus on development. Among these 7 countries, an intelligence organization that had been established to upgrade the operation had been dispatched several months earlier in the early morning and had infiltrated the country. According to the news from that side, almost all of Lin Chun's high-ranking officials in the 7 countries have been replaced by high-ranking assassins from the Chun Kingdom. It's not that they don't want to replace them all directly, but rather that they want to observe the high-ranking officials' every word and action first. We will only take action if we can ensure a complete and foolproof replacement. Many of these executives enjoy having casual sex with women outside of work, and then returning home to have sex with their wives. Those replacement assassins all need to play with girls for them. Play with their wives. They are so incredibly kind. Even their wives say that their husbands seem to have become much more vigorous lately. It's been a lot longer now. The Chun Kingdom's path of conquest was interrupted during this period. Their path of making money did not stop. Whether it's the United States, Japan, the once powerful Japan, or South Korea, and a whole host of other countries, all badly injured by the army of assassins. They really didn't have a single drop left. Even the domestic economic situation has begun to show problems. However, this has nothing to do with Lin Chun. Currently, the Chun Kingdom has 25 god-level assassins. The Elite Suicide Squad also numbers 150,000. The mid-level Elite Suicide Squad is also a solid foundation of the Chun Kingdom's army, numbering 1.5 million. There were countless low-level assassins. Lin Chun had lost count of how many people there were. All I know is that it's nearly 10 million. With such strength, they could simultaneously attack 7 kingdoms. No problem. Chapter 168, it's one thing for a neighboring country to provoke. But now, even the Sakura country is provoking us? Lin Chun's expression was indifferent. They are not afraid of any provocation whatsoever. He wanted the whole world to know what the ultimate consequence would be for those who opposed the Chun Kingdom. Absolutely, there will be no good outcome. Lin Chun ordered his million-strong army to split into 7 routes and begin marching towards those countries. At the same time, the United States also began to take action. After negotiations, they reached an agreement with countries such as the Philippines and Indonesia. They, representing the United States, launched sanctions against the United States. They will unconditionally provide them with all kinds of military equipment, heavy weapons, aircraft, tanks, missiles, armor-piercing shells, and even light nuclear weapons. These weapons are comparable to those displayed by the Chun Kingdom. Of course, under nuclear weapons, all beings are equal. Since the Chun Kingdom has chosen not to abide by the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, there's no need for them to say anything more. In short, just fight. The receipt of arms aid from the United States, Southeast Asian island nations, led by Indonesia, have issued statements. They strongly condemn the actions of the Chun Kingdom and pledge to enter the Chun Kingdom through effective means, to force them to destroy their nuclear weapons. They now also possess nuclear weapons. If the Chun Kingdom were to launch a nuclear attack against them, they would retaliate without hesitation. Originally, when they saw the strength of the Chun Kingdom, they didn't dare to compete with it at all. But the United States told them that the United States would take action against them sooner or later. It was only a matter of time. With their support this time, they might be able to best restrain the actions of the Chun Kingdom. This is definitely good news for them. Moreover, with the U.S. backing them this time, they have even more confidence. They directly provoked the Chun Kingdom. Otherwise, if they lose the support of the United States, they will be nothing more than lambs to the slaughter in the eyes of the United States. It's clear to anyone with eyes that the Chun Kingdom will not stop its conquests. They also established friendly diplomatic relations with the Chun Kingdom. Although the Chun Kingdom's attitude was good, it kept evading the issue of non-aggression. It's clear that we can establish diplomatic relations now, and our economic and trade exchanges can proceed normally. But whether or not we will attack you in the future is another matter entirely. Under such circumstances, with the support of the United States, they naturally want to have a showdown with the United States. It would be best to completely thwart the Chun Kingdom's desire for expansion. Otherwise, given the strength that Qin Kingdom has currently demonstrated, they would have no way to stop any of the other party's actions. However, with the support and leadership of the United States, and with the surrounding countries joining forces, dealing with Chun should be a piece of cake. Lin Chin dismissed the speeches made by several Indonesian countries as mere barking. They don't take the U.S. seriously. These countries think that if they unite and with the U.S.'s weapon support, they can fight against us. They had no idea that while they were giving their speeches, hundreds of thousands, even millions of troops were already heading towards their territory. What's even more ridiculous is that the armies aided by these U.S.-backed countries in Southeast Asia are one thing, but even the Sakura Kingdom has to stand up and issue a condemnation of the Qin Kingdom. They also threatened that they would not rule out taking corresponding measures. Clearly, the nuclear missile landed on the U.S. aircraft carrier, enraging the U.S. This will give them more confidence to stand up and condemn the actions of the Qin Kingdom. After all, if the Qin Kingdom were to target them, they would have the United States as an ally. Moreover, they're very far from the Chun Kingdom, a distance that is sufficient for them to intercept missiles. Moreover, there's the Dragon Kingdom between them and the Qin Kingdom. If the Qin Kingdom launches a missile, it will pass through the Long Kingdom. They don't believe the Dragon Kingdom will stand idly by. After all, this could be considered a threat to the lives of the people within the Dragon Kingdom. What they value most. These are some of the reasons why they dare to bark. If all else fails, they have also secretly developed nuclear weapons, though their mastery of them is not very high. But if pushed too far, they'll launch it directly at Qin Kingdom and see who goes against whom. Lin Chin showed no mercy to the barking dogs in Cherry Blossom Valley. Could it be that their Qin Kingdom is not strong enough? When did it become your turn, a tiny country like yours, to bark like a dog? Lin Chin immediately issued the order to the aircraft carrier. A giant firework to the land of cherry blossoms. It's more powerful than the one we launched before. Furthermore, it preserves the radiation emitted after the explosion. I heard that they've recently started dumping nuclear waste into the ocean. They probably wouldn't care at all about the nuclear radiation from a nuclear bomb exploding on their own soil. Judging from their expressions, they don't seem very afraid. Otherwise, how could they do such a despicable thing? The extent of the consequences is still unclear, but the author, who just finished reading her disappearance, is willing to contribute 100. Film a documentary about vanished cherry blossoms. I think everyone here has no objections. That being said, upon receiving Lin Chin's order, the aircraft carrier immediately began preparations. Under Lin Chin's deliberate instructions, the flight trajectory of the nuclear missile was adjusted to completely avoid the territory and waters of the Dragon Kingdom. It will not cause any trouble for the Dragon Kingdom. Such requirements are not a problem at all for Chungua's aircraft carrier missile technology. Missile loaded, ready to launch. The assassin's voice carried a strange excitement. Perhaps it's because their master, Lin Chin, is from China. The missile, now twice the size of its predecessor, has been loaded. Previous short-range missiles. This time, it is a long-range nuclear missile. Its power is more than 10 times greater than before. If it landed in the land of cherry blossoms, destroying a city wouldn't be a problem. Since Japan is barking like a dog, it's just asking for trouble. Then their Chun Kingdom no longer needs to be polite to the other party. Let's launch an intercontinental ballistic missile and show them the might of Chun Kingdom. Then let's just launch it directly. Don't be polite with them. We'll land in the suburbs outside their capital to let them know, don't mess with us. Lin Chin said with a slight smile, I won't let the country of Yinhua be destroyed by missiles so easily. He wants to slowly torture them, slowly drain them of all their value. By the way, notify the television department to broadcast it globally. I want the whole world to see that being stubborn will have consequences for our Chun Kingdom. Soon, Chun Kingdom's television station broadcast live to the world again, and the faces of Chun Kingdom's military representatives appeared on the television screen once more. Yes, sir. Prepare for launch. As the red button was pressed, the robust missile slowly rose into the sky, disappearing into a cloud of smoke. The speed increased rapidly, becoming faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, it had already surpassed the sound barrier. From the Chun Kingdom were launched extremely quickly, but many spectators who witnessed this scene were thrilled. A mixed bag of joy and sorrow. Some people are very excited about the news that Chunghwa launched a nuclear missile to sanction Sakura. Damn it, I've been fed up with this little guy for a long time. He's always causing trouble. Well done, Chun Kingdom. Damn it, I heard that Xiao Rizi has been doing some despicable things lately. I wonder if it will affect us. In the short term, it might cause damage to the ecological environment, but in the long term, that's uncertain. Chapter 169, Panic-Filled Cherry Blossoms. Launching interceptor missiles. Of course, there are also some pessimistic people who stepped forward. Most of them are people from other countries who are completely unrelated. Even some Chinese people who idolize foreign things. The fact that Chun Kingdom is launching nuclear missiles so openly is a direct threat to world peace. Aren't nuclear weapons so dangerous that they can be launched without any regard for the consequences? The leaders of Chun Kingdom are really something else, actually doing these things without hesitation to disrupt the stability of the world. Using nuclear weapons is an act against humanity. I hope the Chun Kingdom will not do anything crazy. Praise or condemnation, it doesn't matter to Lin Chen at all. He only needs to achieve his goal. After the missile launch, he no longer paid attention to what happened afterward. What was more important to him at the moment was to take over the other 7 countries. He was very confident in the power of nuclear missiles, believing that the enemy would have no way to intercept them. Since the outcome is already predetermined, what's the point of watching? Just focus on the result. He knew in his heart that this would definitely not be the last, and also the biggest, medal he would release in Japan. I'll do it again when I'm in the mood. Japan, the land of cherry blossoms, shouldn't be too bad to mess with for now. From Chunghwa to Yinghuaguo is about 15 minutes. 5 minutes later, the Sakura Kingdom finally realized that the Chun Kingdom had launched a missile at them. They panicked immediately. The horrific events of decades ago are still vivid in their minds, and they do not want to suffer the same trauma again. Tokyo, the main hall of the Imperial Palace. Emperor Naruhito of Japan convened an emergency meeting. All ministers located near the palace came to the meeting, while those who couldn't make it in person participated via video conference. At this moment, the emperor panicked. He had originally thought that the Chun Kingdom would not launch missiles at them. After all, they are already at odds with the United States, and provoking other countries would only make matters worse. They just want to have some kind of verbal pleasure. Who knew that the Chun Kingdom would not play by the rules at all and would turn the tables on them? Can't they have some sense of martial ethics? This is really going too far. The missile is now only 10 minutes away from them, and they must intercept it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the missiles were to land on their territory, it would inevitably bring devastating disaster. Emperor Naruhito of Japan was sweating profusely, his mind in a state of utter panic. It was his personal order to have the foreign ministry issue a condemnation of the Chun Kingdom. He hadn't expected that the Chun Kingdom would actually launch a direct missile attack on them. Can you please be reasonable? We live in a peaceful world now. They're just bullying others because they have power. How can we directly bomb them with nuclear weapons? He was genuinely a little scared. Although the Japanese military representative announced in a live broadcast that their bombing target was the outskirts of Tokyo. But what if their intercontinental ballistic missiles don't land accurately and accidentally land in the nearby city of Tokyo? Then they'll have no way to express their grievances. After all, the Chun Kingdom has not been established for long, so it is normal for strategic weapons like intercontinental nuclear missiles to have some deviations. They wouldn't dare gamble on that. If this explodes, the entire Tokyo will be finished, and the whole of Japan will suffer heavy losses. Of Chun Kingdom, be a little more reasonable? Can we try some political maneuvering, use our brains, instead of resorting to force to solve this? Aren't other countries all compromising under the threats and inducements of the United States? Why doesn't this approach work in the Chun Kingdom? Damn, do you have to play like this? This is going to start World War III, so let's start with them. Soon all the leaders of Sakura City who could come arrived, and they gathered together to discuss solutions to the problem. On their way here, they already knew what had happened. Time is running out. Only 7 minutes remain. What do we do now? One of the high-ranking officials spoke first. What else can we do? Of course, we have to intercept their missiles. But their missiles are so fast that even the United States can't intercept them. Can we really do it? What are you talking about? Our Sakura country is one of the most powerful countries in the world. What methods does the military currently have to intercept these missiles? Time was running out, and the emperor no longer wanted to waste time discussing trivial matters with these politicians. According to Chun Kingdom, these missiles would not land in their cities and threaten them. But if that missile explodes on their soil, he'll probably have to step down. Therefore, he is very anxious and hopes that the military can come up with a suitable solution. Your Majesty, our radar detection system has detected the missile. It is traveling at high speed, and its current impact point is indeed in the suburbs of Tokyo. We will continue to monitor the situation, and we will react immediately if its landing point changes. The defense official said, somewhat flusteredly, that the incident happened so suddenly that he was still unaware of many things. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and continue. At the same time, our anti-missile system is on standby and ready to launch interceptor missiles. Only by capturing the trajectory of enemy missiles can we intercept them directly. I need to ensure a 100% interception rate. If you can't intercept it, you should consider giving your position as Minister of Defense to someone else. Diren said with a grim expression. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Japanese anti-missile military base. The anti-missile system has detected the missile's trajectory. In the control center, the commander, who had been watching the electronic screen, immediately showed a look of joy. As long as they can detect the missile's trajectory, they have ways to intercept it halfway through its flight. Now they have captured it and can intercept it at any time. Detected. Initiate interception immediately. Launch all 3 at once. Don't give that missile a chance to change its trajectory, the commander ordered. His right hand, which operated the circle, was placed on the missile interceptor launcher. Upon hearing the command, he gently pressed the red button. The first interceptor missile has been launched. The third interceptor missile has been launched. The 3 missiles were launched in different sequences, so that when they were intercepting, they could intercept an intercontinental ballistic missile that suddenly changed direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 170 Interception failed. Give up resistance. With a press of the button by the operator, 3 interceptor missiles shot out from the launcher. Emits a pale blue plume of flame as it hurtles toward the intercontinental ballistic missile that is being fired at them. The intercontinental ballistic missile quickly reached a very high speed, nearly 15 hertz, and disappeared from sight. This is already second only to the United States' 20 hertz interceptor missile. It must be said that although Japan may have a sharp tongue, its technological capabilities are quite impressive. It's outrageous that it can reach half the speed of a missile launched by the Chun Kingdom. The interceptor missile was almost invisible to the average person. They could only see a huge object whizzing past. However, although they were fast, they were still far behind the speed of the Chun Kingdom. At this moment, the successful missile was located in the stratosphere of the atmosphere, where the air density is low, the airflow is relatively weak, and the air resistance is relatively small, which hardly limited the speed of the Chun Kingdom's intercontinental ballistic missile. It easily reached a speed of 30 hertz. The factor is nearly 30 times greater. The Sakura Kingdom were very fast, quickly reaching the trajectory of the Chun Kingdom's missiles and gaining the opportunity to intercept them. Before one missile could react, the other suddenly began to change direction. It shot off toward the upper left in a flash. However, all of this was within Japan's expectations. After all, their missiles were indeed inferior to those of Japan, so they prepared a second and third missile for simultaneous interception. The second missile following behind quickly caught up, heading towards the latest trajectory of the first missile. Meanwhile, a third missile is also poised to launch to prevent the enemy from making a second change of course. Although such technology is difficult to achieve in a short period of time, given the strength of the Chun Kingdom, they have no choice but to take precautions. However, at that very moment, the intercontinental ballistic missile of the Chun Kingdom suddenly made a move that shocked them. How is this possible? The operators at the anti-missile system base were horrified as they watched the situation appear on the screen. The intercontinental ballistic missile began to tilt its angle and then spiraled forward. Keep in mind that this is a highly difficult maneuver performed at 30 Hertz. Has the technology of the Chun Kingdom reached such a level? Is this really a newly established country that has only been around for a few months? It feels like the other party has accumulated decades or even centuries of experience. The Chun Kingdom spiraled forward in midair, dodging 3 interceptor missiles that were twice as slow as it. All 3 missiles missed him, failing to achieve their mission. All 3 missiles failed to intercept. Launch again. Send a few more. Don't hold back on missiles. You have to intercept this one. Upon seeing this, Kojuro, the head of the missile base, continued issuing orders with a sharp look in his eyes. They originally thought that only 3 missiles would be needed to successfully intercept the enemy and minimize their losses, since each missile was expensive. They should use as little as possible. Now that the enemy's intercontinental ballistic missiles can spin and perform so many tricks in midair, they can no longer be stingy. Baka, shoot 10 bullets at me. Seeing the intercontinental ballistic missile still rapidly approaching them, the person in charge immediately spoke angrily. It was like slapping him in the face. These missiles are now only 3 minutes away from their destinations on their home soil. They must intercept them within these 3 minutes. Otherwise, the missile would explode in the suburbs outside their capital. Although the damage will be much less than imagined, who can accept having a forbidden zone next to their capital that they can't go to for decades? This time, there were more interceptor missiles than before, with 8 interceptor missiles launched simultaneously. They formed a circular interception net in midair, a typical formation. Even if the enemy's missiles can spiral forward, it's impossible for them to evade the interception network set up by their 8 missiles simultaneously. This time, when the interceptor missile and the Chun Kingdom's intercontinental ballistic missile were about to meet, the person in charge of the United States had already shown a smug smile on his face. This time, let's see how you escape. But reality soon proved him wrong. The intercontinental ballistic missile was about to encounter Japan's missile interception network. Suddenly, it began a strange change of direction, tilting forward at an angle and then starting to move forward in a circular motion. They narrowly missed those interceptor missiles once again. Report. Interception failed. Interception failed. This missile is too strange. Our military has no ability to intercept it. The target speed has reached 30 Hertz and is very stable. It will probably reach our territory in another minute. The subordinates hurriedly relayed various messages to the command center, and the person in charge became even more anxious upon hearing this. Of Chun Kingdom really reached this level? This is absolutely outrageous. They simply cannot accept it. But the facts are there, and they can't do anything about it. Now, they finally understand why the U.S. aircraft carrier was hit by the enemy's missiles. They must have felt utterly desperate at that moment. The Chun Kingdom has reached such a level that they have the ability to bomb any part of their territory at any time. This Chun Kingdom is truly terrifying. Fortunately, this time they bombed the outskirts of the capital. From this perspective, the Chun Kingdom wasn't overly arrogant. They didn't go too far. That's the only way they could comfort themselves. This concession by Chun Kingdom made them realize that their missiles could bomb any part of their country at any time. It seemed that Chun Kingdom wanted to tell them in this way, stop barking like a dog. If the dog barks, we can't guarantee what will happen in the future. The previous missile interception failed. This caused the Japanese nation to completely give up resistance, and their subsequent launch of connecting missiles was simply a pointless waste of ammunition. It's just a waste of their financial resources. Since that's the case, let the missiles from the Chun Kingdom land on their land. At worst, he'll just have to give up his position. Just as everyone was waiting for the missile to land on the outskirts of Tokyo, the land of cherry blossoms. The missile reached the skies above Japan, but instead of falling, it hovered high in the air. The main theme is fear. It was as if it were telling Cherry Blossom Valley, you can't do anything to me. Our Chun Kingdom is inviolable. Verbal won't work either. This is a blatant slap in the face to Japan, telling them that Japan could be destroyed at any time if we want to. The disappearing cherry blossoms are back. Chapter 171, a horrific nuclear explosion in Sakura country. Moscow. President Putin of the Russian Federation arrived at the military center by car. The electronic screen in front of him was displaying the trajectory and impact point of the missile from Qin Kingdom. At the same time, the missiles that Japan failed to intercept also came into his view. After staring intently at the screen for a while, Putin suddenly laughed. It's so good to be young. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, and a barefoot person is not afraid of someone wearing shoes. We really shouldn't underestimate a rising nation like Chun. Putin murmured to himself in amazement. Your Majesty, according to our detection, the missile did not land directly on Japanese soil. It is currently circling around the country of cherry blossoms. The target landing point has not changed. A survey leader standing nearby, holding the latest data report, reported to President Putin. Although they are currently entangled with certain countries, the preparations made by the Chun Kingdom, particularly its missiles, have also attracted their attention. After all, this is an intercontinental nuclear missile, and the impact point is not particularly far away. They can't help but notice. Oh, it didn't land directly, but instead circled around the Sakura Kingdom. Emperor Putin smiled knowingly. Young people these days really know how to have fun. It seems that establishing diplomatic relations with Chun Kingdom was indeed a wise choice. We must continue to strengthen cooperation with Chun Kingdom in the future. An intercontinental ballistic missile circled the country. Everyone understands what it means. If you can't do anything about our country's weapons, it means you're weaker than us. Qin Kingdom's move was brilliant. It's likely that all other nations will need to consider Chun Kingdom's deterrent power from now on. If Chun Kingdom's previous demonstration of short-range nuclear missile strikes allowed many countries that were still far from Chun Kingdom to remain rampant, now, the long-range attack capabilities they have demonstrated are enough to make every country on Earth wary. This means that even if the Chun Kingdom is about to perish, it can still take someone down with it before it dies. Lin Chun Pa. Qin Kingdom's move was quite good. They have fully demonstrated their power. But isn't he afraid that those Western countries might unite and gang up on him? Or perhaps he's gambling. However, let's see how the Qin Kingdom resolves its current crisis. It's important to understand that Russia is considered a world power, but due to the interference of the United States, they are now entangled with a small country. As far as he knows, the United States is simultaneously aiding 6 Southeast Asian countries and declaring war on the United States. This is no small matter. Why the Qin Kingdom was able to conquer the 5 kingdoms was largely due to its large population and strong military. Now that the 6 countries have joined forces, their total military strength and capabilities are probably no weaker than those of the Qin Kingdom. Let's see how the Chun Kingdom resolves this crisis. What he didn't know was that Lin Chun was not only attacking 6 countries at the same time, but he had even included a 7th country in his plans. Moreover, the Qin Kingdom initially only had 100 people. It started with 100 ordinary people and has grown into a behemoth. When has the Qin Kingdom ever been afraid of a crisis? Unless the entire planet Blue Star is destroyed, the Qin Kingdom will stand strong forever. The missiles from the Qin Kingdom flew around the island, which thoroughly enraged Emperor Naruhito of the Sakura Kingdom. He roared angrily and ordered the anti-missile bays to continue intercepting them immediately. Even if the missile explodes in midair, we must not let it fall on their land. This is now a battle for their dignity. How can he save face after being provoked like this? This is a disgrace to them, a sign of the incompetence and weakness of those in power. He can't accept it. This absolutely cannot be done. Keep launching interceptor missiles. We must intercept this missile. If you can't stop them, you'll all die. Emperor Naruhito issued a direct order. If we fail, everyone dies. The anti-missile base was furious. Since that was the case, then he shouldn't be blamed for wasting missiles. Launch all the missiles. People are about to die. Why would they care about a little bit of military spending? Impossible. He ordered his men to launch Patriot 3 satellites, each worth $30 million. Their base has a total of 48 rounds stored. They removed the previous 13 rounds and used 35 rounds, which they launched all at once. And so, this scene unfolded outside the base. Countless missiles surged into the sky from the outside, carrying fire and sound as they plunged into the darkness. From the outside, it looked like fireworks rising into the sky. The scene was like fireworks celebrating a happy occasion. However, this fireworks display was probably the most expensive one in the century. It's like missiles are worthless. What a magnificent sight. These missiles rise into the air, and if they are not intercepted, they will explode on their own at high altitude. Soon, thunderclaps echoed across the entire sky of the Sakura country, accompanied by bursts of fire, as if the entire sky had exploded. For the entire country of cherry blossoms, it was like a spectacular fireworks display of the century. Many Japanese people also exclaimed that it was fucking awesome. Now, the intercontinental ballistic missile of the Qin Kingdom should be successfully intercepted and explode in midair, right? But reality soon proved them wrong. In fact, more than 30 interceptor missiles were launched, but the intercontinental ballistic missile of the Qin Kingdom was still hovering in midair. Damn it, are the military all idiots? We've wasted so much of our tax money, and they couldn't even intercept a single missile. Sakura's official account can go eat shit. I just pooped on it, it's still warm. Bachiryu, Emperor Sakura, is dead. Yash, what the person downstairs said is exactly what I was thinking. Immediately, many people in the cherry blossom area complained online. Their officials provoked the Qin Kingdom without cause, which led to the Qin Kingdom launching intercontinental ballistic missiles at them, a very foolish thing in their eyes. Their officials are such idiots. Even they think so themselves. Just as many citizens of Sakura were expressing their anger, the intercontinental ballistic missile that had been hovering in the sky began to turn sharply downwards and hurtle toward its intended target. The warhead hurtled down at breakneck speed like a falling meteor and landed in the suburbs outside the capital of the Sakura Kingdom. The missile landed in the dense forest, instantly igniting flames and sending a mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. A terrifying shockwave rippled outwards, turning all the surrounding trees to ashes. Even the long mountain ranges were leveled by the shockwave. Boom! The loud noise echoed in all directions. The entire country of Japan was in shock, and everyone in Tokyo thought that an earthquake had occurred. After all, they don't have that much time to watch international TV programs and are unaware of the situation. They saw a spectacular burst of fire and a mushroom cloud rise from the side outside the city. This scene made everyone's heart pound. Help! Countless screams echoed throughout the land of cherry blossoms, terrifying countless people who fled in terror. Many people even cried out, as if they could feel the breath of death. Is this feeling of fear coming from that other time again? Chapter 172 Terrifying Explosion. Empereur Sakura's changing attitude. Their hearts were filled with fear and dread, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. At that moment, many people had similar thoughts. Escape. We must escape. The Japanese government officials were also startled, but quickly regained their composure. Just as Chungwa said, their missiles landed in the suburbs of Tokyo. Because they gave advance notice, the few people there had already been evacuated, and there was not much loss. However, the reason why nuclear missiles terrify everyone is not only because of the terrifying power of their initial explosion. More importantly, there was the nuclear radiation after exploded. From the Qin Kingdom landed in the suburbs of the capital of the Sakura Kingdom, which means that, in a sense, Tokyo will never again be a bustling international metropolis. Due to the distance, the nuclear radiation gradually spread to the city of Tokyo, and the consequences were terrifying. The people of Tokyo are now panicking and trying to leave. They are hurriedly packing their belongings and fleeing with their families. Without the slightest hesitation, I need to leave Tokyo at least for now and live in another city. At the same time, they were cursing their emperor in their hearts and even preparing to hold demonstrations. Why would their emperor cause trouble for the Qin Kingdom for no reason? Why couldn't we just sit back and enjoy the show? If you insist on being sarcastic and mean, you'll eventually get what's coming to you. At this moment, within the Sakura Kingdom, countless people are fleeing in panic, some even unable to walk steadily. This country has become utterly chaotic. International public opinion was also in an uproar. Immediately, various newspapers began reporting on the matter. From Qin Kingdom, the one who orchestrated this incident, was leisurely eating fruit on his bed. This event has caused a huge uproar not only in the land of cherry blossoms, but all over the world. The Japanese aircraft carrier had been blown up. After all, it was the U.S. aircraft carrier that first invaded another country's territory, so it can be considered a form of self-defense. Now things are different. Now, Changchun has taken the initiative to launch its intercontinental ballistic missiles into the territory of another country, which seriously infringes on the interests of that country. This is a very big threat to many countries. It is especially true for those countries that have issued condemnations against the Chun Kingdom. What exactly is going on in the Chun Kingdom? We simply pointed out his problems in international news and asked him to correct them. We could accept that he wasn't grateful, but this is the result. They just launched an intercontinental ballistic missile. This is tantamount to declaring war. What are they trying to do? This is an act of aggression. No matter what, Chun Kingdom's arrogant behavior is unacceptable. They are provoking countries around the world, and they are provoking us. Almost all Western countries in the world have stood up and expressed their deep disgust at Chen's missile launch. Even some people who are overly pessimistic, and some countries that act as lackeys for Western countries. They desperately wanted to eliminate the potential threat of the Chun Kingdom immediately, but the current situation did not allow them to do much more. Or, to put it another way, they dare not. Are you kidding me? Neither Japan nor the United States intercepted the missiles from Chun Kingdom. What can they do? Although they strongly condemned Chun Kingdom, they dared not say a word at this moment, fearing that the flames of war might accidentally spread to their own country. That would really be the case. Like a mute eating bitter melon, unable to express the suffering. The missile eventually exploded and landed in the suburbs, not in Tokyo. Imperial Palace, meeting room. Although he was furious, Emperor Naruhito also felt a sense of relief. It's that feeling of constantly worrying, but then it still happens, and afterwards, there's a sense of relief. However, he was still very angry, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails seemed to dig into his flesh. Baka! Shine! Damn Tatsukuni! They'll pay the price sooner or later. How's our nuclear test going? Send one over there as soon as possible. After breathing a sigh of relief, he immediately went berserk, determined to fight Chun Kingdom to the death. Do you think I don't have nuclear weapons? Do you think I wouldn't dare launch it over there? Are you kidding me? Calm down, Prime Minister. Our missile technology is not as good as Chen's, and Chun is close to Long. If we launch missiles, they might pass by Long and cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Their missile launches towards our outskirts are a warning to us, telling us not to do it again. Air Force Commander-in-Chief Yo Yamamoto began to speak. He understood the significance of Chun Kingdom's missile launch. It was a warning to them not to meddle in other people's business. The other side was undoubtedly telling them in this way that they didn't need to expend much effort to take down Japan. Just a few missiles would suffice. Just like the United States. That's right, they became America's lackeys because America could wipe them out at any time. Now that the Chun Kingdom also possesses such capabilities, they are somewhat wavering. The key issue is that the people of Chun Kingdom are unreasonable. They don't play by the rules. His country is a mad country, a newly established barefoot nation. I'm not afraid of anything. The only saving grace was that they chose a relatively sparsely populated area as their destination this time. If it lands directly in their capital, or even the royal palace, that would be really exciting. Baka, hold a press conference right now. Naruhito roared in fury. At the same time, I felt a little regretful. Why did I launch so many missiles out of spite? Why did I let my men launch missiles without any restrictions? Isn't this just exaggerating their losses? They just acquired 48 missiles, which cost hundreds of millions of US dollars in military spending. Damn, it hurts so much. Their military budget will likely become even tighter afterward, let alone fighting a war with the Chun Kingdom. I don't even know if we can fight. Noon, the administrative center of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. A national press conference was held. Numerous reporters rushed to the scene, having learned of the events between Chun Kingdom and Sakura Kingdom. Chun Kingdom's missile interception by Sakura Kingdom failed, resulting in an interception that resembled fireworks. Meanwhile, the horrific explosion outside the outskirts of Japan shocked them even more. Sometimes I think about it, and the Chun Kingdom is truly heartless and insane. Just as most people had arrived, Diren suddenly appeared in their sight. He walked heavily toward the stage and sat down at the table with his name on it. The reason we have gathered everyone here is to strongly condemn the Chun Kingdom for launching an intercontinental ballistic missile strike on our territory, which seriously endangers the personal safety of our people. We lodge a protest, just a protest. At the same time, we will withdraw from the conflict between Chun and the United States. This is their business, and we have no right to interfere. Chapter 173, Japan bows down. Japan prepares for a powerful strike. We believe the conflict between Japan and the United States should be resolved peacefully. War is the worst possible choice. As Darren spoke, sweat dripped down his cheeks. Damn it. Admitting defeat is really shameful. Fortunately, this time the Chun Kingdom only inflicted long-term damage on their land. Although the losses were significant, at least not a large number of people were harmed, and they were able to keep the situation under control. As time goes by, this matter will fade away. They themselves are no longer able to hold onto their positions. Faced with Cherry Blossom Valley's sudden admission of weakness, all the reporters keenly sense the reason behind it. They're terrified of the Chun Kingdom. Naruhito quickly finished delivering his speech. In short, this means they will no longer be involved in this matter and will maintain normal relations with Chun Kingdom. Next came the questions from the reporters. Many reporters handed over their microphones at the same time, and then the questions came out one after another. Why did the Sakura Kingdom initially condemn the Tatsumi Kingdom, but has now changed its tune? Has Japan backed down? Excuse me. Too many questions were raised by them, but Naruhito showed no intention of answering them. After finishing his speech, he stood up from his seat and left the scene under the escort of bodyguards. He didn't want to stay here anymore. Today's events felt like a shadow over his life. It was something he found hard to forget. After today, he will abdicate his position as Emperor of Japan and pass it on to his descendants. This world belongs to young people. Those who are older are already outdated and can't keep up with the times. Let him have some peace and quiet for a while. Compared to the ordinary people who fled, the pressure faced by these high-ranking officials was different. Of course, all of this was his own fault. Chun Kingdom, capital Bangkok. A large number of media reporters arrived here and headed straight for the royal palace of Chun Kingdom. They wanted to know what kind of mentality Chunhua was under that led him to do such a perverted thing. This seriously threatens world security, and they want to personally condemn the actions of the Chun Kingdom in front of the camera. They're going to rake in a hefty sum of money from the hype. Several reporters arrived at the gate outside the palace. However, they had no reason to go in, nor did they have any passes, so they were unable to enter the palace. Your leader did such a thing. What kind of pass do you need? I'm a journalist from Japan, and I want to confront him face to face and ask him if he's even human. With such a mad leader, your Chun Kingdom can't be much better. Chun Kingdom is ultimately just a weak country. Does it think it's so great just because it launched an intercontinental ballistic missile? Numerous reporters loudly questioned him. The bodyguards at the entrance did not react at all. They are 100% loyal to Lin Chun, without caring about the feelings of others at all. They don't care about other people's feelings either. Seeing that the guards at the gate didn't take them seriously at all, they felt like they were about to make a big fuss. People of Chun Kingdom around us, your leader is simply a heartless madman, launching missiles at will. Is there no law? Is there no justice? With a leader like this, you must be having a very hard time. Tell us your grievances, and we'll stand up for you. Many reporters began approaching the surrounding onlookers, hoping to obtain relevant information from them. However, contrary to their expectations, every citizen of Chun Kingdom here had a bright smile on their face. There's also a sense of pride in being born a citizen of a powerful nation. Is life very hard? What kind of joke is this? And they even condemn their leader? That's outrageous. Our leader of Chun Kingdom has led us to a happy and safe life. This was a luxury for us before. How dare you say that about him? Our Chun Kingdom is sacred and inviolable. If it weren't for the Sakura Kingdom's own self-destructive actions, we wouldn't be in this situation today. Exactly. It's all their own fault. The numerous comments from the public immediately embarrassed the group of reporters. It seems that I can't incite these people to become my pawns, so I have to take matters into my own hands. They rushed to the guards and shouted for their leader to come out, accept their interrogation, or expose them and damage the image of their Chun Kingdom. The guards at the door exchanged a glance, and then one of them went inside. Leader, there are many reporters and media outside the palace who want to interview you. They say they want to question you about why you launched the missile. When the assassin delivered the message, Lin Chun was lying in bed, happily scrolling through videos. Upon hearing this, he spoke up. Questioning me? Do they have that right? They're just trying to ride the wave of attention. Go tell them they can interview me if they want. Just leave their name and address with me. Once I've verified their information, they can interview me. After saying that, Lin Chun continued to lie on the bed, enjoying his own fun game. The guards quickly returned to the palace. What did your leader say? Is he ready to give us an interview? Had threatened the leader of the Chun kingdom stepped forward triumphantly. No country is unafraid of having its secrets exposed, regardless of whether it's true or false. It will always have an impact on their image. Our leader said that it's okay to interview him. The guard ignored the other person and stepped forward, addressing all the reporters. Leave all your information, and we will grant you an interview once we have verified it. I need information about my own family members too. Upon hearing this, the reporter, who had a smug smile on his face, froze. What do you want this for? This is a blatant threat. Whether you want to or not is up to you. We won't stop you. The guard glanced at the reporter as if he were an idiot. These days, anyone can be. You're threatening us. What are you doing? The reporter said. But the guards ignored him. You can go in. Just fill out the information. Sounds reasonable, right? If you do nothing wrong, you have nothing to fear from the Chun kingdom coming after you. The reporter glared at the guards through gritted teeth, as if he wanted to devour them. Then he turned and left angrily. The other reporters also left in frustration. Leader, the army has arrived at the southeast coast and is ready to board ships and depart at any time. The Western Army has also reached the border of India. All right, all troops, launch an attack. Chapter 174, even when beating a dog, you have to consider its owner. The United Nations warning. With Chin's current coastline, it's only a few hours' journey by boat to these countries. Therefore, Lin Chun personally went aboard one of the warships to join the army in the attack. Indonesia has the strongest military and national power in the entire Southeast Asia region. If we exclude the Chun kingdom, which of the remaining countries is most likely to unify the entire Southeast Asia? That would be Indonesia. They possess a powerful navy and land forces, with nearly 300 warships alone. It is considered one of the leading ones in Southeast Asia. Indonesia is not a large country, much smaller than the present-day Qin kingdom, but its land army numbered 400,000. Powerful of these countries, it is much stronger than Myanmar and Siam. This is, of course, a comprehensive strength that takes into account their naval power. After all, in terms of land forces alone, the former Nanuet kingdom was quite powerful. The remaining 5 Southeast Asian countries each have a military force of approximately 100,000 personnel. In other words, the total military strength of the 6 countries combined is no more than 900,000. Lin Chun's million-strong army was barely enough to look at. After all, given the same number of soldiers, Lin Chun had enough confidence in his elite army. Even if the enemy outnumbered them by a factor of 2, they remained completely calm, let alone if the enemy outnumbered them even more. Of Chun kingdom no longer needs to be expanded. Its current size is sufficient. If they expand further and their army reaches 2 or 3 million, it will likely cause unnecessary trouble. After all, even the Dragon Kingdom, which has the largest military force in the world, only has 2.3 million troops. If their numbers exceed a certain limit, they will definitely be subject to joint sanctions by many countries. The sanctions back then weren't just empty words like they are now. They were real actions. Although China is not afraid of any country at present, if those countries were to unite and invade Chun Kingdom, Lin Chun fears he would be unable to care for the people. If the people of Chun Kingdom are plunged into the flames of war, their prestige will likely collapse in no time. Throughout history, those who win the hearts of the people win the world. Does Lin Chun really need these people to work hard and earn money to provide tax revenue for him, thereby strengthening the country's power? However, this does not mean that Lin Chun does not intend to engage in military confrontation with those countries. There is a sequence to everything, so there's no rush. Given Chun Kingdom's current rapid growth, if it consolidates its strength, it will have the potential to become the world's strongest nation. As the Chun Kingdom's army crossed the ocean, preparing to head to these countries, the international community is in an uproar. Japan, which has already stated in a public press conference that it will no longer participate in this matter. Other Western countries reacted like wildcats with their fur standing on end. He stood up and angrily condemned the use of intercontinental ballistic missiles by the Chun Kingdom to circle over the Sakura Kingdom is not only a threat to the Sakura Kingdom, but also a demonstration to the world. This seriously undermines world peace, and we must unite to impose military sanctions on him. Otherwise, wouldn't that allow the Chun Kingdom to launch missiles that will all over the world? South Korea was the first to stand up and speak out. Just kidding. Back when we were criticizing Chun Kingdom, besides Sakura Kingdom, they were the ones who were the most vocal in their criticism. If they don't step up and unite now, the next missile might land on their territory. In their eyes, Chun Kingdom was a country that completely disregarded martial ethics and did not play by the rules. Normally, emerging countries should tremble and submit to their intimidation. Unlike Chun Kingdom, which launches its missiles at the slightest provocation, giving people absolutely no time to prepare. That's absolutely outrageous. As the saying goes, you have to consider the owner before you beat a dog. At this moment, the United States, as the master of the dog, naturally has to stand up and speak out. If we don't stand up and say something soon, even dogs might end up taking someone else's surname. We strongly condemn the actions of the Chun Kingdom in threatening our allies with intercontinental ballistic missiles and in destroying our aircraft carrier. In order to maintain world peace, we will take relevant measures. Prior to this, we have already provided certain assistance to countries surrounding Chun Kingdom. They will represent us in launching military sanctions against the Chun Kingdom. At the same time, I call on our allies to join forces with those countries to impose sanctions on Chun Kingdom. Seizing the opportunity, the United States took to the stage and delivered a stern critique of the United States. This time, they are on the side of reason. Although it was very difficult for them to adapt, they adapted quickly. They seem to have forgotten to continue investigating the robbery of the Swiss Fourth Bank. Or perhaps they consciously and deliberately forgot, wanting to focus the attention on the Chun Kingdom. Once this matter is over, it will naturally have nothing to do with them anymore. No, they were never related in the first place. However, it's better to avoid trouble. Things are more complicated now. However, they have always wanted to sanction the Chun Kingdom, and this time it is a natural opportunity for them to turn their attention to the Chun Kingdom. That's killing two birds with one stone. Inspired by these countries, more and more nations have joined in the condemnation of the entire nation. After all, the Chun Kingdom did launch an intercontinental ballistic missile without following the regulations. It should be noted that in the past, everyone tested intercontinental ballistic missiles on their own territory, just like when China first launched a missile to bomb the U.S. aircraft carrier. After all, he was in his own waters, so it didn't have any impact on other countries. They didn't say much, but this time was different. This time, the missiles from Changhua traveled across the ocean and landed directly on the territory of the Sakura Kingdom. What does that mean? Their missiles have already left their own country's territory. Therefore, there's a possibility that they will fall back into their airspace. At their joint request, the United Nations also issued a condemnation of the Chun Kingdom, prohibiting them from abusing destructive weapons. We call for the maintenance of peace and stability on Earth. Lin Chin didn't care at all. Peace. Stabilize? Which of your eyes sees the world as peaceful and stable now? That's a privilege reserved for powerful nations. Can weak nations truly enjoy peace and stability? The true way to achieve peace is through unification. Establish a true Blue Star Federation. And this requires absolute strength. The Chun Kingdom doesn't have it now, but it will in the future. Oh, besides the United States, other countries are also preparing to send supplies to these countries. In that case, we really should reconsider. Lin Chin sat on the bed, listening to the news from his assassins. He stroked his chin and sighed. Someone, give the order. Halt the entire army's advance. Don't scare away their reinforcements and supplies. Was that given to these countries to attack their Chun Kingdom? No, it was clearly a gift for the Chun Kingdom. What a kind person. May good people live a long and peaceful life. Chapter 175 Night Raid on military airports in multiple Southeast Asian countries. Seizing supplies. Arrange for all high-ranking assassins to secretly travel to the 7 countries. Retrieve the military supplies those countries are providing to our Chun Kingdom. Lin Chin said with a chuckle. Indeed, a very bold idea popped into Lin Chin's mind. Did Western countries provide military aid to these Southeast Asian countries? No, that was aid to their Chun Kingdom. We must get every single one of them. Lin Chin thought to himself. A mischievous smile involuntarily appeared on his face. His expression quickly changed, turning into one of annoyance. Damn it! Why didn't I remember sooner? Those American weapons had already been delivered to the various armies. If they suffer losses when they fight against the Chun Kingdom's army, those losses will all be theirs. How much can these military supplies sell for? Lin Chun felt as if his heart was bleeding. Although it may not seem like much, even the smallest ant is still meat. Subsequently, under Lin Chen's command, countless high-ranking assassins launched an attack. For this operation, Lin Chen's requirements were secrecy, speed, and efficiency. We cannot allow Western countries to learn the information in advance and thus prevent them from sending military supplies. We also cannot allow the relevant personnel in those countries to react in time and destroy these military supplies in advance. We must seize all the military supplies with swift and agile action. After giving the order, Lin Chen stood on the deck of an aircraft carrier, gazing at the distant sea. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. After this battle, the entire Southeast Asia will be completely under the control of the Chun Kingdom. This battle will make the Chun Kingdom famous throughout the world. However, this battle will likely draw the attention of those countries, and they may unite to personally impose sanctions on the Chun Kingdom. Fortunately, a lot of arrangements had already been made in advance. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, and he smiled dismissively. Their aircraft carriers and warships are equipped with signal shielding capabilities, so they were not detected by other countries and remained anchored in the sea, waiting for the high-ranking assassins to make their move. Indonesia, an international military airport. 5 minutes later, the military supplies from the Sunset Country will arrive. This is the 7th shipment of supplies to arrive today. And of course, this is the last time. It must be said that these countries are very generous, and the military weapons they have provided are all high-tech weapons. For a developing country like Indonesia in Southeast Asia, these weapons are things they can't normally buy. With these military weapons, their strength could at least double. Now they're even more confident in their fight against the Chun Kingdom, as long as they don't launch their nuclear missiles. Otherwise, they would have it too. However, among these military supplies was a short-range nuclear missile that the United States had given them. We can attack the territory of the Chun Kingdom. Now they will no longer fear any weapons from the Chun Kingdom. The only threat they face is the sheer number of their army. However, they comprise 6 kingdoms, and their combined population is not much different from that of the Chun Kingdom. As night fell, the last supplies delivered by the setting sun finally landed at their international airport. The military supplies of those countries are temporarily stored in warehouses at the international airport. Once all the supplies have arrived, they will escort them to the military headquarters. The escort team alone consists of a full 1,000 people. There was no other way. This batch of military supplies was simply too valuable, so we had to take it seriously. While it's impossible for a large army to infiltrate their country without their knowledge, or even surround their military bases, it's just in case. Outside the warehouse, the escort personnel who were temporarily stationed and waiting looked relaxed, showing no signs of tension about escorting supplies. What a joke. This is Indonesia. Why would people from other countries come here to steal supplies? They're overthinking things. They actually sent him to do such a pointless task. If someone comes, he'll wash his hair upside down. Moreover, even if some unknown armed forces come to rob the military base, they still can't leave this place. Of course, that's what he thought, but he still instructed his men to keep a close eye on things. Don't let strangers get close. Even if they can't steal it, they can bomb it. It's not impossible. It's just that the odds are extremely low. Outside the international airport, countless figures crawled out from the dark grass. Pairs of slightly reddened eyes stared at the warehouse in front of them, their eyes filled with fervor and longing. These figures are countless high-ranking assassins. The guards here have no way of finding their tracks. Each figure moved like a ghost, silent yet incredibly fast. Soon, one by one, they slipped into the international airport. Soon, they had approached the huge warehouse. When they were 100 meters away from the warehouse, they stopped, exchanged a glance, and then began to grope their way toward the warehouse. At this moment, they were like cats catching mice, slowly and deliberately, with a hint of mockery. Soon, the hundreds of high-ranking assassins spotted the base army of over 1,000 men stationed around the warehouse. Soon, one of the leading high-ranking assassins silently made a few hand gestures. Immediately, the people around him nodded, and then he turned around and struck the same pose as the brothers behind him. Everyone moved at the same time, hidden in the darkness, and began to move towards their respective goals in an ethereal way. These people moved without making a sound. If you didn't listen carefully, you might mistake them for ghosts. Meanwhile, the large army station near the airport was excitedly discussing what to eat when they returned tomorrow. Little did they know, danger was slowly approaching. Suddenly, a group of people surged in from all directions. Their movements were simple yet ruthless. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen base soldiers fell to the ground, screaming and howling in agony. Enemy attack. One soldier exclaimed in surprise, and the rest of the soldiers were stunned. Then, they saw men exuding a chilling aura emerge from the darkness. In their hands, they held sharp blades. Puffed, puffed. These ordinary soldiers didn't even last a second before collapsing to the ground. Blood splattered out, staining the ground red. However, the assassins did not stop there. They continued to charge at the ordinary soldiers, their movements swift and fierce, like tigers and wolves, showing no mercy, and every strike was sure to take a life. They wanted to fight back, but those people were mixed up with their soldiers, and they couldn't get a chance to strike. We had no choice but to fight them head-on. The ending was predictable, accompanied by screams of agony. The entire area has turned into a hellish landscape. Chapter 176 Night Raid. Aid supplies are all from Chun Kingdom. Who are you people? Damn it, who are you people? Help! Screams rose and fell. The soldiers, overwhelmed by sheer power, had no chance to resist. These soldiers felt as if they were fighting demons. This was not killing, it was massacre. They tried to escape, but found they had nowhere to retreat and could only fight back desperately. At that moment, they truly felt the threat of death. They usually only train here, and the exercises they use are all drill ammunition. They've never encountered a situation like this before. Within minutes, all the soldiers laid dead on the spot, their blood covering the entire area. These executioners wiped the blood splattered on their faces as if they had done something trivial. No one was injured because the soldiers couldn't even touch them. Moreover, they had long been accustomed to the smell of blood and the killing. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, demonstrating that they were highly trained elite soldiers. It is equivalent to the existence of special forces in the military. These people all come from the elite assassin army of the Chun Kingdom. After killing those people, they forcibly open the warehouse door. This place is filled with military supplies donated by many countries, a dazzling array of high-tech weapons. Take everything. Prepare for retreat. The leader of the assassins, with a serious expression, waved his hand and spoke. All right, the many assassins responded and immediately sprang into action. They rushed towards the supplies, then placed them into the system space. The remaining people, under his command, cleaned up and buried the corpses. Their movements were extremely skillful, without the slightest hesitation. This time, Lin Shan planned to ensure that the assassins left no trace, so that these countries would suffer in silence. After emptying the warehouse and cleaning up all traces, they began their orderly retreat. All the high-ranking assassins disappeared into the darkness. Only a lonely international airport remains. This land has become a desolate place in the darkness. There was no trace left. All the corpses had vanished. No one knows who these people are, and no one knows where they come from. Meanwhile, the same thing happened in 6 Southeast Asian countries that received aid from Western countries. Their armories were attacked without warning on almost the same night, and all the weapons disappeared without a trace. The next day, Coconut City, Indonesia. Inside the presidential palace, President Widodo was discussing something with several ministers. Just then, the secretary rushed in. Your Excellency, something terrible has happened. The president's secretary rushed in, his face grave and his eyes bloodshot. Upon hearing this, Widodo frowned and asked impatiently, "What happened? Can't you see I'm busy?" He hates the feeling of being interrupted halfway through a meeting. Your Excellency, our military base was attacked by unidentified forces last night, and all military aid has been stolen. All the soldiers who were guarding the area have been killed in action. What did you say? President Cordoba and several other members of Congress had their pupils shrink sharply, their faces paling, and their hearts skipped a beat. What happened? Who did this? Kodo asked with a gloomy face. It's simply incomprehensible that someone would dare to steal the supplies that Western countries are providing as aid to them. It's not clear yet. The secretary shook his head. He also wanted to know who was so bold. We don't know who the other party is, because no clues were left over there. Moreover, by the time our people arrived, the military supplies had already disappeared. The other side is very cunning. They not only stole all the supplies, but also cleaned up all traces. Now, the surveillance facilities over there are completely destroyed. Damn it! Who did this? Upon hearing the secretary's words, Kodo was furious, gritting his teeth and turning ashen-faced. The aid supplies from those Western countries were worth billions, or even tens of billions of dollars. These were obtained in exchange for certain conditions they agreed to with Western countries. Yes, it's called aid, but why would those Western countries be willing to give up supplies to a Takshan kingdom for no reason? They also reached certain agreements with these countries. These things are related to his political future. You bastard! Kododo's face was icy cold, his anger reaching its peak. The aid supplies from those Western countries are related to his future, and also to the future of Indonesia. He cannot allow this to happen. We must recover all these supplies. Kodo's eyes were bloodshot, filled with intense killing intent. His body was trembling slightly, a sign of extreme anger. At the same time, it's also fear. Go investigate. Make sure you catch those people. Kododo roared, his eyes blazing with fury. Yes. The secretary accepted the order and left. Soon, Indonesian authorities dispatched a large number of police and military personnel to search for the enemy that attacked them that night. Unfortunately, nothing was found. These people seemed to have vanished into thin air. But one thing is certain, they are definitely highly trained Special Forces soldiers. To be able to take down the convoy escorting military supplies so quickly and to erase all traces without leaving a trace. This was definitely not the work of an ordinary force. Indonesia immediately realized the gravity of the situation and began investigating who was behind the attack that night. However, they found nothing, and they even suspected that the Chun Kingdom might be up to something. Or it could be an international mercenary organization. After all, apart from international mercenary organizations and the Chun Kingdom, no other country could possibly carry out an attack of this magnitude so decisively. Moreover, other countries have no reason to target their supplies. They soon received news that military supplies from several other countries had also been looted, and they immediately realized that this was a planned and premeditated crime. Therefore, the only country with this motive is Chun Kingdom. However, despite the suspicion, there was no evidence. This is a bit troublesome. The news was relayed back to the presidential palace. Indonesian officials were all frowning and deep in thought. Without evidence, if they directly accuse the Chun Kingdom, they probably won't admit it. They might even turn around and accuse us of the opposite, perhaps even sending them a nuclear missile. It's not like they haven't done this before. The weapons that Western countries provided them with also included nuclear weapons, which was originally the source of their confidence in confronting the Chun Kingdom. But now that confidence is gone. How dare they accuse the Chun Kingdom without any evidence? Chapter 177 The finger is pointing to Chun Kingdom. It must be them, but there's no evidence. Your Excellency, what do you think? The secretary hesitated before speaking. Kodo took a deep breath to calm himself down. He snorted coldly and said, "No matter the reason, this matter will definitely not end so simply. Investigate. Keep investigating. Furthermore, tell the Western countries about this, saying that all 5,000 of our troops who were defending the area were killed in battle and failed to protect the supplies. It's our fault. I'm afraid we'll have a hard time getting revenge for them this time." After saying that, Kaduo revealed a ferocious smile on his face. Since they dare not do it, let's pass the buck to those Western countries. Otherwise, they certainly wouldn't be able to solve the problem of the Chun Kingdom on their own. Moreover, in this way, they have also saved face for Western countries. The secretary nodded. I'll arrange for someone to pass on this message immediately. Immediately, the secretary turned to leave, but after taking only 2 steps, he suddenly stopped, turned back to look at Kaduo as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Is there anything else? I asked, displeased. Your Excellency, the secretary stammered. Spit it out. Stop dawdling. Kaduo frowned and scolded impatiently. Yes, Your Excellency President. The secretary forced a smile and said, according to our investigation, there is no evidence of any supplies being transported near our military base, and there were no enemy aircraft appearing. that batch of supplies was most likely destroyed by them. The secretary shared his thoughts. He just wanted to tell His Majesty the President. It's now virtually impossible for them to recover these supplies. Since they had absolutely no clues, it meant that the supplies might not even exist anymore. What? It was burned. Kododo was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? Are they insane? This involves tens of thousands of tons of goods. It's not something that can be resolved simply by burning it. He didn't believe any force could resist such temptation and burn the goods directly. If it was the Chun Kingdom that did it, then it makes sense, Your Majesty. They didn't want us to use these weapons against them, so they burned them down. The secretary said this as if it were a serious matter. The more he talked, the more he felt that his analysis made sense, and that it was very likely true. Then keep investigating. Even if it's been destroyed, you must find the whereabouts of the destroyed supplies. Kododo said angrily. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. The secretary sighed and quickly left. He could tell that the president had accepted his idea, but he didn't want it to happen. After the secretary and other members of parliament left, Cordoba sat in his office with a furrowed brow. Those damn guys. How could they do something so utterly heinous? I'm so angry. The news quickly reached the ears of the Western countries that had provided aid to Indonesia. When they learned that the military supplies they had provided to Indonesia had disappeared before they could be used where they were intended, they were devastated. He immediately became furious. Are you kidding me? Their willingness to provide these military supplies to these Southeast Asian countries is aimed at sanctioning Chun. The supplies haven't even been used yet. They've already disappeared by the time they reached Indonesia. Moreover, they vanished into thin air, and the 5,000 troops they were defending were completely wiped out. They originally wanted to criticize these Indonesian countries for so easily allowing others to steal their supplies. As a result, news came from Indonesia that their 5,000-strong army guarding the supplies had been completely wiped out. They then had no further objections. It's not that they don't take it seriously. It's just that the enemy is too strong. According to their speculation, it was the Chun Kingdom that did all of this. The Chun Kingdom's act of destroying the aid supplies from the 6 countries simultaneously angered these countries, but also pleased them. What's infuriating is that they dared to destroy their country's reinforcements. They were completely disregarded. To everyone's delight, the other side actually took such measures, and at the same time destroyed the aid supplies from the 6 countries. That means they're afraid. These reinforcements and supplies have become a threat to them. That's why they made this decision to destroy all the reinforcements and supplies to prevent them from threatening their country's security. So it seems that the Chun Kingdom isn't fearless after all. For a long time, the actions of the Chun Kingdom have made them feel as if they are not afraid of anything. Even with the United States, they dare to confront them head-on. It gives them the impression that the Chun Kingdom is fearless, like those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who are wearing shoes. In their view, Chun Kingdom's actions this time revealed a message. They were still afraid. Otherwise, why would they do such a thing? At great risk, they sent a large army to destroy their reinforcements and supplies. Therefore, they decided to provide additional supplies to the countries and personally dispatch troops to escort them. As long as the Chun Kingdom has any fear, they will exaggerate that fear to the fullest extent, take advantage of their fears, and exploit their weaknesses. One fatal blow. On the sea, Lin Chun, who was basking in the sun while leaning on the railing, learned that his assassins had successfully completed their mission. He immediately laughed. Another several $1 billion worth of arms have been acquired. That's enough for his army to use for a while. He intends to use these military supplies to deal with countries that have been courted by Western nations. Use your guns to shoot your birds. Just thinking about it is exciting. I wonder what the reactions will be when Indonesia and other countries find out. It has to be said that Lin Chun was already starting to get excited. Fleet, prepare. Move out. Now that the military supplies have been obtained, Lin Chun did not delay any longer and immediately ordered the army to set off. Upon receiving Lin Chun's order, all the fleets and aircraft carriers that were stationary began to move. They activated the propulsion system. The ship led the way and sailed against the wind and waves towards the waters of Southeast Asia. The massive aircraft carrier followed behind. Although all those countries are within their attack range, an aircraft carrier strike group is definitely more deterrent. Their Chun Kingdom doesn't have a large fleet yet. Only 35 ships. Dealing with these countries, is not enough. Perhaps he could wage a war of attrition, relying on his superior strength to slowly wear down the opponent, but he doesn't have that much time. With an aircraft carrier as the grand finale, that's more than enough. If we destroy those countries' fleets, then this sea area will be theirs. Afterwards, the million-strong army of Chun Kingdom's elite soldiers successively landed on these island nations. That's it. Chapter 178, Appetizer. Long-range bombing of the Indonesian fleet. Soon, after a morning of preparation, Western countries had prepared the second batch of aid supplies. This time, they personally dispatched several thousand troops to aid various countries. The coalition consisted of 18 nations, with a total of hundreds of thousands of troops. They will personally take control of their aid supplies, and this time, they want to see how the Chun Kingdom will destroy them again. When they learned that those Western countries had decided to provide more military aid and send a large army to assist them, the presidents of all 6 countries were all beaming with joy. Now, they have even more confidence to confront the Chun Kingdom. No matter how strong the Chun Kingdom is, it can't possibly defeat the combined forces of the 24 kingdoms. Reinforcements and supplies will arrive that afternoon. They were all very happy, finally managing to avoid being annexed by the Chun Kingdom. However, just as they went down to excitedly welcome the Western reinforcements, they received some bad news. The secretary rushed into President Cordoba's office in a panic, speaking urgently. "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The Chun Kingdom's naval fleet is here. They're here." "What? Damn it, how could it be so fast?" Indonesian Prime Minister Widodo roared angrily. "Of their Chun Kingdom is so fast." They were still quite a distance from the Chun Kingdom, but the Chun Kingdom arrived unexpectedly. Moreover, they had already reached their immediate vicinity, arriving somewhat unexpectedly. How many people and how many warships have they brought? Quickly send the Navy to intercept them. Our waters have been reconnoitered, and we can confirm that a naval fleet of 20 ships has arrived, the secretary said calmly. Although so far, the number of naval fleets sent by the Chun Kingdom is not large enough. But who said that's all the warships of their Chun Kingdom? Given that they possess aircraft carriers, the number of warships they have is definitely not small. The reason why the Chun Kingdom is able to succeed in every battle is largely due to their unseen trump cards and military weapons. Only 20? Then quickly dispatch our naval fleet, launch a full-scale attack, and wipe out this batch of Chun Kingdom naval troops, so that they will know the consequences of invading us. What we need to do now is to delay as much as possible. The reinforcements and supplies from those countries will arrive soon. When Widodo learned that only 20 ships of the Chun Kingdom's naval fleet had entered their waters, he breathed a sigh of relief. If they only have 20 ships, it's not a big problem for them. After all, Indonesia has more than 200 warships, 10 times the number of the opponent. You can't tell me they can still lose. Even if we can't win, as long as we can stall until the time runs out, that's fine too. Yes, under President Widodo's orders, the naval commander led a fleet of 200 warships to sea to intercept the Chun Kingdom's army. The president's order to them was to delay as much time as possible. However, when they learned that the Chun Kingdom's fleet consisted of only 20 warships, they all looked down on it. They could easily deal with a mere 200 ships. Delaying time? That's not their style. They want to completely keep the Chun Kingdom's navy on this land. Indonesian waters. Clear blue waters and skies, dotted with fluffy white clouds. On the sea, 20 warships sailed against the wind and waves, heading towards Indonesian territory. They were separated from the 35 warships of the Chun Kingdom. Among all Southeast Asian countries, Indonesia has the largest and most powerful naval fleet. They should naturally be given sufficient respect. They sent a full 20 warships. In addition, an aircraft carrier. However, aircraft carriers have anti-reconnaissance systems, and ordinary maritime detectors and radar detection systems cannot detect their presence. Lin Shan planned to launch a blitzkrieg by equipping an aircraft carrier with warships. With an aircraft carrier escorting them, Indonesian warships would likely be unable to harm their vessels. Because aircraft carriers have anti-missile and anti-shell systems, they can intercept all missiles and artillery shells that come at them. It exploded halfway there. It can be said that he is truly invincible. Within 10 minutes of entering Indonesia, the Navy detected that many warships were heading towards their location. It's obvious that their target is the Chun Kingdom's fleet. Upon hearing the news, Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, but his expression remained calm as he gazed into the distance, and he spoke softly. Then let Indonesia know our strength. Let's offer them some appetizers first. With Lin Chen's order issued, the aircraft carrier's missile system entered a state of combat readiness. Start locking onto the target and begin debugging. Once the lock is successful, the missile will be launched directly from the aircraft carrier. Ha! Chun Kingdom is really arrogant. Actually thinking that 20 warships are enough to attack Indonesia? It's laughable. That's right. Our Navy is the most powerful in all of Southeast Asia. This time, we'll make sure their warships don't return, and let them know how powerful Indonesia is. A middle-aged man dressed in naval uniform stood on the deck of a warship, gazing at the distant horizon, and shouted arrogantly. As the Indonesian Navy, they are the absolute rulers of this sea area. They remained completely calm in the face of the Chun Kingdom's Navy. As long as their aircraft carrier doesn't come, it's not a problem at all. After all, they had all seen the power of China's aircraft carriers on television. One missile could easily take out one of their warships. If their aircraft carrier had come, they might have been afraid, but now that the other side doesn't have an aircraft carrier, they've probably left it in their own waters to defend their homeland. At this moment, a dozen or so Indonesian naval officers were gathered around him. Yes, the Chun Kingdom is really too stupid. This time, we will definitely make the Chun Kingdom suffer heavy losses. Let them know the strength of the Indonesian Navy. Just as they were excitedly boasting about their own strength and the stupidity of the Chun Kingdom's Navy, suddenly, piercing alarms sounded from many of the warships in their naval fleet. They've been locked down. Drip, drip, drip. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. By the time their radars reacted and they were ready to intercept the missile, it was too late. The fastest missiles have arrived. A missile hurtled toward one of the warships at great speed, landing directly on its flank. A violent explosion rang out, flames shot into the sky, and smoke filled the air. Chapter 179, Completely Powerless. In this meeting, bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions came from the submarine, clearly indicating that the warship could not withstand such an explosion. Self-destruction began on the warships. In the blink of an eye, the warship was destroyed amidst flames and smoke, leaving only wreckage and raging flames on the sea. Damn it! Someone's attacking. Could it be a warship from the Chun Kingdom? How is this possible? We're at least 300 kilometers away from the Chun Kingdom's warships. How could they possibly have locked onto us? But that's just how reality is. They quickly launched interceptor missiles in an attempt to stop those extremely fast-moving missiles. However, their interceptor missiles have a speed of less than 10 hertz, only around 0 hertz. How could they possibly intercept the Chun Kingdom's missiles with a speed of 30 hertz? This is futile. More and more missiles are arriving here. Rumble. Rumble. 5 more warships were destroyed. They were like meat on the chopping block of the Chun Kingdom, at the mercy of others. Their eyes showed disbelief. How is this possible? They simply couldn't understand why the missiles on the Chun Kingdom's warships could lock onto them from such a distance and snipe them. Are their warships actually much more powerful than theirs? Could it be that, in addition to its terrifying land power, the Chun Kingdom also possesses a terrifying naval power? This is absolutely unbelievable. They didn't even see the enemy's warships before the enemy began to annihilate them. This kind of strength is simply terrifying. Quickly retreat. Avoid battle for now. Get the message up. The naval commander at the head roared in a mixture of shock and anger. Of the Chun Kingdom far exceeded their expectations. They had to go back and come up with a complete solution. Alternatively, special forces could be dispatched to infiltrate enemy warships and destroy them from within. Whether this method would work. If it were possible, didn't previous countries implement it? Little did they know that the elite army of Chun Kingdom was no ordinary military force. They are suicide soldiers, an army of summoned suicide soldiers. They can tell whether someone is a suicide bomber, and they're also keenly aware of special forces infiltrating their ranks. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had such a smooth journey all this time. Soon, the Indonesian Navy withdrew with lightning speed. Lin Chen, who was on the aircraft carrier, naturally learned of all this immediately. He couldn't help but chuckle dismissively. This was just an appetizer, yet it had terrified Indonesia. The Indonesian Presidential Palace. An emergency meeting was convened. All of Indonesia's top officials, including military leaders, have come here, participated in the meeting using the latest virtual projection technology. President Cordoba frowned as he saw the high-ranking officials and heads of relevant departments arriving one after another. Just now, he received bad news. First defeat, an inauspicious start. This is definitely bad news for the war. More importantly, the opponent was far more terrifying than they had imagined. The Navy of Chun Kingdom is so powerful. From hundreds of kilometers away, the fleet can directly strike their fleet. Moreover, they were extremely fast, and they couldn't resist at all. Such military strength is beyond the reach of their navy. We have to wait for aid from those Western countries. Fight against the Chun Kingdom's army now. Not just the army, but the navy too. We're holding this emergency meeting today because there's an important matter we need to discuss with you all. Just now, our naval forces were attacked from a distance by warships of the Chun Kingdom, which are hundreds of miles away. Our navy is completely powerless to resist, unable to intercept, unable to retaliate, only able to passively take the beating. At this rate, it probably won't be long before they reach our coastline. When the Chun Kingdom's army lands, I probably don't need to say more about the consequences, do I? Right now, it will take at least 4 or 5 hours for the countries that came to our aid to arrive, and by then they will probably have already landed. What suggestions do you have now? Kododo's face was grim. After everyone had arrived, he got straight to the point. In any case, they must immediately come up with a solution to deal with the Chun Kingdom. At the very least, we shouldn't let them log in so easily, right? Once the other side logs in, it almost certainly means they're about to be taken down. Their most powerful naval fleet seemed utterly inadequate in the face of their opponent, not to mention their land strength. The armies of Siam, Burma, and South Vietnam were all as powerful as Indonesia's, but what was the result? They all fell under the iron hooves of the Chun Kingdom. If reinforcements and supplies don't arrive, they'll likely be completely overwhelmed. What? The Navy is our elite force, and it can't even defeat the Chun Kingdom. The strength of the Chun Kingdom is simply terrifying. As expected, the Chun Kingdom's navy, which can even cause the U.S. aircraft carrier to suffer losses, is not as simple as it seems. They also possess intercontinental ballistic missiles. If they don't like us, they can launch one at any time. If you ask me, why don't we surrender? I agree. Otherwise, the possibility of the Chun Kingdom using nuclear weapons against us cannot be ruled out. The heads of each department spoke in unison, each offering their own opinion. Faced with the powerful Chun Kingdom, they almost wanted to give up resisting. After all, they are just an ordinary, underdeveloped country in Southeast Asia, and compared with the nuclear-armed Chun Kingdom, they are no match for it. Bullshit. Surrender? Where we put our faces then? The commander-in-chief of the 3 armed forces suddenly stood up and reprimanded him. Even if he were to die in battle, he would never surrender. As long as we buy time and wait for reinforcements and supplies, the Chun Kingdom will be hesitant to attack us. Otherwise, why would they send a team to destroy our aid supplies? Perhaps it's because they're wary. The commander-in-chief's words were very persuasive, immediately convincing many leaders who scoffed at surrender. That makes sense. Since the Chun Kingdom is also afraid of this batch of reinforcements, they should forcibly delay until the military supplies arrive. What if we push the Chun Kingdom too far and they just drop nuclear weapons on our territory? These words immediately silenced the entire room. Yes, even if they possess the weapons to confront the Chun Kingdom, if they're driven mad, are they really going to choose to fight to the death with the other side? They're completely unable to intercept the enemy's nuclear missiles now. But what if the other side is able to intercept their missiles? That's it. The Chun Kingdom is too powerful. That's fucking damn good. Chapter 180, Unable to Withstand the Pressure. Indonesia feigns peace. Lin Chun makes an outrageous demand. Kodo curses inwardly. Despite being just a small, underdeveloped country in Southeast Asia, it is incredibly powerful. If he had known earlier, he would never have gotten himself into this mess. But it's too late now. All they can do now is try their best to ensure that their country is not harmed. Let's wait and see. Our main objective right now is to buy time. Also, Kododo looked at everyone with a solemn expression. Chun country probably won't use nuclear weapons again so easily. After all, they've been using them too frequently lately. If this continues unchecked, it will surely provoke a joint boycott from all countries in the world. Moreover, now that they have dispatched a fleet here, They must intend to resolve this conflict through normal combat. Nuclear weapons will be the ultimate choice for all countries. Upon hearing this, the heads of various departments present exchanged glances. They knew they were now facing a life-or-death situation. A single oversight could lead to total defeat and the destruction of their entire nation. It will become a province of the Chun Kingdom. Your Majesty, I think the troops from those Western countries are already on their way. Perhaps we can buy them some time. We can pretend to negotiate. We can talk about cooperation with Chun Kingdom to buy time, and then let those Western countries come and fight. That way, we can reap the benefits. We can also ask the United States to send troops to fight. After all, we are fighting this war on behalf of the United States, so it is reasonable for them to send troops. If the United States is also willing to send troops, then dealing with the Chun Kingdom should not be a problem. The United States had suffered a setback at the hands of China before. They had to admit that the United States was still the most powerful country in the world, without exception. If other countries lost an aircraft carrier, it would be a serious blow, but for the United States, it's not a big problem. This is also the source of their confidence to confront the Chun Kingdom, because they have the United States standing behind them. No matter how fast Chun Kingdom develops, it will never be a match for Yinjiang Kingdom. That's for sure. Damn it. So now we have no choice but to negotiate peace with the Chun Kingdom. President Cordoba said unhappily. In his view, this was bowing down. This was slapping him in the face. This is even more painful than killing him. But he had to admit that this was the only way at the moment. They needed to buy enough time before they could find a way to deal with the Chun Kingdom. The Chun Kingdom possesses nuclear weapons that they never had. The Chun Kingdom possesses a more powerful navy and a more powerful land army than them. Do they even have a choice? This is probably the best option. No one offered any other suggestions. Clearly, they felt this was the best solution so far, and they feigned submission to Chun Kingdom. The meeting ended quickly, and Kododo sent its foreign minister to personally oversee negotiations and peace talks with Chun Kingdom. Even if the other side doesn't believe it, you must make them believe that they genuinely want to negotiate peace. Soon, news that Indonesia needed to negotiate peace reached Lin Chen's ears. At this point, they were only a little over 2 hours away from Indonesia. Then their elite army will be able to land, and the entire Indonesia will be no match for them. Of course, Lin Chen knew that. If he wanted to, he could cut off the entire Indonesian territory without even sending troops. However, this would only give them more suicide soldiers, which is not a long-term solution since they need to control the number of suicide soldiers. The right approach is to forcefully dismantle Indonesia from the outside. Moreover, countless eyes in the entire international community are now watching them. If Lin Chen were to summon hundreds of thousands of troops on foreign soil, they might suspect that he was the mastermind behind the Swiss bank. Then the United States will be cleared of suspicion. That wouldn't be fun. The moment Lin Chen heard the news, he realized that Indonesia was definitely trying to buy time. According to his intelligence network, he already knew that those Western countries had decided to send troops themselves, and that a second batch of military supplies would be arriving. Since that's the case, let's play along. Since they wanted to stall for time, Lin Chen naturally had to grant their request. He needs to sign an agreement with the other party in the next few hours, in which the other party will transfer assets to them and cede a certain amount of land to the Chun Kingdom. By transferring assets, Lin Chen will gain more contribution points, which will be provided by his opponents. It only brings him benefits, not harm. At the same time, ceding a certain amount of land will allow the Chun Kingdom's army to land on their own territory, and the other side will have no reason to stop them. You want to negotiate a settlement and stall for time, don't you? Then cede land and property to us. As long as we pay, the Chun Kingdom can slow things down a bit. They can only negotiate peace with Chun Kingdom if they give up their assets and land. Even if both sides sign a peace treaty and reinforcements from those Western countries arrived, Indonesia would voluntarily tear up the treaty. After all, they would never be willing to let the Chun Kingdom simply take away their money and land. This is an open strategy, the kind of open strategy that the Chun Kingdom would use against the other side. The land Lin Chen wanted contained Indonesian port cities, with enough dock space for the Navy fleet to dock and land. Since they want to talk, then we'll talk to them. In short, we can only make peace if we force them to agree to my conditions. Lin Chen relayed the order to the Minister of Foreign Affairs Suicide Squad. If they were willing to hand over these port cities to the Chun Kingdom, it would be a devastating blow to them. Moreover, if Qin Kingdom wanted to conquer the whole of Indonesia in the future, it would be effortless. This is exactly like handing your back to the Qin Kingdom. It all depends on Indonesia. Will they take this gamble? Lin Chen's lips curled into a charming smile. Since the other party initiated the negotiations, they are the weaker, more passive party. Now that Qin Kingdom is in control, it naturally has all the advantages and conditions, so it can ask for an exorbitant price. As for whether the other party can accept it, that is none of Qin Kingdom's business. If the other party doesn't agree, then keep fighting. In any case, in 2 hours, the army of Qin Kingdom will land in Indonesia. At that time, the army of Qin Kingdom's elite soldiers will be on land, and it won't be long before they can flatten the entire Indonesia. Let's see who benefits the most. Therefore, this negotiation was not important to the Qin Kingdom, so they naturally made demands for the highest interests. Want to negotiate peace without paying enough money? Keep dreaming. Chapter 181, Indonesia seeks peace. Mutual pulling? Moreover, Lin Chen's exorbitant demands this time were entirely preparation for subsequent actions. Their goal has always been the entire country of Indonesia. Naturally, they couldn't negotiate peace with the other side. This peace negotiation was actually a prelude to a better takeover of the whole of Indonesia. To conquer the enemy's entire territory, begin by taking some of their land. He assured them that all of the other parties' land would soon become part of the Qin Kingdom. His goal will never change. The march of conquest will not cease. Even if it means going against the world, he will do everything in his power to fight against it. Qin Kingdom's primary goal right now is to unify all of Southeast Asia. The remaining 6 countries are his primary targets at present. No one can change this fact, not even the United States. Due to time constraints, the conversation took place online. After all, the Qin Kingdom ain't stupid. Their fleet won't stop during negotiations. Only if the negotiations succeed will they. That will speed them up their journey to their respective cities. The two quickly connected online. I think there's no need for either of us to waste time. Let me state our terms first. First and foremost, we need Indonesia to pay for all the military expenses incurred in this operation. Not much, just $20 billion. Secondly, we want 5 cities along Indonesia's northwest coast. Sign a cession agreement. Just 2 conditions, not too many, right? Think about it. If you don't agree, then there's no need for us to negotiate. Also, a friendly reminder. Our main force will be landing in less than 2 hours. At the start of the meeting, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Chun State stated Chun State's conditions in a straightforward manner. His words were sharp, and he had an air of superiority. The port cities proposed by Chunghwa are not the capitals of Indonesia, but they are not far from the Indonesian capital. What does that mean? This means that if these places are ceded to the Qin Kingdom, and the Qin Kingdom garrisons troops there, they could even bombard their capital, Yeqing, at any time. It's practically putting their capital under the enemy's gun barrel. Moreover, these cities are among the largest port cities besides their capital. It's important to understand that Indonesia's economy largely depends on these port cities. If Qin Kingdom were to take over these port cities, it will be tantamount to controlling Indonesia's economic lifeline. Anyway, the diplomatic department conveyed Lin Chen's instructions completely, and whether Indonesia gambles or not is their business. Normally, the other party would definitely refuse. As expected, the Indonesian Foreign Ministry's negotiating team erupted in uproar upon hearing Chen's conditions. If it weren't for the fact that they were using an online meeting, they would have really wanted to run up to these negotiators from Qin Kingdom, pry open their heads, and see what was inside. It's normal to dream, but why dream like this? Representatives of Qin Kingdom, haven't you gone too far? It is you who are invading us. Your demands are completely unreasonable. If that's how you are, then I don't see any point in negotiating. Several Indonesian negotiators spoke with righteous indignation. They strongly condemned and denounced Qin Kingdom's outrageous demands. They will not agree to the other party's conditions. They seem to have completely forgotten that they were the ones who proposed the negotiations and that their leaders had tasked them with successfully negotiating and reaching an agreement. The Qin Kingdom has already shown great respect by giving the other party more time and space. You all seem to have forgotten who wanted to negotiate peace. Since you have no sincerity, there's no need to say anything more. Actually, it's better for us not to negotiate peace. Since you don't share this view, let's have our armies meet in 2 hours. From Chun Kingdom said coldly, his tone extremely impolite. And this Indonesian representative is really ridiculous. They seem to be putting themselves on the same level as Chunghwa, without recognizing reality. I wonder who gave them the courage, Liang Jingru? I don't know where they get their confidence to negotiate fairly with the Chun Kingdom, but it doesn't matter. Their army will soon be approaching the coastline. Upon hearing this, the Indonesian Foreign Ministry representative was speechless. They realized that what Chunghwa said seemed to be completely correct. They have no right to engage in equal negotiations with the other party. They desperately wanted to have a major showdown with the other side, but it was clear at the moment that they couldn't defeat the Chun Kingdom and would be completely crushed. Ahem, don't be angry, we're just negotiating. We sincerely hope to cooperate with the Chun Kingdom, which would minimize losses for both sides, wouldn't you say? Suddenly, the Indonesian negotiation experts, no longer protected, became arrogant and began to calmly negotiate with the representatives of the Chun country. Seeing that the other party had lowered their stance, the representatives of Chun Kingdom did not pursue the matter further. All they needed to do was sign the contract. The Indonesian negotiation experts immediately put on smiles. They were well aware of the enemy's military strength. Or rather, even the whole world knows that the military strength of the Chun Kingdom far surpasses that of ordinary countries. Even their proud naval fleet was no match for the entire nation's armed forces, which clearly dampened their fighting spirit. This was a complete one-sided massacre. Whether you agree or not is not important. What is important is that the shells of our Chun Kingdom are ready for you. Since you're unwilling, then we'll help you solve this problem. Our army will soon reach your territory. It won't be long before we take these places with our own hands. Then there will be no need for peace negotiations. From Chun Kingdom has already realized that the other side is just stalling for time. However, to their surprise, the negotiations did not hinder the advance of the Chun Kingdom's naval fleet. That's right, the Chun Kingdom is completely unconventional. Can't Chun Kingdom coexist peacefully with us, Indonesia? We Indonesia were forced to provoke the United States only because of coercion from the United States. It's best not to say too much. Just tell me if you can accept it or not. If not, then there's nothing more to discuss. From Chun Kingdom stated this directly. This was the most comfortable negotiation he had ever had. Whether the other party agrees or disagrees, it's fine with them. Negotiations where you don't have to worry about the consequences at all sound great. Give us some time. We need to report this. The Indonesian representative continued to struggle. Trying to stall for time? Looks like there's nothing to talk about. The negotiator from Chun Kingdom abruptly ended the video call. If you're not going to talk properly, then don't say anything at all. Chapter 182, Indonesia refuses to cede territory. Then let's go to war and launch a beach landing. The Chun Kingdom representative directly chose to abandon further negotiations with the other side. He knew perfectly well that the other party was just stalling for time. Are you kidding me? Playing such a simple trick? Do they think our Chun Kingdom is stupid? As a representative of the Chun Kingdom, I have the confidence to back it up. Negotiate? If you can't negotiate, then fight. Why waste that effort? In the short time it took for them to outweed each other, the Lin family army of Chun Kingdom had already landed on the beach. Taking over the whole of Indonesia isn't such a difficult thing. It's just a difference between simple and easy. Chun Kingdom. The Indonesian representative wanted to say a few more words, but unfortunately the live stream connection had been cut off. The meeting ended abruptly, and he sighed helplessly. What kind of tasks are being assigned to me from above? So difficult. They originally wanted to delay as much as possible. Unexpectedly, the other party saw through it from the very beginning. What the hell are you doing? Soon, the army of the Chun Kingdom will reach their territory, and then they will be completely controlled by the enemy. Meanwhile, the representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Chun Kingdom conveyed the message to Lin Chun, explaining their intentions. They confirmed that the other party was using negotiations to stall for time. Indonesia had no intention of taking a gamble on their suggestion. In their view, if they were to agree to cede land, it would be like boiling a frog in lukewarm water, and Indonesia would be doomed sooner or later. However, if they delay until reinforcements arrive, it will be too late. That's not their problem. All they need to do is provide assistance. Therefore, they did not take Chun Kingdom's conditions into account. He believed that they could at least hold on. Even a great loss is less than ceding territory. Order the entire army to accelerate the advance. Lin Chun issued orders, wanting Indonesia to know the power of the Lin family army of Qin Kingdom. After Lin Chun gave the order for the fleet to advance at full speed, he also informed the domestic diplomatic department. They were told to announce publicly that they were considering making peace with Indonesia, but Indonesia had no such intention. Therefore, they have no choice but to continue taking measures to safeguard their national security. After all, it's common knowledge that the U.S. and other Western countries support Indonesia and several other countries, so there's nothing wrong with Chun Gua making this announcement. Originally, there were many countries in the world that supported Chun because Chun was a newly emerging and weak country that dared to resist the United States. However, they stopped supporting Chun because Chun had launched nuclear missiles several times. This made them feel that Qin Kingdom had the strength to match that of the United States. So they chose to wait and see. Subconsciously, people tend to favor the weaker party. But if the two sides are now on the same level, they will adopt a wait-and-see attitude. However, all the Qin Kingdom needs is for them not to stand up, condemn the Qin Kingdom, and send troops to attack them. As long as he doesn't incur public wrath, Qin Kingdom can continue to develop smoothly. The current development model of the Qin Kingdom is to sustain itself through war. Meanwhile, in Coconut City, Indonesia, inside the presidential palace, Widodo received news of the failed negotiations and immediately flew into a rage. Mr. President, we should agree to their conditions. At least it's a delaying tactic. That's great. Not only did it not slow them down, it actually made them speed up their progress. Shut up. I can't bear the shame of ceding territory and paying reparations. Widodo roared angrily. He also knew that agreeing to the other party's conditions was the best option at the moment. Only in this way can war be avoided, and they can be kept out of the struggle between the Qin Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom. However, as the king of a country, he could not afford to lose face like that, and he could see that the leader of Qin Kingdom had the ambition of an emperor. Even without the United States, they would have turned their swords against them sooner or later. This was a decision he made after thinking it through. Deploy troops immediately. 200,000 troops to guard the northwest coastline. Get fighter jets, tanks, artillery, and missiles ready. Hold off the Qin Kingdom for 2 hours while we await reinforcements. Widodo was furious and barely wanted to listen to the officials and military personnel. He made the final decision immediately. The task has been assigned. Under Lin Chen's command, the entire fleet advanced at full speed, and in less than an hour, the Indonesian coastline could be seen in the distance. Although it seems close, there's actually still a long way to go, and Indonesia will not let them land so easily. As expected, this is why they passed through a series of sea checkpoints very smoothly along the way. Indonesia has already given up on the sea. What a joke. The naval fleet is like child's play to the other side. Only a fool would continue to confront the Qin Kingdom's fleet head-on. They fired the first line of fire on the coastline. Setting up a blockade here will be the most difficult hurdle for the Qin Kingdom. They not only had to solve the problem of the ship docking, but also the fact that once they landed, the soldiers would definitely disembark. At that time, everyone will be flesh and blood with guns. Can a battle really delay things by a few hours? Indonesia has urgently deployed 200,000 troops to defend its coastline. The purpose was to intercept the Qin Kingdom's army for 2 hours. Even if it were 200,000 pigs, it would still take you 2 hours to slaughter them, right? Moreover, it was a wild boar with a gun, which is aggressive. At this moment, Lin Chun, leaning against the observation deck of the aircraft carrier, saw the dense military positions along the coastline and couldn't help but smile. This is practically a sitting duck. Could the enemy really think that they only sent 30 warships and dozens of troop transports? That would allow for so many people and so much firepower. They brought an aircraft carrier. Do you even understand the true value of an aircraft carrier? However, their aircraft carriers have the ability to shield themselves from detection, so it's normal that the other side can't detect them. Lin Chun smiled slightly, a smile that could charm any woman, then raised his arm and gave the order for the entire army to attack. Immediately, all the warship's cannons began to adjust their direction, and the aircraft carrier's missile systems also began to lock on. Meanwhile, fighter jets began to emerge from the aircraft carrier's cabins. They sped past on the aircraft carrier's runway. Then it soared into the sky. 200 bombers roared into the sky. heading towards the Indonesian coastline. They were moving at supersonic speeds and quickly reached the airspace above the military positions along the coastline. Before the troops on those positions could react, they began dropping bombs. Dense bombing raids dropped bombs, and terrifying explosions rang out one after another on the position. Instantly, this area of the battlefield was turned into a sea of fire. Meanwhile, on the other side, warships also bombarded with shells and missiles, targeting Indonesia's heavy troops, artillery positions, and so on. Boom! 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 The entire beach trembled violently amidst the deafening explosion. The Indonesian general, who was originally directing operations from his position, was stunned by the scene and turned pale. Unable to contain himself, he burst into a tirade. Damn it! Who the hell said that only about 30 warships and troop transports from Chun Kingdom came? These bombers and missile firepower. He believed it even if there were 300 ships. And where the hell did this bomber come from? All the people at the Air Force Detection Center raised on sugar daddies? Chapter 183 Landing. The screams, wails, and cries for help from the Indonesians who were trying to surround the Lin family army to buy time rose and fell, extremely shrill and terrifying. All of this happened so fast that no one had a chance to react. It was a complete massacre. The Indonesian army, which was so confident not long ago, is now like a stray dog. The bombing lasted for 20 minutes. They didn't even have the will to resist. When the smoke cleared, the entire position had vanished. It left behind ruins. The Indonesian general slumped in his chair, trembling all over. He looked at the devastated beach before him and listened to the constant explosions and shouts of killing. He knew he was finished. Indonesia is finished. Their military strength was far inferior to that of the Chun Kingdom, and they were defeated. However, they lost so unjustly because they had no idea how powerful the Chun Kingdom was. They thought they could win, but in reality, they are worlds apart from the Chun Kingdom. After a brief barrage of artillery fire, Lin Chin calmly ordered his troops to cease shelling and begin landing. He felt no remorse for the free shells because they were essentially stolen by them. Not far from the beach lies a developed port city in Indonesia, so Lin Chin had to stop firing at the flag to avoid unnecessary losses. In his eyes, the land of Indonesia is already his property, and he still needs the local people to help him make money and contribute more. Of course, he will also provide these people with a better life and a more stable domestic environment. Soon the Chun Kingdom's army began to land. On all the warships, only suicide soldiers remained to maintain normal operations. Everyone else went ashore. 200,000 elite soldiers landed on Indonesian soil immediately. As for why no larger army was sent, it was simply unnecessary. It took them no more than half an hour from arriving at the beach to landing. The loss on this beach does not mean that their 200,000-strong army has been completely defeated. This beach has limited capacity to accommodate large armies. A larger army was deployed in the area between the beach and the city. Report: the coastal positions have been subjected to overwhelming enemy bombardment. The entire force has been wiped out. The 3rd Army Division suffered heavy losses, almost entirely wiped out. The Chun Kingdom army landed. They learned that the defense forces deployed along the coastline have been completely wiped out. This is simply outrageous. The Chun Kingdom is truly formidable. Logically speaking, the beach landing should be the most difficult step. As a result, the Chun Kingdom actually chose the most expensive tactic, bombarding the ground with artillery shells. Absolutely no respect. Their positions were child's play. The enemy easily swept them over. Is this really a war? Wasn't the other side just playing a game and completely wiped out the opponent in one fell swoop? There's no way they could have such overwhelming strength. Even the United States is probably no better than this. Moreover, Chun Kingdom hasn't even used them yet, and their ultimate weapon, nuclear weapons, is already this powerful. If they were to use them, it would probably be even more outrageous. They couldn't understand why the Chun Kingdom's dozens of warships were so powerful. Could it be that the detection system has malfunctioned? They actually came in larger numbers. However, they had no time to think, as the Chun Kingdom had already breached the first line of defense at their coastal checkpoint. Time is of the essence. They must act immediately. They began to take measures, with a portion of the army remaining on the front lines to fight positional warfare against the enemy. Only positional warfare is the most effective way to delay the enemy's attack. If they were to wage guerrilla warfare, the enemy could simply bypass them and occupy the cities behind them. At that point, they would be hesitant to act and would have no way to do anything. At the same time, they mobilized a fleet of warships at sea, which surrounded the beach. Previously, the enemy's warships were outside their attack range, so they had no way to retaliate. But now their warships have hidden inside the port base, shielding them from enemy detection. If they were to come out now, they could engage in battle. With 10 against 1, there's no way we can lose, right? Even if we lose, we can at least buy some time, as long as their fleet's attention isn't on the beach. If they were to confront the Chun Kingdom's army, the outcome would be uncertain. After all, the enemy is sailing across the ocean, and they don't have tanks, the kings of land warfare. And they have it. As Lin's army headed towards the nearest port city, their main force was being surrounded in a bowl shape by Indonesian troops. Lin Shen was naturally aware of this. He also knew that the other side felt that their weapons were now more powerful and could confront the Lin family army head-on. Still, I was too naive. Lin Chun silently shook his head. Even without steel behemoths like tanks, the Chun Kingdom's army was not something the enemy could easily break through. The aircraft carrier detected the enemy warships the moment they appeared. They actually want to attack from both sides? The Indonesian military does have some sense. However, they encountered the wrong opponent. Immediately, the aircraft carrier's missile systems began searching for the enemy. Last time, we only gave them a warning, but it seems they didn't learn their lesson. This time, let them know who the true overlord of the sea is. Mist rises from the sea, a naval port base 30 kilometers away from here. Hundreds of warships sailed out from here. Their detectors have detected more than 30 warships and other troop transports across the country. This means that the other party has entered their attack range. Even if the other party can attack them and they cannot retaliate, they can still attack the other party and perish together. With a tenfold numerical advantage, they were confident they could eliminate the enemy more quickly and minimize their own losses. This time, we must annihilate the entire Chun Kingdom fleet. Let them know how powerful we are. They actually said we only need to stall for 2 hours. Are you kidding me? We'll just wipe them out. You've already forgotten about the 5 warships that exploded this morning? Be careful. Don't make any mistakes. Kill the Chun Kingdom's navy and avenge our fallen brothers. Kill them. Deafening cheers erupted from all the warships. They were all as if they had been injected with chicken blood, determined to take down all those Chun Kingdom warships. Just 3 minutes after their warship left the naval port, suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded. This time, it wasn't just 5 warships, but all of them that sounded their alarms simultaneously. Drip, drip, drip. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. We've been locked on. Damn it, what's going on? Radar detectors showed hundreds of missiles hurtling toward their ships at speeds approaching 30 hertz. All warships are locked on. Chapter 184 Annihilate the Indonesian fleet and destroy the intercepting forces. They had nowhere to hide. Holy crap. What's going on? How can there be missiles attacking? What exactly is happening? Quickly, order the warships to turn around immediately. No, it's too late. What do we do? We've been locked down. Run. Run now. Otherwise, we'll all die. Escape? How can we escape? A middle-aged commander was horrified and immediately ordered all warships to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. Call out. Call out. Boom. Amidst the deafening explosions, countless missiles pierced the air and struck their warships. In an instant, flames shot into the sky. All the warships exploded violently in a dazzling and beautiful display. In less than 10 minutes, the entire harbor dock area had been transformed into a fiery inferno. Whether it's warships, fighter jets, or ordinary ships, they're all destroyed. Not a single one left. At this moment, the entire naval port fell into dead silence. All the Indonesian soldiers still alive inside the dock were pale-faced and had fear in their eyes. They felt despair, felt an endless threat of death. At that moment, the phrase they had heard before came to mind. I am death. I will reap your life. At that moment, they understood what that sentence meant. So, death really does exist. Moreover, it's terrifying. Their fleet was utterly vulnerable in the face of the enemy. On the beach, the Indonesian army was unaware of the massive explosion that had occurred 30 kilometers away. At this moment, in their eyes, the Lin family army of Chun Kingdom was like a turtle in a jar. Forget about stalling for time. They might actually win. It's just a 1v1. Although the battlefield is very close to their city, and stray bullets may pose a threat to the city, there is nothing that can be done about it. They didn't want to either. They also tried to intercept the Chun Kingdom at sea. But all of this seemed as fragile as paper in the face of the Chun Kingdom. Their attack seemed so weak and ineffective. However, none of that matters now. The Chun Kingdom is now right in front of them, and they have already fallen into their encirclement. After this battle, perhaps the whole world will tremble. Their hearts were filled with anticipation and excitement. If they won, they would be the greatest heroes. They even fantasized that if they won this time, they could land in Chun Kingdom, kill the Chun Kingdom's army, and seize their wealth. Of course, they also knew that the possibility was extremely slim. After all, the Chun Kingdom has far too many armed forces, and they also possess nuclear weapons, something they have never forgotten. After the Lin family army advanced to a certain point, kill them all. I want to use their blood to pay tribute to the fallen heroes. The Indonesian army commander-in-chief raised his Desert Eagle and roared. Boom, boom, boom. Smoke billowed from the cannon muzzle as shells were fired one after another. Da-da-da. Guns spat fire, bullets rained down on the crowd, and one by one, Chun's soldiers fell into pools of blood, their cries of agony echoing through the air. However, the warriors of Chun Kingdom did not back down. They are an army of suicide soldiers, living on the brink of death. They were not afraid of death. Charge! The Suicide Squad was not defeated by the enemy's ambush, which was obviously within their expectations. The leading officer of the Suicide Squad immediately commanded the entire army to attack. Meanwhile, the bombers reappeared on the battlefield, roaring past. They bombed the Indonesian army. On the beach, artillery suicide squads set up artillery positions. Mortars, howitzers, rocket launchers, and even armor-piercing shells. They have it all. Neatly arranged, their target was the Indonesian army's artillery positions and tank battalions. That's right, they were prepared to use armor-piercing rounds to destroy the enemy tanks. This was easy for them. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, armor-piercing shells shot out of the cannon barrel and headed towards the tank in front. Puff, puff, puff. A tremendous noise resounded. The tank immediately burst into flames. This terrified all the tank crews in the tank battalion. The enemy has armor-piercing rounds. Take cover and counterattack. Counterattack now. They hurriedly began shifting gears, attempting to escape the danger. However, the army of assassins was already prepared. Bombers circled overhead, constantly swooping down to strike the tanks. Bombing. Bombs bombarded the tanks, blowing them up one by one. Boom, boom, boom. A massive explosion resounded through the sky, and the entire battlefield was shrouded in smoke, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Although Indonesia's artillery was not weak, the Lin family army of Chun State was clearly stronger. The casualty ratio between the two sides was a staggering 20-1. This is simply a one-sided crushing defeat. Moreover, their armies suffered heavy losses in just 15 minutes of fighting, let alone 2 hours. I didn't expect that even half an hour would be difficult. Damn it! Retreat! Retreat now! The Indonesian artillery commander shouted. He frantically issued orders to retreat. Under such circumstances, continuing to hold out would undoubtedly lead to defeat. He didn't want to die here. The Indonesian soldiers, who were already filled with fear, felt as if they had been granted a pardon upon hearing the order to retreat. They quickly organized a retreat and began to flee. However, at this moment, the Lin family army's artillery positions had completely blocked all their retreat routes. Conduct a full-scale bombing raid on their retreat route. You've already come all this way. Do you really want to leave? Brothers, chase them. Take them down. The assassins roared in anger. Then, they charged forward with guns, chasing down and killing the remaining soldiers. This is an extremely bloody scene. Corpses were scattered everywhere. Blood stained the yellow sand, and a strong, pungent smell of blood wafted through the air, permeating the surroundings. This scene was like a battlefield, truly awe-inspiring. Finally, the Indonesian army was completely defeated, abandoning their armor and weapons, and fled in disarray, with only a few escaping. The normal combat lasted less than 40 minutes. Of Indonesia's 200,000-strong army, only 1/10 survived. This battle was a one-sided massacre. The Kingdom of Chun has once again made history. They swiftly and decisively defeated the Indonesian army and destroyed Indonesia's defense system. All in all, it took no more than an hour. You think you can hold them off for another 2 hours? That's utterly delusional. Advance with the entire army and capture the nearby cities. Lin Chun immediately issued the order, and the intercepting army had already been wiped out. The city behind them is the bountiful harvest they deserve. The Suicide Squad accelerated its advance and quickly occupied several cities along the northwest coast of Indonesia. One step closer is Coconut, the capital of Indonesia. They're no more than 100 miles apart. Coconut City is now completely exposed to the attack range of their army. Chapter 185, the Ace Naval Fleet, is gone. The Air Force is gone too. Indonesia intends to surrender. The news quickly reached Coconut City. When Indonesian President Widodo learned of this, when the Indonesian naval fleet was completely annihilated and only 1/10 of the 200,000 troops sent to intercept them survived, he was completely dumbfounded. Are you sure you're not lying to me? He looked at his secretary and almost fainted. In this situation, who would dare to lie? The secretary quickly shook her head. No, Your Excellency President. It's true. Damn it. Damn it. How could the Qin Kingdom's army be so strong? How could they have been defeated so easily? Widodo roared angrily. He thought he had victory in the bag, but to his surprise, his main force collapsed completely in less than 30 minutes. Holy crap, is the Qin Kingdom's army really that terrifying? That's 200 warships and 200,000 troops. In a normal war, with so many people and warships, it might take several months or even years to end. As a result, Chen Guo finished dealing with them in just over 30 minutes. Is this some kind of outrageous nonsense? Your Majesty, now is not the time to complain. Now that they've arrived, we must stop their attack. Otherwise, once they enter the capital region, we will be completely unable to resist. Indonesia will then fall entirely into their hands. I'm speaking calmly and steadily, said the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Dia. Widodo's expression was grave. That's right. What you said is absolutely correct. Now, we must mobilize our troops and stop them. Every second counts, Widodo said with a long face. This time, he felt like he had kicked a hornet's nest, and it was a thick iron plate that he couldn't break through at all. That the Qin Kingdom was able to conquer all 5 Southeast Asian countries in such a short time. Their military strength is enough to shock the entire world. However, now was not the time to think about such things. He immediately ordered the mobilization of troops for a counterattack. At the same time, he contacted the Indonesian Air Force Base and asked them to prepare for defense. After all, the Qin Kingdom has an air force. What if their warplanes launch a bombing raid first? How can they possibly withstand that? Sometimes, when bad luck strikes, even drinking cold water can cause problems. The law is law, and words are law. Instantly, the roar of fighter jets cutting through the air reached the ears of every high-ranking official in the presidential palace. Everyone was startled. What's going on here? Suddenly, the alarm blared. Immediately afterwards, the door to the president's office was pushed open, and a Secret Service agent rushed in, saying urgently, reporting to the president, the Air Force Base has been bombed. Our Air Force has been completely wiped out. Whoosh! These words struck the conference room like a bolt from the blue. Everyone's face was filled with horror. Air Force Base attacked. How is that possible? Didn't their Air Force Base detect the enemy's aircraft in advance? Why did they succeed without any prior notification? This is absolutely incomprehensible. Damn it. Why is the Qin Kingdom so powerful? They can all block their Air Force's perception. Now, Indonesia has lost its Navy and its Air Force. The Army also suffered more than half its losses. Everyone was utterly shocked. How can we fight this battle? Even if reinforcements from those Western countries arrive, can they really defeat the Qin Kingdom? Even if they win, Indonesia will still be lambs to the slaughter on someone else's chopping board. At that moment, President Widodo's face was filled with despair, his eyes brimming with tears, his lips trembling, as he murmured, "It's over. Everything is over. Indonesia is finished." He seemed to have suffered a tremendous shock, looking as if he had gone mad. "President, please calm down. This is not the time to act impulsively. Let's discuss a solution," an executive said hurriedly. Widodo took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. But my head was still buzzing, and I couldn't calm down at all. The situation is already like this. What's the point of staying calm? At this point, he was already somewhat regretful, wondering why he hadn't agreed to the other party's request during the previous negotiations. These are just a few coastal cities by the sea. Compared to the fall of a nation, they are nothing. Why won't he agree? As long as he agrees, his 200 warships will not be destroyed, and his 200,000 troops will be safe. The Air Force base will not be destroyed. Things would never be like this. Now, even though he didn't agree, those coastal cities were still occupied by the Chun Kingdom. It's as if they agreed to sign the contract, and they suffered heavy losses. Holy crap. Fuck. He gritted his teeth and said, "How do you suggest we deal with this?" "President, we have lost this battle." The executive said bitterly that he knew he was too late to say this, but the situation was already set in stone, and he didn't want to say anything more meaningless. The rest of the people looked dejected and sighed repeatedly. The battle lasted only a few hours from start to finish, but it has already changed its flavor. Indonesia's elite navy was completely wiped out, and their last hope, the Air Force base, was also destroyed. They have lost any chance to turn the tide. Are they hoping that Western countries will help them drive out the Chun Kingdom? In the past, he would have been very willing to do this, but things are different now. Now Indonesia has suffered heavy losses, and its military strength has declined rapidly. If those Western countries take back their gains and turn their attention to Indonesia, Indonesia will be completely overwhelmed. This is what happens when you're not strong enough. Kedoto's eyes were bloodshot, his heart filled with remorse and regret. If only I had known earlier that the strength of the Chun Kingdom was so terrifying. He remained neutral and didn't get involved on either side. Now, caught in the middle, he felt like he was caught in the middle. Order all garrisons to immediately consolidate their positions, refrain from any rash actions, and await reinforcements. At the same time, strengthen defensive fortifications to guard against enemy surprise attacks. Also, contact the allied forces of the surrounding countries to see if they also have the troops to come to our aid. If there is really no other way and we can't hold on any longer, then Indonesia will surrender to Chun Kingdom. Kodo finally sighed helplessly and gave the final order. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. At least, we don't have to fight to the death with the Chun Kingdom. Perhaps, merging with the powerful Chun Kingdom would be a good choice. Compared to the hegemonic and power politics-driven United States, perhaps the United States is a better choice. The territory of Chun Kingdom is safe and stable. Their leader wouldn't do anything disgusting. This is one of the reasons why they were willing to surrender to the Chun Kingdom. Thinking about it that way, it's as if none of this is unacceptable. The sound of bombers did not stop. They continued to circle over the capital city of Coconut. The people were filled with fear and dread. Fortunately, the bombers never actually bombed them. It seemed they were only issuing warnings. Chapter 186: The Surrender of Six Nations. The belated arrival of the Allied warplanes still caused great anxiety among the people, making it difficult for them to maintain their normal lives. Report. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Prime Minister, the roar of the bombers hasn't stopped, and it doesn't seem to have left. In the Prime Minister's office, the Prime Minister frowned, continued to send reconnaissance planes to monitor the situation. After he finished speaking, he picked up the phone and dialed a certain national leader. The call was answered quickly on the other end. The Prime Minister immediately changed his tone from angry and helpless to a more amiable one, saying, "President Sak, how have you been?" "Hey, President Kedoto, what's the matter?" A heavy sigh came from the other end of the phone. He looked particularly tired and sad. President Kedoto's expression changed, and he quickly asked, "President Sak, what's wrong?" President Sak sighed again, then gave a wry smile. "Our Singapore is about to be breached. Perhaps we should submit to the Chun Kingdom first." "Hey, to be honest, it's the same in Indonesia. It'll be soon." The voices of both presidents were filled with profound despair and endless sorrow. "Perhaps this is a good thing. That's right. I have decided to relocate from Singapore to Changhua. I hope you will make the same wise choice." After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Afterwards, Indonesian President Kedoto called several other presidents and received similar messages. The other 5 countries have already succumbed to the iron heel of the Chun Kingdom, and Indonesia won't be able to hold out for much longer either. It seems they have no other choice at the moment. The Chun Kingdom's army is now lurking just 100 miles away, and they have no time to think things through. Just then, the secretary knocked on the door. "Your Excellency, the bombers have started again." Upon hearing this, the chief immediately went out to check. Sure enough, the dark mass of fighter jets was still circling in the sky. Damn it! The Prime Minister cursed, but it did nothing to change anything. In the current situation, the military strength of the Qin Kingdom is far superior to theirs. They have no choice but to surrender, or they will be annihilated. Pass on my order. Contact the official authorities of the Qin Kingdom. We are willing to surrender. We sue for peace. All conditions are acceptable. They had no other choice. The only thing we can do now is surrender. Now we can only hope that the Qin Kingdom government will let them go and leave them with their last bit of dignity. Yes. At this moment, on the ship, Lin Qin received a message from his assassins. 6 kingdoms surrendered simultaneously. Meanwhile, India on the other side was also suffering repeated defeats under their attack. The Qin Kingdom achieved a great victory in this first 7th incident. Alright, accept their surrender. Tell them to cooperate actively, and they can continue to manage their own territory. However, their land will be incorporated into the Qin Kingdom. Lin Qin smiled with satisfaction. Now, their territory is almost half the size of the Dragon Kingdom. The total area reached 457 square kilometers. Once the 6 kingdoms are completely incorporated into Qin Kingdom, plus Tianzhu, it will reach half the size of Long Kingdom. Afterwards, the Qin Kingdom sent representatives to several countries to sign contracts. And Qin Kingdom is different now than before. For contracts with small countries like this, Lin Qin doesn't need to personally intervene. It would be enough to have these diplomatic representatives give a speech on his behalf afterward. The most urgent task, of course, is to quickly take over India. This battle lasted less than 2 hours, during which several countries were completely conquered. It's comparable to a blitzkrieg within a blitzkrieg. Their aid from Western countries is completely ineffective. The allied forces of the Western countries arrived late, just as the Qin Kingdom was signing the treaty with the 6 other kingdoms. They arrived at this sea area in fighter jets and troop transport planes with a roar. Report. Radar has detected a large number of Air Force fighter jets heading in this direction. 200 kilometers away. Preliminary assessment indicates it's a foreign warplane. At this moment, the radar detection system on the aircraft carrier detected the warplanes from those Western countries that were arriving late. Why be polite with them? Let's wipe them all out. Leave no one alive. No, that's not right. We're letting them off easy. Let's deploy our destroyers. We can give them some training while we're at it. Lin Qin immediately issued the order. Their Qin Kingdom's fighter jets haven't made an appearance in a long time. The air forces of these countries are simply inadequate. There is absolutely no challenge or difficulty. The air forces of these Western coalition forces are different now. Their fighter jets are more advanced and powerful. At the same time, their drivers are also more skilled. They can be used as training targets for their troops. All destroyers prepare to launch. Air defense systems prepare to provide fire support at any time. Under Lin Qin's command, the aircraft carrier captain immediately issued the order. With a group of sparring partners arriving, we should naturally cherish them. After all, these countries will inevitably clash with Qin Kingdom sooner or later. It's always good to get used to it in advance. So, 30 fighter jets took off from the aircraft carrier and flew towards the densely packed fighter planes in the distance. Their main guns were already aimed at enemy aircraft. They move as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they had caught up with the fighter jets of several countries. These fighter jets had no idea that the other side would suddenly send out fighter jets to attack. Didn't the other side only deploy warships? Where did these fighter jets come from? Does that mean their aircraft carrier is also in this area? If that's the case, then what's the point of fighting? The other side's aircraft carrier alone is enough to give them a run for their money. Retreat. Retreat immediately. The commanders of the coalition forces panicked and shouted for their fighter jets to return to base. However, it was all too late. Call out. Rumble. After a loud bang, a Western fighter jet was destroyed, with wreckage flying everywhere and burning in flames. Immediately afterwards, shoot, shoo, shoo. Missiles streaked across the sky and landed among the fighter jets. Thud, thud, thud. It exploded instantly, turning into raging flames that engulfed the fighter jets. Counterattack. Counterattack now. Shoot down their fighter jets, then get out of there quickly. The Air Force commander of the already fallen Empire knew that. If they don't take out these fighter jets, they have no chance of retreating. Therefore, the best approach at present is to destroy these fighter jets and then retreat in an orderly manner. Upon receiving the order, their fighter jets immediately regained their composure from the initial panic and began to perform a series of evasive maneuvers. However, it was too late. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Rumble. 30 fighter jets, like ghosts seeking death, chased after one fighter jet after another. In each round of their attack, one fighter jet was damaged and crashed, then turned into a giant firework. Compared to those countries, they are at most. It can bounce around a bit. They delayed for longer and were destroyed later. In just about 5 minutes, almost 90% of the fighter jets were destroyed. The remaining fighter jets also fled in panic. Chapter 187, taking over 11 Southeast Asian countries. The Chun Kingdom shocks the world. Damn it, we will never lose. The coalition's Air Force commander was heartbroken when he saw a fighter jet crash. Retreat. Retreat immediately. At this point, the remaining 15 coalition warplanes had no more concern for face or dignity. They fled in a sorry state. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions rang out. The remaining coalition warplanes were overtaken by destroyers during their escape, causing a violent explosion. Rumble. These coalition warplanes were like fireworks, dazzling and beautiful, yet with a bleakness that stung the eyes. In the blink of an eye, only the last 2 coalition warplanes remained. Damn it, let's fight them. Launch the nuclear missile we brought. The Air Force commander roared angrily. Their main fighter jet remained at the rear of the aerial battlefield and did not participate in the combat. Now, apart from them, they only have one fighter jet left. At this point, they have to resort to some extraordinary measures. They cannot tolerate being wiped out by the enemy. Yes, inside the weapons bay, the soldier in charge of launching the nuclear missile immediately received the order and began preparing for launch. As the red button was pressed, a huge missile was revealed beneath the main fighter jet. The target is the aircraft carrier below. With a whoosh, it was launched directly out. Carrying a milky white tail flame, it was incredibly fast, covering a distance of several thousand meters in the blink of an eye. Do you think I'd give you that chance? Lin Chen's expression was cold and indifferent, as if he had already guessed what the enemy wanted to do. A mocking smile curved his lips, and then he made a gesture. Rumble. An interceptor missile sped out from the aircraft carrier at extremely high speed. In an instant, it caught up with the enemy's missile, then collided with it and exploded violently. The shockwave from the explosion sent fighter jets flying within a radius of tens of kilometers. However, the pilots of the Chun Kingdom fighter jets were highly skilled and quickly brought the nearly out-of-control fighter jets under control. Damn it, how could this happen? Seeing that his painstakingly crafted missiles had been intercepted and that the enemy's aircraft carrier hadn't even suffered a single scratch, the Air Force commander was filled with rage. Launch missiles and destroy their destroyers. Since we can't deal with the aircraft carrier, let's target their fighter jets instead. Whoosh whoosh. Dozens of missiles were rapidly launched from the main fighter jet, fired rapidly at the nearest dozens of fighter jets. The dozens of fighter jets quickly began to change course 90 degrees, simultaneously launching missiles and colliding with those missiles. Boom, boom, boom. 9 shots rang out in succession, and all 9 missiles were intercepted. Only one missile hit its target and exploded with a loud bang. Black smoke billowed into the air. The coalition Air Force commander's face immediately lit up with excitement. They had finally achieved a breakthrough, taking down one of the enemy's fighter jets. But soon his smile faded. The next second, the bomb fighter jet burst out of the smoke, and although it appeared to have only some marks on its surface, it was generally unharmed. Damn it! How can the Chun Kingdom's Air Force be so powerful? Why can't their fighter jets take them down? Is this the true strength of the Chun Kingdom? An Air Force commander was filled with shock and anger. Panic was palpable in his words. They dare not think about why the Chun Kingdom's army was invincible. Its navy possessed an aircraft carrier, and now even its air force was so powerful. Did the Chun Kingdom have any weaknesses? Can their country really defeat the Chun Kingdom? But they can no longer see any of this, because the next second, 2 missiles were already flying towards the 2 remaining fighter jets. With a deafening roar, it exploded in mid-air, revealing the last glimmer of light from the Allied forces. All the coalition Air Force personnel perished here. This war ended very quickly. When Lin Shan stood on the deck and heard the final explosion in the distance, he couldn't help but smile. It seems that even he himself underestimated the strength of the Chun Kingdom's air force. Yes, their fighter jets are already the most powerful fighter jets in the world today, and their suicide squads are also highly trained suicide squads. There is virtually no possibility of operational errors. The other assassins also wore expressions of excitement. They never expected the battle to be fought so brilliantly. It was an overwhelming advantage. If countries like Indonesia knew that the coalition they had so painstakingly anticipated couldn't even hold out for a few minutes against the Chun Kingdom's fighter jets, I wonder what they would think. Perhaps they already knew, but they held onto a sliver of hope, a last vestige of stubbornness. Unfortunately, they lost their bet. They overestimated both the strength of the reinforcements and their own. At the same time, they underestimated the strength of the Chun Kingdom. Soon after, the 6 countries held a press conference that same day. They announced that they would unconditionally merge into the Chun Kingdom. It is part of the Chun Kingdom. At this point, all 11 Southeast Asian countries have been completely brought under the control of the Chun Kingdom. The territory of Chun Kingdom reached 4.37 million square kilometers. The world was shocked. No one expected it to end like this. It's important to understand that in this battle, the Chun Kingdom was simultaneously fighting against multiple countries. Although these Southeast Asian countries are small, they have Western aid behind them, so getting entangled with Chun Kingdom shouldn't be a problem. Didn't you see that even the mighty Russian nation was entangled in this situation? Chun Kingdom develops. It can't catch up with the old-fashioned superpower, the Russian Bear Kingdom, right? To everyone's surprise, the results came out in a way that shocked everyone. The Chun Kingdom has once again redefined the perception of all nations, and its reputation has spread throughout the world. They know that the Chun Kingdom is destined to rise. Perhaps soon, the Chun Kingdom will even be able to influence the current global landscape. It's not impossible that this could threaten the United States' status. After all, they're only a country that's been established for a few months. If we give them a little more time, what will happen? No one dared to imagine it. At this moment, even the United States has to consider whether it should take action itself. Providing aid to those countries is vastly different from them personally taking action. Perhaps they really should nip the rise of the Chun Kingdom in the bud. Just when all the countries were shocked and terrified by the strength of the Chun Kingdom. Unbeknownst to them, the leader of the Chun Kingdom was currently lying comfortably on the aircraft carrier, counting his contribution points. Don't let their small size fool you. These countries are incredibly wealthy. Singapore, in particular, is absolutely fantastic. With the wealth of these countries, the military strength of the Lin family army will reach a new level. However, Lin Shan was aware that there was still a significant gap between them and the United States. The goal remains a long and arduous journey. Now, let's take over India first. Chapter 188, Eastern Expeditions and Western Conquests. The cash-strapped Chun Kingdom. Lin Shan commanded his warships to occupy this place and then return to port. He then teleported directly to the battlefield in India. Here, the Chun Kingdom's army of 300,000 men resides. The entirety of India encompasses countries such as Indus, Pakistan, Bengal, and Nepal. Lin Shan and his group's current target is Bangladesh, which is adjacent to their Chun Kingdom. At this time, Bengal had been suffering repeated defeats under the Chun Kingdom's elite army, leaving only their capital surrounded by the Chun Kingdom's elite troops. Qatar. The Bangladeshi president looked bitter at that moment. They couldn't understand why the Chun Kingdom would suddenly attack them, especially since those Western countries were currently causing trouble for the Chun Kingdom. In addition, 6 Southeast Asian countries jointly declared war on Chun Kingdom. Why are you attacking Bangladesh instead of fighting them? Do you really think we're easy to bully? But that's just how reality is. Bangladesh was virtually powerless against the army of the Chun Kingdom. They only had 150,000 troops in the entire country. The Chun Kingdom was already stronger than them, and they sent out an army of 300,000, which was twice as many as theirs. Who the hell can I reason with? The Chun Kingdom could still spare 300,000 soldiers to attack those 6 kingdoms. Little did they know, the leader of the Chun Kingdom was now driven to madness by concerns about the size of its territory. It must reach half the size of the Dragon Kingdom. The result is that it is only 4.37 million square kilometers now. It is still 430,000 square kilometers short of half of the Dragon Kingdom's 4.8 million square kilometers. The land area of the Dragon Kingdom is truly enormous. All Chinese people are really big time. Lin Chun had calculated that Bangladesh's land area was only 150,000 square kilometers. Taking over Bangladesh is far from enough. At the very least, we need to take down Bhutan and Nepal, which are located next to us, at the same time. As for the area, with a shade of 2.98 million square kilometers, Lin Chun currently has no intention of taking action against them. They're currently the most populous country in the world, a population of nearly 1.45 billion. If we can take it, it will be a qualitative leap for the Chun Kingdom. Of course, having more people also means that their strength is not weak. The Indu possesses an army of no less than 1.2 million. It is enough to rival the current Chun Kingdom. Lin Chun currently has no intention of taking action against them. Because Chun Kingdom is currently at odds with many Western countries, if we take action against them, they will definitely come to Indu's aid. At the same time, while their energy is entirely focused on Indu, we will launch a strategic attack against them. Even if they were very confident, they knew that taking down Indu would not be a matter of a short time. If we get bogged down, we could very well be dragged down. Although Lin Chun is fully capable of starting over. But it's fine to play it safe. Why start from scratch? As for the land area not reaching that level, that's simple. Just get some countries to cede some assets to them as protection money. And that's it. What Lin Chun needs right now is land area and money. If all else fails, we can ask Japan for some land. They probably won't object. Dare to object? Then let's have another intercontinental ballistic missile. Outside Qatar, an army of 300,000 men stood ready to seize the city. In the end, their president could not withstand the pressure of conquering the city and chose to surrender. Territory of Chun Kingdom reached 4.52 million square kilometers. Continue the offensive against Nepal and Bhutan. Lin Chun continued to issue orders to the Suicide Squad. Then he began to think. The Chun Kingdom is now making continuous development in the three directions of land and sea, although they conquered many cities and acquired a lot of money. But he spends his contribution points every day like water flowing away. Moreover, building up the Chun Kingdom requires a lot of money. How can a nation prosper through science and technology without money? How can you improve your life if you don't have money? The Kingdom of Chun appears to possess the wealth of 11 Southeast Asian countries. But which of these countries is the strongest? They were never truly wealthy to begin with, and, on average, they were even less wealthy. Fact that we squeezed a lot of money out of the United States. I'm afraid even the elite Suicide Squad won't be able to hold out. Make money, make money. This belief kept circling in Lin Chun's mind. The current national production of the Chun Kingdom is insufficient to support the enormous consumption of their army. It is already quite an achievement to be able to support the accelerated development of the economy. Lin Chun pondered. He felt a wave of weariness wash over him. Unexpectedly, development wasn't that simple. Fortunately, he had something that others didn't. As long as we maintain stable development, we will definitely succeed. However, for now, he needs to figure out where he can make another big profit, big enough that he won't need to worry about money for the time being. Continue with $0 purchases from the U.S.? Take out loans? I'm afraid it won't work. Because of their unrestrained borrowing, they have already ruined many banks in the United States. Now, their lending requirements are higher. It's hard to find a satisfactory deal. Otherwise, why doesn't the United States launch a major attack on the state of Chun? That's because the United States is currently in complete chaos. Numerous banks have gone bankrupt, and a new economic crisis seems to be arriving ahead of schedule. In short, forget about getting any freebies. Lin Chun has already arranged for those assassins to start working on their own. A Suicide Squad member can earn tens of thousands of yuan a month, which is a decent, sustainable income. Robbing banks in other countries? It's not impossible, but how much money could you possibly make? We can arrange for a large army of suicide soldiers to do it then. Now, we must come up with a new way to make money as soon as possible. Does the Russian Bear country still need aid? We can ask, but the amount of money is probably not much. Right now, besides the United States, the richest country in the world should be L country, right? By the way, L country, hasn't L country been worried about some things lately? They can't solve it, but we can. An idea suddenly flashed through Lin Chun's mind. and he immediately jumped up excitedly. He took out a world map and began to analyze and observe it. If we're helping Country L solve their problems, asking them for some money wouldn't be a problem, would it? There's still quite a few problems there. Country L has been troubled by this for a long time. If we take action ourselves, there shouldn't be any issues. Since I'm just idling around anyway, it's good to earn some extra money. Lin Shan couldn't allow all his armies to remain in a state of constant warfare. They'll really become the ones who stick their necks out. There needs to be a reason to start a war. Lin Shan decided to wait until the area reached half of the Dragon Kingdom's standard before setting his sights on Yindu. The destination has been determined. It's there. Lin Shan began to analyze the current situation. Those forces above have always had someone's support behind them. They are like daggers plunging into the heart of Country L, drawing blood, and could kill at any moment. They have become even more rampant recently. Relying on the support of others, he acted arrogantly and domineeringly, re-escalating their troubles. That's completely inhuman. Even so, for the sake of the bigger picture, Country L still had to make concessions. Chapter 189 Target. The matter there is simple, and it must be said, something that everyone in L country is well aware of. We provided so many conveniences and concessions there before, and we thought they would be loyal to Country L. But what was the result? Those are a bunch of ingrates. In Lin Shan's opinion, it would be better to use some conventional methods against such people. However, he knew that L was prioritizing the overall situation and was unwilling to take action. Then let them handle it. Those high-ranking officials who are unwilling to side with L, then take them all with them. Let them know who the real master is. This should have been an L. Are the things they did for their own selfish interest things that even a human being could do? If you give them discounts, they'll only want more. You really expect that ungrateful wretch to change his mind? They will not hesitate to stab you in the back again. It makes you feel like someone has stabbed you in the back. The best way to deal with them is to eliminate them completely and bring out the truly good leaders. If Lin Shan remembered correctly, he had left behind 400,000 or 500,000 people there back then. In other words, there are still quite a few people there who have that blood flowing through their veins. Lin Shan would not show any mercy to such a being. Who are not of my kind are surely aliens. Do you really expect a bunch of ungrateful people, plus some people who aren't L, to accept L? They must all be eliminated. I just wonder how much reward we can give to the Chun Kingdom after it's all done. You know, that guy offered over $999.9 billion to buy that place. Lin Shan stroked his chin, thinking, of course, he would accept it even if he wasn't given a single penny, considering it his contribution to Country L. After all, conquering that place would be an easy task for the Chun Kingdom. They can launch missile bombings remotely. We can also send warships and aircraft carriers to deter them. Of course, a large army can also land there and summon a sufficient number of suicide soldiers. Destroy all the military bases and troops there. What gives them the courage to make a fuss? There, the number of combat personnel is less than 200,000. This also includes at least half of the logistics. Their actual number of soldiers was probably only around 100,000. A mere 100,000 troops are nothing to them. At that time, the Chun Kingdom will directly launch a land attack with 200,000 troops. First, use missiles to destroy all their military bases. Then send out more fighter jets to destroy all the aircraft at their airbase. Then the main force will surround them and see what they can do then. Taking over Chun Kingdom would be an easy task. As for their request for help, are you kidding me? Who are you asking for help from? The U.S.? If the U.S. knew that it was their country that was behind it, they would probably pretend they didn't see it at all. Besides condemning Chun Kingdom's actions, would they dare to send out their navy? As long as they dare to come, Lin Shan guarantees they won't be able to go back. Even if they dare to provide support. Given the small size of the area, the Chun Kingdom's army could take control of it as quickly as possible upon landing. Support? The battle was probably already over by the time they called for help. If they could catch the enemy off guard, Lin Shan was confident that the Lin family army could end the entire battle within an hour. At that time, no matter what kind of armed force they are, they will be futile in the face of true strength. However, without sufficient benefits, using missiles does seem a bit unworthy. It may be small, but there's definitely a lot of money there. That's one of the richest places in Asia, isn't it? At that time, all senior personnel and department heads will be taken into custody. Asking them for some military expenses is perfectly reasonable, isn't it? After all, they can't come for nothing. We'll ask L's official support for some more later. They certainly wouldn't be stingy, would they? With this wave of success, making $100 billion shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, I have solved the problem that is currently their biggest concern. After careful consideration, Lin Chen immediately decided to take action. Now that we know the approximate return on investment, it's worthwhile to make some investment. Lin Chen immediately mobilized the aircraft carrier and fleet still in Indonesian waters to head in that direction. You don't need to go to that area, just get close. At the same time, he directly assembled an army of 200,000 elite soldiers on that land. Now that we decided to do it, we must hurry up and get started. Preparing to cause trouble, Lin Chen had his assassins contact Ambassador L. Tell them that the Chun Kingdom can send troops to help them solve a problem. All they need to do is pay some military expenses. The Chun Kingdom is currently in dire need of money. Lin Chen told the other party about this weakness without hesitation. I just want to tell them that Chun and L are forever friendly nations. Meanwhile, while the information was being relayed to Country L, the Lin family army of Country Chun had already surrounded many of their military bases there. They began reporting the coordinates back to headquarters, pinpointing the impact points of their missiles. Everything is ready. All it takes is Lin Chen's command to launch the missile. Bomb all the military bases there. At the same time, the elite suicide squad will take control of the area immediately. The message was quickly relayed to Ambassador L. Tachunghua is personally appointed by the higher-ups in Laguo and can directly convey messages to them. What did you say? You can help us get that back. The condition is that we give you some military funding. A few $100 billion will be fine. Okay, wait for me. I need to go back to China in person and send a message back now. Subsequently, the ambassador to Chun personally flew back to the capital, bringing with him the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Chun. In a capital city, in a quaint courtyard, no one could have imagined that such a vital national matter was being discussed in this very place. The foreign minister of Chun Kingdom immediately conveyed Lin Chen's message. In short, we'll do the bad stuff and you just need to wait to take it back, and that's it. They assured L that they would only eliminate the idiots and armed men above, as well as the Sakura force, and of course, the criminal groups. They will absolutely not touch the people there. Is everything you're saying true? The senior executive at L showed delight and excitement. He wanted to know, was the other person just joking on a whim? After all, if they could see it return in their lifetime, they would have no regrets even if they died. At the same time, they were also slightly surprised. You should know that they've been using the power of others to their advantage, which is why things have gotten to this point. They also knew that the Chun Kingdom was currently at odds with a certain other country. Unexpectedly, they actually dared to provoke that person like that. Leader Lin is truly a man of character. Of course, our Chun Kingdom always keeps its word. The foreign minister of Chun Kingdom said very seriously, Chapter 190 Cooperation achieved. Good. You're willing to fight. We certainly won't be stingy. Tell your Lord Lin that as long as you can help us solve this problem, we are willing to offer $100 billion as compensation. We will fully reimburse the cost of all weapons used by the Chun Kingdom this time. A high-ranking official from Country L spoke with some excitement. He knew it wasn't that simple. Spending tens of billions of dollars on military expenditures would be quite normal. Therefore, they naturally wouldn't let the Chun Kingdom suffer a loss. They never expected that the Chun Kingdom would only ask for a token gesture from them at the beginning. This is absolutely incredible. It seems that the King of Chun still loves his country. All right, then I will give extra gifts on behalf of our leader, the foreign minister said with a smile. But why did you suddenly decide to do this for us? A high-ranking official from Country L suddenly asked curiously. This is an old problem for Country L. You should know that our Chun Kingdom was built upon the foundation of 11 Southeast Asian countries. We have limited land and a small population, and our economic development level is too low. We are currently in dire need of money, so our king lets us earn some extra money. After all, we're so poor that our only strength is our army. The Foreign Affairs of Chun Kingdom explained their situation without hesitation. Their leader, Lin Chen, said that he would give L country everything without reservation. Moreover, with L's capabilities, he would naturally be able to find out all of this. It's better to be honest and not waste each other's time. Extra income? You call this earning extra money? Do you even know this is war? Are you treating this as a side job? The top brass of Country L were shocked by Country Chen's idea, helping them accomplish such a huge task as an extra income of the Chun Kingdom are far too great. I doubt that the Chun Kingdom shares this idea anywhere else in the world. What country would dare to make extra money like this? Even if it's an eagle, at most it will produce some supplies and then make money. Or they could sell them directly and make money off martial arts. Nowhere else would someone like the Chun Kingdom directly send out troops to take action. That's right. That's exactly what our leader means. You provide the money, we provide the labor. That's it. The foreign minister said with a serious expression. Great. It'll be a pleasure doing business with you then. The L country's top officials readily agreed. After all, Chun Kingdom stated that everything could be settled later. Even if they fail, they won't suffer any losses. And we need to know what they're doing it for and what they don't know about it. But the Chun Kingdom really doesn't care about this at all. Otherwise, how do you think they got their 12 kingdoms? Fortunately, their leader was from China. Since the establishment of the Chun Kingdom, their border trade has been continuously increasing and their crime rate has been declining sharply. There were countless criminal gangs involved in drug trafficking, telecom fraud, and other illegal activities along the border of China. Now, because the Chun Kingdom still exists, all of these things no longer exist. They are practically the nemesis of crime. All the criminal armed groups were wiped out by them. This saved them a lot of money. Therefore, both morally and logically, they would agree to this cooperation with Chun Kingdom. After all, they suffered almost no loss. It's a pleasure working with you. I'll pass the message back to our leader right away. The foreign minister of Chun Kingdom spoke with a pleased expression. He then bowed politely to the senior management and left immediately. Immediately after he left, the top management convened a meeting with all senior executives. After all, this was a matter that would cause a sensation throughout the world, so naturally they needed to know in advance and reach a consensus. As for the $100 billion in military supplies, that's not a problem for them at all. The problem can be solved simply by paying money, without having to take any risks yourself. Why not? Mr. Chun, I think this is very feasible. There are many things we can't do, but the Chun Kingdom can. Then we can continue to focus all our efforts on domestic development. In the conference room, the senior executives shared their views. Everyone's thoughts were surprisingly consistent. That is entirely feasible. Handing it over to the Chun Kingdom is perfectly fine. Absolutely intolerable. The Chun Kingdom stepped in, and they provided the money. It will not affect their image as a major power. Would any fool disagree with something like this? I can't disagree. Let's do it this way, came the recent opinion of a senior executive. This collaboration is now completely set in stone. Since everyone agrees, then let's do it this way. Thus began the first full-scale cooperation with the Chun Kingdom. This will be the first collaboration between the Chun Kingdom and the Long Kingdom. But this will definitely not be the last time. If this succeeds, perhaps the Chun Kingdom will be able to do many things that the Dragon Kingdom is forced to do, but cannot. A deal has been reached? Great. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Now that a cooperation agreement has been reached, the task should be completed as quickly and efficiently as possible. That way, they couldn't show off their abilities. Their main force has now arrived. In recent years, their army has been training day and night, maintaining a very high level of defensive vigilance. However, these are not problems at all for the Chun Kingdom. So what if you have strong defenses and are highly vigilant? Our Chun Kingdom launches a missile. How will you respond? Even the United States could intercept their missiles, let alone others. Lin Chen would show no mercy in dealing with these people. Since they've taken the money, they have to do a good job and leave no potential risks behind. Wash everything thoroughly before eating hot pot. That's how it tastes best. However, if Lin Chen remembered correctly, that needs to be resolved together. Chapter 191 Lin Chen's plan. If he never does a losing business, then he must use swift and decisive measures. Wash away, and then remove what was originally on them. This time, he needs to be fully prepared for battle. The army of assassins has been summoned. This time he summoned quite a few assassins. He also prepared ample ammunition for them. There are plenty of weapons and ammunition, all kinds of cannons, tanks, and the like. In short, with overwhelming power, they directly resolved the entire. Lin Chen is prepared to deploy 300 tanks alone. After all, there's still things above us, so we can't let our guard down. Although they have established quite a few strongholds, the Chun Kingdom considers them insignificant. As for their large army, what a joke. Once the Chun Kingdom's assassins pinpointed their location, several missiles were launched. They bombed and destroyed all their defensive fortifications. Since a fight was inevitable, Lin Shan naturally decided to pull out the tiger's teeth first before engaging in combat. If you have the capability, why not do it? He's not stupid. As for logistical issues, such as replenishing ammunition during the war, the Suicide Squad had no need to worry about such matters. Therefore, under these circumstances, the elite Suicide Squad has no need to worry about fighting on multiple fronts. After all, they don't need to worry about the consequences of their actions. If you want to fight recklessly, then they'll cooperate and fight recklessly with the other side. In short, it wouldn't be a problem to completely disrupt the entire SJ. Their elite Suicide Squad is professionals in this area. At the start, eliminate all of them. They seized all their weapons, equipment, and supplies. We'll see if they send reinforcements then. We'll take them down no matter how many come. We won't give them any face. Who knows, they might end up with more and more weapons and supplies as the fighting goes on. Aside from the missiles being irreplaceable, they might not need to expend much of their own resources on anything else. They replenished all their troops from those soldiers. When the time comes, they'll ask the Dragon Kingdom for a share of what they've used up. This is absolutely awesome. It's a surefire way to make money. They have to do it. Therefore, the first objective is to destroy. All the bases have been located. We're just waiting for the assassins to find the military base. Then we can move out. We need to knock out their teeth first to avoid even greater losses. Their strength should not be underestimated. If their teeth can't be pulled, they probably won't be doing well either. Once the first goal is achieved, the rest are not a concern. After that, the Chun Kingdom's aircraft carrier will approach. At that time, the Army, Navy, and Air Force will launch a simultaneous attack. How can anyone resist? The most important thing right now is to get the first goal sorted out. We need to obtain deployment map, where their troops and weapons. Ideally, we should first find a way to destroy their armory. It sounds great to take their weapons and fight them. They still don't have enough intelligence. Taking direct action is not out of the question, but it might result in greater losses. The Chun Kingdom is not in a hurry right now. Therefore, they began sending assassins to infiltrate them. They used fabricated high-ranking officials created by Lin Shan to replace their high-ranking officials. In this way, sufficient intelligence can be obtained. After all, they couldn't explain the situation here clearly. If their people replace the high-ranking officials of those countries, they will be better able to obtain sufficient intelligence. Moreover, it was their own intelligence. Soon, through their investigation, they discovered a terrifying piece of information. Their deployment map hasn't been discovered yet, but they've already spotted some people. It has now grown to 3 or 4 million people. If we don't eliminate them, they will become a menace sooner or later. When they launch a war, the first thing they will do is naturally to wipe out all the people. Similarly, he would also arrange for assassins to check each person who had infiltrated from other countries. It is better to kill the innocent than to let one guilty person go free. They dare to come here, so they should pay the price. In addition, according to Lin Shan's knowledge, there was a large amount of gold here back then. This batch of gold is quite valuable. It was originally a hope, but it was never used. Now that they've come themselves, of course we can't be polite. We don't lack this little bit of gold right now. But he lacks it. He wants any kind of money. He also learned that there are many cultural relics in this area. He has to get his hands on it, and then he can sell it to someone else. That's not unreasonable. Making money is nothing to be ashamed of. After all, they haven't signed a treaty that forbids them from touching cultural relics. At that time, there will be hundreds of thousands of items inside. If we collect $10,000 from each item and return it to Country L, it will be a considerable income. That's how big sums of money are accumulated little by little. Furthermore, none of the wealthy individuals will be able to escape. It's the richest place in Asia. The wealthy people here are truly rich. Tying up a few more will earn you more than the reward. Of course, Lin Shan wouldn't take their lives. It only costs a little money. Otherwise, it will be difficult to manage later. He will seize it first, and once he has amassed the full territory, he will feign an attack on them, and then ransom them. If you calculate it that way, they're guaranteed to make a profit. This deal was a very good one. At the very least, making hundreds of billions of dollars is no problem at all. This is much more cost-effective than attacking those small countries. However, it is clear that the difficulty is also much higher. After all, this time, There were tens of thousands involved. This meant that this battle would inevitably involve conflict with them. However, they've already struck fear into the hearts of many. He's confident his elite army of assassins is absolutely no less formidable. After all, they were all fearless warriors. While the assassins were gathering intelligence, he was not idle either. Have the elite suicide squad keep a close watch on all those people, including their families. They will wipe out all these people and their entire families. Not a single hair of theirs will escape. It was precisely because they caused trouble. They absolutely cannot allow them to continue causing trouble. As for the wealthy, they naturally acted at the same time. These are all money, so of course we can't let them go. Anyway, at this point, there are already 300,000 elite soldiers. Completing all these tasks simultaneously is absolutely no problem. Chapter 192 Meeting with Old Sue. Preparing to take action. Frog, come to my bowl. While Lin Shan was searching for the location of the military base, Mo was secretly dispatched Army Commander Su Jiangwo to Qin Country. I had a meeting with Lin Shan. At the same time, they brought Lin Shan the intelligence he needed. Seeing is believing. I never expected the leader of Qin Kingdom to be such a handsome and talented person. He is truly an outstanding individual. Old Su immediately nodded in approval. He knew Lin Shan was young, but he didn't expect him to look so young. Who would have thought that the leader of the now powerful Qin Kingdom is only in his early 20s? Other people in their early 20s are still at home, playing mobile games like Honor of Kings and Genshin Impact. Mr. Su, you flatter me. It's all luck, just luck. Lin Shan didn't know what to say. They simply attributed everything to luck. As long as you say you were lucky, anything can be explained. After all, luck is sometimes a mysterious thing. If I were lucky enough to achieve what you have, Brother Lin, then I would have nothing more to say. I've come to deliver some information to you. I believe you'll need it. Old Su said in a very serious tone. He even made a trip there himself for this matter. This shows how much he values the Qin Kingdom's help. Oh, what intelligence. Lin Shan naturally wouldn't refuse such a kind offer, and asked with a smile. I can't say for sure about this. You'll have to see for yourself. As he spoke, Old Su handed a blueprint to Lin Shan. Lin Shan took the blueprints and opened them. The blueprints clearly contained very important information. Depend on. It has to be them. They're capable, and they've considered everything very carefully. Know what they need right now. Cooperation with such forces is what they want. Thank you very much, Elder Su. This intelligence is very important to us and plays a crucial role. Lin Shan said without any attempt to hide anything. Only sincerity can earn sincerity in return. If we were originally only 90% confident, now we're 100%. Lin Shan said without any modesty. You want to tell them, leave this matter to the Qin Kingdom. Don't worry. Upon hearing this, Old Su's eyes widened, and he stared at Lin Shan with a gleam in them. Perfectly. That's great. Since the Qin Kingdom is so confident, they can rest assured. If I may ask, young friend Lin Shan, could you please tell me whether you are absolutely certain? Old Su knew he had asked a very presumptuous question, but this matter is just too important. He really couldn't wait to know the outcome of this matter in advance. Is it really possible? Haha, it's all right. I trust Mr. Su. Old Su, let me tell you a secret. Our Qin Kingdom has already quietly dispatched an army of 300,000. We've already scouted the other military bases, but we haven't found this one yet. We're just waiting to find us before we take action. And just in time, Old Su has delivered intelligence. Now that our 300,000 troops are attacking simultaneously, how can we not solve the problem? I have only one statement. None of those criminal gangs will escape. Lin Shan took a small sip of the Dahong Pao tea on the table. He heard that these big shots like to drink this, so he prepared it specially. Then he lowered his voice and spoke about it in Old Su's ear. Mr. Li was immediately stunned. Really? Are you serious? Your 300,000 troops have already infiltrated the criminal organization? Holy crap. That criminal organization didn't react at all. They were completely unaware. That's unbelievable. Old Su said with some disbelief. He simply couldn't understand how the Qin Kingdom had managed to do it. Actually send out 300,000 people without a word? Damn, he could accept it if it were 30 people, 300 people, or 3,000 people. But that's 300,000 people. By the Qin Kingdom are simply terrifying. 300,000 troops went straight up without attracting any attention. Even they wouldn't dare say they could succeed. If that's the case, Then he'll know where Chun Kingdom's absolute certainty comes from. With inside and outside cooperation, how could we possibly fail to take down the criminal organization? Of course it's true. Ha ha ha. Our capabilities are beyond the detection of any single organization. They probably won't even know they've been targeted by us until they die. By the time they realize it, they'll already be ours. Lin Shin said without any politeness. By the way, Mr. Su, let me make this clear beforehand. We will not let some criminals go unpunished. We don't want to leave any future trouble for ourselves. Therefore, we will. Lin Shun laughed heartily, revealing a mysterious expression on his face, appearing very calm and composed. Looking at Lin Shun, old Su couldn't help but sigh. Is this the execution capability of Chun Kingdom? No wonder they conquered 11 Southeast Asian countries so easily. With such unpredictable and elusive methods, who could possibly defend against them? Fortunately, Lin Shun is Chinese, and he is a patriotic Chinese. Their Dragon Kingdom will also establish permanent, friendly diplomatic relations with the Chun Kingdom. Of the Chun Kingdom's army for its fierce, brave, and fearless spirit has spread far and wide. The Chun Kingdom's army outnumbering the enemy and having already deployed frogs, the outcome of this major event is probably already decided. This ability is simply terrifying. This efficiency is absolutely amazing. No problem. Everything is up to you. As long as the result remains the same, that's enough. Your help has saved us a lot of trouble. We are more than grateful. After this is accomplished, our entire organization will never forget your outstanding contributions to us. History will remember you forever. As he spoke, Old Su stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Shun. This is on behalf of everyone expressing their deepest gratitude to Lin Shun. He knew that Chun Kingdom was doing this to help their L Kingdom get rid of its troubles, to eliminate a criminal gang. Otherwise, if they were to fight against those criminal organizations, that would be enough trouble for them. Now that Lin Shun is willing to help them solve these problems, it's simply their greatest wish. You're too kind. It's nothing I should do. Lin Shun smiled, and then discussed some other important matters with Old Su before seeing him off. When Old Su returns, he will surely convey his message. In that case, I can completely let go and do whatever I want. Now that we've gathered most of the intelligence, it's time to take action. Lin Shun immediately ordered the aircraft carrier to prepare and, at the same time, launch a simultaneous attack on those criminal organization bases. Make sure to knock out all the enemy's teeth as quickly as possible. At the same time, he began to equip those suicide soldiers with military supplies, ensuring they were armed to the teeth. Everything is ready. The time has come. It's time for this battle to begin. Chapter 193, The Attack Launched. The crime base razes to the ground. The moment has finally arrived. Criminals, prepare to be met with divine fire from the heavens and an army of 300,000 from the Chun Kingdom. Criminals, prepare to face your fear. All deployment maps have been obtained. All the criminals' bases, including the organization's military bases, were missile targets of the Chun Kingdom. 6 medium and short-range missiles were aimed at 6 hideouts of the criminals. They will be launched as soon as Lin Shun gives the order. Destroy the bases of these criminal organizations. Meanwhile, many assassins were secretly heading towards these 6 criminal organization bases. They surrounded all those organization bases. By the time they lock onto the base, the criminals inside will surely escape. At that time, the elite suicide squad will take action and wipe out all the mercenaries in the base. After ensuring everything was ready, Lin Shun arrived at the command center located in the capital of Chun Kingdom. Here you can view the real-time movements and situation of all the Lin family army troops. This time, he wanted to witness firsthand how this criminal organization would be wiped out by the Lin family army. Only when they are clean can their task be considered complete. I order missile launch. Launch a full-scale attack on this drug cartel's base. Lin Shun immediately issued the order. This time, they launched 6 nuclear missiles that do not have persistent radioactivity. The power was enough to completely destroy these drug cartel bases. Meanwhile, Lin Shun began making deployments in other areas outside the base. Their primary target, of course, is their command center. The first priority is to take control of their command system. At the same time, all the criminals, along with their entire families, were arrested. As for how to deal with it, those brothers who frequently exterminate 9 generations of a person know what to do. At the same time, Lin Shun ordered a small group of assassins to control all escape routes immediately upon the start of the operation. Make sure no enemy gets away. At midnight, Lin Shun issued his command. The Chun Kingdom aircraft carrier has already sailed to the waters outside the criminal base. 6 missiles, each so large that it would take 10 people to hold them, slowly rose from the aircraft carrier's hold. The missile's warhead pierced the sky, as if it were about to shoot through the heavens. Ready to launch at any time. Emission issued the order without hesitation. As the missile launcher pressed the launch button, the missile soared into the sky, whistling as it streaked across the heavens like lightning, heading towards the criminals' hideout. At this time, the criminals' hideouts did not notice anything unusual. They continued their patrols and inspections as usual. Just as the 6 missiles were only 2,000 kilometers away from the nearest military base, these units noticed the anomaly, and their alarm systems went off. Warning! Warning! Enemy attack! Quickly get on guard! Report! Several missiles have been detected 2,000 kilometers ahead. One of them is locked onto us. What? Upon hearing this, the squad leader who was resting in his office and in charge of the night's duty suddenly stood up. Missile! His expression turned grave. Has our own military attacked? He asked. Based on the monitored signals, the missile does not appear to belong to the domestic military. It is very fast and seems more like the one from Chun Kingdom. That's what the adjutant said. What? Chun Kingdom? When did we provoke them? Their missiles are so powerful that even foreign aircraft carriers can't intercept them. How could we possibly do it? The leader was startled and asked somewhat flusteredly. The deputy leader also felt that the matter was somewhat tricky and remained silent for a while. The squad leader remained silent for a while, then gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. He immediately contacted the leader and ordered him to send fighter jets for support. At the same time, he notified the other bases to go on high alert. Tell our men to immediately begin moving supplies from the base. The base is lost, so they can only try to salvage as much as possible. Under the orders of their leader, they abandoned the missile interception program. After all, according to their calculations, the speed of the enemy's missiles was indeed too fast. There's absolutely no way they could intercept it successfully. After all, there are precedents for this. Rather than wasting energy, it's better to just give up the fight. According to their calculations, they have about 3 minutes left, which is far from enough. They could only get the supplies out as quickly as possible, and then the army ran out of the base without looking back. Meanwhile, mercenaries or gray path organizations at other bases and even in other places also received the news. Immediately, a sense of unease began to spread within the organization. However, just as they received the news, 6 extremely fast missiles have entered the organization's territory. In almost a few breaths, the 6 missiles arrived at the 6 underworld bases. Rumble, rumble. The sound of the explosion echoed through the sky. Flames shot into the sky, smoke billowed, and a mushroom cloud rose into the air. The once clear night sky instantly turned into daylight. The loud roar startled the nearby birds, causing them to fly away in panic. The whole world seemed to tremble. In that instant, all 6 hiding places were razed to the ground. Screams echoed through the sky. Those who hadn't had time to evacuate were all engulfed by the terrifying flames. Blood flowed like a river. Those thugs who managed to escape looked back at the base with blank expressions. This place where they usually guarded, slept, and ate just vanished like that. This terrifying explosion was absolutely horrifying. Keep in mind that their base is enormous, covering several thousand square kilometers. As a result, he was taken away by a missile that came from who knows where. This was simply unacceptable to them. But there's nothing we can do. Retreat. Quickly tell the boss what's going on here. At this moment, the base's underlings suddenly spoke up. Immediately, although all the underlings still wore expressions of dejection. But they rallied their spirits, shouldered their weapons, and began to catch up with the main force, heading towards the first military region. Suddenly, countless dark figures emerged from the surrounding dense forest, armed with weapons. The AKs, submachine guns, and heavy machine guns in their hands were all pointed at these people. Da-da-da. The gun in his hand spat fire without any hesitation. Bullets rained down on them. It swallowed the group up in an instant. Under the hail of bullets, these people had no time to react, just like wheat being harvested. Large swathes of land collapsed. Blood flowed like a river. It was like a living hell. Chapter 194: Annihilation of the 6 major industrial parks. Among those who attacked the criminals' hideout, including the colonel, all were killed instantly, without even a chance to resist. The others raised their guns, attempting to retaliate. But all of this was in vain. Under such dense and numerous gunfire, they could hardly dodge or stay still, let alone resist. In just a few minutes, almost everyone was killed. Only a small number of henchmen from criminal gangs remained, hiding in place and barely surviving. Clean up the mess, sweep up the battlefield, seal off this entire area. After all these people were captured, a man wearing special combat gear and sunglasses jumped down from a tree and coldly gave the order. God-level assassin in charge of leading the team in this operation. That's right. In order for this plan to be completed smoothly, Lin Shan specially dispatched several God-level assassins to lead the team. We must make sure that we get our hands on it without any chance of failure. Meanwhile, a similar scene was unfolding outside several other crime bases. Everyone was caught off guard and seemed somewhat taken aback. Little did they expect that the Chan Kingdom's army could infiltrate the frogs so quietly. It should be noted that no illegal immigrants were found on their coastline. No fighter jets flew over their territory. They had no idea that the Chan Kingdom's army had been on their territory for several days. They couldn't understand how the Chan Kingdom's army had managed to board their frogs. This is simply unreasonable. This is completely unscientific. But now, thinking about these things is pointless. They would never see the sun rise the next morning again. Everyone outside these 6 locations was attacked by the Lin family army, who were lying in ambush. Meanwhile, in the distant north of Frog, in Tiger Hill and Liaoshan areas, including many hidden corners in the city center, at the same time, numerous assassins and engines were running. They emerged from the darkness, driving tanks, armored vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles, and so on, revealing their somewhat ferocious faces. Their camouflage had been removed, and the thick, dark muzzles of their cannons were pointing straight ahead. Their targets were the nearby military police building, the police station headquarters, and the Hungshan command post. Their ranks numbered a staggering 10,000, although it doesn't seem like there are many. But they were armed to the teeth. Tanks and artillery are all available. Heavy machine guns, light machine guns, mortars, and all kinds of heavy weapons. Even against a lightly armed army of 100,000, they would have a fighting chance. As for the local administrative agencies, the high-ranking special forces hidden here had already begun their operations. They surrounded all the officers' residences. There was no sound at all. All actions were carried out quietly. It went unnoticed. Hey, look, where did this army come from? Their equipment is so sophisticated. They must be one of those armies, right? That seems so. They must have known about the missile attack on our territory and came to protect us, right? Let's see if he dares to attack our country again. Outside a certain spot, several soldiers guarding the camp gate saw tanks gradually approaching. They continued chatting leisurely, completely unaware that any danger was approaching. After all, this is a tank army. They had not received any information about a large-scale tank landing. It's impossible for any army to transport such a large force directly there right under their noses. Does that mean their border guards can just go eat shit? Therefore, such a well-trained force is absolutely. After all, only they could do something like that. Bang! Just as they were preparing to open the camp gates and go out to welcome the American troops they were looking at, suddenly, a burst of flame erupted from the cannon barrel of the tank at the very front of the column, and an incendiary bomb was ejected from the tank's cannon. It landed on the camp gate and exploded right under the noses of this group of people. Sparks flew everywhere, and the fire quickly spread, reaching temperatures of thousands of degrees Celsius. In an instant, the entire entrance to the criminal organization was engulfed in flames, along with several members of the organization. They were instantly engulfed by the fire and turned to ashes. The battle on this side began with the launch of this incendiary bomb. The camp gate was rammed open by 2 tanks. The remaining tanks rushed into the camp immediately. At the same time, the armored vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles, and the suicide squad rushed into the camp immediately. This is Songshan Airport. It is one of the most important military camps in the entire Frog North region. It was also a key target that Lin Shan specifically instructed to attack, and the entire area had to be taken down as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would most likely use the fighter jets here to leave this area. Although Lin Shan wasn't worried about the other party escaping in fighter jets, He could also arrange for fighter jets to pursue them. However, if these fighter jets were to flee towards Country L, that would be troublesome. This kind of trouble is the last thing he wants to see. This camp is said to be one of the Frog's most elite units. Their reaction speed is naturally not slow. Therefore, the Lin family army would naturally not be too negligent. After the steel behemoth smashed open the gate and rushed into the camp, the high-ranking elite soldiers immediately rushed in and quickly occupied the camp's towers and observation posts. This is the highest point in the camp. We must capture it. At the same time, key areas within the camp were captured. Many high-ranking suicide soldiers carrying rocket launchers bombarded some reinforced bunkers, sending the Frog soldiers who had reacted and taken cover behind the bunkers flying into the air. The series of violent explosions awakened the soldiers throughout the camp, and piercing alarms blared across the sky. They reacted quickly, and without even putting on their clothes, they grabbed their guns and rushed out of the dormitory. They'll see who dares to recklessly charge into their camp. They're completely disregarding their top Frog elites. Unfortunately, although they reacted very quickly, they encountered the Lin family army of the Qin Kingdom. Under the terrifying firepower of the Lin family army, these Frog soldiers were like grasshoppers jumping on a hot pan. They offered absolutely no resistance. Tanks led the way, rampaging through everything in their path, bombarding buildings and bunkers relentlessly. The Suicide Squad set up artillery positions at the entrance of the criminal organization and began a barrage of bombardments on the areas of the camp where the enemy forces were most numerous. Chapter 195. Take all the cultural relics. The Frog commander, in my imagination, directly bombards the ground, achieving the feat of indiscriminate bombardment. Meanwhile, the elite troops that charged and were able to more accurately eliminate the criminal thugs who were still putting up a last-ditch resistance. Under the terrifying firepower of the elite Suicide Squad, the entire park was completely one-sided. The criminals didn't even have a chance to resist. Many of them and their henchmen perished in the shells before they could even escape the dormitory building. In just 15 minutes, the entire park was completely barren. Not a single person survived. The battle was brutal. The Lin family army showed no pity for their opponents. Since you've chosen to do this, you have to take responsibility for your actions. The park's treasure pavilion. There are many cultural relics here. According to Lin Chen's intelligence, the defenses here are extremely tight. There are several hundred guards alone. That's right. After all, the security here is tight, and it's unlikely that anyone would come to steal anything, so there's no need to arrange too many security personnel. As for the intrusion by outsiders, are you kidding me? There are people who could secretly reach this place without them knowing? Stop joking. Therefore, Lin Chen didn't send out many assassins to plunder this place. Only about 3,000 high-level assassins. Dealing with criminal organizations is absolutely no problem. Outside the park's treasure pavilion. At this time, everything was peaceful and serene. Although the sounds of gunfire and artillery outside were constant, they didn't reach this side. The people here won't receive news of the attack immediately. Therefore, the security personnel here are still operating as usual. They patrol here leisurely. It's as long as they're here, they can keep slacking off forever. Unbeknownst to them, the entire treasure vault was now surrounded by an army of assassins. Under the cover of night, several high-ranking assassins scaled the wall and entered the compound. Then we arrived at the entrance. Taking advantage of the enemy guards' inattention, he knocked them unconscious from behind. Those guarding this place are generally not people who have committed any serious crimes. Therefore, these suicide squads were still very gentle with them. Soon, thousands of high-ranking assassins filed in. Under the cover of night, they scurried through the corners of the treasure pavilion, knocking out all the security guards one by one. With their strength, these security guards wouldn't wake up for at least 3 or 4 hours. By the time they wake up, all the cultural relics here will probably be gone. Soon, the elite suicide squad easily knocked out all the security personnel. Then, they began transporting the artifacts from here. Fortunately, they have a system space, so they only need to put these cultural relics into the system space. It didn't take long for Lin Chen to realize that all the countless cultural relics had fallen into his spatial dimension. That's another considerable sum of money. Consider it a small interest payment for launching this operation. He was afraid that the other party would choose a fight to the death and destroy these cultural relics. The losses could be huge then. That's right, that's what I think. These precious cultural relics include several treasures that are extremely valuable. We must protect it in advance. At the same time, the entrances and exits of the criminal organization were also attacked immediately. All import and export routes were occupied by the Lin family army. As long as they are there, no one from the other side can possibly leave this place. If someone could look down on the entire criminal organization from high above, they would see that the organization's headquarters was ablaze with flames, like fireworks, bursting forth in various locations. The organization established a command post in the northern high mountains. This is the most important command center for the entire organization. All parks, camps, and airports that are attacked will send alerts here immediately. At this moment, Yu Wenming, who was on night duty, felt dizzy. He never imagined this day would come. On such a day, they would likely encounter such a severe attack. They had been monitoring the sea and air, but no news of anyone else landing had come. They have not received any recent instructions from the military or police regarding any actions to be taken against them. As a result, a large army suddenly appeared out of nowhere and destroyed many of their key military locations. He didn't even know who the other person was. What did you say? The enemy is well equipped, and the camp personnel suspect they are Eagle men. Are you kidding me? That's our mastermind. How could they possibly attack us? What would they want? Yu Wenming looked at the message from his subordinate with a mixture of shock and anger. Didn't Eagle attack them? Don't be ridiculous. They couldn't have done that without Eagles. How could they possibly do such a thing? Moreover, while his subordinates were unaware, he knew perfectly well that the other party had provided them with considerable assistance in developing their three major industries: prostitution, gambling, and drugs. It's simply impossible to crack down on all their parks and other places at the same time. They don't have that kind of ability. Someone must have framed them, just like the Swiss Federal Bank incident a while ago. Jiang Wenming suddenly felt as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Could it be that something happened between them recently? Oh, right. They received the news a while ago. Recently, for some unknown reason, a large number of loans suddenly appeared in their area, leading to the bankruptcy of many banks due to bad debt problems. This exacerbated and triggered the economic crisis. The entire region entered an era of comprehensive depression. Perhaps that's it. This led them to try to salvage the domestic economy and shift their crisis by obtaining money and resources from other places. The more I think about traveling to a civilized city, the more possible it seems. As for those reasons that could lead to suspicion of other organizations and officials, he dismissed them all as mere tactic by those people to frame others. After all, they're actually capable of doing such things. Chief, look, this is the last video sent from our private airport. At this moment, the staff officer next to him projected the video onto the big screen, his face full of shock. As professional soldiers, they could naturally tell that this was a well-equipped army, armed to the teeth. Damn it, those bastards are really something. Chapter 196 taken down. The submissive deputy leader, just then, Yu Wenming suddenly realized a very serious problem. That is, according to the information they received, the entire criminal organization's base was engaged in combat. In other words, everywhere was attacked. It seems I don't have that here. Quickly, send people out to keep watch. If anything unusual is detected, sound the alarm immediately. It is obvious that these people were very well prepared. Over the years, they have come to know them very well. They have almost all the intelligence and defense information. This time, their organization is probably in grave danger. If even their only backer attacks them, then they will truly be out of options. A few minutes later, one of his men rushed into his room in a panic. Report to the leader. Our outermost line of defense has been breached. A large number of unidentified soldiers are breaking through. They are bombarding our position. I'm afraid they'll reach us soon. His subordinates immediately reported the specific intelligence to him. At the same time, his face was full of despair and ugliness. It seems that none of them will survive this time. After all, they only have a few hundred people guarding this place, and their firepower isn't particularly strong. If the other side really launches a full-scale attack, they might not be able to withstand it. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions came over the loudspeaker, turning everyone in the command center pale with fright. Their command post, despite being so well hidden, was still discovered silently by the enemy. Our place has strong defensive capabilities. Even nuclear weapons can't easily. Boom! One of them was directly blasted open. The powerful shockwave blew the door away. Before Yu Wenming could finish speaking, This scene unfolded before him, leaving him feeling as if a bone was stuck in his throat, rendering him unable to utter a single word. Didn't they say that their gates were impenetrable even by nuclear weapons? For the purpose of the experiment, they even bombarded it with tanks. Tank shells cannot cause any damage here. As a result, this base defense, which was supposed to be able to withstand nuclear weapons, was simply blown up by the enemy. How is that possible? If it weren't for the fear of dying, he now wants to rush over and see what kind of bomb the other side used. That's what led to the current situation. Before he could even snap out of his thoughts, a squad of elite assassins, dressed in bulletproof vests and helmets, stormed in. Already possessing formidable strength, these assassins, whose power was almost overwhelming, were now even more fearless with bulletproof equipment protecting their vitals. They stormed in and pulled the triggers without hesitation. The machine guns and submachine guns in their hands kept spitting fire as if they wanted to completely destroy the entire nest. These usually arrogant commanders were no match for the attacks of high-ranking assassins. They fell in droves under their guns. They had absolutely no ability to resist. We surrender, please stop fighting. Yu Wenming and the others were terrified and immediately raised the white flag, ready to surrender. He did not want to be taken away by these unidentified armed men. He still wanted to live. Only by living can one enjoy a better life. Seeing this, the elite soldiers showed no mercy. Since the other side had given up resisting, they decided to capture them first. As for how to deal with it, that depends on their leader, Lin Shun. Immediately, Jiang Wenming and the others were tied up. They never imagined this day would come. All of you, behave yourselves. You, come out here. The lead assassin pointed at Wenming, gesturing for him to step forward, then raised his gun and approached him, continuing. You must be the leader of the civilized, death-themed criminal organization. Tell me, where are all the documents and information about your organization? The assassin stared coldly at the civilized man before him and questioned him without any politeness. Upon seeing this, Wenming's expression changed drastically. It's worth noting that he almost never appears in public, yet the other party is able to address him by his first name. It seems they have a deep understanding of their organization. It seems that the other party is very likely one of certain people. He became even more certain of his guess. Bang! While he was in a daze, the assassin fired a bullet from his gun, which hit a nearby adjutant, and killed him instantly. Don't want to answer? Then I'll kill them first, and then I'll kill you. Of course, whoever speaks out can avoid death. The lead assassin placed the muzzle of his gun against Jiang Wenming's face and said coldly, I'll tell you everything. Don't kill me. Upon seeing this, Jiang Wenming immediately gave up resistance. He got to this position through connections. Where have I ever seen such a bloody and cruel enemy? He's at the frog base, our frog's secret base, right here. And those politicians, they all have helicopters over there. They can escape at any time. Jiang Wenming was covered in cold sweat and told all the news without uttering a single word. He knew that if he didn't speak, everyone present would die. Their commander-in-chief, Qiuguo, might survive. That was something he couldn't accept. His background is 1,000,000 times stronger. But those people have been keeping him in check, preventing him from ever turning things around. I can only be an ordinary deputy leader for the rest of my life. Although there's only a one-word difference. It is like the difference between heaven and earth. The group of people in front of me are clearly ruthless special forces elites. If I let them kill my mortal enemy, I can at least save my own life. Why not? Great. I appreciate it. Cooperating a little will save everyone trouble. Looks like you guys really needed to be taught a lesson. You were quite the troublemaker before. The assassin holstered his pistol and said with a cold laugh, Take away. At a single command, dozens of assassins rushed forward and escorted the entire group of commanders away. Their fate will be decided by Lin Shun later. Upon receiving the news, Lin Shun, who was far away in the command center, chuckled softly. Now, their first phase of the mission is basically complete. They successfully struck and eliminated the enemy's manpower and, at the same time, prevented them from escaping. Now, all they need to do is kill all these people according to the intelligence they have. At the same time, their entire extended family must also be thoroughly cleansed. Chapter 197, taking over the administrative center and capturing all the drug addicts alive. Even though these people were numerous, Lin Shun would not show them any mercy. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Although Lin Shun was not afraid of being ambushed and beheaded, it did not mean that the people around him were not afraid. As for the assets of these criminal organizations, he naturally showed no mercy, and Lin Shun naturally showed no mercy either. Lin Shun had no intention of letting this long-established criminal family go. They also have very strong financial resources. Lin Shun would not show mercy to these treacherous people who profit from crime. They should all be punished accordingly. That is death. Once Lin Shun issued the order, all the assassins immediately began to move out. The enemy's stronghold. The place was built very luxuriously, showing an air of extravagance. There is a dedicated security team guarding this place, and without an invitation or slogan, ordinary people cannot enter. Signal jamming systems were also used in the surrounding area, so normally the situation inside would not be detectable. Therefore, Lin Shun's elite assassins were always observing and staking out outside. For security reasons, the leaders and bosses of those organizations built large, independent villas here to provide housing for the underworld bosses for their own protection. This place is arguably one of the safest locations for the entire criminal organization. Every member of the criminal organization dreams of entering this place and owning their own private villa. Here, they can enjoy the best food and the most comfortable service. There's no luxury they can't imagine, no extravagance they can't experience. There are also underground safe houses here. If they encounter an air raid, they can take refuge in a safe house immediately. After receiving Lin Shun's order, 10,000 elite soldiers driving tanks, armored vehicles, and armored chariots are heading in this direction. They quickly arrived at their lair and immediately surrounded it with their army. Make sure not a single bird can fly away. Who is it? The steel behemoth rumbled to the gate, and the gatekeeper said with some trepidation, anyone would have trouble breathing properly if they were pointed at by such a large cannon barrel. If it were hit by a cannonball, it probably wouldn't even leave a trace. However, the army of assassins wouldn't waste too much breath arguing with the gatekeepers. Several assassins stepped forward and pulled the triggers without hesitation. The submachine gun immediately spewed fire, turning the guards into sieves. They're here to arrest people. They don't have time to waste here. Anyone who dares to protect these cancerous growths is practically courting death. After dealing with the gatekeeper, the steel behemoth smashed open the gate and rushed into the administrative center. The tanks, armored vehicles, and suicide soldiers that followed filed in, heading straight for their assigned villas. Because there were no air raid sirens or anything like that, these scoundrels basically enjoyed themselves in their own villas. They don't care as long as the enemy doesn't reach their villas. Soya, who was leading the team, headed straight for Villa number 1. That place is the biggest cancer. Bin Laden, what a shameless bastard. They never expected that the Lin family army of Chan Kingdom would so quickly eliminate the entire criminal organization's guards and directly surround their hideout. Clang! The heavy door was blown open and collapsed. Soya, wielding a long sword, moved with the wind, leading his army of assassins directly into Villa number 1. Those bewildered nannies and servants were killed on the spot. Are you kidding me? Serve this kind of person? They went straight to the master bedroom. Before they could even break down the door, a middle-aged woman wearing a face mask and a bathrobe rushed out, cursing and swearing. This is outrageous. What's all this noise about? Do you want me to make you wish you were dead in the middle of the night? Then they saw a group of heavily armed gunmen and were immediately stunned. However, he quickly realized what was happening and continued to scold. What are you doing? Don't you know who I am? Trying to rebel? Soya couldn't help but shake his head. This stupid woman, even at a time like this, still couldn't let go of her rich lady status. She's just used to being a leader. Tie him up. With a somewhat disappointed wave of her hand, Soya immediately had several assassins rush up behind her and tie her up tightly. They then escorted her out of the villa like a prisoner. Meanwhile, the other villas also began to see their leaders being escorted out one after another. Who exactly are you people? In this situation, Bin Laden finally realized that this group of people were enemy troops. Who are we? You'll find out soon enough. I have good news for you. This area is now under our control. You have no chance of turning the tables. From now on, none of your organization will escape. Don't worry. Upon hearing that his entire family would be executed, Bin Laden's expression changed drastically. If it's come to the point of punishing her entire family, is there any chance she can survive? That's right, at this moment, she was only thinking about whether she could survive. As for her family, they deserve it. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. It was my family who forced me to do this. Just kill them. Bin Laden immediately turned pale and knelt on the ground, begging like a beggar among beggars. She didn't want to die. Having experienced the allure of money and power, she really didn't want to die. That's not up to you. If you come with us obediently, we might leave you with a whole corpse. If you don't cooperate, then we'll let you experience the 18 cruel tortures researched by our leader. As he spoke, one of the assassins stepped forward and struck the old woman, Bin Laden, directly. It smashed a hole in her head, and blood gushed out. At this rate, it probably won't be long before he bleeds into shock and dies. How's it going? Feeling good? Don't worry. We won't let you die so easily. We'll cure you. We'll let you experience one form of torture every day, and we guarantee you won't die halfway through. Bin Laden lay on the ground, wailing in agony. Usually so arrogant, had never been treated like this before. The thought of the torture the other person had described sent shivers down her spine. You are simply devils. We really are devils, specifically sent to hell to send people like you. Take him away and parade him through the streets on a tank. Soya waved his hand with a cold smile. It's now past midnight. At this time, everyone should be sound asleep. But things are far from peaceful here tonight. Almost all the criminals stayed up all night. This is a sleepless night. Chapter 198 Next Steps. On the other side, the Suicide Squad captured their leader without breaking a sweat. As the early hours of the morning gradually passed, the edge of the sky began to brighten. The army of assassins led all the criminals into the streets. At the same time, the entire criminal organization had a large number of assassins parading through the streets. They wanted to show these criminals what it meant to be killed in society. We must let everyone know that after this one night, everything has changed. Meanwhile, the assassins kindly put blindfolds on them, only revealing the general outline of their faces, so that others could recognize them. Is it about valuing their self-esteem? No, it's because I'm afraid they'll be so ashamed that they'll bite their tongues and commit suicide. It wouldn't be fun if they died so easily. Along the way, the roadside was lined with pedestrians. Although they were afraid, they could also tell that this suddenly appearing team had nothing to do with them, the civilians. Many daring people even took out their phones and cameras and started snapping pictures indiscriminately. What a film! Of course, it's about filming these once glorious gangsters who have finally been brought to justice. They used to be so arrogant, thinking they could control everything, but now they've finally met their match. Soon, the army of assassins escorted the criminal organization to a square. Several assassins tied them all to the pillars that had been erected there beforehand. The sun gradually rose from the eastern horizon. The blindfolds on their faces were also removed. The dazzling light shone on their faces, and they closed their eyes tightly, unable to adjust to the bright light for a while. After a while, they gradually adjusted to the light, and the blurry scene around them gradually became clear. They discovered that they had been led to the busiest square with the highest foot traffic. Normally, they would walk by here in smart suits, arm in arm with a beautiful woman, looking very smug. Now they're like a pack of dead dogs, barely clinging to life here. At this moment, this place is completely under the control of the Lin family army of the Chun Kingdom. All military and armed forces, and even large families, have been occupied by the Lin family army. On almost every street, the figures of the Suicide Squad could be seen patrolling. Lin Chun wanted to tell everyone here that his Lin family army had already wiped out these criminal organizations. It's safe to say their efficiency is absolutely high, although they consumed a considerable amount of ammunition and weapons. However, these countries would compensate them, so they did not hesitate to use their ammunition. With maximum speed and firepower, they directly subdued the entire criminal group. Here, even many advanced weapons purchased from other places were captured and seized by the Chun Kingdom without being used. The Lin family army acted swiftly and decisively, giving them no time to react. If they had known something was going to happen, they wouldn't have been so relaxed. They never imagined that someone would dare to attack them, despite having powerful backers. Now look what happened. All the supplies they bought were completely useless. They were all taken over by the Lin family army. The assets of these crime bosses have clearly been taken over by the Lin family army. Now that the entire organization's territory is under their control, they really can't imagine what chance they have of turning the tables. Lin Xun and his group would soon be returning this territory. So before that, Lin Xun would naturally be polite and leave everything as it was before, only taking the money. All the criminal organization's supplies and weapons have been taken away. Lin Xun was equally unscrupulous with the money in the account. Of course, he only takes the current balance, nothing more. Taking more might affect. That would be too unfair of me. After Lin Xun had searched the place thoroughly, he couldn't help but laugh. This organization is really rich. She's so chubby. Just a couple of bites, and it's juicy and fatty. Although the Suicide Squad destroyed a lot of supplies during the attack. But the remaining weapons and supplies alone are worth hundreds of billions of US dollars. Fortunately, their attack was very sudden. If we had to confront their criminal organization head-on, it might have taken a lot of effort. They've spent a lot of money buying weapons over the years, and they're all imported goods. But now, they all belong to the Chun Kingdom. And with these weapons, Lin Xun suddenly grinned mischievously. With these things, their credibility will be much higher when they impersonate other countries and do things. I doubt any country would suggest that they help them build their reputation. Now, all these criminal organizations are prisoners, and those members who surrendered without firing a single shot are also imprisoned. Killing them all would make them seem too cruel. After all, they are heartless people. As for how to deal with them, that's not Lin Xun's business. Let's just pass it on to someone else and let them worry about it. However, in his view, the other party is unlikely to take action against them. Fine traditions must not be lost. Now, he doesn't have much time or energy to think about those things anymore. For him, the primary purpose of launching this operation was for money. Just kidding, who would do it if there wasn't money? If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it grass. The same applies to penises. From this battle, Lin Xun could see that the thugs of these criminal organizations had low combat skills and very weak fighting ability. They had absolutely no desire to fight. Perhaps it's because they didn't want to fight in the first place. Now, all criminal organizations have been eliminated. Time to move on to the next thing. Next, he will thoroughly purge the remaining lurking individuals from this area. We must thoroughly eliminate the people behind these organizations, as well as those in legitimate circles who have connections with these organizations and those local criminal organizations. Since I've accepted the task, I must complete it perfectly. Not a single malignant tumor can be left on it. Them all. Of course, their bloodshed will inevitably provoke resistance from these forces. But Lin Xun was not afraid at all. Rebellion? What can we use to resist? Were there elite suicide squads, just for show? He would not allow his elite army of assassins to show the slightest mercy. No pity for these enemies. They can't resist, and it won't cause them much harm. Just kill them. Chapter 199 Lin Xun's fishing plan. As the sun rose in the east, under the direct sunlight, many beads of sweat had already flowed down the faces of these criminals. They looked nothing like they used to. They all looked like real beggars who had been wandering the streets for days without eating. Since they've been left hanging here, they must be punished. Lin Xun personally teleported here. At the same time, they invited journalists from various countries who were already here to conduct public reporting. They don't care if others know that it was their Chun Kingdom that did this. Soon, the square was filled with passers-by. After confirming that the Lin family army would not harm them, the people became much bolder. They also deeply hate these criminal organizations, as these people have done far more harm than you can imagine. It doesn't matter to them. These people were here. I didn't see them do many decent things. The only thing that surprised and terrified them was that the strength of the Lin family army in Chun Kingdom was just too damn outrageous. Overnight, the entire organization was taken down. Are they really not afraid of retaliation from any remaining members of this organization? Amidst the murmurs and commotion among the crowd, Lin Xun stepped onto the platform that had been erected beforehand. Meanwhile, media outlets from various countries launched live broadcasts, showing the events unfolding here to the world in real time. Noon is lunchtime, but at this moment, no one here has any appetite. Their appetites were completely whetted by the television set in front of them. Lin Xun appeared from the television screen, standing on the high platform. He started speaking as soon as he picked up the microphone. Friends here today, and friend around the world, I am Lin Xun, the leader of the Chun Kingdom. Just last night, our Chun Kingdom landed here, crushed these criminal organizations, and wipe them out in a bloodbath. Now, this entire area is under the control of our Chun kingdom. We will thoroughly cleanse this place. Let them know that jumping around in front of us is useless. In our eyes, everyone who resists is an enemy. Believe me, we will show absolutely no mercy. All criminals will be attacked by our Chun kingdom. We are the nemesis of all evil. If these criminals cause trouble again in the future, we will fight them to the death, no matter where they are. This is a warning. If you want to play, we'll fight you to the death. Lin Chen's words caused an uproar, and all the viewers sitting in front of the television were stunned. Holy crap! What did they see? The leader of Chun Kingdom is truly fearless. They actually stood openly in front of everyone, openly provoking the criminal organization. It's as if we're declaring war on them. Does he really not fear that these terrorists might carry out suicide attacks or similar acts within their countries? Next, I will conduct a trial of these people. They have been engaged in all sorts of illegal businesses here, rushing to do things that are more like a comforting place for you, and they have done many heinous things. Now try them and sentence them to death. However, we're here for money. If someone can pay to buy your freedom, I'm willing to accept it. One person, $10 billion. If someone takes it, I'll let you go. Lin Chen looked at the executives whose lips were dry from the sun and smiled as he spoke. A mischievous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. They're nothing but a bunch of cowards. Their entire fortune had already been confiscated by Lin Chen's men, let alone $10 billion. Even if it were $100 million, no one would be willing to pay the ransom to redeem them, teasing them when he said that. As expected, the entire room fell silent when Lin Chen spoke. No one stood up to speak. Even the leaders of these criminal organizations remained silent. They know they don't have the money now, but when they fail, they'll be abandoned. How could those people possibly give the money again? However, the next sentence made some people's dim eyes light up, as if a desperate person struggling for their last breath saw the last straw. By the way, don't say I didn't give you a chance. That's normal. I would definitely exterminate your entire family. After all, I'm not a soft-hearted person. But now, I'm giving you a chance. If you name 10 members of the organization who escaped, I can spare the lives of your family members. If you confess enough, perhaps even your lives can be spared. It all depends on your performance. At this point, to deal with these desperate people, you have to give them their last straw. They'll grasp at it even if it kills them. Besides, Lin Chen said it in front of the whole world. So how could he possibly lie to them? Many members of the criminal organization, who had previously been in despair, began to have new ideas. Even if they don't survive, he can still save his family. Confess. We must expose those accomplices. Lin Chen was naturally happy to have an easy time with this. The main problem is that there are just too many drug dealers here. It's not impossible to have them investigate, but it would be time-consuming and laborious. And they might even let a few escape. But if their peers identify them, then they won't be able to escape. Those who are caught can also protect themselves by reporting their colleagues. Wouldn't it be more interesting to see them fighting like dogs? Since they've chosen to do this, they shouldn't expect to have an easy time. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in an uproar, and many onlookers began to secretly try to slip away. At the same time, in order to ensure that no big fish with powerful backgrounds get away, Lin Chen added, reporting a high-ranking criminal organization leader can earn a reward of $100,000. Lin Chen had no shortage of this amount of money, but it was a considerable temptation for these ordinary people. When people learned that there was a reward for reporting such information, with a prize of up to $100,000, the public was completely excited. It's like they've been injected with chicken blood. It's like they have inexhaustible energy. The main reason is that, in their view, many minor leaders are already very powerful people. This should be considered high content, right? There's no shortage of these here. For them, it was like picking up money off the ground. Now let's see who reports it faster. As a result, countless people rushed out of their homes like madmen to find the assassins patrolling the streets. They immediately reported the biggest scourge in the area. They are not under the command of some criminal organization. They have no loyalty whatsoever. Moreover, some criminals are quite arrogant and will do things to oppress ordinary people. They certainly wouldn't be polite to them. A wave of whistleblowing swept through the area. Even among the criminal organization leaders who were present and tied to the stone pillars, Many raised their heads to indicate that they wanted to report it. Then, amidst the angry curses of the unyielding people nearby, they went into an air-conditioned room to rest and talk about their accomplices. Sorry, brothers. Now that disaster is imminent. I'm only doing this to save my own life. Chapter 200. The Suicide Truck. We're going to make a fortune. Zamdapo, liarlon, bang samazi. He rattled off a string of names without stopping, and the assassins immediately sprang into action. Many of them were already at the scene, preparing to escape. Seeing the suicide squad surrounding them, they had nowhere to escape. They had no idea that they had just been betrayed by those people. You bastards. We're the ones who made you who you are, and now you're relying on us for revenge. Why don't you just die already? Fuck your motherfucker. You all just die. You bastards. You exposed us to save your own lives. You will all die a horrible death. The drug traffickers who were arrested transformed into rabid trolls, unleashing a torrent of abuse at the group. However, they soon began to transform into the very people they hated most. Although they didn't want to become the kind of person they hated most at first, the gun barrel really doesn't discriminate. I'll expose the others, please spare me. I know many people, including Li Si, Lu Wu, Tuo, Ch. The captured man cried out in agony, quickly rattling off the names of many other people. He was cursing the loudest just now, but the moment the assassin raised his gun, he immediately became a different person. They began frantically revealing information about their accomplices. Soon, one explodes into 10, 10 into 100, 100 into 1,000, 1,000 into 10,000, and 10,000 into 100,000. It spread like a terrifying virus. In just one afternoon, the Suicide Squad captured hundreds of thousands of drug dealers. Moreover, many of them were old acquaintances who had been released before. There's no other way. They report others and get saved, but others suffer. Shouldn't they retaliate? So I reported it directly. In the end, they couldn't find 10 people to report them, so they had no choice but to obediently await trial. People usually say that wealth should be hidden among the people, but Lin Shun didn't really feel that way. But today, he truly experienced it. These cancerous tumors are all fucking rich. Each of them has a net worth of at least several million. Many have reached tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Although I can't compare to the handsome and wealthy readers, but it's still considered above the moderately prosperous level. No wonder they've abandoned their conscience. So it was all about money and profit. This wave of looting also earned Lin Chen tens of billions of US dollars. In addition, the assets of these fraud executives are all in the tens of billions. It truly gave Lin Chen a taste of sudden wealth. This made Lin Chen sigh, realizing that he really seemed to have less money. But it's not a big problem. He's already made a lot of money through this. After looting them, Lin Shun released all the female members of their families. They weren't involved in these matters, and Lin Shun felt it would be a shame to kill them. He showed some chivalry and pity. Who knows? She might become one of the brothers' wives someday. Subsequently, Lin Shun dealt with all of these drug traffickers. The matter was dealt with on the street. Let all criminals know what the consequences of doing this are. Lin Shun then ordered a group of his henchmen to ransack the homes of these drug dealers. Take all their money, leave them nothing. After doing all this, Lin Shun knew that he had almost finished looting. All that's left is the final step. Clean the flower person. Of course, Lin Shun is neither a saint nor a serial killer. He still has a lot of integrity and professional ethics. He ordered his henchmen to eliminate all the brothel men in the area. All the flower girls who resisted were killed. The rest will be sent back to their home countries. Their Chun kingdom is vast and sparsely populated, so accommodating hundreds of thousands of beautiful women is no problem at all. It's not good for these girls to stay here and cause trouble for others. As for sending them back to Hua, don't even think about it. Would you let those playboy men get away with it? Are you kidding me? Send them all back to China. Lin Shun will arrange good jobs for them and let them live well in Chun Kingdom. Make them like the Chun Kingdom and see themselves as people from the Chun Kingdom. After a day and a night of cleaning, finally, the place has reached the state that Lin Shun had hoped for. He never imagined that the purge would be dozens of times more troublesome than dismantling the entire criminal organization. Fortunately, the Lin family army accepted all comers and feared nothing, so they accomplished everything with ease. Now, it is like a phoenix perishing in a sea of fire. The moment of rebirth from the ashes. Of course, this is not something that their Chun kingdom should do. It should be handed over to their rightful owner. Subsequently, Lin Chun informed the Minister of Foreign Affairs, instructing him to represent Qin country and tell them that there was something to discuss. Now, it's almost washed, time to return it to, and let them cook it themselves. They won't break the contract, and take it for themselves. Upon receiving the order, the minister immediately set to work. This matter in the capital, in a mysterious little courtyard. Old Master Su and a group of high-ranking officials all stayed here. They have been staying here ever since Qin Kingdom held a global live broadcast a day ago. Although they remained silent and appeared calm with expressionless faces, their hearts were filled with turmoil. Waiting is destined to be agonizing. They are really looking forward to it. I wonder what the outcome will be. Do you think the Qin Kingdom will simply refuse to give it up? Impossible. He's not that kind of person. Stop guessing, let's wait and see. Old Su shook his head and sighed deeply. Soon, a secretary walked in and spoke to the senior executives inside. We have received news from the Qin Kingdom that the mission has been completed and we can check it at any time. What? That's great. The bigwigs were immediately overjoyed. As expected, entrusting matters to the Qin Kingdom was reassuring. They were able to wipe out an organization with just over $100 billion. This really excited them. Just as they were filled with genuine excitement, one of the bigwigs stepped forward. Gentlemen, it's time for us to get moving. Let's make use of them to achieve our goal. Let's prepare for action. Although they reached a deal, but they can't tell others openly. It was them who did this. Therefore, they will use some special methods to achieve special goals. Then, when the time comes, people will know what happened. As compensation, they also gave them $100 billion. That would be more reasonable. Yes, the group of bigwigs immediately stood up from their seats.